Chapter 1 Classmate, congratulations, smoke rises from your family tomb. Success is 99% talent and 1% effort. This sentence fits perfectly for today's awakening ceremony. Being able to awaken a single attribute is certainly good. From now on, your future is bright, like a fish leaping over the dragon gate. But if you cannot awaken a single attribute, don't be discouraged. After all, you were in the same class with single attribute students, right? If you really cannot accept it, you can choose suicide. But remember one thing, go to another school. Of course, some classmates may say, I am going to awaken a mutant attribute. Then, classmate, congratulations, smoke rises from your family tomb. On the podium, class leader Hee-Yun spoke passionately. But the content of this speech was very strange. Yet, in the classroom, everyone had long been used to it. Because what the class teacher said was the truth. Today, for them, was the most important moment of their lives. They were about to face the turning point of their lives. Attribute awakening. At this moment, Guan Yang, sitting in the corner, stared blankly out the window. He was a traveler from another world. 1 year ago, he came from Blue Star of another world. He crossed into this special world, the contract world. This world had countless secret places, where humans and strange beasts coexisted. People could gain power enough to move mountains and overturn seas by contracting with strange beasts. In this world, students who reached 18 would undergo an attribute awakening ceremony. They would awaken their own attribute. Contract masters could awaken dozens of different attributes, including metal, wood, water, fire, earth, ice, wind, thunder, light, dark, poison, insect, dragon, spirit, necromancy, machine, space, time. In this world, awakening a single attribute was honored. Because single attributes had growth speed that multiple attributes could not match. Awakened attributes were divided into 6 ranks. First rank, Genius. Single attribute awakener, only has 1 attribute. Once contracted with the same attribute creature, can share 40% of the creature's combat power. Second rank, Talent, double attribute awakening. Can only share 30% of contracted creature's combat power. Third rank, Ordinary person, triple attribute awakening. Can only share 20% of contracted creature's combat power. Fourth rank, Mediocre, quadruple attribute awakening. Can only share 10% of contracted creature's combat power. Fifth rank, Trash, 5 attribute awakening. Can only share 5% of contracted creature's combat power. In historical records, 5 attributes were the limit. No one had more than 5 attributes. Of course, above these 5 ranks, there was one called Special Rank. Special Rank, Prodigy, Mutant Single Attribute Awakening. Except metal, wood, water, fire, earth, all could be called mutant attributes. Can share 50% of contracted creature's combat power. Alright. I won't say more. Now, everyone, follow me to the playground to start the attribute awakening. After saying the last sentence, Hee-Yun gave a deep glance at the excited students, then led the way out of the classroom. Following the teacher's words, classmates began to leave their seats and walk together to the school playground. What is your combat power now? Last night my dad specially gave me some special blood food to strengthen my body. I smoothly broke the threshold of 20. Combat power reached 22. I envy you so much. My combat power has been stuck at 19 for a long time, sigh. Don't worry, most of our class hasn't broken 20. Besides, this is just the base. Awakening and contracting is the true way. True, I hope I can awaken a single attribute later. Guan Yang listened to the classmates around him and instinctively looked at his attribute interface. In this world, everyone had a personal attribute interface to check their attributes. Name, Guan Yang. Attribute, not awakened. Combat power, 19. Skill, none. Contracted creature, none. The interface was very simple. Combat power was the only marker of strength. The higher the number, the better the body, the more full the blood energy. People before awakening usually had combat power around 19. 20 was a threshold. Once reached and exceeded 20, there was a high probability to trigger a spiritual energy vortex during awakening. The spiritual energy vortex made the body automatically absorb spiritual energy. Increase combat power dramatically. Official data shows, the higher the combat power, the more the energy of heaven and earth can be drawn. The combat power that can be increased also becomes stronger. Therefore, before awakening, people always try every way to break through 20, pursuing high combat power. Half an hour later, the school playground was already full of people. In the very center of the playground, there was a 1-meter-high awakening platform. In the center of the awakening platform, stood a giant colorful stone. It was the attribute awakening stone. The awakening stone was carved with dense golden inscriptions, showing its extraordinary nature. At this moment, next to the awakening stone, stood a middle-aged man in white clothes. He was the teacher responsible for this awakening ceremony, Han Jin. Silence, now begins the awakening ceremony. The student list of each class is in my hand. Now we will call students to the stage class by class. Now, I announce, the 38th awakening ceremony officially begins. Class 1, Wang Sisi, come to the stage. After Han Jin spoke, a girl from Class 1 walked out from the crowd. The girl nervously climbed onto the awakening platform. Her appearance on the stage immediately attracted the attention of everyone on the playground. The entire playground became noisy instantly. It is Wang Sisi from Class 1, she studies very well. Her combat power is also not low. It is said that in the last assessment test, her combat power reached 28. I wonder if she was hiding strength. 28? Terrifying. Compared with her, I suddenly feel like crying. Shut up, you cry? Your combat power broke 20. If anyone cries, it is me. Stop pretending to be brave. On the other side, Wang Sisi came in front of the awakening stone, took out a needle, and bit her finger. Bright red blood immediately flowed out. Wang Sisi took a deep breath, stretched out her hand, and smeared the blood on the awakening stone. The next second, the inscriptions on the awakening stone instantly lit up. A golden light wrapped Wang Sisi. Attribute awakening began. The crowd below became silent, everyone looked at the stage. At this moment, a mechanical voice sounded in Guan Yang's ear. Ding! The villain contract system of 10,000 worlds has fused and bound, officially activated. Now giving the host an activation gift pack. Reward 1, combat power increased by 100 points. Reward 2, detection skill. Reward 3, 1 cubic meter portable space. Reward 4, 1 random special attribute awakening. Chapter 2, the strongest villain. Damn! Golden finger. I knew it, traveling across worlds happened, how could there be no golden finger? Rewards start to be distributed. In the next moment, Guan Yang felt his whole body's blood and energy boiling, unprecedented power filling him. Guan Yang instinctively clenched his fist, and a wave of strength surged out. Guan Yang's combat power reached a terrifying 119 points. This was a value no one had ever reached before awakening. Even those geniuses from big families and noble clans, the highest was just about 30 points. And now, Guan Yang surpassed these geniuses by nearly 4 times. Who else is there now? In the skill bar, a new skill appeared, detection skill. It can detect enemy attributes, with a limit not exceeding 50 times his combat power. For Guan Yang, this was simply a divine skill. Facing enemies in the future, he can see at a glance whether he can win. If he can win, fight. If not, run. The third skill, portable space. This was equivalent to a game backpack, very practical. But it was only 1 cubic meter, unsure if it could expand later. The last reward, the system explained, would proceed with awakening. Although random, special attributes are always special, undoubtedly desirable. Thinking of this, confidence appeared in Guan Yang's eyes. This awakening ceremony was secure for him. Stable like the pillar of heaven and earth. System usage instructions transmitting. While Guan Yang was thinking, the mechanical voice sounded again. Instantly, a lot of information appeared in Guan Yang's mind. It was the introduction of the system. The multiverse contract system, as the name suggests, is a system that allows one to travel to other worlds and contract creatures. Moreover, these worlds are all from the film and TV worlds that appeared on Blue Star in past lives. The system has categorized these worlds. For example, Zombie World, Monster World, Martial Arts World, Sci-Fi World, Mythology World, Immortal World, Fantasy World. Within these worlds, various opportunities are hidden, which can help him grow quickly. But there is one premise: he can only contract villains in the stories. Is this a problem for Guan Yang? Who doesn't know that in films and TV, villains are always the strongest? The reason they eventually lose is either because the protagonist uses clever words, or dies for love. Very few are truly defeated by the protagonist. Villains are not a problem for Guan Yang. Secondly, once Guan Yang activates travel, he will randomly draw a world that matches his combat power and travel there. There is also some other information. For example, the travel function will only unlock after awakening attributes. He can travel once per month, and each travel can stay in that world for 10 days. This time can accumulate. If he travels once every 2 months, he can stay 20 days at once in the world. And so on. At this moment, above the awakening stage, a spiritual energy vortex over 4 meters high suddenly appeared above Wang Sisi's head. It immediately attracted Guan Yang's attention. The appearance of the spiritual vortex indicates Wang Sisi's combat power has exceeded 20. The height of the spiritual vortex also determines the benefits gained during awakening. The height of the vortex depends on two things: combat power and mutated attributes. The higher the combat power, the higher the vortex may rise. Mutated attributes also cause the vortex to rise sharply. Over 4 meters, quite good. The spiritual vortex lasted 3 seconds and then disappeared without a trace. At this moment, the awakening stone began to change. It first turned white, then quickly changed to green and blue. It came out. Oh. This is double attribute awakening. Ah, what a pity. It's okay. Just below single attribute awakening, development potential is still there. Who needs more? True, my goal is also to maintain double and strive for single. Seeing the awakening stone, Wang Cici immediately knew her attributes. Water and wood double attribute awakening. Good. Still within the range she could accept. Han Jin looked at Wang Cici's awakened attributes, expressionless. He was long used to it. After all, single or mutated attributes are rare. Among the people present, few could awaken single attributes. Congratulations, Wang classmate. Double attribute awakening is not bad, keep it up. Now, you may step down. Hearing this, Wang Cici nodded to Han Jin and stepped down. She needed to start planning her future development direction. Should she contract wood attribute creatures or water attribute creatures? This is not a small choice. Of course, she could also contract water and wood double attribute creatures. Double attribute creatures are stronger at the same level, but in terms of growth speed, they are far slower than single attributes. In the long run, not good. Next, the students of Class 1 began one by one to awaken attributes on stage. Unfortunately, the results were not satisfying. A class of 50 students, only 4 single attributes, less than a tenth of the total. 10 double attributes, 33 triple attributes, 3 quadruple attributes. It shows how hard it is to get single attributes. Of course, now Guan Yang had no pressure at all. He had the system by his side. This special attribute, he would awaken for sure. On the other side, on the podium, the school leaders all looked unhappy. A class with only 4 single attributes, small to see the big. After 20 classes, the single attribute awakening rate may be below 10%. In previous years, it was around 12%. If it drops below 10% this year, the school's ranking is predictable. It may even affect future enrollment and resource allocation. The school leaders could hardly be happy. No matter how much they pulled their faces. For now, all I can do is pray silently. Praying that a few single attributes appear, or maybe 1 or 2 mutant attributes would also work. In actual calculations, 1 mutant attribute is stronger than 10 single attributes. Too bad, single attributes are already so hard to get, mutant attributes are even harder. Meanwhile, the test results of Class 2 also came out. 6 people with single attributes, 15 with double attributes, 28 with triple attributes, 1 with 4 attributes. Finally, it's a little better, barely reaching the previous baseline. If it can be maintained, the school leaders can still accept it. The testing continued without stop. Suddenly, a 7-meter spiritual energy vortex appeared on the awakening platform. It attracted the attention of everyone present. A school leader, full of surprise, looked at the light column and murmured, 7-meter spiritual vortex, which great family is this from? Did a mutant attribute appear? On the awakening platform, the spiritual energy vortex lasted for 6 seconds before disappearing into nothingness. At the same time, a kind of blue appeared on the awakening stone, covered with cracks. Wow! It's a mutant attribute, the ice attribute. It's Xiaofeng from the Xia family. He actually awakened a mutant attribute. Ice attribute. I wonder if it's like the book says, freezing the sea in one strike. As expected, to awaken a good profession, ancestral bloodline is very important. Of course, if your parents both have single attribute bloodlines, you have a high probability of awakening a single attribute too. This damn era of relying on your father. Chapter 3, 5 Elements Useless Attribute? Around Guan Yang, everyone was discussing Xiaofeng. Guan Yang curiously used the detection technique on Xiaofeng. In the next second, Xiaofeng's attributes appeared in front of him. Name, Xiaofeng. Attribute, Ice. Combat Power, 56. Skill, Contract Technique LV1. Contract Creature, None. After awakening, his combat power actually reached 56. The opponent's basic combat strength is very high. With the strength of the Xia family, finding him an ice-type exotic beast for a contract is not difficult. It seems the Xia family is going to produce another genius. At this moment, on the awakening platform, Xiaofeng stood proudly, enjoying everyone's worship. Watching this, Guan Yang rolled his eyes. This kid doesn't know how to be low-key. It's just a mutant attribute. As if no one else has the same. Thinking this, Guan Yang stopped paying attention to him and turned to study the detection technique. Not bad, the skill from the system is really useful. Even the hidden attribute interfaces of outsiders can be detected, amazing. Time passed second by second. Finally, it was the turn of Guan Yang's class for testing. As classmates got their results one by one. Some were happy, some were sad. The variety of life could be seen on everyone's faces. Soon, it was Guan Yang's turn. He watched Guan Yang go on stage, clenching his fists tighter. Now, he was even more nervous than his own students. Nearly 20 people went up just now, and only one single attribute appeared. His face did not look good. He could only pray for each of his students going up. Hope it works. Guan Yang came to the awakening stone, without hesitation, pricked his finger, and smeared it on the stone. In the next second, the inscriptions on the awakening stone lit up again. The same golden light enveloped Guan Yang. The moment the golden light covered him, the system's prompt sounded in his ear. Ding! Detected the host beginning to awaken. Reward 4, Random Mutant Attribute Awakening, Beginning Distribution. Guan Yang's mouth twitched upward. He waited quietly, full of curiosity. He was very curious, with the system's interference, what kind of mutant attribute would he awaken? In Guan Yang's anticipation, the sky finally changed. A 10-meter-high spiritual energy vortex appeared above Guan Yang, stirring the wind and clouds for a moment. Its momentum, who knows how many times bigger than Xia Feng's. On the podium, the principal stood up in shock, staring at the horizon. 10-meter spiritual vortex, this is top-level genius awakening. Our Heisher third high is a top-level genius appearing again. 10 meters is an extreme number. Over 5 meters, it can be called a genius. And the top genius is that very small group of people standing at the very front of the geniuses. Only when the basic battle power exceeds 30 and the mutant attribute is possessed at the same time, this 10-meter spirit vortex will appear. The last time the number 3 high appeared was 5 years ago. Once a top genius awakens, it can completely change the resource distribution problem of the number 3 high. Therefore, the principal is so shocked and excited. And at this moment, Guan Yang, who is inside the spirit vortex, has another feeling. His original battle power had already been raised by the system. At this time, under the constant pouring in of this spirit vortex, his battle power becomes stronger at a speed visible to the naked eye. The 10-meter spirit vortex lasted for a full 10 seconds. Much longer than other awakeners. This is the love of heaven and earth for the top genius. After 10 seconds, the spirit vortex disappeared, and the awakening stone began to bloom with 5-colored light. Yes, it is 5-colored light, and the brightness shines extremely. At the moment seeing the attribute stone bloom, the principal's excited expression suddenly froze. An unbelievable look appeared in his eyes. Then he dropped onto his seat, murmuring to himself, how can it be, the top genius awakened is actually. Principal, is this 5-element attribute? Beside him, a school leader was also stunned on the spot and asked the principal blankly. 5-element attribute, also called 5-element trash talent. It means a person has all 5 elements and can be compatible with contract creatures of 5-element attributes. But at the same time, the 5-element attribute also limits the growth height of this person. Want to raise battle power, hard. Thinking of this, the principal sighed, AI. 5-element attribute, finally got a top genius, how can it be a 5-element attribute? Waste. The school leader who asked the question also fell into silence, looking at Guan Yang with a complicated gaze. The light on the awakening stone lasted 3 seconds before returning to the original state again. Various messy discussions burst out in the field immediately. Damn! Such a big momentum, actually a 5-element trash attribute. Isn't it? I even prepared to worship, even took off my pants, and you show me this? By the way, who knows about the 10-meter spirit vortex? In books the highest is only 9 meters, right? I probably should, maybe know. It seems mentioned in some extracurricular reading. Let me think, got it, I remember. You speak half, you're lasting halves. Speak quickly. Damn, you are ruthless. If I am not wrong, this is the awakening state of a top genius. To reach 10-meter spirit vortex, must have 2 conditions, one is basic battle power over 30, the other is mutant attribute. This 10-meter spirit vortex must appear like this. Wait, I have a question, high basic battle power is fine, but this mutant attribute, does it have anything to do with him? You think I am blind? The extracurricular reading didn't say, maybe 5-element spirit root also has this treatment? I read little, don't lie to me. Should, maybe, possibly. Otherwise can't explain. The students one sentence after another, analyzed Guan Yang's awakening completely. From the initial jealousy and envy, they turned into pity and sympathy. At this time, Guan Yang also stood stunned in place. He did not expect that the top attribute awakened is actually this. It is not the 5-element attribute guessed by everyone, but an unknown mutant attribute, full system awakening. Yes, his current attribute list clearly writes full system. Full system can contract any attribute creature and inherit 50% of the contract creature's battle power. Just ask who else can do this. Isn't this equal to a full attribute mutant awakening? Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, rain, thunder, lightning, fog, sun, moon, star, light, dark, ice, rock, fog, shadow, poison, he can contract whatever he wants. Not picky eater. Eat all. The system truly does not cheat me. Indeed worthy of special mutant attribute. Of course, in the eyes of outsiders, Guan Yang awakened is trash attribute, 5-element attribute. Han Jin, who hosts the awakening ceremony, was the first to come back to senses. Immediately organized his words and said, "Cough cough, student, your attribute. Go to your class teacher to understand it." Next. Chapter 4, I think the first high school is pretty good, you know what I mean. Guan Yang's heart was filled with immense joy, but on the surface, he calmly walked off the stage. The class leader, He Yun, was the first to approach him. "Guan Yang, your attribute, Sai." For a moment, He Yun didn't know how to comfort Guan Yang. Guan Yang didn't care, wealth shouldn't be flaunted. He had no intention of spreading this news everywhere. Silently improving his strength was the true path to success. Name, Guan Yang. Attribute, all systems. Combat power, 223. Skills, none. Contracted creatures, none. Skill, detect, allows checking the attributes of targets with combat power up to 50 times his own. Contract skill, LV1 can contract a creature, making it a shared creature of his. Contract time, 10 seconds. During the contract, the contracted creature cannot resist. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. Contract skill limitations. 1x combat power, 50% success rate. 2x combat power, 10% success rate. 3x combat power, 3% success rate. 4x combat power, 1% success rate. 5x combat power or above, contract failure. Guan Yang's combat power had nearly doubled. Having over 200 combat power right after awakening was simply monstrous. As for the contract, Guan Yang wanted to first test the system's ability. In his past life, there were many powerful creatures in the world of films and TV. If he could contract one, his strength would reach levels his peers could only dream of. After awakening his attribute, the system had already sent him a prompt. It told him that he had met the qualifications for his first cross-world travel. He could now travel to different worlds at any time using the system. Just as Guan Yang was lost in thought, He Yun's voice once again sounded in his ear. "Guan Yang, don't be discouraged. Actually, no matter what, there is still a chance to become stronger." Guan Yang looked at He Yun in surprise. "Ha! The old class leader has changed? He's learned how to comfort people? Seems like the old class leader actually has a good heart after all." But He Yun's next words completely wiped out this thought that shouldn't have even appeared in Guan Yang's mind. Although historically, the strongest contract master with the 5 elements attribute had a combat power of just under 10,000, it's still better than suicide, right? Still, if you want to commit suicide, remember to go to a different school. I think the first high school is pretty good, you know what I mean. Guan Yang. Could he say he didn't understand? The old class leader was still the old class leader, only the old class leader could say something like that. After saying that, He Yun said no more, turning to continue watching the awakening ceremony. After all, a 5-element attribute was just that, although the base combat power was high, so what? It's all fate. Not worth his effort to care too much about. Next, the attribute awakening continued, one after another. The awakening stage was occasionally surrounded by spiritual energy vortexes. All were beings with combat power above 20. But with Guan Yang's 10-meter spiritual vortex pearl in front, these 3, 5-meter, or 7, 8-meter spiritual energy whirlpools caused much less of a stir. What a shame that 10-meter vortex went to a useless 5-element attribute. Soon, the attribute awakening ceremony ended. All the students went home to rest. From now until the college entrance exam, they didn't need to come to school. Adapting to their own attributes and quickly contracting a creature of the corresponding attribute was what they needed to do. After all, there were only 10 days left before the college entrance exam. With the students leaving the school, the news of the most useless top genius in the third high school spread throughout the entire city in no time. It became the hot topic of the city. Meanwhile, Guan Yang couldn't wait to head home. He wanted to study his system well. His first contracted creature might be waiting for him in there. Not long after, Guan Yang arrived at a contract beast potion shop. This was Guan Yang's home. The shop sold low-level potions, all handmade by Guan Yang's mother. Of course, Guan Yang didn't live inside the potion shop, but in the house behind it. The front was the potion shop, and behind it was a small courtyard. At the back of the courtyard was their family's living quarters. At this moment, both of Guan Yang's parents were in the shop, with dishes of food on the table, just waiting for Guan Yang to come back. As soon as Guan Yang entered the door, he was noticed by his mother. "Son is back? Go wash your hands quickly, today Mom made your favorite braised pork." Guan Yang nodded, hummed a little tune while washing his hands, and then sat at the dining table. "Son, you look in a good mood, did you awaken a good attribute?" Father Guan looked Guan Yang over and immediately asked. "I guess so." He replied casually, picked up a piece of meat, and swallowed it in one bite. Mother Guan immediately exclaimed, "Really, my son really awakened a good attribute, son, you are amazing." Father Guan showed a small smile at the corner of his mouth, clearly happy inside. "Good, what attribute?" "All attributes." But because his mouth was full of braised pork, the words were a little unclear. Father Guan and Mother Guan's smiles instantly stiffened upon hearing this. They instinctively looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. In their understanding, all attributes meant having all the 5 elements. 5-element useless attributes. Mother Guan opened her mouth, ready to ask something, but Father Guan stopped her with a glance. Father Guan restrained his smile, was silent for 2 seconds, then spoke again. All attributes are not bad, at least he doesn't need to fight and can have enough to eat. Guan Yang? At this moment, hearing this, Guan Yang finally lifted his head and looked at them in confusion. Aren't you curious what I mean by all attributes? Father Guan waved his hand, looking as if he obviously knew. What's there to be curious about? Your mom and I have been around the world for so many years, what attribute haven't we seen? Isn't it just all attributes? Isn't it just 5-element attributes? Nothing unknown here. But unexpectedly, their son actually awakened this useless attribute. Sigh. Thinking of this, seeing Guan Yang about to say more, Father Guan suddenly interrupted, all right, don't talk about this, eat more. Guan Yang was stunned, then nodded strangely, okay. Could it be that all attributes existed in this world before? Otherwise, how would Dad and Mom know? Strange. But Guan Yang didn't think much, first he would eat. After that, the whole meal atmosphere became strange. Guan Yang quickly finished eating, then spoke. I'm going back to my room first. Saying this, he hurried toward the bedroom. He needed to carefully study the system. After Guan Yang left, Mother Guan couldn't help blaming herself as she looked at Father Guan. Did this child awaken this attribute because of my influence? Father Guan's face became serious, he said sternly, don't think nonsense. It has nothing to do with you. Hearing this, Mother Guan immediately became emotional. How can it have nothing to do with me? If I hadn't insisted on going into the dungeon to get materials while I was pregnant with him, I wouldn't have been injured, and wouldn't have been contaminated by the 5-element energy. Now, with Yanger like this, it must be my influence. Father Guan stood up, gently patted Mother Guan's head, comforting her. Alright, don't think nonsense. Look at it another way, actually this is a good thing. I don't want him to walk my old path. But that is all attributes, that is 5-element attributes. Useless attributes, in the future Guaner will definitely be bullied. Mother Guan expressed her worry. If Guan Yang heard this now, he wouldn't know what to think. He said all attributes, but to Father and Mother Guan, all attributes meant 5-element attributes. Thus, a misunderstanding was born. Chapter 5, Drawing the World. Father Guan was silent for several seconds upon hearing this. Then, he said with determined eyes, if it really doesn't work, I'll go to the dungeon once to find Guaner a stronger contract beast. Mother Guan's face changed, she immediately shook her head, no. I don't agree. If you appear, they will surely discover it. And your injury still exists, plus you haven't fought for so many years. The dungeon's situation is complicated and strange. If an accident happens, how can you leave the two of us alive? Father Guan was silent again after hearing this. After a moment, he spoke again, don't worry, I know my limits. In a few days, I will go to the provincial city for a walk. Let's try our luck. Upon hearing this, Mother Guan nodded immediately, then agreed, this is fine too. If we contract a slightly stronger creature, it will be enough for Yang to live without worry. I do not have high expectations for Yang. As long as he can live safely, with food and clothing, it is enough. Do we still have extra money at home to use? Father Guan nodded, then asked softly. About 2 million, I guess. That should be enough. Prepare it for me, I will leave for the provincial city the day after tomorrow. Okay. Next, Father Guan and Mother Guan talked about Guan Yang. But what they did not know was that Guan Yang was covering his mouth, standing not far away in the yard. He had turned back halfway and did not hear all of his parents' conversation. But from the last information he heard, it already exceeded his understanding of his parents. In his impression, his parents were just two ordinary people with 4 attributes. Father was a part-time collector, often going to nearby mountains to gather herbs. Mother mainly made potions, processing the herbs father collected into finished potions to sell in the shop. But from just now's conversation, the real situation seemed far beyond Guan Yang's imagination. His own parents had actually gone into dungeons. How could it be possible? Dungeons are forbidden areas even for third-tier strong fighters with 50,000 combat power. How could father and mother have gone there? Also, why did it feel like their expectation for his full attributes was so low? With doubt, Guan Yang quietly used the probing technique on his parents. Name, Guan Lin. Attribute, Thunder. Contracted creature, Thunder Qilin. Combat power, beyond detection limits, cannot be probed. Name, Hu Qing. Attribute, Light. Contracted creature, Unicorn. Combat power, beyond detection limits, cannot be probed. Guan Yang looked at his parents' attributes and almost screamed. Combat power beyond detection, mutant attributes. His father and mother were both mutant attributes. And the contracted creatures, Guan Yang had seen in books. Whether it was the Unicorn or Thunder Qilin, their combat power starts from 100,000. Being able to contract these creatures showed his parents' combat power was obvious. Terrifying. He did not expect his parents to hide so deeply. This world is divided into 9 tiers of strength. The first tier minimum is 1,000 combat power, second tier 10,000, third tier 50,000. Fourth tier 100,000, fifth tier 500,000, sixth tier 1 million. His father was very likely a third tier great master. How could this not shock him? He had to know, Haishur is a third tier city, a third tier is already considered a master. But in a moment, Guan Yang noticed something wrong. If his father had such strength, why stay in Haishur, a third tier city? And always hide himself. If he did not have probing technique, he might still be in the dark. Including his mother, too. Could it be? Guan Yang suddenly remembered what his mother said just now. They discovered. Who are they here? Are they enemies? Are they very strong? For a while, Guan Yang frowned, thinking of many things. After a moment, Guan Yang returned to his room in confusion. He did not ask father and mother directly. Some things, his parents were unwilling to tell him, must have a reason. At his current state, knowing too much was useless. Even if he jumped out now, his parents would casually dismiss him. Better to silently develop strength first. In this world, everything respects strength. Only if he is strong enough, any problem is no longer a problem. Thinking of this, Guan Yang took a deep breath, calmed his messy thoughts, and studied the system instructions again. At school, because of the environment, he had just skimmed through. Now, since he was preparing to enter, out of caution, he needed to study carefully. After a moment, Guan Yang had a deeper understanding of the system. Besides the information from school, he also learned one new piece of information. That was the time difference. In the real world and the world he would travel to, the time ratio was 1:10. That meant for every 10 days Guan Yang stayed in the other world, only 1 day passed in reality. Luckily, Guan Yang thought he wouldn't miss the college entrance exam, so now there was no need to worry. Nothing else was particularly special. Thinking of this, Guan Yang moved his mind and connected to the system. System, draw the world to travel to. Received, 1 world draw remaining. Do you want to draw now? Draw. Received. The next second, a virtual drawing disc appeared in front of Guan Yang. It was somewhat like the lottery wheel from his previous life. But the disc was filled with different big worlds. Martial arts world, sci-fi world, zombie world, monster world, immortal world, fantasy world. Then the disc started spinning continuously. Guan Yang stared at the disc without blinking. He actually had a world he liked in mind. The system explained it would draw a world matching his strength. In Guan Yang's view, that meant the tech world, zombie world, martial arts world, monster world. Mythical or immortal worlds were probably impossible. If he really went there, he would probably be at the bottom in strength. Meeting even a rabbit might instantly kill him, which would be terrible. Among these worlds, Guan Yang preferred the monster world. This world would definitely have strong villain creatures suitable for him to contract. As the disc spun continuously, it finally stopped completely. And the pointer of the disc pointed to the zombie world. Ding, host drew zombie world, binding to zombie world. Binding complete, ready to travel anytime. Guan Yang's face stiffened. Zombie world. Damn. The strongest villain contract creature in the zombie world seemed to be only one type. That was the zombie. Did it mean he had to contract a zombie? Damn. This could work. Who said contracts had to be beasts? Zombies were beyond the 3 realms, not in the 5 elements, they could also be contracted. For a moment, Guan Yang thought about many things. Others summoned beasts, he could summon a blood-sucking zombie. Let's see who could beat that. It was just zombies. Chapter 6, The Corpse Driver in the Wild Mountains. Thinking this, Guan Yang took out a piece of paper and started listing the things he needed to bring. He had a cubic storage space and could still carry many good things. He needed to make use of it. First were food and water. He would stay 10 days in the other world, who knew if it would be in the wild mountains. Survival first was the real priority. Next were glutinous rice, rooster blood, black dog blood, peachwood sword. These were all good tools to deal with zombies. The next day, Guan Yang spent half a day preparing all the needed items. Then he left a note in the bedroom. The note had an excuse to reassure his parents. Although he would only be gone for 1 day, he still had to tell them. Then, Guan Yang took a deep breath, connected his mind to the system, and chose to travel. The scene changed, and the next second, he was already in a place in the dark night. Guan Yang experienced for the first time what it meant to not see a hand in front of his eyes. It was completely silent around him, not a sound at all. He had no idea where he was. Guan Yang shivered instinctively. Luckily, he had expected this situation. Guan Yang casually took out a scattering flashlight. Once the light was on, it instantly dispersed the darkness and lit up the whole space. He saw it was a mountain forest. Tall trees were everywhere, he could not tell the direction. After scanning around, Guan Yang immediately decided it was too dangerous to walk at night in the mountains, so he would camp here and find a path at dawn. Luckily, he was prepared. Thinking this, Guan Yang found a flat place, and with a flick, a folding tent appeared in front of him. In no time, the tent was set up. He sprinkled some beast-repelling powder around, then entered the tent with ease. But Guan Yang felt no sleepiness at all, even though he had over 200 combat power, facing this zombie world. Before fully understanding the strength of this world, there was still not a shred of safety. Time passed in a daze, and it was already the latter half of the night. Guan Yang felt no sleepiness at all. But because of the dangerous environment outside, traveling was too risky. So Guan Yang decided not to sleep, stretched out his hand, and a bowl of steaming old jar pickled cabbage instant noodles appeared in front of him. Not to mention, this storage space had this one good point: whatever you put in, you got out in the same state. Just like this steaming bowl of instant noodles. It was exactly what Guan Yang had specially soaked and put inside. And it was still hot. Guan Yang just sat inside the tent, looking at the unchanging dark forest outside, holding a cup of instant noodles, a feeling he had never experienced before. The sky is vast, the wild is boundless, going home, in line. Brothers, let's go. Ean people go, young people avoid. At that moment, a singing voice suddenly echoed through the mountain forest. In the distance, a faint light suddenly flickered, similar to lantern candlelight. The next second, shadows appeared before Guan Yang's eyes following the faint light. Guan Yang's gaze was immediately drawn. Then, his eyes narrowed slightly. This is. The shadows lined up in a row, hopping forward. That iconic walking posture. Zombies. But zombies don't talk, so the words just now were from a person. Humans and zombies, plus walking at night. Their identity became clear: the corpse driver. While Guan Yang was guessing, the zombie group suddenly stopped. Then, a sound of surprise came. Eh? What smell? So fragrant. The next second, the zombie group seemed to have found the source of the smell and instantly changed direction toward Guan Yang. Guan Yang instinctively looked at the steaming bowl of instant noodles in his hand. He was thinking about how to interact with them, but unexpectedly, the noodles in his hand actually worked in his favor. Since they were corpse drivers, as long as he could make contact, they would understand the current situation. See if there was a familiar scenario. After all, this was a world from his past life's movies and TV, maybe there was something he knew. If so, planning against zombies would definitely be much easier. Zombies had extremely high growth potential. Once they reached late stages, they could even kill dragons in seconds. Isn't that exactly what Guan Yang needed? This was decided when he first chose the Great World. Thinking this, the corpse driver had already approached. Looking at him wearing glasses, a Taoist robe, a Taoist hat, and carrying a golden command flag on his shoulder. Exactly the posture of a corpse driver. But the face of the person in front of him made Guan Yang's pupils shrink. Damn. 4 Eyes Taoist. Little brother, you're brave to be alone in this wild mountain, huh? Also, what do you hold in your hand? Why is it so fragrant? 4 Eyes said while sniffing hard. Guan Yang instinctively cast a probing spell toward Four Eyes. Name, Four Eyes Taoist. Attribute, Metal. Combat Power, 900. Skills, Summoning, Mastery of Talismans, Corpse Driving Secret Technique, Maoshan Taoist Techniques. Looking at Four Eyes Taoist's level and combat power, Guan Yang fell into thought. He could analyze many things from Four Eyes Taoist's attributes. First, Four Eyes Taoist's combat power 900 corresponded to the main world, and he didn't even have a first rank. It really matched the world's level of strength. By inference, Old Nine's power, though stronger than Four Eyes, was still limited. After all, they were senior brothers from the same sect. So it could be estimated that Old Nine's combat power was at most around 1000. In the zombie world, most movies and TV revolved around Old Nine. Thus, it could be indirectly inferred that the zombies appearing would be slightly stronger than Old Nine. Calculating, the highest power would only reach 1 to 2000 combat power. Good. Still within his contract range. As long as he selected carefully, he could still find a suitable zombie to contract. His first contracted beast, his goal was a zombie within 5 times his own combat power. That means the fighting power is within 1115. Either do not contract, if contract then contract the maximum upper limit. Only like this, can quickly stand out from the mass of ordinary people. These thoughts quickly flashed in Guan Yang's mind. In the outside world, it was only 1 or 2 seconds, Guan Yang then came back to his senses. Facing the puzzled eyes of Four Eyes, he opened his mouth and said, Taoist, I also do not want to stay overnight in this mountain forest wilderness. But for a moment I cannot find the road when I came, so I can only temporarily stay. Four Eyes suddenly understood, so that is it. He said, how could one person stay here? As for what Taoist said. This is the food passed down in our family, called instant noodles. I still have more here, Taoist, do you want a bowl? While speaking, Guan Yang raised the instant noodles in his hand, bringing the instant noodles close to Four Eyes' front. A smell never smelled before instantly filled Four Eyes' nose. Under the lure of such smell, he immediately swallowed his saliva. No need, this poor Taoist is not hungry. Though the words were like this, the body was very honest. Gulu lulu lulu. A sound that made Four Eyes embarrassed came from inside his body. He drove corpses for half the night, he really did not eat one bite of food. At this time smelling this smell, instantly broke his defense. Chapter 7 One bowl of instant noodles pulls relationship. Seeing this, Guan Yang felt happy in his heart. This Four Eyes really wants face even to death. Taoist, no need to be polite. Traveling is quite tiring, only when full and drink enough then have strength. I will prepare a new bowl for Taoist. While speaking, he put down the instant noodles in his hand, turned around and drilled into the tent. The instant noodles are in his carry space, but still must pretend a bit. Seeing Guan Yang drill into the tent, the smile on Four Eyes' face instantly disappeared. His mind quickly started to think. He does not believe Guan Yang's excuse. This barren mountain wild ridge, alone at this time eating in the forest. As long as not stupid, definitely will think there is something fishy. Four Eyes is also like this. But what makes him puzzled is, he can judge the other party is indeed human. Just now, he secretly used the chi observing technique. On the other party's body except the blood energy is quite strong, there is no demon chi or Dao technique aura. This is also the place that makes Four Eyes puzzled. The other party appears here, is it accident or inevitable? Still need to observe more. Thinking like this, Four Eyes casually took out a silver needle, and probed into the instant noodles on the ground. Then looked at the silver needle that did not change color, nodded, and quickly took the silver needle back. Alone outside, some things, better be careful and cautious. Taoist, it is ready. Come try this bowl of noodles. Guan Yang held a bowl of instant noodles and drilled out of the tent. The expression on Taoist Four Eyes' face closed, a smile climbed onto his cheek. Many thanks, I eat this bowl is enough. While speaking, he picked up the instant noodles on the ground that was just tested poison, and drank one mouth of soup. Four Eyes instantly opened his eyes wide, subconsciously said, really fragrant. This taste is simply a never-experienced delicious. Immediately he took another sip. Then he could not stop, a few mouthfuls down, the instant noodle soup already saw the bottom. Guan Yang saw an eyes, the corner of his mouth lifted and immediately said, Taoist can try the noodles, the essence is all in the noodles. Taoist Four Eyes was stunned, subconsciously fished up a piece of noodles, put into his mouth, and chewed. After that, his eyes shined as he looked at the instant noodles. This strong and bouncy texture, simply never had before. How can it be so delicious? Thinking like this, Four Eyes had no time to care other things, in a few moves he finished all the not much instant noodles. Woo woo. Little brother, your noodles taste, nothing to say. While speaking, Four Eyes stretched out his thumb toward Guan Yang, his face full of sigh. Guan Yang felt happy in heart, Forfeiture's reaction was within expectation. That is, of course, this is old alter pickled cabbage improved in that world, all are real old pit plus manual stepping picking pickling. The taste absolutely can stand test. Taoist, do you want to try this bowl and that bowl are completely two kinds of taste. But both equally delicious. While speaking, Guan Yang opened the lid of the braised beef noodles in his hand, and handed it to Four Eyes. The next second, a strong smell of beef hit him in the face. Simu instinctively swallowed his saliva. He looked at the noodles in Guan Yang's hand, then at Guan Yang's eyes. Only then did Simu take a deep breath. He calmed his mind and looked serious as he said to Guan Yang, "Young brother, I will not hide anything. May I ask, why did you specifically wait here for me, and what do you seek?" He could see that the young man in front of him had no ill intent. No ill intent meant there was a purpose. Simu had eaten a bowl of noodles from him, so he had received a favor. If the purpose was not big, he would be willing to understand. Guan Yang was stunned for a moment at first, then realized the truth. Right, Taoist Simu was not foolish, in fact, he was clever, so suspicion was normal. Sure enough, I cannot hide it from you. I do have something to ask. Tell me. But first, I may not be able to help. Simu first left himself an exit, to avoid being trapped later. I just want to ask a few things. First, where is the nearest town recently, and how to get there? I am really lost, not waiting here for you on purpose. Second, can you give me some protective charms? In this desolate wilderness, I am afraid of accidents. Third, may I ask, Taoist, does the world really have zombies? He then pointed to a row of customers at Simu's place. The first question was to understand the plot, to know where he was and what the situation involved, to see if he recognized it. After all, there were quite a few of Simu's movies and shows. The second question had two hidden meanings, real protection, and if he met Ninth Uncle, he could use it to lie about his identity. The third was to understand the situation of zombies in this world. What upgrade paths existed, as it involved his contract. Of course, Simu did not know this. Simu looked surprised and asked, "Just this?" Guan Yang nodded, "Just these." You really were not waiting here for me on purpose? Simu asked again. Being so prepared, it would be impossible to say he was not waiting. Guan Yang smiled bitterly, "Taoist, really not. I don't even know who you are. We truly met by chance." Simu looked at Guan Yang's expression, it did not seem like a lie. Got it. He just said, his journey was by preference, how the other person understood it was coincidence. It really was a coincidence. Since the situation was clear. Alright. These questions are not secrets, I will clear them for you. Listening carefully. Guan Yang immediately pricked up his ears to listen. Simu nodded, paused, organized his words, and began, let's start with something simple. This is Laolin Mountain, the nearest town is Renjia Town. I came from Renjia Town. Follow the direction I came from, it takes a few hours walk. When Guan Yang heard Renjia Town, he shivered all over. 4 words instantly appeared in his mind. Mr. Zombie. For a moment, Guan Yang's eyes were full of complex emotions. He just happened to know this movie. In the movie, there were only 2 zombies, Old Master Ren and Master Ren. He just did not know which timeline he was in. Had the plot started or not? His mind flashed with many thoughts. He wanted to ask, but thought better and suppressed it, continuing to listen to Simu. Because what Simu was about to say was about zombies. As you guessed, zombies exist in this world. Humans are divided into good and bad, corpses into zombies and dead bodies. A human becomes bad because of failure, a corpse becomes a zombie because of an extra breath. Before a person dies, anger, frustration, or sadness accumulates. After death, this breath gathers in the throat, absorbs the energy, and turns the corpse into a zombie. Newly formed zombies, with incomplete souls, lose reason, only know to absorb energy and drink human blood. At these words, Guan Yang finally had a rough understanding of how zombies were formed. Simu paused, then continued, since we are talking about zombies, let me tell you a few more things. Zombies also have levels and ranks. Based on appearance, newly formed zombies are completely purple, called purple zombies. Then, as the corpse energy grows stronger, zombies gradually evolve into white zombies, green zombies, hairy zombies, flying zombies. Among zombies, there are actually some with extraordinary talents, like flying corpses, golden armor corpses, blood corpses, poison corpses. There are too many things related to zombies, little brother, just knowing this is enough. Simu briefly introduced them and did not go into further details. As he said, there really are too many things about zombies, you could talk for 3 days and nights and still not finish. It is enough for Guan Yang to have a general idea. Knowing too much is useless. Guan Yang does not know Taoist arts anyway. Chapter 8, Saying Goodbye to Simu, Fooling Uncle Jiu. Guan Yang nodded, understanding what was said. This information was enough. With what he knew about the zombie evolution path, this would fix the direction of their development. In this way, the contract with the zombie was set. After speaking, Simu casually took out a yellow talisman, folded it twice, and handed it to Guan Yang. Little brother, actually you don't need to worry. This area is a path I often take, there won't be any evil spirits. But meeting is fate, this protective charm is for you. Keep it on your body, with it you will not be troubled by evil forces. Remember, do not soak it in water. Otherwise it will lose its power. Guan Yang felt happy and quickly took it. He finally had a key item. Thank you, Taoist. Simu nodded, alright. Little brother, it's getting late, I must quickly send my client on their way. We will meet again. Taoist, take care, thank you for your guidance. It's nothing. By the way, Simu said as he picked up the bowl of braised beef noodles from the ground. I will take this noodles without being polite. Then he took a deep sniff of the noodle aroma. Smells so good, really good. Guan Yang smiled and said, of course. Taoist, if you like, I actually have many of these semi-finished ones. Wait a moment, I will get some for you. In the future, Taoist, whenever you want to eat, just take one, add hot water, let it soak for 3 to 5 minutes, then you can eat. The taste will not change at all. Guan Yang then went back into the tent. Simu's eyes immediately lit up. Such a good thing. Eat now, and can take away too. 5 minutes later, Simu left happily with a full box of 24 cups of instant noodles of various flavors. And in Guan Yang's hand, there was also a gold bar. It was left by Simu. He said he should not take advantage of Guan Yang for free. Guan Yang did not refuse. He knew Simu was rich, a full box of small gold bars. And he himself did not have the currency of this world, so he needed some to spend. Both were happy and went their separate ways. After this, knowing this place was relatively safe, Guan Yang tidied up, entered the tent, and rested. Near noon the next day, Guan Yang finally stepped into Renjia Town. The first thing he needed to do was go to the bank to exchange gold bars into coins, making it convenient to use. 10 minutes later, Guan Yang left the bank and quickly headed toward the charitable hall where Uncle Jiu was. In his heart, he kept thinking about the information he had just received from the bank. Now old Master Ren was still alive and well. And he got another piece of information. Renjia had just returned from the provincial city a few days ago. This information instantly let Guan Yang know the timeline of the story. Old Madame Ren had not moved the grave yet. So it was still early, planning and scheming was still possible. After asking for directions along the way, Guan Yang finally arrived at the charitable hall. In this era, charitable halls were unlucky places, so they were far from towns and villages. Guan Yang searched for a while. Seeing the two big characters for charitable hall, a smile appeared on Guan Yang's face. He was about to knock on the door, and the next second, a roar came from inside. You two naughty kids. I told you to prepare the things we need in 3 days, and here you are being lazy and sleeping. Let's see how I deal with you. Master, it's all Wen Kai's fault. He said the sun is too good, perfect for a nap. Master, it's not like that. It's not like that, you big-headed ghost. Aren't you going to prepare the things quickly? Yes. Inside the funeral home, when Kai Qiushang was just about to pack his things, when the next second, a knocking came at the front gate. Dong dong dong. Hearing the knocking, Qiushang hurriedly said to Uncle Jiu by his side. Master, someone is here. Uncle Jiu frowned. He muttered secretly, strange, who would come at this time? Though puzzled, his face stayed calm. He adjusted his clothes and said in a deep voice, since you heard it, aren't you going to open the door quickly? Oh. Qiushang quickly opened the gate, and who appeared in sight was Guan Yang. You are. Hello, you are Qiushang, right? May I ask if Uncle Jiu is here? I am a new disciple of Master Simu. Master told me to come find Uncle Jiu. This is the token. Guan Yang threw out the prepared explanation, and also took out the protective talisman given by Simu. At the same time, secretly, he cast a probing spell at Qiushang. Name, Qiushang. Attribute, metal. Combat power, 300. Skills, Ma Shan Taoist Arts Basic, Feng Shui Basic, Basic Fists and Kicks. Looking at Qiushang's attributes, Guan Yang thought, whoa. Are ordinary people in this world all this strong? As far as he knew, Qiushang only had some strength in fists and kicks, and slightly knew some clumsy Taoist arts, yet he already had 300 combat power. So by conversion, an ordinary person without fists and kicks would still have over 100 combat power? Is the combat power baseline this high? Is it because the world is different? Guan Yang thought this. Only this explanation could explain why Qiushang had this combat power. At the same time, Guan Yang secretly felt lucky. Luckily he chose this world. If it were really a world of myths or immortals, his strength would really be as he feared, not even better than a rabbit, so what strategy or contracts could he plan? Guan Yang thought of many things in a moment. On the other side, Xiao Shang, hearing this, asked in confusion, Master's disciple? New disciple of Master Simu? At this moment, Uncle Jiu came forward in doubt. He received the talisman with suspicion. After opening it and carefully examining it, he finally nodded. It is the talisman of Master Simu's disciple, but why did Master Simu never mention you? Seeing this, Guan Yang saluted Uncle Jiu. This salute was learned from another play of Simu. It should be universal. The purpose of using it now was to increase credibility. It's like this, Senior Uncle. Last night, Master Simu passed by Old Forest Mountain and happened to save me who was lost. Afterwards, he took me as his disciple. Seeing the gesture Guan Yang made, Uncle Jiu already believed most of it. After hearing Guan Yang, he immediately dismissed all doubts. Counting the time, the disciple left his place last night, indeed could reach Old Forest Mountain. Time, place, and token all matched, the identity matched. Uncle Jiu nodded, no longer doubting Guan Yang's identity, but still asked, then Master sent you here for? Seeing this, Guan Yang thought, got it. He immediately gave the prepared excuse, it's like this, Master was in a hurry to send guests back, so he told me to come find you, Senior Uncle, and stay at your funeral home for a few days, until Master comes to pick me up. Uncle Jiu immediately understood. I see. In that case, you will stay at my funeral home. After speaking, Uncle Jiu seemed to remember something, and asked casually, did Master say when he would come? He didn't say, just said maybe in about 10 days. Come in first, we will talk later. After saying this, Uncle Jiu turned and walked into the funeral home. But the moment he turned, his face immediately turned bitter. He instinctively touched his wallet. In his heart, he muttered, 10 days. The daily expenses for these 10 days, my wallet will be tight again. He asked Guan Yang how long he would stay, actually thinking about food rations. Every additional person means an extra pair of chopsticks, an extra expense. He had no choice but to calculate carefully. Although he earned a lot every time he did feng shui for someone. But he just couldn't handle his big expenses. Moreover, his fate had this problem, 5 weaknesses and 3 lacks, and the only lack was money. Not being able to keep money was the real trouble. Every time he had to worry about money. But he couldn't show it in front of Guan Yang, sigh. It was enough to make someone die of worry. And Guan Yang, after Uncle Jiu turned around, threw a detection spell at him. Chapter 9 Coincidental Event? Name, Lin Fengjiu. Attribute, Metal Type, Soul Type. Combat Power, 1280. Skills, Mastery of Talismans, Mashan Daoist Techniques, Feng Shui Skills, Summoning Deities, Soul Summoning, Yin Yang Vision, Tai Mysterious Sword Technique, Basic Mashan Lightning Techniques. A long series of skills, almost blinding Guan Yang's titanium dog eyes. But Uncle Jiu's combat power, as expected, was about 1000. By this calculation, Old Master Ren's combat power later in the story should also be over 1000. Still within the strength he could control. Good. After a moment, Guan Yang pushed down his thoughts and naturally stayed at Uncle Jiu's funeral home. Time quickly came to the 3rd day. Guan Yang helplessly put down the book in his hands. It was a basic Mashan Daoist book. Unfortunately, studying it for 3 days had been useless. According to what was written, if he wanted to cultivate so-called spiritual power, he couldn't even think about it for 3 to 5 years. And even if he gained spiritual power, whether he could use it in the main world was another question. So Guan Yang gave up cultivating the Dao. Better to honestly increase his combat power through contracts. This was faster and more reliable. Here, he was only a visitor after all. In these days, besides trying to learn Daoist techniques, he spent more time studying the story plot. Luckily, his memory was excellent, another benefit of crossing over. He forcefully recalled the story roughly. The timeline was also roughly clear. At the same time, he found the best time to contract Old Master Ren. That would be on the 8th day since he arrived. This was the 4th day of his stay, so he had 6 days left in this world. According to the story, this afternoon during the Shen hour, Old Master Ren would move the grave. The next day, Old Master Ren would fake a resurrection. 5 days left. One more day, the 4th to last day of his stay, Uncle Jiu would be captured and imprisoned. At night, the corpse transformation would happen. Old Master Ren would then raid Ren Mansion, and the injured Uncle Jiu would hide in the back mountain cave. At this time, Guan Yang thought it was the best moment. Because Old Master Ren would be severely injured. Unable to move at all, he could boldly use the contract spell. No need to worry about resistance until success. And the four-eyed Taoist would return exactly on his last day of stay. Perfect timing. He found the chance to contract Old Master Ren, and also thought about the growth of the zombie after contracting. In these days, he found 3 ways for zombies to get stronger from Uncle Jiu's books. First, blood from spirit beasts, demon beasts, or cultivators. This method increased strength fastest. Of course, it was also risky. Spirit beasts, demon beasts, and cultivators were all strong, and getting their blood was hard. Second, type or poison-type treasures. This was even harder. The story had never shown these things. Finding them would rely completely on luck. Third, absorbing moon essence or a lot of energy to evolve through energy. This took much time. Thinking about it, Guan Yang felt there was no way to start strengthening. The last 2 methods could be passed directly. As for the first method, there were only 2 cultivators, Uncle Jiu and Four-eyed. Neither could Old Master Ren provoke. Better to forget it. He would see the situation later. If it didn't work, he could consider going back to the main world to upgrade. The main world had no shortage of strange beasts. Their strong vitality was exactly what zombies needed. Surely they could evolve quickly. After lunch, Uncle Jiu said to Guan Yang, "Xiao Guan, this afternoon I am taking Wen Kai to move Old Master Ren's grave. Do you want to come?" Guan Yang's expression slightly moved, and he immediately nodded. "Okay, just in time to learn some feng shui from Master Uncle." "Very well." Uncle Jiu nodded, and the matter was settled. At the hour of Shen, on a hill not far from Ren family town. At this moment, a group of people were performing a ritual. It was Uncle Jiu and Old Master Ren and others. After Ren Fa finished worshipping his ancestors, he proudly showed off to Uncle Jiu. "Uncle Jiu, the feng shui master said this gravesite is very hard to find, it's a good spot." This sentence was deliberately said by Ren Fa. 1. To show the power of the Ren family, that such a treasure spot was acquired by them. But also, secretly testing Uncle Jiu's strength. Whether he really was as miraculous as the villagers said. Upon hearing this, Uncle Jiu's expression was strange, and he immediately saw through Ren Fa's intention. But taking money to help people avoid disaster, he still maintained a serious face and said, "Correct, this is indeed a treasure land. This land is called Dragonfly Touch Water Spot. It is 3 zhang 4 long, but only 4 qi is usable. It is 1 zhang 3 wide, but only 3 qi is useful. So the coffin cannot be buried flat, only ritual burial is allowed." Amazing, Uncle Jiu. Old Master Ren saw Uncle Jiu just glanced at the grave, yet spoke perfectly, immediately dismissing his doubts. Uncle Jiu's fame across 10 li and 8 villages was indeed not empty. Upon hearing this, Wen Kai subconsciously asked, "Master, what is ritual burial? Is it a French-style funeral?" Uncle Jiu rolled his eyes and whispered scoldingly, "Stop talking." Next to him, Xiao Shang sighed helplessly. Although he didn't know either, he was smart. He would never so openly ask the master, otherwise it would show their ignorance. If you want to ask, you can ask privately. But Wen Kai, with his wooden brain, to teach him emotional intelligence, very hard. "Uncle Jiu, the worship is done, can we start digging?" At this moment, a foreman came forward and asked Uncle Jiu. "Yes." "Good, start digging." The crowd began pushing soil and digging the grave. At this time, Guan Yang stood at a distance, quietly observing the surroundings, not paying attention to the coffin. He was looking for someone. These days, news of the Ren family moving the grave had already spread in Ren family town. Even with Guan Yang's secret help, all nearby villages knew this matter. He believed that if the other side knew this news, they would come to see their work with their own eyes. Perhaps, the other side was now hiding in the shadows, watching Ren Fa's actions. Guan Yang was searching for the feng shui master who had his grave occupied 20 years ago. In Guan Yang's view, that feng shui master was not simply trying to ruin someone's business, but wanted to use the chance to destroy the Ren family's legacy and cut off their roots. Why he guessed this was because, combining the events, several things were extremely unreasonable. First, Old Master Ren, buried only 20 years, his body had not decayed and became a zombie. This itself was a bug. Unless someone interfered, it was impossible. Second, 2 days later at night, once Old Master Ren left the coffin, he met 2 full-blood black goats, just enough to restore his strength. Such coincidence was unheard of, could it get more ridiculous? Third, even if Old Master Ren could become a zombie, why did he grow so strong in such a short time? Moreover, he grew stronger the more he was defeated. Simply like a scion possessed, completely absurd. This was a zombie. Even for grow stronger after defeat, it takes time. Happening in just a few days, really playing games. Of course, there were other unreasonable points. Putting it all together, Guan Yang thought of only one possibility. That is, human intervention. Chapter 10, Old Master Ren leaves the coffin, Feng Shui Master appears. Only human factors could explain everything. And the most likely person was the feng shui master from 20 years ago. This was why Guan Yang was investigating everywhere. In his view, if the other side knew old Master Ren's grave was being moved, he will definitely come to the dark place to look at his masterpiece. As for the place where the other person was hiding, Guan Yang was not certain, but he had some guesses. Very simple, feng shui masters are mostly very proud. Facing the Ren family, he would surely have a look of triumph, as if planning everything and controlling victory. At this moment, if he really wanted to inspect his masterpiece, it must be at a place that overlooks the whole scene. Only this way, he could show he is the controller, the expert. Thinking like this, only the peaks of the surrounding mountains fit the situation. And now, Guan Yang was observing exactly these places. Soon, Guan Yang locked on a mountain not far away. Under a big tree, a faint human figure could be seen. If not for Guan Yang observing carefully, ordinary people would never notice. Seeing this person, Guan Yang's mouth twitched slightly. It seems all his guesses were correct. Guan Yang had found the other person, but did not act. It was not yet the time to alert the snake. As long as he knew it was a human, many things could be planned next. While Guan Yang was thinking, a loud shout from the foreman drew everyone's attention. "See the coffin!" Uncle Jiu and the others immediately gathered around. Guan Yang also looked deeply at the distance again, then stepped forward. He wanted to see how much fighting power the old Master Ren had now. "Loose the rope, lift the nails." Uncle Jiu ordered in a deep voice, then turned to the crowd and said, "Everyone, today is the day Ren Weiyong sees the light again. Anyone aged 26, 36, 22, 35, 48, belonging to rooster or ox, turn away." Guan Yang was not among them, so he did not turn away. After everyone moved away, Uncle Jiu spoke loudly again. "Everyone moved away, tidy your clothes, open the coffin." At this moment, a group of black crows suddenly flew out of the surrounding forest, scattering. Uncle Jiu frowned, this was not a good sign. Bang! The coffin was completely opened. Uncle Jiu and the others hurried forward to check. Guan Yang also walked quickly forward and directly cast a probe spell on the not yet rotten old Master Ren. Name, Ren Weiyong. Attribute, Dark. Combat power, 600. Skill, none. Guan Yang looked at old Master Ren's attributes and raised an eyebrow. The combat power was fine, but the skills part was definitely wrong. How could a zombie have no skills? Could it be because it had not yet turned into a corpse completely? Thinking this, Guan Yang glanced at the distant mountain. The next second, his eyes became firm. That mountain peak was now empty, without any human figure. The feng shui master had left without anyone noticing. For a moment, Guan Yang fell into deep thought. Guan Yang did not plan to act now. The time was not ripe. He would wait until old Master Ren became stronger, then acting would bring the greatest benefit. Next, like the story, Uncle Jiu suggested cremation for peace. But Ren Fa refused stubbornly. With no choice, Uncle Jiu carried old Master Ren back to the charity hall. "Remember, burn incense at every grave. Xiao Guan, come with me back to the hall." Uncle Jiu reminded Qiu Shang Wen Kai again, then called Guan Yang. Guan Yang said immediately, "Uncle Jiu, you go first. I will help the senior brothers a little." Uncle Jiu looked at Guan Yang strangely, but did not think too much, nodded, "All right then." Then he turned and left with the main group. After Uncle Jiu left, Guan Yang and the other two started burning incense. Guan Yang had already chosen Dong Xiaoyu's tombstone, and said to Qiu Shang, "Senior brother, this area is mine." Saying this, he took the incense from Qiu Shang and walked to Dong Xiaoyu's tombstone. Qiu Shang was happy and relaxed, then turned to other graves. Guan Yang arrived at Dong Xiaoyu's tombstone and immediately burned 3 sticks of incense. He stayed here for Dong Xiaoyu. Of course, it was not because of beauty, but for future planning. Since he discovered that the power levels in this world were quite high. Guan Yang felt that acting alone was somewhat unsafe, it was better to have an ally with strong combat power. After deep thought, Guan Yang decided on Dong Xiaoyu. This girl who dared to meet Qiu Shang and confront the ninth uncle's ghost head-on, wasn't she the best choice for an ally? After offering incense, Guan Yang deliberately sighed at the tombstone, "Beauty often has short life, I hope you are reborn well." After speaking, he turned to leave. According to the plot, Dong Xiaoyu, now possessing the tombstone, must have sensed the outside world. She would respond. And indeed, as Guan Yang turned, a female voice sounded. "Thank you." Guan Yang did not look back, but his mouth curved into a smile, and he waved his hand at the tombstone while turning away. Quick, look, quick, look. At that moment, Wen Kai ran over in a panic. He held burned incense, 2 short and 1 long. Seeing this incense, Qiu Shang's face changed slightly, and he hurriedly said, "Quick, go report to Master. Junior brother Guan, let's go." Hearing this, Guan Yang said to Qiu Shang, "Senior brother, you go first. I still have a few more to finish. See you later at the mortuary." "Okay. Then we'll go back first." With that, Qiu Shang and Wen Kai hurried out. Guan Yang then visited the remaining tombs. After that, he quickly headed down the mountain. But his destination was not the mortuary, it was the town. An hour later, in an inn in Renjia Town. "Boss. Bring a pot of wine," Guan Yang said to the innkeeper. "All right, please wait a moment, guest. By the way, boss, have there been any strangers staying here these days?" Guan Yang asked casually while the innkeeper poured wine. The stranger he referred to was the feng shui master. He believed that before seeing the Ren family wiped out, the man would not leave easily. He would see this big game to the end. This was the third inn he asked, the last large inn in Renjia Town. If no one was found here, Guan Yang would have to change strategy. While pouring wine for Guan Yang, the innkeeper replied, "Speaking of strangers, should I count you?" Joking, the innkeeper then turned his head without looking back. "Actually, there was one stranger last night, an old man with a strange face. He booked 10 days directly. He spent money freely, clearly a wealthy man." "Oh." Guan Yang's mouth curved slightly. He thought, found him. Old man, strange face, 10-day stay, these three signs together must be the feng shui master. Guan Yang was so certain because the town was remote, with very few outsiders. The chance of a stranger staying long-term was almost zero. Really? He spent freely. How freely did he spend? Chapter 11 Purebred Black Goat. 10 minutes later, Guan Yang walked out of the inn, looking back at the inn sign, Yinfu Inn. Good. The evolution material for the zombie baby was found. Exactly. Guan Yang's reason for finding the feng shui master was to upgrade the zombie. Of course, this was after it became his contracted creature. He believed that once it absorbed the master's blood, the zombie's strength would increase significantly. The man was evil-minded, offering himself as a sacrifice to the zombie. Guan Yang felt no guilt. With this thought, Guan Yang set off back to the mortuary. As he passed through a forest, a voice faintly came from the side trees. Help me, someone save me." Guan Yang frowned, looking at the sky. Dark clouds covered it, night had fallen. In this weather, no normal girl would be out. When things are abnormal, there must be a demon. Guan Yang was about to ignore it, but in the next second, he realized something. This voice, it was Dong Xiaoyu. The exact same voice as at the cemetery today. Was it trying to lure him in? Was he replacing Qiu Shang? Thinking this, Guan Yang narrowed his eyes, pondering for a moment. He then pretended to scream loudly, "Ghost." The next second, he suddenly pushed off with his feet. Rushed quickly toward the mortuary. Meeting them now would bring no benefit. Simply because the status was unequal. He didn't even have any ability to resist. Even Qiusheng's 300 combat power could not resist Xiaoyu's charm. He was even weaker. If they met, he would just get entangled and mess things up. At least he must have some self-protection ability before considering meeting Xiaoyu. After Guan Yang walked far away, a woman in white flew out from the woods, her face full of displeasure. It was Dong Xiaoyu. Looking at the fleeing Guan Yang, Dong Xiaoyu seemed to think of something, her displeasure turning into a hand-covered laugh. He, so fun. Elsewhere, when Guan Yang returned to the mortuary, old Master Ren's coffin had already been marked with ink lines. Guan Yang glanced at the bottom of the coffin that was missed, but did not speak to remind anyone. It was better to wait for the right chance according to the original plan. A quiet night passed. The next day, Guan Yang got up very early and went out early. He went again to Yinfu Inn, ordered a simple meal, and started eating bit by bit. But his eyes kept glancing at the stairs. Every time someone came down the stairs, he would carefully observe them. He was waiting for that feng shui master. He needed to see what kind of strength that feng shui master had. Know yourself and know the enemy, and you can win every battle. Now his 200 plus combat power was just like an ordinary person's in this world. Even Qiusheng was stronger than him. 200 plus combat power was too weak in this world. Soon, Guan Yang saw the person he was waiting for. A thin old man in a black Taoist robe, half of his hair white. The moment Guan Yang saw him, he immediately sent out a probing skill. Name, Zhuge Huai. Attribute, Earth. Combat power, 650. Skills, Feng Shui Essentials, Qi Observation, Fate Change, Poison Techniques, Corpse Control, Zombie Driving. This must be the Feng Shui master without a doubt. And his strength almost matched the four-eyed Taoist. With that series of skills, he clearly had some real abilities. After that, Guan Yang casually ate 2 bites, then got up to leave. Now the enemy was unaware of him, it was not easy to alert them. Better wait a little longer. Time quickly approached dusk. Uncle Jiu found Guan Yang and said, "Xiao Guan, I will take Xiaoxing and Wen Kai to clear Old Master Ren's new tomb. Will you go with us or stay at the mortuary?" Hearing this, Guan Yang instantly understood many things. No wonder Uncle Jiu didn't know Old Master Ren was killed the next day. He went to handle the new tomb. In the original story, with Uncle Jiu's alertness, if Old Master Ren only moved the coffin a little last night, Uncle Jiu would have heard and come to check. Why this night, with the coffin overturned and so much noise, Uncle Jiu didn't know. He didn't even come to check, and the next day still wanted Xiaoxing and Wen Kai to go to the mortuary. There was only one reason: Uncle Jiu wasn't at the mortuary. No one was even guarding the mortuary. Now, Guan Yang finally understood the reason. After thinking for 2 seconds, Guan Yang spoke, "Uncle Jiu, I was going to tell you, I might have to go to the town for a couple of days. I won't come to the new tomb." He said this to distance himself from the matter. He might stay here a few more days. If he stayed to guard and zombies broke out, it would be unclear how to explain. Better to say he had business in town. Although Uncle Jiu was surprised about Guan Yang going to town, he was not the type to ask much. He nodded immediately. All right. The matter was settled. Soon, Uncle Jiu left with Wen Kai. Guan Yang, however, looked at the coffin and fell into thought. Should he open the coffin now and make a contract with Old Master Ren? But if he opened it now, would Old Master Ren continue to rest, or would he explode up? After thinking, Guan Yang decided to play it safe. If he opened the coffin and Old Master Ren exploded up, he wouldn't have the strength to suppress him. Better to wait until Old Master Ren was stronger, and Uncle Jiu was unable to move him. Then he would act. At night, Guan Yang did not leave. He quietly hid in a corner of the courtyard, eyes looking around. Tonight was the day Old Master Ren would rise from the coffin. He wanted to see how those 2 black goats appeared. He had been at Ninth Uncle's place for several days, but had never seen a goat. That meant the black goats when Old Master Ren rose must have been done by humans. What he needed to do tonight was to observe the situation. Soon, Guan Yang squinted his eyes. Something was really happening. A figure leapt from the wall into the courtyard. The person wore black clothes and a black hat, only the eyes were visible. From the figure, Guan Yang immediately recognized it was the feng shui master Zhu Hui. The person looked around left and right, then tilted his head to listen carefully. After confirming no one was around, he carefully put down a black cloth bag on his shoulder. Then he took out 2 live black goats from the bag. Strangely, the 2 black goats were unusually obedient. After leaving the bag, they did not run or cry, just quietly stayed in place. Zhu Hui nodded in satisfaction. He made a few hand gestures, and the 2 black goats, as if possessed, walked to the center of the courtyard. When they reached the position in front of the door, they stopped, standing still as if waiting for something. Then Zhu Hui calculated the time with his fingers and stood guard there. Guan Yang instinctively cast a detection spell on the 2 goats. Name: Purebred Black Goat. Combat Power: 10. Skill: Full of Vitality. Guan Yang. Well. This was obviously a feast prepared for Old Master Ren to rise. He wanted to see how much power Old Master Ren would gain from absorbing the blood of these 2. Guan Yang just waited with the feng shui master. Chapter 12, The Contract Begins. Soon, a loud bang came from the house. Then a black figure slowly jumped out of the house. It was Old Master Ren rising from the coffin. The feng shui master in the distance saw this, eyes brightening, quickly making a hand gesture. The bell between the goats' necks rang immediately. Ring! The bell sound instantly drew Old Master Ren's attention. Without thinking, Old Master Ren rushed straight toward the 2 black goats. The 2 black goats, as if unaware of danger, still stood stupidly in place. Then came 2 faint screams. The black goats were instantly drained of blood. Old Master Ren exhaled, sniffed with his nose, and suddenly locked onto a direction, moving outward. Guan Yang in the distance cast a detection spell on Old Master Ren who had just drained the blood. Name: Ren Weiyong. Attribute: Dark. Combat Power: 650. Skills: Bloodthirsty, Iron Skin, Giant Strength, Tracking by Smell. He really increased in power. These 2 blood sources indeed had a big effect. Old Master Ren not only had attribute changes, but skills had changed too. Surely after absorbing the blood of close relatives, he would change even more. After Old Master Ren left, the feng shui master revealed himself. He instinctively touched his beard hidden under the mask, whispering, "Ren family, it's time to repay the debt." Then the feng shui master turned and left. Guan Yang, still observing, narrowed his eyes. He did not appear, not yet the time, just wait a little longer. The next day, a murder occurred at the Ren mansion, and news of Old Master Ren's death in the study spread throughout Ren family town. Then, just as in the plot, Ninth Uncle returned with Wen Kai, and was arrested by Officer Away. Guan Yang did not appear. Ninth Uncle would be fine. According to the plot, tonight, Xiaoxing would go to the prison to save Ninth Uncle, and Old Master Ren would just turn into a corpse monster, soon to be handled by Ninth Uncle. Then a few people rushed to the Ren mansion overnight, injuring Old Master Ren heavily. Old Master Ren, unable to fight, fled to a cave in the back mountain to hide. What he needed to do now was just wait quietly. He believed that the Feng Shui master would surely make a move within these 2 days. The next day during the daytime, the news about the zombie spread throughout the entire town. The Feng Shui master also heard that Ren Tingting was still alive, and the zombie had been badly wounded and driven away by Ninth Uncle. He immediately could not sit still, his face darkened as he left the inn and rushed toward the outskirts of the town. What he did not know was that someone far behind was following him. It was Guan Yang. Just as he guessed, this Feng Shui master really had a way to find the zombie. He even had a way to restore Old Master Ren, even make him stronger. Otherwise, there would be no way to explain why Old Master Ren became stronger with each setback. Following the Feng Shui master, they arrived at a misty, desolate mountain. From afar, Guan Yang watched the Feng Shui master standing in front of a cave. He made a few gestures, and then a 2-meter-tall black gorilla suddenly ran out of the cave. The gorilla came before the Feng Shui master, saying something unknown. Then, the Feng Shui master and the gorilla disappeared together into the cave. Looking at where the Feng Shui master vanished, Guan Yang squinted his eyes. Unexpectedly, the black gorilla in the original story was actually raised freely by the Feng Shui master. It seemed he had planned this long ago. Thinking this, Guan Yang stopped at the right moment, found a place to hide, and watched from afar. The Feng Shui master stayed inside for a full quarter of an hour before appearing again, then hurriedly left. Watching the Feng Shui master's leaving figure, Guan Yang did not follow, but waited a while longer in place. Only then did he leave his hiding spot and approach the cave. Arriving at the cave entrance. Looking at the dark cave entrance, Guan Yang did not enter directly. Instead, he quietly pushed aside the dense leaves beside it, revealing another cave. At this entrance, 2 caves, 1 male and 1 female. Looking at this cave, Guan Yang took out a flashlight and entered. This male cave was not big. Once inside, the entire space could be seen at a glance. And Guan Yang immediately saw Old Master Ren lying on the ground, unable to move. Seeing this, Guan Yang smirked. He had waited so long, and the moment had finally come. He immediately cast a detection spell on Old Master Ren. Name, Ren Weiyong. Attribute, Dark. Combat power, 850. Skills, Bloodthirsty, Iron Skin, Great Strength, Scent Tracking. Indeed, after absorbing the blood of his closest kin, Old Master Ren's combat power had risen again. This Feng Shui master truly had good methods. But Guan Yang did not start the contract immediately. He looked around carefully first. He had to ensure safety first. During the contract, it could not be interrupted. If interrupted, there would be backlash. Mildly, one would feel mentally weak and combat power would drop. Severely, it could cause permanent mental trauma. These were all information that appeared in his mind automatically after he changed his class. Scanning around, he saw only a few rats and no danger. Guan Yang immediately relaxed. He turned his gaze back to the immobile Old Master Ren. Guan Yang took a deep breath, slowly stretched out his hand, and placed it on Old Master Ren's head. Start, contract. The next second, a wave of purple light surged from Guan Yang's hand, slowly touching Old Master Ren. Woo! The next second, Old Master Ren's body shook slightly, and the purple light abruptly stopped. In an instant, it disappeared. Guan Yang's face stiffened. The contract had failed. But it was within his expectations. After all, Old Master Ren's combat power was now less than 4 times his own. The success rate of the contract was only 1%. If it succeeded at once, it would really be a stroke of luck. After a failed contract, he could not try again for 10 minutes. With this in mind, Guan Yang began to clear the surroundings. By his estimation, to successfully contract, he would need a lot of time. He first cleared a place where he could sit. 10 minutes later, Guan Yang placed his hand on Old Master Ren's forehead again. The familiar purple light surged again. This time, Old Master Ren did not shake, and the purple light slowly spread from his forehead throughout his body. A trace of joy appeared in Guan Yang's eyes. Did I just get incredibly lucky? Can I really succeed on the second try? Just as the purple light spread across Old Master Ren's abdomen, the next second, the purple light suddenly shattered. A hint of regret appeared in Guan Yang's eyes. Damn! I failed again. I knew it, a 1% chance isn't that easy to hit. Damn! Guess I'll have to keep waiting. 10 minutes passed, and Guan Yang once again used the contract technique on Old Master Ren. The result, of course, was failure. Next, Guan Yang kept at it in this dark little cave, butting heads with Old Master Ren. Contract, failure, wait, contract again, failure again, wait. Time passed, second by second, and the sunlight slowly disappeared from the horizon above. Moonlight poured down through the clouds, gently falling. Chapter 13, Contract completed, Battle power soars. At this moment, in the cave where Guan Yang was. Guan Yang was waiting with a face full of despair, staring at the cooldown timer. The success rate of this contract was making Guan Yang question his entire life. Is there really a 1% chance of success? He had tried the contract dozens of times, and not once had it succeeded. The closest he got was when the purple light spread to his ankle, but in the end, it still failed. Do I really have to wait for 100 tries? Guan Yang's face darkened. When the cooldown ended, he instinctively reached out to Old Master Ren, and the purple light began to spread out. Slowly, it started covering Old Master Ren. This time, it seemed especially smooth, the purple light quickly spreading to his legs. Still, it spread quickly downwards. Guan Yang's eyes showed no joy or sadness, he had already grown indifferent. He was even prepared for another failure. The 1% chance was simply too low. For a moment, Guan Yang lost focus. Just then, the purple light instantly covered Old Master Ren's entire body. The next second, a 6-pointed star appeared beneath Old Master Ren. At that moment, the purple light erupted, illuminating the entire cave. Guan Yang's eyes widened in shock. He couldn't believe what he was seeing and shouted, "What the hell?" In the midst of Guan Yang's exclamation, the purple 6-pointed star vanished in an instant, and so did Old Master Ren. Only Guan Yang remained, alone in the cave. Guan Yang didn't panic. The excitement in his eyes was indescribable. He knew it, the contract had succeeded. He had done it. At this moment, Old Master Ren had already appeared in his contract space. As a contract master, once a creature is contracted, a contract space would automatically open. Once the contracted creature is placed in the contract space, it would automatically fall into a dormant state, always under the contract master's control. At the same time, the special material in the contract space would also affect the contracted creature, speeding up the recovery of injuries and eliminating negative statuses. Guan Yang slowly closed his eyes. He could clearly feel the connection with Old Master Ren, a subtle sensation that spanned time and space. With a simple wave of his hand, he could summon Old Master Ren out of the contract space. Guan Yang hurriedly opened the property interface for the contracted entity. Each time a creature was contracted, apart from his own property interface, there would also be a property interface for the contracted entity. Contracted entity, Ren Weiyong, zombie. Attributes, dark affinity. Combat power, 850. Skills. Zombie bloodline, the zombie race naturally feeds on blood. Consuming blood accelerates growth. The higher the quality of the blood consumed, the faster the growth. Zombie physique, the zombie race has a strong aura of yin energy, immune to all negative effects. However, their resistance to light-based attributes is halved. Bloodthirsty, the zombie race naturally feeds on blood, which helps in the recovery of injuries. Copper skin, iron bones, the zombie race has natural copper skin and iron bones, making them resistant to physical attacks. Zombie strength, the zombie race possesses great strength, now capable of lifting 1 ox's worth of power. Sense tracking, the zombie race has an extremely keen sense of smell, able to track prey within a 10-mile radius. The attributes of the contracted entity are the same as those revealed by the divination technique. It seems that my divination technique is still reliable. Of course, the attribute interface is more detailed. It even lists each skill specifics. Since I've contracted my first creature, how have my attributes changed? Guan Yang excitedly opened his attribute interface. Name, Guan Yang. Attributes, General System. Combat Power, 648, Shared Zombie Combat Power, 425. Contracted Creature, Zombie Ren Weiyong. General Skills, Investigation Technique, can view the attributes of objects with combat power no greater than 50 times his own. Contract Skill, LV1 can contract a creature, making it his first companion creature. Contract Time, 10 seconds. During the contract period, the contracted creature cannot resist. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. Contracted Creature Derived Skills. Power Amplification, calls upon the power of the contracted creature to amplify strength. Smell Amplification, calls upon the power of the contracted creature to amplify smell. Defense Amplification, calls upon the power of the contracted creature to amplify defense. Constitution Amplification, calls upon the power of the contracted creature to become immune to negative effects. Done. As Guan Yang had expected, with the signing of the companion contract creature, his professional attributes and abilities were completely activated. Now, he had officially taken the first step into becoming a contract master. His current combat power had already reached over 600. Even those from truly powerful families who also contracted a creature with a power ratio within 5 times could not match his combat power. In terms of combat power, Guan Yang was invincible among his peers. And once his zombie leveled up again, the gap between him and others would only grow wider. A step ahead, everywhere ahead, that's the logic behind this. Excited for a while, Guan Yang calmed his thoughts. Now that he had his contracted zombie, the next step was to make the zombie stronger. As long as his zombie grew stronger, his strength would indirectly grow stronger as well. And to make it stronger was easy, just let it drink blood. Of course, the blood of ordinary people would probably require a lot to evolve, which would be too slow. He had already planned the fastest method. With that in mind, Guan Yang sat down on the spot, waiting. He was waiting for Old Master Ren's injuries to heal. He could sense that Old Master Ren, who was sleeping in the contract space, was recovering quickly. Inside the contract space, Old Master Ren's injuries were healing at a visible speed. He believed that recovery would be quick. Once recovered, it would be the moment for Guan Yang to execute his plan. As the moon set and the sun rose, the second day arrived. That day, the entire mountain forest was shrouded in thick mist, creating a very eerie atmosphere. As the sun rose in the east, Guan Yang suddenly opened his eyes. Purple light flickered in his hands, and in the next second, a hexagram appeared on the ground in front of him. As the purple light flowed, a fully revived zombie appeared in the same spot. It was none other than Old Master Ren, now fully healed. This was Guan Yang's first time summoning a contracted creature, and he was quite curious. A feeling of being connected by blood to the contracted creature rose in his heart. It felt as though he could control everything about the contracted creature before him. With a thought, Old Master Ren suddenly raised both hands. Another thought, and Old Master Ren jumped in place. Hi! What fun! This feeling was like controlling a puppet, interesting. Zombies are different from other creatures, they have no consciousness, so Guan Yang wouldn't face any subjective resistance when controlling them. All they can do is cooperate. Of course, this is when Guan Yang is fully controlling them. If he doesn't need to control, he can just give the zombie a command, and it will act on its own instinct. After controlling it for a while, Guan Yang gathered his thoughts. He stroked his chin and muttered, "Since we've made a contract, I can't keep calling you Old Master Ren, I'll just call you Old Ren." From now on, the zombie of Old Master Ren would officially be renamed Old Ren. With Old Ren in tow, he headed toward another main cave. Soon after, a scream echoed from the cave. A moment later, Guan Yang jumped out of the cave with Old Ren, whose mouth was covered in blood. At this point, Old Ren's aura of darkness was several times stronger than before. The giant gorilla raised by the feng shui master had already become a substitute for Old Master Ren, now Old Ren. But in the next second, Guan Yang's brows furrowed. Something's wrong. Old Ren isn't right. According to the original script, at this point, the recovered Old Ren should. It is already no different from humans. It doesn't need to jump, and can even walk on its own. But now, the situation is that Old Ren is still hopping around. His movements are stiff and rigid. Clearly, it's not as high level as it was in the original play, advanced. Where exactly did things go wrong? Guan Yang suddenly fell into deep thought. Where exactly did it go wrong? Was it the feng shui master? It shouldn't be. If the other party could evolve the zombie, they would have acted yesterday. So that can be ruled out. With this thought, Guan Yang sat down on the ground and began to think deeply. What did I miss? At this moment, a faint voice came from a distance. Captain, stop looking, zombies won't come out in this kind of weather. You're wrong. It's exactly this kind of weather when they come out. Look here, it's dark and damp, definitely a place zombies would like. Spread out, quickly search in different directions. Yes. Chapter 14, Combat Power Breaks 1000. Guan Yang's expression shifted, and in an instant, he understood the situation outside. This voice, it must have been Wei who found them. Checking the time, it's really close. Wei had asked Uncle Jiu where the zombies would hide, and then went off on his own to search. By some twist of fate, he found this place and accidentally wandered into the gorilla's cave. In the end, he was scared off by the gorilla. Now, the gorilla is gone, replaced by the even more powerful Old Ren. With this thought, Guan Yang glanced at Old Ren standing nearby, his lips curling up. Captain, there's a cave here. Wei excitedly said, really? I'm coming. When they arrived at the cave, looking at the pitch-black entrance, Wei swallowed nervously. You two go in and have a look. The guards, seeing the cave where they couldn't even see their hands in front of them, became timid and said, what if we run into a zombie? Wei angrily retorted, what are you afraid of? I'm behind you. Stop talking, go in quickly. The guard rolled his eyes. He knew Wei couldn't be trusted. But there was nothing he could do, after all, higher-ranking officers have the power to suppress others. So, he could only tighten his grip on his gun and cautiously approach the cave. Wei walked at the back, staring at the two disappearing figures, swallowing nervously. He still didn't dare go in, so he decided to first check the situation at the entrance. At that moment, 2 screams echoed from the cave. Ah! Ah! Then, everything fell silent. Ah Wei immediately broke out in cold sweat. Without thinking, he turned and ran. Gather, gather. Get out of here. Without Ah Wei saying anything, the other guards, hearing the screams, already realized something was wrong and started running back. Ah Wei, in fact, was the slowest one. Hey, you bunch of bastards, wait for me. Ah Wei shouted as he chased after the others. For a moment, the entire mountain returned to silence. Inside the cave, Guan Yang looked at the bloodied mouth of Ren Weiyong and frowned. As expected, the blood of an ordinary person cannot evolve a zombie again. Guan Yang fell back into his previous doubts. According to the plot, the only people old Ren had come into contact with were a few. The only ones whose blood could evolve old Ren were the Feng Shui master, people with Taoist cultivation, ordinary human blood, and the gorilla. But now, all these possibilities have been ruled out. Where exactly did I miss something? Squeak! A faint squeak reached Guan Yang's ears. Looking up, he saw several rats gnawing on the already dead gorilla, feasting on it. Guan Yang frowned, turned his head, and once again fell into deep thought. What could have made old Ren evolve? Wait a minute. A sudden thought flashed through Guan Yang's mind. He raised his head and stared intently at the rats on the corpse. Rats. Could it be? The next second, Guan Yang used a detection spell on the rats. Name, mutated poisonous rat. Attribute, poison. Combat power, 30. Skills, toxic infection, gnawing. Poison attribute? A rat actually has an attribute? With this thought, Guan Yang cast the detection spell on the other rats as well. After a while, a thoughtful look appeared in his eyes. The results were the same. This was a group of mutated poisonous rats. And they were all poison type. Then, this group of rats must be problematic. It could be said that a single mutated rat might be an accident. But all the mice mutated, is that possible? When things go abnormal, there must be a demon. What exactly caused this situation? Guan Yang thought, and only thought of one possibility. Is there anything nearby that can make mice mutate with deadly poison? The mice lived with this thing often, and were subtly transformed into poisonous mice. Thinking of this, Guan Yang immediately became excited. If it really exists, then it is truly a chance. Old Ren has hope to evolve. Wait, no. Old Ren might become even stronger. Guan Yang suddenly thought, if he had not appeared, old Master Ren would at most absorb the blood of these few poisonous mice. That alone would cause evolution. In the story, old Ren would not have Guan Yang's current thoughts. Following the clues could think so much. That means, if the source of the poisonous mice mutation can be found, old Master Ren might become even stronger. Thinking of this, Guan Yang could not sit still. Find it. Dig 3 feet into the ground, and find it. Guan Yang got up and began searching inside the mother-child hole. Half an hour later, Guan Yang stood deep in the cave, looking at 3 black grasses in the corner. This was the only strange place in the whole cave. Other areas were barren, only here, there were 3 black grasses. Thinking of this, Guan Yang cast a probing spell toward the 3 grasses. Name, corpse poison grass. Attribute, dark, poison. Combat power, 0. Skill, deadly poison infection. As expected. Seeing these attributes, Guan Yang knew he had found the right thing. With a thought, Guan Yang controlled old Ren, first catching the mice one by one, stuffing them into his mouth. Then, he jumped next to the corpse poison grass. Plucked all 3 corpse poison grasses into his mouth. Then, Guan Yang released control over old Master Ren, stepped back 2 steps. Stared tightly at old Ren's change. 10 seconds, 30 seconds, 1 minute. Just when Guan Yang had waited until the flowers withered, old Ren suddenly changed. He even started to wave his arms and kick his legs on his own, looking like an idiot. Holy crap! Did he eat something bad? Guan Yang's face changed, he could not help worrying. In the next second, old Ren stopped moving, and black smoke visible to the naked eye began to rise from his body. Along with a stench hitting the face. Guan Yang accidentally smelled it, and a wave of nausea and dizziness came from his brain. Immediately, his face changed. Not good. Poisonous. Thinking this, Guan Yang did not think further, turned, and retreated outside the cave. Through the contract link with old Ren, he sensed the situation inside the cave. Time passed quickly, 15 minutes gone. At this moment, Guan Yang sat at the cave entrance, a face full of joy, holding a bowl of steaming instant noodles, eating. As for inside the cave, old Ren was still evolving. How did Guan Yang know? Very simple, the contract creature's attribute interface already reflected the situation. combat power kept rising. Already broke through 1000. Moreover, the speed of this increase was still rising. Guan Yang was so happy he could not close his mouth. At this moment, Guan Yang wished old Ren could be even more powerful, not just for 15 minutes. 10 days and 10 nights he could wait. While Guan Yang finished the noodles, a sense of unprecedented power surged from his body. This is... Guan Yang threw the noodles, hurriedly opened the attribute interface. Contract creature, Ren Weiyong, deadly poison zombie. Attribute, dark, poison. Combat power, 1600. Skill, zombie bloodline, bloodthirsty, iron skin, zombie strength, smell tracking, deadly poison zombie body. Deadly poison zombie body, constantly emits deadly poison, approaching causes poison damage. Name, Guan Yang. Attribute, universal. Combat power, 1023, sharing 800 combat power from the zombie. Contract creature, Ren Weiyong. Universal skills, probing spell, contract spell, LV1. Contract creature derived skills, strength boost, smell boost, defense boost, constitution boost, poison control. Poison control, share the contract creature's power, gain poison immunity. Can call the creature's power anytime to release poison. Chapter 15. What the hell? What the hell? His zombie battle power had directly doubled almost by a factor of 1. Indirectly, it caused his combat power to instantly break 1000. He had forcefully raised Guan Yang to the minimum standard of a first-level expert. As long as Guan Yang returned to the main world, he could directly go to the Contract Master Guild and apply for a first-level medal. This is the terror of contract masters. No need for hard cultivation, just improving your contracted creatures. Your own combat power will naturally increase. And, you can always use the contracted creature's skills in battle. Guan Yang was excited for a while, then with a thought, he controlled Lao Ren to walk out. It was a bit brighter here, just enough to take a careful look. Don't say, it's still as ugly. Sorry, Guan Yang's eyes are dull, I really couldn't notice any changes. Wait. His zombie is actually no longer afraid of light. And it didn't jump, it walked over just like a normal person. Good. Indeed, this is the correct way for a zombie to evolve. Next, Guan Yang began to familiarize himself with his current combat power. At night, he still had a tough battle to fight. That would be the Feng Shui Master. In order to prevent the world from being destroyed, to protect the peace of the world, he decided to eliminate the evil Feng Shui Master, Zhu Gehuai. Of course, he also needed the other party's blood to help Lao Ren evolve. The Feng Shui Master would definitely be a good supplement. As night fell, Guan Yang, with Lao Ren in a black robe, slowly walked out of the cave and headed towards the town. Just as Guan Yang stepped into Renjia Town, a sound of a gong rang out from a distance. Don, it's the first bell. Guan Yang raised an eyebrow. At this time, the whole night watch had 5 shifts, corresponding to different time periods after nightfall. The first shift, representing 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. The second shift, representing 9 p.m. to 11 p.m. The third shift, representing 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. The fourth shift, representing 1 a.m. to 3 a.m. The fifth shift, representing 3 a.m. to 5 a.m. Listening to the distant bell ringing, Guan Yang couldn't help but recall the original plot. Xiaoyu seemed to have used the night watchman as bait to lure Qiuxing into her beauty trap. Unfortunately, this time it's gone. Now, with his current strength, he no longer needs to rely on Xiaoyu's help to deal with the Feng Shui Master. That's right. Originally, Guan Yang tried to be friendly to Xiaoyu, with this idea in mind. After all, having one more ally is better than having one more enemy. But now, Lao Ren's strength far exceeded his expectations, greatly boosting his power. With his current combat power, dealing with the Feng Shui Master was more than enough. Therefore, whether Xiaoyu was an ally or not, seemed irrelevant now. But the next second, a voice came, and Guan Yang froze when he heard it. What the hell? Speak of the devil, and the devil comes. Help! It's inappropriate. Help! A woman's voice echoed, and that familiar voice, wasn't it Xiaoyu? Good heavens! Is she going to use the same trick on him as she did with Qiuxing? As Guan Yang's thoughts flickered, he decided to meet Xiaoyu. After all, with his current strength, he wasn't afraid of Xiaoyu. As for the ghost's enchantment, it wouldn't work on him, since he could summon the power of zombies. With this in mind, Guan Yang walked towards the direction of the voice. When he turned into a small alley, he saw the scene he had expected. A half-dressed woman was being bullied by the night watchman. Of course, the night watchman's posture was very strange. It should be that he was charmed. Guan Yang instinctively used a detection spell on Dong Xiaoyu. Name, Dong Xiaoyu. Attributes, Soul System. Combat Power, 700. Skills: enchantment, transformation, mental control, ghost killing art, ghost wall strike, absorption of yang. This was Guan Yang's first formal meeting with Dong Xiaoyu. Indeed, it was a good thing he hadn't met her last time, otherwise, with his power back then, he would have definitely been charmed by Dong Xiaoyu. On the other side, Dong Xiaoyu, seeing Guan Yang arrive, showed a hint of joy on her face. She was about to speak, but Guan Yang spoke first. And what Guan Yang said immediately left Dong Xiaoyu frozen in place. Alright. Xiaoyu, let go of him. If you want to find me, just come to me directly. Why use this way? Dong Xiaoyu's face was full of disbelief. How could it be? How could he know me? I have never even met him. What is going on? Dong Xiaoyu looked at Guan Yang's calm face, her eyes flickering. With a wave of her hand, she made the night watchman faint. Then her eyes shone a flash of green, looking at Guan Yang. She actually directly used mind control on Guan Yang. She was not stupid. Many thoughts instantly came to her mind. Could it be that he already knew her? Was the incense offering back then deliberate? But what was the purpose? For a moment, Dong Xiaoyu had too many doubts that needed answers. But anyway, first controlling him and tricking him to reveal his purpose was definitely not wrong. The next moment, Guan Yang responded. But the content of his response made Dong Xiaoyu doubt her own eyes. Alright, stop staring at me with shining eyes. It's late at night and very scary. Walk with me, we can talk as we go. After speaking, Guan Yang turned and walked toward the alley exit. Dong Xiaoyu. Hearing this, Dong Xiaoyu's eyes flickered. Her body suddenly moved, quickly approaching Guan Yang, and reached out to grab him. Just as her hand touched Guan Yang's body. Sizzle, ah! Dong Xiaoyu suddenly screamed, smoke rising from her hand that touched Guan Yang. Dong Xiaoyu quickly withdrew her hand and stepped back a few steps. At this moment, the hand that touched Guan Yang seemed to be burned. Without looking at the injury, Dong Xiaoyu said in shock, "Your energy, you." At this time, Guan Yang's energy was so strong that she could not get close. Guan Yang's mouth curved slightly. The energy in a living human, although nourishing to ghosts if too strong, would harm them like pure righteous energy. And Guan Yang did not cultivate spiritual power, only energy. Now, with Lao Ren's battle strength boost, his energy alone broke 1,000 in power. It was easy to imagine how vigorous Guan Yang's energy was. Most ghosts did not dare approach. Guan Yang expected Dong Xiaoyu's sneak attack entirely. His mouth curved slightly as he said in a low voice without turning back. Only this once. My patience has limits. After speaking, Guan Yang lifted his foot and continued toward the alley exit. He did not look back at Dong Xiaoyu at all. He seemed mysterious and unpredictable. Dong Xiaoyu's expression changed many times. Finally, she bit her lip and dashed after Guan Yang. When she reached him, she did not dare touch him, keeping a small distance instead. Who exactly are you? Chapter 16, this person can even threaten ghosts. Don't worry, I actually mean you no harm. Besides, it's always you coming to me, right? Just like in the small forest last time. Dong Xiaoyu. Seeing Dong Xiaoyu silent, Guan Yang did not care, continuing, I want to make a deal with you. Dong Xiaoyu's brows slightly furrowed in confusion, a deal? What deal? A deal about your secret. I'm very curious, what did you use to grow so fast to this level in such a short time? This was Guan Yang's real purpose in talking to Xiaoyu. As he thought, at Lao Ren's burial site, besides the dragonfly touching water point, there must be something extraordinary. Most likely, somewhere on the mountain there was a natured rare treasure. This treasure, in just a few decades, produced Lao Ren and Dong Xiaoyu. But the place was large, its exact location unknown, searching would take a lot of time. And the time he could stay was limited. He wanted to find the reason before leaving. If it was as he thought, he wanted to get that thing before leaving. And Dong Xiaoyu surely knew the reason. Hearing this, Dong Xiaoyu's face suddenly changed, but she quickly returned to normal expression. She replied to Guan Yang, I don't know what you are talking about. Every change in her face was captured by Guan Yang's eyes. A smile curved at the corner of Guan Yang's mouth. As expected. His guess was right. Heh, you will find out. I have plenty of ways to get that thing. But, right now, I just want to save some time, a Dong. He believed Dong Xiaoyu understood the implication behind his words. Upon hearing this, Dong Xiaoyu's face changed several times. Of course, she understood the meaning in Guan Yang's words. To put it simply, the message he was giving her was clear. No matter whether she spoke or not, the other party could find it, and the result would not change. The only difference was the time cost. Now, he was saying these things just to shorten the search time. As she thought, Dong Xiaoyu's gaze toward Guan Yang began to show a hint of killing intent. Should she take the opportunity to eliminate him? Just then, Guan Yang's words directly wiped away Dong Xiaoyu's thought. Don't think crooked thoughts. You can't beat me. Besides, I know where you live. It's not easy being a lonely ghost. Her home, of course, was the tomb. Guan Yang's message was clear, there was no negotiation. If she didn't tell him, her family would be destroyed. From then on, Dong Xiaoyu would become a wandering ghost, lost in the wilderness. Dong Xiaoyu's face flickered between dark and light. She knew Guan Yang was right. With his terrifying blood energy, she couldn't do anything to him. Dong Xiaoyu darkened her face and said, "What do you want?" Guan Yang paused, thinking to himself, it's done. Next, it was time to give a date. It's simple. Tell me the location. Of course, I said it's a transaction, so I won't let you lose out. I will give you a blessing later. Dong Xiaoyu looked unconvinced. What blessing? Guan Yang replied calmly, I'm going to deal with a cultivator. Once I capture him, his young energy and soul will be yours. And in exchange, you take me to find that thing. How about it? Guan Yang was talking about the feng shui master. Anyway, he had no use for the feng shui master's young energy and soul. He only needed the blood. The soul and yang energy were just a favor. A bait. Dong Xiaoyu's eyes instantly widened. A cultivator. Are you talking about the Taoist priest who hosted the coffin relocation? Dong Xiaoyu became excited in an instant. She had sensed him from afar that day. He was definitely a cultivator. The yang energy on him was like the sun. If she could really absorb his yang energy, how much stronger would she become? Guan Yang rolled his eyes. Do you think I'm stupid? Do you think I can deal with him? Besides, even if I help you capture him, with your strength, can you absorb his yang energy? Dong Xiaoyu. It seems that's true. Seeing Dong Xiaoyu fall silent, Guan Yang continued, it's another one, a street magician. His strength is similar to yours, just right for you. So, do we have a deal? Guan Yang didn't drag things out and directly gave Dong Xiaoyu a choice. If it worked, great, if not, forget it. He didn't believe that he couldn't find that thing in the remaining time. Dong Xiaoyu looked at Guan Yang with complex eyes, hesitated for 3 seconds, then said, okay, deal. That thing, to her right now, was neither necessary nor unnecessary. It was just related to her comfort in living, which is why she didn't want to say too much. But now, she had no choice. Every word he said hit her pain points, and she had to agree. Guan Yang saw this and showed a satisfied look in his eyes. You're smart. Let's go, follow me, let's finish the task I promised you first. To get her to work, he had to give her some benefits. He wasn't afraid that Dong Xiaoyu wouldn't keep her word, he knew everything about her, and he could control her anytime. Dong Xiaoyu knew this too, which was why she reluctantly agreed. Okay. A glint of expectation flashed in Dong Xiaoyu's eyes. She even began to think about how much stronger she could become and whether she could defeat Guan Yang. Who is that next to you? Only now did Dong Xiaoyu take a closer look at the man in the black robe beside Guan Yang. The man had not spoken a word from the beginning to the end, and there was no aura coming from him. If she hadn't seen him with her own eyes, she wouldn't have sensed him at all. What was hiding his aura? Could it be the ash at the bottom of the pot? In response to Dong Xiaoyu's question, Guan Yang glanced at old Ren and said faintly, you'll know later. After speaking, without caring about Dong Xiaoyu's displeased expression, he turned and walked away towards the distance. Dong Xiaoyu watched Guan Yang leave, her lips moved, but in the end, she didn't say anything and followed him forward. In this dark night, one person, one corpse, one ghost, an eerie combination, walked towards the feng shui master, who was already deep in sleep. 10 minutes later, the group arrived outside the inn where the feng shui master was staying. Guan Yang looked at the tightly closed-in door, pondered for 2 seconds, and said to Dong Xiaoyu, it's up to you, lure him out. He is in room 3, the one with the number T on. Lure him out? Dong Xiaoyu pointed to herself, disbelief in her voice. She still had to play the bait? Was this for real? This wasn't what she expected. Guan Yang nodded, as if it were only natural. Of course, if you want benefits, you have to put in some effort, right? Besides, you're only responsible for luring him, no need to fight. This is exactly what you're best at, isn't it? Dong Xiaoyu. Although he said that, she still felt something was off. It felt like she was being used as a thug. She was just about to say no, but the next words from Guan Yang made her swallow her words. Of course, if you don't want to go, fine. The deal is off. Upon hearing this, Dong Xiaoyu's face immediately darkened. Was this even possible? Just like that, he was flipping the table. What this meant was clear. If she didn't agree, he'd end the deal, and before long, her family would be raided. Was there even any law left? This man was threatening even ghosts. He wouldn't even spare their ancestors' graves. Damn it! Chapter 17, Destroying the Feng Shui Master. Humph. I didn't say I wouldn't go. Is it just luring him out? Watch me. Dong Xiaoyu snorted coldly and turned to float into the inn. In an instant, she passed through the tightly closed door and entered inside. Guan Yang looked at the still closed door of the inn. A trace of envy flashed in his heart. Not bad, being a ghost seemed pretty good. No illness, no disaster, no lifespan limit, could run, fly, pass through walls, use illusions, kill, and most importantly, could be invisible. It was simply perfect with no downsides. While Guan Yang was thinking, Dong Xiaoyu quickly came out from a room on the second floor. She landed behind Guan Yang. It's done, the rest is up to you. Just as Dong Xiaoyu finished speaking, a window on the second floor of the inn suddenly opened, and a figure holding a peachwood sword jumped out. What courage! Who dares to sneak around and disturb me? It was the feng shui master Zhuge Huai. He was saying something but suddenly stopped when he saw two figures in black robes and a female ghost standing in the middle of the road. The feng shui master showed a solemn expression. Seeing the stance of the female ghost, he could tell she was just a small fry. So, Zhuge Huai's gaze shifted to the black-robed figure in the front, Guan Yang. With a wary expression, he said, "What business do you have seeking me out at this hour?" Guan Yang's calm voice came from beneath his black robe. "I want to make a deal with you, Zhuge." Zhuge Huai's face darkened as he said in a deep voice, "You know who I am." "Who are you? Dare to show your true face." "Guan Yang, who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that I want to make a deal with you." Zhuge Huai gripped the peachwood sword tightly. "What deal?" "I need to borrow your body for a while." Zhuge Huai's face turned cold, anger showing in his eyes, but at the same time, cold sweat started to bead on his forehead. Although he didn't know who the other person was, it was clear from their words that they were prepared. 3 against 1, he was at a disadvantage. Since that was the case, it was better to strike first, as the one who strikes first has the advantage. With this thought, Zhuge Huai stomped heavily with his foot and quickly charged towards Guan Yang. Capture the leader first. As long as he captured the main person, everything would turn around. Guan Yang watched as Zhuge Huai charged at him and secretly felt excited. He thought to himself, "This is great. Just the right time to test out my current strength." While thinking, Guan Yang activated his skills. Strength enhancement, on. Defense enhancement, on. Physique enhancement, on. As soon as the 3 skills were activated, Guan Yang felt an indescribable surge of power fill his body. So, first test defense power. Facing the peachwood sword stabbing over, Guan Yang at once did not dodge and did not avoid. Just like this, waiting at the original place, staring with eyes wide open, watching the sword reach his body. Seeing the peachwood sword about to stab Guan Yang, a trace of excitement showed in Zhuge Huai's eyes. Still too green, ah. Even his attack he did not react to. See how today he shows great power. Next second, the peachwood sword stabbed into Guan Yang. Clang. A sound hitting ironwood entered Zhuge Huai's ears. Zhuge Huai's face froze. Only saw Zhuge Huai's peachwood sword, simply could not stab into Guan Yang's body even a little bit, all were blocked outside the body. Even the other side's skin was not pierced. This. How could it be? Surprised or not, unexpected or not? Guan Yang teased one sentence, although he already had expectation, but this defense increase still made him extremely happy. So strong. Impossible. Zhuge Huai could not believe and raised the sword again, crazily chopping toward Guan Yang. Clang 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 clang. A series of attacks, all got one result: cannot break defense. No, should be called cannot break skin. Standing at the side ready to watch a joke, Dong Xiaoyu had a face full of shock. Seeing Zhuge Huai that crazy look, surely he used all his strength, but even like this, the result was he could not move the man in front even a little bit. The other side was actually this strong. So terrifying. Is this still a human? On the other side, seeing the defense test was almost enough, Guan Yang then did not plan to keep passively taking hits. With one lift of left hand, he grabbed the peachwood sword, chopping on his shoulder. You attacked for so long, now it is my turn. Saying this, power surged in Guan Yang's hand. Crack. One sound, the peachwood sword broke as the sound came. Then, Guan Yang's right hand suddenly struck out, one punch hitting toward Zhuge Huai's chest. Zhuge Huai's eyes were full of fear. Facing this punch, he hurriedly let go of the peachwood sword quickly, both hands crossed blocking in front of his chest. But at the next second, the moment both sides met, Zhuge Huai's face changed greatly. He only felt an unmatched power coming from his arms. Not good. But at this time, wanting to pull away was already too late. Crack. Guan Yang's one punch broke open the arm block, breaking both arm bones. Then, the remaining force of the punch wind again hit his chest. Crack. Ah. Zhuge Huai screamed miserably, his body flew backward. Puff! While in the air, another mouth of blood spat out. Flew out nearly 10 meters, then heavily fell onto the ground far away. Rolled 2 circles, then no movement. Guan Yang frowned, is it attracting me to go forward? Could there still be some hidden method? Thinking like this, Guan Yang's foot moved, slowly walking toward Zhuge Huai. Whatever, anyway his skill is high and courage is big, at worst just respond move by move. When he came near, Guan Yang's originally cautious eyes directly turned into shock. Just this? Only saw at this time, Zhuge Huai lying on the ground, breath like thin thread. On the face not a trace of blood color, the corner of the mouth still continuously spilling blood, a look of a person about to die. Guan Yang subconsciously looked at his own fist. He already this strong? This is the so-called one-punch knockdown? But thinking about it, also right, his current battle power plus strength increase, dealing with Zhuge Huai having this effect is also normal. Alright. Still plan to try other things, now no need. Thinking of this, Guan Yang turned head toward the stunned Dong Xiaoyu and said, now, he is yours. Leave him one breath, the flesh body do not let me be damaged, I still have use. After saying, Guan Yang stepped back a few steps, leaving Zhuge Huai to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu hearing this, came back to senses, eyes complicated looking at Guan Yang one glance. Really do not know trading with such a terrifying person, in the end is good thing or not. But now the arrow is on the string, she has no choice. Thinking of this, Dong Xiaoyu pressed down distracting thoughts, eyes showing excitement pounced toward Zhuge Huai. 3 seconds later, Dong Xiaoyu with face still unsatisfied, left Zhuge Huai. At this time Zhuge Huai, aged who knows how many times more. Spirit energy almost disappeared. But luckily Dong Xiaoyu still left the other side one breath. Guan Yang thought moved. Old Ren charged at Zhuge Huai. He sank his teeth into the other's neck. As Old Ren drained him, Zhuge Huai's body visibly shrank. And Zhuge Huai, too, exhaled his last breath. Roar! After absorbing the Feng Shui master, Old Ren's body was instantly filled with a surge of dark energy. At that moment, a beam of moonlight fell from the sky. It landed on Old Ren's body. For a moment, the pressure around Old Ren intensified. In the next second, a crackling sound emerged from Old Ren's body, and his dried-up flesh gradually filled out. This is... Guan Yang felt the change in Old Ren, unable to hide his surprise. He evolved. Old Ren, who had just evolved, actually evolved again. This doesn't make sense. Chapter 18, Locking in Charm. Could it be because the Feng Shui master was the source of Old Ren's zombie form, so by absorbing his blood, Old Ren gained such a huge benefit? After thinking for a while, Guan Yang could only think of this possibility. Otherwise, he couldn't explain the cause of this evolution. Meanwhile, Dong Xiaoyu, watching Old Ren whose dark energy was surging, the familiar aura, and the dry body of Zhuge Huai fallen beside them. A name instantly popped into her mind. Looking at Guan Yang and Old Ren, she suddenly cried out in shock. He is. Guan Yang glanced at the astonished Dong Xiaoyu, and without turning his head, he said. Sometimes, knowing too much isn't a good thing. Guan Yang's words immediately stopped the name Dong Xiaoyu was about to shout. After finishing his words, Guan Yang no longer paid attention to Dong Xiaoyu, instead focusing his gaze on Old Ren. At this moment, Old Ren had finished evolving. Guan Yang immediately checked Old Ren's attributes. Contract object, Ren Weiyong, deadly poison zombie. Attributes, dark, poison. Combat power, 2200. Skills, zombie bloodline, bloodthirsty, copper skin iron bones, zombie super strength, scent tracking, deadly poison zombie body. Combat power has surpassed 2000, a full increase of 700 combat power. And Old Ren's boost also gave Guan Yang indirect benefits. His combat power soared again. Stronger now. Good. Good, indeed. After completing his evolution, Old Ren slowly walked over to stand beside Guan Yang. Guan Yang sized Old Ren up from top to bottom. His face finally had a bit of flesh on it. Although still ugly, at least he looked a little more human. Guan Yang turned to Dong Xiaoyu and said, the benefits are given to you, now it's your turn. Dong Xiaoyu, seeing this, nodded with a complicated expression. Alright, follow me. Saying that, she floated off towards the distant mountain peak, the direction of the dragonfly waterhole. Guan Yang, seeing this, revealed an excited gleam in his eyes. Once they obtain that item, Old Ren's strength will increase again. The benefits from this time are too great. Guan Yang smirked and casually said to Old Ren, let's go, Old Ren, time for your upgrade. Okay. Suddenly, an unexpected message appeared in Guan Yang's mind. Guan Yang's body froze as he turned around. He looked at Old Ren in disbelief. Because, through his senses, the source of the message just now was from Old Ren who was standing next to him. What the hell? You can speak now? Guan Yang stared at Old Ren, feeling his emotions. 3 seconds, 5 seconds. Guan Yang's eyes filled with confusion. Huh? What's going on? No response? Is it a hallucination? A series of thoughts popped up in Guan Yang's mind. But as soon as the thought appeared, Guan Yang dismissed it. It definitely wasn't a hallucination. That message just now came from Old Ren. As for no reply now, could it be that his intelligence hasn't fully recovered? If you can understand, just nod. Guan Yang stubbornly asked again. But the answer was still the same, no response. Guan Yang frowned and thought for a moment before giving up. He would think about it later. Old Ren's change was a good thing. In the original story, when Old Ren appeared at the end, fear was born. Now, Old Ren was stronger than before, and it was normal for him to recover. He probably hasn't fully awakened his consciousness yet. Thinking of this, Guan Yang stopped dwelling on it. He pressed down his thoughts, and with Old Ren, walked toward the place where Dong Xiaoyu disappeared. Soon, Guan Yang, with Old Ren, arrived at the dragonfly touching water acupoint. He also saw Dong Xiaoyu standing at the door of her home. Where is the thing? Seeing Dong Xiaoyu, Guan Yang directly went straight to the point and said. Dong Xiaoyu turned her head, did not reply, but with a heavy face asked back, if I tell you, are you sure you will not kill the ghost to silence me? Guan Yang shook his head and laughed, you think too much, is killing you of any benefit to me? I only want that thing. After I get it, if you do not come to provoke me, I naturally will not come to find you. Dong Xiaoyu thought for a moment, it seemed what Guan Yang said was also right. She seemed, apart from beauty, had nothing worth plotting for. Thinking of this, Dong Xiaoyu no longer struggled, thinking more was useless, things had come to this, she had no choice. The thing you want is just below that tomb cave. Several meters below the tomb cave, there is still another space. Inside the space, someone arranged a feng shui formation. Over long years and months, that place became a place wherein energy gathers. Inside there is formation blocking, I do not know what there is, but it should have the thing you want. As for the entrance, it is on the side of the cliff behind the tomb cave. What I know is only this much, the rest you can only explore yourself. The transaction is complete, from now on we owe nothing to each other. I hope you keep your word. In one breath, she finished all the information she knew. Without giving Guan Yang a chance to speak, she immediately turned into a wisp of white smoke and disappeared inside her home. Looking at the disappearing Dong Xiaoyu, Guan Yang raised his eyebrow. Formation, place wherein energy gathers. Was it done by a feng shui master? With doubt, Guan Yang stepped to the edge of the cliff, leaned his head and looked down. After scanning once, he indeed saw at one cliff wall side a place similar to a cave entrance. The cave entrance was about 6 meters below the cliff, in front of the entrance there was a half-meter wide platform, should be a place for people to land. Thinking of this, Guan Yang moved his mind and took Old Ren back into the contract space. Then he took a deep breath, found the position, and jumped down in one step. 6 meters, for him now, easily he landed on that platform. What entered his eyes was indeed a cave entrance as tall as one person. The cave entrance was blocked by a layer of black metal net. On it were also pasted several talisman papers. This is Lock Talisman. Guan Yang had seen it when reading classics in 9th Uncle's study. Lock Talisman, as the name suggests, locks energy, prevents energy from leaking out. Someone used Lock Talisman to seal the energy here and gather it inside. Thinking of this, Guan Yang reached out and pulled open the metal net to a one-person entrance. A thick energy instantly surged out from the cave entrance. Guan Yang's eyes shone with light. Such thick energy, there must be attribute treasure inside. Old Ren is blessed. Immediately he did not waste time, lowered his head and squeezed through the gap. After entering, Guan Yang once again felt the darkness where he could not see his own fingers. Next second, a light lit up from Guan Yang's hand, illuminating the entire cave. It was Guan Yang taking out the diffused flashlight. The flashlight lit up the entire cave. The cave was not deep, about 20 meters. With one glance, he could see the end. After seeing clearly the scene inside the cave, Guan Yang frowned. Inside the cave was empty, nothing at all. Only at the far end, the ground seemed to have a problem. The flashlight shone over, it actually reflected light. With a thought, Old Ren's figure appeared in front of Guan Yang. Then, Guan Yang slowly walked toward the deep of the cave. 20 meters, just dozens of steps. When he came close, Guan Yang finally saw clearly. It was indeed water, a small water pit. The water pit covered about 2 square meters, the water was not deep, just a shallow layer, probably only to ankle depth. But Guan Yang looked at the water pit, his face turned serious. Only because the bottom of the pit was actually covered with one skeleton after another. What is this thing? Guan Yang subconsciously threw a detection skill toward the water. Chapter 1900 Bone Nether Spring, Return. Name, 100 Bone Nether Spring. Attribute, Dark Type. Description, using the bones of 100 kinds of strange beasts. After being refined, they were gathered together. Assisted by the Een gathering formation, the extremely Een water was nurtured. Soaking in it can strengthen the physical power of beings with Een, soul, and dark attributes. Guan Yang immediately understood. This must be what he was looking for. No wonder it could nurture Lao Ren and Dong Xiaoyu. Extremely Een water. Suitable for Een, soul, and dark attributes, but would it work for his all attributes too? It should work. The more he thought, the more Guan Yang felt his guess was correct. Thinking this, Guan Yang pursed his lips and slowly reached out his hand. He plunged it in. The next second, Guan Yang felt a bone-chilling cold coming from his hand. As if he had touched ice frozen for 10,000 years. Just as Guan Yang was about to withdraw his hand, confusion appeared on his face. Ha! Because the spring water that had been freezing cold a moment ago suddenly became unusually warm. His hand in it felt like a bath, a warm and comfortable feeling spreading. At this moment, Guan Yang suddenly pulled back his hand, his face serious as he stared at his palm. He carefully sensed it. After a moment, Guan Yang frowned. Just now he suddenly felt a heat flowing into his palm. Scared, he quickly pulled back his hand. But after careful observation, he felt no discomfort. Could it be an illusion? Thinking this, Guan Yang put his hand back into the spring water. After a moment, Guan Yang's expression changed. Sure enough, it was not an illusion. He felt that heat again. Guan Yang no longer pulled back his hand, closing his eyes, carefully feeling the flow of heat. The heat flowed into his palm, lingering in the soaked area. As the heat lingered, Guan Yang could feel his bones gradually strengthening. A look of joy appeared in Guan Yang's eyes. Strengthening the body. Could this be the strengthening function described by the exploration technique? Moreover, this spring water really worked for him. All attributes is amazing. Not picky at all. Thinking this, Guan Yang excitedly pulled back his hand and carefully scanned around. Finding no danger, he could no longer suppress his emotions. He took off his clothes and directly lay into the spring water. When his whole body was immersed, the heat became even more obvious. Rushing into his body continuously lingering around his body, strengthening his bones. Guan Yang felt warmth all over. Very comfortable. With Lao Ren guarding nearby, safe, warm, and comfortable, Guan Yang gradually fell asleep. After an unknown time, Guan Yang's bones were strengthened to a certain level, and the enhancement stopped. But the heat was still there. The heat began to flow into his muscles and blood. Starting a new round of strengthening. If Guan Yang checked his attribute list now, he would find his combat values rising at an unimaginable speed. Correspondingly, the water level of the 100-bone underworld spring, which was not high to begin with, was dropping quickly. After an unknown time, the heat around Guan Yang slowly disappeared. Guan Yang also immediately woke up. This is... Guan Yang looked around, and the 100-bone underworld spring was completely dried up. Did he do this? Ha! Guan Yang suddenly noticed something different about himself. This sense of power is... Name, Guan Yang. Attribute, all types. Combat power, 1900, shared zombie 1100 combat power. Contract creature, Ren Weiyong. General skills, exploration technique, contract technique, LV1. Contract creature derived skills, strength amplification, smell amplification, defense amplification, constitution amplification, toxic control. It increased, his combat power increased. Excluding the amplification from the contract creature. His own basic combat power was only 233, now it became 800. More than 3 times increase. Still 200 short of breaking 1,000. Once his own basic combat power exceeds 1,000. His contract technique can reach level 2, allowing him to contract one more contract beast. Good. Very good. Excellent. 10 minutes later, a figure strangely jumped out from the cliff. Landing at the edge of the cliff. It was Guan Yang, coming out from the cave. The sun had risen, and a new day had begun. Guan Yang was ready to leave. Calculating the time, today marked his 9th day in this world. He had grown from a power of 200 to nearly 2,000, an unimaginable gain. If it weren't for the fact that he could only travel once a month, Guan Yang would have rushed out to enter another world immediately. Unfortunately, that was impossible. As for the benefits related to the plot here, everything Guan Yang could think of had already been obtained. Staying another day would serve no purpose. Moreover, tomorrow night, Master Sinema would return, and by then, his identity would be exposed. It was time to go back. Staying that extra day would do him no good. Thinking of this, Guan Yang's thoughts connected with the system. System, leave this world. Received, beginning the transfer back to the main world. 3, 2, 1. In the next second, Guan Yang's figure vanished from this world. What Guan Yang didn't know was that, on a distant tombstone, a portrait seemed to show a shocked expression as he disappeared. Who exactly are you? A cold, feminine voice floated across the empty mountaintop. In Haisher, in Guan Yang's bedroom. Guan Yang appeared out of thin air in his own bedroom. After appearing, Guan Yang quickly looked at the clock on the table. Then he sighed in relief. It really was just one day, only one day had passed. Nice. The note that was originally on the table was gone, it seemed like his mother had tidied it up. Guan Yang felt a little emotional and was about to head out. But just as he reached the door, he heard his mother's voice faintly coming in. Honey, the marriage dissolution letter has been sent out, this engagement, sigh. At that moment, in the living room, Guan Yang's mother had a conflicted expression. Guan Yang's father frowned, then sighed deeply. Sigh. Yang's situation has already caused quite a stir around here. The other party probably already heard the rumors. They haven't come to us, probably out of respect for our many years of friendship. But friendship can't feed you. You know how talented Xiaoling is. Would she agree to spend her life with Yang? This child marriage should be treated as a joke. Guan Yang's mother, unwilling, said, Is there really no other way? I think Xiaoling is quite good, isn't there anything else we can do? Guan Yang's father replied irritably, There is. If I insist on not agreeing to the dissolution, the other side will still agree, out of respect for our old friendship. But, that would delay Xiaoling's life. Can I, old Guan, really do that? Upon hearing this, Guan Yang's mother became displeased. I say, old Guan, what do you mean by delay? My Yang is tall, handsome, and has everything. Why is he not worthy of that girl? Sure enough, every mother is protective of her child. This was perfectly shown in Guan Yang's mother. Guan Yang's father revealed an expression of speechlessness. What era is this? Can looks feed you? Attributes and strength are what matter. Alright. Enough. It's already been sent out, so let it be. Chapter 20, Treasure Trading Hall. Marriage dissolution, child marriage. Xiaoling. A series of new terms left Guan Yang, who was eavesdropping, stunned and fried on the inside. Damn. He actually had a child marriage? But who is Xiaoling? Guan Yang desperately tried to recall the memories of his previous life. At that moment, a figure suddenly popped up in his mind. Damn. Huang Xiaoling. He actually had a child marriage with Xiaoling? Oh my god. A tall, strong, and chubby figure appeared in Guan Yang's mind. It was his childhood impression of Huang Xiaoling. Huang Xiaoling was 3 years older than him, and at that time, the two families lived together. Huang Xiaoling always took Guan Yang everywhere, acting like a big sister. But, in fact, that was the case. At that time, with her size, even 3 years older kids couldn't compare. Later, Huang Xiaoling was said to have moved to another province, and he followed his parents to move here. Unexpectedly, his parents still kept in touch with Huang Xiaoling's family. What did Huang Xiaoling look like now? Had she become prettier? Then Guan Yang shook his head. How is that possible? At that time it was already that tonnage, underestimating the big, now it must be even more terrifying. At the same time, Guan Yang secretly felt relieved. Luckily, the marriage was cancelled. Otherwise, just thinking about it. Also, from what Dad and Mom said, they don't seem to favor his attributes. Could it be a misunderstanding? Just as Guan Yang was about to explain to his parents again, a sudden thought popped into his mind. Wait a minute. What if he clarifies and the marriage is not cancelled again? Marry Huang Xiaoling? Are you kidding me? Guan Yang shivered instantly. Forget it, better wait a little longer. Wait for their reply about the contract cancellation, then tell parents the real situation. Otherwise, knowing his dad, he will definitely bring up continuing the marriage again. Thinking of this, Guan Yang pushed open the door and walked out. Dad, Mom, what are you talking about? Mother Guan was immediately surprised. Son, when did you come back? Your father and I were talking about cancelling. Cough, cough, cough. Before finishing, Father Guan interrupted with a series of coughs. Father Guan rolled his eyes at Mother Guan, found an excuse and said, nothing, just talking to your mother about some shop matters. By the way, tomorrow I am going to the provincial city to check your contract beast. You and your mother take care of the shop. I will bring you some good food when I come back. Guan Yang wanted to refuse, but thinking about the marriage contract, he suppressed the thought. His eyes shifted, and he came up with an idea. So he said, Dad, you are going to the provincial city? Father Guan nodded, yes. I want to visit the treasure trading place in the provincial city. See if there is a contract beast suitable for you. Dad, how about this, I go with you tomorrow. Since moving here, I haven't been to the provincial city yet. Father Guan frowned, about to refuse. But the next second, he thought the main purpose was Yang's contract beast. Whether the contract beast matches Yang, and whether he likes it, is very important. Thinking this, Father Guan changed his words, since you want to go, fine, we leave at 9 tomorrow morning. Okay. Guan Yang agreed immediately. His idea was simple, follow Dad, then just say no suitable one was found. Problem solved. The next day, Guan Yang went early with his dad to the intercity train. The cities in this world are extremely safe. But outside the cities, it is completely different. It is the world of strange beasts, full of danger. Travel between cities can only be by train. The train route is maintained daily by powerful contract masters for safety. Even powerful contract masters are stationed on the train. So, safety is not a worry. After paying, the two boarded the intercity train. More than 3 hours later, they arrived at the provincial city of Hai Province, Tianhai City. Big city is a big city. Completely a different level from Haishur. Both in building height and development. After arriving at Tianhai City, Father Guan went straight to the destination. Tianhai City Treasure Trading Place. The treasure trading place is for all contract masters to trade. Every first-tier and super first-tier city has such a place. In the whole of Hai Province, there is only this one. Entering, the scene gave Guan Yang a sense of familiarity. Because the layout is like a large shopping complex from his previous life. Commercial stores lined both sides, spread around. The middle is open up to the 4th floor. It is also crowded, very lively. This treasure trading place has 4 floors. First floor is for strange beasts. Second floor for rare fruits and treasures. Third floor, martial skills and techniques. Fourth floor is members only. Father Guan, seeing it was Guan Yang's first time, acted as a rare guide. Dad, which floor do we go to? Guan Yang looked at the second and third floors. He had no interest in the first floor's strange beasts. Second and third floors are where he wanted to go. As for the 4th floor, forget it. Just hearing the name, you need membership. Father Guan looked up and softly said, we go to the 4th floor. Saying this, he walked toward the elevator. Guan Yang? Could it be that Dad is a member? Wow. Another secret about Dad discovered. Guan Yang's eyes immediately shone as he followed along. With a members area, who would bother with ordinary stuff? The two rode the elevator to the 4th floor. As soon as they exited, they saw a hall. The sides of the hall were closed off by walls, only a gate not far ahead. At this moment, the gate was closed, not yet open. But many people had already gathered in the hall. Seeing new arrivals, they all looked at the two, surprised. This place officially opens at 1 in the afternoon, each session lasts 2 hours. 10 minutes to opening, find a seat and wait. Dad looked at the time, said something to Guan Yang, then found a seat and sat down. Guan Yang looked at the gate in surprise. This members area is impressive. Only open for 2 hours, unique. His heart filled with anticipation. He couldn't help asking, Dad, this members area sounds high-end, is it better than below? What do they have? Dad paused for a second, then said, everything from the lower 3 floors is here. Then, they sat down. When the time reached 1, the gate suddenly opened. 2 staff walked out, and the crowd began to line up. Dad stood and led Guan Yang toward the gate. Inside, they passed a long corridor to a hall. But the layout stunned Guan Yang. This is not what he expected. Isn't this the members area? Upon entering, rows of seats appeared, with a high platform at the front. It seemed like a small opera house. Dad, this members area is... Dad looked around, voice deep, auction hall. The rest later, follow me. He then led Guan Yang to a staff member. Chapter 21, discovered a big secret. As Dad approached the staff, a voice rang out from the side. 5-element weak attribute awakener, you are Guan Yang, right? Guan Yang turned to look. 3 people were slowly walking toward him. 2 men and 1 woman. The 2 men, one big, one small, both fat, likely father and son. The woman was different, flashy in dress, nice face. Walking with the 2 fat men looked strange. But Guan Yang could tell at first sight, they should be a family. The speaker was the small fat boy. Dad's face darkened, having his child's weak attribute insulted in front of him made him unhappy. But since it was a child speaking, he could not argue as himself. Besides, the child knew his son's name, maybe a classmate. Thinking this, Dad whispered, "You know him?" Guan Yang frowned, shaking his head at the approaching three. "Don't know." Then he asked the small fat boy, "Who are you?" "You don't need to know me. Weak people have no right. I am also in third high. Saw you awaken your attribute below. Didn't expect you here?" The small fat boy spoke with an insulting tone. A strong arrogance hit Guan Yang. Guan Yang was speechless. How can someone be so full of themselves, yet weak people can't know their name? He wanted to know the name. Could the boy hide it? Using investigation technique, he thought, perfect. He cast the technique. Of course, it also hit the boy's parents. Name, Hisu. Attribute, metal, wood, fire. Contract creature, none. Combat power, 43. Skill, contract technique. Name, Hison. Attribute, fire. Contract creature, red flame beast. Combat power, 9300. Skill, fire amplification, fire impact. Name, Feng Qianli. Attribute, metal water. Contract creature, gold swallowing snake. Combat power, 4100. Skills, constitution boost, gold snake swallow and spit. Guan Yang looked at the little fatty's attributes and was immediately speechless. He thought it was some amazing talent. Turns out it's a 3 attribute. Although better than 5 attributes, does it need so much superiority feeling? Not even worthy to know your name? 50 steps laugh at 100 steps, are you kidding me? Now that he knew the situation, Guan Yang immediately stopped indulging. He was about to speak when suddenly something came to mind. He reviewed the 3 people's attributes again. The next second, Guan Yang's eyes widened instantly. Good heavens! Really, good heavens! He seemed to have discovered an incredible secret. Generally, attribute awakening also has rules. Just like blood types on Blue Star, it will inherit parents' dominant attributes. Unless one parent has a mutant attribute, otherwise almost impossible to have other attributes. But the 3 in front of him, their parents together only had metal, water, fire. Yet the little fatty has metal wood fire. Adding the wood attribute, physiologically not completely impossible, but the probability is only 1 in 10,000. This was the official data Guan Yang saw in an extracurricular book. 1 in 10,000 chance. Could it be the little fatty? If you rule out this 1 in 10,000 chance, only one truth remains. The woman Feng Qianli had an affair. Damn. The detection technique actually found the truth. But something's wrong. How could Hisu's dad be so calm about it? With flags flying on his head, still smiling at the world. A ruthless man. Thinking of this, Guan Yang cleared his throat twice and said, "Ahem, Hisu, right? I remember, metal wood fire 3 attribute awakening." Hisu heard this, surprised, scratched his head, mumbling, "Huh, you know me? Am I so famous at school?" "Yes, your own weight here, plus 3 attributes, left a deep impression on me." On the words weight and 3 attributes, Guan Yang deliberately stressed. Since the others started, he's not to blame for striking back. Hisu heard this, his face instantly darkened. Although he didn't know how the other recognized him, he caught the sarcasm in Guan Yang's words. But Guan Yang directly shut him down, leaving him unsure how to reply. At this moment, Hisu's mother, watching her son lose, was not happy. "Hey! How can you talk like this? What do you mean by weight? What's wrong with weight?" Sure enough, every mother protects her child. She ignored it when her son argued, now she intervenes? Truly a family trait. But could Guan Yang let this slide? He had to make it clear, so he feigned innocence and said to Hisu's mother, "Grandma, I'm just speaking the truth." This sentence completely blew up Hisu's mother. "Who is your grandma? Can you speak properly? Am I that old? What look are you giving? Call me aunt, aunt." Guan Yang looked at the flustered Hisu's mother, secretly laughing, but kept an innocent face. He quickly nodded, "Okay, grandma." Hisu's mother. Her anger surged. But facing Guan Yang here in public, she couldn't use her power. She immediately turned her anger to the expressionless Hisu's father beside her. "You are his father, right? Don't know how to teach, just raised such a child. Can't even tell aunt from grandma, had no mother to teach?" Hisu's father's face darkened instantly. In his heart, he immediately labeled the other shrew. Hisu's father remained rational, didn't yell, but said sternly, "Ma'am, this is a public place, watch your words. Some things cannot be said lightly, trouble comes from the mouth." "Oh. You threaten me?" "Husband, he threatens me, I'm so scared." The woman pretended to be scared. But the next second, she spoke again, "If I don't want to listen, I say anyway, what can you do to me?" After saying this, she looked proud and annoying. Guan's father clenched his fist. If it weren't for the fact that they were at the exchange, he would have taught the other party a lesson in a minute. But at the exchange, there were rules. One couldn't act recklessly. Once you act, you'll be blacklisted by the exchange. And then, you'll never step foot in here again. He still needed to find a contract beast for Yanger. This place was the most likely to get a good contract beast, so he couldn't make any rash moves. For a moment, Juan's father thought of a lot of things. But just then, a voice interrupted. Actually, there's something I've been curious about. I heard little Fatty mention it at school. His father is of the fire attribute, and his mother is of the gold water attribute. Except for mutation attributes, the chance of inheriting an attribute other than the parents is 1 in 10,000. So, here's the question, where did the wood attribute in little Fatty's gold wood fire combo come from? Could it really be that 1 in 10,000 chance, or is there another special reason? What do you think, Grandma Feng? It was Guan Yang who spoke. Since the other party was so direct, he wouldn't hesitate to ruin their family. When Feng Qinli heard this, a trace of panic flashed in her eyes. Father he, who had remained silent, furrowed his brows and suddenly said, "Did you say 1 in 10,000? That's so low?" Guan Yang secretly smiled in his heart but maintained a pure expression and said, "It's really low, almost impossible. I read it in the Complete Guide to Genetics and Attributes. Uncle, if you don't believe it, you can go check it out." After speaking, Guan Yang fell silent. That was enough. He had said all that needed to be said. Sure enough, one still needs to have knowledge when walking the world. If Guan Yang hadn't just traveled here and read a lot of extracurricular books to understand the world's situation, he wouldn't have known how to speak. Now, everything that needed to be said was said, and it was time to watch the drama unfold. Father he trembled upon hearing this. He wasn't stupid, just not fond of reading. But his sixth sense told him that everything Guan Yang said was true. Moreover, the other party even mentioned the book's name. What else could he say? Father he's face instantly turned dark, and then he suddenly turned to look at Mother he. Only a 1 in 10,000 chance? What I know is 1 in 10. What's really going on? Feng Qianli shook her head in panic. Husband, don't listen to his nonsense. How can you trust what a child says? He's sowing discord. Father he's face showed no sign of improvement. But in a public setting, he knew to weigh things carefully. He gritted his teeth and said, "Whether I can trust it or not, I'll verify it myself. But for now, Schwer, come with me to the hospital." Humph. After speaking, Father he grabbed little Fatty and turned to leave. Mother he collapsed on the floor upon hearing this. How could she not understand the situation? If they went to the hospital for verification, everything would be exposed. What to do? What to do? Wait. Suddenly, Mother he thought of a way. There was still hope, as long as she bribed the hospital and covered it up. After all, if the fat boy was infatuated with her, it wasn't impossible to turn things around. Thinking this, Mother he hurriedly got up and quickly walked out. As for Guan Yang, she didn't have time to care about him now. But she had remembered this grudge. With Mother he leaving, this farce seemed to have come to an end. Kid, not bad. You've grown up and have the same look as I did when I was young. A large hand fell on Guan Yang's shoulder, and Father he's voice immediately sounded. Heh, not bad, not bad. Alright, enough with the modesty. We've wasted quite a bit of time. The auction is about to start. Come with me. Father he led Guan Yang to the service staff. Is there anything I can assist you with? Take me to the VIP room. Father he said, pulling out a golden card from somewhere. Upon seeing this, the staff's eyes lit up. Honorable gold member, please follow me. With that, the staff led them to a staircase. It was the staircase leading to the second-floor VIP rooms. When they arrived at the room and the service staff left, Guan Yang curiously looked at Father he. Dad, your membership is impressive. What's up with that card? For once, Father he's eyes showed a hint of pride. Just a small thing, an old friend gave it to me. Who? Why so many questions, huh? You wouldn't know even if I told you. Want to know what's happening here? Go make your dad a pot of tea, and I'll tell you. Alright, just watch me. Guan Yang ran happily to the private room table, picked up the teapot, and started brewing tea. Compared to the card sender, Guan Yang was more curious about the situation here. No kidding, private rooms are really different. Below were rows of seats, and here there were teapots and tea leaves. This membership is really something. Mr. Guan nodded in satisfaction, walked to the sofa and sat down, then explained the situation here to Guan Yang. After a while, the tea was ready, and Guan Yang roughly understood the situation here. The so-called member area was actually an auction hall. It was a small auction specially open for exchange members. And the so-called members could become exchange members once their total trading amount reached 5 million. But the initial member was only a bronze member. When the trading amount reached 10 million, they would automatically be upgraded to silver member. A gold member required a trading amount of 30 million. As for the top diamond member, the trading amount had to reach 100 million. Gold members could use the VIP private room Guan Yang was in for free. This auction would start exactly at 1:30 p.m. It would last for 1.5 hours. Auctions did not happen every day, only once a week, and the first week of each month was for high-end auctions, the rest were mid-range. At this moment, it was exactly the first week of the month. This one was a high-end auction. High-end auctions had different items from mid-range ones. Items were not fixed, completely random. But all were good items, you just needed to bring enough money. Whether there was something you needed, you would only know when you came. It was also a way to attract people. To bid in a regular seat, just press the button on the armrest of each seat. For private rooms, press the buttons on the table. Mr. Guan brought Guan Yang here to try his luck. Maybe a contract beast suitable for Guan Yang would appear. After understanding, Guan Yang curiously looked around. In front of the tables and chairs was a large glass, giving a clear view of the auction stage below. The glass was special, people outside couldn't see inside, but those inside could see outside. Protecting the VIP's privacy was one of the privileges of the private room. At that moment, the lights on the auction stage suddenly turned on, illuminating the entire auction stage brightly. The auction began. All eyes in the hall were instantly drawn there. The place became extremely quiet. Then, a woman in her 20s with a striking face, wearing a dress, twisting her graceful body, walked to the stage slowly. She stopped in the middle of the stage, scanning the hall. She smiled charmingly and said, "Welcome everyone to this treasure exchange member-only event. I am Lin Xiaoer, the auctioneer for this member event." Her voice was not loud but clearly reached every corner of the hall. Naturally, it included all the private rooms on the second floor. This woman is scary. Guan Yang looked at the attributes he had just detected and murmured. Name, Lin Xiaoer. Attribute, sound system. Contract creature, Tianyin Fox. Combat power, 52,400. Skills, 8 sounds of the fox, charm, sound kill force. Mutated attributes plus 50k plus combat power. It would be strange if she were simple. But no matter, his dad was stronger. On the same day he came back, Guan Yang used his detection skill on his parents again, and the result was the same as before. Beyond detection range. That is, his parents' combat power was at least 100,000. A 4th-tier expert. This made his original evaluation of his parents rise a lot. But having parents with high combat power was really nice. Chapter 23 Auction. Lin Xiaoer didn't expect she would host today. Looks like the items this time. The value is not low. Father Guan stared at Lin Xiaoer, first stunned, then muttered to himself. Hey! Dad, is there something more to say about this? Father Guan looked at Lin Xiaoer below and whispered in explanation. At this kind of auction, the 4 flowers of the treasure pavilion, which are the 4 major auctioneers, usually handle the auction. But Lin Xiaoer, as the manager, rarely hosts auctions. She will only host when the item being auctioned is of high value or its price is undecided. Guan Yang, confused, asked, "Dad, I understand high value, but what does undecided price mean?" Father Guan replied, "Undecided price means that the treasure exchange cannot assess the true value or purpose of the treasure. Fearing it might be unsold, the manager will take the stage personally. As for why she takes the stage to prevent the item from being unsold, just look at the crowd below and you'll understand." Guan Yang, upon hearing this, turned to look below. He saw the men in the crowd staring at Lin Xiaoer as if they were hungry wolves seeing meat, their eyes shining, even filled with excitement. Guan Yang immediately understood the reason. All right. He had to admit, no matter when, the beauty trap never goes out of style. Especially for men. It works every single time. While Guan Yang and his father were talking, the auction had already begun. Lin Xiaoer clapped her hands and announced loudly, "The first item up for auction today is a martial arts technique. As everyone knows, once you have a contracted beast, you can practice martial arts techniques. The quality of the technique is also related to how much power the contracted beasts can share. Martial arts techniques are divided into heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow grades, with the corresponding techniques increasing the maximum compatibility by 40%, 30%, 20%, and 10% respectively. This one here is a boon for those with fire attribute strength. The first item today, Lengia Fire Technique. A low-grade earth-level fire attribute martial arts technique. According to our appraisers, once this technique is mastered to its peak, it can increase the compatibility by 25%. That means, originally, you could share 40% of your contracted beast's combat power, but now you can share 25% more than others. Your power will jump from level 3 to level 4, from level 4 to level 5. The opportunity to become strong is right in front of you, what are you waiting for? Now, I announce that the Renjia Fire technique starts at 500,000, with a minimum bid increase of 50,000. The auction begins now. Bang! The small wooden hammer fell, making a dull sound. At the same time, it struck a chord in the hearts of the crowd below. Immediately, the discussions began. Goodness! They're starting this big? An Earth-level martial arts technique as the first item, extravagant. Ha, looks like I came to the right place. If the first item is like this, what will follow? Ah. Too bad, it's not a water attribute, otherwise, I could practice it. Fire attribute, what's the use? Although I'm not fire attribute, I can buy it and give it to someone. Those alchemists, they're all fire attribute. Pfft, do you really think an alchemist would need a low-grade earth technique from you? Ridiculous. Guan Yang shook his head as he watched the auction platform below. Great. This technique has nothing to do with him. It's too expensive. As Lin Xiaoer said, martial arts techniques are for increasing the compatibility between the master and the contracted beast. A single attribute master can only achieve 40% compatibility with their contracted beast. Thus, they can only share 40% of the beast's combat power. To increase this limit, you need a suitable technique. The techniques are divided into 4 grades: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow, with Heaven being the highest and Yellow the lowest. The higher the grade, the higher the potential compatibility increase. Even a waste attribute like the 5 elements, if you come from a good family and have practiced a Heaven-level technique, your strength wouldn't be much weaker than other dual attribute awakeners. Innate deficiencies can be made up for later, that's exactly what this is about. Of course, the premise is that you can obtain a Heaven-level technique. There are fewer than 100 Heaven-level techniques in the entire Long Kingdom, scattered across the Federation and various major families. When Lin Xiaoer mentioned the Renjia Fire technique, Guan Yang was also somewhat moved. After all, it is an Earth-level technique. And since he can contract any attribute creature, naturally, he can practice any attribute technique. But this cultivation method is too expensive, it's not something he can afford. Moreover, even if he cultivates it, it can only be used on a fire attribute contracted beast. He currently only has Old Ren, who is of the dark and poison attributes, so even if he cultivates a fire attribute cultivation method, it's useless. While Guan Yang was feeling sentimental, the bidding below had already surpassed 1 million. The price kept rising. Guan Yang couldn't help but click his tongue. People from the provincial capital are really rich. The purchasing power in this world is higher than that of Blue Star. If you had to convert it, 1 piece here is worth 5 pieces back on Earth. Dad, how much do you think this local level cultivation method will be auctioned for in the end? Father Guan squinted his eyes and replied without thinking, if it's a high-quality local level method, it'll be at least 10 million. As for the low-quality one now, around 400,000. A low-quality one is worth 400,000? Father Guan rolled his eyes. What do you mean just low quality? Do you think local level cultivation methods are as cheap as cabbage? Go take a walk around the first floor of the treasure exchange, you won't even find any high-quality Shen level ones. A local level method in Tianhai City is a rare find, even one a month would be lucky. In the world of the rich, you can't even imagine. Guan Yang. And indeed, after a few minutes of bidding, the first item was sold for 5,800,000. Guan Yang could tell that the price was originally going to cap at 5 million, but it rose by 80,000 solely due to Lin Xiaoer pushing the auction along. What a manager at the treasure exchange! After the first item was sold, there was a good start, and Lin Xiaoer's smile grew even brighter. Good. Next, let's bring out the second item for everyone. This is a contracted beast with a mutated attribute. A good contracted beast is extremely important for improving the strength of a contract master. The second item, special mutated attribute Ice attribute, extreme cold mysterious turtle hatchling. After being assessed by our appraisers, the extreme cold mysterious turtle hatchling has a combat power of 190 points, and is free from any illness. According to the information, the extreme cold mysterious turtle can evolve at least 5 times. Its potential is vast, and it's the best contracted beast for beginners. Whether for your children or as a gift, it's the perfect choice. The chance to get ahead is right in front of you, what are you waiting for? I now announce that the starting price for the extreme cold mysterious turtle hatchling is 600,000, with increments no less than 50,000, and the auction starts now. After hearing Lin Xiaoer's description, Guan Yang's face showed a strange expression. This, and it's starting higher than the local level cultivation method? It only has 190 points of combat power, far less than Old Ren's, is this a joke? But in the next moment, Guan Yang understood the reason. Because of the system's enhancement, he was able to reach over 200 combat power after awakening, allowing him to contract beasts with combat power under 1000. Others didn't have this privilege. Most people, after awakening, only reach around 30 points, with a small number reaching 45. And first-level contract techniques can only contract beasts with 5 times their combat power. Which means they can only contract beasts with combat power of around 200. As for the evolution times, it represents the growth limit of the contracted beast. Every contracted beast has its own growth limit. To break through this limit and evolve, certain special conditions must be met. Take old Ren for example, the blood of powerful creatures is his only evolution condition. For the extreme cold mysterious turtle, evolution requires rare cold materials from the world. With every evolution, its strength would improve qualitatively, and its potential would grow. It can evolve at least 5 times, which means the extreme cold mysterious turtle can reach 5th tier strength, or 500,000 combat power. But the premise is that it can evolve. If it cannot evolve, its combat power will be stuck at its current level, and the contract master's strength will also hit a bottleneck. Chapter 24, Yin Yang 5 Elements Secret Technique. Just as Guan Yang was deep in thought, Father Guan suddenly spoke up. Yanger, what do you think of this little guy? Guan Yang instinctively replied, it's average. Hey, Dad, what do you mean? Guan Yang turned his head and looked at his father in surprise. Could it be that his dad was planning to buy it for him? Father Guan asked in confusion, just ordinary? Your attribute can contract any mutated creature. This one is not bad. Guan Yang waved his hand, forget it. This guy looks silly. Besides, others summon tigers, leopards, I summoned a turtle with a shell, isn't it doomed to be hit? No. But the shell is safer. This was what Father Guan thought. At the same time, it was also Mother Guan's idea. With a shell, at least it would be much safer. Guan Yang couldn't help rolling his eyes. Safer but not immune to being hit? Besides, turtles are slow, when the time comes, you can't even run. Father Guan nodded at these words, agreeing with Guan Yang, right. Okay then. Wait, Dad, now it's over 2 million, can we afford it? Guan Yang suddenly remembered a question. Didn't Dad say he only had 2 million? At this rate, even 3 million is not enough, can Dad really afford this? Could it be that some friend is giving money? Guan Yang shook his head, can't afford it. Guan Yang couldn't help feeling puzzled, then why did you ask? What does it mean? Nothing, I just asked casually. Guan Yang. Dad, you are my real dad. Finally, this extremely cold mysterious turtle was sold for 4,300,000. It was not as expensive as cultivation techniques. Cultivation techniques never go out of date, but a mysterious turtle is only suitable for younger generations. After all, raising a mysterious turtle consumes amazing resources and energy. A lower price was also part of clearing it. Next, the auction continued, with contract beast cubs, rare fruits, and treasures. Guan Yang also opened his eyes to new things. Unfortunately, none of them were what he needed. Even if there were, the price was far beyond his expectation. Too expensive. In the blink of an eye, the auction had been going on for more than an hour. Father Guan had not bid even once, which was rare. This puzzled Guan Yang a lot. Could it be that Dad just came to look, not to buy for him? Was he just imagining it himself? Dad. Won't you bid a little, join the fun? Can't afford it. Then Dad, didn't you bring me here to choose a contract beast? Guan Yang said in surprise, who told you to buy here? Guan Yang twitched the corner of his mouth at these words. You don't buy here, but you brought me here? Playing a joke? Then why are we here? Father Guan said lightly, of course, to open your eyes, let you feel what it is like to be rich. Also to set a goal, so later you can buy a few things here to repay me and your mom. You need to work hard. Guan Yang. Should I curse or not? Just this? Just this. If you want to say more, it's just to see the market. After all, it's been a long time since we bought these things. Later, when you choose items on the first floor, don't get cheated. Guan Yang rolled his eyes, looking at Dad with grievance. If you said so earlier. Making me think how to refuse every contract beast that appeared. So many brain cells wasted. And the result is just this? Sure enough. It's Dad. Doing things is just tricking the kid. He knew it, although the auction had good things, just 2 million would never win. Turns out this was just to check the market. Trick. Really trick. Time quickly came to the end. Lin Xiao's eyes showed no trace of tiredness. Although she hosted for nearly an hour, the total revenue exceeded expectations. Not bad at all. Her smile became a bit brighter. The next item is also the last one of this auction. This item is actually the real reason I appear at this auction. A special cultivation technique. This technique was obtained from the secret realm of the wild ancient city. Lin Xiaoer paused deliberately when saying this. The crowd downstairs was restless. Wow, the ending comes with a bomb. Wild Ancient City Secret Realm, only 7th rank strong people can enter that secret realm. Now they play this big? I'm curious, what is so special about this cultivation technique? Miss Lin, quickly tell us the details of the cultivation technique. No matter what the cultivation technique is, our Tianhai group wants it, please cooperate. Tianhai group, what a joke. Take 2 big steps, be careful to tear yourself. All money decide truth. For a moment, under the stage discussions rise one after another. Lin Xiaoer looks at everyone's reaction with satisfaction. Next second, on the auction stage one table slowly rises up, a golden opened book enters eyes. It is exactly the cultivation method of this auction. Even the way of appearing is not the same. Other products are all brought up by assistants, this item however has such a special appearing way. Lin Xiaoer sees the item appear, immediately raises voice and says. Looks like everyone is very expecting this cultivation method. The importance of cultivation method was already said before. Here will not repeat. This cultivation method has 2 special points. 1. The cultivation method name unknown, effect unknown, can only identify it as earth level low grade. 2. Attribute cannot be determined. We found dozens of people of different attributes to test, all unable to find the way to start, cannot practice. This item we specially invited Master Yi, the appraiser from Tianhai headquarters, to study. Confirmed this method definitely can be cultivated, only the cultivation conditions are harsh. As for the exact cultivation conditions, now still unknown. Lin Xiaoer words once again explode the whole place. Damn. Then isn't it a earth level low grade method that knows nothing? Dozens of people all cannot start, doesn't that mean even if get it cannot practice? Most important is, even level 7 appraiser mastery did not figure anything, what use we want it for? As decoration? Exactly, I directly buy a earth level low grade, isn't it better? In the private room, Guan Yang at this moment has a face full of excitement. Only because when the nameless method appeared he already threw a detection skill over. At first time got the information of the method. Name, Yin Yang 5 elements art. Attribute, metal wood water fire earth Yin Yang. Level, earth level low grade. Description, people without full Yin Yang and 5 elements cannot practice. After Guan Yang got this method information, first reaction is must take it down. This method is simply born for him. It actually covers metal wood water fire earth 5 elements and Yin Yang, once practiced later, when he contract any attribute beast will all get bonus, no need to change method anymore. Isn't this just perfect? Although grade only earth level low grade, but for him already enough, what more bicycle? Just when Guan Yang moved the thought to take down the method, inside the field is full of negative emotion. This in normal auction house already counts as auction accident. But Lin Xiaoer on stage seems already expected this situation, not a bit panic. She knows the last item is not that easy to sell, so even if last item fails to sell, she also not afraid. Because before already earned back the cost of this item. After the field becomes quiet again, Lin Xiaoer then speaks again. And once speaking, directly straight to the point. Last item, nameless cultivation method, earth level low grade, starting price 500,000, each increase not less than 100,000, now start auction. Chapter 25 You little brat, what nonsense are you bidding? As Lin Xiaoer voice falls, whole field strangely quiet down. No one is fool, they are also calculating the gain and loss of taking this thing. Even the powerful treasure exchange cannot find the way to practice, they take it confined? Playing? Even the Tianhai group person in charge who shouted at the beginning, now also silent, face no joy no sadness, cannot see thoughts. But one thing can be confirmed, he has no intention to bid. The shouting before seems like never happened. Sure enough, in merchandise only profit. Just at this time, a voice sounds. I bid 600,000. Old Wang of Tianhai, didn't you just say no matter what take it? Why now not speaking and acting dumb? The one speaking is exactly Old Li from Jinji Company, opposite to Tianhai. Old Wang hearing this face becomes dark, involving opponent how can show weakness, immediately fights back, I am not as stupid as you, 600,000 to buy a few pieces of waste paper to play. In business, it's all about business, no wonder your Jinji has been surpassed by Tianhai. Old Li from Jinji's face darkened upon hearing this. What Tianhai said was like flipping the table and calling it quits. But what the other side said was the truth, for these years, they had seen Tianhai grow bigger and stronger until they surpassed them. Stop talking about irrelevant stuff. Let's see the real deal. Mr. Wang, will you follow or not? Old Wang from Tianhai fell into deep thought for a moment. After a while, he shook his head. I originally didn't plan to follow. Still don't. It's not in line with my interests. Old Li snorted. Ha, saying it so nicely, to put it bluntly, you just don't have the money. Oldly didn't care about this few 100,000, after all, it was a regional-level martial art, even if it couldn't be cultivated, it was still good to keep in storage. As long as it could suppress Old Wang, that was enough. Old Wang, however, remained calm and unbothered, asking in return, Tianhai may not be as rich as before, but it's still wealthier than Jinji. You. At this moment, a young voice came from the second floor. 1 million. I'll take it. Both Old Wang and Oldly shifted their focus immediately. They stared in shock at the second floor. Someone actually bid on this thing? And the box on the second floor actually made a move, who could it be inside? The voice sounded young, could it be some young master from a rich family? Unfortunately, when they looked up, they saw only a large opaque glass, with a vague shadow visible inside. In an instant, both of them had a sudden thought and made a decision. Not following. No matter who was on the second floor, anyone in a private box wasn't an ordinary person. Although they didn't know why the other side would bid for this, they figured it was fine to give them face. After all, winning it would just be for storage, just to make the numbers look better. Thinking of this, Oldly said loudly, I don't know who the distinguished guest in the private box is. But since you want it, Oldly will step back. At that moment, a middle-aged man's voice came from the private box. Sorry, the little one didn't know any better and pressed the wrong button. You two can continue. You little brat, why are you pressing random things? There was a scolding followed by the sound being cut off. Oldly and Old Wang. The entire room. Inside the private box. There was no sign of any argument. Guan Yang father, with a curious look on his face, asked, the show's been played for you, tell me, why did you want it? Otherwise, that million, you figure it out yourself. Everything was just a performance. An auction is no joke, there's no such thing as don't bid, once it's bid, it's done. It doesn't matter if it was a mistake. Once it's bid, it means participating in the competition. The reason for saying this was to buy time. Just like now, they had already heard the sound of the gavel and Lin Xiao's voice from below. The distinguished guest on the second floor, I'm sure you know the auction rules. There's no such thing as canceling a bid. Now, the nameless martial art, 1 million. Is there any higher bid? If there is no further bidding, then this martial art will go to the guest in the second floor box. The bidders looked at each other. No one wanted to be the fool. All right. Since no one else is bidding, congratulations to Box 9 of Tianhai, 1 million for the nameless martial art. Lin Xiao's words reached Guan Yang's ears, and Guan Yang immediately smiled with joy. He immediately turned to his curious father and said, Dad, do you know about innate skills? Upon hearing this, Guan Yang's father paused his tea-making, surprised, of course, I know. With attribute awakening, some naturally gifted people may awaken special skills. This is what we call an innate skill. Why do you ask? Dad, I've awakened an innate skill. Guan Yang's father's expression instantly showed astonishment. He never expected his son to awaken an innate skill. Why didn't you mention this before? You never asked. Guan Yang's father. Guan Yang's father was left speechless and had no reply. Changing the subject. What ability? Does it have anything to do with this martial art? Can you figure out how to use it? Yes, now my eyes can scan the attributes of any object I see. Just like that manual. It's called Yin Yang 5 Elements technique. And like you, Dad, you have the mutated lightning attribute. Guan Yang was preparing to reveal a bit to his dad, slowly letting him accept his special traits. Subtle and gradual changes. So that no one would worry about him alone. The meaning now is that your son is even stronger than you imagine. Father Guan, hearing this, paused with the tea at his lips, staring at Guan Yang in shock. You can even detect this? Guan Yang nodded proudly, of course. I also know Mom has a mutated attribute, light type. What else do you know? Not much, like the Thunder Qilin, the unicorn, that's about it. Father Guan. That's all? Is that not enough? He had never heard of anyone who could see another person's attribute interface. Attribute interfaces are private, no one can see them but the owner. Father Guan's face changed many times, finally settling into a serious expression. This talent must be kept hidden. Don't tell anyone but me. Not even your mother. Your mother speaks too freely. If others know about this talent, the consequences will be unbearable. Dad, don't worry, I have it under control. But Dad, I have to ask, you and Mom both have mutated attributes and are so strong, why never told me? You never asked. Guan Yang. Karma comes fast. Just scolded Dad, now getting scolded back. A trace of a smile appeared in Father Guan's eyes, letting you know scolding your dad is dangerous. Your dad never leaves a grudge overnight, unless he can't win. Hee hee, some things we will talk about later. Walls have ears. Back to the point. You said that 5 elements technique helps you? Guan Yang, hearing this, didn't hesitate, and explained to Dad. Yin Yang 5 elements technique cannot be practiced by anyone who does not have all 5 elements. To practice, one must have all 5 elements, the so-called full attribute awakener. Father Guan was stunned. Is this possible? Is it so coincidental? Couldn't find the contracted beast, but found an even better technique? Chapter 26, Strengthening Old Ren. A few hours later, Father Guan returned to the Heisher family home. Also brought back were the Yin Yang 5 elements technique and 3 bottles of unknown mutant beast blood. At this moment, Father Guan only had 300,000 left in hand. They bought the Yin Yang 5 elements technique, then wandered the first floor, Guan Yang using no good items as an excuse, then wandered the second and third floors. That wandering cost 700,000, buying 3 palm-sized bottles of mutant beast blood. The reason was still talent. These 3 bottles came from Dark Bat King, Swamp Poison Lizard, Armored Rhino. They are 5th tier, 4th tier, and 3rd tier mutant beasts. All are mutated attributes, so the price is relatively high. Especially Dark Bat King, blood from a 5th tier beast. Somehow ended up in the trading market. Considered another kind of bargain. Since it's a bargain, Father Guan happily paid. Beast blood above 4th tier resold yields huge profit. Father Guan and Guan Yang just stepped inside, and Mother Guan discovered them. You're back, I was just cooking. How was the haul? Did you find a suitable contracted beast? Most importantly, how much money is left? Father Guan's face changed. Only now did he remember, he knew the reason, so he let Guan Yang buy. But Mother Guan didn't know, and couldn't be told. Otherwise, with her big mouth, by early morning, the whole street would know. So how to explain 1.7 million spent? Father Guan fell into thought. At that moment, Guan Yang suddenly spoke, Dad was so good to me. He bought me a book and 3 bottles. Not much spent, about 1.6 million. Mom, I'm going to my room first. I want to study the book. Saying that, without giving Mother Guan time to react, he quickly bypassed her from one side and ran into the backyard. Disappear. Only Father Guan stood there with a dark face. Father Guan. Damn it. This ungrateful child. How could you say that? The content is vague enough, but the most important thing is, you spent 170,000, but said it was 160. You pay for that extra 10,000. Father Guan subconsciously looked at his wife. He saw that the smile on her face had already disappeared, her forehead veins were popping out, and she was about to explode. The most important thing is, she was still holding a kitchen knife because she was about to cook. Father Guan immediately broke into a cold sweat. This ungrateful child. Once I free my hands, I'm definitely going to give you a good lesson. Not only did you not help your old man with his worries, but you also poured oil on the fire. Don't you know your mom is in charge of the money? Wife, calm down, let me explain. But before he could finish his words, a roar interrupted him. Guan Lin, I told you to pick a contract beast for Yanger, and you bought a book and 3 bottles? The most important thing is, you spent 160,000, are you crazy? Already in the backyard, Guan Yang heard this voice and instinctively shrank his neck. Amit Ba. Dad, your son's spirit is with you. With this thought, Guan Yang quickly entered the room. He shut his ears to the outside world and focused on looking at the beast blood bottles. The cultivation method wasn't urgent, so first, let's see if old Ren can evolve after absorbing the blood of these 3 high-level alien beasts. Once he evolves, I don't know what unimaginable benefits he will gain, and at the same time, it will also benefit Guan Yang. It's the contract master who will benefit. Thinking of this, Guan Yang summoned Old Ren. Old Ren in a black robe appeared in front of Guan Yang again. Guan Yang took a deep breath and first poured the dark rhino's blood into Old Ren's mouth. To be safe, he started with the lower level blood. The reason he bought the dark rhino's blood was exactly because of this. If he poured in 2 high-level blood at once, he was afraid Old Ren wouldn't be able to handle it. Although both are dark elemental creatures, they are from 2 different worlds, so it's hard to predict how they would react. By experimenting with a lower-level blood, if any problems arise, they can stop it in time. As the palm-sized bottle ran out, after the blood went down, a rare expression of enjoyment could be seen on Old Ren's face. Not bad. It seems that even if they are from 2 different worlds, as long as the attributes are the same, the effect is still good. Once the bottle was finished, Guan Yang silently observed Old Ren's changes. His skin began to recover a little, gaining some elasticity. His muscles also filled out more. But overall, the changes weren't that obvious. His combat power only increased by 300 points. It's still okay. It should be because the blood wasn't enough. It seems like more blood is needed. Even if the quality is high, if there's not enough quantity, the effect can't be significant. Seeing that old Ren's changes had stopped and he didn't find any side effects, Guan Yang raised the marsh toxic lizard's blood bottle and poured it into old Ren. This time, the change was bigger than last time. The black hair on his face was gradually disappearing, and his face wasn't as wrinkled as before. You could vaguely make out his features. His combat power also increased by 600 points. Old Ren's combat power reached 3,100 points. With this thought, Guan Yang didn't hesitate and directly poured the last bottle of Bat King's blood into old Ren. 10 minutes later, old Ren's changes were complete. What appeared before him was an old man with his eyes tightly closed and a bald head. Not bad. Finally, he looks like a person. At least he won't scare children if he goes out in the street. All the hair on his face completely faded, revealing his original appearance. Although his face was still thin, overall, he could be considered within the normal human range. Of course, this is just about his appearance. Now, even though old Ren's combat power reached 4,600 points, he was still far from being a normal person. Also, he hadn't gained any new skills. In fact, up until now, old Ren's strength and realm had completely broken away from the zombie classification mentioned by the Four Eyes. Is this what it means to step out of the three realms and not be bound by the five elements? Zombies probably aren't even within the three realms or six paths. The more he thought, the further his mind wandered, so Guan Yang quickly pulled back his thoughts. Guan Yang looked at his and old Ren's attributes. Name, Guan Yang. Attributes, all systems. Combat power, 3,100, shared zombie 2,300 combat power. Contracted creature, Ren Weiyong. Universal skills, detection technique, contract technique, LV1. Contracted creature derived skills. Power amplification, smell amplification, defense amplification, constitution amplification, toxic control. Contracted object, Ren Weiyong, toxic zombie. Attributes, dark system, poison system. Combat power, 4,500. Skills, zombie bloodline, bloodthirsty, copper skin iron bones, zombie super strength, smell tracking, toxic zombie body. Not bad, not bad. His strength has been enhanced by old Ren, directly pushing it to over 3,000 combat power. This feeling of lying down to wind made Guan Yang exclaim it was truly fragrant. Thinking of Ninth Uncle and others, who practiced for a lifetime, only achieving that level of combat power, while their contractors just had to lie down and it was done. Fragrant. Truly fragrant. Then, Guan Yang put away old Ren. He took out the Yin-Yang 5 Elements secret and started studying it. This was also something that could quickly boost his additional combat power. The earlier he got started, the earlier he would benefit. Chapter 27, Which family's little girl is holding a kitchen knife? On the other side, Guan's father, who had calmed down, was holding his right eye and complaining to Guan's mother. You say, why don't you listen to my explanation? You just went all out, just like that, even slapped me. Look, look. As he spoke, he angrily moved his right hand away. A panda eye was clearly visible on Guan's father's face. It was just that I didn't stop in time. Besides, you're a grown man, why are you arguing with me, a little girl? Guan's father. I believe you, my foot. A little girl, which family's little girl holds a kitchen knife? Which family's little girl throws a frying pan? Unfortunately, these complaints were not to be mentioned by Guan's father, not a single word. Otherwise, he would have exploded. Alright, let's call this matter a day. You don't need to know the specifics. You just need to know, our son is not bad, he has awakened an incredible talent skill, that's all. What thing, why keep it from me? I'm his mother. Exactly because I know you so well, I didn't tell you. Your big mouth. Sigh. I said Guanlin, who are you calling a big mouth? How is my mouth big? I'm really good at keeping secrets, okay? Guan's father rolled his eyes. Yes, you're very good. Last month, I got hemorrhoids on my butt. After a couple of days, when I went to the neighboring street to buy breakfast, the breakfast seller directly said, has the hemorrhoid healed? I was so embarrassed at that moment. When Guan's father thought about that scene, he wished he could dig a 3-room apartment with his foot. Guan's mother froze, embarrassed, and said, that's not an important thing. Alright. If you don't want to talk about it, we won't talk about it. Guan's father was speechless. He immediately stopped bringing up the topic. Getting a suitable martial arts technique is good, but Yanger's contracted beast is still a matter. With the college entrance exam coming up, Guan's mother turned to worry about the upcoming college entrance exam. Although she didn't expect her son to be at the top, he certainly couldn't be at the bottom, right? Guan's father, upon hearing this, also started to feel a headache. This really was an issue. The biggest problem was that the time was too tight. And the treasures at the trading market, Yanger didn't even look at them, can you believe it? Alright, I'll go to the Tianhai forest tomorrow, to see if there's a suitable contracted beast for Yanger. Okay then. Guan's mother nodded. The deep parts of Tianhai forest were not a problem. After all, the highest level was only that high, and her husband could handle it, so there wouldn't be any danger. Keep this a secret, don't tell Yanger, so he doesn't follow you. The wilds are not like the provincial capital, it's not something to mess with. Guan's father warned again, not at ease. He really feared that his wife would accidentally blurt it out. Guan's mother nodded, don't worry, you still don't understand me. Guan's father. If I could trust you, would I still say this? But he couldn't show it, so he had to solemnly nod. You must remember. Alright, I know. On the other side, Guan Yang was already trying to practice using the yin-yang 5 elements secret. As the saying goes, all things are divided into yin and yang, opposites yet united, with growth and decline, mutually restraining and depending, containing and influencing each other. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, all things in the world come from them. Metal is hard and can carve wood, wood bends when the wind blows. Water moistens and dims fire beautifully, earth is thick and can grow crops, metal, water, wood, fire, earth, metal again, they give life to each other in order. The essentials of the yin-yang 5 elements manual flowed through Guan Yang's mind, and he began his cultivation. 10 minutes later, Guan Yang opened his eyes in surprise. Oh my! It worked? This easy? He actually entered the path with ease. He encountered no obstacle at all, while absorbing the yin-yang 5 elements energy, everything went extremely smoothly. In an instant, he attracted all 7 elements and then entered the path. He did not meet the so-called absorption difficulty mentioned during treasure exchange. It seems this time, he benefited again from the full attribute awakening. What a feeling of joy! At the same time, after entering, all situations of the yin-yang 5 elements manual were completely mastered by him. Simply put, the yin-yang 5 elements manual is a spellbook without a fixed attribute. Once cultivated, it increases the affinity with contract beasts of any attribute. Guan Yang felt deeply moved, wondering if this was a system specially designed for him. Just in a different way given to him. Of course, no matter what, Guan Yang was very satisfied with this manual. The yin-yang 5 elements manual has 5 levels, each level not only increases basic combat power but also increases contract beast affinity by 5%. Reaching level 5 equals 25%. It is the same effect as that low-grade fire manual in the auction. But it has a feature that the fire manual does not. That is rank upgrade. The rank of the yin-yang 5 elements manual is not fixed at low-level earth grade. Once he cultivates the manual to its peak and gathers all 7 special elemental sources, he can upgrade it to heavenly grade. Thus, the skill advances, becoming a heavenly grade technique. This was what satisfied Guan Yang. This is a technique that can evolve. Profit. Guan Yang got excited for a moment, then suppressed his emotions and started cultivating. He wanted to reach level 1 quickly and go out to practice. He now had combat power, but had not truly fought, and his cooperation with Lao Ren needed improvement. Only in this way could he shine in the college entrance exam 6 days later. His goal was to become the top scorer of Tianhai province in this exam. With this thought, Guan Yang cultivated seriously. On the other side, in the neighboring Su province of Tianhai province. In a villa. A man and a woman were chatting in the living room. The topic was a letter on the table. Huang Xiaoling. The woman suddenly spoke, "Old Huang, this divorce letter." The man's face turned serious, frowning. "No, old Guan, says divorce and just divorces? Did he ask me? I don't agree." The woman, expecting his reaction, calmly said, "Actually, I think the divorce is fine. After all, Xiao Yang's attribute." She didn't continue, trusting he could understand. Old Huang's face darkened. "Fine my foot." Oh, he was the one who wanted to arrange a childhood marriage. I didn't agree, yet he stubbornly bet with me. Now he says divorce and divorces. So I only have the right to agree? No, I won't let that old Guan get his way. The woman's face showed a mix of anger and amusement. You have fought with old Guan almost all your life. Now still fight? Old Huang still had a stern face, displeased. This has nothing to do with that. I just can't swallow this anger. As if my Xiaoling isn't good enough for him. And divorce letter, I didn't say anything, yet he went ahead. Besides, if this divorce letter needs to be written, I should write it. Why does old Guan write it? Makes it seem I'm in a rush to marry off my daughter. Ah. Look at my little temper. The more I think, the angrier. No, I will scold someone. Saying so, he took out his phone and started furiously dialing someone. A lot of curses had already risen to his throat. He was ready to start swearing as soon as the other side answered. But the next second, old Huang's face froze first, anger showing even more. He suddenly threw the phone aside. That old bastard, he turned off his phone. Chapter 28, Goal, Outskirts of Tianhai Forest. Looking at the old Huang, who was frustrated. The woman immediately rolled her eyes. All right. Stop pretending. Poor acting. You just want to know my thoughts, right? You old fox, why not say it directly? Seeing his wife lay everything out, old Huang couldn't keep up the act anymore. He stopped frowning, showing a bit of awkwardness, but still asked, Wife, I really think highly of that Guan Yang kid. Though his talent isn't great, his character is solid. Look at. The woman gave her husband a glare. You should have said so from the start. Going around in circles for nothing. Fine, I never said I wanted to cancel the contract. Actually, I did think about canceling it first, but then I thought about it. I'm still somewhat satisfied with that young kid. Even though his talent is lacking, from another perspective, that's actually a good thing. At least he can take care of the family. Xiaoling's personality is like yours, a woman who doesn't care about the family. Having a man with bad talent who takes care of the home is good. It's a perfect balance, they can take care of each other. Anyway, with us around, there's no way we'll let our daughter suffer. Mother Huang expressed her thoughts immediately. This made old Huang extremely happy. Wife, is that really what you think? Mother Huang gave Father Huang a look and said, All right. I've said my piece. Now, how are you planning to handle this annulment letter? Father Huang was silent for a few seconds before speaking again. What else can I do? I'll just go over and deal with it directly. He says cancel, so let him cancel. He even turned off his phone, not giving me a chance to fight back. I'm going to confront him face to face. Mother Huang asked, Do you want to take Linger with you? Of course, how else will they know Linger is outstanding? Linger marrying that boy is a blessing earned by their ancestors. All right. You deal with it. I'll go tidy up the house. By the way, when are you going? When else? I'll buy the tickets now. Once I get them, I'm going over tomorrow. If he doesn't answer his phone, I'll make sure he regrets it. The next morning, Guan Yang walked out of the bedroom with a smile on his face. He had spent the entire night training. Finally, at dawn, he had officially entered the first level of the Yin-Yang 5 Elements technique. A ground-level martial art, as expected, the first level was the easiest. As soon as he finished cultivating, his base combat power increased by 100 points. At the same time, his contract beast's compatibility increased by 5%, reaching a 55% combat power boost. Everything was moving in a wonderful direction. The feeling of growing stronger every moment really intoxicated Guan Yang. Guan Yang, in a good mood, sat down at the dining table. His mother had already made breakfast and was waiting for him. Hey! Mom, where's Dad? Guan Yang didn't see his father and asked out of habit. His mother was about to speak but suddenly remembered her husband's instructions and replied, Oh, your dad went to get some supplies. Don't worry about him, eat your meal. Okay. His dad often went out to buy supplies and sometimes took half a day, sometimes a full day. Hearing this, Guan Yang didn't think much of it and began eating his meal. He planned to finish his meal and practice his skills outside. Of course, he couldn't tell his mother about it. After finishing his meal and helping his mother clean up, Guan Yang casually said, By the way, Mom, I'm meeting someone at the mall later. I'll eat lunch outside and come back for dinner. A guy or a girl? A guy. You brat, just go. I'm sick of seeing you. I'm not cooking lunch, I'm going to play mahjong. Guan Yang. After cleaning the dishes, Guan Yang went straight out the door. Once outside, he headed straight for the outskirts of the city. His destination, the Tianhai Forest, not far from the city. The Tianhai Forest spans the entire Tianhai province, or rather, it spans beyond just Tianhai province, including several neighboring provinces. It covers an area of 10 million square kilometers, making it the largest forest in the country. It is home to a wide variety of exotic beasts. It is a paradise for exotic beasts. The area near Tianhai province is called Tianhai Forest. However, near the other provinces, it goes by different names. For example, the exotic beast forest, Wanshan Forest, and so on. They all call it that. The Tianhai Forest is divided into the outer, inner, and central zones. The outer zone is mostly occupied by first and second tier beasts, and the deeper you go, the stronger the beasts become. It is said that in the central zone, 8th tier beasts exist. Of course, this is just a legend. No one has actually seen them, in fact, no one who goes in comes back alive. This time, Guan Yang's goal is to train in the outer zone. At the same time, let Old Ren absorb some blood, heal his body, and level up. He aims to raise Old Run to second tier with 10,000 combat power in a few days. That way, his exam will be as safe as an old dog. Soon, Guan Yang arrived at the outer entrance of Tianhai Forest. 4 with 1. Still need one person, a first tier support, no newcomers. Need a tank type, can take damage, ready to move anytime. Target, inner zone of Tianhai Forest, third tier leads, full team moves. Below second tier do not disturb. Outer Tianhai, bring newcomers. Clear prices, Tom saw no date, full team moves. Beer, drinks, mineral water, come fast if you want. The messy shouting filled the whole area. These are all contract masters, their purposes for entering Tianhai Forest vary, all hunting beasts to make money. The beasts are full of treasures. Whether fur or blood, it can be exchanged for money. But the most valuable is still the beast crystal. A beast crystal contains the essence of a beast. It holds a lot of pure energy, can enhance beasts of the same attribute, and is the main ingredient for making beast potions. Later, Guan Yang wants to enhance the 7 elemental attributes of his Yin-Yang 5 elements technique, hoping to rely on these beast crystals. Besides the beasts, Tianhai Forest itself is also a secret realm. It has countless rare materials, depending on personal luck. With good luck, you could become rich overnight without killing any beasts. Guan Yang, you are here, looking for a team? While Guan Yang was thinking, a delicate voice interrupted him. A young woman in a JK uniform came in front of Guan Yang. Seeing this, Guan Yang asked in surprise, Dongro? Why are you here? The woman before him was his classmate. Of course, they were just classmates. Normally, they had little contact unless needed. Dongro smiled gently and nodded, I just happened to see you, so I came to check. Guan Yang immediately understood. Dongro asked again, are you looking for a team to enter Tianhai Forest to find contract beasts? Something like that. Do you want to join us? You guys? Yes, over there. The girl pointed to the trees in the distance. That is my older sister. She specially came to show me the world. We happen to be missing one person, and you seem suitable. Do you want to join? Chapter 29, Pale skin, beautiful face, long legs, Huang Xiaoling. Guan Yang glanced at the place the girl pointed. 3 more girls stood under the trees, looking this way. Guan Yang scanned them and focused on one of them. Compared to the other 2, this one must be Dongrou's older sister. Wearing a tight battle suit, exuding heroic aura. The other 2 were disappointing. They were also in JK uniforms, clearly newcomers. Who would wear a JK uniform to hunt beasts? Crazy, right? Even Guan Yang himself had changed into a battle outfit for convenience. No need. I have a team, agreed with my partners, we will meet inside later. Guan Yang made an excuse, politely refusing Dongrou's offer. He did not plan to team up with others. His situation was special, and Old Run needed to absorb blood, so solo was better. Though riskier, it allowed more freedom. I see, okay, then we will meet again if fate allows. Dongro showed a hint of surprise, and stopped insisting, they were not very close anyway, just a familiar encounter, a little chat, and show off her sister. Her sister was a second-tier expert. Since he already had a team, she did not ask further. They chatted a little more. Turning around, he left. Guan Yang looked at the other person, gave it little thought, and turned towards the entrance of the forest. Because this area is close to the city, there was a barrier put in place, protected by a magical formation. There is only one entrance and exit, opening at 6 in the morning and closing at 8 in the evening. If you don't leave by night, you'll have to wait until the entrance opens again the next day. It was the opening time now, and Guan Yang smoothly entered the forest. As soon as they entered the forest, the team exchanged cautious glances and immediately scattered. Here, danger wasn't just from the exotic beasts. Other contract masters were just as dangerous. There was no one here to maintain order, it was a lawless zone. As the saying goes, enter the forest, life and death are determined by fate, wealth and honor by heaven. Guan Yang casually chose a less populated direction to walk in, and not long after, found a secluded spot where he summoned Old Run. He shone the black cloak of Old Ren with a light, and a partner appeared who wasn't afraid of a knife in the back. Next, it was time to search for the exotic beasts in the outer regions. Because this area was too close to the entrance, with too many people, the exotic beasts dared not approach, so it seemed he would need to head deeper into the wilderness. While Guan Yang was searching for the exotic beasts, 2 people arrived at his home. 1 man and 1 woman. The man was none other than Old Huang. The woman was in her early 20s, youthful and beautiful, with fair skin, a pretty face, and long legs. She was Old Huang's daughter, Huang Xiaoling. If Guan Yang saw Huang Xiaoling at this moment, he would definitely exclaim, wow, what a transformation. Girls change as they grow, but this change is just too big. He would also regret it, deeply regretting it. Hello, Aunt Wu. Hello, hello. It's really true, girls grow and change. Xiaoling is becoming more and more beautiful. Aunt, you're flattering me. Guan Yang's mother eagerly asked Xiaoling about her life, leaving old Huang to one side. After a moment, old Huang could no longer hold back. Ahem, ahem. He softly cleared his throat as a reminder. Ah. Old Huang, why are you still standing there? Sit down. Old Huang. Well, it turned out that they only saw Xiaoling. The fact that such a tall man as him was there, and no one noticed him, was just too much. He felt wronged inside, but kept quiet. After a bit more small talk, they finally sat down. Old Huang, you brought Xiaoling here because... Guan Yang's mother had a faint premonition that they were here to annul the engagement. Ahem, Sisu, it's like this. Where's old Guan? Old Huang lightly coughed and asked. Guan Yang's mother, he left early for something and should be back in the evening. If you have something to say, just tell me. You know, I'm the one in charge of things in this family. Oh, I see. Since that's the case, I won't waste time. The main reason for this visit is the letter. Was it really old Guan's idea? As he spoke, old Huang took out a letter, exactly the engagement dissolution letter. Seeing the letter, Guan Yang's mother's suspicions were confirmed. The smile on her face instantly faded. She looked at the delicate Huang Xiaoling beside her and sighed inwardly. Sigh. Yanger doesn't have this kind of fortune. Yes. It was old Guan's idea. I'm sure you already know about Yanger's awakening situation? Old Guan didn't want Xiaoling to suffer any grievances. Huang Xiaoling, on the side, remained silent. She had known about the childhood engagement since she was little. This was also the reason she had been taking Guan Yang around so much as a child. She had always seen herself as the future daughter-in-law of the Guan family. But as she grew older, she gradually formed her own opinions, and this idea started to fade. Although it faded a bit, she was not opposed to marrying into the Guan family. She still clearly remembered the little brat who used to follow her everywhere back in the day. Over the years, she had also received updates from Guan Yang's mother about him. She wasn't a stranger to Guan Yang. This time, she came to see him in person. She came to confirm whether there was a need to contact him. She had already discussed this with her father before coming. Her father had agreed. After all, fate plays a part, doesn't it? Back to the point, upon hearing Guan Yang's mother, Huang's father hurriedly waved his hand. Not at all, what grievances? What era are we living in now? Who still cares about that old way? Madame Guan was instantly surprised at these words. She heard something different in old Huang's words. It didn't sound like he was confirming the breaking off of the engagement. She couldn't help but ask, eh? Old Huang, what do you mean? Of course I can't just let old Guan say break it off and it's done. Of course, now as a democratic society, marriage freedom matters. I brought Linger this time to let the two meet and see. If after meeting, both sides feel okay, then this letter can just be burned in one fire. Madame Guan became excited immediately. Old Huang, are you serious? There is finally a chance. This time meeting Huang Xiaoling, she was very satisfied with her. She felt a little regret. At this moment, old Huang's words hit Madame Guan's thoughts perfectly. Of course, if I hadn't called old Guan, that bastard turned off his phone, I would have called him long ago. Good, good. I'll call Yanger back now. Saying this, he took out the phone and dialed a number. A few seconds later, Madame Guan's face stiffened. Helplessly, she put down the phone and explained. This dead kid, just like his father, he turned off the phone now. We'll probably have to wait till evening for him to come back himself. Old Huang slightly frowned without notice. But he didn't say much, after all, they came without notice. No problem. We will stay here for 2 days, we will see him anyway. Stay here. Good, good. Then I'll take you to find a hotel now. Don't eat outside tonight, it's not clean. Come eat at my house, I'll cook some good dishes. Hearing this, old Huang didn't refuse. This feeling is good, haven't tasted my younger brother's wife's cooking for a long time. I wonder if her skill is still the same. Just watch and see. Chapter 30, Redwood Mouse. Soon, Madame Guan arranged them in a nearby hotel with a good environment. After confirming the dinner time, she left. She needed to hurry to buy vegetables, the afternoon would be busy. But for Yanger's happiness, this bit of busy work was necessary. On the other side, after taking Madame Guan away, Father Huang settled things. After finishing tidying up, he lay on the hotel bed lazily, saying, Xiaoling, if you feel bored, go wander alone. Old Dad won't go out. Getting older, riding a car tires me a lot. Huang Xiaoling nodded, okay, I will take Xiaoying to the edge of Tianhai Forest. They say Moon Shadow Fox often appears there. Father Huang frowned, then relaxed again. Alright, go, go. Remember the old rule, enter invisibly, avoid crowds. Be careful. The edge of Tianhai Forest is at most level 3, and although Xiaoling is not level 3 yet, she is level 2. Plus Xiaoying, this level 3 special contracted beast is with her, safety is not a worry. Also, in Sioux City, Xiaoling has spent a lot of time near Tianhai Forest, very experienced. Father Huang was at ease. Okay. On the other side, the edge of Tianhai Forest. Guan Yang had already avoided the main group and was hiding behind a big tree, carefully scouting ahead. Not far ahead, a half-meter red strange beast was searching for food. Guan Yang casually cast a detection spell. Name, Redwood Mouse. Attribute, Wood. Combat Power, 1570. Skills, Grassvine Entangle, Hair Poison Thorn, Mighty Strike. Guan Yang's mouth lifted slightly. Not bad. Just right for old Ren to practice. With a thought, he sent an order to old Ren. Go! Next second, old Ren stepped out from behind the tree, running toward the red wooden beast. The redwood mouse noticed old Ren immediately, its fiery red eyes staring. Next second, it showed a strange expression. Being wood type, it senses living beings very sharply. In its sense, this black-legged creature had no life. The whole body gave off a corpse aura. It must be a dead thing. But how could a dead thing move? A series of questions filled its already small head. The redwood mouse instinctively stepped aside a few steps. Its hair stood on end, signaling old Ren not to provoke it. But would old Ren care about a mouse's scare? He kept walking towards the redwood rat, ignoring everything else. The redwood rat's pupils grew darker as it noticed his movement. In the next second, where old Ren's foot landed, weeds started growing wildly, and as if alive, they quickly wrapped around old Ren tightly. This was the redwood rat's skill, the vine entanglement. Guan Yang, from a distance, saw this and was not worried, a smirk appearing on his lips. Trying to trap old Ren with this? Are you kidding me? Zombie strength, anyone? Besides, with old Ren's fighting power, how could a bundle of weeds possibly restrain him? And indeed, that was the case. Old Ren only moved his feet, and in an instant, he uprooted the weeds, continuing to move towards the redwood rat. The redwood rat's eyes showed a hint of fear. Squeak! In the next second, the redwood rat turned into a red blur, charging swiftly towards old Ren. Bang! Old Ren was knocked to the ground, and the redwood rat was also bounced back to the ground. It flicked its tail, looking at the fallen old Ren with a smug expression. As if saying, now you know how strong I am. But just as the redwood rat basked in its victory, old Ren's body strangely didn't bend, standing straight up. His hands stretched out, revealing long green claws, and he suddenly thrust them towards the redwood rat. The redwood rat's fur stood on end as it quickly leaped sideways, narrowly dodging old Ren's attack. Then, with a powerful push, it jumped onto old Ren. It opened its mouth, aiming to bite into old Ren. From a distance, Guan Yang furrowed his brow. He suddenly realized old Ren had a weakness. His attack power was enough, but his agility was lacking. Against the nimble redwood rat, he could only remain on the defensive. Fortunately, old Ren could endure, and with the help of his venomous attribute, otherwise, this weakness could be deadly. Suddenly, a sharp cracking sound echoed through the air. Crack, squeak. The redwood rat let out a miserable scream, and a broken fawn flew out of its mouth. Old Ren had copper skin and iron bones, how could a mere rat break through his defenses? The redwood rat fell to the ground with a thud. Blood poured from its mouth. Its eyes lost all will to fight, and it immediately turned to run away. But after only a few steps, it collapsed to the ground. Unconscious. If you looked closely, you could see that the redwood rat's mouth had turned purple, and the blood it was spilling was slowly turning black. It had been poisoned by old Ren's corpse toxin. Daring to approach old Ren, covered in lethal poison, and fight for so long, it was only normal for the poison to take effect. But because the redwood rat was a wood type, its poison resistance was higher, or it would have fallen much earlier. Just as Guan Yang was about to let old Ren feast, a sticky liquid suddenly brushed past his nostrils and dropped to the ground. Then, a foul odor reached his nose. What was that? Guan Yang instinctively looked up, and his expression froze in an instant. Sweat began to bead on his forehead. What he saw was a pair of eyes filled with hunger, bloodlust, and murderous intent. It was a clouded leopard. Without realizing it, he had become the prey of a clouded leopard. Guan Yang silently reprimanded himself. This was the wilderness, his alertness had been too low. He should have known that with all the noise from old Ren and the redwood rat, how could it not attract some beasts with sharp hearing? He never expected it to be old Ren catching the rat, and the clouded leopard waiting behind. The clouded leopard, seeing that the prey had noticed it, could no longer hold back. Its legs powered up in an instant, leaping from above with its mouth wide open, aiming to bite Guan Yang. Holy crap! Facing the massive mouth charging at him, Guan Yang didn't have time to think. Instinctively, he raised his hands to block in front of himself. The clouded leopard's eyes glinted with certainty of victory. Its mouth opened wide, continuing to bite at Guan Yang's arms. Crack, crack. A sound, like metal scraping, reached Guan Yang's ears. Then, he felt a sharp pain in his arm. It felt like his arm had been squeezed hard by immense strength. His body uncontrollably fell to the ground. And the clouded leopard took the opportunity to land on top of him. Luckily, when he summoned Old Ren earlier, he had activated various enhancement skills. With defensive enhancements, he didn't feel the clouded leopard's fangs piercing his arm. But the crushing pain still entered Guan Yang's brain without a hint of being reduced. Under the sharp pain, Guan Yang's mind went blank, but instinctively, his blood boiled. He immediately roared, "Ah, you're asking for death." He raised his other hand and punched fiercely, landing a heavy blow to the side of the cloud leopard. With the added strength of the zombie, the cloud leopard let out a muffled grunt. But the result was not as expected. The cloud leopard stubbornly withstood Guan Yang's punch. Its mouth still tightly clamped onto Guan Yang's arm. Even its claws were gripping his arm, continuously shaking its head. It was trying to tear Guan Yang's arm off. The pain was unbearable, and in his panic, Guan Yang could only instinctively strike the cloud leopard again. Every punch was with all his might. Chapter 31, The Ironclad Rhino Herd. After several punches, it was unclear whether the cloud leopard was hurt, couldn't take it anymore, or simply couldn't bite through the bone. After taking a few punches from Guan Yang, the cloud leopard suddenly let go, retreating several steps. Then, it turned into a blur, disappearing in front of Guan Yang in an instant. In the blink of an eye, it reached the dead redwood rat. It tore off one of the rat's legs and stared deeply at Guan Yang for a moment before turning and quickly disappearing behind a large tree. Old Ren reacted but was too slow to stop it. The cloud leopard's speed was even faster than that of the redwood rat. Huff, huff, huff. At this point, Guan Yang managed to sit up, glancing at the severed leg of the redwood rat and then at the spot where the cloud leopard had disappeared. After confirming it was gone, he quickly rolled up his sleeves. 4 deep purple indentations appeared on Guan Yang's arm. It was the mark left by the cloud leopard's sharp teeth. Within the indentations, a faint red color could be seen. With the defensive boost, he had almost been pierced by the cloud leopard. After carefully inspecting it, Guan Yang confirmed it was just a superficial wound, and hurriedly called Old Ren back. He found a relatively safe spot and began to reflect. This time, he had been too careless. Indeed, the wild is full of unexpected dangers. Luckily, it was just a first-tier cloud leopard, and its bite strength wasn't top-notch, as it mainly survived by ambushing its prey. If he had encountered another, stronger beast, now, the outcome could have been very different. Just thinking about it makes him terrified. At the same time, Guan Yang deeply recognized his own shortcomings. He was still too green. The kind that's wet behind the ears. In the situation just now, he could have used poison. That way, even if he fell into the lower position, the opponent wouldn't last long, and escaping unharmed would have been impossible. After a while, Guan Yang gathered his thoughts. He refocused and looked at Old Ren, who had finished drinking the redwood rat's blood. Old Ren, track the blood scent of the redwood rat. The target is the cloud leopard. Let's go. Everyone has their first time, and now, having paid such a small price, it's good that it woke him up. Old Ren's nostrils flared as he quickly locked onto a direction in just 2 seconds and started walking forward. Guan Yang stepped up to follow. Does he think he can get away with taking advantage of Guan Yang so easily? One must always pay the price for what they take. In the Tianhai forest, a distance from the entrance, behind a large tree, Huang Xiaoling's figure slowly appeared. At the same time, a wolf-like beast covered in scales appeared beside her. It was her contracted beast, the shadow-scaled beast. Xiaoying, find the Moonshadow Fox's trail. If you find it, your strength will improve significantly. The shadow-scaled beast seemed to understand Huang Xiaoling's words and excitedly nodded. Then, the shadow-scaled beast lifted its head, and a barely noticeable grayish mist slowly seeped from its nostrils. It quickly merged with the surrounding environment. After a moment, the shadow-scaled beast stopped investigating and shook its head at Huang Xiaoling. Huang Xiaoling furrowed her brows and muttered to herself, nothing within a 5-kilometer radius? Let's go. We'll turn around again. As soon as she finished speaking, Huang Xiaoling sat down on the shadow-scaled beast's back. The shadow-scaled beast nodded in agreement and casually picked a direction, running forward. Strangely, as it ran, its body slowly vanished into the air. It was exactly when the invisibility skill was used. When the invisibility skill was cast, even Huang Xiaoling's figure vanished into thin air. One person and one beast, quickly running toward the side of the forest. At this moment, Guan Yang was breaking out in cold sweat, confronting a group of armored rhinos. He kept complaining in his mind. You old Ren, I asked you to find a beast, and you led me straight into a pile of them. Just now, old Ren had brought him and rashly jumped out from behind a tree. It was because he trusted old Ren too much. And now this scene appeared. The moment he jumped out, Guan Yang was stunned. More than 10 armored rhinos were staring at him fixedly. For a moment, the atmosphere became extremely awkward. Guan Yang felt as if the whole space had frozen. Name, Armored Rhino. Attribute, Metal. Combat Power, 15,000, just entered second stage. Skills, Savage Charge, Fury, Fatal Strike. These guys all had over 10,000 combat power in the second stage. Now he was going to die. Well, the weather is nice today. I'm just passing by, You keep eating, don't be polite. Guan Yang, for some unknown reason, blurted this out instinctively. Surprisingly, the effect was immediate. Roar! The rhino herd roared, using all 4 limbs to charge at Guan Yang and Old Ren in an instant. Old Ren was at the front, like a rag, directly thrown away. He fell into the grass. Whoa! Seeing this, Guan Yang thought, why bother holding back? In 0.1 seconds, he made a decision. Twist, push off, run. 3 steps at a time, in just 1 second he reached under a big tree, using hands and feet, climbed up in a few moves. Standing on a branch, holding onto thick branches with both hands. Can't beat them, can't outrun them, climbing a tree should work, right? And indeed, this move worked. The armored rhino herd stopped at the base of the tree as if hitting the brakes. They lifted their heads, glaring angrily at Guan Yang. And Guan Yang just looked down at the armored rhinos. For a moment, the whole scene was very strange. It reminded Guan Yang of a line from a show. What are you looking at? Looking at you, so what? Looking again? Try it, just try it. If you dare, come up. If you dare, come down. Although the atmosphere was awkward, Guan Yang would not foolishly go down. Instead, he focused his mind, sending wisps of green from Old Ren toward the armored rhinos silently. Toxic control. Can't face them directly, but can't let them survive silently. The poison spread near the armored rhinos, slowly entering their bodies through the air. Although armored rhinos had high poison resistance, with time, even iron men could turn green. After some unknown time, maybe 3 to 5 minutes. Bang! One armored rhino fell instantly. Its eyes closed tightly, black blood oozing from mouth and nose. The poison took effect. This rhino seemed to start a chain reaction in the herd. Bang bang bang! 3 more armored rhinos fell. The whole herd became chaotic. Some saw danger and tried to run, but running only sped up blood circulation. The poison worked even faster. Not even 2 meters, their limbs went soft, following the others down. In just a few seconds, all the armored rhinos present were lying down. Poison really is the dark side of nature. Normal beasts face poison, they are helpless. After waiting on the tree a bit, seeing the danger gone, Guan Yang climbed down. Seeing the half-dead armored rhinos on the ground, he grinned. Old Ren, your turn. Drain them dry. Right. Dig out the beast crystals and keep them. Old Ren instantly stood up, leaping toward the nearest armored rhino. Chapter 32, Old Ren's combat power soars. While Old Ren was sucking blood, Guan Yang carefully watched the surroundings. He kept feeling amazed. Sigh. Other people use contract beasts to help contract masters scout. But for him, it was the other way around. But seeing Old Ren's attribute interface, with combat power numbers continuously rising, Guan Yang felt for a moment. So good. Old Ren, being a zombie, relying on devouring blood to gain energy and evolve is not like other blood-sucking monsters. It can only absorb blood from the same type of monster, or monsters with the same attribute, to evolve. And there is also a bottleneck. But Old Ren is different. Zombies, jumping out of the 3 realms, are not part of the 5 elements. They can absorb the blood of any creature, and even opposing blood will accelerate Old Ren's evolution. Most importantly, Old Ren has no bottleneck at all. As long as there is enough blood, and it is high level, Old Ren can reach second level in minutes. This is also what makes Old Ren special. It proves that zombies really are a special kind of creature. With the blood of a group of second-level armored rhinos, Old Ren's combat power skyrocketed like stepping on the gas pedal, instantly reaching the peak of first level, 9,800 combat power. It more than doubled. The shared feedback to Guan Yang also became stronger. Name, Guan Yang. Attribute, all types. Combat power, 800, base, plus 5,390, shared 55% of zombie power. Contracted creature, Ren Weiyong. General skills, exploration, contracting, LV1. Contracted creature derived skills, strength amplification, smell amplification, defense amplification, constitution amplification, poison control. Contracted object, Ren Weiyong, highly poisonous zombie. Attribute, dark, poison. Combat power, 9800. Skills, zombie bloodline, bloodthirsty, copper skin iron bone, zombie giant strength, smell tracking, poisonous zombie body. Seeing old Ren and his own combat power rise sharply, Guan Yang felt joyful inside. This forest trip was the right choice. Seeing old Ren about to upgrade, after solving the clouded leopard, it seemed he would need to collect special beast crystals for old Ren's upgrade. Whether it was because of being assimilated by contracting or because the world was different. Originally in the zombie world, old Ren had no bottleneck and could evolve just by absorbing blood. After becoming his contracted creature, suddenly there was a bottleneck. He could now vaguely feel old Ren reaching a bottleneck. Once the bottleneck is reached, like other contracted creatures in this world, it would need same attribute beast crystals to advance. For a contracted creature to rise from first level to second, it needs one high-level beast crystal of the same attribute. Like old Ren, who is dual-type dark and poison, to go from first to second level, it would need one dark-type and one poison-type second-level beast crystal to upgrade. This is also why multi-attribute contracted creatures grow slowly. If it were a 5-element contracted creature, one upgrade would require 5 5-element beast crystals. That is still for first to second level. From second to third, the attribute requirements remain the same, but the number needed increases to 5 for each type. Third to fourth requires 10. It continues like this, the more attributes, the worse it gets. The resource consumption alone is a terrifying number. This is why most multi-attribute contract masters cannot grow well. They already share little combat power and consume more resources than single attribute ones. It is really too hard. Then, Guan Yang dug out the beast crystals of the armored rhinos one by one, and once again set out on the path of vengeance. As for the field full of dried corpses, Guan Yang did not need to worry. In a few hours, these corpses would be eaten clean by other hungry monsters. Not long after Guan Yang left, a small monster discovered this feast. Just as it was about to eat, its fur stood on end. Panic flashed in its eyes, and it immediately abandoned the feast. It dodged into the grass. Only then did a tall figure appear on the scene. It was Huang Shaoling and the shadow scale beast. Huang Shaoling looked at a dozen dried corpses around, her brow showing seriousness. This is a bloodthirsty monster. No, it's human. She could see all the essence blood of these armored rhinos had disappeared. Even the beast crystals were taken. The way they were taken was clumsy, like a beginner. But could a beginner kill such a group of second-level armored rhinos? Next second, Huang Shaoling's eyes locked onto several dark patches on the ground. The weeds there had all withered, and the ground showed an eerie, scorched black. Huang Shaoling checked several ironclad rhinoceroses. Finally, she confirmed it. It's poison type. Could the Poison King Temple have appeared? Huang Shaoling muttered to herself. The poison type is a system feared by all living creatures. Except for a few systems like light, wood, fire, flame, and mist types, which have stronger resistance to poison, others are more or less restrained by it. Once the poison type awakens, it is destined to live a life intertwined with deadly poison. The people around instinctively avoid them. Even schools, considering safety, would not accept poison-type students. This results in poison-type people being isolated and rejected as soon as they wake up. In just a few days, they experience the true nature of the world. Gradually, their personality changes, becoming withdrawn and strange. In modern times, when a poison-type contract master awakens, they are sought out by the Poison King Temple and taken into the temple. After that, they disappear from the public eye. No one knows where they went. What they are doing. The Poison King Temple is an organization formed by a group of poison-type contract masters. Their purpose is unknown. No one knows where their base is located. It is one of the 10 mysterious organizations on Blue Star. No matter what, poison is a property that makes all creatures shudder. Now, she had encountered a poison-type contract master on the outskirts of the Tianhai forest. Huang Shaoling became even more cautious about her upcoming search for the fox. Little Shadow, investigate the whereabouts of the Moonshadow Fox. The Shadow Scale Beast immediately activated its skills. Seconds later, the Shadow Scale Beast's eyes brightened. Woo woo. Found it? Great, let's go, let's set off. Huang Shaoling's face lit up with joy, and she immediately jumped onto the Shadow Scale Beast's back. The Shadow Scale Beast exerted its limbs and instantly pounced in a certain direction. The direction it was heading was exactly where Guan Yang had left. On the other side, Guan Yang had already found the cloud leopard. At that moment, the cloud leopard was curled up on a distant tree, gnawing on an exotic beast. After eating a few bites, it would raise its head and scan the surroundings. Then, it lowered its head again to continue eating. Guan Yang squinted his eyes. It seemed the cloud leopard wasn't stupid, it knew what could be eaten and what couldn't. The mouse leg it had taken earlier was already filled with deadly poison. If it had eaten it, the cloud leopard would probably not be in this condition right now. With a thought, Guan Yang manipulated the poison, slowly drifting towards the cloud leopard. Let me see if I can kill you with this poison. You dared to ambush me. Guan Yang, just like his father, believes in settling scores immediately, unless he can't win. But the cloud leopard was definitely not on the list of beasts Guan Yang couldn't defeat. Just when the poison was about to approach the cloud leopard. Crack! A sudden sound of a branch snapping came from behind Guan Yang. Guan Yang's heart skipped a beat. Not good. Something was behind him. Upon thinking of this, Guan Yang made a quick decision. He gave up on the cloud leopard and suddenly rolled sideways on the spot, then looked toward the source of the noise. What he saw was an empty space. Did I mishear it? No. I clearly heard a sound. His eyes swept around, and the next second, they fixed on a tree in the distance. A broken dry branch lay on the ground. The break was fresh. Something must have been behind him just now. Chapter 33, Huang Shaoling? Thinking of this, Guan Yang instinctively enhanced his sense of smell. As his nostrils flared, all sorts of strange smells filled the air, causing Guan Yang to wrinkle his brow. The reason he hadn't enhanced his sense of smell before was because the scent was too mixed and pungent. But now, when safety was at stake, he had no choice but to activate it, even if it was unbearable. 2 seconds later, Guan Yang's eyes locked onto an empty patch of ground. Although Guan Yang was puzzled why he sensed something unusual there, his sense of smell should not be wrong. He immediately said, "Come out." As soon as Guan Yang finished speaking, Old Ren suddenly pounced towards that direction. Squeak! Just as Old Ren pounced, a gray fox suddenly appeared out of thin air in that empty space. Guan Yang's eyes narrowed. He instinctively cast a detection spell at the fox. Name, Moonshadow Fox. Attribute, Shadow Type. Combat Power, 54,300, just entered 3rd rank. Skills, Invisibility, Shadow Kill Technique, Shadow Control Technique, Shadow Escape Technique. 3rd rank Mutated Beast. Guan Yang's face instantly darkened, a trace of worry rising in his heart. This is a 3rd rank beast. Is Lao Ren capable or not? Even with poison, it's probably not enough. A 1st rank poison against a 3rd rank beast probably has very little effect. On the other side, the gray fox faced the rushing Lao Ren, a trace of human-like disdain appearing in its eyes first. But the next second, it turned into suspicion. It could feel that the person rushing had no life force, but was full of deadly poison. In an instant, the Moon Shadow Fox made a judgment: do not engage in close combat. Moreover, it felt a sense of danger coming from behind. As if some natural enemy was approaching it. Do not linger in battle. Thinking this, the Moon Shadow Fox glanced at Lao Ren, easily jumped out of Lao Ren's attack range. A single tail strike sent Lao Ren flying, then without looking at Guan Yang, it twisted, became a shadow, and disappeared into the distant grass. Who? After the gray fox disappeared, Guan Yang finally breathed out heavily. Sure enough, Lao Ren was powerless. The combat power difference was too extreme, one tail alone swept Lao Ren away, and that speed, Lao Ren could not even follow. 3rd rank beast, so terrifying. Luckily the opponent went far away. Otherwise, the trouble would be big. No, the cloud leopard. Guan Yang suddenly thought of the cloud leopard, quickly turned to look at the distant treetops. The treetops were empty, no sign of the cloud leopard. Obviously it had already run. Right, the cloud leopard was not stupid, a 3rd rank beast appeared, would it stay and wait to die? Guan Yang instantly felt relieved. It ran, then just find it later. A monk may run, but the temple cannot. With that thought, Lao Ren quickly returned to Guan Yang's side. Lao Ren, find. Ha! Just as Guan Yang prepared to have Lao Ren look for the cloud leopard, his nostrils suddenly caught a different scent. And the source of the scent was another open space. Guan Yang narrowed his eyes. Damn! Still coming. He immediately sniffed hard again. Ha! Not right. There were 2 scents, one was foul, the other was fragrant? Somewhat like a woman's hair scent. Guan Yang frowned. Could it be a contract master? Trying to play the Yellow Sparrow? Thinking this, Guan Yang narrowed his eyes. You can play the Yellow Sparrow, but treating him as a mantis is too much. Guan Yang's face darkened, immediately controlling Lao Ren to fully release deadly poison. A green surge suddenly erupted from beneath Lao Ren's feet, and the moment it appeared, it fused into the air. It spread toward that open space. Guan Yang outwardly acted as if he knew nothing. Continuing to pretend to observe the surroundings, waiting for the poison to take effect. Since they insisted on hide and seek, then let them hide until death. Guan Yang pretended to find a place to rest, locking the opponent with scent. He wanted to see how long the other could hold. At this moment, the person on the open space was Huang Shaoling, who had been chasing the moon shadow fox. Huang Shaoling first saw Guan Yang and Lao Run. But one person and one corpse were covered with black robes, her arms could not see their faces. Naturally, she did not know who they were. But she felt dense death energy from Lao Run. Her mind immediately recalled the iron-armored rhino she had just encountered. Her face turned serious. Thinking, could these two be contract masters of the Poison King Hall? Thinking this, Huang Shaoling did not speak, even cautiously stepped back a few steps, secretly observing Guan Yang and the other. After all, they were poison-type contract masters, better not to get close. But she was very curious, why did Poison King Hall contract masters appear here? Could it be that some poison appeared again? So, Guan Yang waited for Huang Shaoling to appear. Huang Shaoling was invisibly observing Guan Yang. The atmosphere maintained a subtle balance. Unfortunately, Huang Shaoling did not know that Guan Yang had already discovered her existence. And secretly made a move toward her. Huang Shaoling, who was observing Guan Yang, suddenly felt dizzy. A wave of nausea surged into her heart. Huang Shaoling instantly became alert. Bad. Poisoned. Just as this thought crossed her mind, the shadow scale beast beneath her suddenly wobbled on its feet. It shook its head violently, looking out of sorts. Bad. The shadow scale beast is poisoned too. Before she could command the shadow scale beast to flee, the shadow scale beast suddenly sat down heavily on the ground. It looked weak, drained of all strength. Naturally, the invisibility technique couldn't be maintained any longer, and they were exposed. Huang Shaoling's face turned pale. One thought flashed in her mind. It's over. This time, I've failed. Curiosity killed the cat. But now, it's too late to say anything. Unconsciously, Huang Shaoling had a bottle of green antidote appear in her hand. She tilted her head back and drank half of it, then shoved the rest into the shadow scale beast's mouth. This was the antidote she always carried with her. But the antidote takes time to take effect. Now, all she could do was pray that the antidote would work before the poison caused her to faint. On the other side, Guan Yang was startled when he saw the suddenly appearing shadow scale beast. He reflexively cast an identification spell towards it. Contract beast, shadow scale beast. Attributes, shadow element. Battle power, 52,000, early stage of 3rd rank. Skills, shadow transformation, tracking, shadow blood claw, shadow escape, invisibility. Guan Yang was secretly shocked. 3rd rank. Old Ren's poison actually works? Guan Yang had always thought that poisons would no longer work on 3rd rank creatures, but now it seemed it wasn't about immunity, but about time. At the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief. Such a big beast, if it really used invisibility to ambush, it would cause him huge trouble. Then, Guan Yang looked at Huang Shaoling, who was on the shadow scale beast. He was immediately extremely surprised. It was actually a woman, and a beautiful one at that. Who are you? As Guan Yang asked, he cast an identification spell at Huang Shaoling. Name, Huang Shaoling. Attributes, shadow element. Battle power, 31,000, mid-stage of 2nd rank. Contract beast, shadow scale beast. Skills, contract spell LV2, invisibility, shadow escape, tracking. Huang Shaoling? When Guan Yang saw the name, he immediately thought of the little chubby girl. Then, Guan Yang shook his head. Impossible. How could the little chubby girl be here? Even if she was here, she wouldn't look like this. It doesn't fit her size. I am. Just as Huang Shaoling was about to reply, everything in front of her went black. She closed her eyes and collapsed from the shadow scale beast's back. The moment she hit the ground, she lost consciousness. In that instant, as she lost consciousness, Huang Shaoling only had one thought. It's over. Chapter 34, That Bear, Big, I'm just here to be a bystander. Oh whoa. The shadow scale beast, whether due to its protective instinct or because the antidote was taking effect quickly, actually managed to stand up despite its weakness. Then, it grabbed Huang Shaoling's clothes with its mouth, shook its head, and threw her back onto its back. After that, it turned into a blur and dashed deeper into the forest. Guan Yang's expression changed when he saw this. Trying to escape? Old Ren, follow. Thus, a chase ensued on the outskirts of the Tianhai forest. The shadow scale beast's speed was originally very fast, but with its body poisoned, even though the antidote was taking effect, the poison was still inside and could not be cleared in a short time. Therefore, at this moment, its speed was just enough to shake off Guan Yang. But it knew it couldn't stop. Otherwise, it would definitely be caught. Thinking this, the shadow scale beast's eyes showed a glimmer of human-like thought. The next second, it turned around and headed towards the inner part of Tianhai. It hoped to encounter some powerful beasts along the way to slow down the person chasing behind. So, the chase continued, with the two crossing into the inner part of Tianhai unknowingly. As it ran, the effects of the antidote began to take hold, and the shadow scale beast's condition gradually improved. With a burst of speed, it managed to pull away from Guan Yang. Of course, with old runaround, the idea of completely escaping was impossible. But the shadow scale beast didn't know that. After running for a while, the shadow scale beast's condition had improved enough that it activated its invisibility skill. It then found a safe spot to stop and rest. The next moment, the shadow scale beast's fur stood on end. A sense of danger swept over its entire body. It hurriedly looked around. Scanning its eyes around, it fell on the side in the grass. In the grass, vaguely, one could see a huge beast, a strange beast like a fierce tiger, lying there sleeping. Feeling the opponent's momentum, the shadow scale beast's tail subconsciously drooped down. Just from the tail, it knew it could not win. The opponent was at least a third-rank strange beast, maybe even fourth rank. Fortunately, it had always been in stealth mode. The opponent had not discovered it yet. But at that moment, a breeze passed by. A trace of fear appeared in the shadow scale beast's eyes. Only because the wind's direction happened to blow from its back toward that strange beast. The wind carried its scent, it was unsure if the opponent could detect it. The light wind passed, and maybe because it slept too deeply, it had no reaction at all, only subconsciously gnashing its teeth in the dream. The shadow scale beast secretly exhaled in relief, then faced the strange beast and slowly retreated. But it did not go far. The shadow scale beast, far wiser than ordinary beasts, still remembered that behind it was the pursuer, Guan Yang. So the shadow scale beast backed off some more, keeping a safe distance from the strange beast, and found a large stone. It put down Huang Xiaoling, who had been on its back, and the shadow scale beast lay beside the stone, resting a little. Not long after Huang Xiaoling was put down, she woke up. The moment she regained consciousness, a splitting headache filled her brain. This was the aftereffect of the poison not fully removed. Instinctively, she rubbed her temples. But the next second, Huang Xiaoling suddenly flipped up, bracing her head pain, alertly looking around. Seeing the environment was safe, she first felt a moment of shock. Xiaoling, was it you who saved me? The shadow scale beast nodded at her words. Then it started communicating with Huang Xiaoling through thoughts. After a moment, Huang Xiaoling understood the dangerous situation just now. Her heart filled with fear afterthought. Fortunately, the antidote worked quickly on the shadow scale beast, otherwise her current fate would have been terrible. Just as Huang Xiaoling breathed out in relief, the shadow scale beast's fur suddenly bristled, then it stood up sharply. Its eyes locked tightly on a large stone at the side. Huang Xiaoling's face darkened. Could it be that poison contract master was chasing them? But the next second, a huge beast came out from behind the stone. Black and brown fur all over, massive body, its eyes locked tightly on Huang Xiaoling. It was a bear-like strange beast. Seeing this, Huang Xiaoling's face instantly changed from ugly to pale white. Not good. It was the flame explosion bear. And it was mature. That meant, at least fourth rank. Huang Xiaoling's heart filled with extreme anxiety. In front of the flame explosion bear, invisibility was useless. The flame explosion bear was famous for being nearsighted. It did not rely on eyes to catch prey, but on sharp smell. It could smell food from 3 kilometers away. The shadow scale beast's stealth, to it, was useless. Most importantly, she and the shadow scale beast's poison had not been fully cleared, and her strength had not recovered. Facing the peak flame explosion bear, one could almost foresee the result. Huang Xiaoling was extremely nervous, while the newly appeared flame explosion bear, with caution, scanned the one person and one beast across. Next, just when Huang Xiaoling thought it would attack, something surprising happened. The flame explosion bear seemed to judge the strength of the one person and one beast. It posed no threat to it. Then it bared its teeth at Huang Xiaoling, signaling a warning. After that, it lay down by the large stone. But its eyes still locked on the person and beast not far away. The warning meaning was very obvious. At this moment, suspicion appeared on Huang Xiaoling's face. Her eyes locked tightly on the flame explosion bear's newly exposed belly. There was a huge wound on its belly, blood constantly flowing out. Clearly, this was an injured flame explosion bear. No wonder it did not attack her immediately. I see. Did it also encounter something, and flee here? So that means, as long as she doesn't provoke it, it won't attack her. Huang Xiaoling secretly exhaled in relief. In her heart she quietly celebrated, today is really her lucky day. She was about to signal the shadow scale beast to slowly back away. In the next second, the blazing explosion bear suddenly stood up. Its fur bristled as it looked towards another patch of grass not far away. Huang Xiaoling froze. No way. And there's more. Just as this thought appeared, a black shadow jumped out first. Following it came another figure. Found you, let's see if you still want to The ones who jumped out were Old Ren and Guan Yang. After Guan Yang jumped out, the first thing he saw was Huang Shaoling, and the next second, he saw the blazing explosion bear beside her. He couldn't finish his words halfway, instinctively cast a detection spell at the other. Name, Blazing Explosion Bear. Attribute, Fire. Combat Power, 127,000, just entered Tier 4. Skills, Savage Charge, Blazing Heavy Strike, Fire Whirlwind, Overwhelming Press. Guan Yang. Damn. You, Old Ren, you trickster. This is a top-level fighter with over 100,000 power. And he just foolishly charged right in front of it. Most importantly, right now he is very close to the blazing explosion bear, only 6 meters away. While Huang Shaoling is at least 10 meters away. Doesn't that mean he is already within the bear's attack range? Guan Yang's whole body stiffened. He looked at the bear whose alertness grew stronger. Mr. Bear, I'm just here for nothing, just passing by, you keep going, go on. Roar. The bear responded with a low roar, then moved like a small mountain, charging at Guan Yang. Damn. Old Ren, you idiot, hold it. I'm retreating first. Saying this, Guan Yang directly placed Old Ren between himself and the bear. Without thinking, he ran to one side. No time to worry about Huang Shaoling now, survival comes first. As for Old Ren, with his bronze-like body, a bump might not matter much. Chapter 35, Wealth Comes from Danger. Bang! 2 figures, one large and one small, collided unevenly. Old Ren, like an ant shaking a tree, was instantly thrown backward, disappearing into the grass in front of Guan Yang. Guan Yang. Good grief. Is this called arriving later but striking first? Without thinking, Guan Yang pulled Old Ren back into the contract space. He ran deeper into the forest. He wished he had 2 more legs. On the other side, Huang Shaoling dumbly stared at the vanished person and bear. Was the crisis really over? Huang Shaoling's face changed, then she realized. If not now, then when? Shaoling, go, to the outskirts. The shadow scale beast nodded, glanced around, sniffed the air. After figuring out the direction, it pushed off with all 4 limbs, moving behind a large tree. Huang Shaoling hurried to follow. Soon, the person and beast reached the outskirts. Then they left the Tianhai forest invisibly. Huang Shaoling was safe now, but on the other side, Guan Yang froze, pale. He stopped because in front of him appeared another huge strange beast. This beast looked like a fierce tiger, but with a sharp horn on its head. Name, Whirlwind Horn Tiger. Attribute, Wind. Combat Power, 108,000, just entered Tier 4. Skills, Whirlwind Strike, Wind Control, Deadly Tiger Claw, Hurricane Roar. It is said, better meet a tiger than a bear. But what if you meet both a tiger and a bear? Urgent answer, very urgent. On the other side, the Whirlwind Horn Tiger didn't know Guan Yang's thoughts, it looked him over, then fixed its gaze behind him. Behind Guan Yang was the still frozen blazing explosion bear. Facing the tiger, the bear no longer cared about little Guan Yang. Roar! A furious roar came from the bear. The tiger instinctively stepped back half a step. Its eyes began to show hesitation. It knew the power of the explosive bear, living in the inner circle, always seeing it when looking down and up. The overwhelming aura coming from it, even stronger than its own, made the beast's instinct sense danger. Should it capture the 2-legged creatures in front of it and retreat? Although it wasn't large, it was enough to satisfy its hunger. Thinking this, the horned tiger's gaze toward Guan Yang revealed a trace of murderous intent. At this moment, Guan Yang's body was covered in cold sweat, his clothes soaked in sweat from his back in an instant. Danger! What should I do? Just as the horned tiger was about to strike at Guan Yang, its nose suddenly caught a familiar scent. It sniffed twice more and suddenly moved its gaze from Guan Yang. With confusion, it focused on the fiery explosive bear beneath it. That familiar scent. Then, the horned tiger's eyes gleamed with excitement. Beneath the fiery explosive bear, a small bloodstain appeared. Faintly, there was blood dripping from the bear. It's blood. It's injured. The bear is injured. Under normal circumstances, it couldn't defeat the explosive bear, but since it's injured, doesn't that give it a chance? If it could take down a bear, it would have enough food for several days and gain respect in the tribe. Thinking this, the whirlwind horned tiger let a bit of saliva drip from its mouth. As the saliva dropped to the ground, the horned tiger suddenly charged toward the fiery explosive bear. But out of caution, the horned tiger made it turn and quickly appeared in front of Guan Yang. Then, it swiped with its paw. Guan Yang instinctively widened his eyes, trying to dodge, but the horned tiger's speed was too fast, so fast that he couldn't react in time. He could only instinctively raise his hands, trying to block the blow. Bang! The horned tiger's paw landed heavily on Guan Yang's arms. But the moment they made contact, Guan Yang felt a force beyond his limit. Not good. I can't block it. The tiger's claw, carrying immense power, easily pushed Guan Yang's arms toward his chest. Bang! Puff! Guan Yang's face turned pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, his body flew backward. Bang! He crashed heavily into a large tree. Then, he slid to the ground, motionless. The whirlwind horned tiger grinned in satisfaction, then turned its gaze to the fiery explosive bear. The small fish was dealt with, now for the main course. With all four paws pushing, it turned into a blur and charged toward the fiery explosive bear. The fiery explosive bear looked at the charging horned tiger with fiery rage in its eyes. The old bear didn't show its power, and now you think this bear is a sick cat. Roar! The next second, layers of red flames surged from its body. The appearance of the flames raised the surrounding temperature significantly. The fiery explosive bear's hind legs pushed, and it suddenly stood upright, displaying its fierceness. Facing the fiery explosive bear, standing upright, the whirlwind horned tiger's eyes showed a trace of fear. But when it saw the deep wound on the bear's belly, the fear in its eyes immediately turned into greed. As it charged forward, a surge of wind-based elements enveloped its body to prevent the flames from harming it. In the blink of an eye, the two were engaged in a fierce battle. For the whirlwind horned tiger to take down the fiery explosive bear was not so simple. Although it wasn't injured, the fiery explosive bear's strength was still superior to its own. Even with the injury, it wasn't something the horned tiger could easily take down. For a moment, both were locked in a stalemate. At this moment, Guan Yang's head suddenly moved. Then, he slowly lifted his head. What he saw was a pale face. Guan Yang was not dead. Fortunately, the defense enhancement was always on, otherwise, it would have been a near-fatal situation. Even so, a fourth-tier beast truly wasn't something he could handle. Just one hit, and he could feel his arms weren't responding. He couldn't even feel them. His chest and organs were in excruciating pain. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared beside Guan Yang. It was old Ren. With a thought, old Ren dragged Guan Yang and disappeared behind the tree. Quickly, they moved far from the battlefield and stopped under a relatively safe large rock. Guan Yang needed to check his injuries first. Controlling Lao Ren, he conducted the examination himself. After a moment, Guan Yang let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, his arm should not be broken. The lack of sensation was likely due to a dislocation. As for the sternum, it should not be fractured either, just some internal injuries. That's what they call internal damage. It just needs some time to heal and recover. Guan Yang once again felt thankful, glad to have his defensive enhancements. Otherwise, this could have been a huge problem. It would have directly affected his college entrance exam in a few days. Now, it's just a dislocation, internal injuries, and external wounds. It's almost like Lady Luck was on his side. As for the dislocation, it's simple to fix. The school had taught this before. First aid and self-help were part of the curriculum. Now was the perfect time to use that knowledge. Guan Yang controlled Lao Ren and began to adjust his shoulder. Crack, crack. Two light sounds echoed, and Guan Yang's arm regained its sensation. He instinctively clenched his fist, and his hand responded. But he still couldn't exert any strength. It would likely take some time to fully recover. After a brief recovery, Guan Yang prepared to leave with Lao Ren. But after taking just 2 steps, Guan Yang stopped again. The two beasts were fighting fiercely, with almost equal strength. Should he? Guan Yang hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth. Fortune favors the bold. Let's go for it. With that thought, Guan Yang turned around, taking Lao Ren back to the battlefield. Looking at the terrain that had been violently altered, a trace of envy appeared in his eyes. When could he reach such a level? Where the aftermath of a battle could turn the surroundings into a wasteland. Guan Yang quickly hid behind a large rock with Lao Ren. While observing the battle, he also directed Lao Ren to release poison. He didn't know if Lao Ren's poison would work on a 4th-tier creature. But Lao Ren's poison was corpse poison, different from regular poison, so it should be effective. He just wasn't sure how long it would take to take effect or how potent it would be. But now, this was the only way he could increase his chances of winning. Before long, the battle between the two beasts had reached a fever pitch. The explosive bear had many claw marks on its body, and there was a pool of blood on the ground. The horned tiger hadn't gained a major advantage either, with burns covering its body. After another clash, the horned tiger, unable to overpower the explosive bear, gave up on a direct confrontation. It began to use its speed to engage in a war of attrition with the bear. It had realized that as long as it dragged this on, with the explosive bear's current blood loss, it would give out first. It could defeat the bear with minimal effort, so why fight head-on? In an instant, the horned tiger moved like lightning around the explosive bear. The explosive bear quickly fell into a defensive position, only able to guard against the attacks. But deep down, it was becoming anxious. It knew its own condition better than anyone. The longer the fight dragged on, the worse it would be for it. It could feel its body weakening as its blood drained away. It couldn't let this go on. It had to end it quickly. With that thought, the explosive bear's eyes filled with murderous intent, and it let out a furious roar. Roar! In the next second, flames began to manifest around its body, forcing the horned tiger to retreat. Then, the flames started spinning rapidly, gaining speed. In an instant, a fiery tornado formed. The whirlwind shot up into the sky, lighting up the space around them. Its power was unmatched in that moment. As the tornado formed, like a hurricane, everything around it was sucked in. The horned tiger was the first to be pulled in. For a moment, the horned tiger dared not move, using all four paws to claw at the ground, crouching down to resist the pull. Even Guan Yang and Lao Ren, who were at a distance, felt the force. Guan Yang quickly dragged Lao Ren behind a large tree to avoid the pull. But the horned tiger wasn't so lucky. The explosive bear had used this skill just as the horned tiger approached. The fiery whirlwind formed so quickly that the horned tiger didn't even have a chance to dodge. Now, the pull was growing stronger, and even with its claws digging into the earth, the horned tiger was swaying, about to be sucked away. The horned tiger's body began to glow with a brilliant green light. The suction caused by the flame whirlwind was instantly reduced by more than half. If the horned tiger could speak, it would definitely say, "Play with the wind, I am the ancestor." Just as the horned tiger was feeling proud, a roar came from the flames. Roar! The next second, a huge figure burst out of the flames. Its whole body radiated a brutal aura, charging fiercely at the horned tiger. A savage collision. This was also a combination attack that the flame explosion bear had prepared long ago. The whirlwind suction could pull the enemy in if possible, if not, it would use the savage collision to hit the enemy immediately. Facing this move, the horned tiger's eyes widened instantly. Fear appeared in its gaze. It felt the threat of death. It wanted to dodge, but the suction was still there, slowing its speed, making it impossible to escape. A dead end. Now, it had only one way, to fight head-on. Thinking this, the horned tiger showed a fierce glare and roared, "Roar!" A green light suddenly gathered in front of it. It turned into a horned tiger made of green light, suddenly rushing at the flame explosion bear. A red and a green collided in an instant. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the entire forest. Thick dust rolled from the collision, spreading in all directions. In the smoke and dust, Guan Yang vaguely saw a figure flying backward. Unfortunately, the dust was too thick, he couldn't see clearly which side it was. But for Guan Yang, no matter which side it was not good. Because the remaining side was also not something he could beat. The dust came fast and went fast. When the dust cleared, Guan Yang saw the flame explosion bear standing in place. Then, the one flying backward was the horned tiger. Guan Yang looked at the horned tiger. He subconsciously took a breath. At this moment, the horned tiger no longer looked like before. Blood kept flowing from its mouth. Its whole body was limp, leaning to one side, struggling to get up, but its limbs seemed not to obey, unable to stand. Clearly, the collision from the explosion bear had severely injured the horned tiger. Trying to steal the chicken but losing the rice. That exactly described the horned tiger now. It originally thought it was an easy target, but it turned out to be a trap. Guan Yang looked at the two beasts, sighing quietly in his heart. What a pity. It seemed old Ren's poison had little effect on the two beasts. This horned tiger would probably become the explosion bear's dinner. Guan Yang looked at the explosion bear, hesitating for a moment. Should he go out to lure the explosion bear away? How much strength did the explosion bear still have left to use? But in the next second, the flame explosion bear's front paw suddenly fell. Then it turned its body, looking toward Guan Yang's direction. Its nostrils kept flaring. Obviously, it had discovered someone in the distance. Sensing that familiar smell and thinking of its own state, the flame explosion bear looked deeply at the direction where Guan Yang was. It slowly twisted its body, quickly approaching the horned tiger, paw slowly reaching out. Tear a sound of flesh being ripped. It actually tore off one of the horned tiger's hind legs. Woo woo! The horned tiger cried out in pain. But its bones were already shattered, it could not resist. After its hind leg was ripped off, the unbearable pain made tears flow from the horned tiger's eyes. But the flame explosion bear didn't take the next step. Instead, dragging the ripped-off hind leg, it quickly disappeared into the forest. It had to go home to recover its injuries as soon as possible. The series of attacks had already exhausted it. Moreover, the one who caused its injuries earlier would probably come to chase it. It had no time to stay here. Guan Yang watched the disappearing flame explosion bear, frowning slightly. He saw the look in the explosion bear's eyes toward his hiding place. Since it had discovered him, why didn't it attack? Even didn't take the whole prey away? Why? After a moment, Guan Yang shook his head, giving up thinking. Whatever the reason, isn't this a good thing now? Just as he wanted. Thinking this, Guan Yang's eyes shone as he looked at the horned tiger bleeding endlessly. A pie falling from the sky. Eat. Old Ren turned into a shadow, pouncing on the horned tiger that couldn't move. 3 seconds later, a painful low roar of the horned tiger came from the distance. 1 minute later, the sound of Jiao who suddenly vanished without a trace. Roar! A voice that was neither beast nor man came. It was Old Ren. At this moment, Old Ren's whole body was surging with black and green energy, and the surrounding flowers and grass, infected by the black-green aura, began to change. Losing luster, decaying, withering, turning charred black. Even the ground beneath Old Ren began to change from green to black, the black spreading outward from him. Just as Old Ren was about to reach a certain point, the strange phenomenon suddenly stopped. Chapter 37, Poison King Hall. Guan Yang's smile stiffened. Looking at Old Ren's attributes, Guan Yang just wanted to curse. What a trap! Contracted creature, Ren Weiyong, highly poisonous zombie. Attributes, dark type, poison type. Combat power, 9999, first stage peak. Skills, zombie bloodline, bloodthirsty, bronze skin iron bone, zombie great strength, olfactory tracking, highly poisonous zombie body. Stuck at a stage. Without dark type and poison type beast crystals, Old Ren's evolution was affected. However, he could feel a huge energy brewing inside Old Ren. It should be the blood energy of Jiao who stored inside. It seemed necessary to put Old Ren's evolution on the schedule. Just as Guan Yang was excited, a black shadow fell from the sky. Bang! It landed in the middle of the scene. It was a strange beast with a sheep's head, wolf's hooves, a round dome, and a cow's tail. That bear ran away again, huh? Who are you? A commanding voice came from the beast. Then, a person jumped down from behind the beast. This person coldly asked Old Ren, who was wrapped in a black robe. Not good. Guan Yang was shocked and quickly hid behind a large rock. He cautiously looked at the person who jumped down. But the next second, his eyes widened, almost shouting in shock. Whoa! Dad! Yes, appearing at the scene now was his father, Guan Lin. Could it be that under Dad is the contracted beast, Thunder Qilin? Whoa! Whoa whoa! Guan Yang was stunned for a moment. Meanwhile, Old Ren naturally did not respond to Guan Lin. Getting no response, father's face darkened. He looked around, his gaze pausing briefly on Jiao Hu. When his eyes turned to Old Ren's feet, they narrowed. He couldn't help exclaiming, poison type. Poison King Hall? Father's face darkened and changed. Guan Yang, about to step out to greet his father, paused. Poison King Hall? What is that thing? Related to poison type? Seeing Old Ren not reply, father confirmed his thought. His gaze on Old Ren flickered uncertainly. Was the other here to find him? Or just a coincidence? Probably a coincidence. Otherwise, they wouldn't send such a low-level person to deal with him. Thinking of this, father's eyes glowed with fierce light. Poison King Hall, since I met you, you are unlucky. Thunder, strike. As father spoke, his aura surged. With one hand raised, a purple aura shot from it straight into the sky. The originally clear sky instantly turned dark with clouds. Lightning flashed through the clouds. Guan Yang looked at the strange sight in the sky and heard his father's words, his face changing. Not good. Dad wants to attack Old Ren. Fall. Father looked at Old Ren in the black robe and waved his hand. The next second, a lightning bolt as thick as an arm fell straight from the sky toward Old Ren. Guan Yang's pupils shrank, he no longer cared about being exposed, and with a thought, he drew Old Ren into the contract space before the lightning struck. Boom! A loud explosion came from where Old Ren had been, and the ground trembled. The next second, a half-meter-wide hole appeared in the ground. Guan Yang was extremely scared. He knew Old Ren was not a royal zombie, one lightning strike and it would be over. Luckily, he acted early. Father looked at the vanished Old Ren and frowned. Disappeared into thin air? Wait, the aura of contract space. Humanoid contracted beast. Father's face changed repeatedly, and he closed his eyes. He began sensing the surrounding lightning element. If it is a contracted beast, then the contract master must be nearby. Seeing father calm down, Guan Yang lifted his foot to step out from behind the rock to greet him. But at that moment, father suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze swept to the large rock where Guan Yang was hiding behind. Those who hide their heads and expose their tails, come out. The moment Guan Father opened his eyes, a chill ran down Guan Yang's spine, and a sense of danger surged in his heart. Not good. Without thinking, he lunged sideways in a desperate move. A lightning strike hit the giant rock where Guan Yang was hiding. Boom! The rock was shattered instantly. Guan Yang's black-robed figure was immediately exposed in front of Guan Father. Before Guan Yang could speak, Guan Father spoke again in a deep voice. You're the member of the Poison King Hall, right? Was that a poison corpse from the Poison King Hall just now? No wonder it couldn't speak. Since that's the case, you can die. Thunder, come. In the next moment, a lightning bolt fell from the sky. Guan Yang's face stiffened as he hadn't recovered from the shock. He quickly removed his headgear and shouted loudly, Damn it, Dad, it's me, Guan Yang. Damn. When Guan Father clearly saw Guan Yang's face, he couldn't help but curse. He quickly waved his hand to the side. Boom! A small pit appeared beside Guan Yang. Guan Yang's mouth twitched, and cold sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. He almost became the victim of righteous vengeance, a white-haired person sending a black-haired person off. Luckily. Guan Father stared at Guan Yang in disbelief and said, Guan Yang? You, how are you here? Guan Yang scratched his head awkwardly. Well, Dad, this is a long story. Can we clear the clouds in the sky? I'm afraid of the dark. Guan Father. You're afraid of the dark? Who are you trying to fool? You're afraid of lightning, aren't you? Seeing this, Guan Father was about to cancel the thunderclouds. But in the next second, as if he had thought of something, his face darkened. He suddenly asked casually. What did you buy at the treasure exchange a couple of days ago? What did you have for dinner last night? Guan Father's fingers moved slightly, always ready to strike at any moment. Suddenly encountering his son in the wilderness, and most importantly, the other party had a contracted beast. This was completely different from the son he remembered. There are too many ways in this world to imitate someone, and he had to confirm it. Guan Yang was puzzled and said, Dad, are you getting forgetful? Guan Father's face sank, and he said coldly, Don't talk nonsense, answer the question. Feeling the change in his father's tone, Guan Yang immediately realized something was wrong. No longer hesitating, he quickly replied, The 5 elements secret, 3 bottles of beast blood, and braised pork. Damn! You really are Yanyer? Guan Yang couldn't help but roll his eyes. I say, Dad, do you have to be so cautious? Guan Father waved his hand and withdrew the dark clouds, then walked up to Guan Yang. He slapped him on the head. Look at where we are. Being cautious is never a bad thing. And what's the deal with you? Who told you to come to the inner area? Are you looking for death? And what was that humanoid contracted beast just now? Is it poison-based? A series of questions were thrown at him. Guan Father had too many questions in his mind now. He had been struggling to help his son find a contracted beast, but suddenly, he discovered that his son already had one. What was going on? What was his son after? Dad, don't you also want to talk about your situation? And what about that Poison King Hall? What's that all about? There are too many questions. I'm asking you first. Quickly answer. Ow. Don't hit me on the head, it makes me dumb. No more nonsense, quickly answer. Chapter 38, The 3 Major Forces. 10 minutes later, under a large tree, Guan Yang stopped explaining. He told his father everything. Of course, he kept the system part a secret. It was better not to mention it. If he did, his father probably wouldn't understand. So, you're not awakening the 5 elements, but instead, you've awakened all attributes. You can contract all beasts, and even reach a 50% attribute increase for mutated attributes? Exactly. Ahaha, good. I knew it, my Guanlin's son, how could he be someone with a useless 5 elements attribute? Ha ha ha. Guan Yang was speechless. It didn't seem like you thought that way a few days ago. After getting excited for a while, Guan Father calmed down and said seriously, That contracted beast of yours, is it really poison and dark dual type? He had also told his father about old Ren's situation. Of course, he only said that he got lost in the outskirts of Tianhai. Passing by a cave by chance, he made a contract. Guan Yang saw his dad, Moyen, serious, and nodded in confusion. Yeah. What's wrong? From now on, in front of others, you cannot use poison. Unless life is at stake. Guan Yang squinted his eyes and asked back, Is it because of that so-called Poison King Hall you mentioned? You always talk about it. Guan's father looked at Guan Yang in surprise, not expecting him to make the connection. He paused for a second, then finally spoke, Exactly. After saying that, Guan's father's gaze turned to the distance, gradually losing focus. Seeing this, Guan Yang immediately kept quiet, preparing to be a quiet handsome man. In this world, besides the Federation, there are many large forces. And Poison King Hall, Soul Burial Palace, Plague Valley are called the three forces you cannot provoke. It's not that they are extremely strong, but their methods are different from ordinary contractors, making people fearful. They represent three mutation attributes: poison, undead, and plague. And Poison King Hall is a force made entirely of poison-type contractors. The other two forces are similar. Guan's father paused, then spoke again. Originally, the three forces were under the Federation's control. But 10 years ago, the ruling power of the Federation suddenly issued a shocking order, the blood-colored purge. They started a large-scale purge of the three forces members. In an instant, the people of the three forces fell into a dark time. The purge lasted a full week. Countless contractors of the three attributes were captured. The three forces completely collapsed. The remaining members hid in the shadows, disappearing from people's sight. Many years passed. Although the Federation stopped the purge long ago, the three forces still exist in the shadows, not showing themselves. Guan Yang frowned. Dad, what does this have to do with me showing poison-type powers? Guan's father looked at him. This is exactly what I want to say next. Over the years, even though the Federation stopped the purge, how could it be simply let go? The people of the three forces have always wanted to overthrow the Federation. To get fresh blood, once they find someone belonging to their force, they will try every way to recruit them. They will use everything, including special control methods. Threats, temptations, brainwashing, even secret controlling arts, are their usual means. Once you reveal your poison attribute, Poison King Hall will come for you first. As for what happens next, you can imagine. Guan Yang's face darkened. Originally, he wanted to join a group to see what it was like. But now, after his dad said this, forget it. Goodbye. Not going. Dad, do you have a grudge with Poison King Hall? Guan Yang thought of his dad's serious look earlier and couldn't help asking. His father was silent for a second, then said, enough, why ask so much? With your current strength, knowing this is enough. Remember my words, be careful in front of others. Seeing that his dad didn't answer directly, Guan Yang understood. There must be a grudge. Could Poison King Hall be the enemy his parents talked about? For a moment, Guan Yang fell into thought. By the way, why did you come to Tianhai Forest? Do you think this is the city? Too reckless. And you even went to the inner area. This is not a place for you. Are you looking for death? His father suddenly changed the topic and scolded. Guan Yang froze and awkwardly said, I just passed by. No, Dad, you also secretly came here. Mom also told me you went to get supplies, and you went into Tianhai Forest, and even the inner area? As he spoke, Guan Yang suddenly realized something was wrong. His dad also came secretly to Tianhai, yet had the face to blame him? Guan's father's face stiffened, the corner of his mouth twitching. Then he slapped Guan Yang on the head. I am your father, do I need to report to you where I go? Besides, I came here because I have the strength, can you? Guan Yang rolled his eyes. Fine. You are Dad, whatever you say goes. Did you sneak out without telling your mother? If she knew, she wouldn't just break your legs. Guan's father took the upper hand and immediately started scolding. Guan Yang could only silently endure. He knew his father, once the scolding mode started, it would last just 10 minutes. At this moment, the best was to say nothing. Otherwise, the next 10 minutes would be even worse. Sure enough, 10 minutes later, Guan's father finally felt satisfied and decisively stopped scolding. Enough. This time only, I'll hide it from your mother. But don't make this a habit. Otherwise, I'll break your legs first. Now, it's late, come back with me. Okay. Guan Yang decisively agreed. His goal today was achieved, Lao Ren's level was stuck. He could spare time to check the market for beast crystals. Once he got poison or dark-type beast crystals, Lao Ren could instantly break into the second stage. With the energy already stored inside, his strength would change dramatically. Soon, Guan's father brought Guan Yang back home. As soon as they entered, both froze in place. Guan's father froze because he saw Huang's father, not expecting him to come. Guan Yang froze because he saw Huang Xiaoling. She was in his house, and most importantly, his mother was happily talking with her. Could it be? She really is Huang Xiaoling? Damn. Girls change a lot by 18, this change must be a new head. Chapter 39, Goodbye Huang Xiaoling, it's over. Old Guan, you're back. Come see who's here. Yanger, why is he with you? Met him on the way back. Guan's father made up an excuse. On the way back, he already told Guan Yang not to tell his mother. Otherwise, the next day, all attribute news would spread across the city. Better to keep it low profile. Old Huang, why are you here? After speaking, Guan's father quickly changed the topic. Old Huang's face brightened when he saw Guan's father, ready to chat with an old friend, but the next second, he seemed to remember his purpose. His face immediately darkened, he snorted coldly and said, someone delivered a special letter to me, could I not come? What letter? I don't know. Guan's father instantly realized the purpose of the visit. He pretended to be clueless. Before knowing about Guan Yang, he would have pressed the matter. But now, his son had all attributes. And Xiaoling was so lively, matched with Yang perfectly. Cancel the contract? What contract? No canceling, Huang Xiaoling will be his daughter-in-law. Huang's father froze, words stuck in his mouth. What's happening? Pretending not to know here? Old Huang's temper flared, he immediately took the letter and slammed it on the table. Your handwriting, I know it. If not yours, then whose? Guan's father's mouth twitched but kept up the act. I don't know. Rumor, someone must have imitated my handwriting. Old Huang rolled his eyes. You old fool. Old Huang put the letter away impatiently. Enough, your wife said it at noon, why are you still pretending? Guan's father was stunned, noon had passed, not just arrived. Fine. Still pretending. Ahem, old Huang, you came early, why not say so, come, eat first wow, wife, your dishes are so rich. Saying this, Guan's father changed the topic, giving his mother a glance. Slowly, he needed to think about how to backtrack later. All because of this brat, if he had just told about his talent, none of this would happen, what a mess. Headache. Guan's mother saw the glance, not knowing the meaning, but went along, of course. How long has it been since old Huang came? We must get something good. Come, you and Yanger wash your hands quickly, it's time to eat. Old Huang, take your chopsticks and taste the fine wine secretly kept by old Guan. Seeing this, old Huang swallowed the words he wanted to say in an instant. He could only nod. Good. All right. We'll talk more when we eat. At the table, Huang Xiaoling watched Guan Yang, who had gone to wash his hands with Father Guan, frown slightly. She always felt Guan Yang's look at her was wrong, as if he was afraid of her. And this figure looked somewhat familiar. Where had she seen him before? For a moment, Huang Xiaoling fell into thought. This figure looks a little like the man in the black robe? But the next second, Huang Xiaoling shook her head, how could it be? She must be too nervous, imagining things. How could she connect Guan Yang with the man in the black robe? She knew Guan Yang was a wasted attribute in the 5 elements, while the man in the black robe, although they had fought officially, in her view, was at worst a second-tier strong man. The difference in strength is so big, how could Guan Yang be the man in the black robe? At this moment, Mother Guan's voice reached Huang Xiaoling's ears. Xiaoling, what do you think of my younger? Huang Xiaoling immediately came back to her senses. It's fine. Fine means pretty good, right? Xiaoling, let me tell you, my younger, even though he didn't speak just now, is actually quite outgoing. Faced with Mother Guan's enthusiastic introduction, Huang Xiaoling could only smile awkwardly and keep her company. Guan Yang had no idea Huang Xiaoling almost recognized him. It was only thanks to his attribute that he avoided suspicion. Dad, who is the woman next to Uncle Huang? While washing his hands, Guan Yang quietly asked, hoping for a lucky guess. But when he spoke, his voice was completely different from normal, he deliberately lowered it. He planned to speak like this later too. To prevent being recognized. Son, why is your voice hoarse? My throat hurts. Probably haven't drunk water all day. A night's rest should fix it. Guan Yang gave an excuse, then asked again, Dad, you haven't answered me yet. You boy, don't recognize her? Who else could it be? That's your Uncle Huang's daughter, Huang Xiaoling. You two even played in the mud together as kids. Father Guan replied without care. This is it. That was Guan Yang's only thought after hearing it. The second thought, under no circumstances admit anything about Tianhai Forest. No, he hadn't been to Tianhai Forest. Right, he hadn't gone. With a complicated mood, Guan Yang was led back to the table by Father Guan and started eating. During the meal, Father Guan deliberately avoided the matter of the divorce letter and talked about other things. Guan Yang remained silent the whole time. Even if forced to speak, he kept his voice low. The excuse was just to satisfy Father Guan. Mother Guan did not suspect, asked a few caring words, then let it be. Throughout the meal, Guan Yang's strategy was to speak as little as possible. Huang Xiaoling had heard his voice before, if recognized, it would be over. He was the man who almost defeated Huang Xiaoling. This meal was the most painful he had ever eaten. The usual dishes his mother made felt like chewing wax now. Most importantly, Huang Shaoling kept staring at him, unaware of the situation. Guan Yang cursed silently in his heart. A trap. Who knew Huang Shaoling could change so much? Could it be true that every fat person is a hidden talent? The meal lasted a full hour. As the meal ended and Guan Yang breathed a sigh of relief, Mother Guan's words made him nervous again. Yanger, it's still early, you take Shaoling outside for a walk, get familiar with each other. We'll talk to your Uncle Huang about something. She even winked at Guan Yang. The meaning was clear. Mom is giving you a chance, boy, take it. Mom, I think Uncle Huang and the two of them traveled so far, The next second, Mother Guan seemed to know Guan Yang's thought. Her eyes suddenly widened, and Guan Yang's words got stuck. In an instant, a sense of killing intent enveloped his whole body. I promised to complete the mission. Guan Yang instantly faltered, forcing himself to answer. The killing intent in Madame Guan's eyes instantly vanished, and she said to Shaoling, you came all the way to Haisher, just let Yang take you around. Huang Shaoling knew exactly what Madame Guan meant. But she also had something to say to Guan Yang, so she nodded obediently. Okay. Chapter 40, Huang Shaoling's Conditions. Night fell, Haicheng seaside. A man and a woman walked aimlessly under the moonlight. It was Guan Yang and Huang Shaoling, coming out after dinner. Huang Shaoling looked at Guan Yang, who had been silent since they came out, a smile appearing in her eyes, and spoke first. We've been walking for a long time, don't you want to say something? Guan Yang froze at her words. You've changed a lot. Auntie said you were outgoing, but now, I can't see it at all. Guan Yang didn't know how to reply, and the whole atmosphere instantly fell silent. With Guan Yang silent again, the scene became painfully awkward. It was a social death moment. He wasn't afraid of talking to a girl. He was mainly afraid of being recognized. If he really was recognized, the consequences. Seeing Guan Yang silent again, Huang Shaoling laughed. Seeing you now, I seem to see the scene when you followed me as a child. In the blink of an eye, you've grown so tall, so handsome. Stopping, Huang Shaoling looked at the sea in the distance. You should know why I came this time, right? Guan Yang could only nod, having nothing else to say. Receiving Guan Yang's response, Huang Shaoling spoke without turning her head. I came mainly to see you. My dad also hopes we can be together. Now, seeing you, I don't reject you. Guan Yang. Honestly, having a beauty want to be with him should make Guan Yang happy. But facing Huang Shaoling now, his heart was complicated. There was joy, because she really was a beauty, completely his type. But at the same time, he was afraid she might recognize him. Guan Yang's thoughts were unknown to Huang Shaoling. Huang Shaoling, still with her back to him, said, of course, don't get too happy too soon. Turning around, she looked at Guan Yang. You can be my man, even marry immediately, but I have conditions. Guan Yang looked at Huang Shaoling in surprise. Conditions? What does that mean? My requirements are simple. First, if we marry, I manage the outside, you manage the inside. I know about your awakened ability. I don't need you to get stronger. Just behave and don't cause trouble. Second, after marriage, I will focus all my energy on increasing strength, may not be home much. You cannot interfere in my matters. Of course, I won't interfere in yours. Third, after marriage, the marital things, unless I agree, you cannot force. If you agree to these 3 conditions, we can not only be together, we can even get the marriage certificate tomorrow. Huang Shaoling stared hard at Guan Yang, watching his reaction. Guan Yang frowned, asking, reason? And why me? This felt way too self-satisfied. Didn't make a mistake. And manage the inside? He was a standard male chauvinist, managing the inside? Is this a joke? He wanted to refuse directly, but then curiosity about the reason arose. Why would Huang Shaoling think this way? Could there be a hidden story? No reason. Guan Yang, if there is no reason then forget it, I'm still young. Huang Shaoling fell silent again, her eyes flickering. After a moment, she took a deep breath. I can tell you the reason, but you must keep it secret. Guan Yang squinted, nodding curiously, okay. Huang Shaoling bit her lip, hesitated, then said, actually, I already have a girlfriend. But I have many male suitors, constantly pestering me, making me very annoyed. Some of the pursuers have special identities, and we can't offend them easily. Wait, did you say that wrong? What was the first thing you said? Girlfriend? Guan Yang couldn't help but interrupt Huang Shaoling's words. The difference of one word changes everything, the information is completely different. You didn't hear wrong, it's girlfriend. I like women. I have no intention of marrying a man and having children. But those pursuers are like flies. Coincidentally, my dad brought this up, and after meeting you, I didn't have the same resistance to other men. It's probably because we were familiar with each other when we were kids, so I don't mind being around you. Since it's like this, why not just go with the flow, get married to get rid of the other pursuers? What the hell? Huang Xiaoling actually likes women. Hey, what's with that look in your eyes? Is it wrong for me to pursue romantic freedom? I choose women, is there something wrong with that? Guan Yang. What can he say? Romantic freedom, but there's still a long way to go before sexual orientation freedom. Does Uncle Huang know? No, I didn't dare tell my dad. Guan Yang rolled his eyes. You know that too. Then the question is, should I agree? Once I agree, it feels like being kept. Don't say, I've never experienced this kind of feeling. Seeing Guan Yang silent, Huang Xiaoling asked again. Faced with Huang Xiaoling's question, Guan Yang fell silent again. He was weighing the pros and cons. Should he try to save a fallen girl? Seeing that Guan Yang didn't speak, Huang Xiaoling fell silent for a second, then spoke again. Huang Xiaoling casually took out a black card. This card has 200,000 in it, and the password is 123456. It's for taking care of my living expenses. After we get married, I'll regularly deposit money into it every month. Think about it. Huang Xiaoling said it clearly, then shoved the card into Guan Yang's hand. Guan Yang looked at the card in his hand, his mouth twitching. Goodness. Huang Xiaoling is way too rich. And she's starting with 200,000. Whoosh. At this moment, a shadow as fast as lightning swept across in front of them. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the night sky. Guan Yang only felt his hand become lighter, and when he looked again, the card in his hand had disappeared. Kid, you made it easy for me to find you. A hoarse female voice came from the distance. Guan Yang and Huang Xiaoling immediately looked towards the source of the voice. They saw 4 figures appear under the moonlight, who hadn't been there before. The one speaking was a plump woman. When Guan Yang saw her, his face immediately darkened. The person in front of him was none other than Feng Qianli, the mother of Hisu, whom he met at the auction in the provincial capital. He didn't expect that she had actually found him. Besides Feng Qianli, the other 3 were all big, burly men with big heads and ears. At that moment, one of the men inexplicably extended his hand. The next second, a shadow fell from the sky and instantly landed in his hand. It was actually a bird-type exotic beast. The most important thing was that this bird-type exotic beast was holding a bank card in its beak. It was the same card that had been snatched from Guan Yang's hand. Chapter 41, Feng Grandma Who Lost Her Husband and Son. Guan Yang squinted his eyes. From what the other party said, it was clear they came specifically to find him. Looks like the newcomers aren't friendly. Guan Yang was about to speak, but Huang Xiaoling spoke first. Who are you? Why are you stealing my things? With that, Huang Xiaoling prepared to step forward and question them. She was brave and skilled, with 2nd-tier strength and a 3rd-tier exotic beast. In Haishur, she was considered a small expert. Even though there were 4 people on the opposite side, so what? And the people opposite didn't feel dangerous to her. Her strength should be beneath hers. That's why she was preparing to step forward and ask for the bank card. Guan Yang's expression became serious as he extended his hand, speaking in a low voice, "They are here to find me." The reason Guan Yang's face was serious was that, among the 4 of them, except for Feng Qianli, the other 3 were actually all 2nd-tier warriors. Just as Huang Xiaoling was speaking, Guan Yang cast a detection spell on the 3 men. The combat powers of the 3 men were 21,000, 27,000, and 24,000. Although their combat power was not as high as Huang Xiaoling's 31,000, they had the advantage in numbers. If Huang Xiaoling charged forward, she would surely suffer a loss. Guan Yang stopped Huang Xiaoling and turned to Feng Qianli, saying, "I was wondering who it was, turns out it's Grandma Feng. Nice to see you again." Of course, his voice was still low, as he hadn't forgotten about this matter. He had to be careful not to be exposed by Huang Xiaoling. Feng Qianli was instantly enraged when she heard this. "Little brat, don't think that just because you're speaking in a low voice I can't tell it's you. Even if you turn to ashes, I can still recognize you as that pile of trash. You ruined our family's harmony. My husband left, my child scattered, and now my old self finally finds you. I will make you pay." Then, Feng Qianli shifted her gaze to Huang Xiaoling. "This must be your little girlfriend. I didn't expect you to find a 2-for-1 deal. Perfect, in a bit, I'll have your little girlfriend serve my 3 big brothers. Big brothers, it's up to you now. I only need to catch that little guy, as for the girl, you can handle her." As Feng Qianli finished speaking, one of the men burst into laughter. "Ha, as expected, Feng's sister knows what we're thinking. Don't worry, we've got this. 2nd brother, 3rd brother, let's go." As the words fell, the three men suddenly rushed towards Guan Yang and Huang Xiaoling. Guan Yang immediately, without hesitation, silently activated all his enhancements. Then, he grabbed Huang Xiaoling's hand. Run! After saying this, he pulled Huang Xiaoling, who hadn't reacted yet, and ran. Huang Xiaoling almost stumbled from being pulled, but luckily, her own strength was solid. With a slight push on the ground, she adjusted her posture. Instinctively, she started running with Guan Yang. But after running only 2 steps, she froze. What was she running for? The feeling the others gave her couldn't be wrong. It was also through her small shadow that she gained a special perception. The 4 of them, without a doubt, were weaker than her. So why run? She immediately wanted to stop, even using force to pull Guan Yang back, trying to slow him down. No need to run, I can feel that their strength is not as strong as mine, ha! As she was speaking, the force from Guan Yang's hand made Huang Xiaoling frown. She looked at him in confusion. How could Guan Yang possibly have such strength? This strength felt like it could match her usual state. How could that be? She didn't pay much attention to strength, but even an indirect increase couldn't be something a non-soul contracted person could compare to. But now, what was going on? Could Guan Yang be naturally strong? Huang Xiaoling fell into deep thought for a moment, her speed subconsciously slowing down. Seeing Huang Xiaoling slow down, Guan Yang, feeling anxious, immediately spoke up. Don't stop. Those 3 men are second-tier warriors. Their combat powers are all over 20,000. Together, you can't win. As for the bank card, I'll freeze it on the phone in a bit, and tomorrow we'll report it as lost. After saying that, Guan Yang ignored Huang Xiaoling's situation, put more force into his legs, and once again pulled her, speeding up. At this point, Huang Xiaoling, who was being dragged by Guan Yang, was instantly distracted by the change of topic. 3 second-tier warriors? Huang Xiaoling raised an eyebrow. If it really came down to a fight, she could easily drive them back, but it probably wouldn't be easy, and she might even get hurt. With that thought, running away really seemed like a good option. Anyway, the bank card could be reported as lost and replaced, why fight head-on with them? Immediately, Huang Xiaoling stopped saying anything about stopping and focused on running, following Guan Yang. How did you offend this group of second-tier warriors? While running, Huang Xiaoling asked curiously. Ah. Don't mention it, I'll tell you once we shake them off. Little brat, stop right there. Huang Xiaoling was about to ask something else when suddenly, a loud roar came from behind them. They turned around and saw that the 3 of them had already closed in within 10 meters of the 2. They had actually caught up. Huang Xiaoling's hesitation just now had caused her to be caught. Seeing this, a sharp light flashed in Huang Xiaoling's eyes. Running like this won't work. Get on my contracted beast. As she spoke, a flash of light appeared beneath her feet. The shadow scale beast appeared beside Guan Yang and the others. Huang Xiaoling quickly climbed onto the shadow scale beast's back. She grabbed Guan Yang's arm. Hurry up! Little shadow, shake them off. Upon hearing Huang Xiaoling's words, the shadow scale beast, although unsure of what was happening, decided to run first. Without thinking, it suddenly powered up all 4 limbs, and its body quickly accelerated. It was like an arrow leaving the bow, speeding away towards the distance. In a sprint, the shadow scale beast had never been afraid of anything. This was exactly the case. Sitting on the shadow scale beast's back, Guan Yang felt the ground move beneath him, and the surroundings began to blur. The strong wind from the outside blew in. In an instant, he couldn't even open his eyes. At this moment, he finally gained a deep understanding of the speed of a 3rd-tier beast. Comparing it like this, his old mentor's speed seemed ridiculously weak. No good. When he reached the 2nd tier and could contract another beast, he would definitely get one focused on speed. That way, if he couldn't win, he could just run and be invincible by nature. The 3 pursuers were just about to summon their contracted beasts when, in the next second, they gave up. Because it was too late. With the shadow scale beast accelerating, it quickly vanished from the 3's sight, darting into the nearby forest. The 3 immediately slowed down, watching the 2 figures and 1 beast disappear. The leader's face turned ugly, and he spat. Ah. Want to run? It's not that easy. 3rd brother, the tracking bird is yours now. Don't worry, boss. They won't get away. The 3rd brother stretched out his hand, and the bird-like beast that had snatched the bank card earlier appeared again in his palm. He bit his finger and smeared it on the tracking bird's head. The tracking bird's eyes flashed red, and in the next second, it flew up from his hand. It hovered in the air for a moment, as if trying to discern something. After a few seconds, the tracking bird locked onto a direction and started flying into the forest. Boss, I found it. Follow me. Chase. Chapter 42, Huang Xiaoling's Confusion. On the other side, the shadow scale beast carried the 2 of them as they fled. Before long, they arrived at the bustling market in the city. As for Little Shadow, it had already been recalled by Huang Xiaoling. In the market, there were rules prohibiting the summoning of large contracted beasts. If the city guard patrol found out, they would throw them into the small dark room. Summoning on the seaside was fine since no one could see it. But in the market, summoning a contracted beast was definitely asking for death. Also, in the market, no one was allowed to fight casually. If the city guard saw it, they would be thrown into the small dark room. He didn't believe the other side would dare to act here. Therefore, they were very safe here. With that, the two began to stroll around. Not long after they entered the market, the group that had been following with the tracking bird also arrived outside the market. Looking at the busy market, the third brother's face turned ugly. He waved his hand, and the tracking bird landed in his palm. Boss, according to the tracking bird, they are still here. But here, the crowd is too dense, and the blood energy is too strong. The tracking bird can't lock onto them as precisely as it did by the seaside. Feng Qianli's face immediately turned anxious upon hearing this. What now? We finally found that brat. Are we just going to let them go? The boss's face darkened as well. What else can we do? Even if we find them here, we can't act. I don't want to get dragged into a cup of tea by the city guard. They probably calculated this, which is why they came here. The boss didn't want to be branded as evil by the Federation because of Feng Qianli. Although it was a small county, they still had to be careful. Feng Qianli, unwilling, said, I won't accept it. Brother Zhang, you did promise to help me. Seeing this, the boss's face sank. I already told you the situation. Here, I definitely will not make a move. Hearing this, Feng Qianli instantly exploded, and immediately raised her voice, Old Zhang, what do you mean? Are you helping this or not? So all the words you said were just fart, right? Seeing this, the boss frowned, and at once said impatiently. You need to make one thing clear. I only agreed to help you because of our relationship. I do not owe you anything, watch your words and tone. If you want to find, you go find by yourself. Now, the three of us are hungry. Second, third, let's go, find a tavern and drink. After saying that, he no longer paid attention to Feng Qianli, called the other two, and walked toward the busy market. Bastard! A group of bastards! Feng Qianli looked at the three people going far away, and could not help stomping her feet. She wanted to turn hostile, but thinking that later she would still need them. She immediately took a deep breath and held it down. Later I will settle the account with you bastards. But now, the relationship still needs to be maintained. Feng Qianli immediately walked quickly to the front of the three people. Brother Zhang, don't be angry. I did not mean that. It was just that I was anxious for a moment. Aren't you hungry? Let's go, we go eat first, I will treat. On the other side, Guan Yang and Huang Xiaoling were now sitting in a milk tea shop, leisurely drinking milk tea. Why are you staring at me like this all the time? Guan Yang could not help but speak. Mainly because since entering the busy market, the other side had not said a word, tightly staring at him. Huang Xiaoling heard this, and slowly said, Do you have nothing you want to say to me? Guan Yang heard this and suddenly understood, you mean the matter we talked about at the seaside just now? This I still need to. No. It is other matter. Huang Xiaoling shook her head, her face serious as she looked at Guan Yang. Guan Yang heard this and became confused. Other matter? Could it be that group just now? That group is like this, me and that Feng Qianli, that is that woman, have some. This is your matter, not important. There is still other matter. I have no other matter. Guan Yang for a moment could not figure it out. Isn't it just these two matters? What other matter is there? Seeing Guan Yang's confused eyes, Huang Xiaoling lowered her voice and reminded, You went to Tianhai Forest this afternoon, right? Buzz. Guan Yang heard this, and his head suddenly went blank. Damn. Could she have known? But how is it possible? Even when escaping, he spoke with his voice pressed down, always remembering this point. The other side could not have discovered. Although shocked in his heart, Guan Yang's surface work was done very well. With a face full of confusion he said, Tianhai Forest, how is that possible? I do not even have a contracted beast, what would I go there for? Huang Xiaoling heard this, and stared hard at Guan Yang's eyes. In a low voice she said, You can hide from my eyes, but you cannot hide from Xiao Ying's nose. It just smelled a familiar smell on you. This was exactly the reason why Huang Xiaoling was silent. When she just put the shadow scale beast into the contract space, Xiaoying sent a piece of information. It was exactly about Guan Yang. It smelled on Guan Yang the aura of the person who poisoned them in Tianhai Forest. This was also the reason why Huang Xiaoling kept a heavy face along the way. She also did not understand. Guan Yang being that black-robed person, how is it possible? The strength is completely not equal. But along this way, she had been observing Guan Yang, and was found by her many evidences that could confirm it was Guan Yang. Like body shape, strength, and when they first met, that kind of strange familiar feeling. This made Huang Shaoling even more confused. Could it really be Guan Yang? And Guan Yang on the opposite side, hearing this, his heart suddenly thumped. Damn! Forgot there is still a strange beast. The nose of a strange beast is much stronger than a human. Maybe it really smelled his scent. But can this matter be admitted? Admit that he almost poisoned the other side? Admit it now, is his brain broken? Beat to death also do not admit. How could it be, how could I go to such a dangerous place? Forcefully holding on. Huang Shaoling seemed to have already known that Guan Yang would not admit. Slowly she said, then, please explain the mud and broken grass stuck on the edge of your shoes. This is what you already had when you went home, the color of the dirt is the same as on my shoes. She just noticed this. She wasn't sure if it came from stepping through the forest earlier, or if it was already there. Right now, she also wanted to shake Guan Yang, see if she could get something out of him. Guan Yang froze at her words, instinctively looking down at his shoes. Sure enough, there were still traces of dirt and grass near his feet. Coming back from Tianhai, his shoes weren't dirty, he had forgotten to change them, didn't expect this detail to be noticed by Huang Shaoling. But now with a knife at his throat, what else could he do? He had to tough it out. What could it be? I went out of the city this afternoon, maybe it got on them then. As for the color, I think it's all the same. Just some dirt, what difference does it make? You are overthinking. Now that you mention it, I want to ask, did you really go to Tianhai Forest? Guan Yang quickly changed the subject. This little girl observes too carefully, if she asked a few more questions, he would really be exposed, it was deadly. Chapter 43, Hidden Strike, Remove the Danger. Huang Shaoling was clearly not satisfied with Guan Yang's answer. In her eyes, Xiaoying surely would not be wrong. I went to find Xiao Ying's same type different beast. So, what's with your power? When you pulled me, the strength you had, it was not right. Guan Yang was speechless at her words. Damn! She hasn't given up yet. In an instant, Guan Yang came up with an answer. Really? I am a man, having more strength is normal. Besides, in a hurry, adrenaline flows a lot, having more strength is normal. Aren't there always reports of old ladies lifting a pillar with bare hands in urgency? I probably encountered the same thing, just not that exaggerated. Faced with Guan Yang's flawless reply, Huang Shaoling said unwillingly, then Xiao Ying's sense of your smell surely isn't wrong. How do you explain this? Guan Yang helplessly said, Miss Huang, if I say your beast's smell is wrong, would you believe me? Impossible, Xiaoying would not be wrong. Huang Shaoling shook her head firmly. Guan Yang shrugged, asking back. Then what else can I say? Also, my attribute was detected in front of the whole school. Can this be faked? Huang Shaoling fell silent at this. This was also the point she was unsure of, the other's attribute was already spread throughout Haishur. This matter was definitely certain. But Xiaoying. Huang Xiaoling's heart unconsciously wavered a little. Could Xiaoying really be wrong? Next, Huang Shaoling still stubbornly asked a few questions. Guan Yang naturally answered them one by one. During this, Guan Yang tried many times to change the topic, but failed. This little girl seemed determined to find out everything. You. Seeing Huang Shaoling still not giving up, Guan Yang darkly threw his trump card. My Miss Huang, I really have never been to Tianhai Forest. Even if you ask until the sky breaks, I haven't been. If you ask again, I will say I have been, isn't that okay? He revealed the truth. He would no longer pretend. He planned to cut off the root of the problem, retreat to advance. Generally, if he said this, anyone not stupid would stop asking, because further questions would get no answer. But Huang Shaoling's next words stunned Guan Yang. You did go, you finally admit it. Guan Yang. Seeing Huang Shaoling acting as if it was expected, Guan Yang felt he had done something foolish. This little girl's logic. Bizarre. Admit what? I just don't want to be bothered. Even if you ask until the sky breaks, I still haven't been. Huang Shaoling, hearing this, stopped asking. Instead, she nodded, it's okay if you don't admit it. I will know the truth sooner or later. What truth? What I said is the truth, you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Huang Shaoling didn't respond to Guan Yang's explanation. She directly stood up and said, about what I just said regarding getting the certificate. It's getting late. That group definitely can't find us. I know the way, so I'll go back by myself. Saying this, without giving Guan Yang time to react, she stood up and walked out of the shop. She disappeared into the street. As soon as she was out of Guan Yang's sight, Huang Xiaoling slipped into a small alley. Next, Huang Xiaoling's figure slowly vanished from the spot. Invisibility. Huang Xiaoling didn't leave, but prepared to use invisibility to watch Guan Yang. She temporarily believed that Guan Yang was not the man in the black robe. But Guan Yang definitely had a problem. Because just now, she had activated Xiao Ying's sense enhancement. She could smell that the dirt on Guan Yang's shoes was from Tianhai Forest. As for why Guan Yang didn't admit he had been to Tianhai Forest, Huang Xiaoling thought, and only came up with one possibility. Guan Yang knew the man in the black robe from the Poison King Hall. After her questioning just now, she had already planted a seed of caution in Guan Yang. She thought, if Guan Yang knew the man in black, he would contact him soon. She would definitely find out the truth. In the shop, Guan Yang frowned as he watched Huang Xiaoling leave without a word. This Huang Xiaoling changed so much, what was she really up to? After a moment, a sharp light flashed in Guan Yang's eyes. Good grief! So she wasn't leaving, she was waiting for the right moment. So scheming. Guan Yang had been using sense enhancement, tracking Feng Qianli's group. If someone came looking for him, he couldn't just let it go. He couldn't beat them head-on, so he would play a trick. But unexpectedly, because he kept using sense enhancement, he accidentally sensed Huang Xiaoling's presence. Old Ren's sense enhancement might be weak for food smells. But human scent, it was precise every time. After confirming Huang Xiaoling's position, a smile lifted the corner of Guan Yang's mouth. If she wanted to follow, let her follow. It wouldn't affect him dealing with the opponents. Anyway, he wouldn't meet them face to face. Thinking this, Guan Yang stood and walked out of the shop. His nostrils twitched, then he stepped in a direction, slowly reaching a restaurant outside. In Guan Yang's sense, the target was in a private room on the second floor of the restaurant. Then Guan Yang entered a coffee shop across the street from the restaurant. He ordered a cup of coffee, took a book, and found a seat by the window. The window faced the street, right at the restaurant. Guan Yang read the book and drank coffee. So leisurely. Of course, all this was just for show. In reality, Guan Yang was releasing and controlling poison. Within 10 meters, he could control the poison freely. Under Guan Yang's control, the poison drifted accurately to the private room across, slipped through the window, and entered the room. No one noticed anything. Even invisible Huang Xiaoling following Guan Yang didn't know he was poisoning. This operation lasted about 10 minutes. Guan Yang's face grew pale, sweat covering his forehead. Controlling poison so precisely was not simple. Much harder than imagined. And because he feared being detected early, he slowed the poisoning process. This was called Slow Poison Cooking Master. Another 10 minutes passed, and just as Guan Yang planned to rest, a loud shout came from the private room. Not good. There's poison in the food. The next second, the second floor window shattered. 3 figures stumbled and jumped out of the window. Bang bang bang. The 3 figures hit the ground heavily. They were the 3 fat men with Feng Qianli. After landing, they tried to get up, but the next second, their limbs went weak, their eyes went dark, and they lost consciousness. But their purple-blue lips showed the poison was strong. Ah! Someone jumped from the building. Their actions caused a stir on the street, and people quickly surrounded them. Guan Yang saw this and nodded in satisfaction. But he did not forget, a small tail was following not far away. Immediately, he concealed his expression. He changed to a curious baby expression, stood up, and walked toward the outside. Hidden in the dark, Huang Xiaoling was also immediately attracted by the sight. Following Guan Yang, she came to the street outside. Chapter 44, Old Ren's Advancement. At this moment, the entire scene had already been surrounded by a crowd. Sure enough, people loved to gather around a commotion. The crowd was pointing at the scene in the middle, whispering among themselves. What's going on here? His face is turning blue, and there's a strong smell of alcohol. Is it alcohol poisoning? But it's such a modern era, how could this still happen? I heard there's a woman who also drank with them, and she has the same symptoms. I bet these 3 didn't have good intentions, trying to get the girl drunk, but ended up getting themselves drunk too. They hurt the enemy 1,000 but ended up hurting themselves 800. But seriously, these 3 sure have heavy tastes. That woman's weight isn't small either. Maybe she likes that type? Everyone has their own preferences. Huang Xiaoling, upon hearing the gossip, became even more curious. Her gossiping heart kicked in, and she subconsciously found a space to squeeze to the front. Only then did she look at the scene in the middle. In the next second, Huang Xiaoling widened her eyes. It was the group of people who had been chasing them. What's going on? Why are the 3 in this state? Is this the result of evil getting its just punishment? Huang Xiaoling couldn't help but start imagining with a bit of schadenfreude. At this moment, Guan Yang sensed the condition of the three in Huang Xiaoling's position. He slowly backed out of the crowd and headed home. The matter was settled, time to go home. He didn't go all out against these three, so they wouldn't die. Moreover, with the medical technology in this world, as long as they weren't dead on the spot, they could be saved. Of course, they would have to pay the price. Given the depth of their poisoning, the antidote likely wouldn't work. Specialized equipment or a high-level medical contract practitioner would be needed. With the current medical costs, these people would probably lose a few layers of skin. Massive blood loss was a sure thing. It's just that Guan Yang didn't know if they had insurance or not. As for Feng Qianli, who was unconscious in the private room, Guan Yang had no idea of the situation. She was the weakest, so naturally, her poison resistance was the lowest. Even if she was cured, she might still have some lingering effects. Of course, that wasn't something Guan Yang could control. If someone takes action against him, they should be ready for the consequences. In 3 minutes, a team of city medical personnel arrived. They immediately took the people away and rushed to the medical facility. Meanwhile, the city security team began to seal off the scene and collect samples for investigation. The crowd, seeing there was no more excitement to watch, gradually dispersed. But what had just happened began to spread through word of mouth. The story became more and more exaggerated as it was passed around. At this moment, Huang Xiaoling was looking around with a dark expression. She had been so caught up in the excitement that she had completely forgotten about Guan Yang. Now, when she looked again, she couldn't find Guan Yang anywhere. He must have left by now. Huang Xiaoling instinctively stamped her foot. Just as she was about to leave, a voice came from the city security team. "Boss, we just got a message from the medical team. They're not suffering from alcohol poisoning. They've been poisoned by a special corpse poison. It might be man-made. Corpse poison, check the records of these people, and also, let's go upstairs to check their private room. Investigate whether the food was poisoned." Yes. Huang Xiaoling heard every word clearly. She couldn't help but think back to the symptoms of the three chubby ones. Corpse poison. Poison King Hall. Black-robed people. Guan Yang. Could it be that Guan Yang had the black-robed people take action? But the next second, Huang Xiaoling immediately rejected this idea. Impossible. She had been following Guan Yang the whole time, and he had never interacted with anyone. There were no signals or gestures passed between them. But why was Guan Yang conveniently here having coffee? Was it just a coincidence? Huang Xiaoling suddenly thought of many things, but none of them made sense logically. After a moment, Huang Xiaoling helplessly shook her head. She glanced once more at the restaurant's private room before turning and heading back to the hotel. She would be leaving tomorrow, so why bother worrying about so much? Forget it, forget it. The next day, Huang's parents came early to bid farewell to Guan's father. Then Guan Yang was arranged to take Mr. Huang and his father to the station. Just before entering the station, Huang Xiaoling reminded again. "I have already given my phone number to Auntie. I will wait for your reply." Guan Yang nodded, secretly letting out a sigh of relief. Finally leaving, it was too hard. Just as Guan Yang watched the two enter the station and turned to leave, Huang Xiaoling's voice came from afar. "Guan Yang, did you see the wallet I lost in the forest?" Guan Yang was stunned. Wallet? He had no memory of it. Thinking back in his mind, his mouth instinctively replied. "No, I already said I never went there. You lost your wallet?" But the next second, Guan Yang realized. Damn it! This little girl actually did a sudden attack. On the other side, Huang Xiaoling saw Guan Yang's reaction, her eyes narrowed immediately. As expected, Guan Yang went to Tianhai Forest. So that means, Guan Yang must know that man in black. Damn Guan Yang! He dared to lie to her. Just wait, she will definitely dig that man in black out. Guan Yang looked at Huang Xiaoling with a strange smile. Helpless in his heart. All plans, all calculations, pretending to have a sore throat for a whole day, ended up exposed by just this one sentence. Forget it, forget it. Anyway, the other party also left the Sea City, next meeting, who knows when. Let it be. Now, the first thing he needed to do was to upgrade Laoran. Go to the Beast Crystal Market. Sell the Beast Crystals collected yesterday, exchange for Poison-type and Dark-type Beast Crystals. Thinking of this, Guan Yang called his mother and said he would return in the evening. As for the reason, he just made one up. After hanging up, Guan Yang headed to the Beast Crystal Market. This trip would take half a day. He did not eat lunch, and in the afternoon, after leaving the Beast Crystal Market, he went straight to Tianhai Forest. He got the Beast Crystals Laoran needed. He was already eager to upgrade Laoran. Once Laoran upgraded, he would also get the feedback. Basic strength would increase greatly. Half an hour later, in a remote corner on the edge of Tianhai Forest, Guan Yang placed 2 beast crystals, one green and one black, in Lao Ren's hand. These were the poison type and dark type beast crystals he got. Now, Lao Ren could finally upgrade. Guan Yang stepped back. After all, it was poison type. To avoid physical injury, better to stay away. After stepping back to a safe distance, with a thought, Lao Ren swallowed the 2 beast crystals. The next second, black energy suddenly burst out from Lao Ren's body. The black energy quickly expanded outward. Everything it passed, grass and trees withered and died. In an instant, the black energy reached the limit as before. Roar! Lao Ren gave a low roar, and as the black energy rolled, it suddenly expanded again. Done. Second level. The smile on Guan Yang's face could no longer be held, stretching wide. But the next moment, his smile stiffened. He felt an unknown force transmitted from Lao Ren to his body. Damn! It was feedback. Lao Ren's evolution would bring him basic enhancement. Guan Yang did not dare delay, immediately sat cross-legged, and started circulating the yin-yang 5 elements technique to maximize the increase in strength. 10 minutes later, Lao Ren's strange phenomena completely disappeared. Guan Yang, however, was still circulating the yin-yang 5 elements technique, digesting this benefit. Chapter 45, Power Soars, System Rewards reappear. It was not until half an hour later that Guan Yang slowly opened his eyes, feeling unprecedented power filling his body. Surely his combat power must have increased greatly. He wondered how much feedback he got this time. Hope it could reach 10%. Every time a beast advances, the feedback actually has a certain rule. First level to second, the usual feedback is 5% to 10%. Second to third, 15% to 20%. Third to fourth, 25% to 30%. The feedback from advancement depends entirely on the accumulation before the beast evolves. If the accumulation is insufficient, although it evolves, the feedback will be less. Now, let him see exactly how much benefit he got. Just as Guan Yang was about to check his own attributes, the next second, a special voice sounded in his ear. Ding! Congratulations, host, your basic combat power has successfully advanced. Special reward, 1 advanced gift pack for the host. Reward 1, 1 use of world travel. Reward 2, upgrade of the exploration technique. Supports detecting the number of times a beast has evolved and gives a profile of the second contracted beast. Reward 3, upgrade of the spatial storage. 2 cubic meters of space. Please continue your efforts, host, and strive to improve your basic combat power. It's the system, which hasn't been heard from for a long time. During this period, Guan Yang has been trying to contact the system, but it seemed to have vanished, with no reply, aside from the continued functionality of its features. Unexpectedly, this time, the upgrade of his basic combat power triggered the system to appear. And just like always, it delivered with great power. First, he gets another world travel. Originally, it was once a month, but now, with the breakthrough of 1000 basic combat power, he gets 1 more. Not bad. Next is the upgrade of the exploration technique. It actually supports detecting the number of times a beast has evolved. This feature made Guan Yang overjoyed. You see, beasts have a limit to the number of evolutions they can undergo. That is, their so-called aptitude. Take the auction ice crystal turtle, for example, which has 5 evolution chances. In theory, it could evolve up to the 5th rank. And the number of evolutions is something that can only be detected by professional appraisal institutions. But now, with the upgraded exploration technique, it can directly detect this. How awesome! Additionally, it can detect the profile of a second contracted beast, which made Guan Yang exclaim, "Good stuff." You see, every beastmaster has 1 contracted beast. Whenever their combat power advances, they can add another contracted beast. However, having more contracted beasts isn't always better. In fact, there's an unwritten rule in this world. That is, for beastmasters below the 4th rank, it's not recommended to contract a second beast. It's simply not worth it. Contracting 2 beasts doesn't provide a simultaneous boost in combat power. Only one of them can boost the beastmaster's power. Moreover, the resources needed to train 2 beasts are doubled. The results of training 1 beast and 2 beasts with the same resources are completely different. It might even slow down the growth of their basic combat power due to the delayed growth of the beasts. For low-level beastmasters, the main goal is to grow quickly, increase their basic combat power, and break through the first 3 ranks, reaching the 4th rank. The 4th rank is the watershed for beastmasters. At this rank, beastmasters can not only control beasts, but also merge with them to gain greater combat power. Thus, low-level beastmasters usually only have 1 contracted beast. Before, the exploration technique could only detect the beast that the beastmaster used. If the other beast wasn't being used, Guan Yang couldn't detect it. But now, even if the second beast is not in use, Guan Yang can detect the hidden contracted beast. This is extremely helpful for understanding the opponent's strength. As for the last reward, doubling the space, it's just the icing on the cake. Most importantly, based on the system's encouraging words at the end, Guan Yang could guess. From now on, every time his basic combat power advances, he will receive a system reward. System, you're amazing. Guan Yang then looked over the new rewards and turned his attention to his and old Ren's attributes. He also gave old Ren another aptitude test. The next second, Guan Yang's face lit up with a big smile. Name, Guan Yang. Attributes, all systems. Combat power, 3000, basic combat power, plus 12,100, shared zombie 55% combat power. Contracted creature, Ren Weiyong. Universal skills, exploration technique, contracting technique, LV2. Contracting technique, LV2 can contract two creatures and make them shared creatures. Contracting technique limits. 50% success rate within 2x combat power. 10% success rate within 3x combat power. 3% success rate within 4x combat power. 1% success rate within 5x combat power. No success beyond 6x combat power. Derived skills of contracted creatures. Power amplification, smell amplification, defense amplification, constitution amplification, deadly poison control, low altitude flight. Contract creature, Ren Weiyong, deadly poison zombie. Evolution count, 2 out of 9. Attributes, dark, poison. Combat power, 22,000, second level. Skills, zombie bloodline, bloodthirsty, copper skin iron bone, zombie giant strength, smell tracking, deadly poison zombie body, low altitude flight. 10%, actually the biggest 10% combat power feedback. Basic combat power soared directly from 800 to 3000, calculating, increased by 2002. Exactly 10% of old Ren's combat power. Good. Very good. Excellent. And the contract technique also automatically upgraded to second level. Can contract two contract beasts now. And old Ren, even more amazing. Strength soared to over 20,000. Guan Yang could even feel there was still an energy in old Ren not fully absorbed and converted. Once old Ren finishes conversion, his strength is estimated to double again. Breaking into third level is not impossible. Once old Ren breaks into third level, he can feed back to Guan Yang again. Guan Yang believes, with this feedback, his own basic combat power will definitely advance again. Then, whether the system will give rewards as he hopes, one try will know. Perfect. After excitement, Guan Yang began to adapt to his own combat power. Combat power suddenly skyrocketed so much, still need to adapt, otherwise even eating would be a problem. At night, before dinner, Guan Yang hurried back home. At the dining table, Guan Yang curiously cast the probing technique at his dad and mom again. But the result shocked Guan Yang. Name, Guan Lin. Attribute, lightning. Contract creature, lightning Qilin, June 8th, lightning bird, April 7th. Combat power, beyond probing range. Name, Hu Qing. Attribute, light. Contract creature, unicorn, June 8th, light mouse, May 6th. Combat power, beyond probing range. Although he did not get his parents' real data, he got an incredible evaluation standard. That is evolution count. 6 evolutions, what does it represent? It means whether lightning Qilin or unicorn, both reached 6th level. 6th level. What a concept. It means the minimum is already a million combat power existence. Then after feedback, dad and mom at least have 5th level strength, tens of thousands of combat power contract masters. Simply terrifying. Then the problem comes, if dad and mom are so strong, even going to the provincial capital, they are strong existences, why still stay in this Haichang? Chapter 46, Draw the World, Alien World. About this question, Guan Yang actually asked his dad in Tianhai Forest. But Father Guan just replied with a meaningful sentence. Some things, too early to tell you. If you want to know, when you reach 4th level, I will tell you. This was Father Guan's exact words. Unexpectedly, his parents' strength was actually so strong. Late at night, Guan Yang returned to his bedroom. Took a deep breath, mind connected to the system. System, draw the world to cross into. Yes, Guan Yang prepared to cross once again. Contract a new contract beast to handle the college entrance exam. Originally his choice was Old Ren. But since knowing about the Poison King Hall, Guan Yang started to worry. Because Old Ren cannot act. No way, Old Ren's poison attribute is innate, cannot be restrained. If Old Ren acts, during the exam, it will definitely be discovered. According to his dad, once the poison attribute is discovered, then the arrival of Poison King Hall is not far. So after knowing this, Guan Yang changed strategy. Prepare to advance, then casually contract another potential beast as the second. To handle the college entrance exam. With his own combat power, getting a good school is no problem. But now, Guan Yang clearly had a better choice. Received, remaining world draw once. Do you want to draw now? Draw. As long as there is a crossing chance, draw count is automatically generated. Each world to enter must be drawn. Hope this time is not the zombie world. Otherwise, he could only contract with ghosts. Got it. In the next second, the virtual drawing disc appeared again in front of Guan Yang. Then, the disc began spinning continuously. Guan Yang stared at the disc without blinking. After a moment, the disc stopped, and the pointer's direction made Guan Yang frown. Ding, host has drawn an alien world binding in progress, binding complete, ready for instant travel. Alien world. This one had too many films and dramas included. Moreover, the combat strength inside varied greatly. He didn't know what kind of alien creatures he would encounter, or if there would be any suitable ones. Guan Yang had many doubts in his heart, but since he had drawn it, he would have to go in to see. Alien world, to be honest, he was actually a bit looking forward to it. Of course, this alien world probably wasn't as easy to handle as a zombie world, so he had to prepare fully. Food, water, and his own combat strength all needed to be improved. Now, his strength had reached the first level, it was time to choose suitable weapons and combat skills. In this world, once a contract master reaches first level, they can choose to use the unique weapons of this world. These weapons can channel the contract master's power. Thus, the weapon's power greatly increases, achieving effects like breaking anything, shattering everything, splitting mountains, and cutting the sea with a single strike. If combined with combat skills cultivated by the contract master, the power becomes even more shocking. Weapons and combat skills are all meant to enhance the contract master's own strength. Although a contract master has contracted beasts guarding them, which is usually enough against enemies. But in some special cases, the contract master must act personally. For example, when being attacked by a group, or if the contracted beast is not nearby, or if the contracted beast dies. The contract master's lack of means against enemies would then appear. Although a contract master can share skills from the contracted beast, they are only passive and supportive skills. Take Guan Yang, for example, he only had poison control, which barely counted as an active skill. But using it as a means against enemies was clearly not enough. Therefore, once a contract master reaches first level, they learn some combat skills and buy some weapons to enhance their own strength. For a while, Guan Yang thought a lot. He didn't know how long it took before he calmed down and began to cultivate the Yin-Yang 5 elements technique. Cultivation still required accumulation day by day. Early the next morning, Guan Yang quietly found his father. Dad, how much money do you have? Guan's father looked at the sneaky Guan Yang, frowned, and asked back, "You little rascal, why are you asking that?" Guan Yang spoke honestly, "I want to buy a suitable weapon and combat skill." "Why would you buy that?" "Those can only be used when you reach first level, it's too early now. Wait, you haven't reached first level, have you?" As he spoke, Guan's father's face turned shocked. Could it be that his own son's strength had already reached first level? Impossible. When he was Guan Yang's age, with all the resources piled up, he only had 200 or 300 combat power. Guan Yang had only awakened for a few days, how could he reach over 1,000 combat power? Facing his father's shocked gaze, Guan Yang grinned proudly. "Well, yesterday, by accident, I reached first level." Guan's father twitched his mouth. "By accident? Do you think this is making people? Accidentally? Are you joking?" "It's true." Guan Yang nodded proudly, "Of course it's true. By the way, Dad, when you were my age, how much combat power did you have?" Guan's father was momentarily stuck by the question, cleared his throat twice and said, ahem, I can't remember, anyway, a little higher than you. Didn't expect you to reach first level so quickly, not bad, not bad. Guan's father lied. He would never admit to being weaker than his child. Doesn't he want face? Looking at his father's expression, Guan Yang knew he was stubbornly holding back. Of course, even though he knew, he wouldn't expose it. Otherwise, he wouldn't get money from his father without getting beaten. Not only could he not expose it, he also had to praise him along the way. Thinking of this, Guan Yang at once showed a face full of worship. Dad, I did not expect you were so strong when you were young. Father Guan's old face turned red, and he said awkwardly, that is. No matter what, your dad when young was also a proud genius. Guan Yang took the chance to ask, well Dad, about the money thing? I have small money, but what you want is not a small amount. This money you still need to find your mom. Your dad I have no money. Guan Yang rolled his eyes, I also want to find mom, but I have no excuse. Hearing this, Father Guan at once patted Guan Yang's shoulder. With deep meaning he said, Yanger, it's not that Dad does not help you. You know my situation here. You have no excuse, I also have none. Guan Yang, Dad, don't you have any private money? Hearing this, Father Guan's heart thumped. Could it be his private money was found by Guan Yang? Should not be. He hid it very secretly. A kind of unknown panic surged in his heart, as if something bad was going to happen. But on the surface, Father Guan kept a calm face and said, What private money, does your dad need to hide it? Oh. Then this card should not be yours, Dad? Then I will go ask Mom. Guan Yang said, and somehow took out a white bank card. Looking at this card, Father Guan's face froze instantly. Damn. This brat actually really found it. Chapter 47 Mechanical Area Big Purchase. Seeing Guan Yang about to leave, Father Guan became anxious in his heart and grabbed Guan Yang. With deep meaning he said, Well Yanger, you see Dad treats you not badly, right? Return the card to Dad, what do you think? Seeing this, Guan Yang stopped wasting time and went straight to the point, well, about what I just said. While speaking, he stretched out his hand, thumb and index finger rubbing together. Father Guan's face turned dark, but looking at the card in Guan Yang's other hand, he could only helplessly say, I will think of a way, I go find your mom to ask, okay? Dad, I believe in you, waiting for your good news. Guan Yang said and returned the card to his dad. He was not afraid Dad would go back on his word. Other things about his dad he was not sure, but since childhood, as long as his dad agreed, he would definitely do it. For Guan Yang, his dad's saying was a man should keep his word like a heavy promise. If not agree then forget it, once agree, no matter how hard must do it. Because of this, it formed Guan Yang's completely opposite way of doing things. Yes, completely opposite to his dad's principle. He did not want to be like his dad, stubborn for face and suffer inside. What gets hurt is always his own benefit. Things with no benefit, he will not do. Going too far, after returning the bank card to his dad, Guan Yang went back to the bedroom. Just quietly wait for Dad's good news. Looking at Guan Yang going back to the bedroom with a relaxed face, Father Guan was very confused. Such a hidden place, how could this brat find it? Really like seeing a ghost. No, next time must install a monitor. Putting away the bank card, Father Guan's face became serious, and he walked toward the shop. Want to get money from me? You brat, wait for me. Half an hour later, Father Guan threw a card to Guan Yang. This is 100,000, enough for you to buy one first-level weapon and some beginner combat skills. Ah, Dad is generous. Well, I want to know, how did you know I hid it in? Well Dad, I have something to do, going out first, no need to wait for me for lunch. With the benefit in hand, Guan Yang turned and left the house. He did not give Dad any chance to ask. How he knew, of course he could not tell Dad, otherwise how to do it next time. What if he still needs money next time? After going out, Guan Yang went straight to the biggest comprehensive business area in High City. Right now in his hand besides the 100,000 he got from Dad, he also had more than 130,000 savings. It was left from selling beast crystals last time. Together it was 230,000. Buying those things should be enough. Guan Yang did not only want to buy weapons and combat skills, he also wanted to buy some consumables of the mechanical race. Mechanical race is also a kind of strange beast. Strange beasts also have another name, called alien race. Alien race does not only refer to beasts. There are also many strange races, such as egg-elves, mechanical tribes, undead tribes, dragon tribes, phoenix tribes, Chilan tribes. Each tribe has its own characteristics. The reason they are widely called beasts is because among all the races, the beast category, both in terms of variety and quantity, is the most common. That's all. This time, what Guan Yang is preparing to buy is exactly the products produced by mechanical contract masters. After all, this time he's heading to an alien world, and there will certainly be weapons with great destructive power. And things that can survive in a vacuum and oxygen-deprived environment are also within his purchasing considerations. These items are also big money spenders. 230,000, it should be enough. Not long after, Guan Yang arrived at Tianhai City's largest comprehensive trading district, Tianhai Trading District. This place is similar to a wholesale market in the past life. Inside, there are various areas with everything one could need. After entering, Guan Yang headed straight for the mechanical section. Along the way, there were countless small shops, with shouting and bargaining sounds echoing. Guan Yang didn't start buying immediately but wandered around first, occasionally checking prices and understanding the market situation. His funds are limited, and he needs to buy so many things, so he has to plan carefully. He must spend money wisely. After one round of browsing, Guan Yang's brows furrowed, and he had a distressed look on his face. These mechanical items are really expensive. A liquid bomb costs 11,000 per piece. This is the cheapest he could find. Some are even priced at 13,000. Multifunctional biological detection glasses cost 30,000 per pair. As for ecological combat suits, they even reached 50,000 per set. They are all very practical items, but the prices are one more expensive than the other. Guan Yang estimates that if he buys according to his original plan, these 200,000 would barely buy a few items here. That's why he's worried. He wants them all, but the prices far exceed his budget. No solution. Looks like he can only cut down on his needs and purchase the most essential items. Half an hour later, Guan Yang had finished purchasing the most essential batch of items. First, an ecological combat suit, one set, cost 50,000. The ecological combat suit looks like a trench coat. It can be activated with one button to start the constant temperature, oxygen supply, and radiation protection mode, suitable for use in harsh environments where humans cannot survive. After all, they're going to an alien world. It's 100% guaranteed to be on another planet. If there's no oxygen, and the environment isn't suitable for survival, just blindly crossing over might lead to death. Second, a multifunctional detection glasses, one pair, cost 30,000. They look like combat glasses. Worn on the head, they can scan the terrain within a 10-kilometer radius, detect the position and distance of creatures, and have other functions like generating route maps, etc. If it's an alien planet, who knows if scent tracking will be useful? What if the alien creatures have no scent? These glasses will allow him to detect surrounding enemies at the first moment. Third, electromagnetic cages, 11,000 each, he bought 2. They appear as metal spheres. After being thrown, they turn into an electromagnetic net upon touching something. Once trapped, the target cannot escape and will be immobilized in place. The trapping time lasts up to an hour, depending on the opponent's resistance. They're used to trap the alien creatures he's preparing to contract. He thought about buying liquid bombs several times, but didn't. What he needs is to survive and successfully contract alien creatures. It's not to kill enemies. Finally, there's the area of effect weapon to prevent being surrounded by alien creatures. A flamethrower, one piece, cost 10,000. He mainly considered it for dealing with large numbers of alien species. Energy magazines, one piece, cost 10,000. Used with the flamethrower, it can sustain fire for half an hour. This should be enough for dealing with general situations. The total cost for these items was 120,000. It's over. Originally, Guan Yang planned to keep the total cost under 100,000, but in the end, it still went over. Sigh. One can only say that these consumables are truly not affordable for ordinary people. No wonder it's said that mechanical contract masters are the wealthiest. It really makes money. After solving the basic survival needs, Guan Yang headed towards the weapons section. This time, he didn't need to ask around for prices. Instead, he casually picked a weapon shop and walked in. He was only at first rank, so he could only use first-rank weapons, which wouldn't be too expensive. It was just for temporary use. He would definitely have to upgrade his weapons later. As soon as he entered the shop, he saw the shop owner. He was a muscular man in his 40s. Upon seeing Guan Yang walk in, the shopkeeper enthusiastically spoke. "Hey, young man, looking for a weapon? Feel free to look around. If you find one, I'll give you a good discount." Chapter 48, Divine Weapon equals Magic Treasure? Guan Yang nodded upon hearing this and scanned the shop. The shop was not small, with shelves all around, each displaying various weapons. The top of the shelves even had price tags, making it easy for customers to know which rank of weapons were on each shelf. The weapons ranged from rank 1 to rank 9. The higher the rank, the more powerful the weapon. Guan Yang was at rank 1, so he could only use rank 1 weapons. Thinking of this, Guan Yang walked towards the first rank area. He stopped in front of a sword and picked it up. In the next moment, a blue light appeared around the blade. It was because Guan Yang infused his own power into it. Looking at the burst of blue light, Guan Yang's eyes flashed with excitement. As expected, his full attributes could indeed activate any weapon's attributes. Moreover, there was no sense of awkwardness in using it. First rank water pattern battle sword. Infused with the beast crystal of a water python, using water element battle techniques increases its power significantly. Price, 50,000. The shopkeeper's voice reached Guan Yang's ears. Next, Guan Yang moved to a green staff. He picked up the staff, and in the next second, a layer of green light exploded from it. First-rank green willow staff. Made from the branches of a green willow tree, the staff is embedded with 4 wooden element beast crystals using a special technique. Price, 80,000. Young man, what do you think? Have you found something you like? After trying 2 weapons and getting the result he wanted, Guan Yang stopped testing others and immediately spoke, "Boss, how much for a custom weapon?" The shopkeeper's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Ah. A big client. We price custom weapons based on your requirements. What kind of weapon are you looking for? Guan Yang thought for a moment before speaking. Do you have any first-rank weapons that can be compatible with all attributes? Compatible with all attributes? The shopkeeper was stunned. In all his years of selling weapons, this was the first time he had heard of a weapon being compatible with all attributes. Weapons, like the attributes awakened in this world, were usually best with a single attribute, as matching the appropriate battle techniques could bring out even greater power. Even if there were multi-attribute weapons, they never exceeded 3 attributes. These were used with different attribute techniques. But these also had a downside. While multi-attributes increased the range of usage, they lost their ability to be more powerful, as the attribute bonuses were divided. For example, if a single attribute weapon had a 10% increase in battle power, a dual attribute weapon would still have the 10%, but it would be divided between the 2 attributes. This means each attribute only gets a 5% increase. There was more variety, but the actual battle power decreased. Moreover, making multi-attribute weapons required more materials. With the same materials, a stronger single attribute weapon could be made. Therefore, most weapons in weapon shops were single attribute. But here, Guan Yang was asking for one compatible with all attributes? Was he joking? Guan Yang nodded with expectation and said, "Yes, a weapon compatible with all attributes. Do you have one?" "Young man, are you trying to cause trouble? A weapon compatible with all attributes? Seriously? Do I look like I'm joking?" The shopkeeper looked at Guan Yang's serious expression, and his mouth twitched. Then he shook his head. "Stop joking. We really don't have that. And not just us, no other weapon shop would have one. Because it is simply impossible for a weapon to have all attributes." Upon hearing this, Guan Yang frowned. "Why?" he asked in confusion. He wanted a weapon with all attributes, only such a weapon would suit him perfectly. But judging by the boss's words, his idea was completely impossible. Because the materials needed to forge a weapon are too many. Too many to ever combine into one. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, ice, wind, lightning, light, dark. Even just gathering these materials is nearly impossible, let alone many of them are opposing attributes. Fire, water, light, dark, there is no way to merge them into one. Think about it, if they cannot be merged, how could you ever forge a weapon with all attributes? Hearing this, Guan Yang also fell silent. Indeed, he had been thinking too simply. Collecting so many materials and finding a way to merge them was truly not something an ordinary person could do. Is there really no way? There is. Boss, you actually have a way? The boss rolled his eyes at Guan Yang, speaking irritably. Forging? Definitely impossible to forge, but there are ready-made products. By your requirements, isn't that a divine weapon? Just go get a divine weapon. Guan Yang's face froze. Damn. Divine weapon. Are you kidding me? In this world, weapons are ranked from 1st to 9th tier. Anything above 9th tier is called a divine weapon. It is said that a divine weapon is special, with terrifying limitless power. Also, a divine weapon can recognize its master. Once it recognizes a master, anyone can use it and unleash its full power. But such weapons cannot be forged by human hands. All known divine weapons come from the most dangerous secret realms. And their numbers are pitifully small. The entire Dragon Kingdom knows of only 3 divine weapons. Asking him to get a divine weapon? Is this a joke? Wait. Thinking of the divine weapon's traits, a thought suddenly flashed in Guan Yang's mind. This divine weapon somehow feels like the magical treasures from his previous life. Once it recognizes a master, anyone can use it. Damn. So those magical treasures in the multiverse are actually divine weapons. Thinking this, Guan Yang immediately felt relieved. He suddenly felt a wave of divine weapons rushing toward him. He was a man who held the multiverse in his hands. Why worry about divine weapons? Ahem, young man, do you still want to buy a weapon? If not, please do not let it affect my business. Turn around and exit to the right. Thank you. The weapon shop boss interrupted Guan Yang's fantasy, pulling his thoughts back to reality. Buy? Of course I want to buy. I came here to buy weapons. Boss, help me pick a few first-tier fire knives. Those divine weapons were still too far away from him. First, deal with what is in front, buy a weapon as a transition that was the correct path. Guan Yang's choice was a knife. Compared to long weapons, which are hard to carry and use, short weapons were his choice. And among short weapons, knives were the best. They could be used to cut, slice, chop, stab, and were very easy to handle. If not a knife, then what else? As for choosing fire instead of dark, Guan Yang had already analyzed this. This weapon was mainly for use in alien worlds. No matter which alien world, flames seemed to affect alien creatures. Its effect was far greater than choosing another attribute. Therefore, Guan Yang made this choice. The shop boss was first surprised, then immediately enthusiastic. He had been about to drive him away, who expected a twist like this. Time to make a sale. Oh, looking for a fire knife? You've come to the right shop. Our Wang's weapon shop for forging knives is the best. Wait a moment, I'll pick a few for you. Half an hour later, Guan Yang walked out of the weapon shop carrying a weapon box. He was carrying the knife he had chosen. Name, Flame Knife. Quality, First Tier. Special, Fire-type combat skill power increased by 5%. Description, entirely made of flamestone, forged with the crystal of a first-tier fire beast. This was the information Guan Yang had discovered. Price, 80,000, lowered to 60,000, he got it. So far, Guan Yang had spent 180,000. Only 50,000 remained in his hand. I wonder if I can buy one or two battle techniques. Before long, Guan Yang had already moved on to the battle technique section to wander around. But as he wandered, a headache returned to him. The money's not enough. With the detection technique, Guan Yang looks down on ordinary battle techniques. The better ones are so expensive that it's crazy. This left Guan Yang in a very awkward position. Does he have to downgrade again? In this world, battle techniques, like cultivation methods, are ranked in levels. Still, the four main categories, heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow, each of which is divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. With the little money Guan Yang has now, he could afford a yellow level upper tier battle technique. But for all the yellow level techniques he's seen so far, none of them truly satisfy him. The ones that are close in price all cost over 50,000. This was another reason why Guan Yang was feeling frustrated. A penny really can defeat a hero. While he was in agony, a conversation caught his attention. Hurry, the Guangji 5th anniversary celebration is starting, with the Battle Technique Mystery Box event. Buy a battle technique and you can draw from the mystery box. I heard someone already drew a mysterious level upper tier battle technique. Hurry! Guan Yang watched as two people rushed by him in a hurry. A series of keywords echoed in Guan Yang's mind. 5th anniversary celebration, battle technique mystery box, 20,000. Tier 4 battle techniques. Holy crap! The battle technique mystery box, isn't this just for him? With detection technique, mystery boxes are just like opening a box and picking whatever you want. How could he miss such a good opportunity? With that thought in mind, Guan Yang quickly started walking, rushing after the two people. After chasing them for a while, Guan Yang arrived at the Guangji Battle Technique store. At this point, the Guangji store was surrounded by layers of people. The noise was deafening. A mechanical voice echoed from loudspeakers, playing Guangji's advertisement. Don't miss out as you pass by. Our store is celebrating its 5th anniversary, and to thank our customers, we're launching the Battle Technique Mystery Box event. Spend 50,000 in-store and you'll get one draw from the Battle Technique Mystery Box. The Mystery Box is 100% guaranteed to have a prize, with the lowest being a yellow level lower tier battle technique, and the highest being a local level lower tier martial skill. First come, first served, first come, first served. Spend 50,000, huh? What a coincidence! He has exactly 50,000 left. Guan Yang suppressed his excitement and squeezed through the crowd. Before long, Guan Yang saw the so-called Battle Technique Mystery Box. A large red platform displayed boxes of golden gift boxes. The coating on the outside of the golden gift boxes was specially made to block spiritual detection. This was to prevent spiritual contract masters from cheating. Inside, there must be the battle techniques. He didn't expect Guangji to go so big. Guan Yang swept his eyes over, and there must have been at least 100 golden gift boxes. Unable to resist, Guan Yang cast a detection technique on one of the gift boxes. Name, Xianbing Ghost Claw. Grade, yellow level lower tier. Attributes, water, ice. Specialty, each strike causes frostbite. Description, the claw technique contains 12 forms. At the great success level, it can freeze the opponent from a distance. Guan Yang was overjoyed, his heart couldn't help but race wildly. It really can be detected. Great. Very great. Then, Guan Yang began to cast the detection technique on each mystery box. Crouching Hand, yellow level lower tier. Swift Wind Leg, yellow level lower tier. Drywood Finger technique, yellow level upper tier. Three Yang Sword technique, yellow level upper tier. Overlord Spear, yellow level middle tier. Before long, Guan Yang had already understood all the mystery boxes. As Guan Yang had expected, 90% of them were yellow level lower tier battle techniques. But there was one thing that matched Guan Ji's promotion: there really was a local level lower tier battle technique. Name: Ghost Step. Grade: local level lower tier. Attributes: Undead System. Specialty: reduces weight, moves like a breeze, leaves no trace when landing. Description: at great success, it can shift and move within a small space, like a ghost. This attribute belongs to the rare Undead System. No wonder Guan Ji was willing to offer it. It was probably because it had been sitting there for a long time with no one buying it. But none of that mattered to Guan Yang. He could use all systems. Who cares what system it is? As long as it's useful, it's fine by him. Guan Yang marked the location of Ghost Step and quickly walked into Guan Ji. He needed to quickly pick a battle technique. Go to draw a blind box. To prevent someone else from taking it. After entering, a staff member came up immediately. Hello sir, what do you need? I can recommend some for you. It will save your time. Fire-type sword technique, budget 50,000. Guan Yang did not stall and directly stated his requirement. His goal was a lower-grade Earth-level combat skill. He could not waste time here. For movement and stepping, Ghost Step was enough. Now all that was left was a sword technique to use with the combat knife. Okay, please follow me. The staff was not surprised. Today many customers came for the 50,000 lottery. Guan Ji did not fear losing money. The wool comes from the sheep, only some profit. They also raised the price of combat skills a little. Enough to maintain basic profit. You think you made money, but Guan Ji never loses. The staff led Guan Yang to a shelf. This is the combat skill you need. Each skill has a description. You can choose yourself. Saying this, the staff stopped talking and stood aside, waiting for Guan Yang to choose. Guan Yang glanced. Indeed, each skill had a label. It wrote the basic situation of the skill, but it was vague. So, Guan Yang gave up reading, using detection technique one by one. What description could be more detailed than his detection technique? In just 5 minutes, Guan Yang finished selecting skills. Name: Blazing Sword. Grade: Yellow Upper. Attribute: Fire. Feature: Blazing Sword Chi. Introduction: the sword technique contains 10 moves. When fully mastered, sword chi can leave the body, attacking enemies at a distance. It was a decent combat skill, not good, but not bad. Enough for Guan Yang to face the next world. The reason he chose it was because it had the fewest moves. Only 10 moves, surely easy to learn quickly. He did not have much time to train. The college exam was in 3 days. Remove 1 day for the other world. Only 2 days left. Remove 1 day for rest. That is, he only had 1 day to practice and get familiar with these skills. Therefore, he could only pursue simple and easy to learn skills. Blazing Sword, price exactly 50,000. Everything was perfect. Help me get this combat skill. The store staff were still very efficient. In 1 minute, Guan Yang's balance became 0. But at the same time, he got the real Blazing Sword technique. The shelf only had sample copies, to let people understand the skills. The real skill needed staff to get from the warehouse. This was also to prevent theft. After all, a store has many people, easy for hands to be messy. Sir, your spending meets our lottery requirement. Please follow me to draw a combat skill blind box. Guan Yang nodded and followed the staff to the blind boxes. Guan Yang first saw the Earth-level skill blind box. He breathed out silently. Luckily, it was still there. Sir, you can choose any blind box you like. After the staff spoke, Guan Yang nodded, walked forward, and picked up the blind box with Ghost Step. This one. Should I open it? Guan Yang asked. He saw others sometimes took boxes without opening. That was why he asked. The staff saw the box Guan Yang picked. His expression changed slightly. But soon returned to a smile. You can open it now or take it home to open. I will open it at home. The staff smiled. Okay sir, please wait, I will get you a small gift. He quickly walked into the store. A few seconds later, he came to a middle-aged man with Mediterranean hairstyle. Boss, our Earth-level skill was drawn. The other party has not opened it, should not know yet. The man squinted calmly, nodded. You did well. Go get that red gift bag. Go. Yes. After the salesperson left, the man took out his phone and dialed a number. The target has appeared. Red gift bag. After saying this, he hung up the phone. Then, the middle-aged man sat on a chair nearby, sipped his tea, and muttered, Earth-level battle skill, still the one I remembered. On the other side, at the shop entrance. Sir, sorry, the orange gift bags ran out, so we gave you a red one. Inside is a small gift, please accept it. Guan Yang did not think much, nodded, and took the red gift bag. Then, sir, please walk safely. Guan Yang nodded and walked toward the distance. As Guan Yang's figure disappeared far away, the staff showed a trace of regret on their face. Who told you to have such bad luck, and pick that one? Guan Yang was walking when suddenly, he felt something was wrong. Ignoring the main road, he turned into an empty alley. As soon as he entered the alley, Guan Yang realized what happened. His face darkened. Wrong. He had been trapped. Just now, he did not intend to enter this alley, he was supposed to go straight. But somehow, he felt something in the alley, and his feet let him in without thinking. That feeling meant someone had used a method. At the moment Guan Yang cleared his mind, a sharp male voice came from behind. You actually broke free from my spiritual guidance. Guan Yang turned his head sharply and looked at the alley entrance. At the entrance, two figures appeared. One tall, one short, one strong, one thin, both wearing masks, faces hidden. The next second, the ground at the alley entrance surged. A wall was formed, trapping the three of them in this space. Guan Yang's face darkened as he asked loudly, I have never offended you, right? What do you want from me? While speaking, he sent out two detection spells. Name, He Xiong. Attribute, Mental. Combat power, 10,000, base, plus 48,000, Dream Beast 55%. Contracted creature, Dream Beast, March 8th. Skills, Mental Guidance, Mental Interference, Mental Detection, Mental Barrier, Mental Piercing. Name, Pang Quan. Attribute, Earth. Combat power, 11,000, base, plus 38,000, Earth Escape Beast 50%. Contracted creature, Earth Escape Beast, March 8th. Skills, Earth Element Control, Earth Escape Technique, Element Shield, Earth Prison Technique. Seeing their attributes, Guan Yang's face immediately darkened. It seemed that his wrong turn just now was because of He Xiong's mental guidance. These two, one with 3rd tier total combat power, one with top of 2nd tier total combat power. This was a difficult situation. Facing Guan Yang's question, the thin He Xiong said, seeing the little brother carrying big bags, we want some money from you. Guan Yang raised an eyebrow. Robbing him of money? No. These two must have another purpose. If it were ordinary people, not knowing their attributes, they might think he was unlucky in just being robbed. But he already knew their attributes. With their mutated forms, they were strong, and could not be reduced to stealing for a living. Of course, Guan Yang would not expose them. He needed more time to delay. When he saw the two, he had already started releasing his deadly poison control. Though they were strong, as long as he had time, he could still trick them. Thinking this, Guan Yang spoke again. If you want money, I can only say you really picked the wrong person. I am already broke buying battle skills. How about I give you this yellow level battle skill? As he spoke, he lifted the gift box with the yellow level battle skill. At that moment, the strong Pang Quan spoke for the first time, yellow level battle skill, to give to beggars? What I want is everything on your body. Quick, cooperate, give everything you have. Otherwise, you know your end. With a rough voice, about 2 meters tall, muscles bulging, a sense of pressure immediately appeared. Facing Pang Quan's threat, Guan Yang felt a trace of fear in his spirit. The moment this fear appeared, it quickly affected his emotions. It made Guan Yang feel that the two people opposite were irresistible. For a moment, Guan Yang even had the thought of surrendering. But just as this thought of surrender appeared, Guan Yang suddenly snapped back to reality. No. This isn't right. Damn it. It's the mental manipulation again. Ha! You really managed to quickly break free from my mental control? Is it a physical issue? Interesting. Seeing Guan Yang break free from his mental control again, He Xiong immediately let out a surprised murmur, whispering to himself. Although it was a self-talk, in this small quiet space, it clearly reached Guan Yang's ears. Guan Yang stared at He Xiong with a fierce gaze. You two are here doing this shameless thing. Aren't you afraid I'll report you to the city guards afterward? He Xiong mocked, if we were afraid, we wouldn't be here. Guan Yang was silent for a second, then asked again, if I really give you everything, can you let me go? Before He Xiong could speak, Pang Quan couldn't help but shout again, you brat, stop wasting time, give it to us now. Hurry up, don't force me to do it myself. Chapter 51, Destroying the Body and Erasing the Evidence. Facing the impatient Pang Quan, Guan Yang decided not to pretend anymore. Old Ren's poison had increased in potency and stealth as it advanced. Calculating the time, it was almost time. He immediately shook his head and complained, sigh. You really are hot-tempered. Aren't Earth System contract masters supposed to be heavy and stable? You don't seem like an Earth System master, you're more like a Fire System one. Pang Quan immediately exploded in anger. He yelled, brat, do you want to die? Standing aside, He Xiong looked at Guan Yang with furrowed brows. This kid's attitude had changed drastically. Just a second ago, he was worried, but now he seemed to be confident and certain of victory. Did he have some trump card? What could it be? Facing Pang Quan's threat, Guan Yang didn't care, and instead, he retorted, "Whether I live or die isn't up to you, Pang Quan. Besides, I'm curious, how did that person arrange for you two to find me? What do you think, He Xiong?" Guan Yang's words made He Xiong and Pang Quan across from him startle. The two of them exchanged glances and saw the doubt in each other's eyes. "How do you know our names?" For the first time, a trace of seriousness appeared in He Xiong's eyes. What was going on? What went wrong? How did he know their names? Had someone told him? If so, what was that person's intention? In an instant, He Xiong thought of many possibilities. Guan Yang smiled slightly. With those words, the initiative of the entire scene had quietly shifted. "Hee, I know far more than you think." At this point, Guan Yang paused, and the next sentence made the two of them turn pale in shock. He Xiong, mental system, 2nd level basic combat strength, contract beast dream beast, 3rd level strength. Pang Quan, earth system. Every word Guan Yang spoke made He Xiong and Pang Quan's faces grow darker. Their eyes could no longer hide their shock. Who are you? They knew everything about them, but they knew nothing about him. This feeling was something He Xiong and Pang Quan had never experienced before. Guan Yang did not answer directly. Instead, he calmly asked, "It's simple, think about who sent you to find me?" This was Guan Yang's main goal. He wanted to make them doubt, to see if he could draw out the mastermind behind it all. The result was surprisingly smooth. When He Xiong heard Guan Yang's question, his brows furrowed, but he remained silent. But the other hot-tempered Pang Quan immediately shouted, "You are Quang." "Old Pang, shut up." He Xiong suddenly interrupted Pang Quan's words. Then, with a stern face, He Xiong shook his head at Guan Yang and said, "You're not his person." "Who are you?" Hearing this, Guan Yang's eyes flashed with a sharp light. The surname Quang, it wasn't a common one. He only knew one person with that surname. Quang Ji, the owner of the Quang Ji Combat Technique Shop. Quang Ji Combat Technique Shop. Earth-level combat techniques. So that's how it is. All the information became clear in an instant. The so-called Earth-level combat techniques, it turned out to be a play directed and acted by Quang Ji himself. Good move. Faced with He Xiong's questioning, Guan Yang raised his eyebrows. "Oh, how can you tell?" "You don't need to know that. Right now, I just want to know how you found out about our information. This is the crucial thing He Xiong must figure out now. It concerns both his and old Pang's lives and fortunes." Guan Yang's lips curled into a smile. You are really cautious. But I've already got the answer I want. Quang Ji, right? He Xiong's face darkened, and he spoke coldly. "Do you know, knowing too much has consequences. Originally, I just wanted to take back some things. But now, old Pang, take action." Hearing the conversation between the two, Pang Quan immediately realized he had been tricked into talking. Enraged, he shouted, "Kid, dare to trick me into talking, you're asking for death." In the next second, Pang Quan stamped his foot and quickly charged at Guan Yang. Facing the charging Pang Quan, Guan Yang shook his head. "Sai, if you didn't move, we could still wait a bit. But now, you move, and your blood flow speeds up." Guan Yang didn't continue speaking because the next part was directly demonstrated by Pang Quan. After just 2 steps, Pang Quan suddenly stopped, a look of horror appearing on his face. How could this be? When did, The next second, blood oozed from the corner of Pang Quan's mouth, deep red in color. His body softened and he immediately fell to the ground. Old Pang. He Xiong looked at the fallen old Pang and quickly rushed forward. Upon seeing old Pang's condition, he was immediately stunned. At this moment, old Pang's lips had turned purple, the blood at the corners of his mouth had turned black, and his face was pale and weak. He Xiong's face turned white. This look could only mean one thing. Poisoned. Without thinking, He Xiong quickly pulled out a bottle of antidote from somewhere and poured it into old Pang's mouth. Then, he suddenly looked up, his face filled with horror, staring at Guan Yang. He spoke in terror, "A poison that can bring down a third-tier expert like old Pang, you are from the Poison King Hall." With the contract master receiving the feedback from the contract beast. His physical combat strength increases, and his qualities also improve. His resistance to poison becomes incredibly strong. Poison sold on the market could never silently poison old Pang. Therefore, there is only one possibility. The other party must possess poison-related skills. That is, a poison-type contract master. At this moment, Guan Yang had already won and became playful. He spoke, "Do you know, knowing too much never ends well." He directly threw back the exact same words the other party had said earlier. As soon as the words left his mouth, the poisonous control no longer tried to hide. It suddenly expanded. Green poison elements quickly surged from Guan Yang's body, rushing towards He Xiong and the others. Guan Yang had no intention of continuing the small talk with them. Villains often die from talking too much. Just like these two right now. If they hadn't spoken so much and attacked directly, he really wouldn't have been able to defeat them. They would have actually succeeded against him. But now, because they spoke so much, they ended up with this outcome. As the saying goes, if you can strike, don't waste words. Looking at Guan Yang glowing green, He Xiong was filled with intense fear. Without thinking, he immediately dropped Old Pang and tried to run towards the alley exit. Though the exit was blocked by Pang Quan's earth wall, breaking through was easy for He Xiong. He only had one thought now. Get away from this person as far as possible. While fleeing, he didn't forget to frantically shove antidote into his mouth. No matter what kind of poison it was for, he decided to drink it first. A poison-type contract master, so terrifying. But in the next second, He Xiong, like Pang Quan, fell to the ground. Poison spreading. Facing the fallen Pang Quan, Guan Yang acted as if he didn't see him. The poison elements quickly covered the two of them. Just in case. 3 seconds later, Guan Yang made the entire scene disappear, revealing the purple-faced two men. Looking at the two of them, Guan Yang squinted his eyes. These two cannot be left alive. It was because they knew too much. Thinking this, in the next second, a figure appeared beside Guan Yang. It was old Ren. I'll leave it to you. Saying this, Guan Yang turned his head away. Old Ren's eyes gleamed with green light as he pounced towards the two men. Chapter 52, Alien World, Triple Gravity. 5 minutes later, Guan Yang climbed over the wall and left the alley alone. In the alley, only traces of the fight were left. As for the two who had already died, Guan Yang took them into his personal space. This was within the city guard's jurisdiction, so no evidence could be left behind. After leaving the alley, Guan Yang did not go home. Instead, he changed his clothes, put on a duckbill hat, and turned to head back to Quang Ji Battleskill shop. Quang Luan, the chief culprit, could not escape punishment. Guan Yang arrived again outside Quang Ji's shop, looking at the still booming business. He squinted his eyes. Then he walked to a small empty alley beside the shop. He activated his sense of smell tracking. The target to track was the scent of a ground-level battle skill. This ground-level battle skill must have been released by Quang Luan himself. Therefore, as long as he followed this scent, he could locate Quang Luan's exact position. As expected, Guan Yang found the source of the scent in just a moment. A smile curved on Guan Yang's lips. With the target confirmed, the matter became easier to handle. Half an hour later, a sharp scream suddenly came from Quang Ji's shop. Ah! The boss has collapsed. Since it was an event site, with many people talking, the news quickly changed Quang Luan's situation to severe injury and death. The whole Quang Ji went into chaos. People were everywhere. All staff were called inside to check the situation. The event naturally paused. Originally, things could have ended here. But at that moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Quang Luan is dead, Quang Ji will close. Everyone hurry to grab the blind boxes. This stunned everyone present. Then, the scene instantly exploded. Everyone rushed to the blind boxes. The ones inside the shop were incomplete books, useless even if grabbed. But the event blind boxes were full, if not grabbed now, when else? Damn! Who stepped on my foot? Leave one for me, leave one. Damn, you already took two, give me one. Go away, I grabbed it by my own skill, get your own. The scene immediately became chaotic. The Quang Ji staff stood outside the crowd, anxious, not daring to step forward. There were too many people. Most of them were women, how could they push through a group of men? No one noticed, a blind box in the blind box area had already disappeared. 5 minutes later, the scene finally calmed down. This was because the city guard arrived. Facing the people in city guard uniforms, they dared not act recklessly. It should be known, the city guard were at least 3rd level strength. Their captain was even 4th level strength. Soon, the city guard controlled the situation, recovering some of the blind boxes. A very small portion could not be recovered. These were taken by people who ran before the city guard arrived. The scene had been so chaotic, trying to recover them was almost impossible. Then, the city guard started to cordon off the area. The medical team escorted Quang Luan away. Before long, the city guard leader received a phone call. The call was from Guan Yang about Quang Luan. The person was out of danger but still unconscious. And the cause was poisoning. After hanging up, the leader frowned deeply. He murmured, "Poison corpse again." At this time, the chief culprit of all this had already returned home. He was looking at 3 battle skills with a face full of joy. Yes, 3. 1 flame blade technique, 1 ghost step, and 1 escape technique. Name, Water Body Technique. Grade, Profound High. Attribute, Water. Feature, enhances flexibility and mobility in water, and extends breath holding time. Description, if practiced to perfection, one can enter water like a dragon, without any loss of strength. This was the reward Guan Yang had obtained at that time. Looking at the 3 battle skills, Guan Yang's heart surged with emotion. 1 for attack, 2 for support. Once mastered, his self-protection and combat ability could increase greatly. He still had 1 day to get familiar with them. After 1 day, he would set off to the multiverse world. Thinking of this, Guan Yang suppressed his excitement and began to study the 3 battle skills. Time quickly passed to the next night. At this time, Guan Yang was fully ready. He had already given a heads up to his father. He made an excuse that he needed to go to the outer edge of Tianhai Forest and would return tomorrow night, asking him to cover for him. He looked over his gear again. Guan Yang took a deep breath, connected his mind to the system, and chose to traverse. The next second, the scene before his eyes changed. He arrived at a dim space. He could vaguely see metal walls all around. Fortunately, he was not sent directly into space by the system, otherwise Guan Yang would really have cursed. Where exactly is this place? The oxygen is enough. Could it be a base or a spaceship? This thought popped into Guan Yang's mind. Ha! This is... Just as he was about to move, Guan Yang suddenly noticed something abnormal here. The gravity here was far stronger than on Blue Star. The gravity here made him feel at least 3 times heavier than on Blue Star. He could feel his whole body bearing the weight, his internal organs felt heavy, his chest tight, and the feeling was very uncomfortable. He tried to move a little and found he could still move, but his speed and flexibility were greatly affected. In other words, before adapting to this gravity, his movements would be greatly hindered. Guan Yang raised his hand and took out a pair of glasses to put on his face. It was a mechanical tech, multifunctional detection glasses. Guan Yang quickly tapped on the glasses. The next second, the eye indicator light turned on and started working. Then the surrounding darkness disappeared instantly, replaced by a bright feeling. It was the night vision supplemental light function built into the glasses. Scan the terrain. Guan Yang spoke a command. He had already bound this glasses. So after turning it on, he could control various functions by voice. As soon as Guan Yang finished speaking, the next second, a green light spread from the glasses outward around him. 3 seconds later, a 3D map appeared on Guan Yang's glasses. It was the scanning and modeling function built into the glasses. Looking at the model that appeared, Guan Yang thought the glasses were pretty useful. Looking at the model, Guan Yang raised his brow. This is an alien base. Turn on biological detection. Guan Yang issued another command. An invisible wave spread from the glasses around him. The next second, dense red dots appeared on the 3D model. A hint of shock flashed in Guan Yang's eyes. Damn! So many? A glance showed at least hundreds of red dots. Each red dot represented a living creature. Strangely, most of the red dots were concentrated in one place, not moving. Are they having a gathering? Ha! Wrong. There was a red dot at his own position. Only now did Guan Yang notice there was a red dot at his own position. It overlapped with his green dot. Moreover, according to the modeling scan, the exact location was right above him. Thinking of this, Guan Yang suddenly looked up. Chapter 53 Facehugger, Being Parasitized. The moment Guan Yang looked up. Swoosh. A whoosh of air reached his ears, a black shadow rushed toward Guan Yang. Guan Yang instinctively wanted to dodge. But when he lifted his foot, his heart sank. Damn! He forgot the gravity here. Under the gravity, his speed was several times slower than usual. Smack! The black shadow, without waiting for Guan Yang to react, pounced on his face like lightning. Then Guan Yang felt something being pushed into his mouth. Then, this thing started injecting something into his body. With the injection, a numb feeling surged through his body. Guan Yang was immediately alarmed. Bad. It must be an alien creature. Thinking of this, Guan Yang ignored everything else and instinctively activated various amplifications. Then, he stretched out his right hand and suddenly grabbed the thing on his face. Instantly, power surged in his hand. PFF. With Guan Yang's great force, he immediately pulled the creature away from his face. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The thing that was pulled out struggled wildly. At this moment, all of Guan Yang's enhancements were active, and the struggle of this thing was completely in vain. It could not escape at all. Cough, cough, cough. Guan Yang felt the foreign object in his mouth being pulled out, and he could not help but cough several times. He instinctively looked at the thing in his hands. It looked like a scorpion, with a long tail, but many legs growing on both sides. Looking at this thing, Guan Yang strangely felt it was familiar. In the next second, a name flashed through his mind, and his face changed. Damn, facehugger. Yes, this thing in front of him was exactly like the legendary facehugger. The predecessor of the alien. The appearance of a facehugger here, did it mean this was the world of aliens? As far as Guan Yang knew, the alien stories were many. For main films, 2 prequels, several side stories, even games and TV series. All these works formed a complete alien world. Then the question arose, which story was this exactly from? While thinking, Guan Yang looked again at the facehugger in his hand. Suddenly snapping back to reality, his face turned pale instantly. No! Now was not the time to worry about which story it was, but to worry about himself. Just now he had been grabbed by the facehugger. It seemed to have injected something. Could it be alien? Thinking this, Guan Yang panicked immediately. Although the injection had been forcibly stopped by him. But maybe the alien was already inside his body. The next step would be breaking out of the chest. Damn it! What the hell was going on? The damn system actually sent him in front of an alien, so unfair. No time to complain, Guan Yang forced himself to calm down quickly. What he had to do now was to remove it before it grew. But how to remove it? Cut open his belly and take it out himself? Are you kidding me? Not to mention anything else, where to cut? If the position was wrong, he would face a second opening. Besides, the alien could move. If he could not grab it precisely. Once it scrambled inside his belly, the consequences were predictable. Lastly, what about the wound after opening the abdomen? Although he had prepared emergency supplies to quickly stop bleeding and heal wounds. That was for small injuries. Now he had to take out an alien, opening such a large hole, how could it heal? If the wound got infected, his life would be in danger. A series of unpredictable consequences made Guan Yang frown tightly, sweat forming all over his forehead. What to do? How did the alien films remove aliens? Thinking of this, a flash of inspiration struck his mind. Right. Medical room, medical pod. Every base or spaceship had its own medical room. As long as he found the medical room, he could use the medical pod to precisely remove the alien. Moreover, it could quickly suture the wound. Thinking this, Guan Yang took a deep breath and quickly said, "Confirm medical room location. Plan the nearest route." As he spoke, a location was quickly confirmed in his glasses, forming a green arrow guide in front of him. Looking at that place, Guan Yang secretly exhaled a breath of relief. Fortunately, it was different from the dense gathering points, not together. No need to go through there. Otherwise, it would really be hell difficulty. With this thought, Guan Yang summoned Lao Run and quickly followed the guide, heading toward the medical room. Everything else could wait, removing the alien from his body was the first priority. On the way, Guan Yang stopped after a turn. Because, on the 3D map in his glasses, a red dot was rapidly moving in this direction. As Guan Yang expected, it had to be the alien. Finally, he was going to see the legendary species. He did not have to wait long. 3 seconds later, Guan Yang finally saw the legendary alien. About 2 meters tall, with a metallic skeletal skin, a tail full of barbs, 2 sharp claws, and a banana-shaped head with a mouth full of sharp teeth. Everything showed it was born to kill. A real killing machine. Perfect organism. As Guan Yang sighed, he did not forget to fling a detection spell at the other. The alien, this legendary existence, fully appeared in front of Guan Yang for the first time. Name, Alien. Evolution times, February 2nd. Attribute, Dark. Combat power, 8000, level 1. Skills, exoskeleton body, acid blood, biological tracking, cosmic radiation absorption, acid spit. The combat power was stronger than Guan Yang imagined. But thinking about it, it was normal, the gravity on this planet was high. Even an ordinary person living here for a few years could reach hundreds or even higher combat power. And the alien evolved again based on such combat power creatures. Strong combat power was normal. This was still an ordinary alien. If it was a special alien, the power would be even stronger. It could only be said the world's basic structure was different. But the alien's evolution times made Guan Yang frown. Born as a young body and shed fully, twice. This was really a little. He did not know if it would be assimilated after contracting. Just like Lao Run, after contracting, he was already assimilated, completely abandoning the original zombie world evolution process. Forming an evolution process that fit the contract world. Maybe the alien was the same. Finally, the dark attribute indeed fit the alien's characteristic, disliking light. It usually stayed in dark and damp spaces. Hiss. The moment Guan Yang saw the alien also detected Guan Yang. The alien opened its mouth, slime dripping onto the ground. In the next second, the alien used all four limbs, dragging its long tail, rushing quickly toward Guan Yang. The speed was simply absurd. Lao Ren, it's your turn. Guan Yang stepped back, letting Lao Ren go forward. After these days in the contract space, Lao Ren had grown and digested some leftover energy from before. His combat power had reached over 30,000. It was 4 times the alien's power, surely enough to kill the alien. Most importantly, Lao Ren was not afraid of pain nor of corrosion. He also had great strength, super recovery, and tough body. He was the best choice to test the alien's power. This related to whether he would contract the alien next, for his second contract beast. Chapter 54, Surgery Pod, Prepare for Surgery. Roar. Following Guan Yang's order, Lao Ren stepped, his body shooting quickly at the alien. In an instant, beast and corpse clashed together. Guan Yang watched from a distance, observing the alien's condition. Just as he guessed, the alien's attack could not break Lao Ren's defense. Whether claws or tail, hitting Lao Ren only bounced off. Also, Lao Ren did not fear the alien's acid blood. As the blood splashed, Lao Ren's black aura wrapped it, then bounced it away. It could not corrode Lao Ren's body at all. Perhaps because of the huge power gap, Lao Ren's black aura-covered nails could pierce the alien. Similarly, the acid blood under the black aura caused no harm to Lao Ren. In strength, the alien was no match. Lao Ren grabbed the alien's tail with one hand, firmly controlling it. It was complete, full suppression. It seemed Lao Ren was born to hunt aliens. Our country's zombies were awesome. Thinking this, the battle ended. Lao Ren won perfectly. There was no way, Lao Ren's advantage was too great, the alien was helpless. At the same time, Guan Yang had a direct feeling of the alien. Not bad. It could be contracted. After all, not every contract beast was Lao Ren. Zombies, in the contract world, were unique. Thinking this, Guan Yang suppressed the thought. First, find the medical room, it was urgent. Then, Guan Yang led Lao Ren again toward the medical room. Since the path ahead seemed safe, Guan Yang used low-altitude flight. Body lifted, rushing fast toward the medical room. He had no time to waste. Usually, after the alien fully parasite, it would break out in hours. But this was not full parasitism. Maybe it will be slower, but with each minute, the alien will grow a little bigger, and he cannot afford to gamble. At this speed, in 5 minutes, just 5 minutes, Guan Yang arrived at the medical room. Looking at the unknown mechanical equipment covered in fine dust, Guan Yang silently thanked his luck. Fortunately, he had bought the multifunctional detection glasses. These glasses had more functions than just detecting. After all, they were made by Mechanical Life, so they could detect and control almost all mechanical equipment. He believed that the equipment in front of him should be within their control range. Scan all devices in front, locate the surgical pod, and analyze its usage. The next moment, a green light swept over all the equipment. A series of numbers popped up in the glasses. Then, all the devices in the glasses changed color. Red and green were the 2 colors that appeared. In the entire scene, only 2 devices were green, and the rest were red. Green meant the surgical pod. That meant there were 2 surgical pods. Moreover, next to the surgical pods, a number appeared. 70% and 90%. Representing the condition of the equipment. Without thinking, Guan Yang walked toward the surgical pod with 90% condition. This time, the glasses were definitely worth the money. Arriving in front of the surgical pod, through the dust-covered glass cover, he could still see the interior. It was still brand new and spotless inside. The surgical pod had been disinfected, and no viruses or bacteria could survive inside. It was only because it had been left and used for a long time that a layer of dust had covered the exterior. Now there was a surgical pod, but there was a problem. It had no power. Perhaps because the alien occupation had corroded some cables, causing the power issue. Fortunately, he had anticipated this possibility. He brought his own mobile power bank. With that thought, a small black box the size of a palm appeared beside Guan Yang. This was also a convenient product of the mechanical race. A black titanium battery. Don't be fooled by its small size, its capacity was anything but small. It could power an entire household for a day. Concentrated means essential, and that's exactly what this was. Locate the external power supply and provide instructions for use. As soon as Guan Yang finished speaking, the glasses displayed a 3-dimensional surgical pod. The structure of the pod was clear at a glance. Next to it were various detailed instructions. 5 minutes later, Guan Yang was familiar with the entire surgical pod operation. He crouched down and found the external power socket. He then pressed a button on the black titanium battery, and many wires instantly popped out from the side of the battery. At the ends of the wires were various types of connectors. Guan Yang compared them and inserted the triangular connector into the surgical pod's external power port. Beep, buzz. The next moment, the lights inside the surgical pod turned on. It was activated. A control display slowly popped out from the side of the surgical pod. Beep. Please select the surgical procedure. With the appearance of the display, a mechanical voice followed. Initiate emergency surgery. Guan Yang said quickly. Emergency surgery activated. Please describe your condition. I need a cesarean section. Saying this, Guan Yang's mouth twitched. A grown man needing a cesarean section. Sigh. What kind of sin had he committed? Beep, error. This pod is for male use only. This procedure is not available. Please use the female surgical pod. Guan Yang. Guan Yang turned to look at the other surgical pod. With only 70% of its condition, he truly felt worried. After 2 seconds of silence, Guan Yang withdrew his gaze and turned back to the pod. Initiate healing surgery, abdominal surgery, puncture wound, foreign object removal. Beep, surgical procedure selected. Do you wish to proceed? Proceed. Buzz. Surgical pod in use, beginning automatic diagnostics, automatic disinfection, and cleaning. After a round of self-testing and disinfection, the surgical pod finally opened. Without thinking, Guan Yang took off his shirt and climbed into the pod. Patient in position, starting scan and diagnosis. As the surgical pod's prompt appeared, the entire pod immediately darkened. A green light swept from top to bottom, scanning Guan Yang. The next moment, on the glass cover in front of Guan Yang, a real-time image appeared. This was the X-ray of his abdomen. There was a ball of flesh, about the size of a fist, quietly sitting inside Guan Yang's belly. Guan Yang let out a quiet breath when he saw this. It was probably because he had stopped the facehugger midway that, although the alien had invaded his body, it didn't seem to have fully formed. It was probably accumulating energy to grow. Hurry, start the surgery, remove the foreign object. Beep beep, beginning local anesthesia. As the surgery pod replied, 3 mechanical arms appeared. One moved to Guan Yang's abdomen, and a nozzle shot out an unknown liquid, spraying across his abdomen from left to right. As the liquid sprayed, Guan Yang immediately felt the situation in his abdomen vanish from his senses. This must be the anesthesia, he thought. Beep beep, anesthesia completed, cutting begins. Please do not move. The next second, another mechanical arm reached out to Guan Yang's abdomen. A red laser started cutting into his abdomen. Guan Yang watched, and the next second, his face froze. Beep beep, cutting incomplete, starting to check the reason. The infrared laser passed, only leaving a red mark on Guan Yang's skin, and it didn't cut through. Damn it! I forgot the defense enhancement was still on. With old Ren's advancement, the defense enhancement Guan Yang used had greatly improved. It was normal to be invulnerable to blades and guns. No wonder the infrared cut couldn't get through. Realizing this, Guan Yang quickly removed the defense enhancement with his mind. Beep beep, scan completed, no reason found. Trying to cut again. Guan Yang. This time, it went smoothly. The incision was about 20 centimeters long. Maybe the anesthesia was enough. Guan Yang didn't feel any pain during the cutting. Then, a third mechanical arm extended, splitting into 2, gradually enlarging and fixing the wound under Guan Yang's watch. There was no blood flowing, and there was no pain at all. It felt like an outsider, watching everything happen. It was an incredibly strange sensation. Beep beep. Starting to grab the foreign object. The next second, a mechanical claw slowly reached into Guan Yang's abdomen. Ah. As it entered, Guan Yang instantly felt pain. This pain was internal, and the anesthesia didn't work at all. In an instant, sweat beads appeared on Guan Yang's forehead. Even though it hurt, Guan Yang knew the importance of staying still. If he moved, they wouldn't be able to grab the thing, and things would get worse. As the mechanical claw began to withdraw, Guan Yang felt something leaving his body. A red mass, similar to amniotic fluid, was pulled out. A cord-like object, connected somewhere inside Guan Yang, was pulled out. Through the thin membrane, Guan Yang could still see a small thing slowly moving inside. At this point, this thing had grown much larger than it appeared during the scan. Move the foreign object to the foot, cut the connecting tissue, and stitch the wound. Guan Yang issued the command again. With Guan Yang's order, the mechanical claw slowly moved down. Then, it took out a surgical scissors. One cut. Hiss, hiss. As the cord was cut, the alien immediately began to struggle violently. Remove the remaining tissue, stitch the wound, hurry. While sending commands to the surgical pod, Guan Yang used his control over the poison, wrapping the alien up. He didn't know if the poison would have any effect on the alien. As the toxic substance surged in, the alien's struggle gradually slowed down. Removing remaining tissue, starting to stitch the wound. In just 10 seconds, the surgery pod removed the remaining tissue and began stitching the wound. As the wound was stitched up, Guan Yang immediately let out a sigh of relief. That was not easy. At that moment, the alien, which had been calmed by the poison, suddenly went wild again, whether it had adapted to the poisonous environment or not. Surgery complete, foreign object removed, opening surgery pod. With the sound of the surgery pod, the glass cover of the surgical capsule slowly opened. Guan Yang didn't dare to slack off, quickly crawling out of the surgical capsule. Pop! Just as Guan Yang stepped out of the surgical capsule, the amniotic fluid that wrapped around the alien burst open. A mini alien appeared in front of Guan Yang. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Perhaps due to being born prematurely, its strength was still underdeveloped, and it was firmly held in the air by mechanical claws, constantly struggling. Old Ren, do it! At Guan Yang's command, Old Ren, who had been waiting nearby, acted instantly. He yanked the alien out of the surgical capsule, and then, with 5 sharp nails, he crushed the alien in an instant. Hiss! The alien let out its final scream before dying completely. Alien blood scattered across the ground, quickly corroding the surface and creating small holes. It was only then that Guan Yang let out a sigh of relief. The hidden danger inside him was finally resolved. That wasn't easy. At the same time, Guan Yang also silently reflected. He was too careless, thinking too simply. Just like the first time when the system tossed him into the wilderness, he subconsciously thought every entry would be the same. There would be no danger. But reality taught him a harsh lesson. This vast world couldn't rely on luck, or else, unexpected accidents might happen. Life only comes once. After some self-reflection, Guan Yang took out a bottle of special effects spray. He sprayed a few times on the wound. Soon, the wound began to heal rapidly, scabbing and falling off. The entire process took only 5 minutes. Of course, this was only for external injuries. Guan Yang had an alien invade his body, forcibly creating a space for the alien inside him, causing his internal organs to shift. This internal injury had no special effect medicine, it could only rely on his own recovery power. It could be considered an internal injury. After finishing all of this, Guan Yang, with a pale face, slowly began to move his hands and feet. The first priority was to quickly get familiar with the gravity here while there was no immediate danger. Otherwise, if he encountered a special situation again, he would still be in danger. Half an hour later, Guan Yang had familiarized himself with the gravity here. But it was only familiarity, not adaptation. To adapt, Guan Yang estimated that even with his current strength, it would take at least 10 to 15 days. He had only familiarized himself with the jumping, running, attacking, and reaction speeds under this gravity. The goal was to be able to calculate the time difference when encountering enemies. This would prevent situations where he wanted to dodge but didn't have enough time. At the same time, during these 30 minutes, Guan Yang was not idle and had already studied the layout of the base. He locked onto the first place to go. The data room. He believed the data room definitely had information about the base. It would allow him to know what part of the alien storyline this was at the first moment. Half an hour later, the base data room. Guan Yang sat on the ground, flipping through what seemed like a diary. Inside, it roughly recorded the history of this place. At the same time, Guan Yang finally learned the name of this planet. LV-426. May 2165, today we came to LV-426 planet for the company's stock incentive. The environment here is so harsh, it's unimaginable. The damned sandstorms, rainstorms, and strong winds. This was all the information on the first page. The next page was 2 months later. July 2165, the environment is still harsh. We have a several-week delay in communication with the outside world. The company's supplies are often late. Damn the company. The next records were similar. The intervals weren't consistent, some were 2 months apart, some a year. And they all recorded similar things. November 2165, the environment is still the same, but we've set up the equipment, we believe it will be ready soon. March 2167, the environment is still the same, hope it ends soon. Chapter 56, New Alien Species Idea. Guan Yang quickly jumped through the pages. July 2173, 8 years, the atmospheric processing system is successfully running, and the permanent colony base Hadley Hope has been established. But there are only 158 of us left. June 19, 2179, the base commander received a strange order from the company. A place on this planet is being explored. They say there may be a spaceship left behind by aliens. On June 23, 2179, the exploration team hurried back to the base. The commander then ordered the base to be sealed off. No one was allowed to go outside. What did they discover? Seeing this, Guan Yang squinted his eyes and already understood in his heart. There must be xenomorphs aboard the alien spaceship. And sealing off the base, it must be because the xenomorphs were born. Next, it was probably going to be a slaughter in a cage. Thinking this, Guan Yang continued reading, and there was only one last page left. On June 24, 2179, a monster seemed to have appeared in the base. Many of us have died. The base is gathering all of us together. I am so scared. Even though the next part was not written, Guan Yang could already imagine the result. Everyone was killed by the xenomorphs. Then, they became hosts for the facehuggers, which led to the birth of so many xenomorphs. It seems that the person writing this record must have already died. Guan Yang quickly recalled all the xenomorph series he had watched. LV-426, Atmospheric Processing System, Hadley's Hope, Invasion by the Xenomorphs. Various clues connected together, and a name appeared in Guan Yang's mind. Alien 2. This was actually the plot of Alien 2. Guan Yang had just happened to watch this movie. It was a continuation of Alien 1, where the protagonist Ripley was rescued after drifting in space for 57 years. Then, Ripley described to the company why the warship was destroyed, which led to the mention of the xenomorphs. The company executives did not believe Ripley's story, but they became interested in the alien creatures she mentioned. They sent a message for the colonists on LV-426 to explore the location of the spaceship. Next, everything matched the record in the diary. The base fell. The company sent a team and the protagonist to understand the situation. Then, a battle between humans and xenomorphs broke out. Guan Yang recalled the rough plot and immediately deduced the timeline he was in. Judging by the current location and situation of the xenomorphs, Guan Yang estimated that the time he was in must be before the protagonist's return. According to the original plot, the base went offline, and it would take about a month for the protagonist to arrive. Combined with the dust on the surgery pod, it seemed that some time had passed. He just didn't know if it had been over 20 days. If not, then before Guan Yang left this world, he probably wouldn't meet the protagonist. This also meant that the journey to this world was very likely to be a solo adventure for him. For a moment, Guan Yang thought of many things. After a while, Guan Yang collected his thoughts and began to plan. He had not forgotten his purpose for coming here. The xenomorphs could be contracted. Of course, Guan Yang wouldn't just casually contract them. If he were to contract one, it would have to be the most powerful. The most powerful xenomorph was undoubtedly the Alien Queen. The Alien Queen first appeared in this plot. I wonder what kind of combat strength the Alien Queen has. It must be at least over 10,000, right? Thinking about this, Guan Yang suddenly felt that compared to Old Ren, the Queen's combat strength seemed somewhat lacking. Wait. Alien Queen, Old Ren, facehugger. Holy crap. Guan Yang seemed to have discovered a bug. If he attaches the Alien Queen's facehugger to Old Ren, how strong would the resulting xenomorph be? Generally, during the process of a xenomorph's development, it combines the genes of the host, resulting in a new type of xenomorph. The new xenomorph completely inherits the abilities of the host. If Old Ren is the host, the xenomorph born will have the body of a zombie. It might even inherit Old Ren's steel-like bones, immense strength, toxicity, and possibly even blood-sucking evolution and flight. How powerful would this new xenomorph be? The more Guan Yang thought about it, the more excited he became, the more he felt it was feasible. Moreover, the effect on Old Ren by the xenomorph would be almost none. Old Ren was already a zombie body. Even if the chest broke open, what would happen? Could he die again? With Old Ren's zombie body's recovery ability, it won't take long to recover completely. That is to say, if things went exactly as Guan Yang planned, Old Ren would not be affected at all. And he could also contract a terrifying zombie alien. This matter must be done. He must contract a zombie alien. After that, Guan Yang began to think about the difficulties involved. The hardest part was how to make the Alien Queen willingly spit out the Queen version of the facehugger. In the original story, the Queen version of the facehugger only appears at the end of the plot. But now, nobody knows when the heroine will return. He couldn't just wait like this forever. Of course, he could just find any facehugger to parasitize Old Ren, but that was the last resort. If possible, he definitely wanted the Queen. Because the power would be stronger. For a moment, Guan Yang fell into deep thought. His mind kept planning all kinds of possibilities. After a while, Guan Yang shook his head helplessly. The Queen facehugger could only be spit out by the Queen herself. After thinking long and hard, he could only come up with two ways. First, contract the Alien Queen first, let her give birth to the facehugger, then kill the Queen, and contract the zombie alien. Second, wait for the heroine. According to the original plot, at the end, the facehugger egg on the spaceship is exactly the Alien Queen's. Following the plot, he could also get the queen facehugger. But now, the plot is uncertain. He could only choose the first method. And to complete the first choice, he must adapt to the gravity here in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, facing many aliens and the alien queen, his situation would be very dangerous. Thinking this, Guan Yang put away his thoughts. He started looking for a place to train for a few days, to adapt to the gravity first. This adaptation lasted 6 days. During these 5 days, Guan Yang almost started training as soon as he opened his eyes. Although called training, it was actually practicing the ghost step and the flame blade technique. It could help exercise his body and quickly familiarize with combat skills. Why not do it? When tired of training, he would go out to explore, or kill a few lone aliens to relieve boredom. In short, his days were quite fulfilling. During these days, the aliens that died by his hands numbered at least 20 or 30. He became extremely skilled at killing aliens. From being careful at first, afraid of being splashed by acidic blood, to now, he could take down an alien within seconds. His progress exceeded his own imagination. Indeed, real combat is the fastest way to increase strength. Even because of combat, Guan Yang's flame blade technique and ghost step both made good progress. Once using ghost step, aliens couldn't hurt him at all. He could kill or escape at will. This natural advantage made him nearly invincible. As for the flame blade, combined with the flame blade weapon, when the blade strikes, flames follow. It was also extremely deadly to aliens. Now, only 3 days remained until he left. It seemed the heroine would not return in time, so he had to execute the first plan. Forcefully contract the queen. Chapter 57, the plot begins. Forcefully contract the queen. With his current base power of 3,000, he could contract a beast within 6 times that power. That is, within a power of 18,000. He hoped the alien queen's power did not exceed 18,000. Otherwise, he could only settle for an ordinary facehugger. Thinking this, Guan Yang tidied his clothes again, drew his flame blade, and headed toward the alien nest. As for the flamethrower, it was basically useless here. The flamethrower could only kill alien eggs, and had no effect on fully grown aliens. Mature aliens could withstand temperatures over 4,000 degrees. Using the flamethrower was less effective than chopping off the head with the flame blade. As Guan Yang approached the alien nest, the number of aliens he encountered along the way began to increase. The closer to the nest, the more aliens appeared. Half an hour later, Guan Yang killed another alien, and seeing the end of the passage, his face grew serious. His glasses showed that after the turn ahead, he would officially step into the alien nest. The xenomorphs inside are now in sleep. Once he steps in, these xenomorphs will surely wake up. What happens next can be imagined. It will surely be a hard battle. Guan Yang took a deep breath, tightened the war blade in his hand, and slowly walked to the corner. The scene that entered his eyes was exactly the same as what was seen in the xenomorph plot. The whole passage was wrapped with the hardened secretion of the xenomorph. A smell hard to describe filled the entire space. After just a few steps, a flash of blade light in Guan Yang's hand instantly cut across the wall. Then his feet did not stop and he continued to walk forward. Right after Guan Yang left, a crack appeared on the sidewall. The next second, half a head fell down from the sidewall. A xenomorph head. It was a sleeping xenomorph. After moving forward for a short time, Guan Yang stopped his steps. Because he had already seen the xenomorph queen. A huge ovipositor was connected to a queen that was one size bigger than ordinary xenomorphs. All around, densely packed, were unhatched xenomorph eggs. Always waiting for the arrival of the fated person. Guan Yang narrowed his eyes and threw a detection skill at the xenomorph queen. Name, Xenomorph Queen. Evolution times, February 2nd. Attribute, Dark. Combat power, 19,000, second stage. Skills, hatch parasitism, exoskeleton body, strong acid blood, biological detection tracking, cosmic radiation absorption, acid spit. Seeing the attributes of the xenomorph queen, Guan Yang's face sank. That 18,000 combat power instantly crushed Guan Yang's last bit of hope. Cannot contract. It exceeded 6 times Guan Yang's base attributes. He simply could not contract the queen. Damn it. All of Guan Yang's plans were based on the condition that the xenomorph queen's attributes did not exceed 18,000. If it exceeded, he had no possibility to contract it. Unless he could let Lauren evolve again. Feed back to him, letting his strength also rise. But now there were only 3 days before return, he had no time to let Lauren evolve. That is to say, the xenomorph queen plan could be directly declared failed. Beep beep. The detection glasses suddenly gave a prompt. Pulling Guan Yang's thoughts back. Only because, with his intrusion, all adult xenomorphs had all awakened. Guan Yang looked at the awakened xenomorphs and turned back, retreating toward the way he came. Since the queen cannot be contracted, why fight these xenomorphs head-on? Go back and casually find a facehugger, let it parasitize Lao Ren, and that is enough. This was Guan Yang's thought, but the Xenomorphs were not. Being woken up, they immediately chased toward Guan Yang. After only a few steps, a Xenomorph had already chased behind Guan Yang. Seeing that the Xenomorph was about to pounce on Guan Yang, the next second, Guan Yang flipped and struck down with one blade from top to bottom, then without looking at the result, continued to run toward the distance. This damn gravity. Otherwise, with his strength, how could he be caught by a Xenomorph? At this moment, Guan Yang suddenly discovered new changes on the detection glasses. The glasses detected that a side door of the base was suddenly opened. Then, several red dots entered inside the base. Could it be? Guan Yang did not think at all. While running, he issued a command to the glasses. Zoom in. With one command, the image in the glasses began to enlarge. After seeing the displayed signal outline, a trace of excitement flashed in Guan Yang's eyes. His Xenomorph queen was here. Only to see, in the glasses, a group of fully armed humans was displayed, carefully exploring toward his direction. At this timing, if not the female lead, then who? That is to say, the plot has begun. Good, good. Thinking of this, Guan Yang exerted force again under his feet and quickly rushed toward the plot characters. For the Xenomorph queen. He decided to follow them until the end of the plot. At that time, let the queen parasitize Lao Ren. Everything was so perfect. On the other side, the people who had just entered the base carefully touched into a laboratory. They saw the facehuggers. Everything developed as in the original plot, the only difference was that Guan Yang was bringing a large wave of Xenomorphs rushing toward them. Beep beep. Beep beep. Beep beep. The detector in the hands of the key team member suddenly rang. Everyone's faces changed. The captain spoke, "Something is moving, where?" The team member looked at the detector in his hands, swallowed, and whispered, "It's coming closer to us." Then, the exploration team all tightened their weapons and cautiously approached the signal. 10 meters, 9 meters, 8 meters. Watching the detector numbers get smaller, everyone's hearts began to race. Nerves were tense, sensitivity turned to the maximum. The next second, a shadow flashed by. Everyone instantly widened their eyes. Bang bang bang. A team member instinctively fired, but luckily the captain next to him was quick and pushed the gun aside. He scolded, "Fac, calm down. It's a person." Then he turned to the woman behind, Ripley. It was the alien heroine, Ripley. Ripley nodded, walked slowly forward, squatted down, and saw a figure hiding inside the pipes. A small girl, shivering all over. A survivor. 3 minutes later, the little girl was brought out. But after questioning, the girl did not say a single word. Ripley was silent for a second, then said, "All right. Move the things here back to the warship, activate the warship's detection system, check if there are any other survivors here." Everyone nodded, just about to collect the laboratory items, when suddenly, beep, beep. The detector rang again. The team member holding the detector was shocked. "Fac, again." He looked down at the device in his hands. The next second, his eyes filled with horror. "Quick, retreat. A large number of unknown creatures are moving fast toward us. At least dozens." On the detector, countless white dots appeared. Everyone's faces changed. Ripley hurriedly issued orders, "It's those things. Quick, retreat from the base." Considering the strange creatures in the lab, even if there were survivors, there couldn't be this many. These in front of us must be those things. As for why there are so many, is this the time to question it? Chapter 58, My name is Budley. Hearing this, everyone did not delay and quickly retreated toward the entrance. During retreat, they did not forget to carry the 2 test face bugs with them. Luckily, they were close to the entrance, and in the blink of an eye, they were outside. Then, a group stood guard at the entrance. Fully alert. One stood near the base door to close it immediately if needed. Prepared for the worst. Beep, beep, beep. The detector's sound became more urgent, pulling everyone's attention. Here they come. The next second, a fast-running figure appeared at the end of the tunnel. Everyone almost fired. When they saw it was a living person with a normal face, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. There was one survivor. Then the ones behind should also be survivors. People in front, stop, raise your hands, oh my god. The captain was about to order them to raise hands, when the thing behind that person made him exclaim. "Fac, look behind him. God, what is that?" Ripley suddenly shouted with excitement, those monsters, damn, why are there so many? Shoot, cover that survivor. Number 2, be ready to close the big door on my command." The exploration team captain reacted quickly, giving orders fast. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. With the captain's words, countless bullets poured out, passing by Guan Yang's side, heading straight toward the alien army behind. Guan Yang, seeing this, slightly raised the corner of his mouth while running. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Old Ren had long returned him to space. Of course, before returning to space, he also blocked some alien steps for Guan Yang. Otherwise, at Guan Yang's speed, he wouldn't be so much faster than the aliens now. Fact, these guys are not afraid of guns. Keep shooting, hold them off. By time for that survivor. With the firearms support from the exploration team, Guan Yang also breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, he really feared he couldn't outrun these aliens. 6 seconds, just 6 seconds, and Guan Yang had reached the doorway. The captain had been keeping an eye on Guan Yang's situation, and seeing the time was about right, he suddenly shouted to the team at the base entrance, "Close the gate, quickly close the gate." With a buzzing sound, under manual operation, the gate slowly shut. Seeing this, Guan Yang kicked off the ground and instantly leaped through the gap in the door. After Guan Yang leaped out, the nearest alien was still 4 meters away from him. Under Guan Yang's gaze, the gate slammed completely shut with a bang. As the gate closed, it immediately went silent inside. The base gate was extremely thick, without corrosive acid blood, the aliens couldn't break it down. Guan Yang turned around and was about to walk toward everyone. The next second, a line of weapons was aimed at him. "Stop, don't move." Seeing this, Guan Yang cooperated, raising both hands. "I have no weapons. Number 5, search him." Before turning a corner in the base, Guan Yang had already put away his flame blade. He even put away his detection goggles. The purpose was to relax these people's vigilance, making it easier to enter the interior. He was now disguised as a base survivor. In fact, that was true. After checking Guan Yang and finding no weapons, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. "What's your name?" "My name is Budley, I am an assistant at the base." Guan Yang gave a name identity. This identity was not made up, it was a work ID he had found a few days ago while searching a bedroom. The name on it was Budley. "Very good, Budley. You are safe now." The captain nodded and made a hand gesture to everyone. Everyone immediately put their guns away. Seeing this, Guan Yang slowly lowered his hands. He instinctively cast a detection spell toward the others, just to see the basic combat strength of ordinary people in this world. Name, Alapun. Attribute, Earth type. Combat power, 1300, Tier 1. Skills, gun mastery, hand-to-hand mastery. As expected, ordinary people in this world were stronger than 9 Uncle in the zombie world. No wonder they were people from an alien world. Without this ability, it would be impossible to fight many alien creatures. While Guan Yang was thinking, Al walked in front of him, patted his shoulder, and said, "You are safe. I need to know what's happening inside, and also, what exactly are those guys?" "Guan Yang, is there any food? I haven't eaten enough for several days." Since he needed to pretend, he naturally had to act convincingly. Besides, he was also curious how the food in this world actually tasted. Al was stunned for a moment, then said, I was anxious. Come, let's go back to the war vehicle first." An hour later, inside the vehicle. This is what happened, those guys, seemingly due to heat, all fell into sleep near the nuclear reactor. Only then could I survive inside the base until now. Guan Yang selectively told everyone about the aliens. Listening to Guan Yang's story, everyone fell silent. Ripley suddenly said, "You mean, there is a mother-like figure in the base, continuously giving birth to new monsters?" "Yes. Now the base contains hundreds of unhatched monsters. They are always waiting to parasitize." Shock appeared in everyone's eyes. "Ripley, did everyone die?" Guan Yang shook his head, "I don't know, it was too chaotic. Some places might still have survivors, like me and her." He pointed at the little girl. Ripley fell silent again, silently lit a cigarette, and took a hard puff. Captain Al asked Guan Yang, "Is there a way to destroy those guys?" Guan Yang shook his head. "No. These guys aren't afraid of high heat, not afraid of guns, have strong self-repair abilities, and extremely fast movement speed, they are simply invincible. Drop an energy bomb from the sky and blow this place up." Ripley suddenly spoke. This made everyone all freeze for a moment. Ripley, with a full serious face, said again, "This is the only way." Al thought of the other side's body that guns cannot hurt, and nodded quite in agreement and said, "I agree with this idea." Wait. At this moment, the parent company person in charge who had not spoken all along, Carter, came to in front of everyone. "This is a very valuable huge investment project, once blown up, the loss will be beyond imagination." Ripley said impatiently, "Let the company send the bill to me." Carter, hearing this, wiped his face, and spoke again, "It is like this, everyone calm down. We are not joking. What we are facing now is a very important life form. I do not think you have the right, to kill all of them. Al questioned, just now you also saw, our weapons simply cannot hurt those monsters even a little. Staying longer only increases casualties. And also, if they escape this planet, no one can stop them. Carter, seeing good words do not work, immediately restrained his expression. Sorry, I do not agree with this action. Chapter 59, Seeing Through Identity. Ripley looked at Carter, who was still sunk in profit, not knowing danger. Immediately she was too lazy to talk with the other side. Directly toward Al at one side she said, Al, you should have military command authority. After all, this is a military action, is it not? Carter, hearing this, his face at once sank down. Ripley, this is a very expensive project. You cannot randomly give orders, this is not something a Marine captain can bear. Do not mind, I am discussing the matter. Al, problem, looking at Carter cold, laughed once. Also did not explain, directly connected to the dropship communication. Pharaoh, can you hear? On the communicator immediately got a reply. Received. Al, prepare the dropship, we evacuate immediately. Depart at once. Received. Al hung up the communication, looked at Carter and said, what I say. After takeoff, use energy bombs to blow up this place, this is the only method. Now, all, move out. After saying, completely ignored Carter, leading the team members to walk outside. Ripley looked at Carter, whose face was ugly, a satisfied smile appeared on her face. At one side, Guan Yang did not speak, he was very curious, with his participation. The alien did not escape. Then, will the dropship still crash? If it does not crash, can they really smoothly blow up here? Thinking to hear, Guan Yang without showing expression looked one glance, the android that had been shrinking in the corner not participating in discussion, Bishop. It was exactly sent by the company, the goal, everything takes profit first. With him here, wanting to blow up here, probably no chance. As the company specially sent android, he does not believe the other side has no backup plan. Of course, all these Guan Yang did not say out. What he needs to do now, is to let the plot develop by itself. He only needs at the end, sit and collect the fisherman's profit. If things deviate too much from the plot, he will also personally act, to set the plot straight. Because, the Queen Facehugger, is obtained only at the end of the plot. Not long, everyone came to a flat ground. Convenient for the dropship to land steadily. Al lit a signal flare, threw it to the side. Quietly waiting for the dropship to land. Buzz buzz buzz. Not long after, everyone then heard from the sky came the sound of the dropship. Everyone seeing the dropship all had faces full of excitement. Only 3 people were exceptions. One was Carter. One then was Bishop. One was Guan Yang. Carter was always with a dark face, facing everyone's choice, his thin arms, thin legs, simply could not stop. But luckily, still left 2 living facehuggers, can be used as research. And the android Bishop, was always expressionless. Guan Yang was quietly observing Bishop. He does not believe, Bishop will let the dropship land, then blow up here. Once the dropship lands, Bishop then cannot stop anything. Therefore, if he wants to act, must be before the dropship lands. This is also the reason Guan Yang stared at Bishop. Next second, Guan Yang both eyes narrowed. Because, he discovered. As the landing craft drew closer, the Bishop's eyes suddenly turned white. He mumbled softly. It seemed like, counting. Boom. At that moment, a deafening sound echoed from the sky. Guan Yang looked up and saw the landing craft explode in midair. It shattered into countless pieces. Guan Yang quickly looked back at the Bishop. At that moment, the Bishop was also looking at him, and even winked at Guan Yang. Guan Yang was startled. This Bishop. Find cover. Al, seeing the fragments of the landing craft falling from the sky, suddenly snapped out of it and shouted loudly. Only then did everyone snap out of their daze and hurriedly find cover. Boom 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 boom. The debris crashed heavily onto the ground near them, making a dull thudding sound. Everyone felt a chill run down their spine. If these things hit them, the consequences could be imagined. After a moment, all the fragments had fallen to the ground, and everyone slowly emerged from their cover, looking at the now shattered landing craft. It's over, this is it. For a moment, Al had no idea what to do. The mood of everyone dropped. An hour later, everyone drove the combat vehicles to a temporary base far from the aliens to rest. Ripley, if we don't return on time, how long until we get reinforcements? Al was silent for a second, then replied, 17 days. Ripley nodded, that's good. Those things are trapped there, and we'll be fine staying here for 17 days. Cough, cough, I have some bad news for everyone. The base gate can't stop those monsters. Their blood can corrode the gate. Guan Yang spoke up at an untimely moment. He was just speaking the truth. After so much time had passed, those aliens must have already broken through the gate. Now, finding them is just a matter of time. Hearing this, everyone's faces changed immediately. F*******. How can we last for 17 days now? We might not even last 7 hours. This is it. One of the team members couldn't help but complain. Shut up. Al suddenly commanded. Stop complaining. Complaining does nothing. This young girl survived for a month, and you can't survive for 17 days? When he saw his team member stop talking, Al turned to Guan Yang. Do you have any suggestions? Yes. Find the base map, and based on the current situation, set up barricades to delay the invasion of these creatures as much as possible. Upon hearing this, Al immediately turned to his team and said, Did you hear that? Ade, get the base blueprint, quickly. Yes. One of the members responded and quickly pulled up the base blueprint of the place. Everyone immediately gathered around. They began analyzing it. Guan Yang didn't participate at all. He couldn't, after all. He didn't understand. Led by Ripley, within half an hour, they came up with a blocking plan. This plan took into account the floor, ceiling, sewage pipes, and ventilation ducts. Guan Yang silently nodded. The plot was back on track. Good. Very good. The plan was complete, and now, it was time to implement it. Everyone scattered and began working on repairs. During the repairs, someone approached Guan Yang. It was the bioengineered bishop. The bishop, while helping Guan Yang with the work, spoke up. You're not one of the base members. Guan Yang paused his actions and looked at the bishop. I don't know what you're talking about. The bishop stopped his work, pointed at his own head, and said to Guan Yang. I have the data and photos of all the base members. Budeli's photo is also in there. You're not one of them. Guan Yang's eyes narrowed at the words. He looked at the bishop and said softly, You destroyed the landing craft. What Guan Yang said was mainly to send a message. I know your secret too. We both have our secrets. Don't do anything that hurts one and helps the other. But who knows if bioengineered humans can understand these hidden messages? Chapter 60, The Strange Bioengineered Bishop. Upon hearing Guan Yang's words, the bishop nodded and didn't deny it. I don't know why your information isn't in the database. But you're definitely human. In my mission, there is no task regarding you. Therefore, I won't concern myself with your actions or fate. Guan Yang furrowed his brows and asked in confusion, Is this the only reason you're here to talk to me? The bishop nodded, That's right. I sense danger from you. Therefore, no matter what your intentions are, please don't interfere with my mission. Saying this, the bishop left again. Guan Yang watched the departing bishop, deep in thought. Great. What is all this about? But anyway, the outcome right now isn't bad. I don't have to worry about my identity being exposed. The rest, I'll handle later. Everyone kept busy until midnight before they managed to block all the passageways. Then, they gathered again to discuss how to leave this place. Al said, To control the spaceship, there's only one way left, the colony's communicator. The bishop shook his head and said, It's useless. I checked. The antenna is blocked and needs repair. But the passage there is blocked. Rapley asked, So, we need someone to go fix it personally? The bishop nodded, yes. After that, everyone turned to look at Ade, who was the one in the team skilled at repairs. Ade's face instantly changed. F***CK, don't look at me. I'm not going. Those monsters are nearby. AL's face darkened, Look at you, so scared. Ade replied, Yes, I admit it, I'm scared. If you're not scared, you go. Those monsters killed someone in the base. Al said, If I knew how to repair it, I would have gone already. Why waste time with you? I don't care, I'm not going. That's not going to fix it, that's going to die. I'll go. A voice interrupted. It was the Bioman Bishop. Only I am qualified to remotely control the spaceship. Ade quickly agreed, Right, the bishop should go. That's a good idea. Rapley looked at the bishop, still not trusting him. She had already been tricked by the Bioman in Alien 1 and didn't want to be fooled again. The bishop fully understood Rapley's concerns and spoke again, Please trust me. I'd rather not go. Although I'm a Bioman, I'm not stupid. Guan Yang, who heard this, couldn't help but curl his lips. So eager, but it's all for the company's mission to bring back live Xenomorph samples. However, he didn't expose it. Following the plot gave him more control over things. He still had to keep a low profile for the alien queen. As the plot went, the bishop crawled through the ventilation ducts to repair the signal tower and call the spaceship. It was estimated to take 3 hours for the spaceship to arrive. Meanwhile, everyone, exhausted after a long day, started resting. Guan Yang also chose a room and began practicing the Yin-Yang 5 Elements secret technique. Not long after, Guan Yang suddenly sensed a wave of danger. In the next second, his eyes snapped open. He saw a shadow pouncing toward him. Guan Yang's expression darkened. He reached out and grabbed the approaching creature. It was a facehugger. Looking at the facehugger struggling and biting him, Guan Yang secretly sighed in relief. Fortunately, he had always had various enhancements on while in outer space. Otherwise, facing a sudden attack from the facehugger, Guan Yang would have been in real danger. But the next second, a murderous intent appeared in Guan Yang's eyes. What a bastard, Carter actually dared to play tricks on him. Indeed, this facehugger, if he thought about it for a second, was definitely placed by Carter. In the original plot, the 2 live facehuggers taken from the lab were thrown into Rapley and the little girl's room by Carter. Now, with one here, it was very obvious. Carter was preparing for both sides. One on each side. It would be even better if both could parasitize. If one was discovered, there was still the other to succeed. Good. Very good, Guan Yang thought. He found a metal table, threw the struggling facehugger into the drawer. Then, he used both hands to forcefully deform the drawer. This locked the facehugger inside. He then stored it in his personal space. There was no air in the personal space, so living things couldn't be stored. But the Xenomorph was an exception. It didn't need air and could live in a vacuum. It was perfect for keeping as a backup. In case the queen didn't lay eggs, this could be used instead. Just as he finished this task, suddenly, the alarm rang throughout the entire base. Guan Yang calmly stood up and walked toward the door. He pulled on the door, but it didn't move. As expected, it was Carter's trick again. But this little trick might trap Ripley, but not him. Guan Yang sneered for a moment. He exerted force with his hand, and with a bang, the lock was ripped off. The door naturally opened. Guan Yang leisurely made his way toward the room where Ripley was. When he arrived, Ripley had already been rescued. Then, just as the script went, Carter was tied up by everyone. Guan Yang stood coldly to the side, watching as everyone questioned Carter. But this was just on the surface. In secret, Guan Yang was already controlling a deadly poison, slowly infiltrating Carter's body, lying in wait. With just a thought, Carter would die from the poison. When it came to people who wanted his life, Guan Yang was never merciful. Just like the 2 sent by the Kwang family in the alley in the real world. Just when everyone was angrily about to finish Carter off, the alien saved Carter's life. Because the power supply was cut off by the aliens. They cut off the power supply. Fuck, how is that possible? They are just bugs. It was Al, the captain, who first calmed down. He turned to the others and said, "Stop talking nonsense, quickly take the detector to check the passage." The team members nodded, grabbed their weapons, and walked toward the passage. After a moment, a team member's voice came from outside the passage. "The detector seems broken, it's being interfered with, there's signal everywhere." Upon hearing this, Al quickly shouted to the team member, "Retreat back to the control room, quickly, retreat back to the control room." Everyone retreated back to the control room and sealed the main door. They all aimed their weapons at the door. Beep. 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 The sound of the detector grew shorter and shorter, constantly on edge. 10 meters. 9 meters. 8 meters. 7 meters. 6 meters. Fuck, this detector must be broken, the aliens are with us. No, they are above us. Guan Yang suddenly spoke up. With his reminder, the faces of everyone changed drastically. Bang! The ceiling was suddenly torn open, and an alien fell down. This alien acted like a signal, bang. 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 One by one, aliens appeared. They were surrounded by aliens. Al shouted immediately, "Fire!" Day. The next second, the electromagnetic guns fired at the aliens. The weapons in their hands weren't ordinary firearms, they were electromagnetic guns, but even so, the damage to the aliens was still very limited. Unless they hit the aliens' fragile head tissues, otherwise, the injuries would heal almost instantly. At this moment, no one noticed that Carter, no one knew when, had already fallen to the ground. His face was purple, and black blood oozed from the corners of his mouth. This was Guan Yang's masterpiece. Compared to being killed by the aliens in the original plot, it was better for him to die by his hand. Chapter 61, Alien Queen, he's got it all sorted out. Retreat, quickly retreat to the medical room. There's a passage there. Next, Guan Yang just blended in with the crowd, following the plot's progression. Guan Yang didn't act, he just blended in with everyone. So, just like in the original plot, everyone sacrificed one by one. In the end, only 3 people, including Guan Yang, reached the outer rooftop. Of course, the little girl, the main character, was still dragged away by the aliens to their nest. Guan Yang hesitated for a moment, but did not act. First, the little girl wouldn't die, and she wouldn't be parasitized. Second, only if the little girl was dragged into the nest by the aliens could it ignite Ripley's desire to rescue her. Only then would Ripley have a confrontation with the alien queen. The alien queen would then lay eggs. This was just like the main storyline of the plot, it could not be disturbed in the slightest. After the 3 of them took the elevator to the rooftop, the main bishop's landing craft barely reached. Ripley, Bishop, how much time do we have left? There are 26 minutes left until the planet's destruction. We can't leave yet. She's still alive. As everyone quickly boarded the ship. After a moment, the bishop took the landing craft to the rooftop of the alien nest building. Watch him for me, I'll be right back. Ripley handed the injured to Guan Yang and rushed out of the landing craft with her weapon. Watching Ripley leave, Guan Yang turned to look at the bishop. Do you have any painkillers? Give him an injection to ease the pain. The bishop nodded, yes, I'll go get it. A minute later, the bishop walked over with a medical kit, took out a syringe, and injected the injured person. Rest well. We'll be able to leave soon. The bishop gently said to the injured person, who nodded in response. Soon, the injured person fell into a deep sleep. The bishop quietly packed up the first aid kit. But after finishing packing the kit, the bishop slowly stood up, turned, and a gun appeared in his hand. The gun was aimed at Guan Yang as he spoke emotionlessly, you have an unknown background and are not within the rescue range. For the protection of company confidential programs, you will be regarded as an intruder and dealt with. Put. Before the bishop could finish his sentence, 10 sharp claws, gleaming darkly, pierced through his chest. The bishop turned his head in disbelief, seeing a man whose appearance resembled that of a corpse. The most crucial thing was that he felt no heartbeat from the person. It was old Ren. Smack. Guan Yang snatched the gun and looked at the bishop with an indifferent expression. I had already predicted that you would do this. I didn't expect you to actually make a move at this moment. Guan Yang had actually anticipated this. If he were a bioengineered person, would he allow someone who knew his secret to be sent back to the company? The answer was no. So, when would it be best to deal with him? After thinking for a while, Guan Yang thought of only one time period. When the plot was almost over. Only then would his disappearance not attract anyone's attention. Any excuse would do. And this moment had to occur while they were alone together. Therefore, after Reply left the machine, Guan Yang had been on guard against the bishop. Unexpectedly, the bishop actually made a move against him. Who are you really? Me? Hee, just a passerby. Don't worry, soon you'll be mine. Saying that, Guan Yang took out the detection glasses. Scanned the object in front, analyzed the structure. This was Guan Yang's preparation. The bishop could not be sacrificed now. He still needed him to operate the login machine, and the spacecraft's docking also depended on him. Since he couldn't kill him, he would have to make him one of his own. Transformation. After all, with the detection glasses, any machinery could be detected. And indeed, a green light swept over the bishop. All of the bishop's internal structures were revealed in Guan Yang's eyes. Implant virus, transform into one of my own. The next moment, a red light shot out from the glasses, and in an instant, it entered the bishop's eyes. A series of code-like images flashed in the bishop's eyes. After a moment, the red light vanished. The glasses signaled a successful transformation. The codes in the bishop's eyes disappeared, replaced by a respectful master. Guan Yang nodded and motioned for old Ren to lower the bishop. What's your plan next? Take the live specimen back to the company. Live specimen? An alien egg? Wait, you mean there's an alien egg on the login machine? The bishop nodded, yes. There really is. Guan Yang subconsciously murmured. He never expected that the bishop had actually hidden an alien egg on the login machine. He immediately asked, where is the alien egg? The bishop replied, in the freezer room. Upon hearing this, Guan Yang furrowed his brow. The freezer room. Does he want to store the alien egg in low temperature to unlock and study it later? It makes sense. Wait. Guan Yang suddenly remembered the beginning of Alien 3. At the beginning of Alien 3, the location of an alien egg was inside a sleep pod, not in a freezer room. This location is wrong. Could there be another alien egg in the freezer room? Where did you get this alien egg from? When did you get it onto the login machine? The bishop replied mechanically, while repairing the signal tower, I took the opportunity to grab an alien egg and moved it onto the login machine ahead of time. Moved it ahead of time? This didn't make sense to Guan Yang. The bishop responded, yes, actually, the login machine was already flown to the rooftop 10 minutes ahead of time. Store the xenomorph egg properly, and then drove the landing craft away from the platform. Guan Yang immediately understood, so that's what happened. That explains everything. No wonder there were two xenomorphs in Alien 3. One was out in the wild, and the other hid inside Ripley, waiting to be born. Now that I think about it, the one out in the wild should be the one the bishop hid. As expected of a bioengineered human, such clever tactics. Afterward, Guan Yang asked some questions about the company. Unfortunately, the bishop, being a bioengineered human, knew very little about company secrets. Almost nothing at all. After a moment, Guan Yang gave up asking and told the bishop, go fix your injuries. Activate the landing craft and wait for Ripley to arrive. Yes. The bishop nodded and then turned to leave. Guan Yang stayed where he was, watching the injured, waiting quietly for Ripley to arrive. Time quickly passed, and another 10 minutes went by. Only 3 minutes left until the 26-minute mark. At that moment, two figures appeared inside the landing craft. The landing craft then began operating, taking off quickly, heading toward space. There, a spaceship would be waiting to assist. Guan Yang smiled slightly. If the plot followed its course, the Xenomorph Queen would be outside the landing craft. Next, it would reach the spaceship and go into the incubation chamber to lay eggs. The Xenomorph Queen egg, which he had been waiting for, was finally within reach. Thinking back to these 8 days, it had been a tough journey. 40 minutes later, the landing craft smoothly landed inside the spaceship. Guan Yang told the bishop, he needs a stretcher for his injuries. As he spoke, he gave the bishop a look. The bishop immediately understood and said, we have one on the spaceship, but I can't take it alone. Ripley, come with me. Ripley didn't think much and immediately nodded, okay, I'll go with you. Then, the two of them packed up and got off the landing craft. The little girl, who had just been rescued, also followed them, sticking close to Ripley. Having just escaped danger, she naturally wasn't going to leave Ripley's side. Guan Yang watched the three of them leave and smiled slightly. Next, all he had to do was wait. The Xenomorph Queen was already in his hands. Chapter 62, The Birth of the New Xenomorph Queen. Afterward, things became simple. As the plot went, the bishop was torn in two by the Xenomorph Queen, and Ripley took care of the Queen. Everything proceeded just as the plot dictated. No changes were made, except for the addition of Guan Yang. Half a day later, Ripley and the little girl were placed into the incubation chamber by Guan Yang. Sweet dreams. Ripley, thank you. As the incubation chamber closed, the entire spaceship was left with only Guan Yang. Guan Yang's inner joy could no longer be contained. The Xenomorph Queen egg was his. Before long, Guan Yang found the Xenomorph egg, perfectly intact, hidden in the corner. In the next moment, Lao Ren's figure appeared beside him. Lao Ren, it's up to you now. Guan Yang took a step back and just watched. Lao Ren slowly approached, and as he did, the Xenomorph egg seemed to sense the presence of a living being. The top of the egg opened automatically. The next second, a facehugger, larger than the usual ones, suddenly flew out. In an instant, it pounced on Lao Ren's face. Its tentacles wrapped around his neck, and its ovipositor entered Lao Ren's mouth. Luckily, following Guan Yang's orders, Lao Ren didn't bite down. Otherwise, Guan Yang truly wondered if the facehugger would drain Lao Ren dry. Guan Yang just stood there, silently waiting. 2 hours later, the facehugger detached from Lao Ren's face. It lay dead nearby. At this point, Lao Ren had likely already carried the Xenomorph Queen. Guan Yang's eyes glinted with excitement. With a slight movement of his hand, two metallic spheres appeared. They were the electromagnetic cages. Just in case. To prevent the Xenomorph from escaping once it was born. He believed that with Lao Ren's energy, it wouldn't be long before the Xenomorph Queen was born. Ripley, being an ordinary human, lacked sufficient nutrition, so the Queen's development was slow. But Lao Ren was different. His body was incredibly strong, and inside him, there was plenty of unprocessed excess energy. He was sure that this would be more than enough to support the Xenomorph Queen's growth. Therefore, even if the alien queen takes longer to be born than usual aliens, it definitely won't take too long. He still had 2 days, he could wait. This wait turned into a full day. The next day, the alien queen that Guan Yang was waiting for was finally about to be born. He saw Lao Ren's chest and belly begin to swell quickly. Inside, things moved wildly, trying to come out. But what made Guan Yang speechless was, he didn't know if it was because Lao Ren had skin like bronze and iron. No matter how the alien queen surged, it could not break through Lao Ren's tough skin. Guan Yang began to doubt the alien queen's power. Is it even capable? It can't break the defense from inside, is this a joke? After a moment, Guan Yang looked at the struggling alien helplessly and shook his head. Forget it. He immediately focused his mind, letting Lauren cut a slit in his own belly. The next second, the alien queen finally found an exit and fell to the ground through the wound. After falling, it did not run, but seemed to have exhausted all strength, collapsing on the ground.
Guan Yang. This soft, weak thing, really an alien queen? Although doubtful in his heart, his hands moved with another action.
The metal ball in Guan Yang's hand shot out instantly.
Bang! The metal ball turned into an electromagnetic net in the air. In an instant, it trapped the alien queen.
Hisses. The alien queen kept hissing and struggling. But it was useless.
This thing was a net even adult aliens could not break, a newborn alien queen trying to escape? Impossible.
After trapping it, Guan Yang impatiently cast a probing spell.
Contracted creature, zombie alien queen larva. Evolution times, 1/4.
Attributes, dark, poison. Combat power, 9000, peak of first stage. Skills, sealed. Unsealed when mature.
Wow.
Born already stronger than other adult aliens, zombie aliens really are terrifying.
The only thing surprising Guan Yang was the evolution times of the zombie alien. It had 2 more evolutions than ordinary aliens.
Maybe because it combined Lao Ren's genes.
At the second evolution, the alien would become an adult. Then the third and fourth, what would be different? Would it gain new abilities?
For a while, Guan Yang thought about many things. After a moment, he collected his thoughts. Looking at the struggling zombie alien, he decided to contract it first. Now, before it grows, it was perfect for contracting.
The larva's power was 3 times his base attribute.
That is, 10% chance of successful contract.
Much stronger than contracting Lao Ren. Thinking this, Guan Yang let Lao Ren control the zombie alien.
Then he approached, placing his hand on its forehead.
Start, contract. With Lao Ren controlling it, the newborn zombie alien had no strength to struggle.
It could only watch as Guan Yang contracted it.
The familiar purple light appeared again on Guan Yang's fingertips. It spread over the zombie alien.
Hiss. The zombie alien struggled, and the purple light stopped, disappearing.
Contract failed. Guan Yang. Slap. Guan Yang slapped the zombie alien on the head.
Behave, let me contract you obediently, and I'll let you move freely.
Otherwise, I'll kill you. Not caring if it could understand, Guan Yang still couldn't help complaining. With his words, the zombie alien seemed to understand, stiffening, no longer struggling. Guan Yang's eyes widened. Exclaiming, "Whoa! You can understand human speech?"
The zombie alien looked at him confused, but seeing his face, shivered instinctively.
Then struggled again. Guan Yang. Damn. Looks like it overthought it. This zombie alien had intelligence, but not much. Considering this, Guan Yang gave up talking further. He stood still and waited. Waiting for the contract interval. Each failed contract required 10 minutes before trying again. After 10 minutes, Guan Yang reached out, touching the zombie alien's forehead.
Purple light burst out, quickly spreading from the alien forehead to the whole body.
3 seconds later, a hexagram appeared above the alien queen's head.
Purple light shone greatly, dyeing the entire spaceship purple.
Guan Yang was overjoyed. Damn! It worked! Ancestor grave smoking. The second time actually succeeded. After that, in Guan Yang's joyful expression, the purple hexagram disappeared. At the same time, what disappeared was also the zombie alien.
At this moment, the zombie alien larva had already appeared in his second contract space, and was in a dormant state. Originally he only had 1 contract space, but after contracting this zombie alien, another contract space automatically opened. He could feel that between himself and the zombie alien there was an invisible and untouchable bond. Thinking of this, Guan Yang flicked his hand.
In the next second, the zombie alien larva appeared again in front of him. Only now, the zombie alien was extremely quiet.
Looking at the extremely quiet zombie alien, Guan Yang nodded with satisfaction. Good, from now on I'll call you Xiaoyi.
Next step, it was time to go back.
At that time, bring Xiaoyi to walk around Tianhai Forest. Believe that as long as it chews a few exotic beasts, Xiaoyi will quickly evolve.
Just in time to deal with the upcoming college entrance exam. Chapter 63 Terrifying Superspeed Growth. After a moment, Guan Yang suppressed his thoughts.
Raised his hand and threw 2 corpses in front of Xiaoyi. Seeing this, Xiaoyi instantly pounced up in excitement.
Started to chop meat in big mouthfuls. These 2 corpses were exactly the 2 contract masters sent by Guan Ji.
Guan Yang, in order to prevent leaving evidence, directly put away the 2 contract masters' corpses. Had no time to deal with them. At this moment, just right to feed Xiaoyi, helping it grow.
Old Ren absorbed most of their blood, but did not touch their meat. The two contract masters had both undergone 2 feedbacks, their flesh energy far exceeded ordinary people. Just right to nourish Xiaoyi's body. Counted as waste utilization. Old Ren's blood-sucking, plus Xiaoyi's meat-eating, equals a corpse-destroying combination. Perfect. Xiaoyi in a few bites finished gnawing 1 corpse clean. Next, Guan Yang personally witnessed the alien's molting and astonishing growth speed. Xiaoyi was like blowing air, from 1 foot tall, quickly growing to 1 meter. Then, Xiaoyi's red outer body cracked, a black mini-alien appeared in front of Guan Yang. In the next second, a familiar energy transmitted from Xiaoyi's body through the air into Guan Yang's body. Guan Yang's face showed joy. It was feedback. Every contract beast advancing can give a certain feedback to the contract master. Only, the effect of the first feedback is the best, also the strongest. The later second, even third, fourth feedbacks are only icing on the cake. Although there will be improvement, wanting big enhancement is impossible. But, even a mosquito is meat. Guan Yang's mind moved, the yin-yang 5 elements art in his body quickly operated. Absorbing and transforming this feedback power. This time because his strength foundation was high, plus the weakening of the feedback power. Only 10 minutes, Guan Yang digested this benefit. Battle power increased by another 1,000. Guan Yang's current base battle power reached 4,000. So good. Looking at Xiaoyi who was gnawing the second corpse, Guan Yang could not help but sigh. As expected of a creature that can grow into a complete body in 1 day. This evolution speed is too fast. Thinking about when old Ren rose to second stage, how much he paid. How many creatures' blood he sucked. Still stuck at first stage, not right. Why did Xiaoyi not get stuck at a bottleneck? Guan Yang suddenly thought, when old Ren advanced to second stage, he absorbed 2 dark poison attribute crystals to finally upgrade. Why when it came to the alien, it did not need it, directly upgraded? What's going on? Looking at the mini-alien gnawing the second corpse, Guan Yang subconsciously checked Xiaoyi's current attributes. Contract creature, zombie alien queen growth body. Evolution times, 2 out of 4. Attributes, dark system, poison system. Battle power, 15,000, second stage early period. Skills, 1, perfect organism includes super exoskeleton armor, super regeneration, super strength, corrosive blood, pheromone tracking, cosmic radiation absorption, acid spitting. 2, super growth, can absorb cosmic radiation energy to break limits and grow fast. 3, poison injection, tail contains deadly poison, can inject while piercing the enemy. 4, flight, to be unlocked. 5, egg injection, to be unlocked. Changed. Xiaoyi's attributes completely transformed. Not only did the combat power reach 15,000, but skills finally appeared. Guan Yang stared at Xiaoyi's second skill, deep in thought. The meaning of this skill is no limits? Damn. It can work like this too? Could this be the terror of the perfect organism? As long as there is cosmic radiation energy, it can evolve without any limits. Cosmic radiation energy is everywhere. Even spaceships cannot completely block it, only reduce it to a level humans can tolerate. But the alien can use this radiation as nourishment. Terrifying. This explains why the alien has no limit bottleneck. Because with this skill, limits simply do not exist for the alien. No limits at all. Powerful. Terrifying. But he likes it. Does this mean his Xiaoyi can quickly grow to the 4th stage? Reach 100,000 combat power. Does it also mean Guan Yang can enjoy a boost, basic combat power skyrocketing? Damn. Thinking like this, Guan Yang instantly became restless. Who could refuse the temptation of becoming stronger in a short time? Excited, Guan Yang checked Xiaoyi's other skills. The more he looked, the more excited he became. First, the description of perfect organism is simply terrifying. It almost covers all the skills of ordinary aliens, even enhanced them. Second, the poison injection attribute should be a skill obtained from extracting Lao Ren's genes. There are also 2 sealed abilities. Flight and egg injection. From the names, you can guess the meaning. An alien queen that can fly, how much will her combat ability increase? As for egg injection, Guan Yang guessed it must be the queen's own ability. Probably inject alien eggs directly into a target, waiting for them to hatch. Simply a divine skill to develop minions. Just don't know if there are limits. While Guan Yang was thinking about Xiaoyi, Xiaoyi had already finished devouring the second corpse. Unfortunately, no further evolution occurred. Probably not enough energy. Looks like they need to return to reality, go to Tianhai Forest for a round. Given Xiaoyi's growth speed, it should evolve again soon. By then, his strength will surely increase again. Basic combat power stage 2 is just around the corner.
Imagine taking the college entrance exam with stage 2 base combat power, what a feeling. Guan Yang suddenly remembered an old song from his previous life. Being invincible is so lonely. Being invincible is so empty. Next, Guan Yang let Xiaoyi move freely, absorb and store cosmic radiation for the next evolution. Guan Yang, on the other hand, started practicing his combat skills again. Anyway, there were still 2 days to stay, no need to waste time. Perfect for improving real combat. 2 days passed in a flash. Guan Yang also noticed a phenomenon: Xiaoyi had no interest in Ripley and the others. Not a bit of appetite. Normally, Xiaoyi, in the growth phase, would have a huge demand for flesh. But in Guan Yang's perception, Xiaoyi even seemed to despise Ripley and the others. After thinking, Guan Yang guessed it might be a kind of picky eating. Xiaoyi had eaten 2 high-level corpses first, 2 warriors evolved twice, how much energy in their flesh? Ripley and the others were just ordinary humans, how could they compare to warriors? After eating high-level food, it's normal to look down on low-level food. Unless starving, Xiaoyi probably won't touch Ripley and the others. Guan Yang restrained the thought. Guan Yang moved his mind, bringing old Ren and Xiaoyi into the contract space. Then he glanced around the surroundings. With a thought, his figure disappeared from the spot. Returned. Chapter 64, Return in the Big Exam. Real world, Guan Yang's bedroom. Guan Yang's figure suddenly appeared in the room. After appearing, he first looked at a clock on the desk. Then he nodded with satisfaction. As expected, he had been gone for only a day. Outside, it was still night. And tomorrow morning was the day of the college entrance exam. The timing was just right, perfectly matching. Then, Guan Yang practiced cultivation for a while and prepared to sleep. He wanted to face tomorrow's exam in the best state. But as soon as he lay down, his phone vibrated. Guan Yang frowned, showing confusion. It was already night, who would still contact him? He picked up the phone, the call was from an unknown number. Guan Yang answered the phone out of habit. Who is this? It's me, Huang Xiaoling. What the hell? Huang Xiaoling? Is this really Huang Xiaoling's call? Guan Yang looked at the phone number and then spoke again. So late, what do you want? Although he asked, he already guessed the reason. Sure enough, on the other side, Huang Xiaoling paused for a second and got straight to the point. The thing I mentioned last time, have you thought about it? Guan Yang. Think about what? He had been so busy these days, no time to think about this. Although he hadn't considered it, he already had a clear decision in mind. No way. Women only slow down his contract progress. Besides, once he became strong, he could get any girl. Why hang himself on one tree so early? Thinking this, Guan Yang didn't hide it, speaking directly, Deal with your pursuers yourself. I have the exam tomorrow, don't call me these days. Or I'll say you are harassing me. Hang up. After saying that, he didn't give her a chance to speak and hung up immediately. Then he turned off the phone and went to sleep. Tomorrow would be another beautiful day. Guan Yang slept soundly. On the other side, Huang Xiaoling was fuming with anger. If Guan Yang had told her normally, she wouldn't have been so mad. After all, the choice belonged to both sides. But now, Guan Yang not only hung up, he even turned off the phone. He didn't give her any chance to speak. When had she ever felt so trapped? This act instantly ignited Huang Xiaoling's little universe. Guan Yang, remember this. The next day, the whole city became lively. Because today was the day of the college entrance exams for all major universities. These days were important for the entire Blue Star. Early in the morning, the city guard was fully armed, stationed at all major roads, providing security for the exams. Because the exam would decide the future life path. This world had many known secret realms, 80% of which were controlled by the Federation. The major universities of the Federation held the entry rights to these secret realms. Secret realm resources were allocated based on university rankings. Lower-ranked universities could only get second or third-level secret realms. Top 10 universities always had at least third-level secret realms. Once admitted, the difference in future achievements were obvious. Starting points were completely different. Guan Yang arrived early at his class. He thought he was early, but others had arrived even earlier. Indeed, the early birds had nothing else to do. Everyone was excitedly discussing their experiences these days. Your total combat power is almost 400? Amazing. I only have 310. What beast did you contract? Hee, not bad. My uncle is a second level strong. He specially went to Tianhai Forest to get a powerful firetail cat. With my resources, it directly reached 800 combat power. Sharing its power, I reached 390. Wow, a firetail cat.
This is one of the best starter beasts. Gentle, obedient, and strong. So envious. Ah, it's fine, it's fine. For the big exam later, let's team up, we'll have each other's backs. Okay. Your Firetail Cat focuses on attack, mine is the Dark Armor Ox, focused on defense. The two of us teaming up is perfect. Mine is the Wood Grainflower, focused on binding, add me too. No problem. He. After entering, Guan Yang glanced around. His eyes narrowed slightly. Many students had not come, he didn't know if they were late or had given up. Even though this big exam was important. But those with poor talent, or who hadn't yet contracted a suitable beast, didn't have the face to attend. Even if they took the exam, they wouldn't pass, only inviting ridicule. The high exam isn't for everyone. Just like the high exam in the past life, some would always fail. Those who failed were considered to have graduated directly. They became members of society. Later, some would become idle contract masters, wandering in open public secret realms, competing for limited resources with others. Their growth speed would be far slower than the contract masters admitted to schools. Guan Yang's entrance made the whole class suddenly quiet. Then, instantly, it exploded with chatter. Everyone's topics began to revolve around Guan Yang. It's Guan Yang? I didn't expect him to come for the big exam? I thought he would give up. Did he contract a beast, hoping for luck? Is he joking? Even if he got a first-level beast, how much combat power could it really give him? True, his 5 elements weak attribute only shares 5% of the beast's combat power. A first-level beast with 1000 power only gives 50 extra. Sigh. Don't underestimate him, he touched the 10-meter spiritual vortex. Maybe his base combat power is already 300, haha, I can't continue. The chatter reached Guan Yang's ears. He frowned slightly, saying nothing. He stepped to his seat, sat down, waiting for the exam to start. Facing classmates with only a few hundred power, he didn't even want to speak. His base combat power was nearly 10 times theirs. With Xiaoyi's boost, his total power reached 12,250. With Lao Ren's boost, total power could exceed 20,000. Explaining to these with only a few hundred? Was explanation needed? Just ants. Some things needed the facts to slap them in the face. At exactly 8 in the morning, homeroom teacher He-Yun entered on time. He scanned a few empty seats, sighed slightly, about to say something. Next moment, He-Yun saw Guan Yang. Instantly, his eyes showed surprise. Oh no! Guan Yang actually came? The surprise lasted a second, then He-Yun quickly covered it. He looked at Guan Yang deeply, then withdrew his gaze, cleared his throat twice, and said, Ahem, very good. At least I didn't get news of anyone jumping from first high. Seems the student's stress resistance is strong. Starting with a bowl of poisoned chicken soup. Classmates. Guan Yang. Indeed, worthy of the sharp-tongued homeroom teacher. This familiar recipe, familiar taste. It had to be you. Chapter 65 First task of the big exam, climbing the heaven ladder. Ahem, okay, I won't repeat anything else. Hope you all do well today. Now, everyone, gather on the playground. Guan Yang, stay behind. As He-Yun finished, everyone looked at Guan Yang with schadenfreude, then left the classroom toward the playground. After most had left, He-Yun said to Guan Yang, are you really determined to take the big exam? This is not a game. Though the exam is only a first-level secret realm, it is still dangerous. Are you sure? Guan Yang nodded, I am sure. I have contracted my beast. I also went to the outer edge of Tian High Forest. A first-level beast can still be handled. He-Yun asked in surprise, you went to Tian High Forest? Yes. He-Yun looked at Guan Yang again, then nodded, encouraging him, okay, since you've decided. I won't say much more. If you really can't hold on anymore, remember to go to the first high, He said it casually, but as he was finishing, He-Yun suddenly realized that this wasn't quite appropriate. He quickly changed his tone, well, once you enter the secret realm, try to team up with other students. Good luck. With those words, he patted Guan Yang's shoulder and walked out of the classroom first. Guan Yang. Guan Yang helplessly shook his head and then headed toward the playground. Teaming up? That's impossible. Not to mention that no one would want him, the title of having 5-element useless attributes isn't a joke. The most important thing is, the college entrance exam is based on a points system. Even if someone did team up with Guan Yang, when it came to the distribution of points, the share given to him would definitely be the least. In the later stages, the inevitable outcome would be failing the exam. To put it simply, it's about participating. But does Guan Yang want to participate? Does he need to team up? One person is already a team for him. In the first step secret realm, gaining points is as easy as a snap of the fingers. He's invincible below the second step, and above the second step, there's old Ren. Fear? Not at all. A few minutes later, Guan Yang arrived at the playground. At this moment, it was still that high platform, and there was already one person standing on it. It was the school principal, Gu Ming. A true, peak-level fourth-step powerhouse. At this moment, Gu Ming stood quietly on the high platform. But the aura around him grew heavier and heavier. The originally noisy discussions in the playground gradually quieted down, as everyone was subconsciously affected by this aura. 5 minutes later. All the classes had gathered, and only then did Gu Ming speak. First, I, Gu Ming, the principal of the 3 high schools, on behalf of all the teachers, congratulate all the candidates, wishing that each of you will make it to the top. Gu Ming's deep voice easily reached the ears of everyone in the playground. Once he finished speaking, thunderous applause erupted in the playground. It was like the applause from leaders' speeches in the previous life, with the major class leaders clapping the loudest. Gu Ming, seeing this, revealed a satisfied look in his eyes. He then raised his hand to signal everyone to quiet down. The applause slowly faded until there was again silence. I won't say anything extra. The rules for this year's exam are the same as before. The full score is still 100 points. There are 2 parts to the test. The first is the basic combat strength assessment, climbing the heaven ladder. The second is the comprehensive strength test, the secret realm points battle. Among them, the heaven ladder gives 30 points, and the secret realm points battle gives 70 points. Together, they make up your exam score. There are also other exam details which the class teachers have most likely explained to you, so I won't repeat them here. I'll just emphasize one point: safety first, exam second. Although the exam is important, it's nothing compared to your life. In the secret realm, any accidents can happen. I hope you'll be cautious, and more cautious. Cherish life, stay away from comparison. Got it? The crowd responded, got it. Gu Ming nodded. Good. Now, I officially announce that this year's big exam at Heisher 3rd High begins. With that, Gu Ming stamped his foot. Immediately, golden runes appeared on the ground of the high platform. Then, a golden light soared into the sky. A vortex appeared above the high platform. Behind the vortex, faintly, the steps of the heaven ladder could be seen. The first part of the exam, climbing the heaven ladder, lasts for 1 hour. It starts now. Class 1, all candidates, under the guidance of your homeroom teacher, enter the heaven ladder secret realm and begin the assessment. Other classes, in unit groups, will enter in order after all the candidates from Class 1 have entered. With Gu Ming's order, all the students immediately took action. They entered the heaven ladder secret realm one by one. Guan Yang looked at the heaven ladder behind the vortex, his face full of curiosity. The so-called heaven ladder secret realm wasn't naturally formed. It was actually a special space opened up by several super-powerful beings from the Federation. Inside, it had been specially modified. It was designed specifically for testing the candidate's basic combat strength. Once inside, the contract beast's combat strength sharing and boosting would disappear. You can only challenge the levels relying on your own basic combat strength. And the levels, as you can see, are a series of steps leading up. There are 30 steps in total. Each step corresponds to different levels of pressure, and the higher you go, the stronger the pressure becomes. It is said that by the 30th step, the pressure is so great that it can crush a person's bones. And during the challenge, once you fall or kneel, the challenge is over. You will be teleported out of the heavenly ladder secret realm, and your record will be left behind. The grading for the college entrance exam is based on the steps, with 1 point for each step, for a total of 30 points. The message about the heavenly ladder replayed in Guan Yang's mind, and he calmly waited to enter. He began to calculate in his mind. How long would it take to reach the 30th step? Would it be too abrupt if he went too fast? But if it's too slow, how can he show off? For a moment, Guan Yang was caught in a dilemma. As for climbing the heavenly ladder, Guan Yang never had any doubts about being able to make it. Are you kidding? With 4,000 base combat strength, I couldn't possibly fail, right? Based on previous references. Once one's base combat strength reaches 350, they can step onto the 30th step. His current strength is more than 10 times that of 350. Climbing this thing? It's like child's play for him. With his current power, taking the college entrance exam. To be honest, it's practically a joke for the other candidates. But he likes it. He. With groups entering one after another, it soon came to Guan Yang's class. Guan Yang stepped forward and followed the crowd into the heavenly ladder secret realm. As soon as he entered the secret realm, Guan Yang felt a strange energy. It seemed to interfere with the connection between him and his contracted beast. It was hard to make the connection, and he could only vaguely sense the state of his contracted beast. But to borrow the strength of his contracted beast? Forget it. This feeling was quite strange. Chapter 66, Grandfather Guan Takes a Walk. Guan Yang lifted his head and looked at the sky. His eyes were full of curiosity. The whole sky was gray, without the sun, yet it had a very bright feeling. Indeed, it was unusual. He didn't know what level would be needed to create such a space. After some reflection, Guan Yang's gaze turned to the heavenly ladder not far away. The heavenly ladder was huge, roughly estimated to be 100 meters wide. Each step's height was also different from ordinary stairs. Judging by the height of each step, it was about half a meter. Each step's depth was also half a meter. Quite spectacular. At this moment, many people were already standing on the heavenly ladder. The person at the front had already reached the 16th step. It seemed like their basic attributes were quite good. But judging by that person's appearance, it seemed they could only go up 2 more steps. The 18th step would be their limit. 18 steps, really an auspicious number. There were still some people who hadn't started climbing the heavenly ladder, adjusting their state under the ladder. They were hoping to make a breakthrough and climb higher. Guan Yang shook his head when he saw this. Adjusting? What a joke. How high you can climb depends entirely on your combat strength. Wasting time adjusting is pointless. The exam only lasts for 1 hour. Thinking this, Guan Yang stepped up to the first step. With 1 step, he was on it. Immediately, a pressure hit him. But Guan Yang's face showed an odd expression. This feeling was almost nothing. Then, Guan Yang stepped up 2 more steps. Suddenly, it dawned on him. With this level of pressure, climbing all 30 steps would be just like child's play for him. Now that he understood the situation here, Guan Yang wasn't in a hurry. He looked around, stepped forward now and then, feeling completely like strolling through a garden. Outside, at the school playground. At this moment, many teachers and students gathered together, watching a virtual screen that was 10 meters wide. The screen showed the scene inside the entire Heavenly Ladder secret realm. How many full scores do you think will appear in this Heavenly Ladder exam? I estimate around 8 or 9. Oh? Why do you say that? Have you set a target? About that. Shijia, Xiaofeng, Huangwen, Kongmi, these are the top performers in the mutated attributes. The most important thing is that their family backgrounds are solid. With the strength of these families, before the big exam, they will certainly provide special fruits and help their contracted beasts grow and advance. To reach a battle power of 350 plus, it's not difficult. Now that you mention it, that's true. So, who do you think will be the first to reach the end of the ladder? It's hard to say. I feel like they're all about the same. If I had to choose, I'd say it's Shijia. This guy is pretty strong. He. The teachers gathered in groups of 2 or 3, discussing the big exam. One school leader walked up to Gu Ming and whispered, "Old Gu, how about a bet on how long it'll take for the first person to reach the top?" Upon hearing this, a hint of excitement appeared in Gu Ming's eyes. He was well known for his love of gambling. Of course, he liked to bet with others in a controlled manner. But despite his excitement, Gu Ming still put on a serious face and said to the other man, "Old Li, this is the school. How can you bring such a vibe here?" Old Li rolled his eyes and said impatiently, "Come on, old Gu, don't pretend you don't know what kind of person I am. Just tell me, are you betting or not? The stake, a bottle of my prized 100-fruit wine. If you win, it's yours." Gu Ming immediately lost his composure. Cough, it's fine to bet, but it's 2 bottles of 100-fruit wine. You old Gu, fine, 2 bottles it is. But if you lose, you'll have to give me 2 bottles of your precious monkey wine. Alright, Old Li, so you've been waiting for me to bite? Gu Ming suddenly realized, no wonder Old Li was looking for him. Ah, I see. He's been waiting for me. Seeing that his plan had been exposed, Old Li no longer tried to hide it. Don't worry about where I've been waiting for you, just tell me, are we betting or not? 2 bottles of 100-fruit wine. As he spoke, he suddenly provoked Gu Ming. Gu Ming furrowed his brows, thinking for 3 seconds before gritting his teeth and saying, "Alright, I'll bet. I bet 35 minutes. Based on past experience, the first person to reach the 30th step of the ladder usually takes around half an hour. This should be about right." "Okay. That's what you said. I'll bet 40 minutes. The usual rule, whoever's time is closer wins." "No problem." While the teachers were chatting, elimination notices began to ring out in the secret realm. Shende, level 18, eliminated. Remaining candidates, 336. Du Shu, level 18, eliminated. Remaining candidates, 335. Ding Xianxian, level 16, eliminated. Remaining candidates, 334. Every second, someone was eliminated. The eliminated candidates were instantly teleported back to the playground. The teachers only glanced at the eliminated candidates, then lost interest. Their focus was on those above level 20. These candidates were their primary focus. At that moment, Hyun, who was mixed in with the teachers, suddenly whitened his eyes. What the hell? It's Guan Yang. That's right, he saw Guan Yang's figure at the 20th step. The most important thing was Guan Yang's current state. He looked too relaxed. His hands were behind his back, and there was no sign of pressure on his face. Compared to other candidates who were sweating profusely, Guan Yang looked way too relaxed. It was almost like an old man strolling in the park after a meal. He might as well have been holding a birdcage. What is he doing? What's more, he's not only walking upwards, but also horizontally? Is he a crab? At this point, not only Hyun, but all the other teachers and even the principal had noticed Guan Yang. There was no way around it. Compared to the other candidates, who were stuck under pressure and barely moving, Guan Yang's performance was just too eye-catching. As the teachers and students recognized Guan Yang, their faces all showed signs of surprise. It was Guan Yang. Old Gu, do you think this kid can reach the 30th step? Old Li looked at Guan Yang and subconsciously asked Old Ming beside him. Old Ming furrowed his brows. Probably not. This kid, although he benefited the most when awakening, doesn't have the resources. Achieving over 300 basic combat power is incredibly difficult. Moreover, even if this kid can reach the top, it's just the 30th. For the next round of the points competition, with only 5% of his contract beast's combat power to share, getting a high score is nearly impossible. It's even impossible to get an average score. Sigh. The 5 elements attribute. Old Ming sighed as he spoke. Old Li nodded in agreement. That's true. Well, let's not pay attention to that little guy. Old Gu, there are only 15 minutes left until 35 minutes. The highest has only reached the 25th level, right? Old Ming glanced at Old Li and said calmly, just wait and see. Old Ming knew what Old Li meant. The last 5 steps were the most difficult and the ones that would take the most time. Based on past experiences, the last 5 steps, on average, took 4 to 5 minutes each. It would take about 20 minutes to complete all 5 steps. If it exceeded the time he had bet on, the outcome would be slightly delayed. Chapter 67, The Prodigy Reaches the Top, A Celebration for All. Inside the ladder's secret realm. Excuse me, coming through. Let me pass. Guan Yang walked past the candidates on each step. Every candidate who was overtaken looked at Guan Yang's indifferent expression, their faces darkened. At the same time, they were shocked beyond measure. Who is this person? Why have I never heard of them before? The most surprising thing is, looking at their expression, why does it seem like they aren't affected at all? What is going on? At this moment, Guan Yang stopped for a moment. He looked up and saw the few people above, feeling instantly bored. Forget it, I'm not playing anymore. With that thought, Guan Yang stopped hesitating, his figure flashed, and with a burst of strength, he instantly crossed the remaining steps of the ladder, directly reaching the top. As soon as he stood at the top, a golden light enveloped Guan Yang and transported him out of the ladder's secret realm. At the moment Guan Yang was teleported out, a grand voice echoed in the ears of all the people in the ladder's secret realm. Guan Yang, 30th step. The prodigy reaches the top, a celebration for all. Remaining people in the secret realm, 216. Guan Yang, 30th step. The prodigy reaches the top, a celebration for all. Remaining people in the secret realm, 216. Guan Yang, 30th step. The prodigy reaches the top, a celebration for all. Remaining people in the secret realm, 216. The announcement repeated 3 times, showing a completely different treatment from those eliminated. What the hell? Who is this Guan Yang? I didn't even see the person and he already reached the top? Wasn't the first place just occupied by Stone Jia? How did it change so quickly? Is there a bug? I only saw a flash of shadow. Then, a figure completed all the steps of the ladder. This is crazy. Guan Yang. Guan Yang. Damn, I know now, the 5-element waste attribute Guan Yang. He's the one with the 5-element waste attribute. Damn, he actually reached the top. He must be cheating. Guan Yang's ascent immediately sparked discussions among all the candidates in the ladder's secret realm. In addition to the candidates inside the secret realm who were shocked, at this moment, everyone on the field also looked at Guan Yang, who had just been teleported out, in disbelief. This included the 2 people who had made the bet, Old Ming and Old Li. The 2 of them subconsciously exchanged glances, their eyes showing surprise. Then, both of them fell into deep thought. Old Gu. Old Li. The two spoke at the same time and then stopped simultaneously. Old Li shook his head and said, Old Gu, you go ahead. Old Ming nodded at hearing this, not hesitating, and directly spoke, Old Li, what do you think of that little guy's speed in the last few steps? Old Li looked at Guan Yang in the distance and pondered, this little guy is not simple. From the speed in the last few steps, his base combat power must have at least reached this level. As he spoke, Old Li extended 4 fingers. Old Ming shook his head at hearing this, saying, not just that. With only 400 base combat power, it definitely wouldn't be this easy. Just now, I noticed that from the moment he started to the moment he reached the top, his face didn't change. That means he didn't use his full strength. Old Li nodded, agreeing with Old Ming's view. This little guy is really hiding deep. He is a good seedling. Just his attributes, such a pity. Gu Ming did not respond, but looked at Guan Yang in the field, and suddenly said, Old Li, do you think with this kid's basic combat power, if we report him to Tianhai Sports Academy, would they make an exception to enroll him? This. Old Li began to ponder. Tianhai Sports Academy, located in Tianhai City, Tianhai Province, is a special university. Compared with other universities, this university pays more attention to one indicator, basic combat power. At Tianhai Sports Academy, basic combat power is the most important major subject. This world is indeed a world of contract masters, but the forest is big, and all kinds of birds exist. There are always some people who believe that being strong themselves is fundamental, and combat power gained through sharing is ultimately external. Therefore, they pay more attention to improving their own combat power. They put polishing themselves and enhancing their own strength first, and the cultivation of contracted beasts second. That is how the sports academy came into being. Old Li thought for a few seconds, then hesitantly said, it is possible. But the path ahead is narrow, and the ceiling is limited. After coming out, it will be very hard to blend in. Gu Ming, could it be even harder than failing to get into university? Old Li, that is true. So are you recommending him over there now? Gu Ming paused for a second, then replied, wait a little. Let's see his second score. If he really fails, then I will help recommend him. This little guy reminds me of a friend of mine. Just like this little guy, his basic combat power was extremely high, only he had 2 attributes. A bit better than this little guy. Now, my friend's achievements are even higher than mine. Fate is strange. Such a pity for the little guy. Old Li nodded, looking at Gu Ming, who seemed lost in memories. He rolled his eyes and said, you enjoy your feelings, I'm going to the bathroom. After speaking, he turned and walked away. After turning, a smile appeared on Old Li's face. Then his steps became very fast, as if he had something urgent. But after only a few steps, Gu Ming's voice came from behind. Want to escape to pee? Fulfill the bet first. The smile on Old Li's face stiffened instantly. This old rascal is lost in memories, how can he still think of the bet? Guan Yang at this moment did not know that the 3 school principals were discussing him. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Guan Yang walked to a tree on the playground and sat cross-legged. He practiced his cultivation method while waiting for the first exam to end. As Guan Yang immersed himself in cultivation, the whole playground fell into whispers again. The focus of the topic, unsurprisingly, was Guan Yang. Time passed minute by minute. In the blink of an eye, the ladder to heaven exam time was over. The remaining people were all sent back to the playground. As the last person was sent out, the entrance to the ladder's secret realm slowly disappeared. On the high platform, Principal Gu Ming appeared again. Gu Ming scanned the entire scene, lingering a moment longer at Guan Yang's position, then withdrew his gaze and said, now I announce, the first part of the major exam, climbing the heaven ladder, is officially over. Now, your scores are all recorded. As with previous years, I will only read the top 10 scores. First place, Guan Yang, total score 30 points. Second place, Jia, total score 30 points. 7th place, Kangmi, total score 28 points. 10th place, Shui Wu, total score 26 points. Including Guan Yang, 6 people succeeded in reaching the top this time. About the same as previous years. After all, not everyone can rely on family background, right? Gu Ming, alright, the heaven ladder results are important, but they only count for 30% of the total score. All examinees, please adjust your mindset quickly. The main event is coming later. Now, I announce the second part of the major exam, the Secret Realm Points competition, begins. Chapter 68, The Hunt begins. Gu Ming finished speaking and stomped his foot again. A similar scene appeared. On the ground of the entire high platform, green runes appeared. Then, a green vortex appeared on the high platform. Behind the vortex, a ruined city could be vaguely seen. With the appearance of the secret realm entrance, Gu Ming once again shouted aloud, the second test, the secret realm points competition. The exam lasts 1 hour. There is only one rule: kill exotic beasts. In the secret realm, there are 30,000 first-level exotic beasts and 300 second-level exotic beasts. Each first-level exotic beast killed is worth 1 point. Each second-level exotic beast killed is worth 10 points. The full score is 70 points. Within the secret realm, teaming up or forming groups is allowed. However, candidates are prohibited from killing each other. Points will be automatically recorded for the beast killer. That is, the one who delivers the final blow. Finally, considering personal safety, if you encounter danger, do not resist. Shout forfeit towards the sky of the secret realm, and the realm will remove you from the area. Treasure life, stay away from impulsiveness. At this point, Gu Ming paused and took a deep breath. He loudly said, "All candidates, listen up, line up orderly to enter the point's secret realm. The exam time will be calculated based on when each person enters." With that, Gu Ming disappeared from the high platform. Soon, Guan Yang followed the large group into the secret realm. Guan Yang felt his vision blur, and when he reappeared, the scene before him had changed completely. Everywhere showed signs of ruin. He didn't see a single person. It seemed that when entering the secret realm, the location was randomly teleported. And he, it seemed, had been teleported to a shop. Guan Yang looked at the broken sign inside the shop and softly said, "Victoria's Secret Lingerie Store." Guan Yang. Guan Yang touched his nose. No wonder the shop's layout felt a bit familiar. Turns out, it's a lingerie shop. On the playground of the 3 high school. With the students entering, the teachers and school leaders gathered together again. The virtual big screen was divided into 2 parts. On the left side, there was a map-like image. There were many red and green dots on it. On the other half, there were many small images. The content of the images was the situation inside the secret realm. Whenever a red dot and a green dot overlapped, a small image would zoom in to show the situation. This allowed everyone to check the situation immediately. Looking at the summoning circles constantly lighting up on the screen, it was obvious that the candidates who had entered had summoned their contract beasts and began hunting exotic beasts. As one contract beast after another appeared, the teachers and school leaders began to discuss. They analyzed everyone's contract beasts. Oldly looked at the images of the summoned contract beasts and his eyes turned. Immediately, he leaned towards Gu Ming and whispered, "Old Gu, do you want to bet again? Guess what kind of contract beast Guan Yang has?" Gu Ming knew exactly what Oldly was thinking. He wanted to win back his 2 bottles of wine. But would Gu Ming give him that chance? Thinking of this, Gu Ming turned his head and gave Oldly a glance, lightly exhaling a sentence. "I'm not good at gambling, I don't bet." Oldly's face stiffened. "Damn. You don't bet, you think this is about drinking? This old fox wins and runs, what a coward. 2 bottles of Baigua wine. I don't bet. 3 bottles. I don't bet. 4 bottles. I don't bet. Damn." This old fox really stuck to his decision. "If you don't bet, you don't bet, why the long face?" Oldly's face grew darker as he kept talking, seeing Gu Ming's firm attitude. He immediately took a few steps back, sulking by himself. Gu Ming, seeing Oldly's expression, curled up the corner of his mouth. It's not easy to make Oldly suffer. But 4 bottles of Baigua wine, the temptation was really big. He almost couldn't resist. But now, seeing Oldly suffer, he felt really good. Then, Gu Ming turned his gaze to the screen. He too was curious about what kind of exotic beast Guan Yang had contracted. At this moment, Guan Yang had walked out of the shop, with a 1-meter-tall contract beast following him. It was the Little E. Guan Yang confidently summoned Little E out, because he wasn't afraid of anyone discovering Little E's poison attribute. Little E was different from Old Ren. Old Ren's deadly poison control was his own trait. It couldn't be hidden at all. His body was constantly releasing toxins, and he couldn't suppress it, making it easy for others to notice. But Little E, although it is also poisonous, its poison is hidden in the tail. When it attacks, it injects the poison into the enemy's body. From its appearance alone, there is no sign of any poisonous traits. Therefore, Guan Yang summoned Xiaoyi without any pressure. As long as Xiaoyi does not use the poisonous tail skill, no one will notice its poisonous nature. Looking at the empty street, Guan Yang smirked and said, "The hunt has begun." As soon as Guan Yang finished speaking, Xiaoyi immediately activated its 4 legs, quickly running along the nearby street walls, searching in one direction. There was no sound as it moved, and its speed was so fast that it became a black shadow. In an instant, it disappeared at the end of the street. It only left a few drops of special saliva on the ground. As for Guan Yang, he stood leisurely with his hands behind his back, casually strolling around. For the hunt, Xiaoyi can handle it. He was preparing to be a lazy fish, enjoying the feeling of lying down and winning.
Others need to put in effort to find strange beasts and carefully deal with the second-grade ones they might encounter.
But Guan Yang didn't need to do that. Xiaoyi, as the alien queen, was born with the ability to find strange beasts. It's a born hunter, that's what it is.
Furthermore, according to the ancient principle, this secret realm mostly contains first-grade strange beasts, with combat power at most 9999.
With Xiaoyi's current combat power of 15,000, it could easily kill them.
Even if they were unlucky and encountered that 1% of second-grade strange beasts, their combat power would top at 50,000.
With Xiaoyi's displayed speed, if it couldn't win, could it not escape? Besides, who would think Xiaoyi's concentrated acid blood is easy to handle?
These second-grade strange beasts in this secret realm, without some special ability, couldn't stop Xiaoyi's concentrated acid blood at all.
Xiaoyi in this place could be called an invincible existence. I wonder if Xiaoyi will evolve here.
In a street-side shop a few streets away from Guan Yang, 3 people were hiding carefully together, and one of them was staring at the street outside through the shop's broken window. "Brother Weiyong, the second-grade hedgehog is slowly getting closer to our trap, it's about 5 meters away." The man called Brother Weiyong whispered, "Watch carefully. Once the hedgehog falls into the trap, act immediately. Don't give it time to react. Otherwise, a fierce battle is inevitable."
Xiao Tian nodded without turning his head, "Rest assured, Brother Weiyong." Thud. At that moment, a black liquid slid from Xiao Tian's nostrils and dripped onto the windowsill. At the same time, an indescribable smell filled Xiao Tian's nostrils. Xiao Tian looked down at the windowsill and saw a drop of milky white liquid. Where did this water come from?
Xiao Tian instinctively reached out to touch it.
It's so sticky.
The sensation in his hand was unusually thick.
It felt like glue. What is this? Thinking this, Xiao Tian instinctively looked up. Chapter 69, Golden Pattern Toad.
Xiao Tian raised his head, his eyes suddenly narrowing. He saw a strange beast he had never seen before, clinging to the roof with all 4 legs. The most important thing was that although it had no eyes, Xiao Tian could feel it was looking at him. The one approaching was Xiaoyi, who was out hunting. At this moment, Xiao Tian's fear instantly reached its peak. His whole body's hairs stood on end. They had been approached by a strange beast without even knowing. Xiao Tian was drenched in cold sweat, instinctively pointing at the roof, shouting, "A strange beast, there's a strange beast." The other 2 people's faces changed, and they instinctively looked up.
But as soon as Xiao Tian screamed, Xiaoyi's figure moved in an instant.
It turned into a black shadow, darting out from the hole in the roof. It disappeared from Xiao Tian's sight. The 2 of them looked up at the empty roof, and not seeing any strange beast, they finally sighed in relief.
Then Brother Weiyong frowned and said, "Xiao Tian, what's going on?
Where's the strange beast?"
Xiao Tian, still in shock after Xiaoyi disappeared, nodded repeatedly. "It was there, really.
It just was right there, it came out of that hole." Saying this, he pointed to the spot where Xiaoyi had just been.
Brother Weiyong and the other looked at the hole in the corner of the house. "How is it possible? From the moment you shouted to us looking up, it was less than 2 seconds.
You mean, in 2 seconds, a strange beast moved silently from here to the corner?
And silently crawled out." Xiao Tian nodded sharply. "Yes, yes, yes." Brother Weiyong's face darkened.
"Yes, my foot, even shadow spiders aren't that fast.
This is bad."
Brother Weiyong wanted to say more, but suddenly thought of the second-level porcupine outside.
Porcupine.
He immediately shouted in alarm and hurried to peek outside the window. But what he saw made his face turn urgent.
Their trap had already been triggered. There was now a 5-meter-wide deep pit on the ground.
Quick, the porcupine fell for it. He didn't have time to argue with Xiao Tian.
"Follow me quickly, don't let it escape."
Leaving the words behind, he pushed off with both hands, leaping over the window, running toward the trap. While running, a personal summoning array appeared beside Brother Weiyong, and a dog-like beast appeared at his side.
"Xiao Tian, hurry up and follow."
The other left Xiao Tian a word and followed Brother Weiyong closely. As they ran, the ground ahead trembled, and a burrowing beast appeared nearby. Xiao Tian instinctively looked around, always feeling an eyeless head was staring at him. He shivered all over, panicked, and clumsily climbed over the window, running toward Brother Weiyong and the other.
He even forgot to summon his contracted beast.
On the other side, Brother Weiyong quickly ran to the trap, and when he looked inside, he was instantly stunned. The porcupine was already dead.
Its body had even been eaten by something unknown.
The beast crystal was also gone. This meant their trap had been used for someone else's gain. Xiao Tian ran closer, staring at the scene, also stunned.
But in the next second, Xiao Tian noticed some milky white liquid on the porcupine.
His eyes narrowed, unable to hold back. It was that guy, that strange beast. It must have killed the porcupine.
Brother Wang's face changed, and he grabbed Xiao Tian, questioning, "The thing you keep talking about, what exactly is it?" Xiao Tian shook his head, I don't know, I've never seen it. It's not even in textbooks, a new species, it must be a new species. Brother Wang pushed Xiao Tian aside and looked around. New species, my foot, we've been set up. Bastard, who is it? Who is it really? For a moment, Brother Wang thought a lot. First, using a beast as bait to distract them, then a feint attack, silently taking out the porcupine. This was surely planned in advance. And it wasn't done by just one person. From Xiao Tian's shout to leaving the shop, it was at most 10 seconds. In 10 seconds, he didn't believe any student could kill the porcupine alone. It had to be a team. Who was setting him up? Bastard. Achoo. Guan Yang held an old jar pickled cabbage instant noodle, coming out of a broken convenience store. As soon as he stepped out, he couldn't help but sneeze. He rubbed his nose. Who missed me? He muttered, and didn't think more about it. Looking at his points reminder, Guan Yang smiled. The little beast was powerful. In such a short time, he had 12 points. Not bad, not bad. Looks like another perfect score this time. Does this mean he would soon become the top scorer of the big exam? Thinking this, Guan Yang happily took a bite of the instant noodles. But in the next second, his eyebrows raised. The instant noodles in his hand vanished, replaced by a red knife. The moment he held the knife, it moved with lightning speed, chopping toward the left corner of the wall. Hiss. A fist-sized snake head, with part of its body, fell to the ground. After landing, it kept spitting snake tongue and twisting its head. Looking fierce and vicious. Points +1, current points 13. A grand voice appeared in Guan Yang's ear. Guan Yang was not surprised, this was the voice of the Point's secret realm. Every time a strange beast was killed, the killer received a prompt. After doing all this, Guan Yang didn't even look, the knife in his hand vanished instantly, and the instant noodles appeared in his hand again. As if nothing had happened, he lifted his foot and walked forward. He had been keeping Xiao Yi's shared skill active all along. Xiao Yi's ability to detect biological information was insanely strong. Even cold-blooded creatures like snakefish could be detected. So, although Guan Yang seemed relaxed, in fact he was. Really very relaxed. With such detection ability, what was there to worry about? Run fast, get inside, get inside. Play dead inside. It's nearsighted. Two test-takers rushed into a building, their faces full of panic. As soon as they entered, a black shadow followed closely behind them. It was a 3-meter-long toad. Yes, a toad, a real ugly toad. Of course, this was a second-tier beast, the golden-striped toad. As soon as the golden-striped toad entered the building, it saw the two unprepared people in the distance. It opened its mouth immediately. Whoosh! A red tongue shot out instantly toward one of them. Seeing this, the person's face changed, stomping the ground and growling lowly. Raise the earth wall. As the words fell, the ground suddenly rose into a half-meter-wide earthen wall. Even with the wall, the person did not relax. Suddenly, he leaped to the side. Bang! The next second, the earth wall exploded, and the red tongue pierced through it, passing by him. He broke into a cold sweat. Then, this test-taker didn't get up. He just lay on the ground, playing dead. The other one had already found cover, lying on the ground, also playing dead without moving. Frogs share a common trait, they can only sense moving objects. They can see still objects, but it's like they are invisible. Sure enough, as both stayed still, the golden-striped toad got confused. In its sight, the food disappeared, perfectly blending with the surroundings. What to do now? Waiting online, really urgent. Chapter 70, the first forfeiture appears. The golden-striped toad scanned the area with its eyes, then stopped moving. Keep waiting. Toads fear waiting the least, they are the original wait by the tree for the rabbit masters. Even swan meat can be waited for, what can't be waited for? Rib bit. But at this moment, the golden-striped toad suddenly lifted its head, its tongue shot out in an instant. In a flash, it stuck to the roof. To be exact, it stuck a black beast. The one stuck was Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi's movement was caught by the golden-striped toad. With the toad's powerful dynamic vision and lightning-fast capture speed, Xiao Yi was hit. Then, with the toad's excited small eyes, the tongue tightened the moment it stuck the target. The black beast, covered in sticky saliva, was rolled back and swallowed by the toad. The toad blinked its eye membranes. The next second, a metallic black tail pierced through the toad's lower jaw. Guh. Jaw pierced, the toad rolled on the ground in pain. But it was useless. Hole after hole appeared on the toad's body. Blood flowed everywhere. Pooh. The toad struggled and spat out Xiao Yi, then turned over to try escaping. But could Xiaoyi let this prey go? A tail spike stabbed into the toad's body. He leaped forward. In 3 quick moves, the golden striped toad was killed. Then, Xiaoyi began to enjoy the feast before him. Because he ate a large number of beasts, his combat power increased a lot. The next evolution was just ahead. The fight between Xiaoyi and the golden striped toad was all witnessed by the 2 test takers. Most importantly, in one of Xiaoyi's hands, he held many beast crystals. Seeing this, the 2 quietly exchanged glances. Then, they quietly moved closer together. Fei, what beast is this? Have you seen it before? Fei shook his head. Never seen, this beast with bones all over the body, really first time seeing. But this one looks easier to deal with. Do we attack? Just now, Xiaoyi was instantly captured and swallowed by the golden striped, giving them a false impression. They thought Xiaoyi was not strong. The fact that it could kill the golden striped toad was only because the toad brought it on itself. Moreover, this beast looked small in size, it should be easy to handle. Xiaolu was silent for a second, then shook her head slightly and whispered, "This beast looks not easy to mess with. Our beasts are all injured, better to forget it." Upon hearing this, Fei looked again at the beast crystal in Xiaoyi's hand, feeling unwilling, and said, "What's there to worry about? Didn't you see it was captured by the golden striped toad in an instant? That shows it isn't very strong. The 2 of us together, plus our contract beasts, we can definitely take it down. This way, you use your vines to bind it, I'll go in close and attack." Xiaolu hesitated, slightly moved, and said, "This." Fei immediately decided, "It's settled then. Hurry, it's eating with its back to us. Don't let it escape." Xiaolu paused for a moment, looked at the beast still facing away, and nodded. The next second, a green summoning circle rose beside her. A tree trunk 1 meter high was summoned. It was Xiaolu's contract beast, Tong Wang. Then Xiaolu nodded to Fei, signaling that she was ready. Fei's face turned serious, a summoning circle appeared beside him, and a white striped ape appeared. Then Fei, with the white striped ape, slowly crept closer to Xiaoyi. When everything was ready, he gestured to Xiaolu. Xiaolu nodded and controlled Tong Wang to unleash her skill. The vines descended. The next second, many vines suddenly grew from the ground around Xiaoyi. The vines were covered with sharp thorns and instantly wrapped around Xiaoyi. Hiss! Xiaoyi suddenly turned, looking at the 2 of them. Seeing Xiaoyi turn, Fei, who was closest, acted quickly and controlled the white striped ape to leap at Xiaoyi. A punch hit hard on Xiaoyi's exoskeleton. Bang! After the dull sound, everyone froze in shock. The white striped ape's punch hit, but the opponent endured it all. Not even a step back. No scream, as if it felt nothing. The white striped ape froze, then roared in anger. Roar! Thud 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 thud. It hit its own chest hard several times, then raised its fist again toward Xiaoyi. Facing the advancing white striped ape, Xiaoyi opened its mouth, and deep green liquid sprayed out toward the ape. The ape instinctively raised its fist to block. Hiss! The green liquid touched the ape's fist, smoke rose immediately. It began to corrode its palm. This was Xiaoyi's alien acid spitting. Roar! The white striped ape wailed, in pain, rolling on the ground. Xiao Bai! Fei shouted. He rushed to the ape's side. The sight made Fei terrified. The ape's entire palm was corroded beyond recognition, and the corrosion was spreading up the wrist. Fei's face changed, he quickly sent his energy into the ape's palm to cover it. But the next moment, his face turned pale. It was useless. The corrosion kept going, though it slowed a little. What to do, what to do? Sweat poured down Fei's forehead, his heart racing. A contract beast is the lifeline of a tamer. If it is crippled or dies, the impact on the tamer is huge. Moreover, at each stage, a tamer can only contract 1 beast, there is no replacement. Now the white striped ape was about to be crippled, who wouldn't panic? How could he not be anxious and angry? What to do right, go back to the training field, go find the headmaster. The headmaster must have a way. Suddenly, Fei thought of Guming. He could not help, but Headmaster Guming would. He no longer cared about the exams could never compare to a contract beast. What a joke. Thinking of this, Fei suddenly looked at the alien in front of him with hatred, then threw his head back and shouted, Li Fei, give up. The next second, Fei was transmitted out of the secret realm. At the same time, a voice echoed through the entire secret realm. Number 104 Li Fei, exam ended, score 5 points. He was also the first candidate in the whole secret realm to give up. Li Fei's departure also meant that he gave up the college entrance exam. Failed. All these changes happened in a few seconds. Before the distant little deer could even react, it was already over. It left little deer stunned. Bang bang bang. While Little Deer was stunned, a series of breaking sounds came. Little Deer looked instinctively and saw the small alien somehow break free from the vines. It was rushing at him fast. Little Deer's pupils shrank. He had seen the tragic state of the white-striped ape. Seeing the drool at the corner of the small alien's mouth, he felt fear immediately. If it bit even once, the ending would be. Chapter 71, Drawing Attention. It was already too late to dodge. The next second, a black shadow swept past his eyes, hitting him heavily. PFT. A mouthful of blood spurted from Little Deer, and he was sent flying backward. Then he crashed heavily into a pillar. Boom! Little Deer's vision went black. He felt all his internal organs shaken, almost fainting. Facing life and death, he barely held on. But with the corner of his eyes, he saw the small alien walking on all fours. In panic he shouted instinctively, "Cough cough, I give up, I give up." As soon as Little Deer spoke, the next second, he was also transmitted out of the secret realm. Number 107 Luo Fei Deer, exam ended, score, 4 points. The small alien looked at the disappearing Little Deer, tilted its head, then turned and ran outside. Outside the secret realm, at the Sangao playground. Suddenly a voice sounded. Number 104 Li Fei, exam ended, score, 5 points. Ha! Someone came out? The teachers turned to look at the playground. The next second, 2 figures appeared on the playground. It was Li Fei and his white-striped ape. Teacher, principal, quickly, save my little white, please save my little white. The teachers and school leaders were first stunned, then quickly came to the side of the white-striped ape. Seeing the white-striped ape's hand almost half corroded, their faces changed immediately. Don't worry, I will treat it now. A medical teacher on standby came forward, quickly checked the injury, and reassured Li Fei. At the same time, a green light shot from the medical teacher's hand, instantly covering the white-striped ape's whole arm. Under the green light, the white-striped ape's painful expression eased. The pain seemed to relieve a lot. Under the green light, the hand slowly grew. Roar! But the next second, the white-striped ape's face showed pain again. At the same time, a white smoke floated from its hand. The hand that had just recovered was corroded again. This. The medical teacher was stunned. There is something inside, I will handle it. Gu Ming's voice came. He quickly came to the white-striped ape, blue light suddenly appearing from his hand. Water control. The next second, at the white-striped ape's hand, a few drops of green liquid slowly floated up. After the liquid was removed, Gu Ming said again, now treat it. The medical teacher nodded and released the life rejuvenation spell again. This time it went smoothly, the white-striped ape's hand slowly recovered, and in a moment, a new hand grew. But the new hand's skin and bones were fragile, still needed time to strengthen. Done. Pull your contracted beast back into the contract space, it will recover faster there. Thank you teacher, thank you teacher. Seeing the white-striped ape restored, Li Fei breathed out in relief, quickly withdrew the ape, thanking again. Then, everyone turned their eyes to the floating green thick liquid in front of Gu Ming. Principal, what is this? Gu Ming shook his head, then released control of the green thick liquid. The green thick liquid instantly dripped onto the playground ground. SSSS. In a soft sound, the ground was corroded with several small holes. This is. Looking at the small holes in the ground, all the teachers showed moved expressions. What exactly is this thing? Gu Ming also had a serious expression. He raised his head and said to Li Fei, tell me, what exactly happened? Just now, there were too many scenes of fighting, and no one paid attention to Li Fei and their situation. That's why he asked this question. It's like this. Just as Li Fei was about to explain, the voice of the secret realm appeared again. Number 107, Luo Fei Deer, exam finished, score, 4 points. The next second, a figure suddenly appeared beside Li Fei. It was Luo Fei Deer. Put. As soon as Luo Fei Deer appeared, he spat out a mouthful of blood, then his legs softened, his vision went dark, and he passed out. Little deer. Li Fei cried out in surprise. Gu Ming saw this and quickly spoke to the medical teacher, quickly check his injuries, save him. The medical teacher nodded and quickly walked over to Luo Fei Deer, starting to check him. A few seconds later, the medical teacher let out a sigh of relief and said, it's not serious, just minor injuries. A few ribs are broken, and his internal organs have been shaken quite a bit. I'll adjust his position, heal him, and after resting for a few days, he'll be fine. Saying this, the medical teacher began to treat him. Gu Ming nodded. Broken ribs are considered a minor injury in the eyes of a contract master. Then, Gu Ming turned his attention back to Li Fei. He's fine. Do you know him? Li Fei looked at Luo Fei Deer being treated and nodded, yes, we were together just now. Gu Ming raised an eyebrow and asked, did you encounter a second-tier monster? Only second-tier monsters could threaten the examinees, forcing them to withdraw early. Li Fei nodded, then shook his head. I don't know if that guy is a second-tier monster. Gu Ming frowned. What does this mean? Seeing Gu Ming's gaze, Li Fei started to explain again. It's like this. We did encounter a second-tier early-stage golden pattern toad, but it wasn't the golden pattern toad that forced us out of the secret realm, it was a monster with black fur all over and bones exposed. Li Fei exaggerated the story. Of course, he played a trick, hiding the fact that they had provoked the creature and were trying to kill the small beast at that time. A few minutes later, Gu Ming and the teachers understood the whole situation. They looked at the small holes corroded in the ground. They all fell into deep thought. Bones exposed, completely black, saliva like sulfuric acid, as hard as steel, with a long tail. What exactly is this thing? They thought about it but couldn't find any corresponding monster. Strange, very strange. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Ming said to Li Fei, Alright, I understand. Your exam is over, and you must already know your total score. Next, you can either go home directly or stay here. You are free to move around. Li Fei's face immediately turned bitter. He secretly regretted it. It was greed that caused this trouble. If he had known, he wouldn't have provoked that guy. After pondering for a moment, Li Fei said, Principal, I'll stay for a while and wait for a friend. Gu Ming nodded, Alright. After that, Gu Ming no longer paid attention to Li Fei and led the other teachers back to the virtual screen. He said to one of the teachers, Teacher Qin, track the movements of the monster that the student mentioned just now. Okay. I'll try. Teacher Qin nodded. He took out a green stone, and with energy flowing, a green light shot onto the virtual screen. On the screen, images flashed rapidly. It started searching for the monster's movements. Chapter 72, Mutant Beast. Images flashed, and a few seconds later, the screen suddenly froze. On the screen, the figure of the small beast appeared. At this moment, the small beast had just hunted a first-tier rhino and was chopping up the meat. And the small beast, stimulated by the large amount of blood and flesh, had already grown to 1.5 meters. It was much bigger than when it returned from the heavens. Its combat power had also greatly increased. This is... Everyone was watching the little creature, chopping meat in large chunks, and they all curiously observed. What exactly is this? I've been teaching for so many years, and I've never seen anything like it before. Me neither, I pride myself on having read a lot of extracurricular books, but I truly don't know about this kind of exotic beast. But it looks like this thing is an absolute walking weapon, exuding ferocity from every inch of its body. Yeah, it kind of looks like a bone lizard. Could it be a mutant of an amphibious exotic beast? I don't know. Gu Ming also carefully observed the little creature, his brow furrowed tightly. He couldn't remember putting this creature into the exam grounds. The exam secret realms are specially created, and the exotic beasts inside are fixed, so their numbers can be controlled. As for the second-tier exotic beasts, their species were personally decided by him. He could be absolutely certain that he had never seen this kind of exotic beast before. This exotic beast is problematic. If this beast wasn't something he put in, then how did it get in? Look! Its eating speed is so fast, it's eating, and done. This exotic beast is so fast. Not just fast, it can ignore gravity and walk on the sides and tops of buildings. And the most important thing is, even walking like this, it can still maintain an extremely high speed. Its movement style is a bit similar to that of ghosts. What exactly is this thing? It seems to know where nearby exotic beasts are, heading straight for the target. Hey, a first-tier peak wind-chasing leopard has appeared. Do you think it will directly fight it? How is that possible? The wind-chasing leopard is much bigger than it. Even if it attacks, it would do it quietly and sneakily. I bet it will probably avoid it, because the wind-chasing leopard's speed is insane. It's not easy to mess with. Oh my god. Oh my god. A one-hit kill? It went straight up and killed the wind-chasing leopard instantly. This exotic beast is second tier? Without comparison, it was hard to tell, but at that moment, the little creature on the screen easily killed the wind-chasing leopard. Everyone gasped in surprise. Gu Ming was also stunned. The second-tier beasts he had put in the exam were all relatively weak, gentle creatures. After all, this was an exam, not a ruined survival test. It was only meant to give some students a chance to score high. But now, a vicious, carnivorous second-tier exotic beast had suddenly appeared, completely out of his control. This feeling was not good at all. Teacher Qin, please activate the college entrance exam replay function. I need to know the origin of this exotic beast, and which type it evolved from. In Gu Ming's view, this beast must have evolved from a first-tier exotic beast. As for the examinee's contracted beast, he never thought about it. Because it was impossible. The growth of any exotic beast requires a certain amount of time. How could any examinee, within just 10 days, raise the battle power of a contracted beast from a few hundred to 10,000? Even if fed with all kinds of rare and precious fruits, that wouldn't be possible. Feeding with rare fruits also takes digestion time, and overfeeding could backfire. Could this beast be a mutant? The moment this thought appeared, Gu Ming shook his head. How is that possible? A 1 in a billion chance? How could that be? Teacher Qin nodded and then began to retrieve the information. The screen flashed again quickly. 10 seconds later, the screen froze on an image. This is... Oh my god. This guy is actually a contracted beast? Isn't that Guan Yang, the one with the useless 5 elements attribute? This... How is this possible? How could he possibly have such a powerful exotic beast? Did he hack the system? The screen immediately made all the teachers gasp. On the screen, it was exactly the scene of Guan Yang and the little creature in the lingerie store. Most importantly, the summoning array beneath the little creature had not disappeared yet. This scene directly confirmed one fact. The little creature is a contracted beast. Li Fei, who had already rushed over, turned pale when he saw this. He had been kicked out of the exam by a contracted beast. Guan Yang, huh? Fine. At this moment, Old Li, who didn't know when he had moved beside Gu Ming, was standing next to him. Old Gu, this little guy really surprised everyone. This should be a mutated beast, right? What luck? Gu Ming nodded while looking at the screen. It should be. I didn't expect a mutated beast to appear this year. It's been years since the 3-tiered beasts showed up. A mutated beast is a rare type among exotic beasts. Only one mutated beast is born for every 100 million of its kind. These mutated beasts grow extremely fast. As long as the resources are enough, they can grow to the 3rd or even 4th tier in just 3 to 5 years. But these beasts have a downside: each level up consumes 10 times more resources than an ordinary exotic beast. After reaching the 4th tier, breaking through requires materials that are simply terrifying. I didn't expect to encounter one here. No wonder this kid breezed through the first round. If it were a 2nd-tier exotic beast, this kid's base stats must be close to 1,000. What luck! I didn't expect the useless 5-element attribute to have such a turnaround. Gu Ming couldn't help but sigh. This way of taking the college entrance exam isn't prohibited in the Federation. Luck is sometimes also a part of strength. You think mutated beasts grow like cabbages? Moreover, mutated beasts grow incredibly fast, and as long as resources are available, they can quickly become qualified strong beasts. It's a shortcut to rapid success. I just don't know how this kid's contracted beast will turn out. Generally speaking, the potential of mutated beasts is not that high. Of course, that's something for later. Looks like the top scorer in this year's High City exam will be this kid. Good. Great. Finally, the 3-tiered school has produced another top scorer. Although it's just High City, it's enough to affect their next resource distribution. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Gu Ming's face. As he looked at the figure of Guan Yang on the screen, the more he looked, the more this kid seemed likable. Should I recommend this kid to that place? For a moment, Gu Ming had many thoughts. After a while, Gu Ming spoke. Teacher Qin, the origin of this exotic beast is now clear. It's Guan Yang's mutated contracted beast. Gu Ming's words immediately caused an uproar among the entire teaching team. It's actually a mutated exotic beast. No wonder I've never seen this type, it's a mutated one. I'm so jealous. Yeah. The probability is 1 in 100 million. Wait a minute, a 2nd-tier mutated exotic beast. Does this mean our 3-tiered school is about to have a top scorer? Hey. Now that you mention it, it really does seem that way. Old He, you're about to fly high. A top scorer comes from your class, you'll have to treat us. He Yun was completely confused. He was also in shock at this moment. He never imagined that Guan Yang not only didn't jump off the building but also gave him a huge surprise. Once Guan Yang becomes the top scorer of High City, his benefits for the coming year will rise sharply. Thinking of this, He Yun immediately broke into a silly grin. Gu Ming spoke again. Teacher Qin, could you please find Guan Yang and see what he's doing? All right. Teacher Qin nodded. He began searching for Guan Yang's information again. After a moment, a scene that left everyone speechless appeared before their eyes. At this moment, Guan Yang was lying leisurely in a hammock. That's right, a hammock. It was located in the garden of a villa. The most important thing was, in his hand, he was drinking a glass of fruit juice that seemed to have come from nowhere, sipping it leisurely. This lazy, relaxed look was worlds apart from the other exam takers. One was taking an exam, the other was simply here to experience life and enjoy a vacation. Indeed, people can't be compared. Ahem, Teacher Qin, let's go back to the main screen. Let's see how the other exam takers are doing. This kid doesn't need to be watched.
With a second-tier contracted beast to protect him, his safety is not a concern at all. There's no need to waste time watching him.
It's better to focus on the others. Good. In the secret realm. Although Guan Yang was lazily lying on the hammock, he didn't miss out on gaining points at all. Points +1, current points 47. Not bad, not bad. This feeling is quite refreshing. But at that moment, Guan Yang raised his eyebrows and looked toward the villa's main entrance.
In his perception, a group of objects was rapidly moving toward here. That's right, a group. Guan Yang slowly sat up, furrowing his brows as he looked toward the garden entrance.
A few seconds later, a figure appeared within Guan Yang's line of sight.
This person looked quite disheveled, desperately fleeing. It seemed like there was some terrifying existence chasing after him.
Guan Yang's gaze passed over this person and looked further behind him. In the next second, Guan Yang's pupils shrank.
He saw a group of black dots starting to appear at the edge of the sky.
Upon closer inspection, they were ghost-headed bees.
At the forefront of the ghost-headed bees was a bee queen about half a meter in size.
Damn!
This person must be crazy to provoke the ghost-headed bees. Ghost-headed bees, also known as ghosties trouble. The name implies, even ghosts get troubled by them. Their appearance and habits are similar to regular bees.
But unlike bees, they don't collect pollen, they collect blood.
They turn the blood they gather into blood crystal nests.
Inside the crystal nest, something called blood honey is born.
This thing is a great treasure that nourishes any living being. But the ghost-headed bee is not something to mess with.
They usually travel in large groups.
While individually weak, when in large numbers, they become dangerous.
Plus, with their high-level queen leading them, most exotic beasts don't dare to provoke them. Once provoked, the only outcome is being drained of blood and becoming part of the blood crystal nest.
This person dared to provoke the ghost-headed bees, could it be? Thinking of this, Guan Yang's gaze swept toward the person. He saw that the person was holding a red crystal in his arms. It was indeed a part of the ghost-headed bee's blood crystal nest.
Guan Yang immediately understood. No wonder the ghost-headed bees were chasing this person.
It turns out, he stole from them.
Guan Yang was curious, who gave him the courage to provoke such a thing?
At this moment, after entering the garden, the person saw Guan Yang standing there. His eyes immediately flashed with light. He shouted, "Brother, I've got something great for you, catch." In the next second, with a forceful push, something flew toward Guan Yang. It was the blood crystal nest.
Guan Yang's expression darkened. This person is quite sneaky. As the blood crystal nest changed hands, the ghost-headed bees shifted their focus from the person to Guan Yang. This greatly relieved the person.
Meanwhile, Guan Yang, seeing the nest flying toward him, knew the other party had ill intentions, but who would refuse a free gift of such a fat prize?
Without hesitation, Guan Yang caught the blood crystal nest.
The moment he did, all the ghost-headed bees turned their focus toward him. They rushed toward him rapidly. Seeing this, the person revealed a smug smile. Although most of the bees were chasing Guan Yang, a few resentful ones were still following him. Without stopping, he quickly reached a small pond in the garden. With a splash, he jumped in. Ghost-headed bees, like regular bees, fear water.
So jumping into the water was the best way to avoid them.
But just now, with the blood crystal nest in his hands, he couldn't jump in to escape.
If the blood crystal nest touched water, it would melt and lose its value.
Now, with the item in that fool's hands, he could finally jump in to avoid them. A chance to catch his breath. Being chased by ghost-headed bees was really exhausting. The person had jumped into the water to escape, while Guan Yang, alone, faced the swarm of ghost-headed bees. Unhurriedly, he put the blood crystal nest into his personal space. Only then did he look at the ghost-headed bees, now closing in on him. In his hand, a cylindrical weapon with a metallic sheen appeared.
It was the flamethrower that had been of no use in the alien world. Facing ghost-head bees, besides water, what works better is fire?
Ding, detected appearance of independent attack weapon, please retrieve it within 10 seconds, otherwise punishment will be carried out. At the very moment Guan Yang took out the flamethrower, the secret realm's prompt came. Guan Yang narrowed his eyes. He had already known this matter long ago.
The secret realm big exam forbids carrying these independent killing weapons. Once discovered, the secret realm will teleport the item out of the secret realm. 10 seconds is enough. Guan Yang ignored the secret realm prompt, and pressed the switch button of the flamethrower in his hand. The next second, a stream of flame sprayed out from the flamethrower. The speed was extremely fast, and in a blink it hit the ghost-head bee swarm. A batch of ghost-head bees had not even reacted before being drowned in flames. Crackle crackle. A burst of burnt smell instantly appeared in the air. This batch of ghost-head bees, their whole bodies on fire, fell toward the ground. After falling to the ground, as the flames went out, they climbed up again and quickly crawled toward Guan Yang. Although they fear fire, they do not die the moment they touch fire. To eliminate them, it still requires a bit of time. Of course, although the flames cannot make them die immediately, they will burn off their wings, cutting off their way of movement. Facing the fierce flames, the ghost-head bee swarm immediately fell into chaos, avoiding in panic. Next, it became a massacre filled with burnt smell. 4, 3, 2. When Guan Yang counted to 2, the flamethrower in his hand instantly disappeared. It was retrieved again into the portable space. Ding, detected weapon disappearance. Giving the examinee the first warning, deducting 3 points. Please obey the secret realm rules. The voice of the secret realm came again. Guan Yang curled his lips. Just 3 points, who are you scaring? But Guan Yang did not dare to try again. The rules of the secret realm become heavier each time. Next time violating, it will become 30 points. The third time will directly expel from the secret realm, exam result void. These are all blood and terror experiences summarized by predecessors. But just these few seconds were enough for Guan Yang to improve the situation. At this time, the ghost-head bees only had a few scattered ones still flying in the air. The rest all fell to the ground, struggling to crawl toward him. Chapter 74 continue. The ghost-head bees had already collapsed, only the bee king alone flying in the air. The next second, the bee king turned its head and flew toward the distance. Fire is fierce, retreat. Next year it will still be a good hero. Facing this first-rank bee king, Guan Yang did not kill it completely. The other party still has use. He had already passed the bee king's pheromone to Xiaoyi. Believe that when the bee king returns to the hive, what waits for it will be even more surprise. Finally encountering a ghost-head beehive, how can he only obtain this one piece? Ignoring the bee king side, Guan Yang turned his gaze toward the fish pond direction. At this time, there was a person in the fish pond staring here with a dumbfounded face. It was that person. Guan Yang's face sank. And threw a detection skill at the other party. Name, Liang San. Attribute, Earth type. Combat power, 43, base combat power, plus 320, shared contract beast 40% combat power. Contract creature, marmot, evolution times, 0 out of 6. Skills, Earth element control, Earth wall, Earth spike. Guan Yang narrowed his eyes. He stepped forward to the edge of the fish pond. Just like this, looking down from above at Liang San. About the situation just now, don't you have anything to say? Hearing this, Liang San then reacted. His face became awkward, but it vanished in an instant, and he shamelessly cupped his fists toward Guan Yang. Many thanks brother for saving me. Saying this, he was about to go ashore. The next second, a black shadow flashed past. Puff! Liang San only felt a pain on his shoulder, then a huge force came. In a blink, he was kicked back into the pool again. Cough cough. After drinking 2 mouthfuls of water, he finally steadied his body again and angrily shouted toward Guan Yang, "What are you doing? I think, you chatting with me like this is quite good." Liang San's face stiffened, then suppressing anger he said, "Brother, what do you mean?" "Nothing much, just chatting about what you did just now." Guan Yang replied lightly. In the big exam secret realm, killing people is not allowed, and even revealing poison attribute is not allowed. Otherwise, why would Guan Yang need to waste words with the other party? In minutes he could teach the other party how to behave. Just like how Xiaoyi treated Luo Feilu at that time. Mingming could have pierced Luo Feilu's heart with a single strike. In the end, he only swept Luo Feilu away, severely injuring him. There really was such a factor. Consider this kid lucky. He could escape a death sentence but not a living one. Tricking him once, how could he let the other be comfortable? Liang San knew he was in the wrong, and seeing Guan Yang's expression, he didn't seem easy to provoke, so he immediately adopted a less trouble is better attitude. He spoke again, "Brother, just now was an accident, a reflex. Besides, you are fine, right? If that's so, I think you can stay here until the final exam ends. I have plenty of time to spend with you. You, kid, since you won't listen to good words, then we'll see the real skill under my hands." Seeing this, Liang San stopped pretending. He shouted angrily, his figure instantly rising from the water. A punch flew through the air towards Guan Yang. Guan Yang looked at the punch coming fiercely, his eyebrows slightly moving. Just as the other got close, Guan Yang lifted a leg, striking first, kicking the opponent in the chest. Bang! Ah! Liang San screamed, heavily falling back into the water, splashing a spray. After the kick, Guan Yang stood in place again. He did not continue attacking. Cough cough cough, cough cough cough. When Liang San, clutching his chest, stood firm again in the water, his gaze at Guan Yang was filled with shock. This kick made him fully recognize the strength of the person in front of him. Just now, he could clearly see the kick, wanted to dodge, but it was too late. It should be said that his body could not keep up with the other's speed. Cough cough, brother, let's talk properly. Actually, I'm Huang's man. That thing was for him, they are nearby. Can you? Now, he knew he had met a tough one. Cowardly by nature, he immediately panicked. He couldn't win by fighting, so he had to rely on backing. Hope the other fears a little. Guan Yang raised an eyebrow at the words. Huang, huh? He did know. The heir of the Huang family in Haichang. Seems he awakened with a wind mutation ability. At the time of awakening, it even triggered an 8-meter spiritual whirl. But that had nothing to do with him. Listen. I don't care about Huang or not. If he wants something, let him find me himself. But your performance just now made me very unhappy. I officially tell you now, robbery. Liang San's face stiffened. Big brother, let's not joke. Does this look like joking? Liang San. Guan Yang coldly said, take off your clothes. Liang San's face instantly turned pale, hands crossed over his chest, full of fear. Big brother, I can't do this. Guan Yang. Guan Yang rolled his eyes. Damn. This cursed logic. But Guan Yang was too lazy to explain. I told you to take it off, just do it, why so many words? Need me to help? Liang San's face changed repeatedly. Considering the situation and strength difference, he timidly said, I'll do it myself. After taking off his jacket, Liang San looked at Guan Yang. Guan Yang, throw it over, continue. From then on, every piece of clothing Liang San removed, he would glance at Guan Yang. And Guan Yang, 2 words to scare a petty thief. Continue. After a while, Liang San nearly cried. Boss, only the last piece is left, can't. Continue. Liang San, ashamed and angry, said, a man can be killed but not humiliated, I'd rather quit. Click. The sound of a phone shutter rang in Liang San's ears. Liang San's face froze instantly. He saw a phone appear in Guan Yang's hand without knowing when. Guan Yang took a photo and waved the phone, continue. Liang San's face changed many times, finally he said dejectedly, boss, stop playing with me, whatever you want, just say. Whatever I can do, I will do. No demands. Continue. Liang San. Liang San really wanted to cry. He secretly regretted. What sin had he committed? How did he offend this killing god? Didn't check the almanac before leaving. After a while, Guan Yang left with a batch of beast crystals. As for Liang San, he cautiously hid in the pool alone, only exposing his head above the water. He knew very well. The final exam was fully recorded. He was completely naked right now, and if he went out, the result would be a large-scale self-destruction scene. The kind that was fully 3-dimensional. Not long after Guan Yang left, a group of people found their way here. Xiao San, are you still in the mood to swim here? Where's the stuff? Liang San looked at the people who came and instantly felt a wave of grievance surge up. Huanggu, the stuff is gone. I feel wronged. Chapter 75, Locking in the Top Scorer. At this moment, Guan Yang was standing on the rooftop of a building, quietly waiting for something. After a moment, a black figure, nearly 2 meters tall, appeared next to Guan Yang. It was Xiaoyi. At this point, Xiaoyi had grown a lot more. Its battle power had exaggeratedly surpassed Old Run, reaching over 40,000. It truly lived up to its name as a perfect organic being with super growth potential. As long as the blood and flesh energy was sufficient, its growth speed was astonishingly fast. Guan Yang, lock in the pheromone, lead the way. Xiaoyi nodded, stood still, and sensed for 2 seconds. Then, it began to crawl down the edge of the rooftop. Guan Yang followed closely behind. Following Xiaoyi, turning left and right, they arrived at a dilapidated apartment. When Guan Yang reached the 8th floor of the apartment, he immediately spotted the blood crystal nest. The blood crystal nest was located inside an apartment directly in front of the stairs. A giant beehive, over 3 meters high and 1 meter wide. Guan Yang's eyes shone brightly as he looked at it. This thing was made from the essence of blood, and whether for him or for Old Run, it was a huge supplement. As for Xiaoyi, it didn't matter, its evolution was already ensured. Up! With a thought, Guan Yang ordered Xiaoyi to charge at the blood crystal nest. As Xiaoyi approached, the entire blood crystal nest suddenly exploded with swarms of ghost head bees. By chance, the leader was the ghost head bee king. As soon as the ghost head bees appeared, they attacked Xiaoyi. Unfortunately, Xiaoyi's exoskeleton armor was completely unafraid of them. It charged right through all the ghost head bees. Then, it started slicing away at the nest like a worker. With each swing of the knife, a large chunk of the blood crystal nest was cut off, then thrown to Guan Yang. Guan Yang casually stored it in his personal space. The entire process was smooth like flowing water, clearly a seasoned pro. After a while, surrounded by the enthusiastic ghost head bees, Guan Yang left the apartment with Xiaoyi. And the once 3-meter-high hive was completely gone, only a few scattered fragments of blood crystal nest remained on the floor. Guan Yang and Xiaoyi had left. But what they didn't know was that the entire ghost head bee colony had completely exploded. The ghost head bees, having lost their nest, began madly harvesting blood from surrounding creatures. They aimed to build a new nest as quickly as possible. Wherever they went, no blood was left behind. Of course, Guan Yang had no idea about this. He had just casually killed a first-level beast. The points were full. Then, Guan Yang was teleported out of the secret realm. He reappeared on the playground. Guan Yang immediately attracted everyone's attention. All the teachers and school leaders wore smiles on their faces. Full marks. The top scorer of the final exam had landed. Their benefits for the following year would definitely be significantly raised. Perfect. Good boy, I didn't expect you to give me such a big surprise. Old class leader He-yun was the first to walk up to Guan Yang and slapped his shoulder hard. Ha, it was an accident, just an accident. Enough. Both subjects full marks, this year's top scorer in Haishi's final exam, you've been confirmed. Ha. Guan Yang just chuckled and didn't respond. He-yun didn't mind, chatted for a bit more, then said, come with me. The principal wants to meet you. Saying that, he led Guan Yang toward Guming. Guan Yang, however, fell into deep thought. The principal wants to see me? Could it be because of Xiaoyi? It seems like they are indeed paying attention to the situation inside the secret realm. Good thing Xiaoyi didn't use poison, I believe this won't have been exposed. With that thought, He-yun had already brought Guan Yang to Guming's side. As they approached, He-yun said to Guming, Principal, I've brought Guan Yang here. Guming smiled and nodded, MHM. Thanks for your hard work, teacher He. You go ahead and take care of your business. I just need to say a few words to classmate Guan. Okay. He-yun left, and even the school leaders near Guming moved slightly away. It seemed they wanted to give Guming some private space to talk. He, your name is Guan Yang, right? Full marks on the big exam, bringing honor to the school. He, it's all thanks to the school. The school cannot produce a student as excellent as you. He, principal, you flatter me. Polite words between strangers. A way to get closer. After a few more words, Guming went straight to the main topic. I will just call you Xiao Yang. So, what are your plans next? Have you decided which academy to go to? Not yet, probably will choose one from the top-ranked schools. Guan Yang shook his head and spoke honestly. He really hadn't thought about which academy to go to yet. He had been focusing on the big exam and improving his strength, with no time to study schools. If you haven't decided on an academy, I can recommend one. But before that, I need to understand your situation. Xiao Yang, your contract beast, is it a mutant beast? What's its current combat power? Guan Yang was surprised, he didn't expect Guming to ask this. Sort of. Its combat power is over 40,000 now. Guan Yang didn't hide it. The big exam was over, it was time to drop some titles. Otherwise, it would be too frustrating. Besides, some things you must fight for yourself. Guming exclaimed instinctively, what, over 40,000? He thought the other was second level, but didn't expect it to be the peak of second level, almost reaching 50,000 combat power of third level. How long had it been? Only about 9 days. Such a terrifying mutant beast. Seeing Guming shocked, Guan Yang felt amused. He immediately dropped another bomb. Yes, originally when entering the secret realm, it was only over 10,000. The food inside was good, so its strength went up. What? Only 10,000 when you went in? Sure enough, this explosive news stunned Guming. What kind of growth speed was this? One big exam, directly increasing over 20,000 combat power. When did contract beasts grow so fast? No time cost at all? Playing around? Among the mutant beasts he knew, none had such growth speed. This growth speed was simply terrifying. But looking at Guan Yang, it didn't seem like a joke. After a moment of shock, Guming suppressed his mind. Murmuring, luck. I know mutant beasts grow fast, but didn't expect this fast. Xiao Yang, what is your contract beast's element? This was also something Guming was curious about. He had thought it was metal element. But after observing, it seemed not. And the beast hadn't shown any elemental abilities, making him even more curious. Guan Yang, dark. He hid the poison element. Better not to say this thing. Gu Ming finally nodded in understanding, so it's dark element. I thought it was metal, this explains it. Wait, no. How could you contract a dark element beast? Aren't you awakened in the 5 elements? Suddenly, Gu Ming realized something was wrong. Guan Yang was awakened in 5 elements, how could he contract a dark element beast? What was going on? I don't think I ever admitted I'm 5 elements. I don't think I ever admitted I'm 5 elements. Guan Yang's answer made Gu Ming even more confused. Could he not be 5 elements? But that was impossible. The awakening stone couldn't be wrong. Where was the problem? Gu Ming asked, Xiaoyan, what do you mean? Principal Gu, actually my element to say it's 5 elements is both right and wrong. Gu Ming. This is as good as saying nothing. What does both right and wrong mean? Then is it right or not? Playing games?
Seeing Gu Ming's gaze turning strange, Guan Yang didn't stall anymore.
Actually, my attribute is a mutated attribute. You can think of it as an all-system or universal system.
In other words, I can manage both the 5 elements and any mutated attributes, and even the mechanical race, I can form a contract with.
What? How is that possible? How could such an attribute exist in the world? Guan Yang's answer far exceeded Gu Ming's imagination. Is this really possible? Could there really be such an attribute in the world? Is what you said true? Guan Yang shrugged. Well, do you have another explanation? Gu Ming. He has no explanation.
But no matter how much he didn't believe it, it seemed like only this explanation could make sense of what had happened to Guan Yang. Moreover, with Guan Yang's performance, Gu Ming had already believed most of what he said.
Well.
I didn't expect that among the 3 high attributes, there would be a peerless genius. Wait, by the way, with so many attributes, how much battle power can you share with a contracted beast?
It wouldn't be too little, right?
Gu Ming suddenly thought of a serious question. The more attributes there are, the lower the compatibility with mutated beasts' attributes, so the proportion of shared power would naturally decrease. So, how much of the shared power could Guan Yang's so-called all-system actually share? It wouldn't be pitifully low, right?
It's okay, about 50%.
Oh, that's fine, 50% is not bad. Wait, 50%? This conversation with Guan Yang was the most surprising moment of his year. One shocking thing after another was thrown out of Guan Yang's mouth. If it weren't for the facts right in front of him, if someone else had told him this, he would have spat on them.
50% with all attributes.
He had never seen such a talent in his life. It was simply absurd. It's like cheating without even trying.
Ahem, well, Xiaoyan, your talent is truly unheard of.
Good, very good.
For a moment, Gu Ming didn't know how to describe Guan Yang's talent.
Facing such a monstrous genius, surely only one place would be suitable for him.
Ahem, Xiaoyan, remember I mentioned I wanted to recommend a place to you earlier? Now, I feel even stronger about it. Principal, where exactly are you recommending? Guan Yang was also puzzled. Where exactly was the principal planning to recommend him to go?
Gu Ming lowered his voice and said, Longyan Academy.
Longyan Academy? What kind of academy is that? I've never heard of it.
Guan Yang wasn't saying he knew all the top academies in Longhua, but he had at least heard of the top 30. But Longyan Academy wasn't in that list at all.
Could it be an advanced academy from other federations? But that didn't seem right either. He had no impression of it at all. Besides, who else but Longhua would dare to name it Longyan?
Gu Ming looked at Guan Yang's puzzled expression and smiled slightly.
He then asked, haven't you heard of it? Guan Yang nodded.
Seeing Guan Yang nod, Gu Ming stopped pretending to be mysterious and explained, it's normal that you haven't heard of it.
Because it never advertises itself, and it doesn't even participate in the Federation's academy rankings. Guan Yang frowned and cautiously asked, a low-tier academy? Principal, you're not taking bribes, are you? Gu Ming's face stiffened, then he suddenly became furious and shouted, bribes my ass. It's the true gathering place for geniuses.
It's the pride of Longhua.
A low-tier academy, my foot. Taking bribes? Do I need those small change?
Seeing Gu Ming's angry roar, Guan Yang immediately realized he had said the wrong thing.
Please calm down, go ahead, please continue.
Gu Ming wanted to say more, but seeing that Guan Yang hadn't heard of it, he suppressed his anger.
He said in a deep voice, kid, listen to me carefully.
Seeing Guan Yang nod, Gu Ming finally organized his words and said, in Longhua, the top 10 academies are not actually the top academies.
Because above them, there's Longyan Academy. Longyan Academy never advertises itself, but every year, countless top talents are specially recruited. They recruit an undetermined number of people every year. In the past, the fewest they recruited was only 6 people. It recruited nearly 100 people in total. Their recruitment standards do not look at the results of the big exams. To be accepted by them, you must meet at least 2 of the following 3 conditions. The first condition is being a gifted individual. Right, you know what a gifted individual is. At this point, Gu Ming turned to Guan Yang and asked. Guan Yang nodded. I know, it's someone who awakens a special ability when their attribute awakens. Gu Ming nodded in return. That's right. People who awaken special abilities are extremely rare, but that doesn't necessarily guarantee admission to Long Yan. To enter, you still need to meet the other 2 conditions. The second condition, personal combat power exceeding 1,000, and total combat power exceeding 10,000. I won't explain much about this, it's self-explanatory. Guan Yang nodded. Personal combat power exceeding 1,000, and total combat power exceeding 10,000. This condition is terrifying. The first part is fine. As long as you upgrade your contracted beast to level 2 and use some supplements, breaking 1,000 base combat power is not difficult. But the hard part is breaking 10,000 in total combat power. This can't be achieved with an ordinary level 2 contracted beast. At the very least, the contracted beast's combat power must exceed 20,000 to make it possible. Normally, when a contracted beast enters level 2, the maximum feedback a master can get is 1,000 combat power. Adding 50% shared combat power from the beast and 5% shared combat power from techniques, it's only about 6,000. Only when the contracted beast reaches over 20,000 can the total combat power exceed 10,000. Reaching this level in such a short time, without damaging the contracted beast, is incredibly difficult. After all, not everyone is like Guan Yang, who has it easy. Gu Ming, finally, the third condition is having a mutant contracted beast. Gu Ming said this with a meaningful glance at Guan Yang. This is also why I want to recommend you. As long as you meet 2 of these 3 conditions, you are eligible to take the entrance exam for Long Yan Academy. Originally, I thought you fulfilled the last one. Even the second one seemed almost guaranteed. Just boost your contracted beast's combat power a little, and you'd be set. You'd be able to try it. Even if you fail the entrance exam, you could still choose to study at one of the top 10 academies. They don't conflict. But I didn't expect you to give me such a big surprise. As long as your base combat power doesn't let you down, you already meet the last 2 conditions. You might even exceed them. Great, very great. Guan Yang understood immediately after hearing Gu Ming's words. So this Long Yan Academy has such terrifying entrance qualifications. Then what kind of genius would be able to get in? But it seems that he meets all 3 of the conditions. Sigh. Indeed, being too outstanding isn't always a good thing. No motivation at all. Thinking this, Guan Yang curiously asked, what happens if all 3 conditions are met? Chapter 77, Talking about Personal Matters. What happens if all 3 conditions are met? Gu Ming smiled and shook his head, saying seriously, Xiao Yang, stop overthinking. Since Long Yan was established, only a handful of people have met these requirements. Each of them is a legend that suppresses an entire era. We're just ordinary people. Knowing about it is useless. After all, each requirement is enough to stop 99.9% of the candidates. Guan Yang, then what if? There's no what if. Unless your ancestors' tombs are smoking, there's no chance. Guan Yang. It seemed like he found the source of their homeroom teacher, He-Yun's sharp tongue. Since that's the case, it's no wonder he added more fuel to the fire. With that thought, Guan Yang whispered, that principle, actually, I wanted to say, I also have a special ability. Gu Ming's eyes immediately widened like copper bells. He pointed at Guan Yang, you. Ah. Gifted, too excellent, I can't help it. Gu Ming. There's a phrase that's just not worth saying, Gu Ming thought. Did you really awaken a special ability? Guan Yang nodded, of course. What type? Gu Ming needed to confirm this. If it was true, then he might have just encountered a star like never before. Support type, a 2 square meter personal space, where I can store any non-living thing. Instant noodles. With that, Guan Yang held a steaming bowl of instant noodles in his hand. Guan Yang had a reason for saying this. This ability had been used in the Great Examination's secret realm, and it was fitting to bring it out now. As Guan Yang spoke, especially with the appearance of the steaming instant noodles, Gu Ming's expression couldn't hold back any longer. He stared at Guan Yang in shock. How could there be such a person favored by the heavens in this world? At his age, compared to this person, what was he even worth? Not long after, Gu Ming regained his composure. Some things, after being shocked a few times, you get used to it. Now, even if Guan Yang told him his basic combat power had exceeded 3,000, he wouldn't be surprised. Ahem, well, little Yang, I already know your situation. Our school has a recommendation spot, I will help you apply for it. The entrance exam for Longyan is in 7 days. Come to the school 7 days later, I'll personally take you there. Guan Yang, okay. Gu Ming nodded, hesitating for a moment before speaking. Little Yang, now that the main issue is settled, I want to discuss something else with you. Principal, please go ahead. Gu Ming said, well, regarding your attributes, could you please keep it low profile? After all, there was a mistake with the awakening attribute, and spreading this around would have quite an impact on the school. We just need to keep it under wraps for a month and a half. Once the enrollment is over, even if the news gets out, it won't matter. Of course, this won't come without any compensation for you, Little Yang. The school will make it up to you. The issue with Guan Yang's attributes was the school's responsibility. Although it couldn't be blamed entirely on the school, who would have thought such a freakish attribute existed? But still, the situation stemmed from his high school, and if the real facts were clarified, it would definitely affect the school's future enrollment. That's why Gu Ming said this. Guan Yang fell silent upon hearing this. He never planned to publicly announce it, there was no need, and no benefit. As long as his family knew, that was enough. Now, this unexpected benefit was like a gift coming to his doorstep. All right. How does the principal plan to compensate? Gu Ming immediately smiled. As long as there's something to talk about, it's fine. The worry is when there's nothing to discuss. After pondering for 2 seconds, Gu Ming spoke, well, your mutated beast is from the dark attribute, right? Mutated beasts need a lot of resources. I will send you 50 third-tier dark attribute beast crystals, plus a heavenly treasure that can enhance your base cultivation. How does that sound? Guan Yang nodded and asked, by the way, Principal, do you have any 3rd or 4th-tier poison attribute beast crystals? Guan Yang asked this for Old Run. His spatial storage was full of blood crystal hives. These things would be a great supplement for Old Run. Once Old Ren devoured them, he would definitely reach the 3rd-tier critical point. At that time, he would need 5 dark attribute and 5 poison attribute 3rd-tier beast crystals. The dark attribute was easier to get, but poison attribute 3rd-tier beast crystals were more difficult to find. The price would be high. This was the circulation limit for poison attribute beast crystals. The Federation prohibited the circulation of poison attribute beast crystals above the 4th tier. Now that Guan Yang knew the reason, it was probably due to the Poison King Hall. But it wasn't an absolute ban, beast crystals below the 4th tier were still allowed to circulate. It was because these were used to make antidotes. Therefore, most of the market was filled with 1st and 2nd tier poison attribute beast crystals. 3rd tier ones existed, but they were rare, especially in Haishur. Even if they did exist, they would cost a lot of money. And Guan Yang, precisely, liked money. This was the perfect opportunity to take advantage of the situation. If he didn't seize this moment, it would be a huge missed opportunity. Gu Ming asked in confusion, poison attribute beast crystals? There's nothing above the 4th tier, the Federation also prohibits circulation and collection. There are some below the 4th tier though, why do you need them? Guan Yang felt a surge of joy in his heart. He immediately blurted out the excuse he had been planning. As you know, my family runs a pharmacy. We regularly need some poison attribute beast crystals to make antidotes. But now, the market has too few poison attribute beast crystals available. Then instead of giving me dark type, you might as well give me poison type. Gu Ming suddenly understood, and did not think much about it. I see. Xiao Yang, if you need, then, as I said, conditions remain, I'll add 10 more poison type beast crystals for you. Thank you, Principal. Hee, it's a small matter, small matter. Since you agreed, Xiao Yang, then it's settled. I'll send the items to your home tomorrow. As for your situation, I won't spread it outside. As for your contract beast attribute, if outsiders ask, I'll say it's gold type. Okay. Hee. Next, the two exchanged some polite words, and just as Guan Yang was about to end this awkward chat, a teacher hurriedly came to Gu Ming. Principal, bad news. The secret exam realm beasts are rampaging. What? Gu Ming was shocked and quickly asked, what happened? How did they rampage? It's like this, the initial cause of this rampage was the ghost head bees. The ghost head bee king, I don't know if it ate some stimulant or what, led all the ghost head bees to collect blood everywhere. Wherever they went, not a drop of blood was left. This caused the encountered beasts to flee quickly, and during the fleeing, more beasts were stirred up. Now, it has caused a small-scale beast wave. Many candidates were affected, ending the exam. What do you think we should do next? Guan Yang listened from the side, his face growing stranger and stranger. Ghost head bee king. Madly collecting blood. This beast wave, could it be because of him? Chapter 78. The exam ends. Go! Gu Ming said in a deep voice, hurrying towards the virtual survey office. Guan Yang curiously followed. Arriving at the survey office, the situation in the secret realm immediately appeared before his eyes. Countless beasts fleeing, the scene was truly spectacular. Of course, spectacular as it was, the result was countless candidates forced to end their exams. Appearing on the playground with a gloomy face. They couldn't not finish the exam. Guoming glanced at the chaotic secret realm, silent for 3 seconds, then spoke again. Teacher Qin, control it, teleport all the candidates in the secret realm out. The exam time is almost over, not much difference. Now with this happening, consider it an early ending. Yes. Moments later, under Teacher Qin's operation, all candidates in the secret realm were teleported out. Appearing on the playground. Guan Yang looked at the crazy ghost head bees in the virtual screen, secretly tongue-clicking. It really was the group stimulated by him and the little beast. Especially that leading ghost head bee king. He knew it too well, obvious black marks could be seen on it, burned by Guan Yang's flamethrower. Unexpectedly, this group of ghost head bees going mad actually triggered a secret realm beast wave. Truly very surprising. The next thing was simple. Guoming explained the situation to the candidates and ended this exam. I announce, this exam officially ends. Individual scores, I believe everyone already knows in their hearts. I won't waste time here. Tomorrow at noon, the detailed data and rankings of this exam will be published. Then, everyone just pay attention. Okay, everyone, disperse. Wish everyone a good future. At Guan Yang's home. Guan father looked at Guan mother pacing back and forth in the living room, both speechless and amused. Guan father first couldn't help speaking. Ahem, I say, enough already. Those who know you're anxious for Yang's exam, those who don't, would think it's your exam? Look at how anxious you are. Guan father not speaking is fine. Once he spoke, Guan mother found a vent for her emotions. Guan mother, I say, Lao Guan, don't you care about Yang's exam? Guan father laughed, of course he wasn't worried. He knew Yang's situation. Why worry? Children have their own luck, no matter how much you care, you cannot change the result. Better go cook a full table, so Yang can eat as soon as he comes back. Really, Yang takes an exam, and you don't even make lunch. I'm so hungry I've lost weight. Mother Guan said impatiently, one missed meal won't kill you. I'm not in the mood to cook today. If you're hungry, go eat outside. If not, order takeout. Also, don't you think about how to comfort Younger later? With his attributes, this time's big exam results will definitely not be ideal. We can't let him lose confidence. If he gets depressed, things will get worse. Do you see how many students from last year's high school exam failed and jumped off buildings? What if Younger also gets upset? No. Think fast about how to help Younger decompress later. We must not leave him with any psychological issues. As she spoke, she began pacing back and forth again. She kept glancing up at the door. She returned to her earlier state. Father Guan, hearing this, twitched his mouth. Great. You keep worrying here. Time passed, second by second. A figure appeared outside the door. It was Guan Yang. As soon as Guan Yang stepped inside, he was stunned. What he saw was his anxious mother and his calm father. Ah. Son, you're back. You must be tired from the exam. Go rest, later we'll go eat outside. What do you want to eat? As soon as Mother Guan saw Guan Yang, she rushed forward. While speaking, she carefully observed his expression. She wanted to catch a glimpse of any clue. She didn't want Younger to really get depressed. I'm fine. You guys decide what to eat for dinner. I'm not eating. Later, he had something more important to do. Xiao Yi was about to evolve again. During the Secret Realm expedition, the large amount of beast blood and flesh had greatly accelerated Xiao Yi's growth. In the Secret Realm, Xiao Yi had shown signs of evolution. But considering the situation at the time, Guan Yang had suppressed it. Now, he was eagerly waiting for Xiao Yi to evolve again. And then, he would be able to receive the benefits. When that time came, a large amount of energy would enter his body, and whether he ate or not wouldn't matter to him. All that nourishing energy would be enough to fill him up. However, Guan Yang's words made Mother Guan's heart skip a beat. Oh no, oh no. Younger isn't even eating, how much of a blow has he taken? Although Younger looked fine on the outside and seemed in a good mood, perhaps it was all a disguise? What if, when no one's around, Younger? In an instant, Mother Guan thought of many things. Younger, is it that you don't like food from outside? If you don't, we won't go out. Mom can cook you some dishes you like at home. Guan Yang, no need to trouble yourself. You guys eat. I really won't eat. How can you not eat? Your father, you should say something. Mother Guan, anxious, helplessly signaled Father Guan with her eyes.
Father Guan, seeing this, combined with the concerns of Mother Guan, knew exactly what she was thinking at the moment. Seeing Mother Guan call out, he could no longer stand idly by.
Ahem, Yanger, how did the big exam go? Before Guan Yang could say anything, Mother Guan's face stiffened. Nice one, old Guan. You're deliberately avoiding the topic, yet you're adding fuel to the fire. Don't you know to first ease Yanger's mood? Ahem, the score doesn't really matter. What's important is participation.
As she spoke, she shot Father Guan a sharp look.
Her gaze seemed to say, you old man, just wait and see how I deal with you later. Guan Yang was thinking about Xiao Yi's evolution.
Although he found his mother's behavior strange, he didn't think much of it.
When Father Guan asked, Guan Yang casually replied, it's okay. Father Guan, how okay is it? Mother Guan. Hey! You old man, are you bored? If you're really bored, go clean the floor for me. Although she was also curious about Yanger's results, she knew it was better to take it slow. Can't you see something's off with Yanger? Why are you so clueless? Father Guan.
Guan Yang gave his mother a strange look.
Mom's acting a bit odd today.
But facing his father's inquiry, Guan Yang didn't hide anything and replied, barely managed to get a perfect score.
It's okay, a perfect score is already great. What? A perfect score?
Mother Guan was about to comfort him, but the next second she realized.
What's going on? A perfect score? Did she hear wrong? And anyway, a perfect score is a perfect score, what's with barely enough? Chapter 79, Confession. Father Guan was quite surprised, asking, a perfect score?
This year's top exam scorer is. Guan Yang nodded, a small smile on his lips. This year's top scorer enters our Guan family.
Father Guan instantly became overjoyed. Good boy, truly the seed of me, Guan Lin. Come, tell me about this big exam. Okay. It's like this.
Meanwhile, Mother Guan, looking at the two laughing and talking, was dumbfounded on the side.
This story, isn't it a little wrong? Not what she expected.
And judging by old Guan's expression, it seems like he was only a little surprised.
Could it be he already knew?
You shameless old man, knowing the secret and not telling her. Leaving her anxious all by herself.
Though anger rose, Mother Guan didn't interrupt Guan Yang. She wanted to know about her son's big exam too. How did he get a perfect score, really? Half an hour later, Guan Yang described everything.
Even re-explaining Xiaoyi, the new strange beast.
The big exam ended, and the scores would be announced tomorrow, no need to hide it from Dad and Mom anymore. No matter how much they doubted, the scores couldn't be faked. That's basically it.
My second beast is about to evolve. I'll go back to my room first, won't eat tonight. After speaking, Guan Yang hurried back to the other bedroom. Outside, only Father and Mother Guan were left, staring at each other.
This. Yanger, what he said, is it all true?
Mother Guan, who was ready to scold Father Guan, had completely forgotten about it. Mainly because the amount of information Guan Yang gave was just too much. She needed a moment to process. Father Guan was also extremely shocked. He thought Guan Yang relied only on his basic combat power for the big exam.
Unexpectedly, there was also a second contract beast.
A mutated strange beast.
The boy's luck was simply against the heavens. Facing Mother Guan's question, Father Guan hesitated a second. Do you really believe it or not? Deep down, you already do, right? Besides, the scores come out tomorrow. Does it make sense for him to lie? Mother Guan, so, Yanger is not useless, but a genius.
Not just a heavenly talent, no, far beyond a heavenly talent.
Even the heavenly talent is born from you. That's true. By the way, is it too early to start training a second contract beast at this stage? Will it slow his growth?
Mother Guan changed her tone, worried again.
Father Guan frowned, hesitating, shouldn't be. Didn't you hear him? It's mutated, right? Grows extremely fast. At worst, treat the second beast as the first and raise it. That's true. And Guan Yang mentioned a second beast. What about the first one? From what he said just now, you seem to know? When did you know? And why hide it from me?
The more she spoke, the louder Mother Guan's voice became. The suppressed emotions surged again.
Father Guan's face stiffened. That. For a moment, he didn't know how to explain. That what? Are you afraid I talk too much?
Mother Guan narrowed her eyes, gritting her back teeth.
Father Guan hurriedly shook his head. No way, impossible. It's not for that reason.
Every word full of survival instinct.
Then what reason? You have 3 seconds to say. 3, 2. Cold sweat instantly appeared on Father Guan's back. This. 1. Because the attribute is special, yes, special attribute. Mother Guan puzzled, special attribute? What does that mean? Father Guan secretly praised his own wit. Immediately, he straightened his face, speaking softly, Yanger's first beast is a humanoid strange beast. Mother Guan murmured, humanoid strange beast. That's not that special. High-level strange beasts, except special races, can all turn humanoid, isn't that normal? Father Guan, don't rush. I'm not done yet. The most important thing is that contracted beast is of the poison attribute. What? Mother Guan's face changed. She never expected Yanger's contracted beast to be poison attribute. A poison-type strange beast isn't a problem, but a poison-type contracted beast, that is a big problem. Because this means the contract master is also poison attribute. At this moment, Mother Guan also instantly realized the seriousness of the matter. A trace of anxiety appeared in her eyes. Do we have to move again? Father Guan hesitated and shook his head. Not yet. Over there, they still don't know about Yanger. I immediately told Yanger the severity. I made him hide it carefully. That's good. Mother Guan breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the Poison King Palace doesn't discover them, it's fine. After speaking of this, the two fell silent. Obviously, both were thinking of some past events. A moment later, Mother Guan worried again, Old Guan, what if they really find us, what should we do? Should we take Yanger and flee for our lives? Father Guan frowned at her words and comforted, don't think nonsense. Nothing will happen. We've been fine all these years, they won't discover us. Mother Guan, I mean if we really are discovered. For Yanger's sake, maybe we should give that thing to them. Father Guan's face darkened. No. You know how terrifying that thing is. Once given to them, it won't just be Dragon Country, the whole Federation will be disaster. But I worry about Yanger. Before Mother Guan could finish, Father Guan waved his hand to interrupt, enough. This is not to be discussed. Don't say more. Saying this, perhaps feeling his tone too serious, he immediately shifted, you also don't need to think about those things. Besides, Yanger cannot always be protected by us. We can protect him for a while, but not for life. The eagle must soar in the sky. Seeing this, Mother Guan no longer spoke, sighing, I hope that day never comes. Don't be anxious, let's cook something first. Mother Guan froze, then rolled her eyes at Father Guan, order takeout yourself, I'm on a diet, I'm not cooking. Father Guan. On the other side, in Yang Guan's bedroom. At this moment, the little beast's state was very strange. Like a golden cicada, slowly shedding its skin. Evolving. Absorbing cosmic ray energy, breaking the bottleneck, the superpower growth was truly terrifying. As long as the resources are enough, it can completely grow and advance in a short time. With the little beast shedding skin bit by bit. A strange energy appeared inside Yang Guan. It was energy feeding back. Yang Guan did not dare to slack, immediately sat cross-legged, fully operating his cultivation method to refine it. But inside he was extremely excited. This time refining, his basic combat power would definitely break through. Whether the system reward would appear again, now it had to be known. Chapter 80, Ascend to Second Stage, System Reward appears again. When the time reached the late night, Yang Guan slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were full of joy. Great progress in strength is not enough to describe his situation. The change was too big. Contracted beast advancing from second to third stage, the contract master can get up to 20% feedback from the contracted beast. Yang Guan could feel, even if it's not 20%, it's not much less. But Yang Guan did not rush to check the attributes, instead waiting for one thing to come. That was the system reward. Would it appear this time? Just as this thought rose in Yang Guan's mind, a special voice sounded in his brain. Yang Guan's face immediately showed a smile like a blooming flower. It really came. Ding. Congratulations, Post's basic combat power successfully advanced to second stage. Special reward, Post receives an advancement gift pack. Reward 1, 1 traversal through the 10,000 worlds. Reward 2, 1 optimization scroll. Reward 3, personal space upgrade. 3 cubic meters of storage. Please continue your efforts to improve your basic combat power. Indeed, as long as one improves basic combat power, the system gives rewards. This time the reward was similar to last time, the only difference was the optimization scroll. This surprised Yang Guan greatly. Optimization scroll, when used, it will unconditionally upgrade and optimize one martial art, battle technique, or innate skill. I never expected that the system would have such a good item. Unconditionally optimizing one martial art and one battle technique. This is absolutely ridiculous. What is optimization?
It means correcting the flaws in the martial art and battle technique,
making them stronger.
Take the Yin-Yang 5 elements technique of Guan Yang, for example.
Right now, it's just at the low-grade earth level.
And to improve it, according to the technique's description, 7 major fundamental energies need to be gathered. But now, with this scroll, it means this technique can be upgraded right away.
I just don't know what the result will be. Will it advance one small grade or a large grade? If it's a large grade, Guan Yang can only say, "This is terrifying." With this in mind, Guan Yang didn't hesitate and immediately used the optimization scroll.
The technique being optimized was, of course, the Yin-Yang 5 elements technique. This technique, like the Ghost Step, was one of the highest level techniques that Guan Yang currently possessed. But the Ghost Step is just a battle technique, it doesn't directly enhance his combat power.
However, the Yin-Yang 5 elements technique is different. Once it's upgraded, it will directly affect how much combat power he can share with his contracted beasts. Comparing the two, even a fool would know which one to choose. Are you sure you want to optimize the low-grade earth level Yin-Yang 5 elements technique? Yes. Optimizing the technique. Estimated completion time, 1 day. Please be patient. During optimization, the original technique is sealed. Guan Yang's expression stiffened. He didn't expect the optimization to take this long. Well then. Let's see how much his combat power increased.
And what changes have occurred after Little E evolved.
Name, Guan Yang. Attributes, all system.
Combat power, 13,000, base combat power, plus 27,000, 50% of Little E's battle power shared, technique enhancement temporarily sealed.
Contracted creatures, zombie abnormal queen, deadly poison zombie. Skills, detection, contracting technique, LV3, flame knife, ghost step, water manipulation. Contracting technique, LV3 can contract 3 creatures to become shared contracted beasts. Contracting technique limitations. Up to 3x battle power, 50% success rate. Up to 4x battle power, 10% success rate. Up to 5x battle power, 3% success rate. Up to 6x battle power, 1% success rate. Above 7x battle power, contracting impossible. Contracted creature skills.
Body enhancement, power, speed, defense, senses, detection, regeneration, reflexes enhanced in all aspects. As he expected, the feedback had pushed his base combat power to the second level. Although it wasn't the maximum 20% feedback, it was almost the same.
He was very satisfied with it. The contracting technique has leveled up again. He can now contract a third creature. But Guan Yang wasn't planning to contract another one for now. Contracting Little E was an emergency measure to prepare for the college entrance exam.
Luckily, Little E's innate abilities were powerful. He didn't have to worry about its advancement.
Otherwise, just finding beast crystals for 2 contracted beasts would be a headache.
Although having one more contracted beast greatly increases his advantage at the same level, the speed of advancement and resources are unavoidable problems. Of course, if he comes across a particularly suitable one, contracting another wouldn't be out of the question. After a moment, Guan Yang pushed those thoughts aside and looked at the attributes of his 2 contracted beasts. Contracted creature, deadly poison zombie Ren Weiyong. Evolution count, 2 ninths. Attributes, dark, poison. Combat power, 39,000, second level. Skills, zombie bloodline, bloodthirst, copper skin iron bones, zombie strength, scent tracking, deadly poison zombie body, low altitude flight.
Old Ren didn't change much.
He just digested some energy that was already in his body, and his strength was slightly boosted.
But overall, he was still the same.
Guan Yang then turned his attention to Little E.
He hoped Little E's changes wouldn't disappoint him. Contracted creature, zombie abnormal queen mature form. Evolution count, 3/4. Attributes, dark, poison. Combat power, 51,000, early 3rd level.
Skills, perfect organism, supergrowth, toxin injection, flight, egg laying.
Flight, can perform short low-altitude flight. Flight speed is twice its own speed.
Egg laying, one time can inject all its life essence into a facebug's body.
Facehugger can find a new host and hatch a new alien queen.
Note, the new alien queen, while keeping the original genetic traits unchanged, will merge with the new host's genes, creating a stronger alien queen.
As expected. As the little alien evolved into an adult form, all skills were finally unlocked. Flying and egg-laying skills appeared as well. But Guan Yang stared at the last egg-laying skill of the little alien, frozen in disbelief. This means the little alien can have a rebirth evolution again? Holy crap! Is this even allowed? It can evolve again in this way? Keeping the original traits, plus the new host's traits. Doesn't this mean it gets stronger automatically?
Thinking this, Guan Yang considered another possibility.
So, would the new little alien still have the egg-laying skill and evolve again? Then, it would go on in an endless loop. Egg-laying, gene fusion, getting stronger, egg-laying again. This is basically a huge bug. But then Guan Yang shook his head. Probably not possible. If this loop continues endlessly, what kind of monster would be born? Won't it collapse? Or die from genetic breakdown? Guan Yang thought it was very likely the latter. But no matter what, even if it happens only once, this ability is insanely powerful. And the basic facehugger needed. Doesn't he just happen to have one? He had kept it sealed in a desk drawer, thrown in a corner of his personal space. Aliens don't need oxygen, so naturally, this facehugger is still alive. Isn't that perfect timing? The egg-laying tool is ready. Next, just wait to find a suitable creature. Thinking of this, Guan Yang turned his mind to the worlds of all heavens. Which world would he draw this time? Chapter 81, Drawing a New World. Thinking of this, Guan Yang's mind sank into the system. System, draw the world I will travel to. First draw the world, then act. Received, remaining world draw once. Do you want to draw now? Draw. This time, what kind of world would he get? Received. The next second, the virtual drawing disc appeared in front of Guan Yang again. The disc spun continuously. After a moment, it stopped, and the pointer pointed to a world. Ding, the host drew a magical world binding complete, ready for travel at any time. Magical world. Another vast world. Completely clueless. After thinking for a moment, Guan Yang exited the system. Traveling is not now, must wait until tomorrow when the principal's beast crystals arrive and the old man advances. Also, after the skill is upgraded, Guan Yang will consider traveling. All this needs time. The entrance exam for Longyan Academy is 7 days later, so it doesn't interfere. The next afternoon, Guan Yang received the beast crystals sent by Guming. A full big box. Inside were 50 gray beast crystals, 10 dark green beast crystals, a fruit like a dragon fruit, and a paper. Guan Yang picked up the paper and read. Student Guan Yang, this is what I promised you. Besides the beast crystals, there is a first-grade body refining fruit. It can refine the body and increase basic combat power. Hope you improve your strength as much as possible in the next few days. See you at school in 6 days. Body refining fruit, huh? No wonder it looks familiar to Guan Yang. It was taught in the textbook. Body refining fruit, a rare treasure, has effects that vary by grade and by person. First-grade body refining fruit can increase basic combat power by at least 50 points, at most 100 points. Of course, 100 points of basic combat power is not much for Guan Yang now. But can't compare all peers to Guan Yang. For this big exam, most people only have 1 or 200 basic combat power, so taking this fruit increases power by half, which is impressive. Guming gave this fruit with the same idea, a rare treasure that can increase basic combat power by 100 points in a short time. Guan Yang then picked up the fire dragon, He started gnawing on the body refining fruit. If other kids his age saw Guan Yang eating like this, they would surely think he was wasting food. The body refining fruit is not eaten like this. It must be eaten carefully, plus using full force with cultivation methods, to make sure absorption is maximized. And, it's the body refining fruit, the body refining fruit. After eating it, there will naturally be some violent reactions. Who doesn't fully prepare before eating, to avoid wasting it? No one would eat like Guan Yang. The reason Guan Yang could do this was because his situation was special. He had already gone through 2 major and 1 minor feedbacks, his body had been greatly refined. Now, his basic combat power had already reached the 2nd stage. Eating a stage 2 body refining fruit now, of course, he could quickly digest and absorb it. Guan Yang probably wouldn't even feel anything special. And indeed, after eating the body refining fruit, Guan Yang only felt a warmth in his stomach. Then, a wave of heat spread from his stomach through his whole body. It was like sitting in a sauna. The heat lasted only 5 minutes, then started to fade. The entire refining process was fully complete. Guan Yang looked at his attributes. Not bad. 100 points of combat power gained. As expected, eating across stages could be perfectly absorbed. After handling the fruit, Guan Yang put away all the beast crystals. He greeted his dad and mom, then headed toward the Tianhai Forest. He planned to stay in Tianhai Forest for a few days with Laoren and Xiaoyi. First, let Laoren evolve, then talk about the rest. By then, his basic combat power would increase a lot again. Just as Guan Yang left home and went toward Tianhai Forest. On the street, behind a big tree, 2 people appeared. The target appeared, I'll follow, you notify Huang Xiao. Keep contact all the time. One of them looked at Guan Yang's leaving back,
quickly said to the other, then ran after him. The other looked at the two figures, then turned and ran toward a distant place. A moment later, he arrived at a separate courtyard. Entering, he went to a study room and said to the person playing with a phone at the desk, Huang Xiao, the target you asked us to observe has appeared.
Dash the target you asked us to observe? What target? Wait a moment.
Huang Xiao lowered his head playing with the phone, asked unconsciously, but then suddenly realized.
He immediately put down the phone, looked at the person ahead. You mean Guan Yang? The person nodded, yes, Huang Xiao. Oh. Where is he now?
The person looked at the location on the phone, then said, just left the city, still moving.
Judging from the direction, the target seems to be Tianhai Forest. Huang Xiao raised an eyebrow. Tianhai Forest?
Very good. Then Huang Xiao was silent for 3 seconds, then spoke again. Call a few people, come with me to meet our top exam champion.
Dare to steal my blood crystal nest humph. Right. Call Liang San too. We leave in 15 minutes. Yes. Achoo. Oh. Who missed me?
Guan Yang rubbed his nose, muttering something under his breath.
But his body quickly passed through the entrance of Tianhai Forest, entering it. A few seconds after Guan Yang entered, a figure followed the trail into Tianhai Forest.
After entering Tianhai, Guan Yang headed to a rarely visited place.
He didn't notice anyone following at all.
At this moment, Guan Yang had not activated any amplifications. Even if he had, it could not be detected outside Tianhai Forest.
Because he was now sharing Xiaoyi's skill, which had no scent tracking amplification. It was pheromone detection.
Pheromone detection was very strong for locking locations and tracking object movement.
But for anti-tracking, it was weaker.
If the area had few people, it was fine, but in crowded areas, it was not easy to know immediately who was following. Therefore, pheromone detection showed too many objects.
Finding who was following was actually worse than using scent amplification.
Guan Yang had walked a short distance when his face suddenly darkened. He quietly scanned the direction he came from.
Someone was following. When he entered Tianhai Forest, the biotin detection was turned on.
At first, there was no notice, but as he went deeper, the people around him grew fewer and fewer. A detection signal was exposed right in front of him. Upon further reflection, this scent had been following him since he entered Tianhai, almost tracing him all the way.
Who could it be?
Thinking of this, Guan Yang's figure moved continuously, disappearing behind a tree large enough for 3 people to hug.
After Guan Yang disappeared for several seconds, the person following him quickly stepped forward, starting to search for his route.
But after observing for a while, they found it strangely, the footprints left on the ground had vanished behind the tree.
Subconsciously, they muttered, How could it disappear?
At that moment, a chilling voice echoed from above the man's head. Uncle, following others is not a good habit.
Chapter 82, A Big Gift for Huangwan.
Uncle, following others is not a good habit. The man froze for a moment and slowly raised his head. What met his eyes was Guan Yang, who stood on a tree branch, looking down at him. Guan Yang was also observing this man. He had a square face, giving off a righteous look, but who would have thought he would be involved in such sneaky business? Immediately, a detection spell was thrown.
Name, Zhou Yong. Attributes, what element?
Basic combat power, 1100 plus 12,000, 45% shared power from Contract Beast.
Contract Beast, 100 Flowers Demon.
Skills, 100 Flowers Shield, Vine Bind, Piercing, Hallucinatory Pollen, Vine Whip.
Guan Yang frowned.
He was sure he didn't know this person, but why did this person come to find him? Zhou Yong, seeing that he had been exposed, didn't panic. After all, he was a strong second-tier warrior, and what was there to fear from a little brat who had just finished the big exam? If anyone should be afraid, it should be the other way around.
Since you've discovered me, I won't hide anymore. You're Guan Yang, right?
Our young master wants to meet you.
Whoosh!
Guan Yang jumped directly off the tree, turned his head, and looked at Zhou Yong in confusion.
Wants to meet me? That's right. Come with me. Your young master wants to meet me?
Who is your young master?
Are we familiar?
Zhou Yong's face darkened, and he whispered, Kid, watch your tone.
My young master's name is Huangwan. Upon hearing this, Guan Yang immediately understood. So it's Huangwan?
He must have come because of Liang San, and his goal was definitely the blood crystal nest.
In an instant, Guan Yang pieced everything together. Since it's Huangwan who wants to meet me, why doesn't he come himself? Is he disabled?
Zhou Yong's face turned serious, and he whispered, Kid, be careful with your words. The young master is already on his way here. I hope that when he arrives, you'll still be as optimistic as you are now.
Now, be good and obedient, and come with me. Looking at Zhou Yong's confident expression, Guan Yang raised an eyebrow and said, "Oh? How long until Huang Wen gets here?" Seeing Guan Yang's calm demeanor, Zhou Yong squinted his eyes in surprise. "Kid, you're so calm, huh? If I tell you that within half an hour, our young master will arrive, will you still be so calm? Are you feeling scared?" Guan Yang nodded, "Not scared, but I am curious. He came from so far to meet me, what does he want?" Zhou Yong was taken aback by Guan Yang's question. He knew some inside information and immediately mocked. "Are you really dumb or just pretending to be clueless? Don't you know what you took? Kid, you're daring to meddle in something our young master wants. You must have a bear's heart and a leopard's courage." Through the questions and answers, Guan Yang got the information. Half an hour, huh? He really dares to come. The exam is all based on true ability, and they are already preparing to take it seriously in private. No wonder the Huang family is so domineering. Having understood the situation, Guan Yang no longer wasted time with Zhou Yong. "I haven't eaten a bear's heart, but I've killed a lot. But since your young master is coming so far to meet me, I'm preparing to give him a big gift." "A big gift?" Zhou Yong looked at Guan Yang with confusion. The kid in front of him must be sick. Normally, wouldn't people be terrified in this situation, even running away immediately? But why is this kid here, not afraid at all, and even thinking about giving a gift? Playing around? Facing Zhou Yong's puzzled look, Guan Yang said softly, "All right, I already know everything. You can leave." Zhou Yong frowned. "Leave? What does this kid mean? Is he planning to resist, to fight him? A student who just finished the big exam, actually preparing to attack a second-rank strongman? Haha, kid, from what you said, you plan to attack me? Kid, it's not that I underestimate you, I am second rank. Killing you is as easy as turning my hand." Tick, tick. At this moment, a blob of white liquid slid from in front of Zhou Yong's eyes, dropping to the ground. "What's happening?" Zhou Yong instinctively looked up. What he saw made his face freeze, every hair on his body stood on end. A strange beast he had never seen before was baring its teeth at him. The liquid from before was its saliva falling from its mouth. Most importantly, the distance between him and the beast was only 10 centimeters. He had unknowingly been touched this close. How is that possible? Hiss. "Ah, my hand, no. No. Ugh." Guan Yang looked coldly at Zhou Yong's screams, unmoved. "If you are in this line, you must be prepared for this." The strange beast next to Zhou Yong was the evolved Little E. After Little E finished eating, Guan Yang made it leave Zhou Yong's head and hang it on a tree. Then he led Little E deeper into Tianhai. A Huang Wen was not worth his time. If Huang Wen could retreat knowing the danger, that would be smart. If he still insisted on finding him, then come. Then he would give the Huang family another big gift. Thinking this, Guan Yang disappeared into the forest. 5 minutes after Guan Yang left, at Zhou Yong's corpse. Bang! The ground suddenly cracked, revealing a huge body underground. Then Zhou Yong's corpse disappeared. The ground returned to normal. As if nothing had happened. This is a paradise for strange beasts. Not only are there beasts on the surface, but underground too. They just usually do not show themselves. This is why Guan Yang hung only the head on the tree. Otherwise, Huang Wen might not have gotten this big gift. 10 minutes later, several figures appeared here. The leader was young Master Huang Wen. A guard looked at the device in his hand and said to Huang Wen, "Master, Zhou Yong's last sent location was here." After that, contact was lost. Should we search around? No need. I already see it. Huang Wen's eyes narrowed, showing shock and anger. Because he saw a human head hanging on the tree. Following his words, the others also saw the head. Their hearts were shocked. That square face, if not Zhou Yong, then who? A moment later, Huang Wen took a deep breath, anger turning into coldness. Looking around, he murmured, "Who dares touch my people?" Good. Very good. Then he said to his men with a calm face, "Take his head and bring it back to his family. The rest, lock on that guy's location, chase him." Yes. Chapter 83. Two black-robed men. At the edge of Tianhai Forest. Guan Yang looked at Lao Ren, who had finished sucking blood and gained more strength, and nodded with satisfaction. Once Lao Ren's strength reaches second-rank spirit level, he can advance again through the beast crystal in hand. Then he can get some return, and his basic combat power will rise again. This is the main reason Guan Yang came here. Watching Little E eating the corpse, Guan Yang could not help but sigh. A perfect cooperation. Lao Ren sucks blood, Little E eats meat, he gets the beast crystal. Perfect use of every beast resource. Truly a model of thrift. At this moment, the benefit of having two contracted beasts became obvious. At the same time, he summoned 2 contract beasts, though only one of their powers could be shared. But 3 against 1 and 2 against 1 are completely different concepts. During feeding, one could also be sent out to scout. Perfect. After a moment, the smallie finished eating, and Guan Yang calculated the time, then frowned. At this speed, old Ren probably cannot advance today. He originally planned to raise old Ren's power to the peak of the 2nd tier today and advance directly. After his cultivation method upgraded at night, he was ready. Tomorrow he would enter the multiverse again. But at the current pace, old Ren would likely struggle to meet the advancement requirement today. Unless there was powerful exotic beast blood to feed on. Thinking of this, Guan Yang turned his gaze toward the inner area of the Tianhai forest. Should he go in to hunt a 4th-tier exotic beast? The last time he entered the inner area, the powerful exotic beasts he met made him realize the danger inside. Most of them were 4th-tier exotic beasts. With his current strength, entering the inner area is too dangerous. If he met a 5th or 6th-tier beast, he wouldn't even know how he'd die. The higher the tier, the greater the gap in power. Even so great that it could be impossible to overcome. But if old Ren could feed on the blood of a 4th-tier beast, probably only a few would be needed to reach the advancement requirement. For a moment, Guan Yang's thoughts spun quickly. After a moment, Guan Yang's eyes hardened. Let's do it! Guan Yang immediately made preparations. With the smallie's biological detection, if he met something powerful, he could simply avoid it in time. Thinking this, Guan Yang packed up and, with old Ren and the smallie, carefully headed toward the inner area. A corner of the inner area of Tianhai Forest. Suddenly, several screams rang out, scaring birds and beasts to scatter. Please, spare me, I saw nothing, I really saw nothing. A man with a purple face was curled up on the ground, begging 2 black-robed people in front of him. Most importantly, beside him were 3 people lying motionless on the ground. Obviously already dead. The 2 standing black-robed people. One tall, one short, both with hoods, their faces hidden. The tall one spoke, "You know too much." It was a man's voice. The voice was hoarse, sounding extremely unpleasant. At the black-robed man's words, the begging man suddenly convulsed. His eyes instantly turned green. His lips blackened, and a large amount of white foam poured from his mouth. The convulsion lasted 3 seconds, and the sparkle in his eyes vanished completely. Dead. As the man died, a green worm-like thing crawled out of his mouth. The worm bowed and instantly shot toward the tall black-robed person. Facing the flying worm, the tall black-robed person did not dodge. In an instant, the worm jumped onto the black-robed person. Then it crawled through the robe's gap and disappeared inside. Foam, the rest is yours. The short black-robed person nodded. He walked slowly to the man's body and stretched out his hand. A terrifying scene unfolded. From his sleeve, thumb-sized beetles began to appear constantly. The beetles fell onto the man's corpse from his hand. In just a moment, the man's body was covered with a layer. The next second, the man's body began to disappear. Yes, disappearing bit by bit. Neither flesh nor bone remained, all were consumed by the beetles. In only 5 seconds, the man's body vanished completely. Eaten entirely by the beetles. After finishing, the beetles, as if still unsatisfied, flew toward the other 3 corpses. After a few seconds, all the bodies disappeared. Even the clothes were gone. Having eaten the bodies, the beetles suddenly spread their wings and flew back into the black-robed person's sleeves. After finishing all this, the 2 black-robed people reunited. Foam, the poison dragon fruit is about to ripen. To prevent accidents, we need to hurry. Our time is running out. The tall black-robed person spoke again. Then, the 2 men in black robes checked the direction, moved their feet, and disappeared into the distance. The entire scene fell silent again. As if nothing had ever happened. At this moment, Guan Yang was hiding behind a big tree, carefully watching the distant tree. On the distant tree, a mountain raccoon was looking around for danger. Guan Yang moved his mind, and Shui quietly climbed up the tree, disappearing into the leaves in an instant. Guan Yang took a deep breath and quietly observed the situation. Whether this 4th-level strange beast could be taken down depended on Shui. Name, Mountain Raccoon. Evolution times, April 5th. Attribute, Wind. Combat power, 110,000, early 4th level. Skills, Berserk, Claw Strike, Wind Blade, Wind Control. Under Guan Yang's watch, Xiaoi's silent actions had a huge effect. Slowly, Xiaoi moved to the branch above the mountain raccoon. Then, under Guan Yang's eyes, Xiaoi's tail lifted high. The next second, it stabbed fiercely toward the mountain raccoon. Just as the tail was about to hit, the mountain raccoon seemed to sense danger, its fur instantly standing on end. Without thinking, it kicked with all 4 feet and jumped up. It narrowly avoided the tail. Seeing this, Xiaoi quickly adjusted, twisted its tail, and stabbed again. The mountain raccoon twisted its head midair and saw Xiaoyi. Seeing the tail change direction, it instinctively sensed danger. Being in midair, it could not use leverage. Without thinking, a breeze passed, and its body slowed. Then, a half-meter wind blade suddenly appeared in the air. The moment it appeared, it quickly slashed toward Xiaoyi's tail. Xiaoyi did not even look at the incoming wind blade, kept moving its tail, and added more force. Its exoskeleton armor was already strong. Combined with the zombie's copper-like skin and iron bones, the defense was extremely strong. But the next second, Xiaoyi stopped showing off. Put! The wind blade hit Xiaoyi's tail, breaking through its exoskeleton armor. It did not cut it off but left a deep cut. Guan Yang below saw this, showing no worry, only a small smile. Wow! Daring to wound Xiaoyi, brave. Now the mountain raccoon could definitely be taken down. As soon as the tail wound appeared, a spurt of dark green blood shot out. The closest mountain raccoon was sprayed immediately. Sizzle! As the dark green liquid touched the mountain raccoon's body, it began to corrode. Thick white smoke rose from the mountain raccoon. Acidic blood. This was what made strange beasts terrifying. Roar! The mountain raccoon wailed, could not maintain its body, and fell from the air. Chapter 84, 5th level 100 Poison Silkworm. Seeing this, Guan Yang's face turned serious. Holding the flame sword, stepping with ghost steps, he rushed toward the mountain raccoon. Coming close, he raised the sword and struck. A red flame rose from the blade. Flame slash. The most powerful move in the flame sword technique. The already injured mountain raccoon could not resist in severe pain. Bang! The flame sword struck the mountain raccoon, cutting a bloody gash. Blood spurted. At this moment, a figure leaped onto the mountain raccoon, biting its neck. It was Ren. Woo woo. In moments, the mountain raccoon's breath weakened. Only then did Guan Yang relax, smiling. This was the first time he and the two contracted beasts cooperated, unexpectedly smooth. Giving the opponent no chance to fight back, they killed it instantly. However, Guan Yang saw the risks. As a fourth-level beast grows stronger, its instinct for danger also grows. Even Xiaoyi's silent attack was sensed in advance and avoided. They needed to be more careful next time. Also, a fourth-level beast could already injure Xiaoyi, which Guan Yang had not expected. Not only is the fourth rank of the contract master a watershed, but so is the exotic beast. The fourth rank, the watershed for exotic beasts, the saying truly isn't without reason. But no matter what, the outcome now is still good. After a moment, Ren had sucked enough blood before releasing the mountain weasel. At this point, the mountain weasel was already on the brink of death. What awaited it, however, was the blood-red mouth of Little E. At this moment, at the border between the outer and inner areas of the Tianhai forest, a group of uninvited guests arrived. It was Huang Wen and the others, following the trace of Guan Yang, who had been chasing all the way. Young Master Huang, my lone wolf tells me that the person's scent keeps extending deeper. Should we still continue? One of Huang Wen's subordinates looked towards the inner area of the Tianhai forest, hesitating. This is the inner area. The inner area is full of fourth-rank contract masters. Our highest combined combat power is only at the third rank, it's too dangerous to go in. Inside? Huang Wen looked at the eerie darkness ahead, his gaze flickering uncertainly. He didn't expect that Guan Yang had actually run into the inner area. Wait. Given the other person's strength, why would they risk entering the inner area? Is it because they knew we were chasing and, in panic, rushed into the inner area? Or is there another reason? Huang Wen felt that the latter possibility seemed greater. The outer area is so vast, enough for the person to hide, yet they chose the inner area. The inner area, there must be something attracting them to enter. With that thought, Huang Wen squinted his eyes and coldly said, Chase. That kid entered without a problem, why should we be afraid with so many of us? Chase. Huang Wen's subordinates looked at each other and reluctantly complied. After all, this is their job, and when young Master Huang gives the order, what else can they do? Let's chase. Outside a cave in the inner area of Tianhai Forest, two people in black robes stood outside the cave, looking at the dark entrance. This is the place, no doubt about it. I can feel the poisonous elements in the air. What an enticing scent. The short black-robed man took a deep breath and sighed, quite entranced. All right. Let's get the things quickly. I can sense another special scent inside. It should be the fourth-rank guardian beast. You handle the guardian beast, and I'll go gather the poisonous dragon fruit. All right. Let's go. Not long after, the two black-robed men entered the cave, and a terrifying roar echoed from inside. Roar. With the roar came the startled cry of the short black-robed man. Damn it. This 100-poison silkworm is a 5th-rank exotic beast. Come help me. Then, the entire cave began to shake. A moment later, the shaking stopped, and 2 figures rushed out of the cave, fleeing quickly towards the distance. As the 2 appeared, a white, half-meter-sized, fleshy creature also chased out of the cave. It was the 100-poison silkworm. But the next second, the 100-poison silkworm sensed the sunlight from the outside. It suddenly let out a screech, SSSSS. And then retreated back into the cave. It coldly stared at the fleeing 2 for a moment, and only then did it slowly disappear from the cave entrance. The 2 fleeing figures let out a sigh of relief upon seeing this. They continued to flee for a while before finally regrouping again. At this point, the black hoods of the 2 were already gone, revealing their true faces. They were 2 young men, both around 26 or 27 years old. At this moment, their faces were not looking good. The shorter one's face was pale, holding his chest, with blood at the corner of his mouth. The taller one, in comparison, had no noticeable wounds. But his face had begun to turn an eerie purple. The shorter young man spoke first, cough, cough, damn intelligence department. They're just a bunch of freeloaders. I almost got killed by them. And now, great. That worm injured my lungs. Bastards. The taller young man quickly sat down cross-legged, activating his cultivation method. While recovering, he spoke, all right. Complaining won't do us any good. We'll settle things with the intelligence department when we get back. For now, we need to figure out how to get the poisonous dragon fruit. The poisonous dragon fruit will mature in another 2 to 3 hours. By then, this 100-poison silkworm will be the first to devour it. We don't have much time left. The short young man complained with a dark face, I know, but what can we do if we know? That guy is at 5th stage. Although it seems like he's just recently reached it. But he's got the battle power of over 500,000. And he's not afraid of poison. How can we compare? The tall young man furrowed his brow and fell into deep thought. The short young man was speaking the truth. Their own strength was mostly based on poison. If the 100-poison silkworm wasn't poison-based, but of another element, they wouldn't fear a 5th-stage beast at all. They have many ways to kill it. But the problem is, it's poison-based, with deadly toxins all over its body. Its poison is even stronger than what they use. This meant they could only rely on their own strength to deal with it. Facing a 5th-stage 100-poison silkworm, they were a bit overwhelmed. After a moment, the tall young man spoke again, first, let's recover. If it really doesn't work, we'll use the poison-gathering orb. The short young man was surprised, the poison-gathering orb? What can that thing do? All it does is absorb the toxins in our bodies and store them. It won't help at all against that thing. What if we could inject the poison-gathering orb into the 100-poison silkworm? The short young man's eyes instantly widened. Holy crap! You thought of that? Brilliant! Once the poison-gathering orb is inside it, it will absorb its poison, cutting off most of its attacks. Wait, could it really succeed? Wait, no, how would you get the poison-gathering orb inside it? The tall young man rolled his eyes at him. I haven't figured that out yet. All right. First, let's recover, and after half an hour, we'll make our plan and act. Okay. Chapter 85, Energy Crisis, Bloodline Advancement. 1 hour later, inside the inner perimeter of Tianhai Forest. Guan Yang watched as old Ren drained the life from a 4th-stage beast. A smile finally appeared on his face. Because old Ren's attributes were finally maxed out. 2nd stage peak, battle power 49,999. Finally, old Ren was ready to level up. 5 minutes later, Guan Yang found a relatively safe place and asked old Ren to begin his advancement. Old Ren was advancing to 3rd stage, needing 5 poison and dark beast crystals each. With the beast crystals from Guming, Guan Yang didn't need to gather more. He prepared the beast crystals and had old Ren swallow them one by one. As old Ren swallowed them, his aura suddenly skyrocketed. 2 colors started to appear around him, gray and green. Guan Yang hurriedly stepped back. After all the beast crystals were swallowed, old Ren let out a roar. He threw his head back and howled to the sky. A torrent of 2-colored aura erupted from his body, scattering in all directions. Where the aura passed, flowers and grass withered, and the ground turned black. Immediately, the entire region was alarmed. Countless beasts sensed it and instinctively moved away. Guan Yang stared at old Ren in astonishment. Holy crap! What's all this noise? Luckily, it's in Tianhai Forest. If it were in the city guards would have detected it immediately. At that moment, old Ren's aura reached its peak, and a beam of 2-colored light shot straight into the sky. As the light column rose, the previously clear sky turned dark and cloudy. A swirling storm formed. Countless gray-green currents descended, merging into old Ren's body. Roar! Old Ren roared as he was instantly enveloped by the two-colored aura. Guan Yang stared dumbfounded at the scene, muttering to himself, "Holy crap! This is a big mess." Normally, such an advancement wouldn't cause this much of a stir. Like last time, the commotion was big, but not as intense as now. This situation directly left Guan Yang stunned. What is going on here? As Guan Yang wondered, an unprecedented surge of powerful force suddenly erupted within him. His face immediately changed. Holy crap! Such strong backlash. This force was the backlash power from Old Ren. However, this backlash power exceeded Guan Yang's expectations. He had already experienced the backlash power from a small third-stage beast. By logic, Old Ren's backlash power should be weaker than the small beast's. But now, he didn't know if it was because of Lao Ren's anomaly, but he could feel it. This force of return was far beyond what the small anomaly had given. To put it plainly, it was like heaven and earth apart. What on earth was going on? But the next second, Guan Yang lost the mind to think further. Not good. Too much energy. He had to absorb it quickly. But just as he thought this, his face froze. It's over. The cultivation system was upgrading, he couldn't operate it. Right now, he could only rely on himself, spontaneously absorbing energy. But facing such a massive amount of energy, self-absorption was just a drop in the ocean. Damn it! What kind of thing is this? If he had known, he wouldn't have upgraded Lao Ren now. Just as Guan Yang felt the energy piling up in his body, his whole body began to swell. A voice, like a savior, suddenly appeared by his ear. Ding! Detected massive energy accumulation in host, life in danger. Automatically starting cultivation operation. Ding, cultivation locked due to upgrade, start failed, generating solution. System emergency program activated, starting emergency plan. Emergency plan generating. Locking emergency plan, bloodline advancement. 3, 2, 1, bloodline advancement, begin. A series of system sounds rang out, and Guan Yang didn't even have time to think about what bloodline advancement meant. The next second, he only felt something deep inside his body being opened. Then, all the energy in his body seemed to find an outlet, rushing wildly toward that spot. As the energy poured in, an indescribable pain spread throughout his body. Ah! Guan Yang instantly fell to the ground, his whole body starting to convulse instinctively. His temples throbbed with terrifying intensity. This kind of pain was hard to describe. It came from inside, like 10,000 ants gnawing at his body. Numb, itchy, painful. In the inner ring of Tianhai Forest, a few kilometers from Guan Yang, another place. A group of people were carefully moving forward, covered in dust and grime. It was Huang Wen and his group. But at this moment, they looked rather embarrassed. Some even had wounds on their bodies. A guard carefully checked the surroundings, whispering to Huang Wen, "Young Master Huang, shall we guard the entrance for him? It's too dangerous here. Many brothers are already injured. If we keep going, I fear there will be greater danger. We cannot guarantee your safety." Huang Wen was also cautiously scanning the surroundings. Hearing this, he stopped and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he spoke out. "If you had said so earlier, would I have needed to keep going?" Since entering the inner ring, they had already fought 3 or 4 battles. Fortunately, they were all 4th-tier beasts, and with many people, they managed to drive them away. Huang Wen had actually started to feel nervous inside. But he insisted on entering, and after all that, he hadn't even seen a trace of Guan Yang. If he retreated now, his face would not be saved. So he had forced himself to hold on until now. At this moment, the guard's words gave him a way out. This wasn't him retreating willingly, it was mainly out of concern for his brothers. Cough, cough, you are right. Considering the safety of our brothers, we will retreat to the entrance to guard. Using the situation to get off. All the guards were very happy. Good. Let's go. Find the way back and exit quickly. Before Huang Wen finished speaking, a beam of light pierced the sky, stirring the clouds and wind. Roar. Then, a roar, neither beast nor human, faintly sounded. This was... For a moment, everyone was drawn to it. After a moment, Huang Wen's face showed doubt, then turned into wild joy. A heavenly anomaly, there must be a treasure revealed. No turning back, let's go all out toward it. The guards twitched at the corner of their mouths. Almost wanted to curse. Are you crazy? We're not fools. Never mind if it's a treasure, even if it is, there must be a strong beast guarding it. This is the inner ring. At least 4th-tier beasts, with this few people, they would die before knowing what hit them. Young Master Huang, this is the inner ring.
The treasure revealing itself makes such a big noise. I'm afraid there might be powerful exotic beasts around.
Huang Xiao stiffened upon hearing that.
He had just gotten excited, but now he realized this was the inner region. But that is a priceless treasure. The guard secretly complained.
Focused on money, huh?
Treasures are great, but you need to have your life to claim them.
Huang Xiao,
treasures are good, but you must be able to claim them with your life intact. With all this noise, there must be 6th-tier exotic beasts around.
If we go toward it, we won't be taking treasure, we'll be feeding the beasts. What if we run into a powerful exotic beast? Huang Xiao, your safety.
The rest remained unsaid, but Huang Wen would surely understand the meaning. Sure enough, after hearing this, Huang Wen, though reluctant, had to admit that this treasure was beyond his ability to obtain. If they were on the outer region, he would have charged in without a second thought, leading his men straight to it.
But now, they were in the inner region. After a moment, Huang Wen took a deep breath. Let's go. Back to the outer region to guard.
The guard immediately breathed a sigh of relief.
Thank goodness Huang Wen wasn't foolish. Fearing Huang Wen might change his mind, the guard quickly responded, yes. Chapter 86, Battle Instinct. At the entrance of a cave in the inner region of the Tianhai Forest,
2 men in black robes walked out of the cave, both smiling. The taller one held a jade box in his hands. Through the jade, one could vaguely see a dark green fruit inside. As they exited the cave, the shorter young man couldn't help but laugh. I can't believe it really worked.
Sinan, your method is truly effective.
Sinan, the taller youth, looked at the jade box in his hands and smiled as well.
All right. We've got the poison dragon fruit, let's hurry back to base and report.
Before he could finish, Sinan's expression suddenly changed as he turned sharply toward the rear. There, dark clouds gathered, and a swirling vortex connected the sky and the ground. Within it, he sensed something familiar. At this moment, the shorter young man also sensed the situation.
Looking toward the area, he couldn't help but exclaim, what a dense concentration of poison elements.
He could feel that the poison elements there were extremely thick.
Could it be? Sinan, do you think a deadly poisonous treasure has appeared?
Sinan narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, let's go take a look. The two moved quickly toward the area.
At Guan Yang's location, he had already lost consciousness twice. It was all due to the pain, with his brain's self-protection mechanisms kicking in.
He fainted twice because each time, only a few seconds passed before the pain brought him back to consciousness. At this moment, Guan Yang felt as though time had become unbearably long. Every minute, every second was pure torture. He didn't know how long it had passed, but eventually, the strange changes in the world began to subside.
Old Ren's transformation also stopped. As Old Ren's advancement ended, changes began to happen to Guan Yang as well. Ding!
The host's internal energy has decreased, life-threatening crisis resolved. Bloodline upgrade has begun closing.
3, 2, 1, closed.
The system's voice echoed in his mind once again. As the system's voice faded, Guan Yang felt something within him shut down.
The pain throughout his body receded like a wave. What replaced it was a sensation of unprecedented numbness. The contrast between the two was like night and day. Guan Yang lay on the ground, panting heavily.
His expression was that of someone who had narrowly escaped death, and this feeling was one he never wanted to experience again. After a moment, once he regained his composure, Guan Yang hurriedly checked his attributes.
Name, Guan Yang. Attributes, all elemental. Bloodline, first stage. Bloodline traits, battle instinct. Battle instinct, once activated, restores the body's battle instincts and perception of danger.
Unleashes 100% of the body's combat power, with duration dependent on physical condition.
After effects, muscle spasms throughout the body.
Combat power, 20,000, base combat power, plus 29,000, shared 50% combat power from the alien creature, temporary suspension of martial arts enhancements.
Contracted creatures, zombie alien queen, toxic corpse king. Skills, detection art, contract art, LV3, flame blade, ghost step, water body art.
Contract art, LV3 allows the contracting of 3 creatures to become shared contract beasts.
Contracted creatures' derivative skills, muscle enhancement, low altitude flight. First stage bloodline. Battle instinct.
100% combat power. After effects, muscle spasms.
Guan Yang frowned deeply.
This all gave him a very familiar feeling. It seemed like he had learned about something that felt vaguely familiar somewhere.
What exactly is it? Guan Yang fell into deep thought.
His mind started recalling this feeling. The bloodline came from deep within the body, the essence of the bloodline is.
The next second, 2 words flashed across Guan Yang's mind. Gene. Then, an expression of shock appeared on Guan Yang's face. Damn. I remember now. Isn't this the state of unlocking the gene lock? So, this so-called bloodline awakening turns out to be the gene lock. Upon thinking of this, detailed descriptions of the gene lock automatically appeared in Guan Yang's mind. The gene lock originates from a series of shackles inside the human body, and by gradually unlocking these restrictions, removing these shackles and activating them, one can break through their own life limits and gain powerful combat abilities. Once the gene lock is opened, one can surpass the strength of an ordinary person in a short period of time. For example, gaining control down to millimeters, an instinctive reaction ability in milliseconds, delicate and precise insight, and even the ability to initially read others' brainwaves. Information that was originally impossible to perceive will automatically flood into the mind after the gene lock is unlocked, and even if the consciousness cannot react in time, the body will naturally respond with corresponding actions according to the information. This is what is known as combat instinct. Upon thinking of this, a trace of complexity flashed in Guan Yang's eyes. Thinking about the gene lock, the pain he felt earlier appeared again in his mind, and Guan Yang couldn't help but shiver. If possible, he really didn't want to experience that feeling again. But the temptation of the gene lock was still luring him. The more the gene lock is used, the more skilled the body becomes, and its adaptability increases. It would even passively improve his basic combat power. Until the body fully adapts, reaching the point where it can be constantly activated. At that point, there will be no side effects. After a moment, Guan Yang shook his head. Let's talk about it later. That feeling is truly deadly. Tap tap tap. The sound of footsteps brought Guan Yang's attention back, and he turned to look. In the distance, an old man with a slightly thin face was slowly walking toward him. Guan Yang's eyes instantly widened. Damn, old Ren. That's right, the person in front of him was indeed old Ren. But at this moment, old Ren had completely changed his appearance. There was still a faint black aura around him, but it was much more restrained. The most important thing was his appearance. Just looking at his face, it was impossible to see any signs. This was just an ordinary old man. If it weren't for his body still being a bit stiff, and those long, dark, thin nails, anyone would mistake old Ren for an ordinary elder. How did old Ren change so much? Old Ren, upon hearing the words, seemed to respond to Guan Yang, nodding his head. Guan Yang couldn't believe it. You can understand me now? With that, Guan Yang stared at old Ren closely. The next second, old Ren actually responded again. He nodded. Shake your head and see. Guan Yang still wasn't sure. Old Ren cooperatively shook his head. Damn, you really understand me. Your mind is restored. Can you still remember your original memories? Roar. Old Ren let out a roar, neither shaking his head nor nodding. Guan Yang. 3 minutes later, Guan Yang finally understood old Ren's condition. What he said, old Ren could understand, but only for simple questions and answers. If the questions were a bit longer or harder, old Ren would get confused. Guan Yang guessed this was probably because his mind hadn't fully recovered yet. But this was still much better than before. He estimated that after a few more evolutions, old Ren's mind would fully recover. Then, Guan Yang turned his gaze to old Ren's attributes. Because old Ren's name had directly changed to Toxic Corpse King. Something must have changed. Chapter 87, Encountering the Black-Robed Man. Contracted creature, Toxic Corpse King. Evolution count, 3 out of 9. Attributes, dark, poison. Bloodline, first stage. Bloodline ability, soul absorption. Soul absorption, absorbs the souls of dead creatures. Combat power, 80,000, third stage. The Corpse King bloodline, including the Toxic Corpse King body, great strength, keen sense of smell, steel-like physique, toxic control, low-altitude flight, earth burrowing. It has changed. It has really completely changed. Old Ren not only leveled up, but his bloodline has evolved as well. In this world, there is no concept of bloodline evolution for exotic beasts. How they are born is how they remain, at most they may mutate. Their growth afterward is purely based on strength. Bloodlines are set at birth and never change in a lifetime. But now, old Ren has broken this rule. Could it be because old Ren is not a product of this world? Old Ren was not originally from this world, and he also has bloodlines of his own. So, bloodline evolution is actually reasonable. Guan Yang always thought old Ren was assimilated by his contract power and that his battle power was increasing. There was no bloodline evolution power. To his surprise, it wasn't that there was none, but that the evolution conditions hadn't been met. As for soul-sucking, the explanation is simple and clear, but its specific effect remains unknown. This bloodline ability can definitely be tested by draining it. Thinking about bloodlines, Guan Yang also thought about the power of backfeeding. If that's the case, after old Ren's bloodline upgrade, there must be a second and third time. Does it mean that every time old Ren's bloodline evolves, he can get a powerful backfeed again? Damn. Old Ren is giving it his all. Hiss. At that moment, the little mutant, who had been on lookout for Guan Yang, suddenly let out a sharp hiss. Guan Yang frowned. Instinctively, he activated biological detection. Soon, Guan Yang's face changed. In his detection, two objects were approaching at an extremely fast speed. From the perception, the strength was indiscernible, but their size indicated that there were two people. Looking at the speed and direction of their approach, they were heading right here. Could it be that they were attracted by old Ren's evolution? At the speed they were moving, they would definitely arrive in less than 10 seconds. With a thought, old Ren disappeared. At the same time, a black robe appeared on Guan Yang. He then ordered the little mutant to hide in a distant tree, ready for any changes. Just as he finished, two figures appeared in the distance. Guan Yang's lips twitched under the black robe. It was actually two black-robed people. Their outfits were exactly the same as his. Since when did black robes become so popular? The ones who arrived were actually Sinan and his companion. Upon arriving, what they saw made them stunned. A black-robed person? Well. Looks like all the black-robed people have gathered together. Sinan sized up Guan Yang, not sensing anything special, before speaking up. Did you cause the phenomenon just now? Guan Yang suppressed his voice and spoke first. What brings you both here? He then cast a detection spell on the two of them. Name, Sinan. Attribute, poison. Combat power, 40,000, base combat power, plus 258,000, bloodthirsty poison insect 60%. Contracted creature, bloodthirsty poison insect king, 47. Skills, toxic control, illusionary poison hand, toxic barrier, mind controlling toxin. Name, Ding Shun. Attribute, poison. Combat power, 33,000, base combat power, plus 230,000, poisonous beetle 60%. Contracted creature, poisonous beetle king, 4/7. Skills, toxic control, bone corrosion wind, all insects combine, all insects shield. Guan Yang's eyes flashed. There were actually two tier 4 combatants in terms of comprehensive strength. Although their base attributes were only second tier, they were still very strong. The most important thing was that they were both of the poison attribute. Could they be people from the Poison King's Hall? Guan Yang instantly thought of Old Ren. Could it be that they came because of Old Ren's attraction? But no, that's impossible. They couldn't have arrived this quickly. In an instant, Guan Yang's brain raced with thoughts. On the opposite side, Sinan frowned and said coldly, "Who are you?" "I'll ask again, did you cause the phenomenon just now?" The domineering tone made Guan Yang squint his eyes. "Who am I?" "Of course, I am just like you. Also, put away your poison. It's useless to me." As he spoke, Guan Yang waved his hand, and the deadly poison that had been spreading toward him in the air was immediately pushed back toward the two in front. It turns out, when Guan Yang first learned their attributes, he had switched his shared attributes to Old Ren. At the same time, he activated various enhancements and toxic control abilities. In an instant, he sensed the poisonous elements in the air gathering, slowly spreading toward the two under Ding Shun's control. And that led to this scene. Under the black robe, Sinan's eyes narrowed. The other was also a poison-type contract master. Only a poison-type contract master could detect and push back the toxins spreading in the air. Could it be someone under another poison king? Thinking of this, Sinan cupped his hands toward Guan Yang and said, "I am Feng Tian, under the insect king. May I ask which poison king you serve?" Guan Yang. Damn. How was he supposed to answer that? If he answered wrong, he'd be exposed. And what the hell was the insect king? A poison king who controls insects, a hall master level expert maybe? Wait a minute. These two seem to be insect players themselves. Does that mean every poison king has contract masters with the same type of contracted beast as him? Of course, even knowing this, Guan Yang still couldn't answer. He still didn't know what types of poison kings existed in the Poison King Hall. Since he couldn't answer, he could only bluff. Hee, you two are cautious. Using false names when wandering outside. Good. Sinan and the other frowned, speaking in a deep voice. "We don't understand what you mean." "Alright, I won't tease you anymore." "Sinan, Ding Shun, have you completed your purpose here?" Guan Yang immediately thought a lot. The Poison King Hall appearing in the world surely had a purpose. Although he didn't know their purpose. But with such vague words, bluffing them should be fine. Normally, the chance of failing such a bluff would be high. But Guan Yang had an advantage, he directly spoke the two names. This made the originally unbelievable words feel strangely real and mysterious. Sure enough, when Sinan and Ding Shun heard their names, their bodies trembled. They suddenly looked at Guan Yang, trying to figure out who he really was. Why did he know their names? Even their goal? Who exactly are you? Saying this, Sinan and the other became cautious and alert. Sinan instinctively touched the jade box hidden in his backpack. The Poison King Hall seemed like one, but the various Poison Kings were separate, each unwilling to obey the others. They were all in competition. Fighting often broke out. Seeing their caution, Guan Yang watched their movements closely. When he saw Sinan instinctively reach for the backpack, a sharp light flashed in Guan Yang's eyes. Had he reached his goal? It should be some object, otherwise, it wouldn't be placed in a backpack. Thinking this, Guan Yang spoke again. It seems your goal has already been achieved. Ah. Still a step too late. Fine, fine. That thing is yours. Xiaoyi, come back, we're leaving. Sinan frowned. Who was Xiaoyi? The next second, a black shadow fell from above him, landing several meters away, heading toward Guan Yang. It instantly startled Sinan. When he saw what it was, Sinan's pupils shrank sharply. It was a beast he had never seen before. Most importantly, it had just fallen from above him. That meant the beast had been only about 5 meters away from him. Cold sweat instantly soaked Sinan's clothes. He had been approached by the beast for 5 meters without noticing. If it had attacked suddenly, the consequences. Chapter 88, Encountering the Flame Blast Bear Again. Although Sinan's expression was unseen, his actions were observed clearly by Guan Yang. A corner of Guan Yang's mouth lifted. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Xiaoyi's movements were silent, able to strongly intimidate the two, making them more cautious, unwilling to act easily. This gave him time to leave. Yes, from the start he had no intention of fighting them directly. No way, he couldn't win. To now, without moving a single soldier, to intimidate them and leave safely, this was Guan Yang's ideal outcome. When Xiaoyi reached in front of him, Guan Yang no longer spoke to the two, turning to walk toward the outskirts. His speed was unhurried, but as he walked, his body was instantly tense and alert. Who knew if they might attack suddenly? He is gambling with everything. A few seconds later, Guan Yang disappeared behind a big tree, and once the two could no longer be seen, his speed suddenly surged. He ran rapidly toward the distance. He must stall for just a bit longer. Although Guan Yang had calmed the two for a moment, his words were full of loopholes. They could only fool them temporarily. Therefore, before the other realized it, running quickly was the only correct way. Sinan saw Guan Yang leaving with Xiaoyi and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This person is too mysterious. It's better not to act if you can avoid it. At that moment, Ding Shun suddenly spoke. Sinan. Sinan, what is it? Ding Shun frowned and whispered, you also know my poison beetles have a special talent to sense danger. In my sense, that person just now was a bit strange. Sinan was surprised. Oh? How strange. Ding Shun, in my sense, their strength does not seem strong. It even feels weak. This feeling is like facing a second or third level contract master. But that's impossible. Someone who knows us must come from the Poison King Hall. But the Poison King Hall rules say anyone below level 4 cannot go outside. Even level 4 people must go in teams, just like us. But that person was alone. How strange. Sinan frowned and a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. Ding Shun was right. Earlier, he had been drawn by the other's mystery and then shaken by Xiaoyi. Now thinking back, something felt very wrong. First, only a few people in the entire Poison King Hall knew their movements. No one looked like the black-robed man from before, and they had never seen that strange beast. Second, both of them were wearing black robes, so the other could not have seen their faces, and they did not strike. So why could the other recognize them? A series of doubts formed in his mind. A few seconds later, Sinan shuddered. Could it be? The other has psychic skills and can read their thoughts? But that's not right. How could the other return the poison element attack? It made no sense. Sinan carefully recalled Guan Yang's appearance. A few seconds later, Sinan's face darkened. Suddenly he shouted angrily, damn it, he is not from the Poison King Hall. His sleeves have no mark. We were tricked, chase him quickly. Sinan remembered that Guan Yang's black robe looked like theirs. But the sleeves had no mark of the Poison King exclusive poison masters. For example, theirs had a blood-colored insect embroidered inside the sleeve. It proved they were under the Insect King. Normally, the pattern inside the sleeve is not visible. But when Guan Yang called Xiaoyi, he lifted his hand. It happened to face Sinan. Only now did Sinan remember, there was no pattern inside the sleeve. At that time, he had been fully distracted by Xiaoyi and only now realized something was wrong. Damn it! No matter who you are dead. After speaking, Sinan ran first in the direction Guan Yang had left. Ding Shun was stunned for a moment, then followed quickly. Hey, what's going on? What do you mean we were tricked? Explain. Also, not over there, here. I secretly placed a poison beetle on him. Elsewhere, Guan Yang had to stop moving. A strange beast appeared ahead, blocking the road. Name, Flame Explosion Bear. Attribute, Fire. Combat power, 200,000, mid-level 4th stage. Skills, Savage Charge, Flame Heavy Strike, Fire Whirlwind, Mountain Pressing Down. It was a mid-level 4th stage Flame Explosion Bear. Guan Yang's mouth twitched, he realized he had to fight a bear. Last time he entered the forest, he met a Flame Explosion Bear, and now again. The Flame Explosion Bear looked at Guan Yang and sniffed its nose. It sensed a familiar smell from Guan Yang. The next second, anger appeared in the bear's eyes. Roar! The Flame Explosion Bear roared wildly, pushed off with its hind legs, and its whole body rose instantly. Seeing this, Guan Yang called Xiaoyi to stand in front of him. Carefully on guard. The next moment, Guan Yang's eyes narrowed. His gaze fell on the chest of the blazing exploding bear. There, on its chest, was a huge scar, the fur not yet grown back. It should be a fresh wound recently healed. Seeing this, a thought flashed through Guan Yang's mind. Holy crap! No way! Can it be this coincidental? Could it be the same blazing exploding bear from last time? It hasn't been long since then, and not only has its wound healed, its strength has also advanced. This growth in strength is really fast. Big bear, I'm just passing by, The blazing exploding bear clearly didn't understand Guan Yang's words. Yet it had no intention of attacking. Its eyes fixed on Xiaoyi, and its aura grew heavier. From Xiaoyi, it sensed a faint, strange danger. This unknown presence made it unusually alert. Even more, it smelled the blood of other beasts on Xiaoyi. Seeing that the bear did not move, Guan Yang moved his feet, preparing to retreat. As he moved, the bear still stared, but made no move to attack. This made Guan Yang secretly relax. But the next moment, his expression changed. Not good. Those two black-robed men were coming. His biological sensors detected them coming straight at him. How could this be? How did they know where he was? A coincidence? Or, Guan Yang thought for a moment and instantly activated Lao Ren's attribute. His sense of smell amplified greatly. All sorts of strange smells flooded his nose. The next instant, his expression darkened. He looked down sharply, seeing a tiny insect on his shoelace that had appeared somehow. The smell was exactly the same as one of the black-robed men. Damn it! Just as Guan Yang found the cause, the two black-robed men arrived. Found you. Dare to impersonate the Poison King Hall, asking for death. Sinan and Ding Shan appeared before Guan Yang. Ding Shan saw the scene and instinctively whispered, "Huff, blazing exploding bear." Roar! The bear suddenly roared loudly. Two more black-robed men appeared. Are they the same group as the first one? It felt the deadly danger from Sinan and Ding Shan. So, the bear's body immediately dropped, then its limbs suddenly forced. In an instant it charged away from Guan Yang. Run! It was hot-tempered but not stupid. Obvious 3 against 1, only a fool would fight. Anyway, its 4 legs ran faster than 2 legs. Bye-bye. Chapter 89 Xiaoyi, teach him a lesson. Guan Yang. Watching the fast-running blazing exploding bear, Guan Yang was dumbfounded. He had been thinking how to use the bear to deal with Sinan and the others. And now this? You run fast, but what about me? Thinking this, Guan Yang didn't hesitate, surged forward, chasing the bear. Don't run. If you dare, wait for me. Sinan and Ding Shan. They were stunned for a moment, then reacted. Chase. Don't let him escape. Thus, inside the Tianhai forest, this scene unfolded. A huge blazing exploding bear ran ahead, a black-robed man chasing desperately behind. And behind him, 2 more black-robed men chased. After a short run, Guan Yang's face darkened. The bear ran too fast, almost lost to sight. And the 2 behind him were even faster by a bit. If this continued, soon he would be caught. Xiaoyi. With a thought, Xiaoyi running behind Guan Yang suddenly extended 2 wings. With a flap, in the blink of an eye, it came beside Guan Yang. Seeing this, Guan Yang grabbed and leaped, instantly jumping onto Xiaoyi. Go! Under Guan Yang's command, Xiaoyi went full speed, instantly increasing greatly. In a blink, they left Sinan and the others behind, quickly chasing the blazing exploding bear. Sinan saw this, his face darkened. Ding Shan. Coming. Ding Shan replied. Countless poisonous beetles flew out from Ding Shan's black robe, instantly gathering into a swarm. Then, the poisonous beetles flew to the backs of Ding Shan and Sinan, quickly and orderly arranging themselves. In an instant, they formed the shape of 2 wings. With the boost of the poisonous beetles, the two leaped into the air with a single step. The next second, all the poisonous beetles spread their wings, holding Ding Shun and Sinan in place. With the power of the poisonous beetles, they sped toward Guan Yang. Every now and then, they had to touch down to gain extra support. But the speed was much faster than running on their own. Guan Yang and Sinan's group were all using flight now. The flame bomb bear, which had been the fastest, suddenly fell behind, becoming the slowest. Within seconds, it was caught up again. Seeing this, the flame bomb bear's eyes filled with growing anger. When had it ever suffered such humiliation? Being chased from behind made its fury burn hotter. Finally, when Guan Yang was 10 meters away, the anger exploded. This bear will make you pay. The flame bomb bear stopped suddenly, then twisted its body. Flames roared from its whole body. Roar! With a wild shout, it became a blur and charged toward Guan Yang. In an instant, it was within 3 meters of Guan Yang. Xiaoyi reacted quickly, unleashing full speed, flapping wings, changing direction, and arcing around the flame bomb bear. Then, his body kept moving forward at high speed. The flame bomb bear only saw a flash, and when it looked again, only the two black-robed men were behind. Seeing this, the flame bomb bear ignored everything and, with roaring flames, charged toward Sinan. And because of acceleration, it moved faster and faster. The distance between groups was small. In a blink, it reached Sinan and Ding Shun. Ding Shun! Sinan shouted, and Ding Shun understood. As the flame bomb bear approached, the poisonous beetles suddenly shifted shape, pushing the two to the sides. They narrowly avoided the flame bomb bear. However, some poisonous beetles were burned to death by the fire. After passing the two, the flame bomb bear's momentum began to drop rapidly. A flash of anger appeared in Ding Shun's eyes. With a thought, hundreds of poisonous beetles flew out, surrounding the flame bomb bear who had just stabilized. This troublesome beast was simply asking to die. He and Sinan continued, their feet pushing forward, chasing Guan Yang. But after only a few meters, a violent wind rose, followed by a strong suction from behind. Half of Ding Shun's poisonous beetles were sucked away. At this moment, a fire vortex had formed around the flame bomb bear. A scorching heat wave shot up, reddening the area. At the same time, everything around began to be pulled into the vortex. It was the flame bomb bear's skill, fire whirlwind. Compared to last time, the fire whirl was stronger. With this suction, their flight was immediately stopped. Bastard! Destroying my treasures, I will kill you. Ding Shun was furious. In just a short while, half of his poisonous beetles had been sucked into the vortex. Inside, flames shot up. What could happen to his beetles in there? At this moment, an arm blocked in front of Ding Shun. It was Sinan. You are faster, go chase that kid. I will handle this beast. Sinan said with a dark face. Ding Shun's face changed, he bit his teeth and said, leave some for me, I will feed it to my treasures. Then, he pushed off the ground, crossing the suction area in an instant. The poisonous beetles became wings again, chasing Guan Yang quickly. Sinan, facing the wind pressure, planted his feet like roots, standing firm. His eyes carried a trace of killing intent as he stared at the flame bomb bear. On the other side, the poisonous beetle was dragging Ding Shun alone, and the speed once again increased rapidly. It rapidly approached Guan Yang. Ahead, Guan Yang was always paying attention to the situation behind. Seeing Ding Shun coming alone to kill him, a thought instantly crossed his mind. Should he fight back hard? With him, Old Ren, and Xiaoyi, they weren't without the power to fight back when facing just one person. Once the thought arose, it couldn't be stopped. After pondering for 2 seconds, Guan Yang decided to give it a try. After all, at the current speed, it was only a matter of time before he was caught. Might as well give it a shot. But now, it was better to distance himself first. At this distance, Sinan could easily take care of the blazing explosive bear that's coming. Big bear, hold on a little longer. With this thought in mind, Guan Yang signaled Xiaoyi to increase speed again. They passed through forest after forest and disappeared into the distance. And Ding Shun was right behind them. The two of them, one in front and one behind, one escaping and one chasing, didn't know how far they'd gone. Ding Shun was indeed fast on his own, slowly closing the distance between them. Just when the distance between them was less than 30 meters, Guan Yang suddenly stopped and landed on an open space. He turned around and looked at Ding Shun, who had also arrived at the same place. Why aren't you running anymore? Have you given up on escaping and decided to surrender? Ding Shun looked at the stopped Guan Yang and sneered. Guan Yang, I'm surprised, why are you so determined to chase me? We are just strangers who met by chance, with no grudges. Ding Shun had a confident look on his face. He said meaningfully, you only have yourself to blame. Sometimes, knowing too much is actually not good. Guan Yang narrowed his eyes. So, you're saying there's no room for discussion? Since there's nothing to talk about, then let's fight. Xiao Yi, deal with him. Xiao Yi, deal with him. As soon as the words were spoken, Guan Yang's hand produced a flame knife. He stepped forward and rushed towards Ding Shun with Xiao Yi. Ding Shun's face darkened, and he immediately said in a deep voice, "Do you think I don't have a contract beast? Come out, my poisonous beetle." The next second, a swarm of poisonous beetles flew out from Ding Shun's body. Seeing this, Guan Yang immediately halted his forward movement. Of course, with so many insects flying around, who wouldn't be alarmed? You'd be crazy to rush in. He stopped, but didn't stop Xiao Yi. Because Xiao Yi wasn't afraid of these bugs. Not to mention the exoskeleton armor's defense. Even if these bugs could break through Xiao Yi's defenses, ask yourself, who dares to suck Xiao Yi's blood? That would be like an old man committing suicide, looking for death, right? In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yi rushed into the swarm of bugs. A cold smile appeared on Ding Shun's face. Dare to charge in, and your contract beast will stay here. Just in time for my poisonous beetles to replenish. But then, Ding Shun's face changed abruptly. Because he found that his poisonous beetles couldn't break the defense of the contract beast in front of him. The most surprising thing was that the poisonous beetles that entered the creature's mouth should have eaten the beast from the inside out. But the situation now was that once his poisonous beetles entered its mouth, they simply disappeared without a trace. Dead. What kind of monster is this? It was completely the nemesis of his poisonous beetles. Its defense couldn't be broken, the poison was useless, and even the bugs didn't fear going into the body. He couldn't even aim for the beast's eyes. Because the beast had no eyes, or rather, its eyes were covered by its exoskeleton. When his poisonous beetles met the opponent's contract beast, the only thing he could say was 4 words. Helpless. What should he do now? How could such a creature exist in the world? Just when Ding Shun was doubting his life, Xiao Yi completely ignored the surrounding poisonous beetles and charged directly in front of Ding Shun. With one claw in hand, it slashed toward Ding Shun. Ding Shun's face changed, and his left hand raised, delivering a powerful punch to Xiao Yi's claw. Clang! A metallic sound rang out. Ding Shun actually blocked Xiao Yi's claw. He saw that Ding Shun's left hand had, for some unknown reason, put on a black metal glove. It seemed that the metal glove could block Xiao Yi's claws. It must be because of these gloves. Otherwise, with the body of a contract master, it would be absolutely impossible to block the little anomaly. After one strike, Ding Shun suddenly stepped back 2 paces, creating some distance. The next second, a smile unexpectedly appeared on his face. Ah, only a 3rd-tier strength, you really made me worry for nothing. Now that I figured you out, you can just wait for death. Saying this, Ding Shun raised his left hand, and instantly, 3 sharp claws shot out from the black gloves. With a cruel smile, he pounced toward the little anomaly. At the same time, while chanting, he gave an order to the venomous armored beetles. Kill Guan Yang. His venomous beetles were ineffective against this exotic beast, but he didn't believe they wouldn't work on a contract master's flesh and blood. Upon receiving Ding Shun's command, the venomous beetles instantly turned around and charged toward Guan Yang. Guan Yang's expression darkened when he saw this. Damn it! So, you're using more against fewer, huh? Do you really think I'm made of mud? Thinking this, the fire blade in his hand instantly disappeared, replaced by a black, tubular weapon. It was a flamethrower. Last time, it was used to kill the ghost head bees in the secret realm, and now it was just right to deal with the beetle swarm. Looking at the approaching venomous beetles, Guan Yang's eyes showed a trace of indifference. He quickly pressed the switch on the flamethrower. The next second, a tongue of flame shot out from the dark barrel. In an instant, it made contact with the attacking venomous beetles. V-room. Before the venomous beetles could react, they were engulfed in flames. Crackling. The smell of charred flesh quickly spread across the entire space. Along with the fireworks and smoke from the flamethrower. The entire scene was instantly filled with smoke and mist. Countless venomous beetles were consumed by the flames, instantly turning to ash, falling to the ground, completely dead. The venomous beetles were different from the ghost head bees. Although the ghost head bees were afraid of fire, they wouldn't die from fire unless burned for a while. But the venomous beetles were terrified of fire. Once touched by fire, they would either die or be severely injured. Faced with the fierce flames, the venomous beetles immediately lost their formation. They instantly became chaotic, frantically trying to avoid the flames. But as Guan Yang continued to spray fire, more and more venomous beetles were scorched. And the flames spread in the swarm of venomous beetles, much like a spreading fungal infection, one beetle passing the flame to 2, then 4, then 8. In no time, countless venomous beetles were dead. Ding Shun, who was fighting with the little anomaly in the distance, glanced at this scene and his eyes instantly turned bloodshot. Bastard! Beetle formation, assemble! Ding Shun gave an order to the venomous beetles. The next second, the beetles seemed to have found their leader and began to gather together. They transformed into a giant beetle, standing 4 meters tall.
This giant beetle was made up of countless smaller beetles. It looked like a puzzle being assembled, quite shocking to see. When Guan Yang's flames shot toward it, the giant beetle squirmed, and all the small beetles flapped their wings, creating a wind barrier in front of them. Then, the flames were blown out by the gust of wind.
Guan Yang's face became serious.
He kept spraying fire, but his mind was constantly thinking of a countermeasure.
He suddenly realized that he didn't have any area of effect attack abilities. This wouldn't do.
Next time, he had to make up for this flaw. Otherwise, he would remain passive if he encountered such a situation again. Of course, that was something for later.
For now, how should he deal with this giant beetle in front of him? Guan Yang was suddenly overwhelmed with a headache.
As he was thinking, Guan Yang saw Ding Shun, who was suppressing the little anomaly. Capture the leader first. A thought crossed Guan Yang's mind. A figure appeared beside him. It was old Ren. Then, old Ren's body instantly sank into the ground and disappeared. He was heading toward Ding Shun beneath the earth. It was old Ren's new skill, earth shifting. On the other side, Ding Shun had once again forced back the little anomaly, but his heart was growing anxious.
What kind of contract beast is this?
Not only is it made of steel and iron, but its strength is also immense, and its speed is as fast as lightning. It's simply a perfect killing machine. Facing the little anomaly that pounced again, Ding Shun had no choice but to meet it head-on. Just as he was about to lift his foot, the ground suddenly shook. The spot that shook was right beneath his feet.
Not good. Something is underground.
Ding Shun's face changed. He had no time to think. Instinctively he leaped up.
Bang!
Just as he jumped, at the spot where Ding Shun had been, suddenly appeared a pair of hands with a bluish-black hue. Those long nails looked terrifying.
What is it?
While Ding Shun was puzzled, he caught a shadow out of the corner of his eye.
It was Xiao Yi's tail. Not good. Ding Shun thought, this is bad. He wanted to dodge, but in the air, there was nowhere to push off from.
Facing the attacking tail, he could only instinctively twist his body to protect the important parts.
Put.
As Ding Shun twisted, Xiao Yi's tail instantly pierced through his shoulder.
First strike success. Ah!
Ding Shun screamed in pain. His face turned fierce immediately. He raised his left hand hard and chopped sharply at the joint of the tail.
Put.
The sharp claw cut across. Xiao Yi's tail resisted a little, but still could not withstand the sharp blow.
The tail was instantly cut off. Chapter 91, Kill Ding Shun, Sinan arrives. My face, ah. Ding Shun was rejoicing. The next second, a dark green liquid spurted from the broken tail. It splashed instantly onto Ding Shun's face. Sizzle. The corrosive power of thick acidic blood was no joke. Especially when it hit the face directly without any guard. The result was predictable. Ding Shun only screamed for 3 seconds before his voice hoarsened and stopped. His body fell heavily from the air. Looking closely, his head was already half corroded, clearly dead. With Ding Shun's death, the army of poison beetles froze. Then, they all fell to the ground and died.
No master, no contracted beast. This was the rule of this world. No master could survive it.
Watching this scene, Guan Yang wondered, if he died, and Lao Run was a zombie, could he die again? The thought lasted only a second before Guan Yang pushed it aside. Now was not the time to think about that. He would not forget, there was still an even stronger Sinan. But solving one problem made Guan Yang breathe easier. At the same time, he suddenly realized he had overestimated the other's strength. Poison King Hall was just like this. Not so powerful. If Father Guan were here, he would surely spit and drown Guan Yang. Poison King Hall not powerful? Are you joking? Poison King Hall, its greatest power was without doubt poison. Everyone in Poison King Hall used poison in a miraculous way. They could make people fall for it without realizing it. But who would have thought to meet a monster like Guan Yang? He had toxic control already, and Xiao Yi alone was the bane of poison masters. The alien's body structure made it immune to toxic skin corrosion. The alien didn't need to breathe, making it immune to poison entering through respiration. Plus, with the alien's acidic blood, even if poison entered its body through the mouth, it was harmless. Who could argue with that? Without poison, Ding Shun was like a tiger without teeth. 80% of his power was gone. Add the weird duo, one with acidic blood, one burrowing underground. Ding Shun, encountering this for the first time, lost everything in a single mistake. His own strength never fully showed before it ended. He died extremely frustrated. If someone else faced Ding Shun, they would teach him a lesson in minutes. Unfortunately. In this world, there was no if. Looking at the dead Ding Shun, Guan Yang's thoughts stirred again. Should he escape now, or deal with the other one? Some things, you could not stop thinking about. Speak of the devil arrives. Bang! A heavy sound of something falling came from afar. Guan Yang turned his head, seeing Sinan dragging the injured flame-exploding bear to appear before him. Sinan tossed the flame-exploding bear down, then looked toward the scene. The next second, his face changed sharply. Ding Shun! He saw Ding Shun's head more than half corroded. Dead beyond death. Sinan took a deep breath, his voice deep. You did this? With that said, Sinan's eyes sharply swept around, as if searching for something. Sinan did not think that Guan Yang had killed Ding Shun. He was well aware of Ding Shun's strength. Even he himself, if forced to fight, would not be able to kill Ding Shun in such a short time. And based on Ding Shun's perception, the opponent's strength wasn't that strong. So, the possibility that the opponent killed Ding Shun alone was almost zero. But now, Ding Shun was truly dead right in front of him. Therefore, there could only be one possibility: the opponent had an accomplice. This place might just be a trap. That's why Sinan was carefully scanning the surroundings, looking for where the opponent's accomplices might be hiding. At the same time, his heart began to waver. Now, the enemy was in the dark while he was in the light. Although his strength was greater than Ding Shun's, it was not overwhelmingly so. The fact that the enemy could kill Ding Shun so quickly meant they had the capability to kill him as well. At this moment, Guan Yang had no idea of Sinan's thoughts. He nodded generously upon hearing the words. If there's no one else, then I think it was me who did it. Based on Ding Shun's strength, there was no need for Guan Yang to be afraid of Sinan. 3 against 1, his chances of winning were still huge. Seeing that Guan Yang openly admitted it, Sinan's expression became even more serious. It was mainly because of Guan Yang's attitude, which was far too relaxed. Earlier, he had been running for his life, but now he was standing confidently in front of Sinan, his attitude as different as day and night. So what had caused this change in him? After thinking for a while, Sinan could only think of one possibility. The opponent had an ambush. Combined with the dead Ding Shun on the ground, Sinan's thoughts became more intense. At the same time, Sinan secretly manipulated the poison element and began to probe the surroundings. Not long after, Sinan showed a look of confusion. What's going on? This is completely different from what I imagined. In his perception, he couldn't sense anyone else around. How strange. After a moment of thinking and finding no answers, Sinan stopped his contemplation. Looking at Guan Yang, he said coldly, "You truly have some skill. You dare to kill someone from my Poison King Hall, but you're too afraid to show your face. Always hiding, do you dare to tell me your name? In this situation, do you think I would tell you?" As he spoke, Guan Yang pointed at the lifeless body of Ding Shun on the ground. Sinan's face sank. Fine. Since that's the case, I will have to see if your strength is as tough as your words. Saying this, Sinan's hand appeared with a dark green sword. He stepped forward and rushed toward Guan Yang. Watching Sinan coming at him, Guan Yang's lips curled into a smile. Your opponent is not me. Xiaoyi, go. At this moment, Xiaoyi's tail had grown back. This was the effect of super recovery, where even severed limbs could regrow in a very short time. Upon hearing the command, Xiaoyi immediately activated and turned into a shadow, appearing beside Sinan in an instant. Then, with one claw, it swiped at Sinan. Sinan's face turned cold. Seeking death. This poison dragon sword was a rare weapon, easily slicing through iron like mud. A mere contracted beast dared to extend its claws, it would be chopped off. Thinking this, Sinan's mind moved, and the sword suddenly burst with green light. The sword, covered in green light, struck Xiaoyi's claw with full force. Put! Xiaoyi's claw immediately fell off. Just as Sinan's eyes were filled with a cold smile, ready to strike again. Xiaoyi's wound suddenly spewed out a jet of dark green liquid. Although Sinan didn't know what it was, judging by the color, it was better not to touch it. This was where the advantage of having a longer weapon showed. At least it gave him time to react. Sinan, having reached this level, quickly stepped hard on the ground, using the force to twist his body and narrowly avoid most of the liquid. Although Sinan didn't avoid all of it, and some scattered blood splashed onto his black robe. Compared to Ding Shun, who had no time to react, this was much better. Zzzz. Where the liquid splashed, white smoke immediately started to rise. Sinan was shocked. In a panic, he yanked the black robe, but it still fell to the ground. As soon as the black robe hit the ground, several large holes quickly appeared, corroded by something. Sinan's face changed dramatically. Zizz, zizz. A hissing corrosion sound came from beside him. Sinan quickly looked down. He saw that his sword had a large gap corroded into it. It was exactly where he had just cut through the opponent. Chapter 92, The Weakness of Guan Yang. The corrosive power of this blood. Sinan suddenly raised his head, staring at Xiaoyi in shock. Just as he was about to be shocked, Sinan's pupils constricted. He saw Xiaoyi's claw, which had just been severed, slowly growing a new claw. The whole process took less than 3 seconds. It was as good as new. This. Regeneration of severed limbs. What kind of monster is this? The lightning-fast movements, corrosive poisonous blood, regeneration of severed limbs. He had lived over 20 years, and not only had he never seen such a thing, but he hadn't even heard of it. Faced with Xiaoyi charging at him again, Sinan hadn't yet recovered from his shock. Instinctively, he raised his hand and swung his sword. But as the force was halfway through, Sinan instantly realized. His face turned pale. Damn it! In panic, he quickly turned the sword blade and collided it with Xiaoyi's claw. Then, they became entangled in a fierce battle. But as Sinan fought, he felt restricted. He had already used poison, but the situation was the same as with Ding Shun. This was like a seamless egg. There was no way to break through. For a moment, Sinan fell into the most frustrated moment of his life. He couldn't strike, couldn't stab, and on top of that, the opponent was stronger, with a stronger defense. No way out. Once a person has doubts, they will become hesitant in battle. At this moment, Sinan was in such a state. If only he had known that Xiaoyi's injury had a known weakness, he could have been prepared. But he no longer had the same fearless courage to fight like Ding Shun. His fighting strength was now reduced. Guan Yang watched, a smile curling on his lips. He muttered to himself, I love these kinds of lone fighters. But I wonder, what would happen if one fought two? With a thought, old Ren, who had been hiding underground, moved into action. It was the same set of moves he had used against Ding Shun. Unfortunately, Sinan was much more alert than Ding Shun and dodged old Ren's hands. Next, facing the bizarre duo of old Ren and Xiaoyi, Sinan was even more restricted and exhausted from dealing with them. At this point, Sinan secretly grew anxious. Although his combat power far surpassed the two beasts, he was forced to hold back and couldn't use his deadly skills. He could only use his fists and legs, even against old Ren. Who knew that old Ren's blood was also problematic? But while punches and kicks were good, against beings like mutants and zombies with iron-like bodies and incredible regeneration, they seemed powerless. Though he could knock them flying, he couldn't hurt them enough to damage their bones. For a moment, he was tightly entangled. After a while, with the deadlock not breaking, Sinan seized an opportunity. He knocked Xiaoyi and old Ren flying. Then, he quickly stepped back a few steps, creating some distance. I didn't expect you to be a dual-contract beastmaster. Fine, very well. Bloodthirsty poison insect, come out. The next second, a worm-like poisonous insect shot out from Sinan's clothes. After hitting the ground, it burrowed underground and disappeared. Seeing this, Guan Yang became cautious. At the same time, he ordered old Ren to pay attention to the situation underground. But 3 seconds later, nothing happened at all. Just as Guan Yang was puzzled, the ground beneath Sinan suddenly exploded. Boom! A massive body shot out from the ground. It was the bloodthirsty poison insect that had disappeared earlier. But now, the bloodthirsty poison insect was several times larger than before. Its height had reached a terrifying 10 meters. Sinan stood firmly atop the bloodthirsty poison insect's head. He looked down at Guan Yang from above. I admit, your contract beast is truly special, but I have already found your weakness. Now, in this form, let's see how you block. Die. As Sinan's words fell, the bloodthirsty poison insect suddenly charged toward Guan Yang. Wherever it passed, the dirt flew. It was like an enormous heavy truck, with an incomparable sense of oppression rushing toward Guan Yang. Looking at the rushing bloodthirsty poisonous insect, Guan Yang's eyes showed a trace of seriousness. With a thought, he put Lao Ren away. At the same time, the small mutated wings spread, and with one flap, it arrived beside Guan Yang. Carrying Guan Yang, it flew toward the distance. He understood what Sinan meant by weakness. His weakness, he himself also knew. That is, he had no large contracted beast. Whether it was the small mutant or Lao Ren, their body size could not change, and the tallest small mutant was just over 2 meters. Once facing monsters 10 meters long, the disadvantage of a small body appeared. The opponent would not fear your attack, lightly bumping you and sending you flying. Under absolute size oppression, the special abilities of the small mutant and Lao Ren became extremely limited in killing power. Fighting would be extremely difficult. This was the natural advantage brought by size. Now, facing such a giant beast, he could only escape while thinking of ways to respond. Ha ha ha, run faster. At this moment, Sinan changed from his earlier gloom, eyes filled with excitement as he chased Guan Yang. Like a cat playing with a mouse. Within the inner area of Tianhai, once again a chase unfolded. Inside, a 5-meter-long black leopard lay in the grass, cautiously approaching a half-meter-long long-eared rabbit. Saliva constantly dripped from its mouth, and just as the black leopard was about to strike, the long-eared rabbit's ears twitched. Its ears shivered slightly, and the next second, a trace of panic appeared in the rabbit's eyes. Whoosh! With a push from its hind legs, the long-eared rabbit turned around in panic and ran far away. The black leopard's eyes showed urgency. The rabbit it had almost caught was about to escape. How could this happen? Just as it was about to chase, a sudden vibration came from the ground. This vibration was extremely abnormal. The black leopard focused on the direction of the vibration. In the distant forest, rows of trees fell, as if some huge creature was attacking. The black leopard bared its teeth, staring firmly at the distance. Inside the Tianhai forest inner area, it really had no fear of other beasts. If something scared its rabbit away, it had to prepare to replace it. The next second, a bug it had never seen appeared in its eyes. Feeling the bug's aura, the black leopard's eyes showed a trace of excitement. Not strong, can catch. If it caught this, half a month without hunting. But after observing carefully for 1 second, the black leopard's expression suddenly changed. A trace of panic appeared in its eyes, and immediately it tucked its tail and ran. The bug was not strong, but its attributes were too terrifying. Wherever it passed, all the trees withered to different degrees. Obviously, this bug was highly poisonous. Hunting was impossible, only unlucky, better to run first to save its life. Many beasts like the black leopard did the same. Feeling the bloodthirsty poisonous insect's aura and attributes, they all avoided it. Poison type, in the whole Tianhai forest, was something to avoid if possible. Sinan stood on the bloodthirsty poisonous insect, watching the scattering fleeing beasts. A sense of accomplishment naturally arose. Looking at Guan Yang still fleeing, Sinan's face slowly showed killing intent. He proudly shouted at Guan Yang. "Alright, this game of cat and mouse ends here." As he spoke, the bloodthirsty poisonous insect seemed to understand Sinan's thought. A green sticky object sprayed from its mouth, forming a large net in the air, directly covering a 10-meter area around Guan Yang, instantly enclosing him. Blocking all of Guan Yang's escape routes. Seeing that escape was impossible, Guan Yang, still unsure how to deal with Sinan, could only frown and hide in the trees below, finding a large tree to block his figure. At the same time, his mind connected to the system. System, travel now. Yes, this was the only way Guan Yang could temporarily escape Sinan. In a magical world, there must be large beasts. Then he could contract one and directly kill that insect. Chapter 93 Entering the Heavens Again. Where is this exactly? The next second, the scene in front changed. Guan Yang arrived at a place, in the wilderness. That's right, once again, in the wilderness. Guan Yang realized that every time he appeared, it was never in a normal place. It was either the wilderness or an abandoned base. Even survival in the wild isn't like this. Silently complaining to himself, Guan Yang then activated his biological detection. The next second, Guan Yang suddenly looked up. He saw a huge black object leaping at him from the sky. Without thinking, a flame sword appeared in his hand instantly. Hand raised, sword struck. Poochie! The blade sliced through the object, cutting it in two. Guan Yang stared carefully. It was a spider, 4 meters in size. At this moment, the spider's head was already cut diagonally in half. At the same time, a smell of burning came from the cut. It was the characteristic of the flame sword. With burning flames attached. Seeing the size of the spider, a smile appeared on Guan Yang's face. Not bad. If a single spider is this big, then there must be even larger creatures in this world. That means, the giant contract beast is inevitable. After checking again and finding no danger, Guan Yang began to carefully observe the surroundings. All around were huge ancient trees. It felt like he had entered a primeval forest. Sunlight shone through the leaves onto the ground, creating a special kind of beauty. If it weren't for the giant spider on the ground, it would have been even better. The gravity was almost the same as Blue Star. Nothing else was particularly special. After a brief survey, Guan Yang could not figure out what kind of world this was. It seemed he still needed to find people, to see if he could find a town or something. Thinking this, Guan Yang put away his thoughts, and a pair of glasses appeared in his hand. These were multifunctional detection glasses. They were very convenient for exploring terrain. In a moment, a green light spread from Guan Yang outward. In an instant, it scanned the entire space. It was the terrain skin built into the glasses. 3 seconds later, a 3D map appeared on Guan Yang's glasses. Looking at the model, Guan Yang shook his head helplessly. This is a primeval forest. Within the scan range, there were only tall trees. The end of the forest could not be detected. Damn! Relying on terrain detection to find direction, it was hopeless. Then, he could only fly. Thinking this, Guan Yang's body slowly lifted off the ground, rising vertically toward the sky. It was a low-altitude flight, taken from the shared skill of the contract beast. A few seconds later, Guan Yang stood in the air and saw a scene he would never forget. Endless forest, surrounded by mountains, mountaintops covered with snow year-round, and in the distance on the side, a lake. A streak of morning glow rose from the end of the lake. Simply breathtaking. After a moment, Guan Yang raised an eyebrow and looked toward the lake. There was a lone mountain there. The mountain was as tall as the distant mountains, but strangely, its top had no snow, only dark clouds. It clearly was not a lucky place. Guan Yang thought for a moment and then flew toward the lake. The lake connected to a winding river. If there were people, they would definitely live near the lake or river. Water is the source of life, this applies everywhere. Not long after flying, Guan Yang suddenly paused in midair. His gaze stared at the ground in surprise. Through the branches of the forest, he could vaguely see a house. Yes, a forest cabin. Guan Yang frowned as he looked at the cabin. Because in his glasses detection, there was no cabin here at all. But now, the cabin appeared right in front of him. Could it be that in this world, there is a way to block the detection glasses scan? Thinking this, Guan Yang's eyes flickered, and he slowly descended near the cabin. After landing, Guan Yang's gaze hardened. Near the cabin, there were many animal corpses. And the roof had several holes, making it look quite dilapidated. In his perception, some small animals were moving inside the cabin. No other large living creatures were found. But out of caution, Guan Yang still summoned Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi was the best for detecting life. With a thought, Xiaoyi set off toward the small house. Xiaoyi landed silently, its body slowly climbing to the hole in the roof, then swiftly slipping inside. Who? Bang! A shadow was sent flying out. Guan Yang's face darkened upon seeing this. Because the one flying out was Xiaoyi. And the voice calling out was in human language. That meant there was someone inside the small house. This discovery made Guan Yang's expression even darker. Because up until now, he had not detected anyone inside. Not even Xiaoyi had detected anyone. From what Xiaoyi had sensed, it had barely begun to explore when it was knocked out by an unknown force. There was no sign of anyone at all. Now, Guan Yang could confirm that this world had creatures capable of blocking Xiaoyi's life detection. While Guan Yang was deep in thought, a figure suddenly appeared right in front of him. The figure wore a brown robe and a brown hat, with a long beard. One side of his face seemed to have mold growing on it, with white spots. He held a wooden staff, the top of which was embedded with a mysterious gemstone. He perfectly fit the image of a wizard in Guan Yang's mind. At this moment, Guan Yang stood frozen, shocked. His shock was not from the person's appearance, but from how he appeared. The person seemed to have materialized out of thin air, as if by teleportation, appearing suddenly before him. Could this be the so-called magic? A magical world equals a world of magic? Could he not detect the person because the person used magic to block his detection? Oh. A human? How is it that a human is here? The brown-robed wizard looked at Guan Yang and suddenly spoke in confusion. Guan Yang snapped back to his senses and subconsciously cast a detection spell. Name, Ridagast. Attribute, Wood. Combat power, 53,000, 3rd rank. Skills, Elemental Control, Animal Affinity, Basic Magic. Ridagast? That name sounds so familiar. Guan Yang must have heard it somewhere, but no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't remember. He fell into deep thought. Ridagast noticed Guan Yang hadn't spoken and cautiously asked again, "You're a human, how did you end up here? Also, what is that thing beside you? I sense an ominous aura from it." Guan Yang snapped back to reality, but he sensed something off in the other person's words. The other had mentioned human twice. Did this mean that this world had more than just humans, but also other species? Well, I got lost while I was out running an errand. This is my partner beside me. Guan Yang saw that the other didn't seem to intend to attack, so he quickly came up with an excuse. He decided to try and extract some information to figure out where exactly he was. Errand? What is that? Do you need to run one? It's a product of Hextech technology. It's not important. What matters is that I can't find my way back. Do you know how to get out of here? Chapter 94, Human Wizard, I come from the east. I can't find my way back. Do you know the way out? Ridagast frowned upon hearing this. He carefully examined Xiaoyi and then shifted his gaze back to Guan Yang. He did not sense any ominous aura from Guan Yang. This was the reason he hadn't acted yet. However, he did sense a strange danger from Guan Yang. Ridagast pointed to his chest and, with deep meaning, said, "Young man, I can sense you're lying. The nearest forest edge is a 2-day journey from here. Yet your clothes are so neat. You don't look like someone who is lost.
Also, I can feel a great power within you. He hadn't sensed any ill intent from Guan Yang, or he would have attacked long ago. But precisely because of this, he was full of doubt. What exactly did the other party want from him? Was it related to the giant spider swarm from earlier? Or perhaps to the distant castle? Upon hearing this, Guan Yang instinctively looked at his clothes. Alright. Looks like the people in this world do have intelligence after all. He had been thinking too simply. Alright. No more pretending, I'll lay it all out. Actually, I am one of your kind. Saying this, Guan Yang slowly lifted his feet off the ground and hovered in the air, silently watching the other person. You are a human wizard? Ridagas thoughtlessly narrowed his eyes. Guan Yang's performance was within his expectations. With that kind of power, how could he possibly be an ordinary person? Thinking this, Ridagas once again asked, why did you specifically come looking for me? Guan Yang, do you believe me if I say I'm really lost? Am I stupid? Guan Yang. Guan Yang shrugged, well, if you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Can you tell me how to get to the nearest town? Ridagas kept staring at Guan Yang, noticing that when he said this, he seemed completely serious, as if he wasn't joking. At that moment, Ridagas became puzzled. Could he really be lost? How could you get lost? This was also what puzzled him. As a human wizard, it was impossible to get lost. I was chasing a giant spider, but somehow got lost along the way. Guan Yang replied half-truthfully. Sometimes, the line between truth and lies is so thin that it's easier for people to believe. Just like now, after Guan Yang responded like this, Ridagas' eyes widened in shock. A giant spider, you encountered it too? Are you also heading to the castle? Guan Yang. Although Guan Yang didn't know what castle they were talking about, it didn't stop him from pulling the conversation along with the other person. Yes. I'm tracking down the giant spiders. Do you know where they are? When Ridagas heard this, his expression finally showed understanding. After a moment of contemplation, Ridagas suddenly changed the topic and asked, Human wizard, where do you come from? I come from a distant place. If you have to put it that way, you could call it the East. Guan Yang could only keep bluffing. But when Ridagas heard this, he muttered to himself, a human wizard from the East, no wonder. In the Middle Land, there were only 5 wizards. He had wondered when another human wizard had appeared, and now it all made sense. If he's from the East, then it all explains itself. It even made sense that he could get lost. For a moment, Ridagas' mind ran wild, thinking he had figured out Guan Yang's background. A human wizard from the East, coming to track evil forces, and got lost in the process. If Guan Yang knew what Ridagas was thinking, he might have said, thanks. After a moment, Ridagas spoke again. If you are headed to the castle, you can come with me. I was just attacked by a swarm of giant spiders, and the animals nearby have been harmed by evil forces. I was planning to go to the castle to investigate. This time, his tone clearly had less suspicion and more warmth. Guan Yang found this sudden shift confusing. Such a big change, what's going on? Was he so easily accepting of a stranger? Could it be that this world is less cautious about strangers? At this point, Ridagas had indeed lowered his guard against Guan Yang. In his view, there were only 2 types of people. 1, enemies of evil forces, like those evil half-orcs and Smog. The other, friends of non-evil forces, like elves, dwarves. As long as there was no evil aura, anyone could be a friend. And the reason he said this was because he saw Guan Yang's power. Someone who could give him a sense of danger certainly had strong abilities. Since he was about to explore that evil castle, teaming up was the best choice. Guan Yang was confused, but as long as the result was good, that was enough. Are you going too? That's perfect, we can go together. Radagast nodded, since that's the case, let's set off now. I will call my cart. Saying this, Radagast took out a whistle and blew it. Toot toot toot. A cart? Guan Yang looked at him in confusion. There are still carts in this world? While waiting for the cart, Radagast surprisingly started talking to Guan Yang. Hello, human wizard from the East, my name is Radagast, nice to meet you. Guan Yang, I am Guan Yang, nice to meet you too. After a few official words, Guan Yang changed the topic and casually asked. Hello Radagast, are there many wizards here like you? This was what Guan Yang cared about, how the power system of this world worked, he should be able to tell from the answer. Until now, he still hadn't figured out what world this was. He could only see if there were any famous figures to find clues. Hearing this, Radagast shook his head, not many, in Middle-earth as far as I know, there are only 5 wizards, and I am one of them. Guan Yang nodded and quietly calculated in his mind. If there are only 5 people, by small signs one can tell, the power system of this world is okay, not strong. Oh. I can feel that your power is strong, Radagast, your status among the 5 wizards must be high. Trying to flatter him, Guan Yang continued indirectly. Haha, not bad, not bad. Actually, among us, the greatest is not me. It is Saruman, the white-robed wizard. Guan Yang raised his eyebrows. Saruman. White-robed wizard. Another very familiar name. But he just could not remember the story. Where exactly is this place? Who are the other wizards? Guan Yang asked casually. There is also the grey-robed wizard. While Radagast was speaking, the grass in the distance shook. The next second, a dozen figures quickly jumped out of the grass, stopping in front of them. It looked like a sled, but instead of huskies, it was pulled by a group of strong half-meter-tall rabbits. Radagast immediately changed his words. Ha ha, my cart has arrived. Guan Yang looked at the large rabbit sled in front of him, his mouth twitched. It really was a special cart. Somehow familiar, but he couldn't remember. What to do, waiting online, it's urgent. Chapter 95, Ring Spirit appears, the ring reveals. Elsewhere, the real world. No, how could it be not there? Clearly covered under my eyes? Why isn't it? Nan was muttering angrily. He clearly had Guan Yang and that special contracted beast under his control. But now, after searching around, they seem to have vanished into thin air. What exactly happened? After a moment, Nan looked at the silent forest with a stern face. He planned to search elsewhere. But just as he moved, the next second, an idea popped into his mind. Lure the tiger away from the mountain. Could the other party still be there, just using some special hiding method, hiding away? Thinking of this, Nan squinted. The more he thought, the more possible it seemed. According to the scent left behind, the other party was behind a big tree. The scent suddenly disappeared. And around, there was no scent at all. Moreover, it could be ruled out that the other party had space-type means, otherwise they would have used it already. So thinking back and forth, hiding seemed the only explanation. It was even possible they were hiding underground. Just like his contracted beast. Thinking this, Nan moved his mind, letting poisonous insects monitor the underground situation, while he sat down. There was still some time before he returned to the Poison King Palace to submit the task. He would wait another day or two. He didn't believe the other party really had a way to escape. For catching mice, patience was the one thing Nan never lacked. In the world of all heavens, Guan Yang sat on Radagast's sled, arriving at an ancient castle. Guan Yang looked at the gloomy castle. In the heart, a secret vigilance began to rise. Be careful. I can sense an evil presence. At this moment, Radagast looked solemnly at the castle door, whispering to Guan Yang. Guan Yang nodded. He didn't sense any evil presence, but it didn't stop him from being cautious. This world is far too mysterious, and what they may be facing are the kinds of malevolent spirits and monsters that only appear in movies. Among them, when facing evil spirits, Shaoyi is practically useless, relying only on old Ren's dark energy. If it works on ghosts, it should work on evil spirits too. With this in mind, Guan Yang switched the shared list to old Ren's. Following Radagast, he entered the castle. Once inside, the distinct smell of decay filled the air. Everywhere, there were ruins, broken walls. It was the kind of state that screams desolation, abandoned for a long time. The two of them proceeded cautiously, staying on guard. Just as they arrived at a staircase landing, Radagast suddenly turned his head, gripping his staff tightly, aiming at a statue. The next second, just as Guan Yang was confused, a spirit slowly floated out from the statue. Guan Yang's eyes narrowed. In an instant, he cast a spell of investigation on it. Name, Ongmar Witch King. Attribute, Undead Type. Combat Power, 42,000, second tier. Skill, one of the 9 ring wraiths, the Ongmar Witch King, corrupted by the One Ring. As long as the ring exists, he is indestructible. As Guan Yang received the information, his eyes instantly widened. The 9 ring wraiths, this familiar scene, the rabbit pulling the cart, the brown-robed wizard. Everything instantly clicked into place in Guan Yang's mind, forming 2 big words. The One Ring. Damn it. Just a moment ago, I thought this world's power system wasn't high. But now, what the hell? There are divine beings here, and we're talking about ancient monsters that have lived for thousands of years. Is this real? During Guan Yang's moment of shock, the brown-robed Radagast had already dealt with the ringwraith. The Ongmar Witch King dissipated, leaving behind a sword. At this moment, Guan Yang had already figured out the current plot. It's the prequel to the Lord of the Rings trilogy, The Hobbit. And where he is now, is definitely the place where Sauron hid after his defeat, right? Just as Guan Yang thought of this, the brown-robed Radagast's expression changed, and he suddenly turned to look towards a distant door. Inside the door, the scene began to shift, and a black figure appeared before the two of them.
Guan Yang's pupils shrank. Sauron. Radagast.
A deep voice came from behind the door. Radagast's pupils constricted, his face showing a shocked expression. Without a moment's hesitation, he grabbed Guan Yang and turned to flee.
Run!
Just as the two were fleeing, countless bats flew out from the dark figure, swarming toward them. Without thinking, Guan Yang grabbed Radagast, lifted his feet off the ground, and quickly flew toward the entrance. Running isn't as fast as flying. In this world, for some reason, no matter how powerful a wizard is, it seems they cannot fly. Well, this is one of Guan Yang's advantages. With Guan Yang's assistance, it didn't take long for them to shake off the swarm of bats.
Guan Yang found an open space to land.
The two of them breathed a sigh of relief. Now that they were safe, Guan Yang began to plan. This is a world involving dwarves, goblins, elves, humans, and gods. This is not an easy world to navigate. Based on the current plot, it should be the first part of the Hobbit trilogy. That is, the adventure has just begun.
The entire Hobbit trilogy tells one story.
The first part tells the story of Bilbo Baggins, a hobbit who, under the recommendation of the Grey Wizard Gandalf, joins a company of 13 dwarves and begins a journey to Lonely Mountain. The second part continues from the first, where the group crosses Middle-earth, led by Dwarf King Thorin Oakenshield, to reach Lonely Mountain. They steal the Arkenstone from the Dragon Smaug and then reclaim Lonely Mountain and the endless wealth of the Dwarven Kingdom. The third part tells the story of the dwarves, who have long been in conflict with the elves and men, and finally laying down the barriers, making a blood oath with humans and elves, and fighting together against Sauron's orc army, ultimately winning the story. And now, it is right at the beginning of the first part. The group had just set out on the road to the Lonely Mountain. Sorting out the timeline, Guan Yang began to calculate the benefits he could gain from this world. The One Ring, this must be obtained. The whole world revolves around this thing. The so-called magic rings refer to 20 rings. Among them, 3 for elves, 7 for dwarves, 9 for humans, and the strongest, the One Ring, a total of 20 rings. Among them, the One Ring is the most powerful ring. It gathers most of Sauron's power. It has the functions of invisibility, controlling other rings, understanding the languages of different races, seeing invisible things, and so on. Of course, besides these special abilities, the One Ring also has a flaw that cannot be ignored. That is, it seduces the heart of the wearer, leading them to fall. Of course, in Guan Yang's view, this should be Sauron's power at work. Since the One Ring gathers all of Sauron's power, if the wearer's power is weaker than Sauron's, naturally they will be seduced, suppressed, and finally enslaved by him. But if stronger than Sauron, naturally this situation would not happen.
Chapter 96, Planning, Meeting Gandalf.
The One Ring must be obtained. There are many other good things, like weapons made by high elves, moonstone, even arrows that can kill Smaug.
Guan Yang casually thought and found that there are indeed many good things in this world. While Guan Yang was calculating, Radagast beside him had recovered.
With a grave expression he said, "The necromancer has appeared, we go.
We must tell Gandalf about this." Saying this, Radagast blew his whistle again.
"Guan Yang the wizard, I will go tell a wizard friend about the situation here.
Will you go with me, or act freely?" Guan Yang's eyes flashed with a sharp light upon hearing this.
He immediately and cheerfully replied, "I will go together. The necromancer has appeared, it is important." At the current time, according to the story, Radagast would meet Gandalf and Baggins tomorrow morning. And the meeting place is right in front of the cave of the 3 trolls. Inside the cave, there are weapons made by high elves. In the original story, they only took 3 casually.
According to Guan Yang's thinking, there must be many more things inside.
Besides, through Radagast, he could mix into the group with Gandalf and the others.
2 birds with 1 stone, perfect. Good. Radagast nodded, 1 human wizard joining is even better. Guan Yang's earlier help to let him escape had already gained Radagast's trust. After a moment, the rabbit sled arrived in front of the two. The two quickly got onto the sled. Go! Hurry!
Once on the sled, Radagast did not think, quickly driving the rabbit cart in one direction.
Guan Yang, however, fell into thought.
He began thinking about the main purpose of coming to this world.
To contract a large exotic beast. And in the whole plot, the only large one is just one. Smaug.
In the original work, Smaug is not very big, only 18 meters.
But in the film world, Smaug's might was magnified countless times.
In the film world, Smaug's size was enlarged to over 100 meters. This size is enough to crush the damn bugs outside.
But contract Smaug? Guan Yang subconsciously frowned. Smaug in the film world looked rather weak. The skill he has is only fire breathing.
Most importantly, even the fire is very weak.
The flames can be put out by normal water. This really did not satisfy Guan Yang. Guan Yang's contracted beasts must either have great growth potential or be very special.
But this Smog, no matter how you look, is neither of these two. Except for size, it can be said he is useless.
Since that is the case, Guan Yang's thoughts turned to the small exotic creature.
Since you don't want a contract, but still want Smog's body, letting the little alien parasite the other is the best choice.
Once the little alien breaks out of the body, its size will surely reach hundreds of meters.
This is another feature of aliens, they grow by merging the host's DNA, while inheriting the host's advantages.
Let's see what form the little alien will take after rebirth. With the contract beast settled, Guan Yang pondered another headache. That is time.
According to the original plot, the dwarves' journey to the Lonely Mountain would take far more than 10 days.
But Guan Yang could only stay in this world for 10 days. This was a deadlock.
Guan Yang also thought about going directly to find Smog, but immediately rejected the idea. The Smog in the movie had been strengthened.
But with Smog's current size, he was not someone Guan Yang could fight alone.
He could only rely on the original plot, waiting for a chance to parasitize. It seemed he had to use his familiarity with the plot to speed it up, so everyone could reach the Lonely Mountain within 10 days.
Time quickly came to the next morning.
The rabbit sled stopped after passing a fallen large tree. Because they had found the target of this trip, Gandalf.
And Guan Yang also saw this legendary figure from the Lord of the Rings.
Gandalf, as described in the story, wore a grey cloak, had a grey beard, a grey blue pointed hat, and held a rough wooden staff.
At this moment, Gandalf was still in grey, not yet transformed into white Gandalf. How strong he was, nobody knew.
Thinking this, Guan Yang cast a probing spell toward Gandalf.
Name, Gandalf. Attribute, light, fire. Combat power, 96,000, peak stage 3.
Skills, light element control, fire element control, magic shield, magic strike, light the land, magic binding, healing, summon giant eagle, vanish.
Gandalf's series of magical skills nearly blinded Guan Yang. Truly the all-powerful Gandalf.
Just these skills could match a stage 4 in a straight fight.
Seeing Radagast charge clumsily in front of everyone, Gandalf frowned and said quietly, "Brown-robed wizard Radagast, what are you doing?" Radagast looked at Gandalf, panicked, and said, "I was looking for you, Gandalf." Something happened, something big. Seeing Radagast act so mysteriously, Gandalf rolled his eyes and whispered, "What happened?" It is.
Radagast wanted to speak, but hesitated at the last moment. Next moment, Radagast slapped his head in frustration.
Give me a minute, I had an idea, but forgot?" Hearing this, Gandalf's face darkened, looking at Guan Yang beside Radagast. "Who is he?" Radagast was immediately distracted and introduced him to Gandalf. "He is a human wizard from the east, Guan Yang."
"Right, Wizard Guan Yang, explain to Gandalf what we just encountered."
Gandalf squinted his eyes, looking at Guan Yang, murmuring softly. "A human wizard from the east?" Guan Yang kept calm and said to Gandalf, "Hello. My name is Guan Yang." "Hello, I am Gandalf." "You are."
Seeing this, Guan Yang organized his thoughts and said, "This is how it is, I chased an evil giant spider into the dark forest. We met Radagast, who had just been attacked by the giant spider. Then we found an evil force spreading through the forest. We followed the evil force and found Dol Gordo." Here, Guan Yang paused to give Gandalf time to react. Hearing this, Gandalf's eyes narrowed, whispering, "Dol Gordo? Impossible, that old castle has been abandoned for years." Guan Yang nodded, "Exactly. Abandoned for years. But this time, during our exploration, we found it occupied again by evil forces. Inside the castle, we encountered a terrifying evil power." Gandalf asked, "Who?" "Guan Yang, the necromancer." Gandalf's pupils shrank, and he immediately said, "Impossible, absolutely impossible." Chapter 97, The Biggest Bug in the Lord of the Rings. "We also got a weapon. I believe after you see it, you won't think that way." Guan Yang turned his head and looked at Radagast beside him. Radagast instantly understood. He carefully took a long, thin object from his chest. The object was entirely wrapped in beige cloth. Radagast slowly unwrapped the cloth, revealing the object inside. It was a completely black sword. "This is absolutely not from the world of the living." He carefully handed the sword to Gandalf. A look of caution appeared in Gandalf's eyes. "A woo." At that moment, a wolf's howl came from the deep forest. Everyone was immediately drawn to the sound. Baggins asked in confusion, "Is that a wolf?" As he spoke, a huge wolf appeared on a distant mountain. "A woo." In the next second, the giant wolf leaped toward everyone. Oakshield killed the giant wolf with a few sword strikes. He said coldly, "It is a scout wolf. The orcs are nearby." One dwarf suddenly said, "They are coming this way. What should we do? We have no horses, we can't run." Radagast suddenly said, "I will lead them away."
You go first. Gandalf's face turned cold. These wolves will catch you. Radagast sneered. I just want to see if their wolves are faster, or if my rabbits are faster. Seeing this, Guan Yang thought, the chance has come. Thinking this, Guan Yang suddenly spoke, you go first. Radagast and I will lead them away. Gandalf looked at Guan Yang in surprise, you. Guan Yang's mouth curved, and his feet slowly lifted, hovering in the air. They cannot fly. Gandalf looked at Guan Yang deeply, about to say something. Guan Yang spoke again, they are catching up. You go quickly. Saying this, he rushed into a nearby forest. He led away a pack of wolves. Seeing this, Radagast also stopped talking to Gandalf, shook the reins, and shouted loudly. Rabbits, go! The rabbits instantly surged forward, taking Radagast and disappearing to the other side. Seeing this, Gandalf no longer spoke. He turned to everyone, let's go. Meanwhile, Guan Yang made a circle and released the small creature to hunt the wolves. He returned to his original place. He began searching nearby. After a moment, a cave appeared before his eyes. It was the ogre's storage cave. This was the most bugged place in the whole Lord of the Rings. 3 legendary weapons came from here. With an excited heart, Guan Yang could not wait to rush in. Once in the cave, a stench hit his nose. Guan Yang could not help frowning. But thinking of the treasures inside, this smell was completely bearable. He reached the bottom of the cave. Guan Yang scanned around but did not see any weapons. But he was not disappointed, it was all expected. The easy-to-find items had been taken by those dwarves. Guan Yang put his gaze on the ground. The ground was full of mud and decayed leaves, covering a thick layer. In the original story, Bagin's short sword was found in the pile of leaves on the ground. If there were good things not discovered by the dwarves, they must be in this pile of leaves. Thinking this, Guan Yang took out his multifunctional detection glasses. In such a place, there was no faster way to find treasures. Scan the cave. The main area, within 3 feet underground. A command was given. The familiar green light appeared again, quickly scanning the entire cave. Soon, the 3D map of the entire cave appeared on the glasses. Guan Yang looked at the dead leaves. Sure enough, there were many good things under the leaves. Gold and silver treasures were not few. He did not know if all the Lord of the Rings monsters liked shiny golden things. Guan Yang carefully compared the shapes and took a few steps forward. He squatted down, moved aside the thick leaves, revealing the handle of a sword. The whole blade was slanted into the ground. In Guan Yang's eyes, there was curiosity as he stretched out his hand and grabbed the sword's hilt, pulling the sword out with a swift motion. A flash of cold light struck his eyes. Guan Yang frowned, it was actually a broken sword. But even though it was broken, its extraordinary nature could still be seen. The broken sword's surface still glimmered with an unusual star-like brilliance. It resembled a cold star, the blade shining brightly. If it hadn't been broken, it surely would have been exceptional. A trace of regret appeared in Guan Yang's eyes, but he still cast an identification spell on the sword. Name, Renjia, broken. Quality, Tier 5. Traits, anti-magic, immunity to any magic and physical defense. Description, one of the most powerful elf weapons, the longsword of the 4th High King of the Noldo tribe, from Guanin. Guan Yang's eyes immediately widened. It was actually this sword. Renjia, one of the legendary swords of the Lord of the Rings, a weapon capable of piercing the foot of the Dark Lord Morgoth. If there were a ranking of the magical ring artifacts, it would definitely be in the top 5. I never expected it to appear here. Guan Yang looked once more at the entire cave of the ogres. This place, it's simply too much of a cheat. Gandalf's enemy-slaying sword, Bagin's stinger, Thorin's beast-biting sword, all came from here. Now add Renjia, that's 4. Terrifying. But, he liked it. With a treasure-hunting look in his eyes, Guan Yang continued to search the cave. After a while, Guan Yang had turned the entire cave upside down. Looking at the 3 items before him, he fell into deep thought. The first was the broken sword Renjia. The second was a silver dagger. Guan Yang had to dig about a foot into the corner of the cave to find it. Its material was extremely hard, and it was covered with dense golden runes, clearly an extraordinary item. Name, Mithril Dagger. Quality, Tier 4. Traits, anti-magic. Description, made entirely of mithril, engraved with elven Sanskrit, a weapon that cuts through iron like clay. The last item was a grey cloak. Name, Elven Cloak. Quality, Tier 2. Traits, camouflage, can disguise itself according to the environment, blending perfectly with its surroundings. Description, a common cloak of the elf tribe, imbued with elven magic. Those with higher magic power can easily see through it. This cloak, Guan Yang was somewhat familiar with. It was the elven cloak that appeared in The Lord of the Rings. As for the rest, the cave only contained ordinary scrap metal and treasures of gold and silver. Guan Yang had no interest in them. But with these 3 items, Guan Yang was already satisfied. Especially with Renjia. Though it was a broken sword, the power it could still unleash was terrifying. After another search, Guan Yang couldn't wait to leave the cave. Mainly because the smell inside was indescribably wonderful. Leaving the cave, Guan Yang followed the trail of the dwarves. Chapter 98, Full Form of the Alien Queen. When Guan Yang emerged from the jungle and found the others' tracks, he discovered that the battlefield had already ended. Only half-orc corpses remained scattered across the ground. The elves who shot down the half-orcs had obviously left a long time ago. Guan Yang stood in place, waiting for a while. Xiaoyi, covered in blood, came slowly at last. Upon seeing Xiaoyi again, Guan Yang was immediately shocked. Because Xiaoyi's strength had actually increased by quite a bit. Contract creature, zombie alien queen mature form. Evolution count, 3/4. Attributes, dark element, poison element. Combat power, 55,000, early stage tier 3. Skills, perfect organic body, super growth, poison injection, flight, egg laying. In just this short hunting time, Xiaoyi's combat power had increased by 4,000. Could it be because of the half-orc flesh? Guan Yang thought of the origin story of the half-orcs. In The Lord of the Rings, half-orcs originated from elves, and they contained elven blood. It is said that during the Morgoth era, elves were subjected to inhumane confinement and torture. Those elves who fell into depravity became the most primitive half-orcs due to their twisted minds. Elven blood. It must mostly be because of this. But no matter what, Xiaoyi's improvement was undoubtedly a good thing. The plan has changed, we need to kill more orcs. Guan Yang thought to himself, sending Xiaoyi to consume the orc corpses around him. We can't waste, thrift and saving are good virtues. After Xiaoyi finished handling the orc corpses, its strength indeed increased significantly. At this point, Guan Yang confirmed that orcs did help Xiaoyi's growth. With this in mind, Guan Yang began to consider his next move. Should he go hunting some orcs first? But time. It's the 2nd day since he arrived in this world, and according to the original plot, the dwarves would stay in the elven city for 1 day. Then they would set off again, though the travel time wasn't clear, but it would take at least 3 days to encounter the goblins. Next comes the iconic scene, where Baggins acquires the One Ring. That would be on the 5th day of his arrival in this world. There's still time. With that thought, Guan Yang took a deep breath, turned his head, and motioned for Xiaoyi to follow the orc trail. Such a good opportunity, better level up Xiaoyi first. As long as he finds everyone by the 4th day and gets the One Ring, he'll be good. And that place, the Elven Kingdom, is filled with elves who are no easy opponents. It's better for him not to go there for now. Following the orc trail, Guan Yang once again rushed into the dense forest. 4 days passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Guan Yang and Xiaoyi were hiding on top of a large tree. Below the tree, a small squad of orcs were carefully investigating. Boss, this forest is too strange. We've been here for 4 days, and so many of our brothers have gone in to investigate, yet none have returned. Stop overthinking, I suspect someone is messing around in this forest. Stay alert, if anything strange happens, immediately issue a warning. Oh. Guan Yang, hiding in the tree, curled the corner of his mouth. For these 4 days, he had locked the orcs in the forest area, preventing them from advancing. During this time, he didn't know how many orcs he had hunted down. And Xiaoyi's combat power growth was staggering. It was already close to the 3rd tier threshold. He estimated that if Xiaoyi consumed a few more orcs, it could level up again. At the same time, he would also gain more feedback. Guan Yang quietly huddled in the tree, waiting for the right moment to strike. After a while, when the orc squad turned their backs, Guan Yang took action. Holding Renjia, he immediately pounced on an orc. The broken sword cleaved the orc in half before it even reacted. Then, with a quick turn of his foot, Guan Yang raised the broken sword and slashed diagonally at another orc. Thud. A faint sound echoed, and the sword effortlessly passed through the orc's body. The second orc's body immediately stiffened. Then a blood streak appeared on its waist, slowly widening, and eventually, it was split into 2 parts. Death. At this moment, Guan Yang had already pounced on the 3rd orc. This orc, filled with fear, was about to cry out a signal, but the next second, a flash of silver light passed. Immediately, everything went black, and it lost consciousness. The 3rd orc, dead. Guan Yang was fast, but Xiaoyi was faster. The orcs' riding wolves were dealt with in the blink of an eye by Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi even wiped out one of the orcs. At this point, the small orc squad of 4 had been completely wiped out in an instant. None of them managed to send out a warning. This was the result of the tacit understanding that Guan Yang and Xiaoyi had cultivated over the past few days. And Guan Yang grew more and more fond of the broken sword Renjia in his hand. Being able to successfully hunt down an orc squad like this, the broken sword Renjia played a vital role. Compared to the fireblade, although Renjia didn't have the fire attribute, its ability to break magic and cut through iron like mud made it more effective against orcs. It was even better than the fireblade. Anyway, the more Guan Yang used it, the more comfortable he became. After killing 4 orcs and riding wolves, Guan Yang collected the bodies of the orcs and wolves. Excited, he took Xiaoyi back to a cave. Next, it was Xiaoyi's mealtime. What really excited Guan Yang was that after Xiaoyi finished eating, it should have evolved by now. 10 minutes, the half-beast's body had completely entered Xiaoyi's stomach. And Xiaoyi's battle power finally reached its critical point, starting to break through. Xiaoyi's body began to grow bigger again, starting the molting evolution once more. But at that moment, Guan Yang's face changed. Not good. The cultivation method still hasn't been unlocked. Yes, the cultivation method has not been unlocked until now. According to the system, it would take a full day in the real world. That means, once Xiaoyi advances, the backlash power will again come, and the gene lock. That feeling of suffering worse than death surged again in Guan Yang's heart. Not good. At this moment, a familiar scene occurred. A surge of energy transferred from Xiaoyi's body to Guan Yang's, through the air. It was indeed the backlash power from Xiaoyi's promotion. Just when Guan Yang, with a dark face, was preparing to endure the pain again, the next moment's result left Guan Yang a bit dazed. The incoming backlash power was strong, but for some reason, possibly due to the overwhelming energy from old Ren's intrusion last time, or due to his body's habits, this massive energy entering his body, Guan Yang's body actually withstood it. And moreover, it was quickly digesting and absorbing the energy. What's going on? Guan Yang was momentarily stunned. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry in his current situation. Laughing because he no longer had to endure the pain, but crying because the opportunity to unlock the gene lock was gone. Second-tier gene lock, if Guan Yang had to get familiar with it himself, who knows when it would open? Sigh. With a complicated mood, Guan Yang slowly absorbed the energy. He didn't know how long had passed, but all the foreign energy inside his body was completely absorbed. It turned into Guan Yang's own energy. Guan Yang couldn't wait to check his and Xiaoyi's attributes. Chapter 99, Supreme Ring, obtained. Name, Guan Yang. Attributes, all systems. Battle power, 42,000, base battle power, plus 60,000, shared 50% battle power from the alien, cultivation method temporarily sealed. Contracted creatures, zombie alien queen, highly poisonous zombie. Skills, detection technique, contracting technique, LV3, flame blade, ghost step, water body technique. Contracted creature derived skills, body enhancement, strength, speed, defense, smell, detection, recovery, reaction all enhanced, flight. Contracted creature, complete zombie alien queen. Evolution times, 4 out of 4. Attributes, dark system, poison system. Battle power, 120,000, early stage of 4th tier. Skills, perfect organism, supergrowth, poison injection, flight, egg laying. This backlash pushed his base battle power to the peak of the 2nd tier. It increased his battle power by 29,000. The 3rd tier base battle power is just within reach. As for Xiaoyi, apart from the change in battle power, the rest of the changes were not significant. Only the mature body turned into the complete form. Unfortunately, at this point, Xiaoyi's evolutionary path came to an end. At most, it would increase some battle power, reaching near 500,000, but any further increase seemed almost impossible. It seems that the parasitic symbiosis is imminent. After a moment, Guan Yang calmed his mind. With Xiaoyi's evolution, Guan Yang's goal these past few days had already been achieved. Checking the time, it was time to look for the dwarves. The Supreme Ring, here I come. With his super strong tracking ability and flying power, Guan Yang didn't take long to find the dwarves' traces. At this time, the group was resting in a mountain clearing. Seeing this, Guan Yang's lips curled up. Perfect timing. According to the plot, in 1 or 2 days, the goblin tribe would launch a surprise attack on the dwarves. It was also the day Bakins obtained the Supreme Ring. Thinking of this, Guan Yang did not approach but silently waited from a distance. At this point, without Gandalf among the dwarves, he wasn't worried about being discovered by them. He had nothing to talk about with the dwarves, so it was better to follow them and wait to reap the rewards. From there, Guan Yang patiently followed the dwarves for the day. The next night, seeing the place where the dwarves rested, Guan Yang's lips curled again. He had already detected signs of activity from creatures underground. It must be the goblins. That means tonight is the night the magic ring will appear. 1 day later than Guan Yang expected. He has been here for 6 days. After getting the magic ring, he only has 4 days. He must speed up and send the dwarves to the lonely mountain. Smog must be captured at all costs.
Late at night, with Thorin's sudden shout, the ground split open and everyone fell into the goblin's underground nest. Seeing this, a sharp light flashed in Guan Yang's eyes. The moment had come. Thinking of this, Guan Yang stomped his foot, his body became a shadow, silently flying into the underground. Inside the underground, there was a long tunnel. It twisted and turned deep into the earth. Guan Yang followed the tunnel, flying quickly toward the depths. In a moment, he reached the tunnel entrance. Guan Yang stopped, watching the dwarves being escorted by a group of goblins. His eyes searched and saw Bilbo kneeling on the ground, full of surprise. Guan Yang curled his mouth. Truly a main character. So many goblins, yet they still missed Bilbo. Impressive. That means the magic ring should be right below this bridge. Guan Yang's eyes focused on the underground below the bridge. The bottom was pitch black, the ground invisible. But Guan Yang knew, according to the story, Gollum lived down there. So, correspondingly, the magic ring was also down there. Roar! At that moment, a shout grabbed Guan Yang's attention. It was a goblin that found the missing Bilbo. It rushed at Bilbo, roaring in anger. Guan Yang moved his mind. Shaoyi appeared beside him, then quickly flew toward the two. In just 3 seconds, it reached the goblin, then its sharp claw pierced the goblin's thigh, lifting it up with a swing. Ah! The goblin's scream rang out immediately. Bilbo saw Shaoyi, shouted in fear, holding his sword and backing away. Cough, cough, no need to be afraid, it is my pet. Guan Yang's voice suddenly appeared behind Bilbo. Ah! Bilbo was startled, shouted, turned his sword to Guan Yang. Seeing Guan Yang's face, he relaxed. He knew Guan Yang, the one with the brown robe. An acquaintance. Seeing a familiar face, Bilbo immediately dropped his guard, and naturally asked first, human wizard. You were not caught by the orcs, great. By the way, what are you doing here? Guan Yang said lightly, I should be asking you, I followed your trail here. Where are the other dwarves? Hearing this, Bilbo's relaxed spirit tensed again. He hurriedly said, oh no, all the dwarves have been taken by these monsters. Guan Yang pretended to be silent for a second, then said, captured by goblins? Fine, I will rescue them, you find a place to hide. Bilbo was very happy, nodding immediately, okay. He knew his situation, following Guan Yang would only slow him down. With Guan Yang's strength, he should be able to save them. Go find a place to hide, I will come for you later. I need to deal with this guy. Guan Yang said, pointing at the still screaming goblin. Bilbo nodded, whispered, you be careful too. Then he carried his sword, carefully moving away. Guan Yang watched Bilbo leave, a corner of his mouth lifted. The magic ring, he is coming. He grabbed the goblin, casually threw it off the bridge. Guan Yang followed, flying down from the bridge. The goblin stumbled, screamed, falling down, hitting the underground heavily. A dull sound spread through the underground space. The goblin tilted its head, passed out. Surely Gollum would be attracted by the sound. This was also why Guan Yang didn't let Shaoyi eat the goblin. The secondary reason was, the goblin was really ugly. So ugly, it had no friends. Guan Yang reached the underground, hiding on the side, quietly waiting for Gollum to come. He did not intend to kill Gollum. To ensure absolutely safe getting the magic ring, Guan Yang will not change any plot now. Even the goblin, still as in the original story, is alive. Ensuring the magic ring is in hand is the real goal. Guan Yang was not made to wait long, a small, bald, bowed figure soon appeared before him. It was Gollum. Gollum, Gollum. Gollum came near the goblin, looked at it, and grinned. He stretched out both hands, ready to drag the goblin away. But at that moment, perhaps from the drag, the wound on the goblin's thigh was pulled, the sharp pain suddenly woke the goblin. Ah! The goblin screamed miserably and immediately began to struggle. Seeing this, Gollum, experienced, quickly picked up a hand-sized stone. He started smashing the goblin's forehead fiercely. Guan Yang kept his eyes on Gollum, and the next second, his gaze brightened. He saw that while smashing, a golden ring slipped from Gollum's waist onto the ground. And Gollum, completely unaware, continued dealing with the goblin. After a while, the goblin was silent again, only then did Gollum stop. He threw the bloodstained stone aside, dragged the goblin again, mumbling as he went toward a large rock. Disgusting creature, better than old bones. Better than nothing. At the moment Gollum disappeared, a black shadow silently flashed, and the magic ring on the ground instantly vanished. The shadow came to Guan Yang, it was Shaoyi. Now Shaoyi held a golden ring in its claw. The one ring, finally in hand. Chapter 100, How to Speed Up the Plot. Taking the ring from Shaoyi's hand, Guan Yang examined it. Name, the One Ring. Quality, 5th tier. Traits, speak with all beasts, insight, longevity, enslaved minds, mind reading, spiritual communication. Skills, invisibility, rule all rings.
Description: forged by Sauron in Mount Doom, possesses strong magic. Contains part of Sauron's soul and power, those below 4th tier may be enslaved or corrupted.
Seeing the One Ring's long list of traits, Guan Yang clicked his tongue quietly.
This is really strong, this is real power. Although the tier is not high, its traits and skills are too many.
After admiring it, Guan Yang stored the One Ring.
This thing belongs to Guan now.
Currently, he is not yet 4th tier. According to the ring's description, he cannot resist its temptation.
To avoid accidents, better put it in his personal space. The treasure is obtained, it's time to leave. As for the exit, according to the original story, it's nearby.
Thinking this, Guan Yang slowly lifted off the ground, rising upward. When he saw a place with light, a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth.
That's the place. His figure instantly flew toward the light. Just after leaving, the miserable scream of Gollum came from below.
Where did it go? Where did it go, my precious, my precious?
Where is my precious, where did it fall? No.
Hearing this, Guan Yang did not stop. In seconds he arrived at the light.
It was an entrance of a cave.
Without thinking, Guan Yang dashed out of the cave. Outside the cave was a mountain forest.
He stepped lightly and shot toward a distant mountaintop.
After a moment, standing on the mountaintop, Guan Yang's gaze fixed on the cave he just came from.
He waited for the dwarves and others to come out.
As for the hidden Baggins, Guan Yang did not worry. As the child of this world, how could he die so easily?
Besides, Gandalf was still inside.
Indeed, not long after, as the sun neared the horizon, Gandalf led the dwarves and Baggins out of the cave. Seeing this, Guan Yang felt a wave of emotion. As expected, the main character is really the main character. Even without the magic ring, it is not easy to die.
After escaping, they found a place to rest. Guan Yang watched from afar. With Gandalf there, it's better to stay low. Guan Yang began thinking of ways to speed up the process.
To speed things up, these dwarves must be forced to run around.
And the reason for running can only be the orcs. The orcs must be drawn out.
Make the dwarves run without stopping. Only in this way can the process be sped up. Only then is it possible to reach Lonely Mountain in 4 days.
No, in 3 days.
He must leave 1 day to wait for the new alien to appear. While Guan Yang was thinking, new events appeared with the dwarves in the distance. That is, half-orcs were chasing them. Watching the dwarves being chased by half-orcs, a picture suddenly jumped into Guan Yang's mind.
Wait. Guan Yang suddenly thought of something.
He really had a way to speed up the dwarves' progress, maybe even reach Lonely Mountain tomorrow.
Radagast.
According to the story, the dwarves will be chased to a cliff.
Then, Gandalf's giant eagle friends will appear. They will save everyone. Then, since there are giant eagles, why not directly take everyone to the foot of Lonely Mountain? In this way, wouldn't the process be instantly faster? Wait. Guan Yang suddenly realized something was wrong. In the original story, why not go directly, but land on a cliff? Is there some hidden reason in this? Guan Yang fell into deep thought. Or is there something there that the giant eagles are afraid of, making them not dare to take the risk? Then what in Lonely Mountain are the eagles afraid of? Smog?
It should not be. Smog is sleeping most of the time. The eagles passing by temporarily will not wake him.
If not smog, then what is it? Lonely Mountain. Nearby. Lake Town. Lake Town. Wait, could it be that the eagles are afraid of the bows of Lake Town? There are giant crossbows there that can kill smog.
If he is a member of Lake Town, seeing a group of giant eagles coming from far away, he would surely think it is an attack on the town.
Then, it would be a shooting event.
Thinking of this, Guan Yang felt he had found the truth.
Does that mean, as long as he deals with Lake Town, the eagles can fly directly to Lonely Mountain?
The more he thought, the more possible it seemed. At this moment, suddenly a big fire rose in the forest, catching Guan Yang's attention. Watching the flames grow bigger, Guan Yang knew the war is coming to an end.
Then, the giant eagles will appear too.
Just thinking, in the next second, a group of giant eagles flew from the distance. Guan Yang pressed his lips. Whether it is as he thought, he will try and see.
What if it works? In the next second, Guan Yang moved, quickly flying toward the eagles. Luckily, the giant eagles, carrying people, did not fly fast. So, Guan Yang quickly caught up. Guan Yang aimed at the eagle carrying Gandalf. Gandalf! Guan Yang called out. Gandalf turned his head, showing a trace of surprise in his eyes. Human wizard. Guan Yang pretended to sigh. Finally found you. He. Gandalf chuckled dryly, but did not answer. Can I come up to talk? Honestly, talking like this in the air is pretty tiring. Guan Yang pointed at the eagle's back, speaking to Gandalf. Gandalf did not answer, but bent down, saying a few words to the eagle that Guan Yang could not understand. Then, the eagle seemed to agree and nodded. It says yes, come up, human wizard. Hearing this, Guan Yang did not hesitate, flew onto the eagle, then sat down on its back. Phew, are you going straight to Lonely Mountain? After landing, Guan Yang pretended to relax, asking. Gandalf shook his head, pointing at the eagles, they will not go to Lonely Mountain. Humans in Lake Town at the foot of the mountain will mistake them for going to catch sheep, they might shoot them with huge bows. So, they will not risk it for the dwarves. Guan Yang's eyes flashed brightly. As he guessed, the giant eagles really fear the humans of Lake Town. Then where are we going now? Gandalf, the eagle's nest. There you can see Lonely Mountain, it is not far from Lonely Mountain. Actually, you can have them fly near Lake Town. At least to pass the Mirkwood. You must know, ahead in Mirkwood, evil forces are coming. The danger of the necromancer, I'm afraid even with the dwarf's strength. Guan Yang stopped speaking here. He believed Gandalf understood the situation. Sure enough, when Guan Yang mentioned the necromancer, Gandalf's face suddenly changed. Clearly, he began calculating something in his mind. After a moment, Gandalf bent down again and spoke to the giant eagle. Cry. The giant eagle responded, and Gandalf let out a sigh of relief. Turning back to Guan Yang, he said, it is willing to take us to the river near Long Lake Town. That is the limit of their flight. Beyond that, we must go on our own. Done. Guan Yang secretly rejoiced, but on the surface, he nodded calmly. Very well then. Chapter 101, forcibly accelerating the story, reaching Lonely Mountain. With the help of the giant eagles, a journey that would have taken the dwarves 3 days was shortened to half an hour. They bypassed the skin changers, the dark forest, and even the elven checkpoints. This made Guan Yang very satisfied. The giant eagles placed everyone by a river and then flew away. At the same time, Gandalf left as well. According to him, he had to personally visit the old castle. The responsibility of looking after everyone fell to Guan Yang. Although Gandalf did not know Guan Yang's purpose, at least for now, Guan Yang could be trusted. Then, Guan Yang led everyone to continue their journey toward Lonely Mountain. They walked along the river, not knowing how long they had been traveling. Along the way, they did not encounter Bard from Long Lake Town. It must be because of timing. Half a day later, they arrived at a vast lake. Looking at the mist over the lake and the floating ice on the water, everyone's faces grew serious. What do we do? We can't cross the lake. Yes, what can we do? Can we go around? Impossible. If we go around, it will take 10 more days, and we'll miss the time to open the secret passage. But the dwarves could not swim, and ahead was a lake. They had no boat, crossing the lake seemed impossible. Guan Yang, who had been casually observing his surroundings, suddenly changed expression upon hearing this. Damn! He had overlooked the most important thing. The time the secret passage opened. According to the original plan, the main gate of Lonely Mountain was sealed. Only at a specific time, under the moonlight, could the secret passage appear. But now, he had only 3 days left to return. If he waited for the passage to open, it would be too late. But in the next second, Guan Yang's eyes froze. Wait a minute. Something is wrong. He wasn't a dwarf, he didn't need to wait for a specific date. Wasn't his multifunction detection glasses better than moonlight? Finding the hidden door would be easy. How foolish. Thinking this, Guan Yang shook his head with a bitter smile. He had spent too long with dwarves and had put himself into the story. Wizard, why are you shaking your head? Have you found a way to cross the lake? Baggins suddenly asked, noticing Guan Yang shaking his head. He still liked Guan Yang, after all, he had saved his life. Guan Yang was stunned at the question but quickly responded, don't worry, the boat is coming soon. He had already secretly sent Xiaoyi to fetch the boat. Xiaoyi was not afraid of cold or heat, he could survive in a vacuum, let alone a small icy lake. Really? But how do you know a boat is coming? Baggins asked, surprised and excited. Guan Yang was happy to chat with Baggins. Hee, because I've already arranged for my companion to get the boat. You saw it at the goblin's place. Baggins suddenly realized. Quick, look, something is approaching us on the lake. A dwarf's exclamation drew everyone's attention. Looking up, through the mist over the lake, a black object gradually appeared. After a moment, the black object was fully visible to Guan Yang and the others. It was a boat. And on the boat, there were 2 beings. No, 1 human and 1 creature. The creature was naturally Xiaoyi. As for the human, Guan Yang twitched at seeing him. Good heavens, Bard! At this moment, Bard carefully maneuvered the boat. Little E was standing behind Bard, his claws pressed tightly against Bard's back, ready to strike at any moment. He never expected the plot correction ability to be so strong, allowing Little E to casually find a ship, and yet, it happened to be Bard's ship. It's a ship, it's really a ship. Now we can cross the lake. It must be the spirit of the Dwarf King's heroic soul answering our call. Guan Yang's lips twitched, and he cleared his throat before saying, Ahem, I don't know about spirits, but the strange beast behind that person is something I raised. The dwarves. After a moment, the dwarves boarded the ship. Guan Yang turned to Bard and said, Take us to Lonely Mountain. I'll release you, and I'll double your fare. Saying this, he took out a gold coin from his personal space and threw it to Bard. This is a deposit. It was something he had taken from the ogre's storage cave. Now, it was just the right time to use it. Bard took the coin, glanced at Little E beside him, and then looked at Guan Yang, who spoke. He instantly understood who was in charge. My lord, it's not that I don't want to take you, but to get to Lonely Mountain, we must pass through Long Lake Town. But Long Lake Town doesn't allow outsiders in. You see. Guan Yang waved his hand, Don't worry about that, I'll handle it. Just steer the ship. And don't try any tricks, I'm not an ordinary human. With that, Guan Yang's body slowly floated off the surface of the boat. What Guan Yang meant was to tell Bard not to try anything funny, he could fly, and Bard wouldn't be able to escape. Bard's eyes widened when he saw this, and his heart sank. He had originally thought about trying to shake off the group, and the ice lake below was the best way to do it. But after hearing Guan Yang's words and seeing the current situation, he immediately abandoned that thought. He quickly said awkwardly, Don't worry, my lord, I have no such intention. Guan Yang nodded, It's best if you have no such thoughts. As for Long Lake Town, he planned to break through it. He couldn't afford to waste any time on this. The sooner they reached Lonely Mountain, the more time he would have. His time was truly tight. After that, Bard quickly paddled the ship toward Long Lake Town. Soon, they saw the walls of Long Lake Town. Bard slowed down and said to Guan Yang, My lord, we're at the main gate of Long Lake Town. With this approach, the guards won't let us in. Guan Yang looked at the distant walls, his expression deep, and said, I'll handle this. Keep going. As soon as Guan Yang finished speaking, a figure silently appeared at the bottom of the lake and quickly swam toward Long Lake Town. It was Old Ren. Old Ren was an expert in poisons. As long as he released a little poison, he could easily knock out the guards of Long Lake Town. And it wouldn't kill them, which wouldn't affect his reputation among the dwarves, indirectly influencing his future plans. Having Old Ren take action was the best choice. And indeed, when Bard nervously steered the boat to the city gate, he found the gate wide open. No guards appeared. Bard instinctively looked at Guan Yang. Guan Yang remained calm and said, Continue your work. Bard looked at Guan Yang deeply and then continued to row the boat into Long Lake Town. Once inside the town, they hadn't gone far when a soldier noticed them. Stop, undergo inspection, Before the soldier could finish speaking, his vision went black and he collapsed to the ground. Everyone was shocked, and Bard quickly turned to look at Guan Yang. Guan Yang seemed to see through Bard's thoughts and said, Don't worry, I just put them to sleep for a while. I'm not a killer. Keep going. Upon hearing this, Bard carefully looked at the unconscious soldier. Seeing the soldier's chest rise and fall, he immediately sighed in relief. He didn't say anything more and quickly paddled the boat toward their destination. Any soldiers they encountered along the way would fall unconscious. However, the town's villagers were unaffected. This also eased Bard's mind. But he urged the rowing to go faster. It was better to get these dangerous people out of here sooner. And so, with Old Ren's silent protection, they quickly passed through Long Lake Town and reached the foot of Lonely Mountain. Chapter 102, The Method of Parasitizing a Strymorg. After everyone boarded the ship, Guan Yang, following his promise, released Bard and paid for the upcoming fare. Then, he and the dwarves began heading towards Lonely Mountain. This journey took half a day. After the sun set, they finally arrived at the secret door. Thorin looked at the weather, took out the key, and excitedly said, Let those who doubted us regret it. Ha ha ha. Thorin. 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 The dwarves immediately became excited. The hardships of this journey were known only to them. After the excitement, Thorin calmed his emotions. Rest here. There are still a few days until the described day. We need to rest here for a few days and wait for the arrival of the described day. When that time comes, it will be the day of our rise. At this moment, Guan Yang suddenly spoke, Actually, I can find the location of the secret door. The dwarves. Thorin, upon hearing this, looked at Guan Yang with changing eyes. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, Human wizard, how do you know? Because, I am a wizard. Saying this, Guan Yang silently took out the multifunctional detection glasses. He had no time to wait for a few days. He wanted to enter Lonely Mountain right now. A green light swept through the mountain. The secret door immediately appeared in front of Guan Yang. Guan Yang slowly walked to a cliff and pointed to a shadowed depression. This is the keyhole. Everyone hurriedly looked, but it was in the dark shadow, and they couldn't see anything. They took a few steps closer. Then they noticed the difference here. There, it was indeed a recessed lock hole. Everyone immediately became excited. Thorin eagerly took out the key and slowly inserted it into the keyhole. Then he pushed hard with both hands, and the secret door opened, revealing a tunnel in front of everyone. Next, just like in the story, the dwarves asked the light-footed Bilbo to go get the gem. At this moment, Guan Yang suddenly interjected, "I think I can go with you." Thorin and the others' expressions changed. No. They firmly rejected Guan Yang's proposal. In Thorin's eyes, although Guan Yang had helped them, he still didn't trust him as much as Bilbo the Hobbit. They couldn't let Guan Yang get close to the Arkenstone. This was Thorin's current thought. Guan Yang seemed to see through Thorin's thoughts. With a serious expression, he said, "Don't worry, I'm not interested in the Arkenstone. What interests me is that evil dragon. It has always been it. Moreover, with me attracting the dragon's attention, it will be easier for it to find the Arkenstone. Won't it?" Guan Yang pointed at Bilbo. Thorin fell silent upon hearing this. The other dwarves were also silent. After a while, Thorin looked at the other dwarves, then slowly spoke, "All right." At this moment, a white-bearded dwarf named Balin pulled Bilbo aside and hesitantly said, "To be honest, mate, I don't know what you'll encounter down there. You can refuse. If you turn back now, there's actually no shame in it." "No, Balin." Bilbo interrupted Balin's words. With a serious face, he said, "If I promise to do it, I will definitely try. Wait for me." Bilbo patted Balin on the shoulder. Balin nodded with a relieved smile. Then, while Bilbo was preparing, Guan Yang found a secluded spot to begin his own preparations. Egg laying. Guan Yang took out the facehugger he had prepared earlier. This facehugger was the one Guan Yang obtained from the alien. At this moment, the facehugger was still alive, struggling in Guan Yang's hand. Guan Yang placed the facehugger into the small alien's mouth. In the next second, the facehugger miraculously became calm. It seemed to have found a safe environment. Seeing this, Guan Yang took 2 steps back, and with a thought, the small alien began the egg laying. The method of egg laying was actually simple, through the small alien's oral cavity, directly injecting its own DNA and essence into the facehugger's body. As the small alien injected, its strength quickly decreased, while the facehugger's strength rapidly increased. What surprised Guan Yang was, as the life essence from Xiaoyi was injected, Guan Yang felt a faint connection gradually forming between him and the facehugger. This is the power of the contract. I never expected the power of the contract could transfer. Is it transferring with the life essence, or the soul? Guan Yang fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, Xiaoyi's egg-laying continued without pause. After a short while, Xiaoyi had injected all the life essence into the facehugger's body. With the final drop of life essence leaving Xiaoyi's body, Xiaoyi fell to the ground, slowly turning into a puddle of thick acidic blood. The facehugger, however, strangely grew to a size of 2 meters. But at this moment, the facehugger was eerily still. Because Guan Yang's contracted creature had completely transformed into this facehugger. Guan Yang could feel that he had absolute control over the facehugger. Good. Very good. It's ready, now, time for the parasitism. Not long after, when Bacon's was ready, he and Guan Yang walked deeper into the tunnel together. They carefully made their way down to the depths. What came into view was a floor covered with gold. It filled the entire 1,000-meter hall. The scent of wealth filled the entire space. Guan Yang paused for a moment, then quickly focused again. Once again, a green light swept across the entire space. The hiding place of Smaug was suddenly revealed. Looking at the generated 3D map, Smaug's massive body was fully presented in front of Guan Yang for the first time. Huge. Really huge. At 141 meters in length, it was completely buried in the gold. Guan Yang's eyes gleamed with excitement. This is fantastic. If it's not big, what use is it for parasitism? Wait. Guan Yang suddenly realized, with Smaug being so large, how could the facehugger, only 2 meters big, parasitize? The facehugger, with its size smaller than Smaug's single tooth, how could it possibly hug a face? Is this a joke? Upon thinking this, Guan Yang's expression changed several times. After much thought, Guan Yang only came up with one solution. That is, to cut a wound on Smaug's body and directly stuff the facehugger inside. Let the facehugger directly enter Smaug's body and lay its eggs. This was the only way Guan Yang could think of.
With this thought in mind, Guan Yang looked at the 3D map of Smog and began to consider where would be the most convenient place to lay the eggs. A few seconds later, Guan Yang locked in on a spot. The abdomen. It was the most suitable place to sneak in from there. Once inside, the facehugger wouldn't waste time searching for a location, it just had to slightly adjust and it could begin the parasitism directly. It was convenient and simple. As for how to break open Smog's abdomen, Guan Yang thought of the broken sword Lingear. This was a weapon that could pierce even the Demon King Moga's foot, so cutting open Smog's scales shouldn't be a problem. But in order to expose Smog's abdomen, someone had to distract its attention. With this thought, Guan Yang's gaze fell on Bacon's, who was still in shock. Chapter 103, Successful Parasitism. Bacon's, you go look for the Akin gem, and I'll go look for the evil dragon. We'll split up. Guan Yang said to Bacon's, who was still in shock. Then, with a swift motion, he flew down. Only Bacon's could attract Smog's attention. As for Guan Yang, he secretly looked for an opportunity to make a move. Bacon's came back to his senses after hearing this and looked at Guan Yang as he flew off. He took a deep breath. Suppressing the odd thoughts in his heart, he began to walk down the stairs. He now had only one goal, to find the Akin gem. Just as Bacon's turned to go down the stairs, Guan Yang's figure instantly hid. The hiding spot was next to a large pillar, located near Smog's hiding place. Once Smog woke up, Guan Yang would be in the perfect position to strike. With the hiding spot secured, Guan Yang took out the broken sword Lingear. He took a deep breath. Next, it was time to wait for Smog to show itself. When Bacon's arrived below, he found that Guan Yang's figure had already disappeared. He paused for a moment, but didn't think much of it and started searching for the Akin gem. Akin gem, Akin gem. A large, white stone, this clue was really clear. For a moment, Baggins looked at the piles of gold and silver with a troubled expression. How long will it take to find this? Is this a game? Unknowingly, Baggins walked right above Smog's hiding place. He saw a half-buried white gem on the ground, so he casually dug it out. But as soon as the white gem was taken out, a pile of gold coins slid away. Right above Baggins, a huge eye emerged. Baggins' pupils shrank, and he quickly turned to hide behind a nearby large pillar. Cold sweat instantly poured down his forehead. Snap! At that moment, a faint sound reached Baggins' ears. It was the sound of something hitting a piece of gold. It was none other than Guan Yang, who had thrown a gold coin not far away. He needed Smog to wake up quickly, to make his move. He didn't have time to waste here. Although Baggins didn't know what the sound was, as soon as it reached his ears, he knew something was wrong. Cold sweat poured down his body, and he froze, not daring to move. He silently prayed. The next second, the huge eye slowly opened. The mountain of gold began to rise, and as the gold coin slid away, a gigantic creature appeared in the hall. It was Smog. Smog's nostrils twitched, and he spoke in human language, "I can smell you, thief." Saying that, he stretched his head in front of Baggins. Now Baggins no longer had the magic ring's invisibility, so Smog immediately noticed him. But for some reason, Smog didn't attack right away, instead, he started talking endlessly. "You are here, thief." Seeing that he had been exposed, Baggins quickly thought of a plan, and said, "I didn't come to steal your treasure. Great Smog, possessing wealth beyond compare, I only wish to admire your majesty. To see if you are as great as the ancient legends say. I don't believe those stories." Upon hearing this, Smog immediately roared. Roar! The body buried under the gold was fully revealed for the first time. Not far away, Guan Yang, who was carefully watching, squinted his eyes. His gaze locked tightly on Smog's abdomen. But out of curiosity, he instinctively cast a detection spell on Smog. He was very curious about what kind of attributes Smog had, now that he had been enhanced nearly tenfold in the movies. Name, Smog. Element, fire. Combat power, 600k, early stage of 5th rank. Skills, Dragon Bloodline, Fire Breath, Brutal Charge, Flight. Although the skills were few, the power was truly terrifying. He was the strongest opponent Guan Yang had encountered in the storyline so far. Looking at Smog's attributes, Guan Yang couldn't help but think of Bard's arrow. To be able to kill a 5th rank Smog with a single arrow, that was totally a bug. That arrow must have something special about it. He had forgotten about the arrow when he came here. It seems he'll have to return to Long Lake Town after finishing here. With this in mind, Guan Yang tightened his grip on the Lingear sword. He hoped the sword's anti-magic property could work to slice through Smog's iron-like scales. The next second, Guan Yang's eyes hardened, and he aimed at a spot, turning into a flash of lightning as he charged towards Smog. Smog revealed his strong body, fully exposed in front of Baggins. He then asked, "So, what now?" Just as Baggins was about to respond, a shadow appeared under Smog.
It was Guan Yang. Guan Yang arrived at the predetermined spot, and with a mighty thrust, he drove the Lin Jie sword upwards. SSSHH. As expected, the Lin Jie sword did not disappoint, easily piercing Smog's scales and entering his body. Guan Yang's eyes turned cold, and his body kept moving, relying on inertia to fiercely slash forward. Rip! Smog's abdomen was torn open with a gash several meters long. Blood splattered all over Guan Yang. Guan Yang didn't dare to delay. A facehugger suddenly appeared in his hand, fiercely thrusting itself into Shimo's wound. Upon contact with the blood, the facehugger became excited, its tentacles tugging fiercely, burrowing into the wound. All of this was completed in the blink of an eye. It was so fast that Pekin didn't even see the movement clearly before Shimo was already injured. It was only then that Shimo suddenly reacted, throwing his head back and letting out a roar. Roar! Who is it? How dare you hurt the great Shimo? The pain wasn't much for Shimo. For one of his size, this few-meter-long wound was nothing but a minor injury. It was like a regular person cutting their finger slightly. With a dragon's powerful physique, it would heal automatically in minutes. And indeed, with Shimo's roar, the wound started to stop bleeding and slowly began to heal. Shimo lowered his head, ready to check the damage. In the next second, he felt a shadow pass right in front of him. It flew away at high speed toward the distance. Shimo raised his eyes and saw a human dressed in a black robe. A flash of enraged mockery appeared in Shimo's eyes. Damn it, there's not just one thief. How dare you mock the great Shimo? You all deserve to die. Immediately, Shimo tried to crush Pekin with a stomp, but when he looked down, there was no sign of Pekin. Pekin was no fool, realizing the danger, he immediately hid behind a large pillar and buried himself under the gold. He isolated his aura to hide himself. Not sensing Pekin's presence, and seeing Guan Yang getting further away, Shimo was enraged. Trying to run? You deserve to die. With a sudden movement, Shimo's massive body lunged forward, chasing after Guan Yang. As for Pekin, to him, he was just an insignificant character. The one who hurt him was the first target to kill. After wiping out the flying little pest, he would deal with Pekin later. Chapter 104, The Aiken Gem is in hand. When Shimo went to chase after Guan Yang, Pekin cautiously crawled out from the gold. He didn't run away, but instead, headed toward a distant high platform. He hadn't forgotten his goal, the Aiken Gem. Because of Guan Yang's interference, Pekin hadn't seen any sign of the gem. So, in his mind, he realized that blindly searching wouldn't work. He needed to get higher to make the search easier. On the other side, Guan Yang was flying ahead, with Shimo in furious pursuit behind. Shimo occasionally spit out a flame. Damn thief, where are you running? Don't let the great Shimo catch you. Roar! Guan Yang was flying ahead. In his senses, he could feel that the facehugger in Shimo's body had already died. The contract power had transferred to a weaker life form. This life form was growing at an unimaginable speed. It seemed that the alien parasite had successfully latched on, and was just waiting to burst out once it matured. This didn't make Guan Yang anxious, but at the same time, something started to happen to his body. Mainly because of the dragon blood that had sprayed on him. Though Shimo seemed like a larger version of a wyvern, he still had the word dragon in him. Dragon blood had extraordinary properties in all magical worlds. The most common use was to strengthen the body, making it so strong that blades and spears couldn't hurt it. At this moment, the dragon blood covering him felt like it was burning his skin, almost corrosive. Guan Yang could feel his skin's defenses increasing bit by bit. This improvement wasn't from activating a defense boost, but a real, physical enhancement. If Guan Yang could see his attribute screen, he would notice that his base battle power was gradually increasing. However, this state didn't last long. Maybe the dragon blood's energy was depleted, or maybe Shimo's strength was too weak. It lasted no more than a dozen seconds before the burning sensation began to decrease. Guan Yang suddenly flew towards the ground. Then, in the shocked gaze of Shirimogu, he actually sank into the earth, disappearing beneath the surface. The ground showed no sign of a pit forming. It was the earth-moving skill shared by Ren. Now that he had drawn Shirimogu far enough away, it was time to go back and find the Aiken Gem. This thing was described in the story as the heart of the mountain, excavated deep within the earth beneath the mountain. Many people would think of it as an elven gem, but Guan Yang was sure that the two were not the same thing. The elven gem was a product of the first era, while the Aiken Gem was from the third era. The continents of the two eras were far apart, with a vast plain between them. Just from the geographical location, they were fundamentally different. Therefore, the Aiken Gem was definitely not an elven gem. But since it emitted a rainbow-colored glow and was deeply buried underground, though not as precious as the gem, the Aiken Gem was still a treasure. As for what it truly was, once found, they could figure it out.
Gu arrived at the spot where Guan Yang had vanished and stomped his foot fiercely on the ground. Boom! A large pit appeared beneath his foot, but there was no trace of Guan Yang. Gu sniffed with his nose, but he didn't detect any trace of Guan Yang's scent. His eyes immediately filled with rage. Damn little thief, damn, damn! Gu roared, rampaging and causing destruction. On the other side, in the hall, the stone pillars collapsed, and the tremors spread to the outside world. The dwarves' faces changed. What's going on? Is it an earthquake? It seems to be coming from the hall. The white-bearded dwarf, Balin, changed his expression and said in a deep voice, "This noise, it's a dragon." Has Gu awakened? The dwarves' faces immediately turned pale. They all turned to look at the dwarf king, Thorin, who was standing aside. Thorin's face was changing constantly. His face shifted several times before he gritted his teeth and grabbed his weapon, saying coldly, "Let's go." At the foot of Lonely Mountain in Changhu Town, everyone looked at the mountain with confused faces. They too felt the tremor. The town's residents immediately started discussing. Only one person looked at Lonely Mountain with a solemn expression. It was Bader, who had just returned to the town. The next moment, it seemed as though Bader thought of something and his face changed drastically. He swiftly turned and rushed towards home. In just half a minute, he was back at his house. He broke the door open. His child was startled. When they saw it was Bader, they finally let out a sigh of relief. "Father, what happened?" Bader's face remained calm as he said nothing, quickly walking to a beam in the living room. He reached up to feel around on the beam. "What happened, father? What's going on?" He was about to ask when, in the next moment, his eyes widened in shock. Bader took down a black, 1-meter-long arrow that gleamed with a metallic shine from the beam. Bader grasped the long arrow, and his heart immediately felt much more at ease. He looked at the arrow with a complex expression and murmured, "I hope it won't be needed." "Father, what's this?" Bader shifted his gaze away from the arrow and looked at his son and daughter, saying with emotion, "There are some things, it's time I told you." Inside the Lonely Mountain Hall, Guan Yang had escaped from Gu. In just a few seconds, he used the earth-moving skill again to return to the Golden Mountain. From afar, he saw Bacon standing on a high spot, looking around. With his multifunctional detection glasses, Guan Yang had already locked the position of the Aiken gem, which was completely different from the surrounding gems and gold coins. Because of his intervention, the Aiken gem was no longer in the original position but was buried under a pile of gold coins. Only a faint glow was coming from it. This position happened to be directly beneath the spot where Bacon's was standing. Bacon's, looking around, didn't notice the unusual glow right beneath him. This could be considered a case of darkness under the lamp. Since that was the case, Guan Yang had no intention of being polite. This thing was now his. He silently moved towards the gem. Then, with a quick motion, he reached out and grabbed it. After that, Guan Yang swiftly pulled his hand back into the ground, along with the Aiken gem, which radiated a colorful light. The Aiken gem was in hand. No time to look at it more. Guan Yang casually stored it into his personal space. Then he once again fled toward the distance. And the direction he fled was just outside the Lonely Mountain. With this matter settled, all he needed to do now was quietly wait for the small anomaly to break out of the body. Right now, he first needed to deal with a hidden danger. That arrow capable of destroying a dragon in a single strike. Leaving the Lonely Mountain, Guan Yang lifted the ground concealment, then shot straight into the sky, flying quickly toward Changhu Town. In just 10 minutes, he arrived at Changhu Town. Flaring his nostrils, he locked onto Bard's location. A few seconds later, he appeared at Bard's home. Seeing Guan Yang suddenly appear, Bard's face changed drastically. He nervously held up the arrows as a shield, protecting the two children behind him. Guan Yang's gaze fixed on the black arrow in Bard's hand. "Lend me this arrow, I will destroy the dragon for you." Chapter 105, True Form of the Earth. "Lend me this arrow, I will destroy the dragon for you." Guan Yang didn't waste words, directly stating his purpose. At the same time, he curiously cast a detection spell toward the arrow. Name, Black Arrow. Quality, 4th rank. Skills, Never Miss, Automatic Return, Lethal Strike. Lethal Strike, for creatures below 4th rank, once embedded, it releases extraordinary destructive power. For creatures above 4th rank, its power is reduced. Description, forged by the dwarves of Lonely Mountain to resist outsiders, later preserved by the Jirian family. It has unimaginable destructive power against living beings. This black arrow is truly extraordinary. From now on, whoever annoys him, he will just shoot an arrow. As for Sinan's poisonous bugs, he can just watch. It's a perfect chance to test the black arrow's real power. Thinking this, Bard's face changed more and more at Guan Yang's words. Yet he still didn't speak.
Seeing this, Guan Yang spoke again. I guess you already felt the tremor in Lonely Mountain just now. That was caused by smog. It has awakened. Guan Yang paused, then continued. Also, I don't have much time to waste. I need this arrow. Whether you give it to me or not, this arrow will be mine. I have the strength, you cannot stop me. His meaning was clear, Bard must give it, whether he wants to or not. Otherwise, he will act himself. Bard's face went pale at these words. He understood Guan Yang's meaning. If he acted, the consequences were beyond what Bard could bear. Especially with 2 children behind him. For the sake of one inherited black arrow, putting himself in danger. Bard instantly made a decision, throwing the black arrow in his hand to Guan Yang. He immediately raised his caution again. Worry showed in his eyes. He feared Guan Yang might go back on his word, though he had a history of keeping promises. But hearts are hidden, who can truly see another's mind? Guan Yang took the black arrow, a small smile appearing on his lips. A treasure was in his hands. Seeing Bard's cautious face, he smiled lightly. Don't be nervous, I mean no harm. Otherwise, you wouldn't still be standing here. After speaking, Guan Yang looked at Bard's children, then tossed several gold coins to Bard. I won't let you lose out, consider it a purchase. Bard. Seeing Bard still wary, Guan Yang said no more and turned to leave Bard's house. But he did not head for the Lonely Mountain. He stayed in place to wait. According to the schedule, Smog would soon fly out of Lonely Mountain, heading for Changhu Town. He would wait here directly. Why run back and forth? Most importantly, the area was filled with the smell of orcs. The orc army had arrived. A flash of light appeared in Guan Yang's eyes. Perfect. Time to give Lao Ren some meat. With a thought, Lao Ren's body appeared beside Guan Yang. After appearing, Lao Ren headed toward a small alley. Ah! The next second, a scream came from the alley. Guan Yang smiled lightly. Orcs come from elves, elf blood. He wondered what level Lao Ren could grow to. Guan Yang found a deserted place, dug into his hand, and took out a 7-colored gem, the Arcan Gem. Only now did Guan Yang have the heart to check the Arcan Gem's attributes. Name, Spirit of the Earth, Arcan Gem. Quality, 6th rank. Characteristics, contains the essence of the earth, granting its holder longevity. Refining it can change one's inherent attributes and achieve the Earth True Body. Earth True Body, Earth-type True Body, standing on the ground, able to call upon the power of the earth to gather around oneself, forming a true body of 100 zhang, 100 yards. As long as the Earth's power remains, the true body is indestructible. Hiss. Guan Yang had expected the Akin gemstone to be extraordinary, but he didn't expect it to be this extraordinary. This was Guan Yang's first time seeing a 6th-rank treasure. And its characteristics were absolutely terrifying. 100 zhang true body, what kind of concept is that? That's 333 meters. The smog was only a little over 100 meters. The Earth True Body was 3 times the size of the smog. This made Guan Yang feel a sense of awe. Before entering the world of the heavens, he had been worried about his size. But once he entered, he ended up with 2 of them. And both of them were even more terrifying than he had imagined. At this moment, even if the smog's parasitism failed, Guan Yang wouldn't worry anymore. This Earth True Body was not any less powerful than the parasitism of the smog. But the next second, Guan Yang frowned. Should he use this Akin gemstone or not? The reason why Guan Yang had such thoughts was mainly because of the Earth True Body's description. It would change the user's inherent attributes, and this was what Guan Yang was concerned about. How good are his attributes now? All-around attributes. He could contract any creature he wanted. But if his attributes were truly changed to Earth, it would be a huge loss for him. Is it worth it to change his attributes just for the Earth True Body? Thinking of this, Guan Yang already had an answer in his heart. No, it's not worth it. And it's a huge loss. He could already imagine the world of the heavens. It wasn't just these villains, those gods, demons, and immortals, who were not top-tier powerful existences. Any creature he contracted could walk across the world. Though, after changing attributes, he could contract a powerful Earth-type leader. But the worlds of the heavens were random. Who knew if he might not even encounter a world with a powerful Earth-type leader? Just for the current benefit, giving up an entire forest? Are you kidding? But the Earth True Body of this Akin gemstone was truly tempting. What if he gave it to his contracted beast? Old Ren. Once this thought appeared, it immediately occupied Guan Yang's mind. Right. He didn't need it, he could give it to Old Ren. If Old Ren used it, wouldn't that be equivalent to him using it? With shared skills, surely he could share a simplified version of the Earth True Body. Moreover, once Old Ren used it, his strength would surely soar. Guan Yang could also gain indirect benefits. It was a perfect plan. The more Guan Yang thought about it, the more he felt this method would work. He imagined 100 Zheng tall zombie tearing apart a dragon in the world, and Guan Yang couldn't help but feel excited. Awesome! At this moment, a huge sound came from Lonely Mountain. Guan Yang's attention was immediately drawn. His body instantly flew into the air. From the distance, Lonely Mountain was ablaze with flames. The next second, a golden giant dragon shot up like fireworks, flying into the night sky. It scattered a shower of golden powder. It was the Smog. The momentum of the plot was indeed powerful. Even though it had been altered by him, it was still corrected back to its original course. Guan Yang sighed as the Smog, soaring into the sky, spread its wings. It flew towards Changhu Town at great speed. From afar, Guan Yang could still hear the Smog's excited roar. I am the flame. I am the god of death. Changhu Town, not only Guan Yang saw the Smog. Every resident in the town saw the same scene. The next moment, the entire Changhu Town fell into chaos. Countless people panicked and fled in all directions. And Guan Yang, seeing the incoming Smog, saw the Akin gemstone disappear from his hand and was replaced by a black arrow. Whoosh! Guan Yang immediately launched, his body cutting through the night sky, shooting towards the Smog. This time, he was going to be the dragon-slaying hero. Anyway, once the parasitism of Little E succeeded, it didn't matter if the host was alive or not, it could still be born. It wouldn't be affected by the life or death of the host. Just right, he wanted to test the effects of dragon blood. It would be best to get a dragon blood bath. Chapter 106, Smog, Dead. Roar, Thief. Seeing Guan Yang, a fierce blaze burned in Smog's eyes, and he suddenly stopped moving. Guan Yang stood in midair, facing Smog from a distance. The reason Smog stopped was that it saw the black arrow in Guan Yang's hand. Smog looked deeply at the black arrow and said in a deep voice, Thief, do you think the black arrow in your hand can hurt me? My scales are impervious to swords and spears. Though his tone was full of disdain, his body was still honest. Instinctively, he covered his weak spot. He was not stupid. Last time, his reverse scale that protected his weak spot was pierced by an arrow. This meant the black arrow could hurt him, and if another arrow hit the same spot, it would seriously injure him. Besides, the opponent had a sword that could cut him. He had to be careful. Hee, big lizard, your scales really are impervious, so I won't use an arrow. Guan Yang naturally noticed Smog's small move and laughed immediately. He was not in a hurry. Every extra minute of talking made the little beast grow stronger. No rush. Smog? The next moment, Smog became furious. Damn thief, how dare you mock the great Smog? I will make you die. Smog suddenly opened his huge mouth, his chest was bright red, and flames surged deep in his throat. Seeing Smog open his mouth, Guan Yang knew his next move. He moved instantly, crossing over 20 meters in a flash, arriving near Smog. Die. Smog turned his head, and endless flames shot from his mouth. They rushed straight toward Guan Yang. Guan Yang had already acted as Smog turned his head, suddenly flying to the side. He narrowly avoided the spitting flames. Seeing this, a flash of killing intent appeared in Smog's eyes. The flames did not stop, and he turned his head again. The flames continued to cover Guan Yang. But Guan Yang was more agile, dodging the flames again and again. No matter how Smog spat fire, he could not hit Guan Yang. The next moment, Smog's flames suddenly stopped. Huff! He gasped heavily. He could not keep spitting fire, he needed a mid-battle rest. After catching his breath, seeing the flames had no effect on Guan Yang, Smog stopped spitting fire. Looking at Guan Yang, he kept thinking of a strategy. Smog stopped, but Guan Yang did not. Out of fire? Fine, no more games, this game should end. Guan Yang said, holding the black arrow, and quickly rushed to the side of Smog's chest. That spot was Smog's weak point. Smog was shocked, knowing exactly what Guan Yang meant. Although he did not think a tiny human could threaten his life, he still had to protect the weak spot. He hurriedly pulled back his wings to block Guan Yang. Seeing this, Guan Yang narrowed his eyes, moving continuously. His previously empty left hand suddenly held a broken sword. It was the broken sword Renjia. Guan Yang reached close, slashing Smog's wing fiercely with the broken sword. Rip! The next moment, a huge wound appeared on the wing. Dragon blood splashed on Guan Yang again. This wound was far worse than the last one. It directly pierced through the wing. Most importantly, behind the wing, Smog's weak point was fully exposed. All this happened in an instant. Smog had no time to react, the wing was already torn. Seeing this, Guan Yang's eyes hardened. He raised his right hand, the power went from waist to back, then from back to shoulder, and from shoulder to arm. The next moment, as Guan Yang's arm fell heavily, the black arrow became a streak of light, piercing through the torn wing in an instant, striking the spot not covered by scales. The arrowhead went straight in.
Roar! Smog immediately screamed in agony. He could feel that as the black arrow entered, a terrifying destructive force erupted inside his body. His proud body had no resistance against this special power. No. Smog's eyes first filled with terror, then turned gray. His whole body fell toward the ground. A flash crossed Guan Yang's eyes, and he quickly chased after. Boom! Shimo Ji's 100-meter-long body crashed heavily to the ground. It violently smashed the ground, leaving a massive crater. Guan Yang landed on Shimo Ji's body. The next moment, a figure appeared beside Guan Yang. It was old Ren. Now was not the time for old Ren to drink blood, everything would wait until Xiaoyi was born. With a thought, Guan Yang instructed old Ren to keep an eye on the dragon's corpse. Then, Guan Yang slashed the broken sword in his hand, opening a wound on Shimo Ji's body. Taking a deep breath, Guan Yang jumped inside. He was going to take a proper dragon blood bath. As soon as Guan Yang entered Shimo Ji's body, he felt a burning sensation all over his body. But he knew this would be beneficial, so he didn't mind and quietly embraced the strengthening of his body. Inside Lonely Mountain. The crowd stood on the walls destroyed by Shimo Gu, staring at the giant dragon that had fallen to the ground. The entire scene instantly fell into a deathly silence. Dead? The evil dragon really died? He actually killed the evil dragon Shimo Gu. Wait, does this mean Lonely Mountain is ours now? Sauron listened to the murmurs of the dwarves and couldn't help but smile. But in the next moment, Sauron suddenly thought of something, his expression changing, and he turned to shout, "Quick, block this place up! Hurry and find the Arkenstone." He realized that once the news of Shimo Ji's death spread, the forces that had been itching for action would surely rush to Lonely Mountain. The wealth in Lonely Mountain was far too tempting. The dwarves froze for a moment when they heard, but then they quickly understood. Their faces changed, and they hurried to follow Sauron to search for the Arkenstone. Half an hour later, the dwarves were scattered throughout the corners of the Golden Mountain. Not here. I don't see it here either. No. Not. Search, it has to be here, we must find it. King Sauron, with a grim face, continued searching without looking back. The Arkenstone was the symbol of the Dwarven King, and it could command the Dwarven army. It had to be obtained. If they knew the Arkenstone now belonged to Guan Yang, they would probably be so angry they would spit blood. But sadly, Sauron didn't know, and Guan Yang certainly wouldn't tell them. The Arkenstone was destined to disappear from this world. While the dwarves were still searching for the Arkenstone, Guan Yang flew out from Shimo Ji's body. This was because the enhancement effect of the dragon blood had already faded. Guan Yang looked at his basic attributes, nodded in satisfaction. His basic attributes had increased by 500. They had reached 42,500, moving one step closer to the 50,000 mark. But this wasn't what excited Guan Yang the most. What truly thrilled him was that he could feel Xiaoyi was about to be born. How strong would the being, with the combined bloodlines of zombies and dragons, become? Chapter 107, The Birth of the Mutant, Old Ren's Tribulation. This wait lasted an entire day. Guan Yang secretly thought to himself that he was lucky to be cautious, otherwise, the mutation might not have been able to hatch. He didn't know what would happen if the mutation failed to hatch, whether he would leave the realms with the mutation, or if the mutation would be left behind in this world. But no matter what, it was better not to try recklessly. However, Guan Yang wasn't just waiting idly that day. He was waiting for the mutation to be born, but Old Ren wasn't idle. He was constantly absorbing the Earth's power from the Arkenstone. After a whole day's absorption, the Arkenstone's luster had noticeably dimmed, and Old Ren's attributes had reached the peak of the third tier. It was almost complete. Once it was perfected, after devouring the beast crystal, he would break into the fourth tier. It was likely that when Xiaoyi appeared, Old Ren would also break through again. Just as Guan Yang was watching, a sudden movement came from Shimo Ji's chest. Guan Yang narrowed his eyes. It's about to be born. The next moment, Shimo Ji's chest bulged high. With a puff, a red, bone-like claw suddenly shot out. The so-called indestructible dragon scales failed to stop it in the slightest. Rip! With a tearing sound, a terrifying figure slowly emerged from Shimo Ji's body. It was Little E. At this moment, Little E appeared to be in the initial form of an alien. The appearance of a broken chest body. However, this broken chest body was magnified countless times. A normal broken chest body was only about 20 to 30 centimeters. But this broken chest body was over 20 meters tall. It was extraordinary from birth. In the next moment, the alien jumped out of the smog body. It fully revealed itself before Guan Yang. Since it was Little Yi's egg-laying offspring, it had a contract with Guan Yang from birth, no need for further contracts. Guan Yang looked at the newly born Little Yi's attributes. Contracted creature, dragon zombie alien queen. Evolution times, February 8th. Attributes: Dark, Poison, Fire. Combat Power: 10,000, early stage of 2nd rank. Skills: Perfect Organism, Dragon Bloodline, Dragon Might, Magic Immunity, Super Growth, Poison Injection, Flight, Egglaying, Sealed, Fire Breathing.
Guan Yang looked at Little Yi's attributes and couldn't help but click his tongue. Born with 2nd rank combat power, this talent is terrifying.
The evolution times have become 8, meaning Little Yi can still evolve 6 more times.
It can reach a maximum of 8th rank. Good. Very good. Moreover, as Guan Yang expected, Little Yi's egg-laying bug skill still existed. Although sealed, it would be unlocked once it matured. This skill is simply one that can continually acquire DNA for potential evolution. After pondering for a moment,
looking at the smog corpse, Guan Yang's mouth curled into a smile.
This dragon corpse must not be wasted.
With that thought, Guan Yang moved his mind, and Lao Ren stopped absorbing. He moved to Smog's chest and jumped straight into the chest wound.
Absorbing dragon blood would definitely benefit Lao Ren greatly.
As for Little Yi, Guan Yang also let it gnaw on Smog's body. For the purpose of growth.
Everything was developing to maximize benefits. And Guan Yang just watched as the attributes of the 2 contracted creatures rapidly increased. In just 10 minutes, Lao Ren's attributes reached the 100,000 mark. His figure appeared once again in front of Guan Yang. Just as Guan Yang was preparing to use beast crystals for Lao Ren to break through. Roar! Soul, come! In the next second, Lao Ren let out an ancient and desolate voice from his mouth. A surge of black energy erupted from Lao Ren's body, and a black vortex appeared in front of his mouth. The vortex faced Smog's head. Guan Yang looked at Lao Ren with surprise. Could it be the skill Lao Ren awakened last time? Soul absorption. This skill appeared when Lao Ren awakened last time, with no explanation at all. Judging by the name, it should absorb souls. But after absorbing souls, Guan Yang didn't know what benefits it would bring to Lao Ren.
Every time Guan Yang had Lao Ren use it, Lao Ren would send out a thought. The general idea was that the time wasn't right, or there were certain trigger conditions.
But Lao Ren couldn't speak, and Guan Yang couldn't figure out anything.
He didn't expect Lao Ren to use it autonomously this time.
Did it trigger some usage restrictions? Guan Yang fell into deep thought.
On Lao Ren's side, as the vortex spun, Smog's soul slowly floated out of his body.
Roar! I'm not dead. No.
The soul of Smog that had just appeared was still somewhat confused. But before it could understand what was going on, it was sucked into the black vortex in front of Lao Ren. In the blink of an eye, the black vortex absorbed Smog's soul completely.
When Smog's soul completely disappeared, the vortex also vanished.
The scene returned to silence again.
5 seconds, 10 seconds, 20 seconds. Guan Yang blinked twice. Why hasn't there been any change?
He had been staring at Lao Ren's attributes, but there was no change at all.
Could it be that the soul absorption was just to fill up? Is it playing with me?
Just as Guan Yang was complaining, a breeze started to blow in the world.
At first, Guan Yang didn't mind, but as the breeze grew stronger, Guan Yang realized the problem.
At that moment, Guan Yang felt the world suddenly darken.
A pressure filled the entire world. Guan Yang suddenly looked up.
He saw the night sky, which had originally had a moon, was now completely covered by a dark cloud.
Above the black clouds, faint lines of thunder are brewing. This is... Old Ren is not going to cross the tribulation, right?
This thought had just appeared. Old Ren already had movement.
Roar!
Old Ren let out a loud roar, his body shot up into the sky.
Straight shot into the night sky.
Then stood in the air under the clouds, raising his head to look at the sky. The black cloud seemed to be provoked by Old Ren. The thunder inside suddenly became dense. For a moment, light burst out greatly. The earth was actually lit up by lines of thunder clouds.
Resent.
Old Ren suddenly uttered one sound from his mouth. As the sound came out, the black clouds rapidly shrank.
The next second, a bolt of thunder fell in response. Heavily struck on Old Ren's body. Boom!
The thunder shook the sky. For a moment, Guan Yang's head buzzed. A blank, between heaven and earth only this thunder sound remained.
Damn!
Guan Yang shook his head hard, quickly looked toward Old Ren. He saw Old Ren standing above the void, but a strange light was emitting from his body, exactly surrounded by the power of thunder. And inside the power of thunder, black chi wrapped all over Old Ren, resisting the thunder power.
No, not resisting. But absorbing.
Guan Yang was just about to sense it. The next second, his face suddenly changed. Inside his body, suddenly appeared a huge feedback force.
This is... feedback force. Guan Yang quickly looked at Old Ren's attributes.
He saw Old Ren's combat power had actually broken into the 100,000 mark, rising rapidly.
Guan Yang instantly widened his eyes. How is it possible? Old Ren did not eat beast crystal, how could he advance out of thin air? This does not follow the rules. What exactly is going on? The next second, Guan Yang seemed to think of something. Could it be? Guan Yang looked toward the thunderclouds in the sky. Chapter 108 Shortcut of Advancement. Is it the thunderclouds, or because of the dragon soul, or because it is in the worlds of heavens? Guan Yang would think like this for a reason. Thunder, formed by the righteous chi of heaven and earth. Old Ren using this to break through is not impossible. As for the dragon soul, Guan Yang is only guessing, not knowing if it has relation. And the worlds of heavens, could it be because the world rules are different, so Old Ren can break through? But the next second, Guan Yang pressed down the thought. The current real situation does not allow Guan Yang to think more. Because this feedback is fiercer than last time. In an instant, Guan Yang's body was filled with energy. And the energy from feedback still kept coming endlessly. Ding! Detected large amount of energy accumulated in host body, life in danger. System emergency program started, opening emergency plan. 3, 2, 1, bloodline promotion, start. Damn, again. Guan Yang's face changed, only thought of this complaint in his mind. The next second, a tide-like pain surged up from inside his body. This time came even faster, there was no adaptation time at all, it came so suddenly. Guan Yang rolled his eyes and fainted. But the next second, was awakened by pain. On Guan Yang's side, bloodline promoted again, on the other side, Old Ren absorbed all thunder completely. Black chi surged around his body, his aura became even stronger. Who am I? I am Ren Weiyong. I am Ren Weiyong, I became a zombie, I am now crossing tribulation. A hoarse old voice came from the sky edge. At first very stiff, later became smooth. It was actually made by Old Ren. Old Ren's words clearly entered Guan Yang's ears. Guan Yang suddenly widened his eyes. Damn! Old Ren can speak continuously? Old Ren recalled his original memory. The next second, Guan Yang rolled his eyes again and fainted. Enjoying a few seconds of rare painless time. At this moment, Old Ren completely changed. In his eyes not only agility, but like a real human. He had a soul. After a moment, Old Ren laughed loudly toward the sky and said, "Ha ha ha, thunder tribulation? Come again. Filth." The old man's hoarse voice echoed again between heaven and earth. As soon as Old Ren finished speaking, the dark clouds in the sky reacted immediately. As if angered, in an instant doubled in size. Clouds pressed for 100 miles, only for one zombie. The next second, dark clouds surged, a thicker thunder than before fell in response. Boom! The thunder again struck Old Ren's body. Ah! Old Ren screamed in pain, being struck from the air to the ground. Guan Yang, just waking up, saw the scene. He was about to check Old Ren's condition. A wave of even greater returning energy surged in his body. Master, coming again. Guan Yang rolled his eyes and lay flat once more. After this strike, the dark clouds began to disperse. Moonlight shone upon the land again. The whole space shifted from wild chaos to calm in just 2 or 3 seconds, everything felt like a dream. Only the little E remained, guarding Guan Yang and gnawing on dragon meat. In a haze, Guan Yang was awakened by the system's voice. Ding! The host's internal energy has stabilized, life threat removed. Bloodline advancement is closing. 3, 2, 1, closed. The system's voice echoed in his mind again. As the system's voice ended, Guan Yang's whole body pain faded, and he felt an unprecedented comfort once more. But this time, Guan Yang had no time to care, he hurriedly checked Old Ren's condition. The next moment, he breathed a sigh of relief. Old Ren was still alive. Bang! At that moment, the ground where Old Ren fell exploded, and a figure was thrown into the air. It was Old Ren. Guan Yang quickly turned his head, and the next second, his pupils shrank. This is Old Ren? At this moment, Old Ren had completely withdrawn all his aura, and his appearance had changed greatly. The green light in his eyes disappeared, his skin was no longer the strange purple-blue, but returned to normal, slightly dark. But it looked like normal human skin. Even the nails on his hands returned to normal size. If someone did not know him, they would immediately think Old Ren was just an old man. Old Ren took a deep breath and fixed his gaze on Guan Yang. Then, expressionless, he flew beside Guan Yang, kneeled on one knee, and said, "Thank you, Master, for saving me. Only with courage can one escape suffering." His words were extremely natural, like a conversation between normal people. Guan Yang looked at Old Ren, who looked no different from a normal person, and instinctively asked, You recovered your memory?" "Yes, Master." Do you remember everything before and after becoming a zombie? Yes. Good, get up first. Tell me your situation. Why this time could you advance without a beast crystal? This was what Guan Yang cared most about. If he knew the method, could it be used widely? Then he wouldn't need beast crystals for upgrades anymore. Old Ren stood up and paused, then said, "It is like this, Master. Courage can advance because of the dragon soul. Using powerful souls as energy can break bottlenecks and advance. The beast crystals you gave before contained incomplete beast souls. The energy of multiple incomplete beast souls stacked together meets the advancement requirement." Guan Yang was shocked. Damn. So it was like this? Old Ren's words directly revealed the truth of contract beast advancement in the real world. That is, contract beasts advance not by the number of beast crystals, but by the energy of the beast souls inside the crystals. Old Ren, your soul absorption, is it only for yourself, or can it be used for others? Guan Yang thought for a moment, then asked. Soul absorption can be used for others. Guan Yang was overjoyed, his plan could work. Really, great. By the way, are there limits? Yes. The target of soul absorption cannot exceed yourself too much. It can control the soul of a being within 10 times your combat power. Once it exceeds 10 times, the soul easily escapes the pull, becoming a vengeful spirit to harm the world. Within 10 times. Guan Yang muttered. 10 times should be enough. If stronger than 10 times, he probably couldn't handle it. After all, such story glitches don't always happen. By the way, Old Ren, how is the Arcan gem absorption? Guan Yang suddenly saw the little E in the distance and immediately thought of the Earth True Body. Master, Courage's power has greatly increased, absorption speed will be much faster. At most 2 days, it will be finished. Guan Yang was overjoyed. Good. You focus fully on training your true body. Yes, Master. He watched Old Ren step back 2 steps, take out the Arcan gem, and begin absorbing power. Guan Yang focused his thoughts on Xiaoyi. At this moment, Xiaoyi, stimulated by the essence of Shimo Ji's body, was actually about to evolve. What a surprise, one after another. Chapter 109, Strength increased dramatically. Xiaoyi's already tall body quickly grew taller. The speed of growth was incredibly fast. Have you ever seen a creature that grew 1 meter every single breath? The Xiaoyi before him was one such creature. After a moment, Xiaoyi stopped growing. What was originally a 20-meter-long Xiaoyi became a massive being over 100 meters tall. His height had nearly increased by 5 times. Then, Xiaoyi began to shed his skin and evolve once again. In the next second, Guan Yang felt another wave of nurturing power come. Of course, this nurturing power was not very strong for Guan Yang now, it was almost negligible. During Xiaoyi's skin shedding process, this nurturing power was absorbed by his body. Not long after, the brand new Xiaoyi appeared before him. Xiaoyi's form turned silver black, and his exoskeleton armor was decorated with patterns. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to be the imprints of dragon scales. Dense and covered all over his skeleton. Looking at this, Guan Yang knew that Xiaoyi's defense had probably increased by a huge amount. Guan Yang looked at the gigantic Xiaoyi and finally remembered that he had not yet checked his and Lao Ren's attributes. Thinking of this, Guan Yang hurriedly began to check. Name, Guan Yang. Attributes, all systems. Bloodline, first stage. Bloodline ability, combat instinct. Combat instinct, when activated, restores human combat instincts and perception of danger. 100% of the body's battle power is activated, with duration depending on physical condition. After effects, muscle spasms all over the body, 50% reduction. Battle power, 80,000, base battle power, plus 100,000, shared 50% battle power of the Toxic Zombie King, temporarily sealed cultivation method enhancement. Contracted creatures, Giant Dragon Zombie Queen, Toxic Zombie King. Skills, Detection Technique, Contract Technique, LV3, Blazing Knife, Phantom Step, Water Technique. Contracted creature derived skills. Zombie King Bloodline Amplification, Strength, Speed, Defense, Smell, Recovery, Reaction Speed all enhanced, Flying and Ground Concealment, Toxic Control, Blood Manipulation, Yin Yang Eyes, Primary Dragon's Might. Guan Yang looked at his base battle power and was overjoyed. He never expected that his base battle power had almost doubled. Originally 42,000, it had directly risen to 80,000. His skills had also undergone major changes. The low-altitude flight and ground concealment were removed, and turned into the ability to fly and travel through the earth. According to Guan Yang's understanding, both the speed and height had greatly increased. As for blood manipulation, it was also derived from Lao Run. It allows him to manipulate a creature's blood from afar, which in Guan Yang's eyes, is a way to kill without leaving a trace.
In the future, if someone dares to provoke him, he can control their blood from a distance, causing them to have a cerebral hemorrhage, heart attack, or other natural death symptoms.
Of course, this is not without limits. It only works if the opponent's strength is much lower than his.
If the opponent has the same strength as him, he can only influence their blood flow. As for opponents with a higher stage of power, even if he can influence them, they can still circulate their cultivation method and suppress it.
The Yin Yang eyes, simply put, means Guan Yang can now open the passage between the Yin and Yang realms and directly enter the underworld. The Yin Yang eyes, as commonly mentioned in Taoist teachings, allow him to see things that normal people cannot, such as spirits, corpse chi, death chi. It's a pretty useful shared skill.
As for the bloodline, it is still at the first stage.
It seems the second stage is not so easy to unlock.
But even though it's still at the first stage, the after effects have been halved. With some more practice, he'll likely be able to fully adapt. He has changed so much.
What about Lao Ren? Guan Yang shifted his gaze to Lao Ren's attribute panel. Contracted creature, toxic zombie king. Evolution count, 4/9. Attributes, dark system, poison system. Bloodline, second stage. Bloodline ability, soul absorption, Yin Yang passage. Yin Yang passage, can freely travel between the Yin and Yang realms. Battle power, 200,000, fourth stage.
Skills, Zombie King Bloodline, including immense strength, smell, steel body, toxic control, flying and ground concealment, blood manipulation, offspring development, primary dragon's might.
Terrifying. The minimum standard for fourth stage is 100,000.
Lao Ren passed through the heavenly tribulation, and his combat power doubled directly. Once he completes the Earth True Body, it seems that Lao Ren will be able to fight beyond his level.
Looking at Lao Ren's attributes, Guan Yang furrowed his brows. Something's wrong.
Even though Lao Ren has not yet cultivated the Earth True Body, the energy from the Aiken gem has indeed absorbed a lot.
But why hasn't there been any change in the attributes section? According to reason, the attributes section should show an Earth element display. But it still looks exactly the same. What's going on? Could it be due to the zombie bloodline's special characteristics? In an instant, descriptions of zombies rang in Guan Yang's mind.
Zombies are born from the resentment and filth of the heavens and earth, never aging, never dying, and never fading. They are abandoned by the three realms of heaven, earth, and humanity, cast aside in the six paths of life.
This should be the reason for Lao Ren's unchanged attributes.
And the poison system does not change Lao Ren's fundamental attributes, it can only be considered an added attribute, increasing his control over toxic substances, without any subsequent effects.
But the Aiken gem is trying to forcibly change Lao Ren's attributes from darkness to earth.
The difficulty is so great that, relying solely on the Aiken gem, it's definitely not possible.
If even heaven and earth cannot control it, how can a piece of earth essence change it? Is it a joke? Wait a minute.
Upon thinking of this, Guan Yang remembered something.
If the attribute modification doesn't work, could the Earth True Body still be affected? But according to Lao Ren, the True Body is about to be completed. Could it be that Lao Ren wasn't talking about the Earth True Body? Guan Yang looked at Lao Ren, who was fully absorbing the Aiken gem, and furrowed his brows.
After a moment, he pushed down his thoughts.
Let's wait and see. After all, since it's come to this, everything will be clear once the absorption is complete. Understanding Lao Ren's changes, Guan Yang then turned his focus to Xiaoyi. This one, with the biggest change, how strong is he now? Contracted creature, dragon zombie mutant queen. Evolution count, 3/8.
Attributes, dark, poison, fire. Combat power, 68,000, third tier. Skills, perfect organism including dragon bloodline, acidic blood, exoskeleton armor, exoskeleton wings, dragon might, basic magic immunity, super growth, poison injection, egg injection, sealed, sulfuric fire.
Upon seeing Xiaoyi's attributes, Guan Yang didn't know what to say.
Xiaoyi's combat power had increased threefold. His skills had also increased significantly. What caught Guan Yang's attention the most was the last skill, sulfuric fire. From Xiaoyi's size, one could tell that this sulfuric fire would definitely be an area attack skill.
Guan Yang finally had his first powerful area attack skill.
After some reflection, Xiaoyi, with his admirable virtue of wasting no rations, quickly devoured the entire corpse of the Shimo Gu. Thus, Shimo Gu completely disappeared from this world. Flesh, blood, and soul, all were fully utilized.
Not even a scrap was left behind.
As for Guan Yang, his goal for coming to this world had been fully completed. Next, it was just a matter of waiting for Lao Ren to extract the energy from the Aiken gem and complete the Earth True Body.
A day and a half quickly passed. Guan Yang fixed his gaze firmly on Lao Ren in the distance. Only half an hour was left before departure. He didn't know if Lao Ren would make it in time.
At this moment, the Aiken gem in Lao Ren's hand had already dimmed.
The seven-colored glow inside was almost gone, and Lao Ren's attributes still showed no sign of any earth attributes.
It seemed that Guan Yang's guess was correct.
A zombie's inherent attributes cannot be changed by an earth heart. Time passed second by second.
Just 10 minutes before they would leave this world, the Akin gem suddenly shattered.
The last trace of seven-colored light disappeared without a trace. Guan Yang's eyes lit up. This is Chapter 110, The 100-Foot True Body. Did it work? Guan Yang quickly swept his gaze to Lao Ren's attribute screen. The next second, a new skill appeared on Lao Ren's screen. Corpse King True Body.
The Earth True Body was forcibly changed into the Corpse King True Body. Corpse King True Body calls upon the extreme Yin energy within a 10-mile radius to use it, transforming into the 100-foot Corpse King True Body.
If the Yin energy does not disperse, the True Body will not break. Good. Very good. Excellent.
Although it is not the true body of the Earth, the Corpse King's true body seems more suitable for Lao Ren.
Lao Ren has mastered the true body, so as a contractor, does he share Lao Ren's abilities? Guan Yang looked at his own attributes.
The next moment, his face brightened, and a trace of satisfaction appeared in his eyes. True body enhancement. Call upon kilometers of extreme Yin energy, transform it into a Tenjung true body.
Tenjang, that is 33 meters. Although it is not as much as Lao Ren's 333 meters, Guan Yang was already very satisfied.
Remember, that bug of Sinan's, after transformation, was only about 10 meters. Now, just by size, he could crush the opponent.
Satisfied. Next, it's time to test the power. True body, appear. Guan Yang moved his mind.
The next moment, an inexplicable force was absorbed into his body.
Guan Yang could feel his body slowly growing. Rip.
As his body grew, his clothes could no longer withstand it and were torn in the next moment.
Clothes burst. Damn. Not good. Exposed. Guan Yang was shocked in his heart and quickly cancelled the true body.
With Guan Yang's cancellation, his body returned to its original state. Looking at the clothes torn into strips, he could only smile bitterly. He had calculated everything, but this he did not account for.
The clothes do not change with his transformation. Does this mean every time he transforms, he must be naked from the waist down? Guan Yang looked at Lao Ren. Mainly at Lao Ren's set of official clothes. This was also the clothes Lao Ren always wore. Lao Ren, if you use the true body, will the clothes be torn? Master, no.
These clothes have long been assimilated with my Yin energy, they are a transformation of Yin energy. If I use the true body, the clothes will also change as the Yin energy is absorbed.
Guan Yang. Guan Yang looked a little enviously at Lao Ren's clothes. He really wanted one, so he wouldn't have to worry about bursting clothes. But the envy lasted only 2 seconds, and then Guan Yang calmed down. He was a ruler of the countless worlds, with so many treasures, how could he not get a piece of clothing that can grow and shrink? At worst, he could just snatch the Hulk's pants. Before finding suitable clothes, he would not use the true body. Then, let's see Lao Ren's. Lao Ren, try the power of the Corpse King's true body. Yes, master. Lao Ren nodded, stepped back a little, and then roared to the sky. True body, appear. The next moment, countless black gases in the sky gathered toward Lao Ren. In the blink of an eye, a whirlpool of Yin energy formed. At the center of the whirlpool was Lao Ren. As Yin energy entered his body, Lao Ren's body began to grow continuously. In just a few seconds, he became an existence that Guan Yang could not see the top of even when looking up. 100 Zhang true body, appear. Then, a powerful pressure spread from Lao Ren, suppressing the surroundings. It was the pressure of the Corpse King, mixed with some dragon power. Guan Yang looked at Lao Ren towering into the clouds, feeling the pressure of his body, and nodded with satisfaction. Tall. F******ing tall. Master. A voice that shook heaven and earth came from the clouds to the ground, reaching Guan Yang's ears. Alright Lao Ren, return to original. It's time to go back and settle accounts. Yes. In the real world, inside Tianhai Forest, Sinan calmly sat cross-legged on the bloodthirsty poisonous insect. And the bloodthirsty poisonous insect lay on the ground, its forehead antennae constantly trembling, helping Sinan sense the surroundings. Sinan slowly opened his eyes, frowning as he looked at the silent surroundings. He had been scouting here for a whole day, yet the opponent showed no trace at all. It really surprised him. He began to doubt his own judgment. Could the opponent really have used some way to escape? If the opponent really hid nearby, he did not believe they could show no trace for a whole day. Should he continue to wait or leave to report back? Sinan fell into indecision for a moment. To give up would mean his whole day of waiting was wasted. Even Ding Shun's death was in vain. He didn't get any information from the other side, yet he knew that their contract beast was very special. But if he continued to wait, he had a feeling that the other person was long gone. His waiting was pointless, it was just wasting more time. With this time, he could return to the Poison King Hall, exchange the poison dragon fruit for cultivation resources more suitable for him, and strengthen himself. Sinan thought of this, his expression changing between dark and light. After a moment, Sinan suddenly stood up, looked at the place where Guan Yang had disappeared, and said fiercely, "You're lucky, kid." Then, with a sudden stamp of his foot, he called out to the bloodthirsty poison worm, "Return." At the command, the bloodthirsty poison worm immediately moved, its body twisting as it gradually shrank. In the end, it turned into the size of a thumb, flew to Sinan's shoulder, and disappeared into his black robe along his collar. Sinan looked around deeply once more, then turned his head and walked toward the edge of the Tianhai forest. But just 10 meters away, a voice suddenly rang from behind him. "Yo, you want to leave? Have you asked me?" Sinan stopped in his tracks and turned around sharply, looking behind him. He saw Guan Yang in a black robe standing right in front of him. "Kid, you really haven't left. And you even dared to come out?" Sinan was first filled with rage, ready to strike. But the next moment, his movements stopped, and a trace of confusion appeared in his eyes. No, this was wrong. The fact that the other person appeared in front of him was already abnormal. And the tone of his voice. There was no fear in his voice, not even the slightest, and it even carried a hint of amusement. This was very abnormal. Was the other person just putting on a show, or had he thought of some countermeasure or support? Guan Yang, seeing Sinan's confused expression and furrowed brows, immediately laughed. "Heh, now you can see whether I dare to come out. As for you, I didn't let you leave." "How could you leave? We still have some scores to settle." Seeing Guan Yang's attitude, Sinan, though still confused, felt his suppressed anger surge again. No matter what kind of support he had, he would find out by striking first. Besides, it's been just one day, could he really become stronger than him? "Kid, I really admire your courage. I was originally planning to let you go, but now, since you're looking for death, don't blame me. Come out." After Sinan spoke, the bloodthirsty poison worm jumped out of his black robe and burrowed into the ground. A few seconds later, a massive figure appeared before Guan Yang once again. "Kid, I don't know what tricks you're playing, but to forge iron, one must be strong themselves. Now, let me show you what true strength crushing looks like. Guan Yang looked at Sinan, whose murderous intent was beginning to show, and slowly grinned. "Strength crushing, huh? Actually, I quite like that phrase. Today, let me show you how it feels to be crushed." Sinan furrowed his brows upon hearing this. What does that mean? Has he gone mad? The next second, Sinan's eyes widened in disbelief. He saw a summoning array appear beside Guan Yang. If it was just a summoning array, Sinan wouldn't have reacted this way. But this summoning array was different, it was massive. Massive beyond Sinan's imagination. The entire summoning array was nearly 100 meters across. What did this mean? It meant that the creature being summoned was enormous. Generally, the size of the summoning array is proportional to the size of the summoned beast. The bigger the summoned beast, the larger the summoning array. But this was impossible? The person he had chased just one day ago, how could they have summoned such a large contract beast in just a day? But the next second, Sinan's mind went completely blank. Because, a giant creature, over 100 meters tall, was summoned out of the array. Though it had changed, Sinan recognized it immediately, it was that special contract beast. The metallic exoskeleton was too distinctive. But what's going on? Just one day, only one day has passed. How could this happen? Did it level up by playing games? Or has it been fed some fertilizer? Not to mention Sinan standing there in stunned silence. At this moment, Guan Yang had already lifted off the ground, slowly standing above Shouyi's head. Looking down in the same posture as before at Sinan, he curled the corner of his mouth and whispered, "Now, I declare. Crushing begins." As Guan Yang finished speaking, the next second a massive pressure radiated from Shouyi. The pressure instantly pressed down on the bloodthirsty venom worm. It had just gained the dragon might from Smog. Dragon might, this thing, could suppress the bloodlines of any non-dragon beast. Hiss. The bloodthirsty venom worm shrieked when the pressure hit it. Then, its upright front half suddenly fell to the ground. Its whole body began to tremble. A green liquid even seeped from underneath. It had actually peed itself from fear. It sensed a terrifying bloodline suppression from Shouyi. As if it had met some high-level bloodline insect. This bloodline suppression was too horrifying. Under this pressure, it didn't even think about escaping, only submission. A gleam flashed in Guan Yang's eyes. He didn't expect dragon might to be so effective.
He could feel the respect coming from the bloodthirsty worm through Xiaoyi. At this moment, the bloodthirsty venom worm suddenly vanished from its place. Sinan, after recalling his contracted beast, immediately pressed his foot down and rushed into the forest. Earlier, he had tried to make the bloodthirsty venom worm run, but the message returned as fear, legs weak. This reply almost made Sinan explode on the spot. You worm, legs weak, do you even have legs? But now was not the time to think about this. With his contracted beast so cowardly, Sinan had to rely on himself. That was why he recalled the contracted beast and fled by himself. Seeing this, Guan Yang squinted his eyes. Want to run? Can you escape? The next second, Xiaoyi moved its foot, instantly becoming a shadow, chasing Sinan. Its massive body did not block Xiaoyi's species traits at all. Fast speed, and it could move silently. At this terrifying speed, in just 2 seconds, it caught up with Sinan. Looking at the panicked Sinan, murderous intent surged in Guan Yang's eyes. He would not make the mistake common in movies, having power to kill with one strike but toying with the mouse. No time for playing cat and mouse, his time was precious. Besides, being out for so long, he needed to return quickly before his parents worried. Thinking this, Guan Yang's eyes turned cold, and he said in a deep voice. Xiaoyi, sulfuric fire. Perfect to test Xiaoyi's new skill. Receiving Guan Yang's thought, Xiaoyi immediately opened its mouth. The next second, a stream of flames shot out, mainly accompanied by a lot of white mist. It was the vaporized sulfuric acid mist. In an instant, both surrounded the terrified fleeing Sinan. Sinan tried to dodge, but it was too late. Ah! Sinan screamed and was burned by the flames. Then the white mist also covered him. Sizzle! Ah! The sulfuric mist corroded Sinan's skin upon contact. Sinan screamed and rolled on the ground in pain. In just 3 seconds, he went still. 10 seconds later, Sinan's body was gone, turned into a pool of liquid. Sinan, dead. When the contract master dies, the contracted beast dies too. Meaning the bloodthirsty venom worm was completely dead. Thus, both of the Poison King Hall's members were wiped out by Guan Yang. Hidden danger eliminated. Guan Yang exhaled while secretly amazed. He didn't expect sulfuric fire to be so powerful. Besides killing, it could even destroy the body completely. The next moment, Guan Yang's gaze was drawn to the place where Sinan had died. Because there was a jade box. This jade box, unknown what jade, resisted corrosion from the sulfuric mist, even fire. Through the jade box, a dark green object could be vaguely seen inside. Guan Yang flew away from above Xiaoyi's head. Slowly, he approached the jade box. First, he switched the attributes to Old Ren's interface, then slowly picked up the jade box. Old Ren's attributes carried poison control, a skill that could handle unexpected situations. Especially since this item fell from someone of the Poison King's Hall, extra caution was necessary. As he got closer, Guan Yang looked through the jade box and saw what was inside. A dark green, fist-sized fruit. Could it be a rare treasure? Thinking this, Guan Yang took a deep breath and slowly released the clasp of the jade box, opening it. Click. As the box opened, a dense poison instantly spilled out from within. It surged toward Guan Yang. But just as it came within 5 centimeters of him, the poison was stopped by some mysterious force right in its place. It couldn't enter. This was Guan Yang using his poison control. Looking at the dark green fruit that continuously emitted poison elements, Guan Yang curiously cast an identification spell. Name, Poison Dragon Fruit. Grade, Tier 4. Description, besides the deadly poison, it contains a trace of dragon blood essence, which can greatly enhance the bloodline purity of dragon-blooded creatures. For Tier 4 and above dragon creatures, the enhancement effect will decrease accordingly. The higher the grade, the weaker the effect. Wow, it's actually a treasure that can help dragon-blooded creatures purify their bloodlines. If used by a water serpent, it might even turn into a dragon. Guan Yang stared at the fruit, then thought for a moment and tossed it to Xiaoyi. Only Xiaoyi possessed the ancient dragon bloodline of the Surmic, and he was exactly at Tier 3, making it the perfect fit. Xiaoyi didn't hesitate and swallowed it in one gulp. After the poison dragon fruit entered his stomach, Guan Yang kept his gaze fixed on Xiaoyi. He wondered what changes would happen. Chapter 112, Flame Dragon Bloodline. The poison dragon fruit entered Xiaoyi's stomach, and just a few seconds later, there was a reaction. A streak of red appeared on Xiaoyi's chest, slowly spreading to the rest of his body. Hiss! As Xiaoyi howled, a sudden flame erupted from his chest, and in the blink of an eye, it covered his entire body. It turned into a towering torch that shot toward the sky. It dyed half of the sky red. Guan Yang stepped back a bit. In his perception, Xiaoyi was not in danger, so it must be the poison dragon fruit taking effect. Under Guan Yang's watch, the flames wrapping Xiaoyi began to change.
At first, they were red flames, then slowly turned orange, and then from orange into yellow. But this was only the beginning. Next, yellow turned into white, white turned into cyan, cyan turned into blue, and blue turned into purple. Until all the flames finally turned green. Only then did the changes stop. Looking at Xiaoyi covered in glowing green flames, Guan Yang's mouth twitched. Just when Xiaoyi turned green, a massive energy burst out again from inside his body. Damn it! It's the feedback power, again. Guan Yang's face instantly turned bitter. The feedback power that others would fight over, in Guan Yang's eyes, was just another round of suffering. Sure enough, in the next second, energy filled his whole body again. Ding! Detected a large amount of energy accumulated in the host's body, life-threatening danger. System emergency program activated, emergency plan initiated. 3, 2, 1, bloodline upgrade, start. Damn it! At least wait until his cultivation method is unsealed. Guan Yang only had time to think of this complaint in his mind. Then, a wave-like pain surged up from inside his body. Guan Yang collapsed onto the ground, his body twitching uncontrollably. The same familiar formula, the same familiar taste. This time, the pain came fast and left fast. Guan Yang even felt that this time the pain was not as intense, at least he didn't pass out. Ding! Energy in host's body stabilized, life-threatening danger removed. Bloodline upgrade shutting down, 3, 2, 1, shut down. As the system's voice fell, Guan Yang immediately stood up. Some things, when they hurt again and again and again, you just get used to them. Guan Yang didn't check his own condition, and quickly looked toward Old Run. What he saw was still Xiaoyi, his whole body glowing with green light. This time, it was truly green. No, not just green. His body had grown quite a bit bigger. At the same time, the patterns on his body seemed even clearer. Thinking this, Guan Yang looked at Xiaoyi's attributes. Contract creature, giant dragon zombie alien queen. Evolution count, 4 out of 8. Flame dragon bloodline, level 1. Bloodline ability, immortal dragon flame. Immortal dragon flame, unique talent of the flame dragon clan, terrifying dragon flames burn all over the body, once touched, it never dies until finished. Attributes, dark, fire, poison. Combat power, 110,000, level 4. Skills, perfect organism, dragon might, intermediate magic immunity, super fast growth, poison injection, egg injection, seal, sulfuric fire. This is Bloodline evolved? Xiaoyi actually also awakened bloodline evolution. This really surprised Guan Yang. Can an alien even evolve its bloodline? Wait, Xiaoyi evolved him too? His combat power was already close to level 4, and now with Xiaoyi's evolution, he could feel his strength grow again. Name, Guan Yang. Attributes, all types. Bloodline, level 1. Bloodline ability, combat instinct. Combat instinct, once activated, restores human combat instinct and perception of danger. 100% body combat power, duration depends on physical condition. After effect, whole body muscle twitching, 80% reduced. Combat power, 95,000, base, plus 100,000, sharing 50% combat power of Toxic Corpse King, cultivation enhancement temporarily sealed. Contract creatures, giant dragon zombie alien queen, Toxic Corpse King. Skills, detection, contract, LV3, flame blade, ghost step, water technique. Sure enough, his base combat power rose another 15,000, just 5,000 short of level 4. From awakening the system until now, it had been just over 10 days. But his base combat power had skyrocketed from level 1 to nearly level 4. In the entire maritime city, he was one of the top fighters. In just over 10 days, he achieved what others could not in years, decades, or even a lifetime. Guan Yang couldn't help but sigh. He is so outstanding, how can anyone else survive? Of course, Guan Yang would not be arrogant. Because after level 4, these advantages would shrink considerably. His base combat power is so high thanks to having 2 special contract beasts that can evolve on their own. After level 4, most people choose a second contract beast. Then, as the power of mutual support increases, everyone's base combat power rises naturally. Of course, reaching Guan Yang's level is impossible. Unless they also contract a beast that can evolve its bloodline. For a moment, Guan Yang's thoughts drifted into the future. After a moment, snapping back, Guan Yang called Xiaoyi back, tidied his clothes, and quickly headed to the outskirts of the Tianhai forest. He needed to hurry home. With Sinan and Ding Shun involved, he hadn't returned for a whole day. Besides, the cultivation upgrade at night was about to end. He wanted to see what would appear after such a long upgrade. Maritime City, Guan Yang's home, Guanlin's study. At this moment, besides Guanlin, there was one more person, Huang Xiaoling's father. The two were having a serious conversation. Old Guan, this is a once-in-a-thousand-years chance. If we miss it, it's gone. At this moment, Father Guan frowned, showing hesitation. I know, but Xinger and Yanger, I can't leave them alone. Old Huang knew what Father Guan was thinking but still advised, so you want to keep hiding like a mouse? Guarding that thing all your life, leaving the revenge undone? Hearing the word revenge, Father Guan's eyes showed both hatred and helplessness. He stopped mid-sentence, not knowing how to speak. Can't you learn from me? My strength is lower than yours, yet I am not afraid. What are you afraid of? Besides, I also left my wife and daughter behind. Because I know this is only a short separation. Once we gain benefits inside, our strength will rise further, stepping into the rank of advanced contract masters. Then, even facing the Poison King Hall, we will have self-protection power. After accumulating more strength, revenge is not impossible. No matter what, it's better than now. A series of persuasion from Old Huang clearly moved Father Guan. His thoughts immediately became more active. After a while, Guan Yang gritted his teeth and said, "Is the information accurate?" Old Huang saw this and immediately guaranteed, "Don't worry, it's from a close friend of mine. He's from the space system. 3 years ago, he accidentally sensed spatial fluctuations there. Since then, he's been stationed there, waiting for the opening. Recently, he feels the fluctuations are getting stronger, so he calculates that the secret realm will open within 3 to 5 days. When that happens, we'll be the first to seize the opportunity." Father Guan's face became serious, and after a deep breath, he said, "All right, when do we leave?" "Of course, the sooner, the better." Chapter 113, Impossible, Absolutely Impossible. Of course, the sooner, the better. The secret realm could open at any time. The earlier we go in, the more benefits we'll gain. Father Guan fell silent for a moment, gritted his teeth, and replied, "All right. In that case, we'll leave in half an hour. I'll pack right now. Also, you'll need to help me put on a show. I don't want my wife to worry about me." Old Huang was overjoyed when he heard Father Guan agree. I knew you'd make the same choice as me. Some things, we men just have to bear. MHM. Father Guan nodded. Old Guan, once you leave, I'll feel much more at ease. You'll focus on the attack, I'll handle the defense, and with my close friend handling support, we've got the secret realm in our pocket. Father Guan felt relieved upon hearing this and began thinking about how to tell his wife. In a moment, you should do this. At this time, on the outskirts of Tianhai Forest, a group of people was resting there. "Young Master Huang, it's already been a day. Do you think we should continue waiting?" It was Huang Wen and his group. After being scared away by the strange events in the inner area, they directly retreated to the outskirts. They were waiting for Guan Yang to come out on his own. This was the only road leading to the entrance. Once Guan Yang came out, he would definitely pass through here. Huang Wen looked up at the distant dark forest, then spoke in a deep voice, "Wait. I refuse to believe he won't come out." The guards' faces twisted in discomfort upon hearing this. They had been waiting all day, taking turns to rest even when sleeping. After all, they were still in Tianhai Forest. Though they were on the outskirts, there was still danger. The most important thing was that they still didn't know whether this waiting was effective. "Young Master Huang, I shouldn't say this, but do you think there's a possibility? What if that kid has already left or died in the inner area?" One of the guards spoke cautiously. Huang Wen furrowed his brows, uncertain. "No way." The guard quickly added, "How is it impossible? What kind of place is the inner area of Tianhai? There are 3rd and 4th stages everywhere. And that kid, what's his strength? After being inside for so long, either he's been killed or he's already left. Should we leave first, go to his house to check for any news? If that kid really died or went back, wouldn't it be a waste of time for young Master Huang to stay here?" Huang Wen was somewhat moved by this. "Yeah. What if Guan Yang really went back or died? Am I still waiting for a corpse to come out?" Thinking this, Huang Wen said, "All right. Let's go back to the Huang mansion first, investigate the kid situation, and then decide what to do." At this moment, the guard suddenly became serious, crouched down, pressed his palm to the ground, and closed his eyes, sensing the earth element feedback. The next second, the guard's expression changed. He suddenly stood up and shouted to the crowd, "An object is approaching from the north. Prepare yourselves." Upon hearing this, all the guards reacted quickly, grabbing their weapons and looking towards the northern forest. They didn't have to wait long, only 10 seconds, when a figure dressed in a black cloak appeared in front of them. It was Guan Yang, who had come out from the inner area. Guan Yang stopped and looked seriously at the group of people before him. The next second, his eyes narrowed as he fixed his gaze on one of them. "Huang Wen? Why is he here? Is he waiting for me? Or is he guarding me?" Thinking this, Guan Yang narrowed his eyes. The leading guard saw Guan Yang and His face turned serious and he said, "The Huang family of Haicheng is handling things, who are you?" Guan Yang's voice changed, "Horse, that is what I want to ask you, you guard the main road, to rob?" As he spoke, a surge of pressure poured from Guan Yang, instantly pressing on everyone. It was the Dragon Might skill. The people opposite, facing Dragon Might, felt only a terrifying pressure, like a mountain crushing down. Cold sweat broke out all over their bodies. A sense of death threat covered them, as if something dangerous and horrifying was watching them. The guards did not dare move, not even breathe. The front guard, facing Guan Yang's Dragon Might, was already soaked in sweat on his back. Shaking, he said, "Senior, misunderstanding. We are the Huang family of Haicheng, we are waiting for a foe, not to rob. If you want to leave, please go anytime." A person with such terrifying pressure is not someone they can provoke. Better to back down when needed. Oh? A foe? Yes, a thief who took our things when we were not ready. Guan Yang already had an idea in his heart. The eyes under the black robe turned cold immediately. More than a day, yet still not giving up. Such a great grudge? Should he leave them alive? But when this thought appeared, Guan Yang was startled. Then he frowned. Not right. Why did he have such a thought? Even when he killed Huang Wen's men, he killed without thinking. After killing, not a trace of guilt. This is not right. Until now, this thought of killing appeared, Guan Yang noticed. The thought he had just was like an automatic, unconscious push toward that direction. What exactly is happening? This discovery made Guan Yang stop worrying about Huang Wen. He must figure out the reason for this thought and attitude. This matter was far more important than Huang Wen. Thinking this, Guan Yang quickly said, "Step aside." Saying this, he withdrew the pressure. The captain of the guards immediately breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly waved backward, "Step aside quickly." After everyone moved aside. Mainly because behind them was still the Huang family. When Guan Yang passed Huang Wen, a slight breeze brushed his black robe, a vague side face appeared in Huang Wen's eyes. Huang Wen was instantly surprised. He looked so young. And there was a familiar feeling, as if seen somewhere before. The next second, a photo flashed in Huang Wen's mind, exactly of Guan Yang. The side face and the photo gradually overlapped in his mind. Huang Wen's eyes widened. Guan Yang. The man in the black robe is actually Guan Yang? Looking at Guan Yang who just walked past, a storm surged in his heart. How could it be? Why does he have such power and aura? Impossible. How could he gain such power in such a short time? Absolutely impossible. If not, then what is this aura from? Could it be, a treasure created it? Huang Wen instantly remembered the strange phenomenon he saw in Tianhai Inner Circle. Could it be, that treasure was gained by Guan Yang? Thinking of this, Huang Wen's eyes flickered. Looking at Guan Yang's black robe back, he suddenly called out, "Guan Yang." Speaking, his eyes locked on Guan Yang. He did not know if he was seeing wrong. What if he was wrong? So he thought of this way to test. Hearing this, Guan Yang paused subconsciously. He guessed it? But so what? With his current strength, he feared no one. He had no plan to deal with Huang Wen. A small person, a waste of his time. Now, studying the emotional problem is the real matter. So the pause lasted only a moment, then he returned to normal. Continuing to walk outside. And Guan Yang's pause was fully seen by Huang Wen. Sure enough. The black-robed man in front is Guan Yang. Thinking this, anger surged on Huang Wen's face. They were all scared by a young boy. Where does that leave Huang Wen's face? Stop him, he is Guan Yang. Chapter 114, Unusual. The guards were stunned, instinctively blocking in front of Guan Yang, but none dared to come close. The main reason was that this person was too mysterious, that strange aura, too terrifying. Guan Yang stopped walking, without turning his head, and said to the blocking guards, "Step aside." This the guards hesitated for a moment, unsure what to do. At that moment, Huang Wen ran in front of Guan Yang, with a look that said, "I see through you, stop pretending, you are Guan Yang." Hearing Huang Wen recognize him, Guan Yang's calm voice came from under the black robe, and? Kid, you don't see the situation clearly. You are surrounded by us. Call out the hive, get hit by me once, then we are even. Hearing this, Guan Yang felt a flicker of anger, his eyes glowed red, a wave of killing intent surged in his heart. But in the next second, he sensed it. This killing intent was definitely not something he meant. Something must be affecting his mind. And it was slowly influencing him, subtly. It might have existed even before he entered the demon ring, otherwise he wouldn't have killed that scout back then. But now, coming out again, the influence was stronger. What exactly is it? For a moment, Guan Yang ignored his surroundings and fell into deep thought. But to Huang Wen, Guan Yang's behavior looked like guilt after being exposed.
He didn't know how to respond.
Seeing Guan Yang silent, Huang Wen's face darkened immediately. He raised a hand and threw a punch at Guan Yang.
Kid, stop acting so deep.
I'm asking you something.
Lost in thought, Guan Yang suddenly felt a strong gust of wind. A danger hit his brain directly through his body. Guan Yang immediately snapped back, seeing the incoming fist, his eyes filled with killing intent again. Watching Huang Wen's fist coming at him,
Guan Yang used his waist, shifted his body to one side, and dodged.
Then, as Huang Wen's movement opened, he grabbed the other arm. He put force into his hand, pulling sharply back.
Then, an over-the-shoulder throw. Bang! Ah! Huang Wen was slammed heavily to the ground.
For a moment, his vision went black, his head buzzed, only a ringing sound remained. Huang Wen was dazed, but Guan Yang did not stop. He swung his fist, full strength flowing through his arm, then a punch toward Huang Wen's head. Where the fist passed, the air seemed to twist in waves. The power of this strike was enormous, hard to describe. If it hit Huang Wen, the result would be disastrous.
Feeling the power of the incoming fist, Huang Wen's face turned terrified. No.
Guan Yang, you cannot kill me, I am from the Huang family. Perhaps because of Huang Wen's words, Guan Yang's mind suddenly stabilized. Seeing the situation, he was shocked, wanting to stop, but it was too late. He had no choice but to use momentum to swing aside.
Bang!
The fist narrowly missed Huang Wen, hitting the ground beside his ear.
Ah!
Huang Wen felt sharp pain in his ear, screamed, eyes rolled back, and fainted.
Guan Yang looked at the unconscious Huang Wen, a trace of disdain in his eyes.
He stood and faced the nervous guards. When he wakes, tell him.
Not everyone can be provoked. Then, a terrifying pressure surged out again, even stronger than before, clearly meant to intimidate. Without another word, Guan Yang turned and left.
He had not really let Huang Wen off. Huang Wen had a bad reputation, who knew what he might do next.
So Guan Yang left a precaution.
Before leaving, he left something on Huang Wen. If he provoked him again, Guan Yang would let him know what it meant to be worse than dead.
Until Guan Yang's figure disappeared, not a single guard dared to speak.
The captain of the guards was the first to recover upon seeing Guan Yang gone.
Young Master Huang.
He hurried to Huang Wen's side, flustered, checking him carefully.
After a while, the guards finally relaxed. Luckily.
No injuries, probably just fainted from shock, unable to catch his breath in time. Looking at the unconscious Huang Wen, the guard hurriedly pinched Huang Wen's philtrum. He hammered his chest twice.
Ah, don't hit me, you can't kill me.
A scream, and Huang Wen woke up again. He instinctively covered his head with his hands, constantly screaming. Clearly, he was still immersed in the scene where he almost got hit earlier. The guard twitched the corner of his mouth and whispered, "Young Master Huang."
It's okay, he's not here anymore.
Huang Wen froze in place after hearing the guard's words. Then, Huang Wen finally saw the situation in front of him. Looking at the guard and the surroundings, he did not see Guan Yang's black-robed figure.
Huang Wen immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Where is he?
The guard pressed his lips together and hurriedly said, "Well, when we saw you were hurt, we rushed forward. He saw we were many and didn't dare to make a move, so he turned and ran. We were worried about your condition, so we didn't chase him." The words made the other guards give a thumbs up.
As expected of the boss.
With this skill of twisting the truth, it's something they can't compare with.
After this statement, their original outcome was completely reversed.
Not only did they avoid the blame for inadequate protection, but they became the perfect example of timely guarding.
Young Master Huang definitely wouldn't blame them. Brilliant, truly brilliant. Huang Wen then nodded with a dark expression.
He didn't know if it was true, but this seemed like the only explanation.
Otherwise, why couldn't he see the opponent? There weren't even any signs of a fight around.
But thinking about Guan Yang's methods and the power he felt during their contact, Huang Wen became absent-minded again. Mumbling to himself, how could this be, how could he be so strong?
How did he do it? Young Master Huang, do you think we should go back now for treatment? Huang Wen, hearing this, instinctively asked, treatment? What treatment? Well, didn't you notice your ear was bleeding? Is it?
Huang Wen instinctively touched it, feeling a sticky sensation on his hand. He pulled back his hand and looked closely. It was indeed a bright streak of blood. Huang Wen's eyes widened instantly, and he screamed, "Blood!
It's my blood, I'm injured. Quickly, I can't make it. Take me home, I want to go home." Guard. Wasn't he fine just now? Now, seeing his own blood, he's acting like this? He's saying he can't make it, are you kidding?
But no matter how much they complained, they still hurriedly took care of Huang Wen and headed toward the overseas direction.
Chapter 115, Dragonfly Moth. But after walking a few steps, everyone suddenly felt the ground shake violently. The next second, a flock of frightened birds flew across the sky. The leading guard's pupils shrank, and a trace of unease appeared in his eyes. He instinctively turned his head to look at the dense forest behind them, the direction of the inner circle. The leading guard's ears suddenly twitched. A faint sound entered his ears. "The situation is wrong, be on guard." Saying this, he drew the weapon in his hand and looked into the distance with a solemn expression. The other guards also sensed that the atmosphere was wrong and quickly drew their weapons, watching their surroundings cautiously. Rustling. As the guards were on alert, the grass opposite them suddenly began to shake. The next second, a small deer sprang out. Seeing the crowd blocking its way, it froze for a moment. But the next second, thinking of what was behind it, fear appeared in its eyes. Without thinking, it charged directly at the guards. Before passing by the guards, it quickly turned and bypassed them. The guards were startled. "Phew. Boss, you're too cautious, it's just a little." The next second, the situation before their eyes made the guards' faces change drastically. The small deer seemed to be just the start, and then a whole bunch of small animals jumped out. Mice, rabbits, wild chickens. "Be careful, don't make a move. Protect young Master Huang." The leading guard had no time to think about why such small animals appeared, but quickly made a response. Unfortunately, although the leader spoke quickly, the small animals were faster. Before the guards could organize themselves, they had already been scattered and separated by the small animals. These small animals, as if fleeing for their lives, didn't pay attention to the guards and rushed past them. And the guards also heard their boss's words. They didn't make a move. These little creatures arrived quickly, and they left just as fast. In just 3 to 5 seconds, they disappeared into the forest on the other side. Phew. The guards immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. Boss, we should leave quickly. This is too strange. A guard spoke to the leader. Yes, Yanfei, take me away quickly. My blood loss is significant, it's almost dried up, I'm really going to die. I'm really going to die. At this moment, Huang Wen also interjected, his ears still bleeding continuously. Although the blood loss had reduced a lot, he was panicking inside. Could it be because my blood is almost drained? The guards. Yanfei. Yanfei looked at Huang Wen, who was yelling, his cheek twitching. Could it be that he's actually healing himself? Yanfei couldn't help but admire this young master. But he knew that no matter what he said now, Huang Wen wouldn't listen. So he could only go along with it. This is a bit strange. Let's leave here first and talk. The guards nodded in agreement upon hearing this. After packing up their things, they prepared to leave. At this moment, white phosphorus powder began to fall from the sky. Huang Wen looked at the falling white phosphorus powder and for a moment forgot the pain, instinctively reaching out to catch it. Ha! What is this? The phosphorus powder, like snowflakes, dissolved the moment it touched his hand. Then, it penetrated the skin and disappeared without a trace. However, when the phosphorus powder touched clothing, there was no change. It was truly mysterious. In an instant, everyone was covered with quite a bit of the powder. Yanfei looked at the phosphorus powder floating in the air, confused. This thing, it's so familiar. But he couldn't remember where he had seen it. Suddenly, Yanfei's ears twitched. He turned his head and saw several moths the size of a foot in the distance. When he saw these moths, Yanfei's face instantly turned pale with fear. He exclaimed, "Not good. It's the dragon powder moth. They're out hunting. This white phosphorus powder is poisonous. Quick, activate your techniques to resist it. Drink the antidote." As he spoke, Yanfei immediately began to activate his technique. Then, he took a green potion from his bag and drank it in one go. Although Yanfei recognized the substance, it was too late to act. Everyone had been exposed to quite a bit of the white phosphorus powder. Among them, Huang Wen had the most contact. By the time Yanfei finished speaking, Huang Wen had already rolled his eyes and passed out. His face visibly turned purple at a rapid pace. The other guards also began showing various symptoms. Those with weaker cultivation who had more exposure fainted just like Huang Wen. The stronger ones, with less exposure, also started to feel faint, their lips turning blue. The remaining guards didn't dare waste time and hurriedly took out antidote potions, drinking them down. Yanfei drank the antidote, activated his technique again, and immediately felt much better. Looking at the dragon powder moth army approaching from the horizon, cold sweat began to pour down his face. He turned his head and saw many of the guards already fainted, gritting his teeth and shouting, "Run! The dragon powder moth swarm is coming. If you don't want to die, run." Saying this, he rushed to Huang Wen's side, lifted him, and started running in the opposite direction. The guards, having recovered somewhat, looked at their comrades who had been fine just moments ago but were now unconscious.
They followed suit, lifting the unconscious ones and running away. But 10 seconds later, Yan Fei and the guards were in even more panic. Because their speed was no match for the dragon powder moths. At this moment, the dragon powder moth army was already just 10 meters away, a dark cloud of them. Once caught, the consequences were unimaginable. Bang! At this moment, one of the guards felt a sharp pain in his foot and tripped to the ground. The next second, he was surrounded by the dragon powder moths. Ah! No, save me! Everyone trembled, and in an instant, their steps quickened. But no matter how fast they moved, it was nothing compared to the speed of the flying moths. The last guard was finally caught up to. Boss, save me! Ah! Yan Fei also felt the oppressive force of death closing in. If this continues, they would definitely be caught. They would die. He had to find a way to delay the dragon powder moths or attract their attention. With that thought, Yan Fei glanced at Huang Wen, whose face was as black as coal. A hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes, but in the next instant, hesitation was replaced by determination. He took a quick breath and immediately shouted, "If you don't want to die, throw the unconscious ones out to attract the fire. Once they've gathered enough food, they won't chase us anymore. As for the rest, let fate decide." With that, he threw Huang Wen, who was on his shoulder, backwards. The guards were stunned at first, then their faces changed several times. But they could feel the danger behind them. If they kept going like this, they would die for sure. Sticking to the principle of better your friend die than you, they gritted their teeth and followed suit. In an instant, several bodies were thrown backward. The dragon moths immediately shifted their focus. 10 minutes later, at a clearing on the outskirts of Tianhai Forest. Four figures collapsed on the ground, panting heavily. It was Yan Fei and the others who had managed to escape. Within 10 minutes, some of them were constantly caught up. In the end, the team of more than 10 people was reduced to just 4 survivors. After a moment, Yan Fei and the others caught their breath and sat together, exchanging glances. The atmosphere immediately turned strange. One of them broke the silence and spoke first. "Boss, what should we do next?" Yan Fei glanced at him and slowly shook his head. To survive, he had abandoned Huang Wen, who was now undoubtedly dead. He felt like his mind was in chaos and, for a moment, didn't know what to do. Chapter 116, The Plan. Seeing Yan Fei remain silent, the man spoke again. "How about we go back to the Huang family and report?" Before Yan Fei could speak, another person directly rejected, "What the hell are you talking about? Do you know Huang Xian's way of handling things? If he knows the situation, do you think we'll still be okay? You should know that useless Huang Wen is dead. Then, what should we do? I don't want to die. I still have a wife and kids. Do you think I want to die?" For a moment, the three argued endlessly. Yan Fei's brows slowly furrowed, and impatience flashed in his eyes. He shouted at the three, "Enough! It's already happened. What's the point of saying more? Quiet down, let me think of a plan." Then, he fell into deep thought again. The three exchanged looks, no longer speaking, their gazes filled with anxiety as they stared at Yan Fei. After a moment, Yan Fei suddenly looked up and coldly said, "In this situation, we only have 2 choices if we want to escape." "What choices?" The three were immediately alert, asking eagerly. Yan Fei took a deep breath, looked at the three, and whispered, "1. We go back now, pack our things, and leave immediately. The Huang family is only a 4th-tier family. Though it's connected to the 3rd-tier Lan family in the provincial city, the relationship isn't close. As long as we leave Tianhai province, with the Huang family's power, they won't be able to reach us in other provinces. But from now on, you'll have to live quietly." Yan Fei paused, giving the others a moment to think. Upon hearing this, the three fell silent, lost in thought. In this world, families are divided into 5 tiers. The 5th tier is the lowest, and any force with a Tier 4 expert can be considered a Tier 4 family. Here, Tier 4 doesn't refer to individual combat power, but overall strength. A Tier 4 family must have at least 1 Tier 5 and 3 Tier 4 experts. A Tier 3 family requires at least 1 Tier 6 and 3 Tier 5 experts. A Tier 2 family needs at least 1 Tier 7 and 3 Tier 6 experts. A Tier 1 family requires at least 1 Tier 8 and 3 Tier 7 experts. The Huang family is a Tier 4 family, which means they have at least 1 Tier 5 expert. The current head of the Huang family, Huang Wen's father Huang Xian, is indeed a Tier 5 expert. After a moment, one of them hesitated and spoke, "Boss, my wife, kids, and even friends are in Haishur. If I leave, what will happen to them?" "Boss, I want to hear the second option." Yan Fei nodded and said, "Well, the second option doesn't require leaving Haishur, and you can even continue living normally. But the method is a bit risky." The man's eyes immediately lit up. "Boss, what's the risky method?" Yan Fei narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, "We still go back to the Huang family. But must act a self-harm trick play. But must unify the wording, just say Huangwen when inside area searching that Guan Yang met a 5th rank strange beast. And we in order to cover Huangwen to retreat, many brothers died. We ourselves also suffered heavy injury. But because of this we got separated from Huangwen. We came back to move rescue soldiers. This way, in Huang family eyes, we not only have no fault, instead we have merit for protecting. Even if Huang Xian has doubt, as long as we unify wording, with 3 people make a tiger, Huang Xian even not believe also must believe. Only the self-harm trick, want real, can only be more cruel to ourselves. Speaking to hear, Huangwen looked toward the 3 people. Hiss. After the 3 heard, they sucked a breath of cold air. After a moment, the one who just spoke first said, I want choose the second kind. Then, another person shook head and said, I think the second kind is to hand our life and death into Huang family hands, not safe. So, I choose the first kind. After the 2 finished, they looked toward the 3rd person. The 3rd person face showed hesitation, clearly did not decide which to choose. He also has worry of family. Does not know how to choose? After a moment, the 3rd person hesitatingly said, I also have family, I choose the second kind. The one who chose the first kind face turned black. Seeing 2 to 1, immediately not calm and said to Yin Fei, Boss, which do you choose? Yin Fei seeing this thought 1 second then said, Xiaolu, I also lean to the second kind. Xiaolu face changed. He does not want stay here. Huang family too dangerous. Risk too big, he is one person full, whole family not hungry. Why should he still take this risk? Boss, I. Before words finished, Yin Fei interrupted Xiaolu words. Do not rush, I understand your thought. Like this, these 2 plans we do at same time. Xiaolu you choose go far away, then do not hesitate, now go back, immediately pack things leave Tianhai province. Remember, cannot pack too clean. Avoid being suspected. Now we are ants on one rope. Cannot have any accident. After saying this, seeing Xiaolu show happy face, Yin Fei turned head to the other 2 and said. And we 3, tomorrow go back Huang family ask for help. Give Xiaolu time to escape. Just say Xiaolu also in dead range. This matter what do you think? The other 2 looked at each other, nodded. Listen to boss. Okay, then we now discuss wording. Xiaolu you also listen, after listen you quickly go home pack things. Okay. Several people here discussing plan, the other side, Guan Yang home. Guan father and old Huang under Guan mother watching, left home. The 2 just left, Guan Yang returned home. Yanger, you finally came back, if you not come back, I would call city guard army? Seeing Guan Yang, Guan mother said with concern. Mom, so late why you standing at door? Just sent your dad away. Guan Yang face froze, quickly asked, sent away, what happened? What happened to dad? When I left he was fine, just one day, how become like this? Guan mother at first did not think much, but the more she listened the more strange. Guan mother, what nonsense? I mean your dad and your Uncle Huang just left together. Left together with Uncle Huang? Uncle Huang also, Guan Yang opened eyes wide, not believe. Pa! Ouch! While speaking, Guan mother slapped his forehead. You bad boy, itching for beating? I mean they just left home. Said go to your Uncle Huang place stay few days. What are you thinking? Guan Yang held forehead, muttered complain. Mom, next time can you say clearer, dragon country culture, deep and big, you know, one word less is another meaning. You still dare say me? Say, where did you go yesterday, now even dare not come home at night? Chapter 117 Mixed Origin Spirit Control Art. You still dare say me? Say, where did you go yesterday, now even dare not come home at night? Guan Yang face froze. Next second, quickly found an excuse and replied. That, yesterday just when contract beast about to break through. To break through, he didn't come back. Otherwise, he would have had to run back and forth today. Guan's mother was surprised and said, the contract beast broke through? Then, she became very curious about Guan Yang's contract beast. Summon it for me to see, I haven't seen your contract beast yet. I only heard your dad talk about it. Mom, it's not that I don't want to summon it, it's the beast's attribute, you know. Dad said it can't be summoned in the city. Only then did Guan's mother remember the attribute of Guan Yang's contract beast. But she still wouldn't give up. Well, you have 2, right? Summon the other one for me to see. Guan Yang. If he really summoned the little mutant, he guessed he wouldn't live until tomorrow, the city guards would drag him away for questioning. That one also can't be summoned now. It changed too much, summoning it in the city isn't appropriate. Wait for the right moment. Seeing his mom still wanted to ask something, Guan Yang quickly changed the topic. Mom, how can you be like this? You don't even care about your son's nutrition?
Look, a day without your cooking, I'd start thin. His mother rolled her eyes at his words. Losing 2 pounds won't kill anyone. There's no food, and I don't know when you'll come back, why would I save it for you? Besides, look at the time, we already almost finished digesting our meal, and you just got back. Though she was complaining, thinking about her son, she still said, there's no meal, but there are plenty of half-finished things in the fridge. If you want, make it yourself. I still want to watch the live stream. After saying that, Guan's mother no longer cared about Guan Yang and turned back into the room to watch live stream sales. Guan Yang watched his mother go in and quietly let out a sigh of relief. Then he followed her inside. Half an hour later, after washing up, Guan Yang lay on his bed. He was full of anticipation, waiting for the technique to unlock. 10 minutes left, then the time for the technique to unlock would come. He didn't know what progress the technique would have after this upgrade. With complicated feelings, 10 minutes passed in a flash. Ding, technique optimization complete. Earth-level low-grade Yin-Yang 5 elements technique advanced. New technique, sky-level low-grade, primordial spirit control technique. The system's voice arrived as expected. The next second, Guan Yang discovered that the original path of his technique inside his body was forcibly disturbed by a mysterious power. In just a few seconds, it became another path of operation. As the new technique ran one cycle, Guan Yang felt unprecedented comfort, every cell seemed to cheer. He could feel that just changing the technique's path increased his basic combat power a lot. Moreover, after the technique ran a cycle, the mysterious power disappeared, but the technique surprisingly continued to run on its own. The running speed was a bit slower than before. But it showed no sign of stopping. In other words, Guan Yang's new technique could run autonomously, growing stronger every moment. Terrifying. While Guan Yang was shocked, a piece of information suddenly appeared in his mind. It was the characteristic of the new technique. Guan Yang couldn't wait to study it carefully. The more he studied, the more obvious the joy on his face. In the end, he grinned widely. Good. What a primordial spirit control technique. This primordial spirit control technique upgraded more than one level compared to the Yin-Yang 5 elements technique. Summed up in one point. And this one point was something Guan Yang never dared to imagine before. It could directly increase the compatibility with the contract beast by 50%. And, as long as he started cultivation, it would directly increase by 50%. This was completely different from the Yin-Yang 5 elements technique. The Yin-Yang 5 elements technique required step-by-step cultivation, gradually increasing compatibility. The primordial spirit control technique, however, was direct. Cultivate, gain 50% right away. It was like having a cheat code. That meant, now, Guan Yang could contract any strange beast, and just from the technique, directly share 50% of the beast's strength, plus his own 50% attribute match. Guan Yang could share 100% of the beast's combat power. And this was just the obvious benefit. The real benefit would appear after the 4th stage. At the 4th stage, a contract master could fuse with the contract beast. But this kind of fusion has some requirements, or rather, some conditions. Generally, a 4th-rank strong person, wanting to fuse with a contracted beast, needs to meet one condition. That is, a compatibility over 80%. Only then can they have an initial fusion with the contracted beast. Note, it is an initial fusion, not a complete fusion. The initial fusion has a stricter time limit, and even each time the fusion is undone, there will be more or less aftereffects. Fusion between two different individuals cannot be permanent for a long time. Once the critical time is reached, one must actively exit the fusion, rest for a while, and then confuse again. Otherwise, the consequences will be very terrifying. And the compatibility with the contracted beast determines the duration of the fusion. 80% compatibility, fusion lasts 10 minutes. After undoing the fusion, there will be a series of aftereffects like soreness all over and weakness. 90% compatibility, fusion lasts half an hour. The same aftereffects exist, but are much weaker. 100% compatibility, also called perfect fusion, lasts 1 hour. After undoing, there are no aftereffects. Generally, contract masters can only continuously cultivate techniques or search for heavenly materials and treasures to increase compatibility, aiming for perfect fusion. This is also why in this world, the more attributes someone has, the more useless they seem. If talent is not enough, they cannot even reach 30% compatibility. That means a lifetime hopelessness of fusing with a contracted beast. Hopeless to reach 4th rank. Also hopeless to climb to higher ranks. Unless you have a very powerful family background, which can provide you with a large and terrifying amount of heavenly materials and treasures, forcibly raising your compatibility to 30% or even 100% perfect compatibility. But even with such a family, why would such terrifying resources be wasted on you? Wouldn't it be better to give them to someone with better talent? Of course, back to the main point.
At this moment, Guan Yang is considered at the top in one step. Now, everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. Once he reaches 4th rank, Guan Yang can directly fuse with a contracted beast. Moreover, it will be that kind of perfect fusion. You must know, Guan Yang's current basic combat power is already close to 4th rank. Name, Guan Yang. Attribute, all types. Bloodline, 1st rank. Bloodline ability, combat instinct, when activated, 100% of original combat power is used, duration depends on body condition. After effects, full body muscle twitching, reduced by 80%. Combat power, 96,000, base combat power, plus 200,000, shared poisonous corpse king 100% combat power. Contracted creatures, giant dragon zombie alien queen, poisonous corpse king. Skills, detection, contract magic, LV3, flame blade, ghost step, water body technique. With these attributes, at this age, who else is there? Chapter 118, Movements of All Sides. At this moment, in the city guard office meeting room, a young man was standing in front, pointing at photos on the big screen and explaining. And the photos were images from poisoning incidents. After checking, we analyzed, these poisoning incidents are not simple. There is a high chance they are man-made. The poisoning conditions of the victims are exactly the same. But these people never had contact, so these incidents must be man-made. Moreover, we also found something interesting. Near the crime scene of Boss Quang, 2 contract masters also disappeared at the same time. They have not been found until now. At the front below, a middle-aged man with a dignified face frowned and listened to the analysis, then spoke, "Is there a suspicious person?" The young man shook his head and then nodded. "Director Lee, not for now. But there is a clue, only this clue." Director Lee frowned, looking at the other with doubt, waiting for him to explain. The young man pressed a controller. The next second, the big screen changed to a series of photos. Among them, there were photos of Guan Yang. These are the suspicious people we filtered from the scene monitors. Among them, this person is the most suspicious. But also the most impossible. As he spoke, the screen showed 3 photos. All were photos of Guan Yang. The photo of Guan Yang appearing at the crime scene. Little Gua, is this the suspect? So young? Lee, the director, furrowed his brows in confusion upon seeing Guan Yang's photo. Seeing the photo, Director Lee asked. Little Gua smiled wryly and said, "Director Lee, this is also the reason our case has hit a deadlock. This little guy's investigation is very strange." Director Lee raised an eyebrow in surprise and asked, "Strange? What do you mean by strange?" Little Gua replied, "The strange part is the time he appeared. We checked all the surveillance footage near these cases and found that, near every case, we could see this little guy's movements. Even the people involved in the incidents have had contact with him, more or less." "Oh? In that case, the suspicion is high." Little Gua, however, shook his head with a bitter smile. "Director Lee, in general, that would indeed be the case. But we also investigated him, and the results led us to completely rule out him as a suspect." "Oh? How so?" "His name is Guan Yang, and he only awakened as a contract master just over 10 days ago. His attribute is a useless 5-element attribute. Based on the major exam, his contracted beast is a metal-type beast. Having only awakened for 10 days, with his strength and attributes, there's no way he could be involved in these events. And although he was present near the crime scenes, he kept a certain distance from the people involved and had no opportunity to commit any crimes. All these factors have left the case at a standstill." Upon hearing this, Director Lee fell silent. "So, you're saying this lead is dead?" Little Gui nodded, "Exactly. This is also why we're troubled. These incidents are filled with oddities." Director Lee asked, "Do you have any good ideas now?" Little Gui hesitated, then pressed his lips together and said, "Boss, this method of committing the crimes, to be honest, it feels a bit like the methods of the Poison King Hall." Upon hearing this, Director Lee's face changed. The 3 words Poison King Hall completely stirred his nerves. He was about to be promoted. This was a time when no trouble should arise. Director Lee took a deep breath, his expression serious, and said, "I recently received intel from Su Province that similar traces of Poison King Hall have been found. Now, combining all these circumstances, it's very possible. In that case, since this little guy has already been ruled out as a suspect, there's no need to investigate him further. Let's focus on unfamiliar people who've recently entered Haishur City. Little Gua, it looks like it'll be tough for you and your team from here on out." Little Gua replied, "Serving the people." Guan Yang, however, was unaware that his useless 5-element attribute had allowed him to evade the investigation of the city guard. Of course, even if he knew, Guan Yang wouldn't worry. Just deny it, after all, there's no evidence. In the following days, Guan Yang ran between his home and Tianhai. On one hand, he was slowly enhancing Lao Run and Xiao Yu's strength, while on the other, he was waiting for the day he had agreed upon with Gu Ming. The days passed quickly, and before he knew it, the day to meet Gu Ming had arrived. Early in the morning, Guan Yang got up and hurried to the school. Longyan Academy, he was coming. Logically speaking, with his current strength, it didn't really matter whether he went to school or not. Just relying on the worlds of the heavens could allow him to grow quickly. Because the usual standard for graduation in an academy was the third rank in battle power. This refers to comprehensive battle power, not basic battle power. Top-tier academies had higher standards for graduation, requiring basic battle power at the third rank. Now, Guan Yang, just based on his strength, could already be considered to have met the graduation standard for top-tier academies. But the intervals between each traversal through the worlds of the heavens were too long, as much as a month. During that month, the only way Guan Yang could help Lao Ren and Xiao Yi improve quickly was by using one secret realm after another, feeding Lao Ren and Xiao Yi with the resources from the secret realms. And the high-quality secret realms were tightly controlled by the academy. This was also the reason Guan Yang needed to continue going to school. Since there was an opportunity to access high-quality secret realms, not going would be foolish. At that moment, in the Tianhai forest, in the open space where Guan Yang and Si Nan had fought, a figure in a black robe appeared. A gust of wind blew by, lifting the hood of the black-robed man, revealing a face covered in scars. It was a terrifying sight. At the same time, from the man's sleeve, a bug's mark inadvertently appeared. It was the mark of the Bug King from the Poison King Palace. This man was also from the Poison King Palace. The black-robed man looked around, muttering to himself, "The scent of Si Nan has vanished here. This must be the final battleground." With that thought, the black-robed man closed his eyes, standing still, quietly sensing something. After a moment, the black-robed man's eyes suddenly snapped open. He took a few steps to the side. Then, he squatted down, bit his finger, and let a drop of blood fall onto the soil. 3 seconds later, the soil suddenly rose, and a black bug emerged. The black-robed man picked up the bug, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The recording bug is indeed here. I must see who dares to harm our Poison King Palace people. This bug was a must-have for every Bug King's subordinates. It constantly parasitized within each Bug King's subordinate. Once the master died, the bug would quietly burrow into the ground, waiting for other Bug King's subordinates to come collect it. This bug could transmit some of the messages from the master before their death. The black-robed man crushed the recording bug, then smeared its green blood on his tongue. In the next moment, fragmented images began transmitting from the bug's blood. The black-robed man, a strange and impressively sized contract beast, poison attributes. The black-robed man's mind filled with different images. Finally, the image froze on a person cloaked in black, completely covered, none other than Guan Yang. So it's a new poison contract master, interesting. The black-robed man pursed his lips, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. Chapter 119, Huang Family, Huang Xian. In Haishur, at the Huang family. A middle-aged man sat slumped in the main seat of the study, his face weary, eyes tightly closed. On the desk before him, a black jar and some torn scraps of cloth were placed. In front of the desk, an elderly man with half-white hair stood, bowing slightly. Family head, the young master has already been confirmed as dead. I am incompetent. After days of searching, I've only found some scraps of cloth and bone fragments from the young master. Huang Xian shuddered at the words, slowly opening his bloodshot eyes. His eyes, filled with blood, looked at the items on the desk, and tears couldn't help but fall. Old Xian, is the cause of Wunder's death confirmed? A hoarse voice emerged from Huang Xian's mouth. Old Xian pursed his lips and quickly replied, to report to the family head, the young master's belongings were found not far from a dragon powder moth nest, along with some of the guard's belongings. It can be confirmed that the young master, unfortunately, encountered a group of dragon powder moths that were out hunting, and thus, he did not continue speaking, because the meaning was already quite clear. All right. You may leave now, I need some quiet time. Understood. Old Xian withdrew from the study, closing the door behind him. Just as the door was about to close, a suppressed sob came from inside the room. Old Xian froze for a moment, but the next second, he gritted his teeth and shut the door tightly. But he didn't leave, he stood outside the door. He knew that, at this moment, Huang Xian needed time alone. From his understanding of Huang Xian, it wouldn't be long before he would call him back in. And as expected, 10 minutes later, a hoarse voice came from behind the door. Old Xian, come in. It was Huang Xian. Old Xian took a deep breath and turned, pushing the door open to enter. What met his eyes was Huang Xian, whose eyes were bloodshot, but his look of despair had softened slightly. His overall energy and spirit had improved a little. Old Xian, how are things with Yin Fei and the others after these few days of observation? Old Xian truthfully replied, to report to the family head, the three of them are still recovering from their injuries. Their condition has improved significantly. The injuries were indeed severe. Huang Xian narrowed his eyes. Looking at the items left behind by Wonder on the table, he spoke again. Do you think what they said is trustworthy? Old Xian was stunned for a moment, then thought for 2 seconds before speaking again. Master, based on my observations over the past few days, what they said is highly credible. After all, the time, the place, and even the situation all match the clues we have now. Huang Xian furrowed his brows and spoke with a deep meaning. Wonder is dead, but they were only seriously injured. Do you think this makes sense? Old Xian felt a sudden chill in his heart. Serving a king is like serving a tiger. This phrase once again struck a chord in him. As Huang Xian's butler, this was not the first time he had felt the danger Huang Xian posed. But in his position, he had no choice but to act accordingly. He adjusted his thoughts before replying. I understand your meaning, master. But these three cannot be moved for now. Huang Xian, why? When they came back, the situation and the investigation now, both of you brothers have been keeping an eye on them. If we are to speak frankly, they haven't done anything wrong, and in fact, they have merits. If you move against them now, some might gossip and try to stir up trouble within the family. Huang Xian's face turned cold. Humph. My two useless brothers, do they still dare to stir up trouble? Master, you know they've been up to small tricks in recent years. Now that they've received news about Wen Xiao, don't you think they might have some hidden motives? Huang Xian's eyes showed a hint of seriousness when he heard this. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy. Clearly, Old Xian's words had made Huang Xian concerned. Seeing this, Old Xian spoke again. Master, it's not that we can't act, but it's better to wait until this matter passes. Your top priority now is to solve internal troubles. Huang Xian shook his head when he heard this. No, my top priority now is to avenge Wonder. Old Xian was puzzled. Avenge? Master, I have already taken people to raid the dragon powder moth's lair. Huang Xian shook his head again. That's not what I meant. Old Xian felt even more confused. For the first time, he found that he couldn't guess Huang Xian's thoughts. Not that? Then, what do you mean? Huang Xian's eyes turned cold. The dragon powder moth is just a part of it. Why did Wonder go to the Tianhai forest in the first place? You mean the one who stole Master's things? Huang Xian's eyes revealed a trace of madness, his voice deep and hoarse. Old Xian, Wonder has gone, I must find him some company, don't I? Old Xian took a deep breath. He silently lamented for Guan Yang. What a pity, why did he have to steal from Wen Xiao, of all people? Such an unwarranted disaster. I'll go investigate this situation right away. I want results within a day. Yes. You can go now. Yes. Watching Old Xian leave, Huang Xian turned his gaze back to the black jar and the torn cloth on the table. His eyes were filled with a bloody madness. Wonder, don't worry, you'll have company soon enough. Your father will send everyone who has enmity with you to join you. Guan Yang arrived at school as agreed. As soon as he saw Gu Ming asked, Guan, you didn't go around spreading about the attributes, did you? Guan Yang looked at Gu Ming's nervous expression, his head full of question marks. No, what's wrong? Gu Ming let out a sigh of relief upon hearing this. That's good, that's good. Looking at Gu Ming, Guan Yang was even more puzzled. Principal Gu, what's going on? It's like this. A few days ago, the city guards came to me and asked about you. I just answered as we had agreed at the time. I thought they would come to ask you, but it seems they didn't. Guan Yang narrowed his eyes. The city guards specifically came to Gu Ming to ask about him? It's quite intriguing. Why would they pay attention to him? Guan Yang quickly figured out the reason. It was probably related to the matter of Guang Ji and the three little fatties. However, Guan Yang wasn't worried. As long as he didn't admit to it, no one could do anything to him. Thinking of this, Guan Yang stopped asking more questions. The topic was immediately changed. So that's how it is, I didn't ask. By the way, Principal Gu, how do we go to Longyan? Gu Ming's attention was instantly drawn away. As long as Guan Yang didn't slip, it wouldn't affect admissions. Facing Guan Yang's question, he immediately replied. Through our school's teleport room. This is also why I asked you to come to the school. Longyan's entrance exam starts at noon. There are still an hour or two, so I'll first take you to get familiar with the place. Come, follow me. After speaking, Gu Ming walked toward the teleport room. Okay. Guan Yang followed, full of curiosity. The teleport room. He had never really been inside before. Every higher school had a special classroom called the teleport room. It was only used for important matters or important people. Each use supposedly consumed a lot of beast crystals. This time he was about to witness it.
Chapter 120, Teleport Array Diagram. Before long, Gu Ming led Guan Yang to the teleport room. The first thing they saw was an empty room. In the middle of the room, the floor was carved with a complex golden pattern. The pattern covered about 10 square meters. Guan Yang looked at the complex pattern on the floor that looked like a hexagram and said, "Principal Gu, is this the legendary array diagram?" This was Guan Yang's first time seeing a real array diagram. Before, he had only seen them in books. The so-called array diagram was a special method created by those with exceptional talent through studying their own power attributes. Array diagrams were divided into attack, defense, and special types. The teleport array diagram before him was a special type of space array diagram. Gu Ming nodded. "Exactly, this is the array diagram of the teleport array." "Guan Yang, how do you use this array diagram?" "Very simple, use the power of 4th rank beast crystals as the driving force. Come, stand in the middle of the array first." Saying that, Gu Ming first stepped into the middle of the array. Guan Yang instinctively followed. When they both stood still, Gu Ming somehow produced 6 beast crystals. Different arrays need different beast crystals to drive them. This teleport array needs 6 space beast crystals as the foundation to work. Watch carefully. After explaining, Gu Ming flicked his hand, tossing the crystals to several spots on the floor. Guan Yang looked closely, and at the intersections of the floor patterns, there were several grooves. The crystals fell perfectly into the grooves. When all crystals were in place, the golden lines on the floor instantly lit up. They turned into solid golden light. "Don't move, relax, it will be quick." At that moment, Gu Ming's voice came over. Guan Yang nodded. Suddenly, the golden light blazed, and the whole space was dyed golden. Guan Yang felt a flash in front of his eyes, and the next second, the scene changed, appearing in a wilderness. Before he could see the surroundings clearly, noisy voices came into his ears. "Someone's coming. Someone's coming again. Which province's genius is this time? Don't know their strength?" This year, there are quite a few competing for the exam. Who cares? The exam can't be cheated, we'll see the truth then. Guan Yang looked up, his face stiffened. He saw dozens of eyes measuring him. What a huge social death scene. It seemed they were all here for the exam. At that moment, Gu Ming patted his shoulder, whispering, "These are from other schools, don't be nervous. I have confidence in you. You are completely different from them." He knew Guan Yang had all 3 conditions met. As long as nothing went wrong, getting into Longyan was guaranteed. Even if many came for reference, Guan Yang would have a spot. Guan Yang nodded. He was really not worried. With his current strength, if he couldn't get into Longyan, he couldn't imagine who could. "Are you here for the entrance exam? First, please register." At that moment, a voice came from the side. Turning his head, he saw not far away a table, and next to the table sat a young man who was not very old. This person was looking at Guan Yang and the other. Obviously, the words just now were what they said. He is a student who has already entered Longyan, responsible for assessment registration. Don't look at him young, maybe he is stronger than this old man. Those from Longyan, their strength is terrifying to death. Enough talk, let's go register first. While Guan Yang was still puzzled, Gu Ming quietly explained to Guan Yang. Guan Yang then nodded. An old student of Longyan? Very strong? Thinking of this, Guan Yang silently sent out a probing technique. Name, Yuan Liang. Attribute, Wind. Combat power, 36,000, base power, plus 102,000, Wind Hidden Hawk 70%. Contract creature, Wind Hidden Hawk, April 8th. Skills, Wind Control, Wind Heaven Seal, Wind Barrier, Wrath of Wind God. Just this? Very strong? Guan Yang's face showed a strange expression. Compared with him, he could say something arrogant. He could fight 10 by himself. But Guan Yang thought carefully, this was also normal. After all, not graduated yet. Surely Longyan's graduation requirement is similar to top schools, at least base power level 4. Just don't know how many years he has been enrolled? Thinking this, Gu Ming led Guan Yang to Yuan Liang's side. Hello classmate, we are here to participate in the entrance assessment. He is Guan Yang, we are from Tianhai Province, Haishir 3rd High School. Gu Ming skillfully stated their origin. Yuan Liang nodded, lowered his head and pulled out a paper from the drawer. He also picked up a pen and handed it together to Guan Yang. You know the assessment conditions, right? If you know, fill in a form. Yes. Guan Yang nodded and took the form to look at it. It was a very normal form, recording name and origin. Guan Yang lowered his head and began to fill in the form. Gu Ming suddenly asked Yuan Liang, this classmate, are there many participants this year? Yuan Liang was quite bored. Hearing this, he also chatted with Gu Ming.
Not bad, including you too, more than 50 have registered so far. There is 1 hour until registration closes, many people come just in time. Estimate maybe 100 people in the end. At most not more than 200. I see. Then how is the strength of these registered people? SOSO. Compared with when I enrolled, still much weaker. Yuan Liang said calmly. Gu Ming. This act really caught him off guard. Gu Ming chatted with Yuan Liang a few more sentences. Suddenly, Guan Yang's voice interrupted. The form is filled. Guan Yang handed the completed form to Yuan Liang. Good, let me see. Taking the form, Yuan Liang started to check it. Next second, a curse burst from his mouth. Damn. You actually meet all 3 assessment requirements? The so-called 3 assessment requirements are the necessary conditions for the test. Gifted, base combat power over 1,000, total combat power over 10,000, mutated contract beast. Most participants only had the first 2. The last one depends too much on luck. How easy is it to get a mutated contract beast? Especially one matching your attribute. But now, a person appeared meeting all 3. No wonder Yuan Liang was surprised. With Yuan Liang's shout, the noisy atmosphere instantly grew cold. Around, there was a brief silence. Newcomers registering usually attracted attention. Other candidates and companions were watching Guan Yang. Yuan Liang didn't lower his voice. So, everyone around heard it instantly. Everyone's heart shook. A thought appeared in their minds. Entrance quota -1. No way, having all 3 means entering Longyan is guaranteed. Only a fool would refuse such a genius. Never thought this year would have someone meeting all 3. At this moment, Yuan Liang shouted again, damn. 3rd level power? You really just awakened half a month ago? Chapter 121, what is your attribute? You really just awakened half a month ago? Guan Yang nodded calmly. He had already held back some. He only filled in a total combat power of level 3. If the other side filled it out according to his real status, he feared they would not accept it. One must know, even with just his basic combat power, he was nearly level 4. Hiss. The people around, who had just come back from the 3 tests, suddenly drew in a sharp breath, their minds deeply shaken. Level 3 combat power? Many of their peers from other schools were only at this level. In other words, a student who just finished a major exam, and whose attributes awakened only 10 days ago, had already caught up with them? What an extraordinary talent! This person must not be provoked. Then, timid whispers rose all around. All were talking with their own students, the conversation revolving around 2 words, befriend. Yuan Liang took a deep breath and was the first to regain his senses. A thought flashed through his mind. If this guy entered Longyan and then went through the trial tower, would he make it onto the rankings? In his mind, such a talent had no chance of failing the assessment. For this kind of talent, the entrance assessment was only a formality. This person must be befriended. Thinking this, Yuan Liang became even more enthusiastic. His words became much more polite. With Guan's strength, if the entrance assessment goes normally, there will be no problem. Soon we will probably be classmates. I will make your registration now. Saying this, he took out a form again and began registering. 3 seconds later, without looking up, Yuan Liang asked, Guan, why didn't you fill in your attribute list? This is required. It affects which department you enter later. Tell me your attributes, and I will help fill them in. Guan Yang turned to look at Gu Ming. A questioning look appeared in his eyes. Principal Gu, how should I fill it? Yuan Liang looked up, astonished at the two. What's going on? Do we need to ask about attributes? But Yuan Liang still reminded them. Attributes must be reported truthfully. If there is false information, once discovered, the consequences are severe. Seeing this, Gu Ming immediately said, Xiaoyan, just tell the truth. Our agreement does not need worry. This information is confidential to the outside world. Guan Yang nodded, then turned to Yuan Liang, mutated, all attributes. Yuan Liang nodded, okay, mutated attributes, so what mutated attributes? All attributes. Oh, all, wait, Guan, I mean what is your own attribute? At first, Yuan Liang didn't react, then asked again. Guan Yang said seriously, I know. I mean my own attributes. Yuan Liang's face darkened. If it were anyone else, he would have been impatient already. But facing someone with Guan Yang's extraordinary talent. Sigh. Yuan Liang sighed silently. The heavens open one door and close another. The old saying does not lie. This junior probably just had his comprehension blocked. Thinking this, Yuan Liang patiently said.
Then, among wind, rain, thunder, lightning, fog, light, dark, poison, dragon, insect, space, time, mind, mechanical, which attributes do you have? All attributes. Yuan Liang. Can we still communicate happily? Yuan Liang's brows instantly furrowed. This incoming junior is not joking with him, right? But seeing Guan Yang's serious expression, it didn't seem like it. Gu Ming really couldn't stand it. If they kept talking, Gu Ming might just strangle someone. He hurriedly said, well, his mutated attribute is all attribute compatible. That is, he can contract beast companions of all attributes. Yuan Liang. Yuan Liang fell silent, then showed an expression as if to say, are you kidding me, and asked, such an attribute exists? Gu Ming nodded seriously, it really does. Yuan Liang, that really doesn't exist. Goodness, are they teaming up to trick him? He had never heard of any all attribute before, is this a joke? Gu Ming. Gu Ming's cheek twitched. Telling the truth but no one believes it, what else could he do? Yuan Liang's expression turned serious as he looked at Guan Yang and said, alright, Guan, the joke ends here. Now, I will ask you once again, what is your mutation attribute? Even if he wanted to make friends, if Guan Yang kept joking around like this, why should he continue to show enthusiasm? Guan Yang paused for a second before answering, then, let's fill in dragon attribute. This was something the other party wouldn't believe, so if it was exposed later, it wouldn't be his concern. He only had Old Ren and Little E now. Old Ren definitely couldn't come out, so it had to be Little E. Therefore, in the future, when it came to Long Yen, he'd probably only use Little E. And Little E possessed the bloodline of a giant dragon and the might of dragons, so saying it was a dragon attribute was not an exaggeration. When Yuan Liang heard the term dragon attribute, his whole body shook, and he exclaimed, you are actually a dragon attribute? Dragon attribute. One of the most powerful attributes among mutation types. Of course, it was also one of the most controversial attributes. The controversy arose because of its uniqueness. This attribute, if it only contracts a side branch of the dragon species, the power would be somewhat limited. But if one could contract a purebred dragon, the power would be almost heavenly. A contract master could simply lie back and relax. Yes. On the side, Gu Ming's expression was strange. He stared at Guan Yang in surprise. He had seen Guan Yang's contracted beast, but why would Guan Yang say he had the dragon attribute? Of course, he didn't speak up now. Anyway, Guan Yang hadn't said anything wrong. He could contract any attribute, so dragon species was naturally included. Saying it was a dragon attribute wasn't unreasonable. Fine, whatever, let it be. After a moment, Yuan Liang snapped back to reality, his expression complicated as he registered Guan Yang's details. He then handed Guan Yang a jade token. The jade token had the number 46 carved on it. Yuan Liang explained to Guan Yang and Gu Ming. Guan, this is the pass token for the trial later. Only those with this token can participate in the assessment. The assessment hasn't started yet, so you can wait over here for now. At noon, there will be specialized examiners who will come to take you to the test location. Guan Yang took the token and nodded. Thank you. Hee, no need for thanks. With your strength, Guan, I believe we'll meet again soon in Longyan. After chatting for a bit, Guan Yang and Gu Ming walked to the side and quietly waited for the examiners Yuan Liang mentioned. Old Gu, looks like your third high school found an incredible potential student this time. Just as the two were standing still, a voice called out from behind them. Gu Ming turned around, his face lighting up with joy. Old Wei, you're here too? Guan Yang turned around and saw two figures. A man in his 40s or 50s with glasses, and a young woman with a cold, elegant air. Seeing the woman's age, she was probably here for the assessment as well. What, Old Gu, you found a talent, but I can't find one too. Oh? Gu Ming looked at the woman beside Old Wei in surprise. Seeing Gu Ming's gaze, Old Wei immediately showed off, saying, Ha, Chinner, let me introduce. This is Principal Gu from 3rd High School in Hai City, Tianhai Province. Old Gu, this is the top scorer of this year's provincial exams, Yao Chinner. Hello, Principal Gu. Yao Chinner greeted Gu Ming, then stood quietly to the side, staring at Guan Yang with an odd look. Gu Ming immediately shot a questioning look at Old Wei. As if asking, what's going on? Is this student a little too aloof? Old Wei's face showed a hint of embarrassment, and he quickly explained. Old Gu, Yao's personality is always a bit cold, she rarely speaks. Gu Ming immediately understood. Ah, geniuses always get some special treatment, he could understand that. Since the introduction was made, Gu Ming started introducing Guan Yang. This is Guan Yang, he's also the top scorer in our province's exams. Guan, this is Principal Wei Long from 1st High School in Chung Province. Upon hearing this, Guan Yang couldn't help but twitch his lips. Well, that's a new one.
Of course, this was only a complaint in his heart. On the surface, Guan Yang still politely said to Weilong, "Hello, Principal Wei."
Hee, hello to you too.
After exchanging a few casual words, Old Wei then revealed the reason for his visit.
Old Gu, I vaguely heard about Guan's situation just now. His entry into Longyan is almost certain. So this time, during the assessment, could you give Yao Qian'er a hand?
Gu Ming laughed immediately upon hearing this. "You, Old Wei, so that's your plan." "I have no problem with it, but the decision is not mine, it's up to Guan Yang."
"If he agrees, that's enough."
Guan Yang also smiled. "Principal Wei, I have no problem giving a hand.
But I just want to ask, what exactly does the Longyan entrance assessment test?"
Old Wei was surprised.
Old Gu, haven't you introduced the entrance assessment to your student yet?"
Old Gu rolled his eyes. "How can you say that?"
"If you hadn't come to talk, I would have finished introducing it already. I just finished registering, and you came right away." Old Wei nodded.
"I see, then in that case, I will introduce it to Guan myself."
Longyan's entrance assessment has only one task: timed academy search. It means the examinee will be thrown into a forest full of dangerous beasts, thousands of miles away from Longyan. The requirement of this stage is for the student to reach Longyan Academy within the time limit. Those who exceed the time will be eliminated.
As for the location and timing, it changes every enrollment period, and you have to wait for the assessor to announce it. After pausing, Old Wei continued, "This is also why I came to see Guan. This stage allows teaming up, so we want both sides to look out for each other."
"I see." Guan Yang immediately understood and murmured, "So this is the entrance assessment."
Looking at it this way, it's not too hard, it mainly depends on how much time is given.
Guan Yang's muttering reached Gu Ming's ears.
Gu Ming's face stiffened, and he warned in a deep voice, "Xiao Guan, never underestimate this stage."
Guan Yang was surprised. "Oh? Is there other danger?" Gu Ming nodded, "Exactly. If it were just time and beasts, the Longyan entrance pass rate wouldn't be so low."
Besides facing beasts and time, there are also older students who ranked low last year.
Older students who ranked low last year? What does that mean? Guan Yang asked, confused.
Gu Ming said, "This time, the entrance is not only for freshmen but also a test for older students who ranked low previously. In other words, the tests for freshmen and older students are together. It's just that freshmen are tested on time and beasts. Older students' assessment depends on the freshman's token." Guan Yang instinctively lifted the jade pendant in his hand, carved with the number 46. "You mean this jade pendant?" Gu Ming nodded, "Exactly. Each older student also has one when assessed, just in a different color. The older student's test requires getting at least one jade pendant. The number of pendants obtained seems to affect how resources are allocated to them at school. Specific information can only be known after you enroll." Guan Yang narrowed his eyes. If older students participate, the difficulty indeed rises sharply. Time, beasts, and older students. Guan Yang suddenly remembered the number of older students and immediately asked, "By the way, is the number of older students limited?" Gu Ming shook his head, "I don't think there's a set number. I heard it depends on the older students' assessment results. Those below a certain condition must participate in the entrance test." Guan Yang understood. Freshmen breaking through to enroll, older students hunting freshmen. The Longyan entrance assessment is quite unusual. He just didn't know how the older student's strength compares to Yuan Liang. Thinking of this, Guan Yang asked again, "Principal Gu, do you know the strength of the older students participating in the test?" Gu Ming's face was awkward, and he shook his head, "I really don't know. I haven't paid much attention to this in recent years. He hasn't had students to recommend for Longyan assessment for many years, so why would he pay attention to this?" At this moment, Old Wei suddenly spoke, "Let me answer this. I just happened to collect some information about the last batch of senior students. The last batch admitted 60 students in total. And their strength was generally higher than in previous years. According to internal information I got, 13 people need to take the entrance assessment this time. Among them, the lowest overall strength is 3rd tier, the highest overall strength is 4th tier. That's roughly it. I didn't collect more detailed information, but this can serve as a reference for you." "Okay, thank you, Principal Wei." Guan Yang's mouth lifted at the corner in a slight smile. Overall combat strength 3rd tier and 4th tier, about the same as his strength. If that's the case, then maybe it's possible. "Principal Gu, Principal Wei, if I take the jade pendants from the senior students, would the resource distribution be more?" Gu Ming, Wei Long. They exchanged a glance, both seeing shock in the other's eyes. "Take from the seniors? What kind of strange thought is this? Other new students try to avoid the seniors, but you actually want to take from them. Are you joking?" Old Wei spoke first, almost impossible. I understand your thought, Guan, but it is basically not feasible.
Guan Yang raised an eyebrow. Oh?
How so? Old Wei, your idea is good, but basically impossible to realize. The strength gap is there, the seniors are at least third tier, and you Wei Long wanted to say something, but suddenly realized, this kid's strength also seems third tier, and froze. He sighed in his heart, thinking, where does such a monster come from, why isn't he from Qing province? Seeing his old friend stuck, Gu Ming immediately laughed. But then he turned serious, looking at Guan Yang. It's like this, the seniors of Longyan are not to be underestimated. Even at the same stage, their strength is generally stronger than normal third tier, some strong ones can even fight fourth tier. Besides, since Longyan was established, there has never been a case of a new student successfully taking from a senior. Even though you are third tier, you just recently awakened. Little Guan, you better drop this idea early. With your strength, steady progress is enough, entering Longyan is guaranteed. Don't take risks. Steady entry is the real path. Chapter 123. You scumbag, what exactly did you do to my sister? Principal Gu, don't be nervous, I'm just asking. Guan Yang saw their attitude and didn't say more. But in his heart, he had already made up his mind, the seniors' jade pendants, he must get them. Why can seniors take from new students, but new students cannot take from seniors? He wanted to see, if he took all the seniors' jade pendants, what would happen? Gu Ming breathed a sigh of relief at his words. Just don't do foolish things, your main focus now is steady progress. At this moment, Wei Long spoke, yes, exactly. Steady progress is the real path. Old Gu, may I have a word with you alone? Saying this, he walked a few steps aside. Gu Ming looked at Old Wei in surprise, not knowing what he was up to. But still nodded, following Old Wei to the side. He asked in doubt, Old Wei, what are you doing, why ask for a word? Old Wei rolled his eyes, whispering, your emotional intelligence is still so low. Isn't this to give the young people a chance to talk? Why are we just standing there? Gu Ming, oh, I see. Wait, who did you say has low emotional intelligence? Old Wei, I didn't say, don't slander me. Gu Ming. On the other side, seeing Gu Ming and the other talking freely, not knowing what they were discussing, so relaxed. But Guan Yang felt uneasy under Yao Qianer's gaze. Is there something on my face? Why are you looking at me like this? Hearing this, Yao Qianer slowly approached Guan Yang and whispered, you are called Guan Yang, living at number 1 Haishir Haiwang Street. When your attribute awakened, it was the waste attribute of 5 elements. I am very curious, as someone with a waste attribute of 5 elements, how could you suddenly become the top scorer of the big exam, and even come here? Guan Yang's face darkened. Jingling warned, are you investigating me? Knowing he had the useless 5 elements attribute was not surprising. If that were all, Guan Yang would not have been so emotionally shaken. But knowing even his home address left him no room for carelessness. It really is you, then I didn't mistake the person. Guan Yang frowned at the words. From the other's expression, it seemed they had never met him, not even sure it was him. So, where had the other heard about him? Thinking of this, Guan Yang asked directly. From what you said, where did you hear about me? Yao Qianer, seeing she didn't mistake him, immediately moved her delicate face closer to Guan Yang. Her voice slightly angry, you scumbag, what exactly did you do to my sister? Why has she been sad alone every day recently, still muttering your name? Guan Yang. Guan Yang's mouth instantly formed an O shape. What the hell? Scumbag? He was still doing fine in this world, never even had a girlfriend, scumbag my foot. You, your sister's name? Yao Qianer, hearing this, grew angrier. What, did you do so many scummy things you forgot which one? Guan Yang helplessly said, I really don't know. Your sister, what's her name? Better to ask clearly first. My sister is called Yao Shishue, remember now? You scumbag, what did you do to my sister? Yao Shishue. Guan Yang's mind spun quickly, trying hard to recall this person. But there was no memory at all. What the hell? He didn't know this Yao Shishue at all. Maybe you got the wrong person? I really don't know any Yao Shishue. Yao Qianer shook her head, impossible, every time she was sad alone, she mentioned you. Even your address, I secretly found it in her drawer. Looking at Yao Qianer's serious face, Guan Yang felt a headache coming. What the hell is going on? Then do you know why your sister is sad because of me? If I knew, would I be standing here asking you? Guan Yang. Miss, I can only say you really got the wrong person, I don't know your sister. This is the truth, you can't believe me, I can't help it. Impossible, you must know her, once when my sister argued with her best friend, I even overheard your name. Guan Yang rubbed his head, feeling very troubled. Sister's best friend, all know him.
What the hell is going on? Why do I have no memory at all? Did I get drunk once without knowing? But he never drank alcohol. Who could he even talk to about this? Guan Yang rubbed his head, casually asking, "What's your sister's best friend's name?" Huang Xiaoling. Guan Yang froze in his movement, feeling like struck by lightning. What the hell? Huang Xiaoling? Yao Shishue was Huang Xiaoling's best friend, and the Yao Qianer in front of him was Yao Shishue's real younger sister. No wonder she knew about him. Wait, something's wrong. Why was Yao Shishue sad alone? Why would she mention him while sad? Most importantly, she kept his address. What was Huang Xiaoling doing? Wait. A sudden thought flashed in Guan Yang's mind. No way. Could Yao Shishue be the other half of the Yuri Huang Xiaoling mentioned? Oh my god. What a coincidence. Guan Yang's expression was fully visible to Yao Qianer. Yao Qianer instantly exploded with anger, questioning Guan Yang, "Did you remember something? You scumbag." Guan Yang. The argument between your sister and her best friend, what did you hear? Yao Qianer angrily, "Why are you asking this? Trying to change the subject?" Guan Yang seriously whispered, "Answer me." Speaking, he unconsciously showed a trace of dragon might to Yao Qianer. Yao Qianer was about to get angry, but seeing Guan Yang's eyes, her mind went blank instantly. Her spirit was drawn in the next second. At this moment, Guan Yang in her heart was like a sun, slowly rising. Her mind was suddenly full of Guan Yang's face. This state appeared because... It was precisely because of this dragon might. Dragon might is a unique pressure belonging to the dragon clan, a mental oppression for lower beings. But dragon might has some hidden attributes. When dragons court, they also use dragon might. It is a symbol of a dragon's strength or weakness. Therefore, when dragon might is used exclusively on the opposite sex, it adds a special charm. At this moment, Guan Yang unknowingly used dragon might on Yao Qianer, and naturally, she was affected. Yao Qianer subconsciously responded, "They purposely avoided me, and I overheard some words like scumbag, abandoned, and your name." Sure enough, he knew it. Guan Yang immediately understood. This little girl probably overheard some scattered fragments, and then imagined a whole drama of a scumbag abandoning her sister. But in reality, it had nothing to do with him. He was being unfairly blamed. Guan Yang guessed that with Huang Xiaoling's personality, after returning, she probably just briefly explained the situation to Yao Shishue. It was likely that in the end, the two couldn't reach an agreement. Therefore, Yao Shishue probably thought he stole Huang Xiaoling from her, which led her to investigate him, even bringing him up in her sadness. Damn! Is it really this dramatic? Chapter 124, The Old Student Jiang Hao. Guan Yang figured things out and withdrew his dragon might. He cleared his throat twice and said, "Ahem, I think I understand your sister's situation now." Yao Qianer instantly became alert. A blush crept up her cheeks. Looking at Guan Yang, she again thought of her previous idea, and her heart couldn't help but race a few beats. What situation? Although Guan Yang felt Yao Qianer's expression was strange, he didn't think too much about it. He just quietly said to Yao Qianer, "Hey, come a bit closer, I'll whisper to you." Yao Qianer was stunned for a moment, then she actually took 2 steps back, her face full of caution. "Broad daylight, what do you want to do?" Guan Yang's face darkened. "You said broad daylight, what could I possibly do? So many people are watching, what are you afraid of? Some things are a bit special, and not suitable to be spread around." Yao Qianer eyed him suspiciously, seeing his serious face, realizing he wasn't lying. She glanced around and thought, in broad daylight, with so many people watching? What's there to be afraid of? With that thought, she leaned her head closer. Guan Yang then whispered, "Actually, your sister and Huang Xiaoling, well, they are." The next second, Yao Qianer's eyes widened in disbelief. She exclaimed, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could they?" Just as she was about to deny it, Yao Qianer suddenly remembered the situation and immediately whispered, "It's impossible, they can't have that kind of relationship." "I'm telling you, don't say nonsense." Guan Yang, however, calmly retorted, "Really? Think about their actions. Have you noticed anything unusual? Or maybe sometimes they have actions that go beyond certain boundaries?" Then, Yao Qianer was about to deny it, but suddenly remembered some intimate gestures her sister and her best friend had shared. She had always thought they were just very close, but now, with Guan Yang's reminder, she realized those actions were too intimate. After a moment, Yao Qianer suddenly turned to Guan Yang, her eyes filled with suspicion. "Wait, how do you know about them?" After all, something even she didn't know was known by an outsider. Was that reasonable? Guan Yang saw Yao Qianer's expression and knew she believed most of it, but still had some doubts. He immediately explained, "Actually, I know because Huang Xiaoling came to Haisher to find me a few days ago." Guan Yang quickly told her the gist of the story. Yao Qianer listened as if she were hearing a story, carefully listening until the end. You really heard this from Sister Huang? Guan Yang shrugged. If not, give me a reason how I know this? Yao Qianer. At that moment, the sky suddenly darkened. A powerful pressure suddenly descended from the sky, pressing down on the crowd. Guan Yang's face changed, he instinctively lifted his head, then his pupils shrank. A strange beast nearly 10 meters long was slowly passing through the clouds, descending downward. For a moment, its momentum was unmatched. Not good, a strange beast is coming this way, run, run. Dodge, quickly dodge. Damn, who stepped on my foot? The crowd below immediately panicked. Unlike the others, Guan Yang was not panicking, curiously observing the beast above. This beast was an unknown large bird. Its wings spread to a terrifying 50 to 60 meters. It could be called a ruler of the sky. He was not worried about being attacked by the beast. After all, this was the entrance test site of Longyan. If this got attacked, it would really be a slap to Longyan's face. Besides, there was a senior of Longyan nearby. If the sky fell, a tall one would hold it up. What was there to fear? Obviously, many shared Guan Yang's thoughts. None of them were panicking. Just as Guan Yang was about to check the beast, in the next second, a pull came from his arm. Turning his head, he saw Yao Qianer, her face full of fear, pulling his arm, ready to run away. Hurry, stop standing there to die. Guan Yang. Obviously, Yao Qianer was not alone in thinking this way. However, she still thought of him in this crisis. It seemed bringing her along during the test was not a problem. Thinking this, Guan Yang did not resist and ran with Yao Qianer to the side. They had only moved a few meters when a helpless voice came from afar. Zhang Hao, that's enough, stop pretending and come register quickly. It was Yuan Liang speaking. As soon as Yuan Liang finished, the beast's momentum immediately decreased. Then it slowly landed on the ground. Only then did everyone notice a man standing on the beast's back. A golden light flashed from the beast, and the beast disappeared. The beast was actually the man's contracted creature. Then, the man quickly walked to Yuan Liang's side. Smiling, he said, Boss Yuan, haven't seen you during vacation, missed you. Yuan Liang also showed a hint of a smile. Obviously, he and Jiang Hao had a good relationship. Alright. Here is your numbered jade pendant. Saying this, Yuan Liang handed Jiang Hao a black jade pendant. Except for the color, it was basically the same as Guan Yang's. Shaguan, this black jade pendant is the pendant of last year's students. It seems this person is one of the previous students taking the entrance assessment this time. Guan Yang heard Gu Ming's explanation. By now, Gu Ming and Wei Long had somehow arrived beside him. Oh? Guan Yang looked at the black jade pendant in Jiang Hao's hand and smirked. He directly cast a probing spell at Jiang Hao. Name, Jiang Hao. Attribute, lightning. Combat power, 31,000, base power, plus 88,000, golden thunder sparrow 70%. Contracted creature, golden thunder sparrow, 4/8. Skills, lightning control, thunderstrike, thunder body shield, thunderstorm spell. Just this much? Looking at Jiang Hao's attributes, Guan Yang felt confident. This level of power could be handled by him in minutes. It seemed this black jade pendant was his. Meanwhile, Yuan Liang chatted briefly with Jiang Hao and was ready to send him off. He still had other new students to welcome. At this moment, Jiang Hao suddenly asked Yuan Liang, by the way Boss Yuan, how many people have registered for the assessment? Without thinking, Yuan Liang replied, including you, 103 people. Why do you ask? Jiang Hao chuckled, explaining, I just want to calculate how many will participate this time. We 10 agreed that each would take at least 5 pendants. At most no more than 8. Calculated, we need 50 to 80 people minimum, now there are over 100. Not bad, not bad. Yuan Liang was speechless. He said meaningfully, you guys, take it easy, be careful not to mess up. How could we? Our strength is definitely not for newcomers. Huh, Boss Yuan, do you know some inside information? Otherwise, you wouldn't say that. Jiang Hao, as he spoke, tasted the difference in Yuan Liang's words, and immediately asked in pursuit. Yuan Liang shook his head, meaningfully saying, you know the rules. Think over what I just said yourself. Alright, step aside, don't delay my registration. Chapter 125 A real man can bend and stretch. Alright, step aside, don't delay my registration. Jiang Hao looked at Yuan Liang seriously, then silently walked to the side. A murmur rose in his heart. From his understanding of Yuan Liang, the other would never say such things without reason. Now that he said it, there must be a reason. Be careful of a slip-up? Could it mean there's a very strong newcomer? The thought just rose, and Jiang Hao suppressed it. Impossible. A newcomer, no matter how strong could they be? Trying to make him slip with strength? Ridiculous. If it's not about strength, there's only one possibility. The other's attribute or contract beast is special. Could it be a newcomer with extremely strong attributes like time, space, mind, or dragon? Thinking this, Jiang Hao lifted his head and glanced around. He locked his gaze on the newcomer nearby who was secretly watching him. Then, Jiang Hao stepped toward the newcomer. Since it concerns the newcomer, why not just ask the newcomer directly, no need to waste brain cells. Hi, classmate, hello. This newcomer had also been paying attention to Jiang Hao. He originally wanted to approach Jiang Hao to make a connection, get familiar. But thinking of Jiang Hao's aura when he appeared, and worrying about his personality, he hesitated. Unexpectedly, Jiang Hao approached him first. He immediately looked flustered and said, "As senior, hello." Jiang Hao smiled, "It's like this, I want to ask you about something." "Senior, you are polite, say it." "As long as I know, I will never hide it." Jiang Hao was pleased with the newcomer's attitude, and went straight to the point. "It's like this, among the newcomers here for the test, is there any particularly special newcomer? Like special attributes or special contract beast?" The newcomer was first stunned, then instinctively looked toward a large tree in the distance. If anyone is special, it's that person. Jiang Hao squinted his eyes, followed the newcomer's gaze, and happened to look at Guan Yang. At this moment, Guan Yang was also watching Jiang Hao. When he saw Jiang Hao approaching the newcomer, Guan Yang knew he would be noticed. After all, Yuan Liang had exclaimed several times before, and with many people around knowing his situation, it was hard not to be remembered. Seeing Jiang Hao's gaze, Guan Yang didn't mind, and smiled, nodding at him. Receiving Guan Yang's response, Jiang Hao's mouth curved slightly, and he withdrew his gaze. Curiously he asked, "Is he very special?" The newcomer nodded. "If you want to say special, it's only him." Just now he even caused the registration senior to exclaim. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao's eyes widened, and he subconsciously asked, "Yuan Liang was surprised too? What happened?" "Newcomer, it's like this, first, this person meets all 3 assessment requirements." "What? All 3 requirements?" Jiang Hao burst out. "Meeting all 3 means 100% chance to enter Longyan. And such people, counting all Longyan, can be held in one hand." Now another one suddenly appeared. "Wait, just now he said first? You just said first, is there more?" Newcomer nodded immediately, "Yes. Secondly, he is dragon type, blindly guessing his contract beast is a strange beast with dragon bloodline." "What?" This time Jiang Hao was truly shocked. Not only all 3 abilities, but also dragon type. Every dragon type is not easy to mess with. If the bloodline concentration is higher, the combat power is wildly violent. A moment later, Jiang Hao calmed down, sighing, "What a terrifying newcomer." Hearing Jiang Hao sigh, the newcomer nodded in agreement. "Yes, they all just awakened for 10 days, coming for the test, yet they are already 3rd tier. We are happy just to enter 2nd tier. Keep going, you will sooner or later Wait, what kind of power are you talking about? 3rd tier. Hiss. Jiang Hao sucked in a breath of cold air. Good lord. What kind of monster is this? How long has it been since awakening, and they're already at the 3rd tier? At this moment, Jiang Hao finally understood what Yuan Liang's words meant. Afterward, Jiang Hao chatted with the newcomer for a few more moments and then ended the conversation. He then threw the other person a 3rd-tier beast crystal as a consulting fee. Having dealt with the newcomer, Jiang Hao thought for a moment, then turned and walked towards Guan Yang. He had gotten a sense of the situation from the side, but to really understand it, he had to experience it himself. Jiang Hao came before Guan Yang, extended his hand, and said, "Hello, I'm Jiang Hao." Seeing the hand extended, Guan Yang, out of politeness, also reached out and shook it. "Hello, Guan Yang." At the moment their hands clasped, Guan Yang immediately felt a surge of great strength coming from the other person's hand. At the same time, Jiang Hao's voice came to his ears. "I heard that Guan Yang has passed the 3 assessments, truly a prodigy." Listening to Jiang Hao's words and feeling the immense power coming from the handshake, Guan Yang narrowed his eyes, instantly understanding Jiang Hao's intentions. Most likely, he had come to test his strength. With that in mind, Guan Yang casually responded, "Thank you for the compliment, senior." While speaking, he suddenly began to exert force. His base combat strength was powerful, and this was a huge advantage. For example, now, as soon as Guan Yang exerted force, he shattered the power coming from Jiang Hao's hand. Then, the counterattack followed. Guan Yang's counterattack made Jiang Hao's face change instantly. He only felt his strength being instantly dispersed, and with it came an overwhelming, unbeatable force. A pain surged from his hand. Jiang Hao looked at Guan Yang, who remained calm, and quickly said, "Damn. Stop, I surrender." A true man can bend and stretch. This overwhelming force was beyond his ability to resist, and if he kept fighting, it would just be pointless suffering. Seeing this, Guan Yang stopped exerting force and released his hand. Jiang Hao pulled his hand back, looking at his now red palm and back of his hand, and clicked his tongue in amazement. No wonder he's from the dragon lineage, his strength is truly impressive.
No wonder even Yuan Liang was surprised. Jiang Hao said with emotion. Guan Yang didn't respond but instead smiled and said, Senior, is there something you need?
Jiang Hao was direct, actually, it's nothing much, just came to test your depth.
Guan Yang raised an eyebrow.
He didn't expect Jiang Hao to be so direct, and his purpose was not hidden at all.
But Guan Yang actually liked people like this.
It's better to be open about everything. People who like to play tricks behind the scenes are the ones who make you sick.
So, Senior, did you figure anything out?
Jiang Hao rolled his eyes and said, alright, we all know what's in our hearts.
I have my pride, buddy. Guan Yang instinctively touched his nose.
He thought to himself, this guy is quite interesting. Jiang Hao now became serious and quietly said, okay, now that I've tested it, I have a general idea.
To be honest, I really hope a genius like you will join Longyan. I hope you can succeed in entering Longyan.
A word of friendly advice, be careful of Lang Fei, he's very jealous.
Jiang Hao said a few words abruptly and then turned to leave. Watching Jiang Hao's departing figure, Guan Yang furrowed his brow. Chapter 126, the start of the entrance assessment.
After Jiang Hao left, it seemed like he had given the senior students a cue.
The remaining 9 senior students who needed to undergo the baseline test arrived one after another.
As for Guan Yang, with each arrival of a senior student, he threw a probing spell. He grasped the full extent of the strength of the 9 senior students. The strength of these 9 was on par with Jiang Hao's, with only a small difference in power. But it made sense, if there was too much of a gap, they wouldn't have come to participate in the entrance test. At the same time, Guan Yang also saw the Lang Fei that Jiang Hao had mentioned. Lang Fei was a skinny, sharp-faced man, exuding an air of rejection toward others.
At first glance, he didn't seem like someone easy to deal with. Name, Lang Fei. Element, Ice. Combat strength, 33,000, base combat power, plus 93,000, Ice Spirit Beast 70%. Contracted creature, Ice Spirit Beast, April 8th. Skills, Ice Control, Ice Arrow, Ice Shield, Ice Ceiling. Lang Fei's strength was a tiny bit stronger than Jiang Hao's.
But for Guan Yang at this moment, it really wasn't enough.
There was no way around it. Who told Guan Yang to be cheating?
Except for Jiang Hao, no one else had received a reminder from Yuan Liang. It seemed not everyone was familiar with Yuan Liang.
Time quickly passed to noon.
The registration time was also nearing its end. At this time, a crowd had already gathered near the registration point. They had all come to scope out the place, but now they could only stand in line to register.
Dawn.
At that moment, a bell rang from somewhere. As the bell sound spread across the venue, Yuan Liang, who had been focused on registering, suddenly stopped his actions. He handed a jade pendant with the number 186 engraved on it to the person in front of him. Then, with a blank expression, Yuan Liang stood up and addressed the people still in line. The bell has rung, registration is over. Those who haven't registered, please leave.
Yuan Liang's words immediately caused a stir among the people in line. Why? I've already arrived, and now you tell me it's over? Even if there's a rule, rules are rigid, but people are flexible.
If you could just wait for another 2 minutes, no, just 1 minute.
Yeah, it's almost my turn. I've put in so much effort to come here, can't you make an exception?
Right.
It's just 1 or 2 more minutes, what's the big deal?
Yes. Facing the crowd, Yuan Liang said with a cold expression, you know how important this assessment is, yet you still came at the last moment. A student without a sense of time is not what we at Longyan need.
Don't say more, leave quickly. As he spoke, Yuan Liang released an imposing pressure towards the crowd. The crowd turned pale, their mouths trembling, ready to say something, but the next second, a figure suddenly appeared beside Yuan Liang. Yuan Liang, what's going on here? The speaker was a man in green.
Seeing this, Yuan Liang quickly bowed and softly reported, Teacher Yun, these are the new arrivals who haven't registered yet.
The man in green was none other than Yun Gang, a teacher from Longyan.
Those who hadn't registered saw a Longyan teacher had arrived, and their thoughts immediately began to stir. They hurriedly spoke up, pleading, Teacher Yun, we didn't arrive late, it's just that there's only one registration desk, and it's too slow. That's why we formed a line, causing this situation.
Could you please make an exception for us and register us? It's just 1 more minute, it won't affect you. Yun Gang calmly listened to their explanation, then spoke, are you finished?
Yes, we're finished.
You see. Yun Gang narrowed his eyes and coldly said to the person, are you trying to teach me how to do my job? No, absolutely not. It's just. Since you're not, then all non-registered people, leave immediately.
You have 30 seconds, or we will punish you for disrupting Long Yan's assessment and arrest you. 29-28. Faced with Yun Gang's unyielding attitude, the crowd's faces alternated between blue and white as they listened to the decreasing numbers. Left with no choice, they could only leave in defeat. 14-13. Once the last unregistered person left, Yun Gang stopped counting. He turned to Yuan Liang and asked, "How's the registration going?" Hearing this, Yuan Liang took out a registration form and handed it to Yun Gang. "Teacher Yun, registration is complete. A total of 186 new students and 10 returning students are participating in the assessment. Everyone is present." Yun Gang took the registration book, but instead of flipping through it, he raised his head and glanced at the people around him. Everyone who made eye contact with Yun Gang subconsciously turned their gaze away. Good. The assessment rules should have been explained to you by your supervisor. I won't repeat them here. The time limit has been set. 5 hours. Within 5 hours, you must cover a distance of 10,000 miles to find Long Yan Academy. If you exceed the time, you fail. The jade pendant each of you holds is crucial. In addition to being your identity information, once the assessment begins, it will also serve as your locator and distress signal. Once the assessment starts, the jade pendant will show the locations of other participants within a 5-kilometer radius every 15 minutes. It will also show the location of Long Yan Academy. You must protect the jade pendant in your hands. Yun Gang quickly finished speaking, then took out a green round ball. With strength in his hands, he suddenly crushed the green round ball. The next second, space twisted, and a passage large enough for 5 people appeared in front of Yun Gang. As you can see, those carrying the jade pendant, after entering, will be randomly sent thousands of miles away to Long Yan Academy. Where exactly you will be sent depends on your luck. Now, I announce, the test officially begins. Test takers, enter the test. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly ran toward the teleportation passage. Entering early means starting early, maybe even getting a time advantage over others. Haven't you heard? Step first, step by step first? At this moment, Guan Yang was curiously examining the red stone given by Old Wei. He and Yao Qianer each had one. Principal Wei, what is this? Wei Long said, "This is a parent-child sensing stone. When both stones are together, their original color is white. Once they get within 3 kilometers, they slowly turn red. The closer, the redder the stone. Finally, it becomes the bright red you see now. Wearing it helps you find each other during the test. Look, many others are actually carrying them too." Guan Yang raised his eyes, and indeed saw many people holding bright red parent-child stones. From Yun Gang and Yuan Liang's expressions, it seemed allowed. Guan Yang looked down at the stone in his hand, surprised such a thing existed. After explaining the use of the parent-child stones, Wei Long spoke again. "All right, quickly set off. I wish you success in the test." Gu Ming suddenly spoke to remind, "Little Guan, be careful. Remember what I said, steady and sure." "Okay." Guan Yang nodded, then walked with Yao Qianer toward the teleportation passage. Passing through the passage, Guan Yang felt a flash before his eyes and arrived in a valley. Most importantly, in the valley, pairs of bright red eyes were staring at him. Silver Fang wolves. Damn. So unlucky, directly teleported into the wolf's den. Chapter 127, Wolves on the Move. Facing the gaze of the wolves, Guan Yang kept complaining in his heart, but dared not be careless, casting a probing spell on one Silver Fang wolf. Name, Silver Fang wolf, adult. Attribute, metal. Combat power, 63,000, early 3rd tier. Skills, Wolf Fang Strike, Howl of the Mad Wolf, Prey Tracking, Charge, Steel Tail. Seeing the wolf's power, his nervousness instantly calmed. For other students, without special methods, they might die with regret on the spot. But for Guan Yang now, they were just little brothers. Calming his mind, Guan Yang began observing the surrounding pack of wolves. The next second, his gaze stopped on a huge rock. On the rock stood a giant Silver Fang wolf. Other wolves were only about 3 meters long. This one reached over 5 meters. Could it be? With a thought, a probing spell was sent. Name, Silver Fang Wolf King, adult. Attribute, metal. Combat power, 88,000, late 3rd tier. Skills, Wolf Fang Strike, Howl of the Mad Wolf, Prey Tracking, Shadow Wolf Pounce, Charge, Steel Tail, lead the pack. Guan Yang raised an eyebrow, thoughtful. The Wolf King looked at him, then howled to the sky first. Ayo, brothers, time for extra food. The next second, the wolf pack stirred, bared sharp teeth, and rushed at Guan Yang. Guan Yang was not worried, calm beyond measure. With a thought, a giant summoning circle appeared above him. Roar! A beast-like voice suddenly erupted from the circle, spreading through the valley in an instant. A massive figure shot out of the circle, flying high. Its terrifying body brought an overwhelming sense of pressure. Along with it came a shocking might. The little dragon's power. Dragon, king of all beasts, feared by all. Even the silver fawn wolves were not exceptions. Where the dragon's power reached, a strange scene unfolded. The wolf pack began to quickly lie down like tarot cards. Their heads pressed tightly against the ground, tails tucked between their legs, their bodies trembling continuously. Even the Wolf King was no exception. They all surrendered. Guan Yang did not even look at the wolves, his target was not these small third-level wolves. Thinking of this, Guan Yang suddenly leaped into the air, flying above Xiaoyi's head. Xiaoyi flapped its wings, sending countless silver-toothed wolves flying, then vanished into the sky, leaving behind a group of stunned wolves. After Xiaoyi left, the wolves slowly shook their heads and gradually rose. The Wolf King suddenly roared at his subordinates. "Ao, Wu, did nothing happen just now, did you hear?" Ao, understood. The wolves quickly nodded. There was no choice, the leader spoke, they still had to give face. "Ao, Wu, very good, The Wolf King was about to speak when suddenly, the familiar pressure came again, and the Wolf King immediately lay back down. His voice turned into a low whine. Guan Yang and Xiaoyi's figures appeared again. They actually flew back. The wolves that had just stood up immediately dropped again. They lowered their heads, raised their eyes, and looked at Guan Yang cautiously and pitifully. What's going on? Wasn't this guy already gone? Why is he back again? Guan Yang squinted his eyes as he returned to the valley. As soon as he flew into the sky, Guan Yang was about to head out based on the Jade Pendant's location of Longyan, but just as he set off, he suddenly realized something was wrong. His main goal was not to go to Longyan. It was to find the old students and the powerful exotic beasts. How slow would it be to search by himself? Thinking of this, Guan Yang instructed Xiaoyi to turn back. Right in front of him were a group of free laborers. Why not make use of them? This wolf pack had at least 100 members, and they had lived here for a long time. Where could there be stronger creatures that they were not familiar with? Wouldn't 100 wolves find things faster than just him alone? With this thought, Guan Yang slowly flew in front of the Wolf King. Coldly, he said, "Are you willing to lead your pack and submit to me? In 5 hours, I will give you back your freedom." Third-level exotic beasts could already understand human speech and think about the pros and cons, but they could not speak. The Wolf King was reluctant at first. After all, it was the Wolf King, proud of the wolf tribe. How could it submit to a two-legged creature? But when it raised its head and saw Xiaoyi in the distance, this thought instantly disappeared. Actually, submitting to a two-legged creature wasn't so bad. Didn't you see how even such a terrifying monster bowed down to the other party? It would be fine for the wolf tribe to submit as well. Thinking of this, the Wolf King glanced at Xiaoyi with fear, then decisively nodded. Guan Yang didn't know the Wolf King's inner thoughts. As long as the answer was what he wanted, that was enough. Good. With a thought, Guan Yang put Xiaoyi away and sat directly on the Wolf King. Now, all wolves move out. The goal, to find powerful creatures. It was still early, and Guan Yang was not in a rush to find the old students. Not just the old students, but also the powerful creatures in this forest. Whether it was Xiaoyi or the old man, they all needed these creatures. Contributions, yes, contributions. 5 minutes later, Guan Yang, riding on the Wolf King, led the pack of over 100 wolves out of the valley. They ran toward a cave not far from the valley. Wherever the wolf pack passed, all herbivorous exotic beasts retreated. The wolves ran at full speed, and within just a few minutes, they reached the entrance of the cave. Ao Wu, Air Wolf, knock the door. At the Wolf King's signal, a silver-toothed wolf ran out and approached the cave entrance. Ao, you bastard inside, your grandpa is here again, come out and greet him. Roar. The next second, a beastly roar came from inside the cave. Then, a giant creature, nearly 8 meters long, slowly walked out of the cave. Looking at the exotic beast that emerged from the cave, Guan Yang had a complex look in his eyes. Did he really have a connection with bears? Indeed, the fiery red fur before him belonged to a flame explosion bear. But its size was much larger than the one Guan Yang had seen before. Name, Flame Explosion Bear. Attribute, Fire. Combat Power, 194,000, 4th level. Skills, Savage Charge, Flame Heavy Strike, Fire Tornado, Flame Armor, Mountaintop Crush. After it emerged, the Flame Explosion Bear kicked with its hind legs. The figure instantly stood upright. From above, it opened its huge mouth. Roar. Seeing this, Guan Yang said nothing, sending a wave of dragon might toward the flame-burst bear. The message it carried was simple. Submit. Dragon might, against lower-level beasts, is almost a cure-all. The best way to defeat an enemy without fighting. But the dragon might on Guan Yang was not like Xiao Yi's, it was a shared skill. He didn't know if it could tame a flame-burst bear of this level. If it couldn't, Xiao Yi would have to appear anyway. As the dragon might pressed down, a flash of fire erupted from the flame-burst bear, and it suddenly retreated to the cave entrance. Its face lost all ferocity, looking at Guan Yang with fear and doubt. Guan Yang sighed slightly. Enough. It really wouldn't work. Xiao Yi would have to appear. Just as Guan Yang thought this, the flame-burst bear, as if facing death, had its ferocity reignited. Roar! With a loud roar, it overcame the suppression of Guan Yang's dragon might, its body engulfed in fierce flames. It prepared to charge Guan Yang with savage force. But then, a summoning circle appeared before Guan Yang. The next second, a wave of pressure came, and Xiao Yi's figure slowly appeared. The flame-burst bear's flames froze, then instantly vanished. It quickly fell to the ground, claws covering its head, body trembling, tail shaking behind. Almost waving a white flag. Woo woo! I surrender! Chapter 128 Map revealed, Veteran tracks. Woo woo! I surrender! Seeing the flame-burst bear, Guan Yang's lips curved slightly, and with a thought, he made Xiao Yi retract its dragon might. He immediately said, "Submit to me, find strong beasts for me. 5 hours later, you will be free." The flame-burst bear lifted its head, looked at Guan Yang, then at the silver Fang Wolf King, hesitated a second, and nodded. Oh woo! Ha, even a blind person has their day. As the flame-burst bear nodded, the Wolf King let out 2 low howls, showing its teeth. The flame-burst bear instantly turned its anger toward the Wolf King. Roar! It's you, you dead wolf, you really dog. Oh woo! Who's the dog? Who are you insulting? You bear fool, nothing at all. Roar! Whoever responds. Guan Yang didn't care what the 2 beasts were saying, but their mood seemed high. With a thought, he summoned Xiao Yi back again, then patted the Wolf King. Go, next one. You come too. The first was for the Wolf King, the next for the flame-burst bear. The Wolf King immediately got excited. Suffering alone is worse than suffering together. Everyone should submit together. It turned and ran first toward another strong beast. In just a few minutes, Guan Yang saw the second beast. It was a green-horned ox. Name, green-horned ox. Attribute, Earth. Combat power, 164,000, Stage 4. Skills, Earth Control, Bull Roar, Charge, Ground Split Wave, Thick Earth Armor, Mad Bull Kick. Facing the green-horned ox, Guan Yang didn't waste words, immediately calling Xiao Yi to subdue it. After quickly taming it, he went to the next place. Guan Yang didn't even recall Xiao Yi, using it to subdue at each place. As long as the beast wasn't above Stage 5, Xiao Yi subdued it easily. Within 10 minutes, Guan Yang had tamed 7 more beasts. All were Stage 4. Some beasts were proud, but ended up as Xiao Yi's meal. Guan Yang didn't call Lao Run, unsure if there were special monitoring methods here. Better to be safe. Guan Yang also noticed something. During this time, not a single Stage 5 beast appeared. Seeing this, Guan Yang guessed 2 reasons. Either this forest had no Stage 5. Or Stage 5 beasts were driven away or dealt with by Dragon Flame. Guan Yang leaned toward the latter. After all, this was a newbie test, most were Stage 2, Stage 4 was terrifying. If Stage 5 appeared, it would be truly unbelievable. But anyway, the beasts behind Guan Yang grew much stronger. At this moment, Guan Yang stopped his steps of capturing and took out the assessment jade pendant. He felt the jade pendant tremble slightly. Looking closely, he realized that 15 minutes had already passed. Guan Yang immediately sank his mind into the jade pendant. This was exactly the way the jade pendant was used, as Gu Ming had told him. The moment his mind sank in, a bird's eye view appeared in his mind. On the bird's eye view, scattered green dots, black dots, and red dots appeared. Among them, green dots were the majority, black dots only a few, and there was only one red dot. It seemed this little dot represented the person carrying the jade pendant. No need to think, the red dot was only one, it was himself. And the black dots probably represented the old students. Thinking of this, Guan Yang focused his spirit near the red dot. He quickly found the nearest black dot and unexpectedly discovered that 2 black dots were together. Guan Yang squinted, noted the position, then withdrew from the jade pendant. He patted the Wolf King and ran several dozen meters to the side, then sank his mind into the jade pendant again. He began to determine the direction of the black dots. The jade pendant's display lasted for 30 seconds, enough for Guan Yang to find the direction. When Guan Yang exited the jade pendant again, the corner of his mouth subconsciously lifted, he had found the direction. Patting the wolf's head, Guan Yang pointed in one direction and said, "That direction, advance 50 kilometers. We go first, others follow." "Oh whoa. I go first, you follow." After a wolf howl, the Wolf King stretched its limbs and suddenly ran fast toward the direction Guan Yang pointed. And its speed kept increasing. Guan Yang sat on the Wolf King's back and began calculating. Judging by the distance he just sensed, he was about 50 kilometers from those two black dots. 50 kilometers, at the Wolf King's speed, full speed, they could reach in 10 minutes. Thinking this, a trace of expectation appeared on Guan Yang's face. Which two could it be? He didn't know which two it would be. On the other side, at Guan Yang's target, there were two old students. One was Jiang Hao, the other was the old student Hua Jun. They had just met not long ago, so after a few words, they decided to travel together. Jiang Hao, 3 kilometers ahead, 3 green dots gathered together. Go quickly, don't let them escape. Hua Jun withdrew his mind from the jade pendant and said happily to Jiang Hao. I see them, to the east, go quickly. The two moved their feet and shot eastward. 3 kilometers, for the two, was almost right in front of them. On another side, at the destination of the two old students, a man and 2 women were gathered together. The man suddenly withdrew his mind from the jade pendant, looking anxious, and said, not good, 2 black dots are very close to us, we are very likely being watched. Guan, what do we do? But his voice was soft, even in urgency, he pinched his fingers delicately. Su Meng, can you be a little manly? Look at how you pinch your fingers, said the woman named Guan, unable to help but tease Su Meng. I think this is fine. Guan, now is not the time. Quickly think what to do. Su Meng did not care about what Guan said. As long as he was not embarrassed, the embarrassed one was others. Guan pressed her forehead. Although she did not like him, they had played together since childhood. Besides, now was not the time to argue. Helplessly she said, what else can we do, just escape first? Isn't there still some distance? Qianer, what do you think? The one asked last was Yao Qianer. Hearing this, Yao Qianer thought less than a second and said, escape is necessary, but just running is not enough. They are old students, stronger than us, and since they knew they would participate in the pre-exam test, they must have special tracking methods. Su Meng immediately became anxious, then what should we do? Yao Qianer frowned and began thinking. After a few seconds, Yao Qianer said, I haven't figured it out yet. But we must leave now. Waiting longer is more dangerous. Su Meng, you're a mutant of the rock and earth elements, use your power to cover our footprints. Guan is of the wind element, she'll try to erase our scent in the air. As for my light element, it's not much use here. Let's go with this plan, hopefully, their tracking methods aren't that strong. Su Meng and Guan nodded, alright, let's go now. Let's go. Chapter 129, Chase and Escape. Just as the three had barely left, Jiang Hao and Hua Jun arrived at their location. Jiang Hao scanned the area, furrowing his brows, they've run? Hua Jun sniffed the air with his nose, a look of surprise in his eyes, oh. Looks like one of these newbies actually has some brains? No footprints left, and the scent is scattered, can't tell where they went. Seems like they're being careful. Jiang Hao, isn't that normal? After all, anyone who can participate in the Longyan test can't be simple. Alright, they shouldn't have gone too far, now it's your turn. Hua Jun smiled and nodded, no problem. Finding people is my specialty. My gem beetle isn't some weakling. In the next second, Hua Jun created a summoning circle, and a 1-meter-sized colorful beetle crawled out. Little Jaw, track the remaining human scent here. The 2 antennae on the beetle's head suddenly glowed faintly with green light. Then, they began to swing in the air. A few seconds later, both antennae stopped in one direction. Hua Jun grinned, Jiang Hao, guess what Little Jia found? Jiang Hao was taken aback, looking at Hua Jun's expression, and immediately unsure, is there a girl in there? Only you, Jiang Hao, would guess that. That's right, all 3 of them are girls. That fragrance mixed with perfume. Let's go, hurry up. Hua Jun said excitedly. Jiang Hao. In the next second, Jiang Hao furrowed his brows. Stop messing around. This isn't like those stores back in the city. Anyone who comes here is a genius with strong backgrounds. Even though your uncle is a tier 6 expert, don't go starting trouble. Hua Jun looked at Jiang Hao's serious face and helplessly shrugged. Jiang Hao, do you really think I'm that unreliable? It's just my personality, I get excited when I see girls. But I know what's important and what's not. Better. Jiang Hao just gave a reminder. He still trusted Hua Jun, otherwise, he wouldn't have teamed up with him. It's just Hua Jun's tendency to flirt with girls whenever he sees them, sigh. It's hard to explain. If Hua Jun could channel his love for girls into his strength, he probably wouldn't even be here. Alright, Little Jia has locked onto their position. Let's go. MHM. The 2 of them set off immediately.
Not far ahead, while they were running, Yao Qianer suddenly said, "No, this way we won't escape. The traces we cleaned aren't thorough, and it'll slow us down. They'll definitely catch up." Su Meng was frantically cleaning up footprints, his face full of panic. "What should we do then?" Guan said irritably, "Yeah, nothing's working. If it doesn't work, we'll just fight them." Yao Qianer rolled her eyes. "Fight? What are you going to fight with? With your tier 3 strength against their tier 4? Just as Guan was about to retort, he suddenly noticed Yao Qianer's calm expression, with no hint of panic. He immediately asked, Yao Qianer, why are you so calm? Do you have a plan?" Yao Qianer nodded. "Actually, I do have one. But it's a bit dangerous." "Really, what is it?" Su Meng asked excitedly. Yao Qianer didn't keep them in suspense and quickly said, "Do you remember the deadwood forest we had to detour around not long ago?" "The deadwood forest? Wait, Qianer, are you talking about the carnivorous trees?" Guan suddenly exclaimed. "Yao Qianer, that's right. If we use the carnivorous trees to block them, it will buy us a lot of time." Su Meng shook his head frantically. No, that place looks so eerie, people are scared. We'd rather give the jade pendant to the senior students than go there. That's the only way for us to shake off the senior students. And don't forget what the man-eating trees fear the most?" Guan suddenly widened her eyes. "That's right, man-eating trees fear light, and Yao Qianer, you just so happen to be a light elemental. So, it seems this is the best place for us to go." Su Meng hesitated and said, but it's really dark there." Guan suddenly made a firm decision. "It's settled then. I'm a woman and I'm not afraid. You're a big man, what are you afraid of the dark for?" "Actually, if it weren't for the fear of pain and needle dizziness, I've always wanted to get gender reassignment surgery." Yao Qianer. Guan, alright, it's settled then, we'll go there. I even swore to my mom that I must join Longyan, or else I'll go back home to inherit the billions in assets. Alright, full speed ahead, don't worry about covering our tracks. Increase speed, and quickly head into the forest. Seeing that Su Meng was no longer rejecting it so strongly, Yao Qianer quickly made the arrangements. Then, the three of them changed direction and quickly headed towards the man-eating trees. As soon as the three turned and sped up, Jiang Hao and Hua Jun followed closely behind. Looking at the traces ahead, which were not covered at all, Jiang Hao furrowed his brow. Strange, they aren't covering their tracks anymore. Hua Jun also showed a puzzled expression. Could it be that they know we are chasing them, and in their panic, they didn't even cover their tracks? Jiang Hao shook his head. Doesn't seem like it. They even changed direction. Did they encounter something, or is there an ambush? Hua Jun thought for a while, then shook his head. Who cares, let's just catch up first. We'll know the situation when we get there. Jiang Hao nodded in agreement. True, let's catch up first. With our strength, even if there's an ambush, we aren't afraid. Just be careful. Let's go. Just 5 minutes later, Jiang Hao and Hua Jun stopped in front of a forest. Looking at the faint white light in the forest, they could vaguely see three figures, along with the unusually active light elements around them. Looking at the dark, lifeless deadwood forest, Jiang Hao now understood why they had changed direction. It was because there were man-eating trees here. Jiang Hao whispered, I see. So one of them is a light elemental. No wonder they ran this way. Smart. Hua Jun frowned as he looked at the man-eating trees. Smart indeed, but unfortunately, they didn't account for you being a thunder elemental. The rest is up to you. Jiang Hao nodded, no problem. Man-eating trees not only fear light, but also fear thunder, fire, and other elements. And Jiang Hao is a thunder elemental. With a thought, Jiang Hao's hand glowed with lightning. Then the lightning spread from his hand to his entire body, enveloping him in the energy. The lightning shield was an application of lightning elemental control. Next, he did the same for Hua Jun and quickly entered the deadwood forest. As soon as they stepped into the forest, a group of tree branches eerily moved towards them. Jiang Hao's eyes coldly narrowed, seeking death, don't mind them. With the lightning shield, they can't harm us. Keep going. Hua Jun nodded and no longer paid attention to the man-eating trees. The branches of the man-eating trees quickly closed in on the two of them, but upon touching the lightning shield, boom! The branches spontaneously combusted. Then, a harsh, miserable scream rang out from a large tree in the distance. A terrified human face appeared on the tree. Then the burning branches were immediately severed, and the remaining branches retracted back under the large tree, becoming quiet. Other man-eating trees, seeing this, immediately withdrew their roots. The food before them was too hard to chew, so they gave up. Chapter 130, this skill is a bit foolish. Without the man-eating trees to block them, Jiang Hao and Hua Jun's speed far exceeded that of Yao Qianer and the others.
As the two fell into the man-eating tree forest, the three of them noticed them. Although the three had already sped up, the gap in strength made it almost impossible for them to shake off the pursuit. The three could only keep running, leaving the rest of fate. Just as Yao Qian'er and the others had just crossed through the man-eating tree area, they were stopped by Jiang Hao and Hua Jun. The moment they saw the three, Hua Jun's face darkened. Jiang Hao couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, 3 girls. Oh no, I can't breathe. In Hua Jun's perception, this time there were indeed 3 girls. But when he looked closer, there were girls, yes, but only 2. And one of them was a 2-meter-tall, big man with a small ponytail. That image definitely couldn't be associated with a girl. Hua Jun's face darkened as he glanced irritably at Jiang Hao, who was laughing so hard he couldn't catch his breath. Then, with a serious face, he turned to the 3 on guard and said, "Hand over the jade pendant." Su Meng shuddered all over, originally wanting to hide behind the coffin, but after hesitating for a moment, he unexpectedly stood up like a real man. "Well, if you want the jade pendant, you have to pass through me first." In that instant, his masculinity surprised the coffin and Yao Qian'er behind him, who now looked at him in a new light. "Su Meng, you." Su Meng's face became unusually serious. "Don't say anything more, just leave quickly." The coffin looked at Su Meng, who was now behaving seriously for the first time, with complicated eyes. She grabbed Yao Qian'er and turned to run again. Facing the two's escape, Jiang Hao turned to Hua Jun and said, "Should I go after them?" But Hua Jun shook his head and said, "No need, it will be settled quickly, it's just a trivial matter." Seeing this, Jiang Hao didn't say anything more, standing in place and watching. Hua Jun looked at Su Meng, who was standing seriously in place, and chuckled, "Do you think you can stop us?" Su Meng shook his head, "I definitely can't stop you, but I can hold you off for a while." Hua Jun, "Oh? I'm curious, how do you plan to do that?" At that moment, Jiang Hao suddenly raised an eyebrow. The surrounding elements are unusually active. Kid, are you charging up? Seeing this, Su Meng stopped hiding and suddenly shouted, "You're right. You just asked how I can stop you, right? It's because of my self-created move, Earth Trap, Stone Seal." In the next second, the ground beneath Jiang Hao and Hua Jun softened, and their feet sank into the earth. Just as their feet sank into the ground, the liquid solidified instantly into rock. Moreover, they could feel a force continuously strengthening the rock beneath their feet. As they waited for Su Meng's next move, the transformation stopped. However, the force that was reinforcing the rock continued to trap their feet. How's that? No matter how hard you try, you won't be able to break free as long as my power isn't exhausted. Let's see how you still plan to chase. Jiang Hao's face twitched as he looked at Su Meng, who was now smug. He sighed helplessly. Actually, this skill is a bit stupid. How much did the creator drink to come up with a skill like this? Su Meng furrowed his brows. "You think I'm stupid? You're finished. I'll tell you, you're not leaving today. I'm going to fight you." Jiang Hao shook his head and didn't want to say anything more. In the next second, in Su Meng's shocked gaze, he took off his shoes and simply pulled his feet out. The seniors all knew they were coming to the forest, so they all wore short boots. If you just solidify the area below the foot, what's the point? Just take off your shoes and you're out. What kind of game is this? Su Meng looked completely stunned. Damn. It could be done like this? You guys are bullying me, and now you're taking off shoes? Looking at Su Meng, who seemed to be saying you guys have no martial ethics, Jiang Hao sighed. Sigh. How did this weird person even get through registration? Did he take a shortcut? Hua Jun also had his lips twitching and didn't want to say anything more. He exerted force with his feet, using his contract beast's power to break the rocks near his shoes. With his comprehensive strength at rank 4, it was completely impossible for Su Meng, who was only at rank 2, to block him. And because Su Meng was in shock, he actually forgot to reinforce his power. By the time he tried to reinforce it, it was already too late. You. As he watched the two approach him, Su Meng suddenly took out a jade pendant and held it out in front of them, covering his face with one hand. Well, big brothers, let's be friends, don't hit my face. Jiang Hao and Hua Jun. Hua Jun didn't even bother with Su Meng. He simply took the jade pendant from his hand. Just as he was about to call for help. In the next second, a sound of running came from behind. Found it. Jiang Hao and Hua Jun turned their heads to look. In the distance, a silver-toothed wolf, one size bigger than a normal one, was rushing toward them, and there was a person riding on it. It was Guan Yang. Jiang Hao looked at the approaching figure, his eyes narrowing, puzzled as he glanced at the silver-toothed wolf beneath him. Wasn't he supposed to be of the dragon type? What's with a silver-toothed wolf as a contracted beast? Even if he couldn't find a huge dragon, he should at least have a dragon-type contracted beast. What is a silver-toothed wolf anyway? Though this silver-toothed wolf was bigger than normal, no matter how big, it was still a silver-toothed wolf. Jiang Hao, so one of those two black dots is you. Guan Yang came closer, looking at the three, noticing Jiang Hao among them, and said in surprise. Jiang Hao frowned at his words. Why did Guan Yang come here? From what he said, he came looking for the black dot, which represented the senior students. Jiang Hao, do you know him? Hua Jun asked in confusion. We spoke 2 words before the test. I heard he is very strong, Jiang Hao explained to Hua Jun, then turned to Guan Yang. Why did you come looking for the senior student? Since guessing is useless, just ask directly. Simple, hand over the jade pendant. Seeing Guan Yang reaching out, Jiang Hao and the others were stunned. What the hell? What's going on? Hua Jun beside him thought he misheard and asked, Kid, what did you just say? Guan Yang's face turned serious, sternly, right now, you are being robbed. Hand over the jade pendant. Ha ha ha, oh my, ha ha ha, I'm dying laughing. Jiang Hao, did you hear that? He wants to rob us. Guan Yang's words immediately made Hua Jun laugh out loud. Kid, are you sure he wants to rob us? We are seniors. Of course I know, I am robbing you seniors, Jiang Hao also found it amusing. Although he admired Guan Yang, it didn't mean he could tolerate someone riding over him. He shook his head helplessly, never mind if you can succeed, I'm curious why. Facing Jiang Hao's question, Guan Yang answered honestly, I'm just curious, I think it's fun, I want to try. What would the academy do if all the seniors' jade pendants were taken? I'm just curious, I think it's fun, I want to try. What would the academy do if all the seniors' jade pendants were taken? Jiang Hao was really both angry and amused by Guan Yang. All of them? Just you? Or the silver-toothed wolf you're riding? Besides, there are 2 of us. Do you really think being top among newcomers lets you ignore the seniors? Guan Yang quickly shook his head, I'm not ignoring you. Because, in my view, this is the truth. Jiang Hao and Hua Jun's faces immediately darkened. Hua Jun's anger showed, he couldn't help but speak, good, very good. I want to see what truth you mean. Guan Yang, simple, I have more people. More people? Hua Jun and Jiang Hao were stunned, what does he mean? Jiang Hao instantly understood Guan Yang, looking around. More people? Let's see how many newcomers you've gathered, 2, 3, or 5. Let them come out. Hua Jun suddenly realized when Jiang Hao said this. Ha ha ha, you still don't understand. Even if you have 10 newcomers, the gap in strength means you still lose. Guan Yang raised one hand, slowly shaking it left and right. No, I'm not talking about newcomers. Check the time, it's about right. As Guan Yang spoke, Jiang Hao and Hua Jun suddenly felt the ground trembling lightly. Both froze in shock. Next second, at the end of the road behind Guan Yang, a silver-toothed wolf appeared. Then a second, a third. As more beasts appeared, the types weren't limited to silver-toothed wolves, there were flame-bears, iron-horned rhinos, purple-striped pythons. This scene completely stunned Jiang Hao and Hua Jun. Their faces could no longer hold, suddenly changing color. Jiang Hao shouted anxiously, not good, it's a tide of alien beasts, run. Just as Jiang Hao was about to turn and escape, Guan Yang's voice came again. Calm down, these are the people I called. Jiang Hao and Hua Jun stiffened, instinctively looking towards Guan Yang. What? Guan Yang smiled faintly without answering, instead, he patted the silver Fang Wolf King's head. The Wolf King immediately understood and let out a long howl into the sky. A whoa! Hearing the Wolf King's howl, in the next second, the entire army actually stopped in an orderly fashion. Jiang Hao and Hua Jun immediately gaped in disbelief. What the heck? This is what you call a lot of people? It's a lot of beasts, not people. Ahem, alright, now, how do you two feel about my suggestion? Jiang Hao. Hua Jun. After a moment, Jiang Hao looked at Guan Yang with a complicated expression and said, how did you do it? I can feel it, besides the silver fawn wolf, the rest are all level 4 alien beasts. And many of them are natural enemies. But now, they are weirdly living together in peace. Guan Yang, if I have to say the reason, it's my personal charm. Jiang Hao. After a moment, Jiang Hao took a deep breath and said again, although your people are more than I expected, if I really want to leave, you can't stop me. You can forget about that idea. Let's just call it a day and pretend we never met, how about it? Guan Yang was surprised and asked, can't stop you? I'm curious, what is your trump card? Could Jiang Hao still have some hidden card? Impossible. He had already seen through all of his opponent's attributes, so how could there be any trump card left? And he still said that he couldn't be stopped. Jiang Hao smiled smugly and said, simple, I can fly. As he spoke, he grabbed Hua Jun's shoulder and shot into the sky. Guan Yang, you've really surprised me, we are destined to meet again in Longyan.
Your suggestion, though, should be discussed with someone else. Jiang Hao's voice echoed in the sky, reaching Guan Yang's ears. Guan Yang shrugged and, with a thought, a massive summoning array appeared above him. The next second, a huge black shadow flew out of the summoning array and in the blink of an eye, was hovering above Jiang Hao and Hua Jun. Then, its wings struck the air fiercely towards the two. The two suddenly felt a flash in front of them and then a strong gust of wind hit them. What the heck? A shocked exclamation, Jiang Hao and Hua Jun, faster than when they left, crashed heavily to the ground. Then, they quickly got up, their faces filled with shock as they looked at the alien beast flying in the air. What on earth was that thing? Actually, I think we are very destined now, let's continue chatting. Guan Yang's voice echoed again, reaching Jiang Hao and Hua Jun's ears. Jiang Hao suddenly came to his senses, turned around to look at Guan Yang, pointed tremblingly at the small alien beast in the sky, and said, Is that your contracted beast? If there are no other beastmasters here, then yes, it's mine. Although Jiang Hao had a guess in his heart, hearing it from Guan Yang's mouth still felt unbelievable. Even though they hadn't fought, he could feel that the strength of this massive creature in the sky was far beyond his own. He even had a feeling that if the other party wanted, they could destroy him at any time. But how could that be? The other party was a newbie. How long had it been since their attribute awakening? How could they grow this strong? How could the old students like him survive? Or were the new students already this strong now? For a moment, the air seemed to freeze, and the surroundings were silent. Ahem, two of you, let me state once again. Now, immediately, right now, take out the jade pendants, robbery time. Jiang Hao and Hua Jun. After a moment, Jiang Hao and Hua Jun exchanged glances, both seeing shock, helplessness, and envy in each other's eyes. They finally understood how the alien beast army behind Guan Yang was subdued. After a moment, Jiang Hao said helplessly, Good kid, you win. Here. As he spoke, he threw his jade pendant to Guan Yang. Although Hua Jun understood the situation, he was reluctant to hand over his own jade pendant voluntarily. Jiang Hao saw this and patted Hua Jun's shoulder, whispering, Admit it. This is a monster. Also, don't worry about our enrollment resources. Our resources depend on the new recruit's jade pendant. As for our own jade pendants, giving it to him won't affect anything. We still have that new recruit's jade pendant. It can still track the coordinates. Hua Jun was stunned when he heard this. Damn. It can be like this? But what Jiang Hao said made sense, especially the first part. This is a monster. Thinking of this, Hua Jun stopped hesitating and directly threw his black jade pendant to Guan Yang. Upon receiving 2 black jade pendants, Guan Yang's lips curled upwards. 2 already, isn't that far from all 10? Guan Yang, now that you have your stuff, we'll part ways here, Dragonflame see you. Jiang Hao didn't linger, grabbing Hua Jun and pushing off the ground, instantly running toward the distance. At this moment, Su Meng, who had been in a daze, suddenly came to his senses, exerted force under his feet, and chased after Jiang Hao and Hua Jun. Hey, my jade pendant, give me back my jade pendant. In the blink of an eye, the 3 of them disappeared into the distant forest. Guan Yang. Chapter 132, Does he still need more charms on his legs? Once the 3 disappeared, Guan Yang withdrew his thoughts. He took out a red stone and looked at it. It was the Mother Stone. Didn't expect my luck to be this good, I encountered it so quickly. Thinking this, Guan Yang patted the silver-toothed wolf's head. He pointed in one direction. The silver-toothed wolf immediately understood, exerted force with its limbs, and ran toward the distance. The beast army behind them also followed suit. A few minutes later, Guan Yang, holding a red stone, found Yao Qianer and the others. Found you. You. Yao Qianer looked at Guan Yang in shock. Guan Yang's lips curled up, and without explaining, he jumped off the silver-toothed wolf. Alright, from now on, they are yours. They will escort you all the way to Dragonflame. I've kept my promise to Old Wei, it's done. Leaving the beast army to Yao Qianer was also something he thought about carefully. Riding the silver-toothed wolf king around was fun, but the efficiency was too slow. To find one black dot, you could calculate the distance to other black dots. If he really wanted to search all the black dots, with the silver-toothed wolf king's speed, 5 hours wouldn't be enough. Since that's the case, he gave up on this method. Coincidentally, he ran into Yao Qianer, and since he promised Principal Wei to take care of her, he thought of this method. It was a win-win. It allowed for flexibility and ensured Yao Qianer was properly taken care of. Perfect. What? You want them to send me to Dragonflame? Yao Qianer was even more shocked when she heard this. Guan Yang, don't worry, they have been temporarily tamed by me and won't turn against us. Once you get to Dragonflame, they'll leave on their own. Yao Qianer quickly shook her head. No, that's not what I mean. I'm saying, you're letting them send us, but what about you? Me? Heh, you'll know soon.
I need to handle something, we'll meet at the academy gate later. After saying that, Guan Yang didn't wait for Yao Qianer and the others to respond, and instantly flew into the sky. The next second, a massive figure shot from the distance and flew beneath Guan Yang in the blink of an eye. Then it carried Guan Yang and flew toward the distance. Once the little beast left, the two of them finally came to their senses. Quan immediately jumped up, turning to Yao Qianer. Qianer, that's his contracted beast? Yao Qianer stared blankly at the place where Guan Yang had left, instinctively saying, it should be, maybe, possibly. Qianer, do you think he still needs charms on his legs? Yao Qianer. Whether he needs charms, I don't know, but I do know you have no chance. Quan was confused, why? Small chest. Yao Qianer. I'm done with you. Not to mention the two of them, Guan Yang at this moment was quickly flying toward another senior student. In just a few minutes, he found a senior named Wan Xian. Guan Yang didn't waste time, directly flying above him. Dragons might press down. Rob, give me your black jade. Wan Xian. 1 minute later, Guan Yang set off again holding Wan Xian's black jade, leaving Wan Xian still completely stunned. What's happening? Who am I? Where am I? Next, Guan Yang kept running all over the forest. The black jade in his hand grew more and more. As for the newcomers he met along the way, Guan Yang didn't even look at them. Of course, not all the old students were so obedient. For example, Lung Fei. Yes, the one Jiang Hao had warned him about. Whether out of jealousy or some impulse, he insisted on making a move. In the end, Lung Fei was still hanging on a tree, unconscious. All the jade pendants on his body were taken away. Unexpectedly, Lung Fei silently got 4 new student jade pendants. No one knew who was so unlucky to meet him. Guan Yang looked at the new student jade pendants in his hand, a good idea suddenly forming in his mind. Why not take the new student jade pendants to the gate of Longyan Academy and sell them? Then, he could set any price he wanted, right? Thinking of this, Guan Yang decided, for the next old students, besides robbing black jade, he would also rob new student jade pendants. Time passed second by second, and in a blink, 2 hours had gone. At the gate of Longyan Academy, it was now crowded with people. There were teachers who came with the new students, and many teachers and examiners of Longyan, including Yun Gang. The teachers of Longyan were here to recruit students. All hoped to take the top few students into their own classes. This affected the resource distribution of their classes this year. Of course, now they were gathered in small groups at the gate, chatting and laughing. After all, the exam had only been going on for 2 hours, 3 hours remained. Normally, new students would start arriving after 4 hours of exams. At this time, a person was being questioned by several teachers. Yuan Liang, tell the teachers, are there any special talents among this year's students? Yuan Liang looked troubled and said, Teacher Xia, you know the academy's rules. This really can't be revealed. Xia Yu was not angry, but continued to persuade, I say, you little kid, usually you seem smart, why are you so silly now? You tell me quietly, if I don't tell, who would know? Yuan Liang. Yuan Liang's face turned dark. This teacher Xia really thinks he's blind. The teachers around raised their ears high. Also, even if you really want to ask, you should avoid Teacher Yun Gang. Teacher Yun was just a few steps away, he was this year's examiner, if he spoke, the result would be terrible. This really can't be. Teacher Xia, please don't ask. I can only say, this year there really is a special talent. All 3 exam items are met. What? All 3 items met, really? Xia Yu exclaimed. Really, truer than real gold. Yuan Liang said firmly. Good. What is his name? Yuan Liang. His name can't be said, but what about attributes, strength, city, that can be said, right? Yuan Liang said helplessly, you better just kill me. You little kid, ha. Xia Yu was about to coax more words from Yuan Liang, next second, his expression froze. He suddenly turned and looked into the distance. Something's coming. So big. What the hell, what kind of strange beast is this? Never seen it, but judging by its aura, it's only 4th rank, nothing to fear. There are even careless 4th rank beasts around here, daring to enter Longyan? For a while, whispers rose at the school gate. But no one was afraid. Joking, this is Longyan. 5th rank beasts are everywhere. A mere 4th rank beast could be taken down in a minute. Huh, wait. There's a person standing on the head of that beast? Could this be a contracted beast? Which old student came back early? Lucky to get such a beast. As the beast got closer, everyone finally saw the human standing on its head. Only Yuan Liang kept watching the strange beast flying from afar. The human standing atop the strange beast instinctively widened his eyes. Chapter 133, Within the Dragon Flame, Strange Beasts Are Forbidden. What the hell? Is this Guan Yang? Yuan Liang could hardly believe his eyes at this moment. Just 2 hours, and he actually saw Guan Yang, is that possible? And, is that his contracted beast? That size is just too shocking. Standing beside Yuan Liang, Xiaoyu also saw the newcomer clearly, but frowned. In his memory, among the old students from last term, there was no one like this. Moreover, the newcomer's appearance was far too young. He looked more like a new student. But a new student could reach here now and have such a strange beast, is that possible? Xiaoyu shook his head, but accidentally caught Yuan Liang's expression. Immediately, Xiaoyu's eyes narrowed. Ha! With his experience, he could see at a glance that Yuan Liang knew this person. At once, a thought flashed through his mind. 3 tests, mutated contracted beast. Could it be that the newcomer is really a new student? Thinking this, Xiaoyu's eyes turned, and he whispered to Yuan Liang, Yuan boy, is this the person you said satisfied all 3 tests? How do you know? Yuan Liang replied instinctively, but the next second, he realized he had been led into a trap. His face stiffened immediately. But at this moment, Xiaoyu had already gotten the information he wanted. Looking back at the approaching Guan Yang, a special emotion appeared in his eyes. One who satisfies all 3 tests, with top talent, isn't that exactly someone to inherit his legacy? The situation inside him was getting worse, not sure if he could hold on until he brought the person out. But anyway, meeting such a promising person was rare, and he had to try. Before that, he still had to ask about the person's character. Yuan boy, what is this person's character like? Teacher Xia, you really asked the wrong person. You can ask over there. He is this person's principal. Yuan Liang no longer hid from Xiaoyu, whispered back, and quietly pointed to Gu Ming. Following Yuan Liang's gesture, Xiaoyu also saw Gu Ming in the distance. He nodded, and began planning how to inquire about Guan Yang indirectly. By the way, Yuan boy, what is this person's attribute? Yuan Liang, dragon type. What the hell, dragon type, a flying skeleton is a dragon. Yuan Liang. Skeleton? Your skeleton looks like this? Are you joking? He registered as dragon type. Dragon type. Xiaoyu muttered softly. Plans began forming in his mind. Dragon type is troublesome, seems like he will have to compete with that Dragon Tian guy. While Xiaoyu frowned and thought, on the other side, Yungang's figure shot up into the air, hovering in midair, loudly announcing, within the dragon flame, strange beasts are forbidden. As the examiner, Yungang also had the duty to maintain order. Stopping strange beasts ahead was his task. The little E carrying Guan Yang quickly crossed the sky, stopping sharply in front of Yungang. Hello, Examiner Yun. Facing Yungang's cold face, Guan Yang smiled. Yungang first frowned, recognizing him. Then he carefully examined Guan Yang, trying to recall where he had seen him. Next second, an image popped into his mind. It was him. Yungang now also recognized Guan Yang. Then, waves of emotion stirred in his heart. A new student, and already a new student arrived? How long has it been? Just 2 hours, already a full hour earlier than previous terms. What kind of monster is this? But anyway, whatever the problem, better to land first. Thinking this, Yungang said, land first. Flying is forbidden within the academy. Okay. Then, Guan Yang retracted the little E, landing on the ground with Yungang. Guan Yang. As soon as he landed, a voice of joy came. Guan Yang looked up, it was Gu Ming and Wei Long. Gu Ming's face showed surprise, it's really you boy, you arrived so early? He, just wandered around the forest for a while. Feeling bored, he just came directly. The distance is quite close. Gu Ming. Quite close? Are you joking? But thinking about the contracted beast just now. He hurriedly asked, classmate Guan, that strange beast just now, is it your mutated contracted beast? How did it change so much? It ate a bit too much these days, accidentally evolved a tiny bit again. Gu Ming. Gu Ming remembered the small beast from a few days ago, then it was only less than 3 meters tall. Now, it has grown over 100 meters. How much must it have eaten to grow like this? But seeing Guan Yang unwilling to explain, he did not ask further. Who cares? Anyway, it was raised by him 3 highs. That was enough. Unexpectedly, this time he 3 highs got the first win. Thinking about the resources after school starts, Gu Ming felt extremely happy. Gu Ming was pleased, but on the other side Wei Long seemed a bit anxious, saying, classmate Guan, have you seen Yao Qianer? I have seen her. Seen her? Then why isn't she with you? Wei Long hurriedly asked for details. After all, she was the only top student in their school.
Their post-school resources also depended on Yao Qianer. Guan Yang immediately understood Wei Long's meaning, then smiled. Principal Wei, don't worry. She is fine, my group of bodyguards are escorting them here, should arrive in about an hour.
Wei Long asked in doubt, a group of bodyguards? Hee, 4th level strange beasts captured on the way. With them escorting, no old student dares to touch Yao Qianer.
They will surely pass. And I have some matters to handle, so I parted from them after leaving the beasts with them. Hearing this, Wei Long suddenly understood, then showed a happy expression.
Although he did not know how Guan Yang captured 4th level strange beasts.
But with 4th level beasts escorting, safety is assured, arrival is just a matter of time. Their school subsidies would also rise sharply. Thinking of this, Wei Long casually took out a palm-sized black box from his pocket.
Then thank you very much, classmate Guan.
This is a small gift, just for you. Then in a low voice, this is a dragon blood pill.
It can help dragon-type beasts purify some bloodline.
Guan Yang did not refuse, directly took the box. He helped Yao Qianer because he promised Wei Long to watch over her, now Wei Long giving him a small reward was normal. It was what he deserved.
As for purifying bloodline, Guan Yang did not care.
The small beast situation was special, probably the dragon blood pill had little use.
But no matter what, why not take something for free?
At this time, someone came to Gu Ming's side, saying, "Hello, I am Xiaoyu, teacher of Longyan.
I want to ask you some questions, can we step aside?"
The person was Xiaoyu. He approached Gu Ming to learn about Guan Yang indirectly. So he could decide whether to spend heavily to snatch him.
Gu Ming was first stunned, ask him?
Then Gu Ming realized something, glanced at Guan Yang.
Immediately understood.
Probably wanted to inquire about Guan Yang indirectly. Since he was Longyan's teacher, he naturally would not refuse.
He nodded immediately, okay.
Then Gu Ming followed Xiaoyu a few steps aside, whispering quietly.
Chapter 134 7th level strong appears.
After leaving Guan Yang a bit, Xiaoyu's first sentence confirmed Gu Ming's guess.
Hello, please step aside, I mainly want to understand Guan Yang's situation.
They spoke some whispers aside.
On the other side, Yun Gang actively approached Guan Yang. Classmate Guan Yang, since you found the academy, it counts as passing the test. You can leave first, waiting to enroll later.
Or you can stay here until the test ends.
The academy does not restrict you for now. By the way, keep your jade pendant safe.
After school starts, use it to enroll, then it will be replaced with a new student ID.
Hearing this, Guan Yang nodded, taking the chance to ask Yun Gang, Teacher Yun, what use does the old student's black jade pendant have?
Yun Gang was stunned for a moment when he heard it, not expecting Guan Yang to ask such a question. But anyway, there's nothing going on now, so he was happy to explain it to Guan Yang. Actually, whether it is a green jade pendant or a black jade pendant, it is just a temporary identity. Their main function is to exchange for academy points after enrollment.
Academy points, what is that? Yun Gang, you can understand academy points as a currency system unique to Longyan. Outside money is not usable in the academy. Academy points are the main circulating currency in the academy.
They can be exchanged for accommodation, food, elixirs, beast crystals, skills, weapons.
Green jade pendants are for freshmen. When you enroll and get your student ID, they will automatically be exchanged for 100 academy points. And black jade pendants are the same. Returning students can use black jade pendants to exchange for 1000 academy points. Guan Yang immediately understood. I see.
He now held a lot of green and black jade pendants, which represented a lot of points.
Teacher Yun, I have another question. If I have a black jade pendant, can I also exchange points? Yun Gang looked at Guan Yang in confusion and explained, exchanging points only depends on the pendant, not the person.
In theory, anyone can exchange.
Why does Guan classmate ask this? Guan Yang smiled foolishly and said, well, I was a bit lucky and got some other people's pendants. Yun Gang was surprised, some? Yes. About this many. Guan Yang thought for a moment and held up 4 fingers. Seeing this, Yun Gang immediately laughed, Guan classmate is lucky.
4 green jade pendants can exchange for 500 academy points, plus your own 100. You will have a huge sum of 500 academy points as soon as you enroll, enough for a very comfortable life.
Teacher Yun, I'm not talking about 4, it's about 40.
Guan Yang explained when he saw Yun Gang misunderstood.
What, 40 green jade pendants, how is that possible? Yun Gang widened his eyes instantly. 40. What does that even mean? How many new students are there this year? Less than 200 at most, and Guan Yang alone took almost 1/5. How is that possible?
Guan Yang shook his head again, not 40 green jade pendants.
Yun Gang frowned, then what do you mean?
What 40? There are only 30 green jade pendants, the other 10 are black jade pendants.
Yun Gang. Yun Gang opened his mouth wide instantly.
What did you say? I mean, I only have 30 green jade pendants, and 10 are black jade pendants.
Did you take all the teacher's pendants? No, Teacher Yun, you cannot slander me. I just accidentally met them on the way and, by accident, picked up their pendants. Yun Gang rolled his eyes. I don't believe you for a second. But everyone is smart, some things are obvious without being said. Yun Gang took a deep breath and said again. Okay, even if those 10 black jade pendants are yours, found by you, what about those 30 freshman pendants?
Also found. They were piled together with the black jade pendants, so I just picked them up together.
Yun Gang. Do you expect me to believe that?
Thinking about Guan Yang's contracted beast situation just now, there is no need to say the returning students got carried this time. Yun Gang had already imagined the process of obtaining the pendants. He looked at Guan Yang with a complicated expression, thinking, among this year's new students, a monster has appeared. After a moment, Yun Gang regained his composure, straightened his face, and said to Guan Yang, well, I don't care if your pendants are found or how you got them.
Once they are in your hands, they are yours. But, there is one thing you must be careful about.
Some of these 10 returning students have a bad reputation.
After enrollment, they may give you trouble, so be careful. Of course, don't worry too much. In Longyan, they don't dare to play tricks. Everything will be open.
You just need to be careful. Guan Yang narrowed his eyes upon hearing this, then nodded, thank you, Teacher Yun, for the reminder.
That's all I have to say. From here on, you can come or go as you wish. With that, Yun Gang turned and left.
Muttering to himself, he said, these new students are incredible.
Over 10,000 points just for entering, it's terrifying. Guan Yang thought for a moment, since there's nothing else here, it's better to leave early.
But he still needed to wait for Gu Ming.
He wondered what Gu Ming was talking about with that person.
Thinking of this, Guan Yang focused his gaze on the two people not far away. Bored and idle, he instinctively cast a probing spell towards Xiaoyu.
Name, Xiaoyu. Attribute, Dark. Combat power, 1.6 million, base power, plus 4.8 million, Dark Pattern Dragon Elephant 80%.
Contract creatures, Dark Pattern Dragon Elephant, 7 out of 8, Dark Iron Armor Rhino, 6/7, Blood Pattern Bat, 5 out of 8.
Damn it. A 7th rank powerhouse. This old man is actually an early 7th rank master.
His total combat power reached a terrifying 6 million plus.
What does that even mean?
He is the strongest Guan Yang has ever seen, no one else. If he works hard, once reaching 10 million combat power, he will enter the 8th rank Masters Club. This combat power far surpasses Yun Gang by several streets.
Guan Yang had also secretly probed Yun Gang's attributes. Just newly entered 6th rank, total combat power barely over 1 million.
Already very scary, but compared to Xiaoyu, it's like heaven and earth.
Even basic attributes alone can crush Yun Gang.
When will Guan Yang ever reach this level? Originally, the big exam and long yen test were easy for Guan Yang, making him a little restless. But now, seeing a true master's power, instantly quelled his restlessness. He is still so far from a real expert. No room for being restless.
For a moment, Guan Yang sank into self-awareness. Soon, Xiaoyu and Gu Ming finished their conversation and quickly walked toward Guan Yang.
At this moment, Xiaoyu's face showed excitement. He had already learned some of Guan Yang's situation from Gu Ming. It completely met his requirements, his legacy could finally be passed down. Once Gu Ming reached Guan Yang's side, he began introducing him, Little Guan, this is Xiaoyu, a 6th rank peak master.
Guan Yang frowned at this. 6th rank peak?
But his probing had detected 7th rank. His probing spell cannot be wrong, so the problem must be with the other person. This Xiaoyu hid his true strength.
Chapter 135, Snatching People. Curious about Xiaoyu, Guan Yang looked at him. Hello? Did you come to see me? Hello, Guan, you can call me Teacher Xia. I came to ask what your plans are after entering Longyan. Not yet. Guan Yang shook his head and replied.
He truly did not know, not understanding what's inside Longyan, and what plans he could have. Xiaoyu had expected this answer, and spoke again, I guess you don't know the situation inside Longyan yet, so let me briefly explain. He paused, organized his words, and continued, here's the thing, Longyan Academy is different from the university you came from. Those who enter Longyan are the elite of the elite. Traditional class divisions can no longer meet the progress speed of elite contract masters. So, Longyan allows mentors to choose suitable students and provide one-on-one guidance. Each mentor selects at least one student, at most 10. At this, Xiaoyu stopped speaking, looking meaningfully at Guan Yang. The purpose was obvious.
He had set his eyes on Guan Yang, asking if he would allow him to be his mentor. Guan Yang instantly understood, it was his talent that attracted him. I understand your intention. May I ask, with your strength, how are you in Longyan? Guan Yang did not hold back in asking. Since he would enter Longyan anyway and need someone to guide him, why not find the strongest person? Guan Yang's words made Xiaoyu pause, then understand his meaning. People aim high, water flows low, such thinking is normal. Longyan Academy. The main teaching mentors are mostly level 6, with only 3 level 7 strong ones. They are Light-type Xiaorong, Ice-type Zhang Song, and Mechanical-type AI1. So, my strength can be considered among the top. When he said this, a confident smile appeared on Xiaoyu's face. This was confidence in his own strength. Student Guan, if you choose me as your mentor, I will give you a big starting red envelope. At this moment, a voice came from the distance. Xiaoyu, you are deceiving the new students again. Everyone turned their heads to look, only to see 3 mentors quickly running towards them. When Xiaoyu saw the incoming people, his face darkened, and a trace of helplessness appeared in his eyes. It was truly like saying Chow Chow and Chow Chow arrived. The people coming were the 3 level 7 strong ones. When they got closer, one of the thin men spoke, "Hello, student, I am Zhang Song, the Ice-type mentor from Longyan." "I am Xiaorong, the Light-type mentor." This was a middle-aged man who looked very sunny. "I am Long Tian, the Dragon-type mentor." This was a muscular man. With a glance, he gave a strong sense of pressure. Zhang Song spoke again, advising Guan Yang, "Student, be careful when choosing your mentor. Don't be fooled by someone's few words. Otherwise, it will affect your future development." Xiaoyu's face darkened when he heard this, and he immediately retorted, "Zhang Song, what do you mean by that?" "Zhang Song, the literal meaning. Don't think we don't know what you're trying to do. You want to snatch the first place before us, don't even think about it." "You?" Guan Yang's voice intervened just in time. Ahem, gentlemen, could you explain what's going on here?" Xiaorong spoke calmly, Student Guan, let me explain this." His tone was very calm, a complete contrast to Zhang Song's attitude of immediately confronting people. "Guan Yang, I would like to hear the details." Xiaorong nodded and continued, "Although I don't know what Mentor Xia just told you, I can probably guess. There are 2 points I need to tell you. First, in Longyan, it's not just the mentors who choose students, students can also choose their mentors. It's completely free and democratic. Second, Mentor Xia probably told you he is a level 7 strong one. Although he was indeed level 7 before, due to some injuries, he can now only exert the strength of a peak level 6. Therefore, within Longyan, Mentor Xia has been downgraded to a level 2 mentor. Although he is at the front of level 2 mentors, he is still not as strong as me or Mentor Zhang, who are level 1 mentors. By the way, I forgot to mention to you. The so-called level 1 and level 2 mentors are the internal ratings of Longyan, which determine the distribution of resources within Longyan, such as beast crystals, elixirs, secret realms. The resources held by level 1 mentors far exceed those of level 2 mentors. Correspondingly, they can provide more to their students, and the students will grow faster. That's basically it. So, when you choose your mentor, you must think carefully. Xiaorong finished speaking in one breath, then unintentionally glanced at Xiaoyu. Xiaorong's words made Guan Yang suddenly realize, and he looked at Xiaorong with a hint of meaning. This Xiaorong is not simple. Xiaorong's words, at first glance, just seem like describing some basic facts about Longyan. But when you listen carefully, they are full of methods. First, he lightly struck Xiaoyu down and raised himself up. Then, with a calm and harmonious demeanor and tone, he contrasted with Zhang Song's cold ridicule towards Xiaoyu. Additionally, by introducing the resources of level 1 and level 2 mentors, he highlighted his own advantages. Everything was handled perfectly. If it were a typical new student, their mindset would probably already lean towards the other side. After all, he is a level 7 strong one, a level 1 mentor, with such a comfortable temperament. Surely he would treat people well. Unlike Zhang Song, who openly ridiculed Xiaoyu, making it clear right away that he wasn't easy to approach. Then who should I choose if not Xiaorong? Unfortunately, Guan Yang was not an ordinary newcomer. He would rather choose a straightforward guy like Zhang Song than Xiaorong. At least Zhang Song showed everything clearly, never saying one thing and doing another behind your back. Xiaorong was too cunning, he couldn't handle him. So the seemingly perfect move by Xiaorong made Guan Yang mentally pass on him. Who knows what expression Xiaorong would have if he knew that his cleverness had backfired. As for Xiaoyu, Guan Yang had no other thoughts. In a moment, Guan Yang had thought of so much. Just as he was about to reply, Xiaoyu beside him got anxious. Nonsense. Who said I was level 7? I told Guan that I am level 6. This time I am truly sincere in recruiting. Also, though you two are first level mentors and get more resources, you have more students under you. Unlike me, I only have 3. By average, my students are better.
Facing Xiaoyu's words, Zhang Song couldn't help replying sharply again, don't you know why you have so few students? Zhang Song's words instantly made Xiaoyu stuck. Seeing this, a trace of curiosity flashed in Guan Yang's eyes.
He asked instinctively, why so few? Chapter 136, can this even be a condition? Why so few?
Seeing this, Xiaoyu's face darkened, and he wanted to explain. But on the other side, Xiao Rong of the light department was faster, speaking calmly and steadily, it's like this.
Actually, it's not a secret.
Mentor Xia got a disease during an external practice trip, which also caused his strength to decline. This disease comes in attacks irregularly. Once it happens, he is said to lose his mind.
So he could do anything.
It is said that once when Mentor Xia had an attack, a few of his students happened to be nearby.
This caused some irreparable incidents.
I am not wrong to say this, right, Mentor Xia?
Compared to Xiao Rong's calm expression, Xiaoyu now had a dark face.
But facing Xiao Rong, Xiaoyu could only nod quietly. His mood slightly low. Xiao Rong's words made him recall that incident again, quietly sprinkling salt in his heart. Guan Yang, however, watched their confrontation without a sound, feeling even more that he could not choose Xiao Rong.
No reason, dealing with a person like this is too exhausting. A complete schemer.
At the same time, he was curious about what disease Xiaoyu had. But now was obviously not the right time to ask, so he opened his mouth to shift the topic. Moreover, he didn't hesitate, and said straight to the point, mentors, I already know your intention. Just now I heard from Mentor Xiao that I also have the right to choose. This kid also likes to be straightforward, so no messing around, just speaking directly.
The kid is so in demand, if I choose you, what can I get?
Saying this, Guan Yang held out his hand, rubbing his thumb and forefinger.
Cough cough cough, cough cough cough. Gu Ming, listening beside him, seeing Guan Yang so straightforward, instantly felt a choke, lightly coughing. He took the chance to give Guan Yang a meaningful glance. He feared Guan Yang's bluntness would upset the mentors, which would not be good for him after enrolling. But unexpectedly for Gu Ming, facing Guan Yang's directness, the mentors were not unhappy, but secretly pleased. Even Xiaoyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He knew Xiao Rong's character, but without evidence, he couldn't say anything. He really feared Guan Yang would be recruited by Xiao Rong.
Seeing Guan Yang's demand now, he showed joy in his eyes.
Benefits are good.
As long as there are benefits, he feared no one. At most, he would bleed a little. When Guan Yang finished speaking, the muscular man Long Tian, who had not spoken, surprisingly took the lead this time.
I don't have many students.
Although I am not a first-level mentor, my strength can be said to be the top under level 7. If you choose me, I will cover all your food and lodging during your time at the academy.
In Dragonflame, both meals and accommodation are covered by the academy, and all of it consumes points.
The yearly cost for this is still quite a considerable amount. Additionally, I am a dragon type myself, and we share the same type. There are countless ways to quickly boost the strength of your contracted beast, helping you join the ranks of the powerful in no time.
With my knowledge of the dragon bloodline, they are no match for me.
After saying this, Long Tian arrogantly scanned the other tutors in the room. As soon as Long Tian finished speaking, Zhang Song couldn't help but speak up. The annual cost for meals and accommodation at the school is only about 1,000 points, and most students stay for 1 or 2 years, so it's usually just around 2,000 points.
That being said, I'll directly give you 5,000 points.
Furthermore, although I'm not a dragon type, I have plenty of treasures that can assist in the evolution of dragon type contracted beasts. This means I'll cover all the beast crystals required for your beast's evolution. Zhang Song's words caused Long Tian's face to darken.
Teacher Zhang, are you implying something targeted at me?
In that case, I'll give you 5,000 points too, and I'll also add a set of accommodations within the academy, so you won't have to worry about housing.
Zhang Song opened his mouth, about to say something, but before he could, Xiao Rong joined the competition, saying, in addition to what they just offered you, I'll also add a low-tier heavenly grade technique and, every month, give you 3 dragon-type beast crystals and a piece of rare material.
Hiss. As soon as Xiao Rong's words were spoken, everyone inhaled sharply in disbelief. They looked at Xiao Rong, who remained calm, with astonished expressions. A low-tier heavenly grade technique.
Do you think those are like cabbages? Can you really throw those conditions out like that, as if it's a game?
At this moment, Zhang Song's attitude toward Xiao Rong also shifted.
Teacher Xiao, you're taking things a bit too far. Do you think heavenly grade techniques from the academy can just be handed out freely?
But Xiao Rong still spoke calmly. I didn't say it's from the academy, it's from my Xiao family.
Besides, techniques are just external items. What I value is the potential of student Guan.
At this moment, Xiao Rong didn't forget to subtly drag himself further into the picture. The scheming man had thoroughly established himself. Upon hearing this, Zhang Song's face froze. In Dragon Flame, only those at the 7th tier and above are eligible to own a heavenly grade technique from the Academy. Zhang Song had one, but the Academy's rules stated that techniques couldn't be passed on unless there was special merit. He never expected Xiaorong to be willing to make such a huge investment, even offering the family's ancestral techniques. On the opposite side, Guan Yang squinted his eyes, instinctively sensing the situation. However, there was no major wave in his heart. He already had a heavenly grade technique. As for the beast crystals, Xiaoyi didn't need them, they would be a nice bonus. As for the rare materials, receiving one each month likely wouldn't be anything of great value. It would be better for him to go to the vast worlds of the multiverse and find his own. Once he traveled to a fantasy or cultivation world, would he need to worry about rare materials? Perhaps what was called a rare material here might just be wild grass on the roadside there. Thinking this, Guan Yang casually turned his gaze to the last person. That would be the person who had been targeting him all along, Xia Yu. At this moment, Xia Yu had a serious face and was quickly thinking of a plan in his mind. He was considering what could outdo the others. Only by doing this could he win Guan Yang over. The next moment, an idea suddenly popped into Xia Yu's mind. Student Guan, I can promise you all the other resources, but I cannot give you a heavenly grade technique, as the Academy does not allow them to be passed on. However, I have my own advantages. First, though I have fewer students, every single one of them is a beauty, and they are all ranked among the top 10 on the Academy's 100 flowers list. As soon as Xia Yu finished speaking, the expressions of the other three changed. What the hell? Are you seriously using that as a condition? Is this a joke? Though they thought this, when they remembered the women under Xia Yu's command, they couldn't help but agree with what Xia Yu had said. Each of them was incredibly beautiful, like a goddess. It's just unclear why they were willing to follow Xia Yu so devotedly. Guan Yang, upon hearing this, also looked at Xia Yu with a complex expression. Is this really all it takes? Am I such a shallow person? It's just that he has a lot of beauties, so what? What's wrong? Ahem, of course, he was also curious what the so-called top 10 beauties on the 100 flowers list would look like. Or, should we go take a look at Xia Yu? Seeing Guan Yang silent, Xia Yu spoke again. Secondly, I can give you a special gem I got by accident. Hearing Xia Yu say this, Zhang Song and the others' originally complex expressions instantly turned serious. Zhang Song asked uncertainly, Tutor Xia, you don't mean the treasure that helped you, right? Exactly. Xia Yu nodded, then took out a palm-sized crimson gem. Chapter 137 Elemental Gem. Hiss. Seeing Xia Yu take out the gem, Zhang Song and the others drew in a cold breath. Even Xiaorong was no exception, his eyes showing shock, and faintly, a trace of greed. Only Guan Yang looked at the red gem in surprise, not understanding. Tutor Xia, this is. Xia Yu looked at the gem in his hand with complicated eyes, rubbed it twice with his thumb, and said, as I said, this is a special gem I got by accident. Inside it seems to have endless energy. And, the energy is exceptionally pure. It can be quickly absorbed by oneself to improve basic combat power. Of course, this gem also has a limit. Below level 7, it can quickly boost strength. Once reaching level 7, its help weakens greatly. But even with its limit, it is still a top-grade treasure of heaven and earth. If you choose me, it will be yours. Hearing this, Guan Yang instinctively cast a detection spell on the blood-colored gem in Xia Yu's hand. Name, Elemental Gem, Blood. Quality, Level 7. Feature, contains large amounts of blood origin. Eating it can help evolve beast bloodlines. Description, naturally formed, a gift from heaven. The information made Guan Yang pause. Elemental Gem? He had never heard of such a thing. Even textbooks had no information about it. Could it be a treasure not yet discovered? But anyway, its features truly tempted Guan Yang's heart. Containing blood element origin, eating it can evolve beast bloodlines. Why did Xia Yu say it absorbed its internal energy to strengthen the body? Guan Yang guessed it was just a side ability, even Xia Yu didn't fully understand its true use. The first person Guan Yang thought of was Lao Run. If Lao Run absorbed it, would his bloodline evolve again? As for the little beasts, it's just a bug, whoever's bloodline it likes, it can just parasitize, no need to evolve. Thinking of this, Guan Yang looked around at the other silent tutors, no longer hesitating, and said, Tutor Xia, I look forward to working with you. Actually, whether it's a gem or not doesn't matter, I just purely like your personality, Tutor Xia. Saying this, Guan Yang grabbed the gem and stuffed it into his pocket. Zhang Song and the others. Xia Yu. Xia Yu twitched the corner of his mouth, watching the gem disappear into the other's pocket. He felt an emptiness in his heart. But since Xia Yu had offered the gem as a condition, he naturally prepared his mind. In an instant, he adjusted his mindset, since given, then let it be. Good. Long Yen, September 1st is the enrollment day. I will handle your file in advance and wait for you at the school gate on the day. Okay, Teacher Xia. The other three exchanged a glance, all shaking their heads helplessly, planning to leave. It's already decided, why stay here? Waiting to be mocked by Xia Yu? Just as the three were about to leave, their expressions changed, and they suddenly turned their heads toward the end of the distant road. Even Xia Yu, who was about to chat with Guan Yang, lifted his head, his face serious as he looked into the distance. Muttering, "Is this a beast tide? How is this possible?" Hearing Xia Yu's words, Guan Yang had a thought. Could it be that the silver fang wolves have arrived? A few seconds later, everyone in the arena felt something wrong in the distance. The ground began to shake. Obviously. A lot of things were rapidly approaching here. In the next second, a shadow appeared at the end of the road in the distance. Then, as if it had been triggered, it began. The second one, third one, fourth one. In a moment, they densely filled up the area ahead. Roughly estimated, there were at least 100 of them. Holy crap, is this a beast tide? Impossible, how could there be a beast tide in Longyan? The exotic beasts here are regularly cleared out, it's impossible for a tide to form. This beast tide is a bit strange. Why is the silver fang wolf leading? Isn't it true? I remember the silver fang wolf was 1,000 kilometers away. How did it get here? Daring to cause trouble in Longyan, they're asking for death. Wait, am I seeing things? I actually see humans in the beast tide? There. Oh my god, there really are, and it's a woman. No, it's two. Holy crap, I suddenly have a bold thought. These exotic beasts can't be escorting these two, right? As soon as this voice was heard, the scene suddenly quieted down. Everyone showed shocked expressions. Only 3 people were exceptions, one was Guan Yang, one was Gu Ming, and one had a smile on his face that resembled a chrysanthemum, Wei Long. The exotic beast army stopped when it was about 100 meters away from the crowd. They couldn't go any further. Their legs were shaking from the terrifying aura of the humans ahead. From a great distance, their legs turned soft. Then, with the silver fang wolf king gathering its courage, it carried Yao Qianer and the other two to the front of the crowd. Yun Gang immediately stepped forward. In Longyan's territory, exotic beasts halt. Who are you? Hello, Teacher Yun, we are this batch of participants for the assessment. Yao Qianer and Guan quickly jumped down from the silver fang wolf king's back and greeted Yun Gang. Yun Gang looked at the 2 delicate girls, then asked the exotic beast army in the distance, what about them? They are escorting us here. Yun Gang showed a hint of shock in his eyes, it really was like that. Since that's the case, you can let them go. Yao Qianer looked back at the exotic beasts and helplessly said, Teacher Yun, they don't listen to us, and we need Guan Yang to step in. Has Guan Yang arrived? Yun Gang frowned, confused, what do you mean? What's going on? How is Guan Yang involved again? It's like this, Guan Yang told them to escort us, not that we asked them ourselves, Yao Qianer quickly explained. Yun Gang. That little brat again. Good grief. After a moment, Yun Gang said, you go call that kid over here and get these exotic beasts to leave. I'll keep an eye on them. Yao Qianer and the other 2 immediately nodded. Okay. They then bypassed Yun Gang and quickly ran towards Guan Yang and the others in the distance. When the 2 reached them, Zhang Song, Xiao Rong, and Long Tian's eyes lit up. These 2 looked like newcomers. They didn't fight for the first place, but fighting for second or third should work, right? The gap wasn't that big. Moreover, the ability to control beasts and come here definitely meant they had real skills. Thinking this, the 3 immediately adjusted their appearance, and when the 2 girls arrived, they directly spoke. Hello, I'm Zhang Song, a teacher at Longyan. Hello, I'm Xiao Rong, a teacher at Longyan. Hello, I'm Long Tian, a teacher at Longyan. Their words immediately caught Yao Qianer's attention. Surprised, she quickly greeted them. Hello teachers, we are the newcomers for this batch of the assessment. Seeing their reply, the 3 immediately smiled. Newcomers are great. Ahem, 3 teachers, excuse me, I think they are here to find me. The 3 froze, turned their heads, and looked at the speaker. The speaker was none other than Guan Yang. Seeing Guan Yang approach, Guan, who had been surrounded by the 3 teachers, immediately excitedly said, handsome guy, thank you for your exotic beast army. I finally don't have to go back to inherit the family fortune. The 3 teachers' eyes instantly widened. That kid's exotic beast army? Did they hear that correctly? You came, and it seems like things are going well. Did you come to drive them away? Yao Qianer nodded and said, yes, Teacher Yun said to drive these alien beasts away, but although they escorted us here, they don't listen to us. So, we have no choice but to ask you to take action. Guan Yang nodded and then lifted his foot to walk towards Yun Gang, who was not far away.
Teacher Yun, let me handle it. Yin Gang looked at Guan Yang, his eyes filled with complicated emotions, and said, these alien beasts are here, it's causing bad influence. Guan Yang nodded and walked to the side of the Silver Fawn Wolf King. He patted the Silver Fawn Wolf King's head and said, I told you I would let you go, now it's time. Go back to your Wolf Valley. The Silver Fawn Wolf King excitedly nodded. Oh whoa. Brothers, we are free, let's get out of here fast. It howled upwards. With the howl of the Silver Fawn Wolf King, the beasts behind it immediately started to stir, turning their heads and quickly leaving. They weren't willing to come here in the first place, so now that they are free, they had no intention of staying. The Silver Fawn Wolf King also gave Guan Yang a deep look before turning and leaving with the other alien beasts. Seeing all the alien beasts really leaving at Guan Yang's command, Yin Gang couldn't help but feel a deep sense of emotion. He subconsciously reached out and patted Guan Yang's shoulder, saying quietly, You're special, I have high hopes for you. Here's some advice, don't underestimate Xiaoyu. Without that accident, his strength would definitely be the strongest among all the mentors. After saying that, without giving Guan Yang time to respond, he turned and left. Guan Yang looked in surprise at Yun Gang who was leaving. That accident? What kind of accident could have caused a 7th tier expert to regress to a 6th tier? This thought only appeared in Guan Yang's mind for a moment, then he suppressed it. If he couldn't figure it out, he wouldn't think about it. He had already chosen Xiaoyu, and some things would be known sooner or later. After Guan Yang finished dealing with the matter, he looked at Yao Qianer and the 2 mentors who were still surrounded by the 3 mentors, and he didn't go forward to disturb them. How they chose was their business, it had nothing to do with him. He had received benefits from Wei Long, and between him and Yao Qianer, everything was cleared. As for Guan, consider it a bonus. With this thought, Guan Yang walked around where the others were and headed towards Xiaoyu. But some things, while Guan Yang thought this way, Yao Qianer and Guan did not think the same. Seeing the 3 enthusiastic Longyan mentors, Yao Qianer felt that something was wrong. Although the 3 of them briefly introduced the situation of Longyan, their overly eager attempt to recruit made her feel uneasy. They needed some time to investigate and think carefully. She glanced at Guan Yang, who had finished his task and was walking in the distance. Yao Qianer's eyes shifted, and she immediately had an idea. Excuse me, which mentor did Guan Yang choose from among you 3? Xiao Rong and the others. Xiao Rong's face stiffened, and they immediately fell silent. Wasn't this asking about something they didn't want to discuss? After a moment, Xiao Rong was the first to react. He smiled his signature smile and said, Oh, you're asking about that student? He chose a mentor with 6th tier strength from our academy. Yao Qianer was immediately puzzled, and she couldn't help but ask, why did they choose someone else instead of you? Upon hearing this, Xiao Rong's smile immediately faded, and he became tense. 1,000 beasts galloped through his mind. But faced with a girl, he couldn't get angry, so he could only cough lightly and awkwardly explain, well, maybe everyone has different preferences. Oh, I see. Then, could you 3 mentors give us some time to think about it? After all, this is a decision that affects our entire life. Yao Qianer wasn't stupid, she didn't directly refuse the 3, but instead politely delayed for some time. Of course, you can. Faced with such a reasonable request, what else could Xiao Rong say? He could only nod helplessly and agree. Yao Qianer, seeing this, politely greeted the 3 of them and said she would go talk to her dean. Then he pulled the still confused Gon and quickly walked toward the location where Guan Yang was. Guan Yang. Guan Yang stopped in his tracks when he heard the call and turned to look at the 2 who were chasing after him. Guan Yang, do you know those 3 mentors from earlier? Guan Yang glanced at the 3 mentors who were observing the situation here and curiously asked, Why, which one did you choose? Yao Qianer shook her head. No, I just feel like there's something off about those 3, so I came to ask you about them. After all, you arrived earlier, didn't you? And, they said you've already chosen a mentor. Guan Yang suddenly understood and nodded, saying, Yes, I didn't choose any of those 3. Yao Qianer furrowed her brows, confused, and asked, Why? According to them, they're considered the strongest mentors in the entire academy. I wonder if that's true. Guan Yang replied, Because the benefits they offered aren't attractive enough. Yao Qianer and Gon instinctively widened their eyes. Looking at the calm Guan Yang, Gon reacted first and excitedly said, Benefits, there are benefits? I thought we were just choosing a mentor, is there a welcoming gift? Didn't they tell you guys? Gon replied, They didn't mention anything, they only talked about their own strength and told us to choose. From what you're saying, does that mean there are actually benefits? Guan Yang nodded, Of course. After all, I was the first one to arrive, and they all wanted me to be their student. They wouldn't do that without offering something. Gon immediately blinked her eyes, which were now filled with little stars. So, that means, as the 2nd and 3rd, we'll definitely get some benefits too, right? Guan Yang hesitated a bit. Well, that depends on how you fight for it yourself. Gon nodded firmly. Okay. I'm the best at bargaining. Qianer, just watch me later. I'll get something good out of them. Yao Qianer instinctively nodded. The next second, Gon seemed to remember something and asked Guan Yang, by the way, handsome, what good stuff did you get? Tell me, it'll help me have a reference. Guan Yang said, oh, nothing special. Just 5,000 academy points, an apartment, 3 dragon beast crystals a month, a rare treasure plant, and a gemstone that I really need. Gon, Yao Qianer? This is called nothing special? What then is something special? Come on, don't be so humble. Chapter 139, Preparing for Evolution. Guan Yang chatted with the two of them for a bit more, and then the two of them finally understood the situation. Excitedly, they went off to find the 3 mentors. Of course, Guan Yang also reminded Yao Qianer. She could choose Xiaorong, but she should be cautious about his character. Xiaorong was from the light element, and so was Yao Qianer. Therefore, Yao Qianer had no reason to not choose Xiaorong. As for the reminder he could give, he had already done so, and beyond that, it was no longer his concern. Next, Guan Yang went over to Summeryu and chatted with him for a few more words before leaving with Gu Ming. Everything here was taken care of, and his promise to Wei Long had been fulfilled. There was no need to stay any longer, so it was better to head back early and find a place to test the effect of the elemental gemstone. Half an hour later, Guan Yang returned to his home in Haichang. After tidying up a bit and saying hello to his mother, he quickly headed toward the Tianhai forest. He couldn't wait to try out the elemental gemstone. Moreover, he had a feeling that old Ren's strength was likely going to increase again. And as a result, his own strength would also rise. With his current foundation, another boost would bring him to Tier 4. Once he reached Tier 4, the system would reward him. He might even be able to cross over again. A single action could set off a chain reaction, and his strength would be terrifyingly enhanced again. After a while, Guan Yang quietly arrived at the outer perimeter of the Tianhai forest, which was far from the main road. Even if old Ren made a bit of noise, it shouldn't matter. Thinking this, Guan Yang summoned old Ren. At the same time, he threw the elemental gemstone to old Ren. Old Ren didn't hesitate, taking it and directly opening his mouth, with his 2 fangs extending. He directly bit into the elemental gem. The hard shell of the elemental gem seemed like paper in front of old Ren's fangs, instantly pierced through. Then, old Ren began to suck on it. An astonishing scene unfolded before Guan Yang's eyes. The elemental gem gradually became smaller under old Ren's sucking. A few minutes later, the entire elemental gem disappeared without a trace. Only old Ren, standing with his eyes tightly shut, remained in place. Guan Yang, puzzled, spoke up, "Old Ren, is something wrong?" But he received no response from old Ren. Guan Yang frowned, quickly walking over to old Ren's side, and reached out to pat old Ren on the body. "What's happening? Damn!" Before he could finish his sentence, in the next moment, Guan Yang was thrown back by an indescribable force. Bang! Guan Yang crashed heavily into a large tree. But Guan Yang had no time to care about anything else. He quickly stood up and looked toward old Ren. At this moment, old Ren's body began to gradually glow with an unprecedented blood-red aura. At the same time, mysterious, inscrutable runes accompanied the blood-red glow. What the hell? As the blood energy increased, old Ren's body actually began to float in the air. Guan Yang suddenly looked up, his pupils contracting. The thunder tribulation is here again. At the same time, he secretly rejoiced. As expected, the elemental gem was indeed useful for old Ren. It seems that as long as he survives the thunder tribulation, old Ren's strength will rise even further. Thinking of this, Guan Yang glanced at old Ren's attributes. His mouth instantly dropped open. He saw that old Ren's battle power was rising at a terrifying speed. This rise wasn't as gentle as before, instead, it jumped by tens of thousands in an instant. Holy shit! Old Ren is going to defy the heavens. In just a moment, old Ren's attribute had reached the 500,000 mark. Buzz. Suddenly, a pressure spread through the world. This time, the pressure was greater and stronger than the last. Guan Yang looked at the thunderclouds above with anticipation. The strength of the thunderclouds also meant that old Ren's power would see a massive increase. Let the storm come even fiercer. Meanwhile, 2 bald men who looked almost identical appeared at the Haisher bus station. One of the bald men looked around the surroundings and said, "Let's find a place to stay first, then we'll look for the person." The other nodded, looking around with emotion, saying, didn't expect such a small city to have a master capable of dealing with Sinan and the others. Whether he's a master, we'll know when we see him. Hopefully, he'll know his place. With the poisonous twins on the move, does he have a choice? Alright, let's find a place to stay first. Hey. This is... The man seemed to sense something, suddenly turning his head to look toward the distant sky. The other man furrowed his brow, looking at the sky, which showed no signs of change, and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" The man closed his eyes and carefully sensed. "I sense a powerful elemental disturbance in that direction. Among them are blood elements, thunder elements, dark elements, wait, there's also some poison elements." The other man squinted his eyes at the mention of poison elements. Poison elements? Could it be the person we're looking for? "Let's go, you lead the way, let's go check it out." The two men then quickly moved in tandem, heading toward the distant location. Their destination was exactly where Guan Yang was, in the Tianhai forest. On the other side, Huang Xian, the head of the Huang family, also received a report he had been eagerly awaiting. Huang Xian looked at the report in his hand and asked in a deep voice, "Are you sure you've checked everything?" Butler Lao Qian nodded and said, "That kid has been thoroughly checked. He has a 5-element waste attribute and has contracted with a special metal-type beast, with strength roughly at the 2nd stage. His luck is unbelievably good. There's nothing else special." "But?" Huang Xian furrowed his brow. "But what?" Lao Qian hesitated, then said, "His information is fine, easy to track. But his parents' information is strange." "What do you mean?" Lao Qian organized his words and said truthfully, "I only found their information from the last 18 years, that is, after Guan Yang was born. As for the time before that, there is no trace of their information anywhere." According to the investigation, the two suddenly came from Longan City to Haishur, with no records at all. "Do you want me to send people to investigate in City? But it might take a long time, after all, it was nearly 20 years ago." Huang Xian pondered, mumbling, "Longan City? That place is near Longcheng." Old Chen nodded, "That's also what worries me. After all, those who used to be there were connected to big families." Huang Xian nodded in agreement and asked how long the investigation might take. Old Chen, fast, 3 to 5 days. Slow, within a week. Huang Xian fell silent again. His fingers tapped lightly on the table. After a moment, Huang Xian spoke, "Normally, I would investigate carefully before acting. But this time I can't wait, Huang or below can't wait this long either. Looking at the records, in these 20 years, no one from Longan came to visit. Surely, the two have no high status there. Then, act simultaneously. You continue to send people to check his parents. Here, start monitoring that boy. Also, if possible, capture him and his mother together. As for his father who went out, send people to watch stations and entrances. Once there's news, capture him immediately." "Yes." Old Qian, go handle it." Chapter 140, Thunder Devouring Calamity, Breaking the 6th Stage. At this moment, inside the Tianhai forest. In just 10 minutes, Lao Ren's attributes reached the 500,000 mark. Seeing this, Guan Yang shook his head helplessly. What a pity, 500,000 might just be Lao Ren's peak. Without beast crystals or strong beast souls, Lao Ren could not advance from nothing. But the next second, Guan Yang's eyes widened instantly, and he could not help exclaiming, what? Before Guan Yang's shocked gaze, it jumped directly to 530,000. In an instant, it crossed into the 5th stage, without using beast crystals or beast souls, just increased from nothing. Most importantly, this number kept rising rapidly, as if never stopping. 560, 590, 620. The battle power jumped tens of thousands, making Guan Yang's eyes twitch. While overjoyed, he secretly felt puzzled. What is really happening here? Boom! While Guan Yang was puzzled, a blue thunderbolt struck Lao Ren from nowhere, scattering the blood-colored runes around him. But only for a moment, the runes recovered again. Lao Ren seemed unharmed, still with eyes closed, hovering in the air. At this moment, Lao Ren's battle power reached 740,000, still increasing. Seeing this, a thought flashed in Guan Yang's mind. Lao Ren won't evolve twice at once, right? This strike had no effect. The calamity cloud seemed provoked, a thicker thunderbolt fell instantly. The entire sky and land seemed lit by this thunderbolt. Rumble. Lao Ren's blood-colored runes scattered instantly, but the next second, a deeper layer of blood-colored runes appeared, blocking the thunderbolt. Lao Ren was safe, and his battle power now reached 860,000. Goodness, Lao Ren is defying heaven. But he liked it. However, before Guan Yang could smile, a surge of energy far stronger than before appeared inside his body. The returning power had come. Wah! Guan Yang quickly sat cross-legged, using the mixed origin soul control technique to ease and refine the energy in his body. But he clearly underestimated the strength and volume of this energy. The energy came fast, fierce, and Guan Yang could not hold on long, his body was filled completely. Moreover, the energy continued to pour into Guan Yang. Pain flashed across Guan Yang's face. No, if this continues, I will explode. System, quickly open bloodline advancement. At this critical moment, Guan Yang could only ask the system for help again. And the system responded quickly. Ding! It was detected that the host's body has accumulated a large amount of energy, with no immediate threat to life. Analyzing methods to resolve the energy accumulation. Analysis complete. 3 solutions generated. The host can decide on one. Solution 1, bloodline advancement. Continuing bloodline advancement can resolve this crisis. However, due to multiple bloodline advancements in a short time, there is a 20% chance of bloodline collapse during the process. Solution 2, the system will take over the host's martial arts technique and forcefully accelerate its operation. Due to the excessive energy, after absorption, the host has a 30% chance of causing damage to the meridians, leading to internal injuries that will require a long time to recover. Solution 3, the system will temporarily store the energy, but it will charge a storage fee. The storage fee is half of this energy. Damn! This is so shady. When Guan Yang saw the system's third solution, he immediately cursed inwardly. Half of the energy as a storage fee? This is outrageously greedy. Guan Yang thought for a moment and then spoke. System, activate both Solution 1 and Solution 2, what will the probability be? If one doesn't work, then let's go with both. He wasn't going to pay that intelligence tax for half the energy. If he activated one solution, the probability would be much higher, so why not activate both to reduce the risk? Besides, his absorption capacity would also be stronger, which is still better than giving up half of his energy. Of course, if it really felt dangerous in the end, Guan Yang would hand over the energy without hesitation. After all, life was the most important thing. He couldn't be too reckless. Analyzing the host's needs. Analysis complete. Activating both bloodline advancement and martial arts takeover, there is a 5% chance of both bloodline collapse and meridian damage occurring simultaneously. 5%? Without a second thought, Guan Yang immediately said, let's go with this plan. Activate Solution 1 and Solution 2, and if the bloodline is about to collapse, activate Solution 3 automatically. It's just 5%, he could afford to take that gamble. Besides, if the bloodline collapse really happens, there will definitely be signs. As long as he stops before it happens, he can activate Solution 3. He didn't believe he would be so unlucky. He couldn't lose with a 95% chance. Received, bloodline advancement activated, martial arts takeover activated. In the next second, Guan Yang felt as if his consciousness had been driven out of his body. His body was taken over by a special intention, and his martial arts technique immediately went into overdrive, operating at a speed 10 times faster than usual. At the same time, the shackles inside his body were once again unlocked and began wildly devouring the internal energy. With both methods activated, an eerie balance was reached with the energy flooding in from the outside, and it was even slightly stronger. The most surprising part was that Guan Yang, for some unknown reason, could not feel any pain. Whoa! Didn't expect such a trick. No pain is great. This was an unexpected bonus. If he had known earlier, he would have done this sooner. After a moment of surprise, Guan Yang shifted his attention to the old man in the sky. At this moment, the old man's combat power had soared to 990,000. He was just a hair's breadth away from entering the 6th rank, with a combat power of 1 million. Just then, the old man suddenly opened his eyes. What met his gaze wasn't the usual green but a strange red. In the next second, the old man's body shot toward the thunderclouds, instantly entering them. Then, a voice that resonated through the heavens and earth rang out. Suck! Upon hearing this, Guan Yang was stunned, rooted to the spot. What the hell? Did the old man just plan to absorb the thunder tribulation as his soul? No way. This couldn't be true. But the next actions of the thunderclouds made Guan Yang believe it was happening. As the old man's voice rang out, the entire thunder tribulation rapidly shrank. In less than 10 seconds, it had completely vanished. And the last black cloud, Guan Yang could clearly see, was sucked into the old man's mouth. What the hell? What the hell? Hell, the zombie is swallowing the thunder tribulation, this joke is getting way too big. After swallowing the thunder tribulation, the old man quietly hovered in midair, presumably digesting it. When Guan Yang shifted his attention to the old man's combat power again, he was dumbfounded. 1,330,000. Guan Yang now had only one thought: old Ren this time really wants to defy heaven. Chapter 141, Promotion Rewards Reappear. Just as Guan Yang was sighing, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your basic combat power has successfully advanced to the 4th tier, becoming a true contract master. Special reward, a super big gift pack for the host. Reward 1, one-time traversal of the specified great world. Reward 2, a scroll to upgrade the bloodline of your contract beast. Reward 3, personal space upgraded to 10 cubic meters. Reward 4, 1 random talent skill. Please continue your efforts, host, to raise your basic combat power. Random talent skill is being drawing complete. Host, please check by yourself. Awesome. Facing the system's reward this time, if Guan Yang could move his body, he probably would have jumped up already. This time officially stepping into the 4th tier, the system's rewards were even more powerful. The first 3 were already amazing, as for the 4th, Guan Yang could only say awesome. The talent skill could even increase, who else can do this? Thinking of this, Guan Yang couldn't help but check the system rewards. Although Guan Yang could not control his body, it did not stop him from checking the system rewards. Talent skill, immune to all poisons. Immune to all poisons, immune to any toxin. The talent skill was simple, but it shocked Guan Yang immensely. Damn. Although Guan Yang could control deadly poison, he only controlled poison elements, not immune to deadly poison. If someone else's poison was strong, he would still be affected. But now, Guan Yang could boldly say, he is immune to all poisons, nothing could poison him. Good, very good, extremely good. Just as Guan Yang was excited, suddenly a stronger energy flowed from Old Run. Guan Yang's heart skipped a beat. Damn. Again? Just now he had only absorbed the energy from Old Rin advancing to the 5th tier, now Old Rin advanced to the 6th tier, and the energy surged again. Damn it! It seemed the storage fee was fixed. The energy that had eased now surged again because Old Rin broke the 6th tier. Sigh. It seemed too much energy was also not good, advancing too fast. If other contract masters knew this, they would surely want to drown Guan Yang in spittle. Damn it! This was clearly taking advantage and pretending to be modest. But Guan Yang did not worry about safety, with the system backing him, in a real crisis it would naturally store the excess. For now, absorb as much as possible. Because his main body advanced, his body's capacity improved again, even if the incoming energy was more than before, his divine body should adapt. While Guan Yang was thinking, distant movement caught his attention. Footsteps reached Guan Yang's ears. The distant grass and trees shook, then 2 bald men appeared. Once out, the bald men scanned around, then focused on Guan Yang, sitting cross-legged. Guan Yang, still on system auto, seriously sized up the 2 men. Next, Guan Yang looked at their wrists. There, he faintly saw a blood-colored insect pattern. Seeing the pattern, 3 words flashed in Guan Yang's mind. Poison King Hall. The wrist patterns of the 2 bald men were the same as Sinan, who had died by his hand. Was it because of the recent movement, or because of him? Thinking this, Guan Yang cast a probing technique at them. The system only controlled his body, it did not affect his skill use. Next, the information of the 2 men appeared before Guan Yang. Name, Ding Shan. Attribute, Poison. Combat power, 110,000, basic, plus 700,000, blue worm 80%. Contract creatures, blue worm, 5/8, blue ring snake, 5/8. Name, Ding Shui. Attribute, Poison. Combat power, 110,000, basic, plus 700,000, illusion poison worm 80%. Contract creatures, illusion poison worm, May 8th, green poison frog, May 8th. As expected, all were poison type, and their combined strength had reached the 5th tier, these 2. It's not easy. Just as Guan Yang was pondering, the 2 bald men across from him looked him over, furrowing their brows, then exchanged a glance. They both saw the confusion in each other's eyes. The thinner of the 2 bald men spoke first. Did you cause the noise just now? At this moment, Guan Yang was under the system's control, so he naturally couldn't respond. However, with his mind clear, Guan Yang was considering whether to immediately stop refining energy and switch to storage. If the 2 of them made a move against him, in his current state, the situation would be extremely dangerous. Thinking this, Guan Yang glanced at his own attributes. Name, Guan Yang. Attributes, all systems. Bloodline, 2nd stage. Bloodline ability, perfect control. Perfect control, once activated, 100% body control, significantly enhancing muscles, blood, nerves, senses, and energy. It also grants superhuman recovery, reflexes, physical resilience, and strength. Duration depends on the body's condition. Side effects, muscle swelling and blood vessel blockage. Combat power, 136,000, base combat power, plus 1,380,000, shared combat power from the Toxic Zombie King at 100%. Contracted beasts, Giant Dragon Zombie Queen, Toxic Zombie King. Skills, Detection, Contracting Technique, LV4, Blazing Knife, Ghost Step, Water Manipulation. 2nd stage Bloodline. Moreover, his body could still handle the advancement. Also, Guan Yang noticed that his base combat power was still rapidly increasing due to the absorption of energy. At this point, stopping would be a huge loss for him and wouldn't be a wise choice. But just as Guan Yang was deep in thought, the faces of the two bald men opposite him darkened. It was because they hadn't received a response from Guan Yang. Ding Shui furrowed his brows. What's going on with him? Why is he sitting cross-legged here, motionless? If he were dead, I could still feel his breathing. What is really happening? What exactly occurred just now? With curiosity, Ding Shui patiently spoke again. Kid, what just happened? Unfortunately, Guan Yang could no longer respond. Because, at this moment, Guan Yang had decided that unless his life was in danger, he would not exit his current state. Right now, his combat power was constantly rising, already surpassing 150,000. Such an important moment, how could he stop? Once he stops, the remaining half of the energy would be deducted by the system. What a huge loss. Thus, Guan Yang kept his focus on the two men, always ready to act. On the opposite side, seeing that Guan Yang remained silent, Ding Shui's anger surged. He turned to Ding Shan with a questioning look. Ding Shan's face remained calm as he nodded slightly. Seeing this, Ding Shui's expression changed, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and a trace of cruelty appeared in his eyes. With a flick of his finger, a green aura surged toward Guan Yang from the air. Under his control, the green elements quickly surrounded Guan Yang, enveloping him. Kid, I'll give you one last chance. What was that noise just now? Chapter 142, Ding Shan, greeting the Saint Child. In the face of Ding Shui's question, Guan Yang could naturally not respond. At this moment, Guan Yang was communicating with Old Run. Was Old Ren still hanging in the sky? Unfortunately, for some unknown reason, perhaps Old Ren was still absorbing the thunderstorm energy, and the message sent was not receiving any feedback. Guan Yang had already prepared for the worst. If it really didn't work, he would just directly cross over. Entering another world to absorb energy should work, right? Ding Shui, on the other hand, was getting no feedback, which made him so angry that he forced out a smile. Good, very good. I like it when they don't talk. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and he muttered something under his breath. Immediately, the toxic elements around Guan Yang began to surge toward him. The toxic elements entered his body through the nostrils. At this point, Ding Shui wasn't in a rush anymore. With a cold expression, he simply watched, waiting for Guan Yang to beg him. Unfortunately, this poison was extremely ordinary for Guan Yang. With his immunity to all poisons, this toxin was nothing to him. And as expected, it had no effect. But as time passed, Ding Shui's frown gradually deepened. Beside him, Ding Shan also turned his head to look at Ding Shui. His eyes showed a questioning look. Ding Shui's face slowly darkened. He waved his hand lightly, and more poisonous elements appeared, turning into a green light that surged toward Guan Yang. He didn't care how much he tormented the other person now, he just wanted Guan Yang to die. The poisonous elements quickly approached Guan Yang, and the next moment, they flowed into Guan Yang's body through his nostrils. A grimace appeared on Ding Shui's face. Let's see if you won't die this time. But just a few seconds later, Ding Shui's face gradually stiffened. Because Guan Yang was still motionless, with no changes at all. How could this be? So many poisonous elements flowed into his body, and even he himself would barely hold on. How could the other person? At this moment, Ding Shan's face also changed color. He could no longer hold back, waving his hand, and a blue light appeared in his palm, quickly surging toward Guan Yang. In an instant, blue and green light dots spread around Guan Yang, looking stunning. But after a few seconds, Ding Shan and Ding Bei both stopped their movements. They looked at each other, both seeing surprise in each other's eyes. What's going on? Why hasn't the other person reacted at all? If we say the other person is dead, but in their perception, there is still a breath. But if we say he's alive, their poisons had no effect on him at all. What exactly is going on? Filled with confusion, the two of them stepped forward toward Guan Yang. They came close and looked at Guan Yang, still with his eyes tightly shut and unmoving. Ding Shui's eyes showed murderous intent, and his palm was raised high. Then, with a sudden burst of force, he slapped down heavily on Guan Yang's head. But the next second, terror appeared in Ding Shui's eyes. He felt a massive energy erupting from his hand. The energy came so suddenly and powerfully that Ding Shui didn't have time to react. He was instantly blasted backward by this force. Puff! Ding Shui's body was instantly sent flying, blood spraying out uncontrollably. Bang! Ding Shui crashed heavily into a large tree, spitting out another mouthful of blood, and then collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Ding Shan immediately felt as though facing a great enemy. He suddenly pushed back several meters, looking at the still motionless Guan Yang, and let out a quiet sigh of relief. Just as Ding Shan was about to check on Ding Shui's condition, a sigh echoed. Sigh. Ding Shan's face changed, and he quickly looked toward the source of the sound, which came from Guan Yang. Guan Yang slowly opened his eyes. Two strange green lights shot out. They lasted for 3 seconds before slowly dissipating, returning to normal. Ding Shan looked at Guan Yang's condition with disbelief in his eyes. You. Ding Shan pointed at Guan Yang but couldn't say a word. Guan Yang furrowed his brow, looking at Ding Shan's expression in confusion. He had just woken up. Was it really necessary to be that scared? Just now, Ding Shui's slap was bounced back by the energy in his body. Then, possibly due to that slap, he immediately received a system prompt that warned of potential genetic collapse in the absorption process. Therefore, it automatically switched to storage mode. This was also the reason for Guan Yang's sigh. He originally thought he had leveled up again and should be able to absorb the energy. But unexpectedly, he still had to store it. Well, it's fine, the benefits he had gained were already great enough. One should know how to be content. At the same time, with the energy stored, Old Ren had also awakened. Guan Yang could have Old Ren make his move at any time. The changes in Old Ren were truly terrifying. Contracted creature, poisonous corpse king. Evolution times, 6 nights. Attributes, dark, lightning, poison. Bloodline, tier 3. Bloodline abilities, soul absorption, yin-yang communication, lightning control. Combat power, 2.4 million, tier 6. Skills, Corpse King Bloodline includes great strength, sense of smell, steel body, poison control, skyflying, earth drifting, blood manipulation, offspring development, basic dragon might, true form of the Corpse King. What's terrifying? This is what it truly means. In just a moment, he jumped 2 levels, and that's when the power of the zombie bloodline truly showed. Moreover, the bloodline also evolved, adding a new bloodline ability, lightning control. A zombie controlling lightning, who dares to challenge that? With the current abilities of the Corpse King, he could easily eliminate Ding Shan and Ding Shui. Since Guan Yang had already woken up, he wasn't in a hurry anymore. He stood up and prepared to ask the two about the situation. You are from the Poison King's Hall, right? Guan Yang was about to ask Ding Shan. But the next second, Ding Shan's words completely stunned him. Ding Shan, greetings to the Holy Sun. Guan Yang. What is this? Could it be that he's mistaking me for someone else? But no. He should have noticed by now, so why did he still slap me? What's going on here? Guan Yang asked in confusion, why are you calling me Holy Sun? I'm not a Holy Sun. Ding Shan quickly responded, may I ask, do you have the ability to be immune to any kind of poison? Yes. Guan Yang didn't understand what he meant, but still nodded. The recently acquired talent skill was immunity to poison, right? Ding Shan instantly became excited, then you are the Holy Sun, no doubt about it. Guan Yang. Looking at Ding Shan's excited face, which didn't seem like a lie, Guan Yang asked, reason? Because you possess the 10,000 poison body. The reason we call you Holy Sun is because, for every generation of Holy Suns in our Poison King's Hall, there's one requirement, to possess the 10,000 poison body. Guan Yang repeated in confusion, 10,000 poison body? What kind of thing is that? Ding Shan seemed to notice Guan Yang's confusion and spoke again, the so-called 10,000 poison body is a special physique. It has the ability to control and be immune to all poisons. The most important thing is that the 10,000 poison body has a unique characteristic. When it encounters other poisonous substances, the eyes will glow green, just like the Holy Sun's eyes just now. Therefore, Ding Shan thought of what happened just now and concluded that you are the Holy Sun. Guan Yang frowned upon hearing this. Green light in the eyes? Does he have that? System, what's going on here? When the 10,000 poison immunity talent is activated, the eyes will glow green. The more poison, the stronger the green light. When the poison is neutralized, the green light will dissipate. Okay. So that's what's going on. It was a big misunderstanding. But wait. What does this 10,000 poison body have to do with the Holy Sun? Ding Shan quickly answered, the 10,000 poison body is innate, and such a physique appears once every 100 years. Therefore, our Poison King's Hall searches for anyone with the 10,000 poison body every year. Anyone who has this physique and returns to the Poison King's Hall will automatically become the Holy Sun. Their status is second only to the Holy Master. Chapter 143, Designated Immortal World. I see now. Guan Yang immediately understood. It seemed that the misunderstanding happened because of his immunity to poison. The Holy Sun of the Poison King's Hall, huh? That doesn't sound too bad. Guan Yang fell silent for 2 seconds, then spoke, how many Holy Suns does the Poison King's Hall have now? Ding Shan awkwardly replied, none. The 10,000 poison body is too rare. Guan Yang smiled slightly. Isn't this a rare gem? This is great. I could totally take the position of Holy Sun. Guan Yang asked, why are you two here in the Sea City? Ding Shan replied, Holy Sun, we are mainly investigating the death of Sinan.
We've heard that there are other poison masters around, so we want to find them and bring them to the Poison King's Hall.
Guan Yang asked, have you found that person? Ding Shan shook his head, we just arrived here and were drawn in by the Holy Sun's phenomenon. We haven't found the person yet. Then you should keep looking. Since you've been so cooperative, I won't kill you.
As for this Holy Sun business, we'll talk about it later.
Guan Yang wouldn't tell them that he had killed Sinan. Let them go and search for themselves.
After all, it wasn't wasting his time. Ding Shan moved his lips and looked at Su Bei, who had turned and left.
He finally didn't stop him.
He was mostly afraid of angering the other party and getting himself killed.
If that happened, he wouldn't even have the chance to cry.
Besides, the matter of the Holy Sun wasn't something he could decide. As long as he sent the news of the Holy Sun back to the Poison King's Hall, the elders would come to welcome him.
Brother, where's that bastard?
Just as Ding Shan was deep in thought, Ding Shui's voice sounded from the side. It turned out that Ding Shui had woken up. Ding Shan's expression darkened, and he cautiously glanced at the direction in which Guan Yang had disappeared.
Watch your words. Ding Shui looked at Ding Shan in confusion. What's going on, brother? What's happening here?
So did you take out that little brat?
Too bad, I couldn't do it myself. Slap.
Before Ding Shui could finish speaking, Ding Shan slapped him on the forehead.
Ding Shui rubbed his forehead, puzzled. Brother, why did you hit me? I hit you because you keep causing trouble every day. What did I do this time? Slap. Ah, brother, if you do this again I'll get angry. You still dare to be angry? Come, let me see how you get angry. Slap.
Not mentioning the Ding brothers, at this moment, Guan Yang hurriedly returned home, eager to try this system reward. The system reward still included the designated world travel and the contract beast bloodline upgrade scroll. For now, Guan Yang did not plan to use the scroll. He needed time to consolidate his strength, to let his body adapt to the current energy. This promotion from Old Run was too big, his strength had nearly quadrupled, wasting a lot of energy.
Sometimes, growing too fast isn't a good thing. Guan Yang now prepared to try the designated world's multi-world travel.
Because the world he had longed for, he could finally go. Thinking this, Guan Yang connected his mind to the system.
System, select the world to travel to. The next second, the virtual selection disc appeared again in front of Guan Yang.
Various big world options were displayed before him.
Host, please choose a big world.
Without thinking, Guan Yang spoke immediately, Xianxia world.
Guan Yang always wanted to see the power system of the Xianxia world.
Although going to the Xianxia world might yield nothing and bring danger. But the temptation of Xianxia was too great for him. At worst, he could return early if in danger. It would only waste one travel chance.
What if not? What if he got something good there, wouldn't it be amazing?
Received, Xianxia Big World selected, starting to select classified world. World selecting, selection complete, Xianxia World binding complete, ready for travel anytime.
Guan Yang's heart raced uncontrollably. Just as he was about to travel, he suddenly seemed to think of something and instantly exited the system. 5 minutes later, Guan Yang entered the system space again. He had gone out to leave a note for his mother. Not to let her worry. Returning to the space, Guan Yang took a deep breath, focused his mind, and chose to travel.
The next second, the scene before his eyes changed. He arrived at a desert.
Yes, a desert. The scorching sun burned overhead, yellow sand spread all around.
A stifling heat baked his whole body from the ground up.
Guan Yang frowned. Is this the immortal world? Doesn't seem like it. Wasn't the immortal world supposed to be full of floating fairy energy? What is this yellow sand everywhere?
After a moment, Guan Yang shook his head, focused his mind, moved his body, and slowly flew off the ground, heading upwards. He would first find a place with people, then investigate. From high in the sky, Guan Yang realized the desert's vastness. Even from this height, he couldn't see the end of the desert, this place was truly desolate. Helpless, Guan Yang flew even higher, and after a few seconds, finally spotted a man-made building.
Guan Yang frowned at the building. It was not large, and there were no villages or shops around. It sat alone in the desert. Could it be a desert tribe? Though puzzled, Guan Yang quickly flew toward it. No choice, he needed to find people to understand the situation. After a while, Guan Yang approached the building, lowered his body, and cautiously entered. This was the Xianxia world. A sudden ground squirrel could end his life. Better to be careful. As Guan Yang passed through the earthen wall and entered, he realized this seemed like an abandoned dwelling. All around were dilapidated houses. The style of the houses resembled ancient Long Kingdom architecture, earthen walls and tree trunk roofs. No people were seen. Guan Yang curiously looked around and moved further inside. Soon, he saw a sign from afar. The characters on it, Guan Yang recognized. Desert Inn. Guan Yang looked at the sign and instantly thought of Dragon Gate Inn. Could this be the Dragon Gate Inn story? But in the next second, he pushed that thought down. This is the world of immortal heroes. No matter how amazing Dragon Gate Inn is, it cannot appear in the immortal realm. But seeing this sign, the anxiety in Guan Yang's heart eased a lot. Having an inn means there are people, having people means he can get information, quickly figuring out what world this is. Immediately, Guan Yang followed the sign and turned to one side. After a few steps, turning a corner, Guan Yang saw the inn. At this moment, there were still quite a few people in the inn. Guan Yang's face brightened, lifting his foot to walk toward the inn. But when Guan Yang got a few meters close, he noticed something wrong with the inn. He stopped with a serious face. Because although there were people sitting inside, not a single one spoke. This was clearly very unusual. While Guan Yang was thinking, an old man bent over came out. The old man looked at Guan Yang and said, "A guest is coming, please enter." The old man's voice seemed to have some kind of magic. Guan Yang instantly lost his mind. He entered the station in a daze, sitting in a corner. But the moment he sat down, Guan Yang was pricked by a protruding wooden nail on the bench. Guan Yang's mind instantly woke, instinctively wanting to shout. But he suppressed it. On the surface he still pretended to be confused, but behind him, sweat poured. The world of immortal heroes is terrifying. Chapter 144, Immortals Fighting. Sitting idly in the corner for several minutes, Guan Yang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Earlier, he had been studied by the people in the room. Probably seeing nothing special about him, they turned their gaze away. Guan Yang secretly cast a probing spell toward the nearest man. But seeing the result, Guan Yang stiffened, not daring to move another bit. Name, Mo Li Hai. Attribute, Sound. Title, Eastern Guardian Heavenly King. Combat power, beyond detection limits, cannot be probed. Oh my god. He actually met Mo Li Hai, one of the 4 heavenly kings. Immortal. Absolute god. Guan Yang cursed in his heart, what kind of thing is this? Just entering the immortal world, and he encounters such a big figure. Guan Yang instinctively cast a probing spell toward the old man who called him. Name, Yang Jian. Attribute, All. Title, Erlang Manifested Holy True Lord. Contract Beast, Howling Heaven Dog. Combat power, beyond detection limits, cannot be probed. Guan Yang's mind was completely blank. What game is this? The start directly entered an immortal nest, no doubt, these people around are definitely immortals. The world of immortal heroes is so terrifying. But a doubt formed in Guan Yang's mind. Why did they set up the village like this? It looks very much like an ambush scene from a martial arts drama. Wait, an ambush. Guan Yang quietly watched everyone, then realized all these immortals were looking toward the direction he came from. Are they waiting for someone? Really an ambush? Does this mean a fierce battle is about to happen? Immortals fighting. Damn, time to open my eyes. Guan Yang looked at these immortals dressed as ordinary people, his mind full of thoughts. At this moment, a sound of horse hooves came. Guan Yang's heart shook. Here they come. Guan Yang quietly looked. At the corner where he came from, a fine horse appeared. On the horse rode a woman dressed in purple. Seeing the woman, all the immortals withdrew their gaze, only watching her with the corners of their eyes. The old man quickly ran outside. He ran to a pile of charcoal and started a fire. In just a few seconds, he set the fire on a piece of wood, then protected the wood and returned to the inn. Dear guests, sorry to delay, the fire will be lit soon. Guan Yang looked strangely at Erlang God lighting a lamp without a wick. He felt a little puzzled. This scene, he seemed to have seen somewhere before. Where exactly? The woman also jumped down from the horse strangely, looking at Erlang Shen lighting the lamp. After a few seconds, unable to watch any longer, he finally spoke up, "Old man, you won't light the lamp this way. You only have oil, no wick." Erlang Shen didn't turn his head, and responded calmly, "I know, but the wick is gone. What can I do?" The woman smirked and said, "Just buy a wick." Erlang Shen stopped his actions, nodded slightly and said, "That's true. Miss, may I ask, if the wick of the Buddha's divine lamp is missing?" Erlang Shen suddenly turned his head and whispered, "Where can we buy it?" The woman suddenly raised a sword that hadn't been drawn, pointing it straight at Erlang Shen. "I knew something was wrong with you. Show yourself." Guan Yang, curious, instinctively cast a detection spell on the woman. Name, Zisha. Attributes, fire-based, sound-based. Title, Zisha Fairy. Combat power, beyond detection limits, unable to probe. Guan Yang instinctively widened his eyes. Wick. Erlang Shen. Zisha Fairy, and this plot. Holy crap. Now I know where this familiar feeling is coming from.
This is the beginning of a Chinese odyssey, Big Sage marries. Then next, they're going to have a big battle, ending with Zisha Fairy's victory. While Guan Yang was shocked, on the other side, hearing Zisha's words, all the immortals stood up. A flash of white light passed, and the immortals transformed into their true forms. Seeing the real forms of the visitors, Zisha Fairy immediately smiled. Oh, it's Erlangshan and the 4 heavenly kings of the South Heaven Gate. Erlangshan's face turned serious, and he said in a loud voice, Zisha, you and your sister Qingsha were originally the wicks of the Buddha's sun and moon lamp. You actually left the heavenly realm on your own and went around telling others that whoever pulls out your Ziching sword would be your destined husband. You are an immortal, yet you have human emotions. If someone with evil intentions pulls out the sword, wouldn't the immortal world be a laughingstock? Upon hearing Erlangshan's long-winded lecture, Zisha's smile gradually faded. Immortal or monster, only I and my destined one can pull out the sword. Even if he is a monster, I would follow him for life. If I can't be with the one I love, even if I'm made the Jade Emperor, I wouldn't be happy. Guan Yang, sitting in the corner, wanted to shout, stop. Let me do it. But seeing the imposing immortals, he gave up. Forget it, I'm just a weakling. Better stay low. At the same time, he connected with the system. System, can I pull out the Ziching sword? Host has overestimated their own abilities. Guan Yang. Then what do I need to do to pull out the Ziching sword? Or rather, what are the conditions to pull it out? To pull out the Ziching sword, only her destined lamplighter can do it. If you are not her destined one, you cannot pull it out. As the saying goes, everything is predestined. Guan Yang, dog, you've changed, you've become poetic. Guan Yang, unwilling, asked, as the system, you must have a way for me to pull it out. Yes. What is the way? Contract with Supreme Treasure. Once you contract with Supreme Treasure, you are linked by fate, and naturally, you can pull out the Ziching sword. Guan Yang. Fine. Let me contract with Supreme Treasure. This proposal. Wait, people can also contract? And Supreme Treasure is the villain? Supreme Treasure is not a human, don't forget, its true form is one of the 4 great monkeys, the Lingming Stone Monkey. Also, in this world, before Supreme Treasure gains enlightenment, it was thinking of dividing Tang Seng's meat with the Bull Demon King. He even flirted with Big Sis, played multiple sides, and even ate people, doing everything. Naturally, it can be considered a villain. Guan Yang. Fine, it's your world, you decide. While Guan Yang was chatting with the system, Erlangshan couldn't hold back anymore and began to take action. Nonsense, since you refuse to listen, today I will act on behalf of heaven. Let you disappear from the mortal and immortal realms. Go! Immediately, the two sides began a fierce battle, exchanging blows. Not long into the fight, the sound of a pipa, a traditional Chinese instrument, reached Guan Yang's ears. This is not good. Guan Yang knew that next would be the sound technique, but he was no immortal, he was surely going to suffer. He hurriedly covered his ears with both hands. System, quick, help! Before he could finish his sentence, another bell sound came. The two instruments intertwined, and Guan Yang's head became dizzy, followed by a sharp pain. Ah! He immediately screamed in agony, his vision blackened, and he fainted. Guan Yang's scream immediately caught the attention of the immortals. Princess Zisha was among them. She quickly began casting spells while observing Guan Yang. A mortal. Chapter 145, Contracted Supreme Treasure. A mortal actually appeared among these immortals? Interesting. Seeing that they couldn't break through after a long time, Erlangshan immediately shouted. Monster, watch my heavenly eye. Then, the heavenly eye on his forehead opened, and a green light shot towards Princess Zisha. Zisha smiled slightly, raised both hands, and reflected the green light back. The green light hit the pipa of the guardian king of the country at an angle. With a loud bang, the string of the pipa snapped. The demon sea ritual was immediately blasted away. I'm not playing with you anymore, jump. As she spoke, Princess Zisha quickly twirled the bell in her hand, and Erlangshan and the others instantly fell into a hallucination. Princess Zisha smiled faintly, quickly flew into the tavern, grabbed Guan Yang, and twisted to leave. Is this a cave? Guan Yang woke up from his faint, holding his head. What he saw was a dark cave. There was someone else lying unconscious nearby. Looking at the attire, could it be? Thinking of this, Guan Yang cast a detection spell on the person. Name, Supreme Treasure. Attributes, none. Combat power, sealed. Sure enough, it was Supreme Treasure. So, this is the Spider Cave. Looking at the still unconscious Supreme Treasure, Guan Yang narrowed his eyes. He took a deep breath, approached, and slowly extended his hand, placing it on Supreme Treasure's head. Begin, contract. A purple light surged from Guan Yang's hand, slowly touching Supreme Treasure.
The purple light began to spread from his forehead, covering his entire body in the blink of an eye. In the next second, a six-pointed star appeared under Supreme Treasure, and the purple light flashed before vanishing. At the same time, Supreme Treasure disappeared. This meant Supreme Treasure had successfully contracted. To his surprise, Supreme Treasure was really contracted successfully. Guan Yang thought, and Supreme Treasure appeared again in front of him. At this moment, Supreme Treasure had naturally awakened.
Master. Guan Yang nodded. From now on, just call me Big Boss.
Alright, Big Boss.
As Guan Yang was inspecting the cave, a voice came from the distance. Wow, this is amazing.
Guan Yang, with Supreme Treasure, followed the voice and headed into the cave.
When they arrived at the entrance, they heard Princess Zisha's excited voice.
Yay, with this moonlight treasure box, I will never fear being chased by Sister Qingxia again. At this point, Guan Yang also saw Princess Zisha, sitting alone at the stone table, holding a long box in her hand.
Is this the moonlight treasure box? Guan Yang subconsciously cast a detection spell on the moonlight treasure box. Name, Moonlight Treasure Box. Quality, Divine.
Characteristics, contains the source power of time and space. Under certain conditions, it can travel through time and space.
It really is the Moonlight Treasure Box. To be honest, this box is a little broken.
At this moment, Princess Zisha suddenly turned her head and stared at Guan Yang.
She coldly said, "Come out, you two sneaky people, what are you doing?"
Seeing this, Guan Yang no longer hid.
He stepped forward, clasped his hands in greeting, and said, "I am Guan Yang, thank you, Princess Zisha, for saving me." Princess Zisha's face darkened as she said, "How do you know my name?"
"I overheard when Erlangshan was talking to you," Guan Yang replied.
Princess Zisha then understood, and after a moment of curiosity, she asked, "You are immortal, right?"
"I'm very curious about how you appeared among these immortals."
Guan Yang sighed and said, "Well, it's a long story."
Princess Zisha shot him a sideways glance and interrupted, "If it's a long story, don't say it. Now that you're awake, this is my territory, and I hereby announce, you and that guy there, are my people now." Princess Zisha pointed to the silent Supreme Treasure.
Guan Yang.
"I know this quirky, unpredictable person, but this is way beyond unpredictable.
But it's fine, at least it's safer here.
If I went out on my own and met a little demon, I wouldn't even know how I died. This world is full of gods and demons, it's nothing like the movies where only 2 or 3 weak demons show up.
In reality, they're not as weak as they look, they are actually terrifyingly strong. I don't think I could defeat even one of them.
Right now, staying with Zisha is actually the best result. That immortal, I've been searching for immortality and learning the ways of cultivation, but I've never been able to make any progress.
Now that I've met you, an immortal, could you possibly teach me some of your immortal ways?"
Guan Yang said this with true intentions.
He really wanted to understand what the difference was between cultivating immortality and taming beasts.
Zisha's expression turned strange when she heard this, then her eyes twinkled mischievously and she said, "Oh, you want to learn the immortal ways?
It's not impossible.
Here, pull it out, and I'll teach you." With that, she slapped her treasured sword on the table. This was the Ziqing sword.
She didn't believe any random mortal could pull out her Ziqing sword.
This sword, only her true destined one could draw it out. She was doing this just for fun, to mess with Guan Yang. At this moment, Guan Yang showed a strange expression.
Holy crap! Is this how exciting it's going to be? He was just thinking about how to ask Zisha to pull the sword out.
And here it is, handed to him like this.
If I pull it out, will Zisha want to marry me? But since it's right in front of me, I have no reason not to pull it out, right? With that thought, Guan Yang walked forward, under Zisha's playful gaze.
He grabbed the Ziqing sword. Guan Yang instinctively cast a spell to examine the sword.
Name, Ziqing sword. Quality, Divine level.
Features, sharp, can easily cut through any divine weapon.
Sealed, cannot be drawn by anyone other than the destined one. The sword's feature is sharp.
No wonder it could easily cut through the weapons of the 4 heavenly kings. Thinking of this, Guan Yang focused and grasped the sword hilt. In the next moment, he exerted force, and with a soft clang, the Ziqing sword was drawn out. A purple glow shot into the sky, accompanied by a terrifying sword aura. Zisha's expression changed, her eyes widened, and a thought flashed through her mind.
It's out. The person I've been looking for is actually him. Guan Yang looked at the purple sword, feeling the intense aura from it, and immediately exclaimed, "What a sword!" Zisha snapped out of her daze, hurriedly got up, walked in front of Guan Yang, and said, "You wanted to learn the immortal ways, right? I can teach you.
But the sun is about to set, there's no time left. My sister Qingxia will be after us soon. We need to run to a safe place first.
Tonight, we will use the moonlight treasure box to leave. Once we're out of here, my sister will never be able to catch me."
Then, I can teach you the immortal ways. Guan Yang looked at Zisha, who was so serious, and his mouth twitched. Run, my foot. You two share the same body, okay? One appears during the day, the other at night. Running to the ends of the earth won't do any good. But Guan Yang didn't say more, he simply replied, okay. Upon hearing this, Zisha immediately smiled with joy. Haha, after tonight, my sister will never find me again. I can finally get away from her. Nightfall. The moonlight spread across the land, and Guan Yang and Supreme Treasure lay outside the cave, looking at the sky. Supreme Treasure's expression made Guan Yang realize he was thinking about Bai Jingjing. And Guan Yang was also thinking about how to deal with Qingxia when she arrived. By the looks of it, Qingxia should be showing up soon. At that moment, Guan Yang felt a cool breeze blow by, and the scene in front of him changed. He was suddenly in the middle of a desert. Around him, there was no sign of Supreme Treasure anymore. At that moment, a huge pressure came from the sky. Guan Yang's face changed, and he suddenly looked up, only to see a giant figure appear in the air. It was completely white, sitting gracefully on a lotus, holding a jade bottle in one hand, with a compassionate and solemn expression. This image, if it wasn't Guanin, then Guan Yang's name would be written backward. As for why Guanin appeared, Guan Yang quickly figured it out. It was still because he was too close to Supreme Treasure and Purple Fairy. This world, to put it simply, revolves around making Sun Wukong repent and convert to Buddhism, with the sole focus of sending Tang Seng to get the scriptures. Whether it's Purple Fairy or Supreme Treasure, they are just a part of a scheme of the Buddhist realm. Today is the first day Supreme Treasure and Purple Fairy met, and all the gods and Buddhas in the sky must be paying attention to this matter. That means, Guan Yang might have been under the surveillance of many gods and Buddhas today. Of course, the gods and Buddhas being exaggerated, but looking at the current situation, it's inevitable that Guanin is watching him. Guan Yang's appearance was truly an accident, and being targeted was also normal. After thinking of the reason, Guan Yang couldn't feel happy at this moment. His brain was working rapidly, thinking about how to escape. Being watched by a big shot felt heavy. Although he could leave this world at any time, but right now, he hadn't gained any benefit and was about to leave, feeling unwilling. He had to try something, get some advantage. Just as Guan Yang was thinking about how to escape, Guanin spoke first. Guan Yang, under which great figure are you? Why have you approached Supreme Treasure? This was also the main reason for Guanin's appearance. In his plan, there was no such person as Guan Yang. This person seemed to appear out of nowhere. He even used great power, but was unable to deduce Guan Yang's background, as if there was a thick mist around him, and he couldn't see through his true nature. In such a situation, Guanin could only think of one possibility. The other person was a chess piece of some powerful figure, with a great power hiding his identity. As for the purpose, it was unknown. But what puzzled Guanin was who exactly didn't keep the agreement and sent an ordinary, unskilled mortal to contact Supreme Treasure. This made Guanin cautious, which was why he personally appeared. Of course, Guan Yang didn't know any of this. But Guanin's words made Guan Yang sense something. It seemed like Guanin considered him to be someone close to a big shot. This could work. So, could he take advantage of this? Thinking of this, Guan Yang's eyes shifted, and he came up with an idea. He immediately pretended to be relaxed, and bowed his hands towards Guanin, saying, "This humble one, Guan Yang, greets the great Guanin." I didn't expect that just contacting that monkey would actually alarm the great Guanin. Guanin furrowed his brows slightly. In his heart, the guess that Guan Yang was the chess piece of a big figure became even more certain. He immediately endured his patience and asked again, "Under which great figure are you?" Facing Guanin's persistent questioning, Guan Yang gave an ambiguous reply. "Great Guanin, please don't make things difficult for me. Some things, I cannot say. I can only say, I come from there." As he spoke, he pointed to the sky. Guan Yang meant that he came from beyond the heavens, but to Guanin, it seemed like he was saying he came from the heavenly court. A person from the heavenly court? As expected, just as he had thought. Then, who exactly is intervening in the journey to the west? What is their purpose? To Guanin, even if a person from the heavenly court could obscure the heavenly secrets, making him unable to deduce the truth of an ordinary mortal, there were only a few people who could do that. At least they had to be at the four emperors level. Thinking of this, Guanin immediately felt troubled. This was a matter of great importance to the rise of Buddhism, and there could be no mistake. If it really became unmanageable, he might have no choice but to go to the heavenly court. With this thought, Guanin's face darkened, and he coldly snorted, "I don't know your purpose, but tell your backer that the rise of Buddhism is inevitable. If any accidents occur, the consequences, they cannot bear. Stay away from those who are destined to face tribulation." Humph. After saying this, Guanin waved his hand towards Guan Yang, and Guan Yang immediately felt a strong wind rush toward him. Damn! Guan Yang could only hastily shout in alarm. His body could no longer be controlled, vanishing into the horizon. Guanin watched the disappearing Guan Yang, her mind turning over thoughts. Not being sure whose piece Guan Yang was, Guanin would temporarily not act against him. Even hitting a dog needs to consider its master, right? If it was truly the four sovereigns, he would not be afraid, but what if it was the alchemist instead? This matter would become serious. Then, Guanin frowned slightly. Muttering under her breath, what does the Wachao from the other side mean? Could it be a code for the person behind them? On the other side, Guan Yang naturally did not know what the other was thinking, nor had time to care about Guanin. At this moment, swept by the hurricane, he streaked across the night sky like a meteor, disappearing into the horizon. In the air, Guan Yang struggled a few times, then gave up moving. It was mainly useless. Damn it, where exactly are they taking him? Guan Yang complained in his heart, but it did not stop his body from rapidly flying away. A deep sense of helplessness rose from within. It was a helplessness born from weak strength. Facing Guanin, Guan Yang could not even form the thought of fighting. Although Guanin did not intentionally oppress him, just the aura she accidentally released almost overwhelmed him. Guan Yang's entire back was now soaked with sweat. Immortal heroes were truly immortal heroes, he was still too weak. At that time, his only thought was how to survive. He had even already made the worst-case plan just now. If Guanin moved, he would not hesitate, immediately running away from this world. After all, life was more important. With a sigh, Guan Yang did not calm down, he flew while thinking about the next steps. At the same time, he became more cautious inside. Guanin's appearance indirectly confirmed his thoughts. Supreme Treasure and Zisha were under surveillance. Then, likely, all his moves were also within the other side's watch. Moreover, probably not only Guanin was watching, but the big shots in the west of heaven were also observing. Just not as often as Guanin. Sigh. Still a matter of strength. At that moment, while flying, Guan Yang felt he hit something. Ah! Ah! Then, two screams rang out. One was Guan Yang's. The other was a man's voice. Guan Yang had no mind to care what he hit. At the moment of impact, a sharp, indescribable pain spread through his internal organs. Put! His vision went black immediately, a mouthful of fresh blood spurted out, and then he fainted. Before losing consciousness, Guan Yang instinctively withdrew Supreme Treasure into the contract space and summoned the alien queen. Chapter 147, Big Trouble. Guan Yang instinctively called out the little alien to protect himself while speeding up his internal injury recovery. He did not know what he hit, but he could feel he was seriously injured inside. Without the contract beast's traits, who knew when he could recover? Although Lao Ren also had recovery traits, even stronger. But Lao Ren's essence was a zombie. Who knew if thrown into this world, whether it would alert the gods above? If a righteous god acted on behalf of heaven, there would be nowhere to cry. Calling out the little alien was safer, at least it was not dark-aligned. Of course, Guan Yang did it that way. For survival, calling out the alien, he fainted. On the other side, Guanin, watching Supreme Treasure and Zisha, was dumbfounded. Just because Supreme Treasure disappeared. Yes, right under his eyes, he vanished into thin air. He even released Divine Sense to scan the entire Ponzi cave, finding no trace of Supreme Treasure. At this moment, Guanin was anxious like an ant on a hot pan, with only one thought: the situation was serious. Sun Wukong was gone, how could the journey to the west continue? How could Buddhism flourish then? How will he again explain to the Tathagata Buddha? Who is it? Who exactly took away Zizunbo? This is the only possibility Guanin could think of. And the one who took Zizunbo, his power is absolutely above him. Otherwise Zizunbo could not disappear right under his eyes. Then, who exactly is the other side? And why would he ignore the questioning of the West and dare to interfere in the journey to the West at this time? Guanin's brows tightly wrinkled, countless thoughts in his mind. While continuing to use Divine Sense to scan dozens of miles around Ponzi Cave, he kept thinking of the reason. After a moment, a figure appeared in Guanin's mind. It was Guan Yang. Could it be because of him? I only drove him away, and his backing already came to the door? But that is not right. I did not hurt him, only drove him away. Would the great power behind him need to act and take Zizunbo away? Isn't this making a big deal out of a small matter? This is too protective of the child. Could it be that kid is the illegitimate son of some big boss? For a moment, Guanin's distracting thoughts flew everywhere. After a moment, Guanin withdrew his Divine Sense, carrying his self-assumed guess, and turned his head toward the west. The disappearance of Zizunbo is not a small matter. First go report to my Buddha. Let my Buddha probe that kid's reality first. He wants to see who is planning behind the scenes. If he cannot calculate it, he does not believe my Buddha also cannot. Sigh. A troubled time. Is the great rise of my Buddhist sect really this hard? After a moment, Guanin returned to the Great Thunderclap Temple and saw Tathagata. He truthfully reported the whole matter to Tathagata. "My Buddha, the matter is like this, please my Buddha take action and see who took Zizunbo away." Tathagata's Dharma appearance was solemn. Hearing this he lightly nodded his head and said, "Venerable, do not be anxious, let me calculate." After speaking, Tathagata began to pinch fingers and calculate. Just as he started calculating, Tathagata's brows wrinkled, but he did not speak, instead he calculated again. After a moment, Tathagata put down the calculation. Helplessly he spoke, "Great calamity is coming, heavenly secrets are covered. Even I cannot calculate the reality of the one behind." Guanin was shocked when he heard this, then unwillingly said, "My Buddha, what about that mortal kid? Can my Buddha calculate his origin? If cannot calculate the one behind, at least from that mortal kid, can calculate roughly his background. Just an ant." After Guanin finished speaking, Tathagata again shook his head. Also cannot calculate. It should be the one behind covering the heavenly secrets for him. Guanin's face immediately turned anxious and said, "My Buddha, Zizunbo concerns the rise of my West, what should we do now?" This time Guanin was truly anxious. "This cannot be calculated, that also cannot be calculated, the methods of the one behind are too high, I fear change will happen. He is still counting on the merit of this journey to the West to go one step further. Now this situation, what should be done?" Tathagata also rarely fell silent for a moment, then spoke again, "Venerable need not worry. The great rise of the West is the trend of heaven's Tao, cannot be reversed. Even if the one behind takes Zizunbo, he surely will not harm him. The final purpose is nothing more than wanting benefits. Guanin, my Buddha, although it is said like this, but the one behind refuses to show himself, what should be done?" Tathagata, "The one who tied the bell must untie it." Guanin's brows wrinkled, confused he said, "My Buddha means, that mortal?" Tathagata, "Correct, can start from that mortal. Since it is because of driving him away that caused that one to act, then make some corresponding compensation, presumably the one behind, seeing the great trend, should not make things difficult for Zizunbo." But, Guanin hesitated. He had just driven the other away and even put down harsh words. But looking at Tathagata's meaning, is it not clearly asking him to please that kid and settle this matter? Isn't this slapping Guanin's face again and again? Guanin fell into struggle for a moment. Tathagata saw Guanin's expression and seemed to think of the reason for his struggle, immediately could not help but remind, "Venerable, the big picture is more important." Guanin's whole body shook. "Yes. The big picture is more important, it is only face, at worst wait until the journey to the West matter is settled. Let that mortal disappear." Thinking of this, Guanin's mind instantly understood, and she nodded, saying, "Thank Buddha for enlightening me, you should go handle this matter now." Tathagata immediately nodded, gave a hand salute, and chanted a Buddha's name. Amat Ba. Guanin no longer lingered, left the Great Thunder Sound Temple, and rushed to find Guan Yang. When he struck Guan Yang, he left a trace of magical power on him. Now it could be used. Thinking of this, Guanin sensed a bit, then quickly searched for Guan Yang. Although Guanin spent very little time, because time is different in the heavens and the mortal world, a full day had passed in the mortal world. On the other side, mortal Guan Yang slowly woke up. The first thing in sight was a huge head. It was Shoei. Seeing Shoei, Guan Yang immediately felt much more at ease. Shoei was still here, meaning he was not in danger for the time being. Luckily, he had not met any monsters or demons, otherwise it would have been terrible. Then, Guan Yang checked his own body. Before losing consciousness, he felt he had hit something and suffered serious internal injuries. Now checking again, he found his injuries had healed. Except for being a little hungry, there was no other discomfort. It seemed Shoei's fast recovery ability had taken effect. But what did he hit exactly? He vaguely remembered hearing a human scream. Thinking of this, Guan Yang suddenly turned over and stood up, quickly looking around. The next second, Guan Yang's eyes locked on a corpse not far away. Chapter 148, Brother Chicken, Boundless Merit. Seeing this corpse, Guan Yang was shocked. It was a huge, chicken. Wow, what kind of breed is this? Forgive Guan Yang's limited knowledge, this was the first time he saw such a big chicken. Even its head alone was bigger than a normal person's. Not even a turkey is this big. At this moment, the chicken lay on its back with eyes rolled up in the desert. In this desert with no village in front and no town behind, how could there be such a big chicken? How did it survive? And why did it die here? With doubt, Guan Yang sent a thought to Shoei to ask. Shoei, what happened while I was unconscious? Although Shoei did not inherit Smog's ability to speak, he had independent thinking. He could clearly send his thoughts to Guan Yang. The next second, Shoei's thought returned. As he received the information, Guan Yang's expression changed instantly. From Shoei's message, this big chicken was actually killed by him. How could it be possible? He did not have that much power. Then Guan Yang suddenly realized it was not him, but Guanin.
He had been hit by Guanin's sleeve, the speed was extreme, without Guanin's magic, there's no way he could kill it. Even a small trace of Guanin's power applied to this special chicken, it could not endure it, which was normal.
Ah! What a good chicken!
If it were not for it, who knew how far Guanin would have sent him flying, and if he ended up in a monster's lair, he would have died without knowing how.
Thinking this, Guan Yang silently mourned this chicken that did good deeds without seeking recognition for 3 seconds. After the silent mourning, Guan Yang took a deep breath, suppressed distractions, and looked around. The surroundings were still covered with yellow sand, stretching endlessly. Guan Yang immediately breathed a sigh of relief.
Fortunately, he had not flown out of the desert, not far from the storyline. The whole journey to the west was almost spent in the desert. As long as he stayed in the desert, he would not be too far from the plot characters.
But the next second, Guan Yang's face stiffened, thinking of something. Safe was safe, but where exactly was he now? Damn it, Guanin, can you be responsible? At least send me back. Caring about killing but not caring about burying. Garuru.
While Guan Yang complained about Guanin, a strange sound appeared. Guan Yang twitched the corner of his mouth, instinctively rubbing his stomach.
Alright, first fill the stomach before anything else.
Recovering from injuries must have used a lot of energy, now his stomach was protesting. As Guan Yang chanted, a chicken leg appeared in his hand. He opened his mouth to bite it, but the next second, his movement froze.
Guan Yang's eyes locked straight onto a big chicken in the distance.
A chicken this big must be a chicken spirit, a chicken demon.
Would the taste of this chicken demon be even better? It grew by eating immortal spiritual energy. 2 words popped into Guan Yang's mind, great nourishment.
With that thought, Guan Yang suddenly lost interest in the chicken leg in his hand.
Why not eat a roasted demon chicken instead?
Thinking this, Guan Yang quickly put away the chicken leg, wasting it was shameful, it could be eaten next time, anyway, it wouldn't spoil in his personal space. He walked toward the chicken demon with a face full of expectation. Up close, Guan Yang finally realized how big this chicken demon was.
A chicken this big, how should it be handled? For a moment, Guan Yang fell into deep thought.
After some thinking, a bright idea flashed in his mind.
Got it.
Guan Yang turned his gaze to Xiaoyi.
With this big guy, what is there to consider? Just roast it.
Immediately, Guan Yang sent a thought to Xiaoyi.
Xiaoyi instantly understood.
Quickly, he moved beside the chicken demon, grabbed it with one claw, and lifted it up. Then, the other claw slashed at the chicken demon's belly. As expected, the belly did not open, the dead chicken only lost a few feathers.
Guan Yang's face darkened. What the? Is this what chickens in the immortal world are like? Even dead, their defense is so strong?
Xiaoyi was stunned by the situation as well.
What was supposed to be easy, even killing a chicken it couldn't manage? If old Ren knew, wouldn't he laugh his teeth off? Would he still have any pride left?
Xiaoyi instantly got angry, bared his teeth, and his tail turned into a blur, stabbing at the chicken demon.
Put.
This time, no surprise, the tail needle pierced into the chicken demon, making a blood hole. Then a bloody scene began. Xiaoyi's sharp claw went deep into the blood hole, exerting force from inside, starting to dissect.
This time it went smoothly. But Guan Yang, seeing the scene, couldn't help twitching his cheek. Good lord, a large creature dissection scene. Luckily, Xiaoyi moved quickly.
In no time, the chicken demon was fully handled.
Guan Yang nodded with satisfaction, almost done, start now.
Hearing this, Xiaoyi dug a pit nearby and buried the chicken demon in the sand. Then quickly stepped back, opened his mouth wide, and a black smoke flame shot out.
The target was the sand covering the chicken demon.
This was Guan Yang's idea, a special way to roast chicken. No choice, Xiaoyi's fire is sulfuric fire, if used directly on the chicken, the result is obvious. Using a lot of sand to block the corrosive effect, plus the high heat of the flame. It should quickly cook the chicken demon. After 10 minutes, Guan Yang made Xiaoyi stop, who was completely exhausted. Even breathing fire this long, only Xiaoyi's bloodline awakening could endure, if it were smog, he would be done.
Guan Yang looked at the sand depression and felt clever. Coming up with this method, who else could do it? He immediately ordered Xiaoyi to dig out the chicken demon. Once out of the sand, a strange aroma filled Guan Yang's nostrils. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. For a moment, Guan Yang's stomach loudly protested again. Unable to resist, he quickly had Xiaoyi tear off a wingtip, putting the rest into his personal space. A half-meter wingtip was enough for him to digest. Taking the wingtip, Guan Yang could no longer hold back, biting into it immediately. The next second, Guan Yang's eyes lit up. The chicken demon meat was unexpectedly delicious. Tender, smooth, and delicious.
As he chewed, a unique and strange fragrance filled his mouth, flowing down his throat and into his stomach. Delicious, incredibly delicious. Next, it was time for Guan Yang's own eating session. 10 minutes later, Guan Yang lay on the sand, his belly bloated, with only a pile of chicken monster bones beside him. The wings' tips, half a meter high, had all fallen into Guan Yang's stomach. At this moment, Guan Yang wore a satisfied expression. So satisfying. It's been so long since I had such tasty chicken. I feel so fulfilled. Just then, Guan Yang's face changed. This. He could feel a wave of heat suddenly appear within him. This wave of heat spread uncontrollably throughout his body, and wherever it reached, that part would be strengthened. Finally, the heat flowed out through his pores. This is strengthening the body? The chicken monster's flesh actually contains energy to strengthen the body. What a great deal. Brother Chicken, you have great merit. I will definitely burn 4 sticks of incense for you and bow to you next time. Chapter 149, The Correct Way to Enter the Immortal World. Feeling the real benefits brought by Brother Chicken, Guan Yang was immediately torn. Should I eat a little more? But after looking at his stomach, Guan Yang thought it best to take it slow. Meal should be eaten bite by bite. Overeating makes one cry. With that in mind, Guan Yang lay still, slowly digesting while lying on the desert. Unknowingly, he fell asleep. Not long after Guan Yang fell asleep, a white figure hurriedly streaked across the sky from several kilometers away. It was Guanin. At this moment, Guanin was flying while thinking about something. If I find Guan Yang later, how should I speak? I can't just say, go ask the person behind you to release the supreme treasure. If I say that, the person behind him will probably not agree. Damn it, why do I always encounter these kinds of problems? Ha! There's a slight fluctuation of spiritual energy several kilometers away. Is some spirit creature cultivating? Should I go check it out? Guanin hesitated for a moment but then suppressed the thought. Forget it, finding that young man is more important. Where the hell did he fly off to? With a series of thoughts, Guanin's body cut through the sky and quickly shot toward the distance. Of course, Guan Yang had no idea about this. When Guan Yang woke up again, the moonlight was already spilling onto the earth. Guan Yang jumped up, quickly checking his own condition. The next second, when Guan Yang saw his attributes, his face immediately showed a look of shock. He couldn't help but shout a traditional phrase. What the hell? What the hell, hell? Name, Guan Yang. Attributes, all systems. Bloodline, 2nd rank. Bloodline ability, perfect control. Perfect control, once activated, 100% control over the body, significantly enhancing muscles, blood, nerves, 5 senses, and energy. Possesses incredible recovery, reaction, physical resilience, and strength. Duration depends on the physical condition. Side effects, muscle swelling, blood vessel blockage, weakened by 50%. Talent skill, immunity to all poisons. Combat power, 240,000, base combat power, plus 2,400,000, shared toxic corpse king's 100% combat power. Contracted creatures, dragon zombie alien queen, toxic corpse king. Skills, detection technique, contract technique, LV4, flame blade, ghost step, water body technique. 100,000, Guan Yang's base combat power was enhanced by a full 100,000. The most important thing was that the bloodline side effects had actually been reduced. This means his genes were indirectly repaired, benefiting from it. Could this be the correct way to open the immortal world? No wonder Guan Yang thought it was a bit off, a chicken wing. A single chicken wing directly added 100,000 to his base combat power, how terrifying is that? If he could eat 10 or 8 of them, wouldn't his attributes skyrocket? For a moment, Guan Yang had the impulse to go around looking for monsters. Of course, this thought was just a thought. He wasn't foolish enough to go looking for monsters by himself, that wouldn't make him stronger, it would just get him eaten. At least he needed to bring someone along. Like Zisha. This thigh must be hugged tight. In front of Zisha, he drew the Ziching sword, and in Zisha's heart. He is the true destined son of heaven. Tricking Zisha to help him kill some demons should not be a problem. Then his strength, will it come to an explosive growth? If he also learns the way of cultivation with Zisha, then what will happen? Thinking and thinking, a trace of drool unconsciously flowed from the corner of Guan Yang's mouth. The most important thing is, it is too delicious. Thinking of this, Guan Yang once again took out half a chicken wing and slowly began to gnaw it. This is something that greatly nourishes, it cannot be wasted. Eating food can even make one stronger, who can you go to reason with about this? But, he likes it. While eating, Guan Yang was also longing for things of the future. But in the next second, a familiar voice suddenly came from the sky. Guan Yang, so you are here. Guan Yang was instantly startled into a jolt, and hurriedly raised his head to look toward the source of the sound. Only to see a white figure looking at him with resentment.
Guanin.
Wait, what is with this resentful little look? Could it be that the other party has discovered her conscience?
Came specially to find him? Guan Yang stood frozen on the spot for a moment.
And at this time, Guanin's gaze, calling it resentful, is not an exaggeration at all. For one whole day, she searched for a full entire day. Following the force of being struck flying at that time, she searched inch by inch from the rear, not daring to rest even for a moment in between. The great matter of journey to the west is most important.
Besides, who is she?
She is the greatly compassionate and greatly merciful Bodhisattva Guanxian. When has she ever searched for a person with such hardship? The most important thing is, she cannot go and tell others about all this. Holding it in her heart, it feels extremely uncomfortable. Guan Yang on the opposite side had already come back to his senses, and hurriedly cupped his hands and bowed to Guanin, saying, "Greetings, Guanin Great One." Although he did not know why Guanin came to find him again, but facing a great power of this world, the proper etiquette cannot be abandoned.
This is a matter of face. At the level of Guanin, aside from the heavenly Tao, is not face the most important? The face that should be given still must be given.
Before, she could send him flying with just one sleeve, who knows if he accidentally damages her face, then his end can be imagined.
AI.
Everything comes from lack of strength.
Guan Yang, I want to meet the expert behind you. Guanin's words made Guan Yang freeze for a moment. To find the person behind him? It would be good if there really was someone behind him. But this matter cannot be told to Guanin, Guan Yang could only vaguely say. Guanin Great One jokes. That person is not someone anyone can meet. Can you tell what the matter is? Guanin frowned, her heart sinking.
Originally she still wanted to try whether she could directly meet the person behind the scenes, but now it seems this thought has fallen through. But thinking about it, even someone that even my Buddha cannot calculate, how can they be met so easily? Fine, now she can only negotiate with the boy in front of her. Thinking of this, Guanin sighed in her heart, and immediately stretched out her hand to take out a willow branch from the jade purification bottle. A drop of crystal clear liquid fell from the willow branch into the air. After that, Guanin waved her hand, and a drop of liquid instantly came to Guan Yang's side, hovering in the air. So be it, Guan Yang, this is a drop of sweet dew essence, please ask the person behind you, how can he release Zizunbo? Zizunbo concerns something, he must also understand.
Guan Yang's eyes shone as he looked at the drop of water floating in front of him. Sweet dew essence, it is actually sweet dew essence.
Guanin's most powerful magical treasure is not the jade purification bottle in her hand, but the sweet dew water inside the bottle. Whether it is extinguishing the Samadhi true fire, or reviving the ginseng fruit tree, even restoring her own willow branch, all can show its magic. And the sweet dew water essence, its function must be even more miraculous. Immediately he could not help but cast a detection skill at it.
Name, Undying Sweet Dew Water Essence. Quality, Divine Tier. Traits, contains surging life essence, possesses the divine power to evolve all things, revive from death, transform evil and remove wickedness. Good thing. Guan Yang was instantly excited.
He knew that Guanin taking out this thing was not for himself, but for the non-existent person behind him.
It counts as a stepping stone.
But now, where the person behind all this is, still no one knows, so this thing naturally became his. At the same time, he finally understood why Guanin came to find him. It turned out it was because of Supreme Treasure. At this moment, Supreme Treasure was sleeping inside his contract space.
Chapter 150. The moment to test acting skills has arrived.
In a flash of thought, Guan Yang analyzed the current situation. It must be because Supreme Treasure was taken into his contract space by him, making the gods and Buddhas of this world confused. They probably could only calculate that the disappearance of Supreme Treasure was related to him.
That is why Guanin just said she wanted to find the person behind him. If it is like this, it actually seems not bad. Cough cough, since great scholar Guanin has already spoken, if this little one still refuses, it would be a bit ungrateful. Please wait a moment, I will try to contact that one.
As he said this, Guan Yang's hands did not slow at all, quickly putting the essence of sweet dew into his portable space.
Guanin. Just now he was still seriously refusing, saying it was not someone you could meet just because you wanted. Well now, as soon as there is benefit, he can instantly make contact.
A sly brat who will not act without seeing benefit.
But no matter what, being able to contact is good. Guanin looked at Guan Yang, she wanted to see how the other party would make contact.
At this moment, Guan Yang sat on the ground with a serious face, took a deep breath, and said to Guanin, "Great scholar Guanin, please wait a moment, I will first adjust my state. After all, wanting to actively contact that one is not easy." After saying that, he closed both eyes and began to adjust his breathing.
5 minutes passed, Guan Yang was still adjusting. 10 minutes passed, Guan Yang was still adjusting. Guanin's patience was greatly challenged. Her face became dark. But although her heart was burning with anxiety, she could only wait patiently. In her view, for Guanin to use this mortal body to contact that one, even if there was a secret method given by the other party, actively contacting must indeed consume a lot of energy. No way, just wait. And at this moment, Guan Yang's heart was not calm at all, distracting thoughts were in chaos. Several questions circled in his mind. How to get some more benefits? How to continuously get benefits? What benefits are suitable for his current situation? A series of questions made Guan Yang very troubled. If Guanin knew what Guan Yang was thinking, she would probably not be able to hold back from slapping him to death. He was here waiting bitterly, his heart burning with anxiety. And you over there, only thinking about tricking him. Who are you playing tricks with here? Just like this, one side waiting bitterly, the other side thinking how to trick benefits. Time passed in a flash for half an hour. At this moment, Guanin's entire face had already turned black. Her lips moved, wanting to interrupt Guan Yang to ask the situation. But she feared that if she interrupted, would not this half hour be wasted? Damn thing, it has been half an hour, and his state is still not adjusted. At this time, Guan Yang suddenly opened both eyes, and said to Guanin, "Great scholar Guanin, I am ready, I will now contact that one." After speaking, he closed both eyes again, and shouted loudly, "Connect to God." In the next second, under Guan Yang, a formation diagram actually appeared. It was exactly a summoning formation. However, the summoning formation was a summoning formation, but no contract beast was summoned out at all. Guan Yang was only putting on a show. No way, he had to bluff Guanin a bit. And also, the benefits he wanted later also needed some face work, right? On the other side, Guanin did not know what Guan Yang was thinking. Seeing a mortal without any immortal spirit energy, yet a formation diagram he had never seen appeared under him. This scene made him extremely surprised. Driven by curiosity, Guanin released divine sense, and felt this formation. In his perception, this thing did not absorb the immortal spirit power of this world, as if another kind of substance was providing it with continuous energy. As for what substance it was, he did not sense it. Moreover, this formation diagram seemed to connect to another mysterious space. Thinking of this, Guanin followed the formation diagram with his mind, and probed toward another space. In the next second, Guanin subconsciously frowned. Then it returned to normal. When he tried to perceive the situation in that space, the other party seemed to have an invisible and powerful rule, blocking his view. He could be 100% sure that with his divine sense, he would absolutely not be able to break through that barrier. I guess only Buddha Rulai could do it, huh? No wonder he's such a big shot. Guanin shook her head and began to retract her divine consciousness. But Guan Yang would never let Guanin's divine consciousness leave so easily. He had been waiting for this moment. Since he closed his eyes, Guan Yang had put all his energy into sensing the summoning array. He was waiting for Guanin's investigation. He didn't believe Guanin could resist the curiosity in her heart. But with two different worlds and their respective products, he didn't know whether Guanin would discover anything, so he had to be cautious. He couldn't just pretend and end up trapping himself. When he sensed an invisible mental force appearing on the formation map, he knew it must be Guanin's. But fortunately, in his perception, this mental force was blocked outside the contract space. He had bet right. As long as it wasn't himself, no one could break through the contract space. When he felt Guanin's divine consciousness was about to leave, Guan Yang suddenly opened his eyes wide. He pointed at Guanin, wanting to say something. But the next second, a mouthful of fresh blood spurted out violently. Puff! Then, his body collapsed to the ground, weakly saying, "Great Guanin, you've killed me." Guanin was stunned when she saw this, her face full of confusion as she asked. "Guan Yang, what do you mean by that? What's wrong with you?" Guan Yang had a worried look on his face as he said, "Great One, I was in such a rush to contact that person that I forgot to tell you, during my divine communication, I cannot be disturbed by any external forces. You used your divine consciousness just now, right? I was disturbed, and I was backfired by the divine power. Now, it's even worse. Trying to contact that person again will be a huge problem. Cough cough." As he spoke, he suddenly held his breath and coughed twice heavily, making sure his actions looked convincing. Meanwhile, he couldn't help but feel emotional inside. Being a liar in these times isn't easy. I'm still bleeding from my tongue right now. Guanin realized what was happening, and a somewhat awkward expression appeared on her face. In the immortal realm, using divine consciousness to spy on others was a great taboo. Since he was in the mortal world and Guan Yang was just a mortal, she hadn't cared much about it. She never expected to get caught in the act like this. "Why did you say it's troublesome to contact that person again? What trouble is there?" Guanin was concerned about this statement from Guan Yang. This was related to whether the supreme treasure could return quickly. Guan Yang gave a bitter smile and shook his head. "Great Guanin, you should know I am just a mortal. Do you think I don't pay any price every time I use divine communication to contact that person? Guanin remained silent for 2 seconds and then spoke, what price? Guan Yang, 3 years of life. Initially, Guan Yang had wanted to say 10 years, but after thinking about it, his body hadn't changed, and he was afraid Guanin wouldn't believe it. So, he changed it to 3 years. Guanin nodded after hearing this, accepting it. If such divine power had no cost, then what would happen? After pondering for a moment, Guanin comforted him, saying, I see. In that case, I'll give you a spell later. As long as you continue to practice diligently, it can extend your life by 20 to 30 years. Guan Yang. Do I really care about those 20 or 30 years of life? Okay. I guess I do care about it a little. But just one spell to brush him off? How could that be possible? Does it do justice to the blood on my tongue? Does it do justice to my acting skills? Does it do justice to the little golden statue award? Thank you, great Guanin, but what I just said was under normal circumstances. Every time I use divine communication, the cost is 3 years of life. But this time, you interfered, and the disruption wasn't just a waste of life, my spirit has been permanently damaged. Every 3 to 5 months, it will be impossible to contact that person again. Unless what? Guanin eagerly asked. 3 to 5 months, the flowers will already wither. Tang Sang will probably be reduced to the Cow Demon King's waist by then. The journey to the west might be put on hold for 3 to 5 months, too. He can endure it, even the Tathagata could strike him down. Chapter 151, The Void Cannot Be Filled. Guan Yang hesitated, his face full of doubt, unless there is a large amount of heavenly materials and earthly treasures that can replenish the spirit. Only with these things can one recover quickly. The immense vitality of the sweet dew essence could only heal the body, its effect on the spirit was small. That is why Guan Yang spoke like this. But at this moment, in Guan Yang's heart, a wild scream was rising. Come on. Hit me to death with your heavenly treasures. I suffered such heavy injuries because of you, you should at least make up for some of it. On the other side, Guanin fell silent again upon hearing this. Replenishing the spirit with heavenly materials and earthly treasures sounds simple, but these things are very hard to find. Even in the immortal realm, these treasures are objects of contention among all kinds of immortals. The body is easy to heal, but spiritual wounds are hard to mend, this is exactly what it means. Looking at the weak and frail Guan Yang, Guanin felt that something was off. But everything he said made sense. Moreover, it was indeed because of his recklessness that this backlash happened. He truly should bear the responsibility he deserves. But the cost of a spirit-healing heavenly treasure, isn't that a bit too high? Besides, he had to consider Guan Yang's actual condition. He was just a mortal. Even if there were treasures to heal spiritual wounds, he couldn't use them. For a moment, Guanin was lost in thought. After a while, Guanin still had no good solution, so she said, Guan Yang, it's not that I cannot provide treasures to heal spiritual wounds. It's just that because your body is mortal, even if I give them to you, you cannot use them, it may cause more harm than good. Guan Yang. He had calculated everything, but never thought he couldn't handle the medicinal effects. It made sense, what level of immortal was Guanin, and the treasures she preserved were surely extraordinary. Guan Yang was not willing to give up. Guanin, is there really no weaker tonic among your treasures? Guanin shook her head, there really isn't. Guan Yang, then can I seek some from other immortals? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Guanin denied firmly. If one seeks from other immortals, they would surely know what is happening in the journey to the west now, and it might cause unpredictable changes. One uncertainty is already headache enough, another would be too dangerous. As for the Buddhists, he never considered them. Every one of them is cleaner than their face, looking for one is useless. For a moment, Guanin regretted her damned curiosity. This is perfect, 3 to 5 months. Thinking of this, Guanin felt gut-wrenching regret. Guan Yang was speechless. Damn it, my pants are off, and you tell me my body is weak, it won't work. Doesn't this risk my life? Then what is the minimum requirement for the treasures in your hands, Guanin? Guanin was stunned for a moment and replied instinctively, useless, the minimum is a body of a terrestrial immortal to use. I see. Guan Yang was helpless for a moment. He just felt like a money tree slowly moving away from him. If he were a terrestrial immortal now, he wouldn't need such troubles. Wait a minute. Thinking of this, Guan Yang's eyes turned, he slapped his head, and said to Guanin, Guanin, look at my brain. Can you directly bring me into the immortal sect? Once I step into the immortal sect, my spiritual injuries would probably be healed. Why would I need other treasures? After saying this, he secretly gave himself a thumbs up. He was still clever. No treasure can directly improve one's strength better than this. Once he reached the level of a terrestrial immortal, how strong would he be?
Even if one becomes immortal through drugs, they are still immortals. In this world, terrestrial immortals are nothing. But in the real world, he probably wouldn't have to look at anyone's face again, he could walk freely. Isn't this better than any treasure? For a moment, Guan Yang sank into his own fantasy. Guanin, on the other hand, was first stunned, then her eyes lit up. Yes. The other is immortal, directly bringing him into the immortal sect. When his soul transforms, he will naturally receive the power of heaven and earth to repair. How did she not think of this layer before? Guanin was about to agree, but the next second she froze. Wait, something is wrong. Looking at Guan Yang's expression, Guanin immediately straightened her face and asked back, "Why are you so eager?" Guan Yang's heart skipped a beat. Not good, reacting too actively. Guan Yang's face straightened, then he said seriously, "Well, isn't it because I received great benefits from your greatness, so I must show some response? Although I am just a mortal, I still have principles in how I live and act. I don't like owing anyone. Since I have received things from your greatness, I will focus on working for you." After speaking, Guan Yang's expression did not change, and his eyes looked at Guanin sincerely. But his mind quietly connected to the system. If things went wrong, he could escape any time. If you can't fight, running is okay, right? As for Guanin, hearing all of Guan Yang's words, though still doubtful, she could only accept this conclusion after thinking. As for Guan Yang attacking him, the thought appeared in her mind for only a second before Guanin suppressed it. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Who is he? He is Guanin. A mere mortal dares to lie to him, does not want to live anymore? The most important thing was Guan Yang's performance at the time. You must know, Guan Yang cut off contact with that person directly. If it were just pretending, it would have angered that person, and the cost would be too high. Thinking of this, Guanin's expression softened again. But no matter how Guanin thought, she would never imagine that behind Guan Yang there was no big shot as she guessed. Guan Yang, seeing Guanin's expression soften, secretly exhaled in relief. Fortunately, it seemed this pass was cleared. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. At the same time, Guan Yang warned himself secretly, can't rush, if discovered, the price would be too high. Guanin temporarily believed Guan Yang and immediately said, I have indeed neglected the method of cultivation. It is not hard to bring you into the immortal sect. I have 3 ways to quickly step into the immortal sect. You can choose one. First, I have a pill called 9 Return Break Immortal Pill. This was accidentally produced when the Lord of Heaven refined the golden pill. As the saying goes, 1 golden pill swallowed, my life is mine, not heaven's. After taking it, you can directly reach the earth immortal level. Second, I have a method called Enlightening Head Method. In just a short time, it can transmit 100 years of power to you, directly reaching the earth immortal realm. Third, I have a method called Beast Feeding Reflection Technique. By practicing this, as long as you sign a contract with a powerful immortal beast, you can receive the beast's strength in return. If you contract with a celestial immortal beast, after reflection, you can also directly reach the earth immortal realm. Which do you want to choose? Guan Yang was first happy, then realized something was wrong. Wow! Although Guan Yang had not cultivated immortality, who hasn't read a few novels about it? What Guanin said now were all ways to quickly increase strength, without caring about the consequences. There would probably be some side effects. Thinking of this, Guan Yang curiously asked, of your greatness's 3 methods, which has advantages and disadvantages? Chapter 152 3 Methods Advantages and Disadvantages. Guanin squinted, looked deeply at Guan Yang, then said. The 9 Return Break Immortal Pill, taking it can directly reach earth immortal level. But the strength is not cultivated by oneself, the foundation is shallow, requires time to nourish the roots. Guan Yang nodded, he had guessed this from reading many novels. Using a pill to become immortal, a shallow foundation is normal, even if becoming immortal, it would be the lowest level. The enlightening head method, like the golden pill method, for fast entry into immortality, will also cause a shallow foundation, needs time to nourish the roots. As for the reflection technique, you can only sign a contract with 1 immortal beast in a lifetime. If the beast is strong, your cultivation is high, if the beast dies, your cultivation fails. The foundation is relatively okay. Guanin finished speaking and then stayed silent, waiting for Guan Yang to choose. Guanin had many methods of cultivation, but they all needed time. Right now, what he lacked most was time. Every minute delayed, the journey to the west would be delayed 1 minute. He couldn't afford to drag it out, so he gave Guan Yang these 3 quick methods. Unfortunately, Guan Yang had someone behind him. Otherwise, he could have just forcibly searched his soul, no need for such trouble. Now, he could only use a more moderate approach. On the other side, Guan Yang was also struggling, trying to decide which one to choose. He knew of other ways to become immortal, but the reality was that even if he wanted them, Guanin wouldn't give them to him.
Moreover, not only did Guanin not have time, but he also didn't have time to cultivate himself. He could only stay here for 10 days, and in the real world, there was no immortal energy. Even if Guanin gave him a good cultivation method, could he really reach Earth immortal level in 10 days? It was still a matter of time. On the contrary, these three choices from Guanin were the most suitable for him. With this in mind, Guan Yang had already made his decision. He would choose the elixir. At least it was made by Lousy, even if there were side effects, it could probably be compensated for. The nectar method was harder to say. In the novels, those who received the nectar immediately became masters, but their future paths were cut off, and it was difficult to recover. As for the method of contract with immortal beasts, it did fit Guan Yang's profession, but it allowed only one immortal beast to be contracted in a lifetime. Just based on that, Guan Yang could accept it. But the later part, where the immortal beast's death would cause his cultivation to be wasted, was something Guan Yang couldn't accept. Sigh. If only it could be like his own contract method. Although the feedback wasn't much, it wouldn't waste his cultivation. That was an immortal beast. Once he contracted an immortal beast with his own method, wouldn't he be able to walk tall in the real world? Unfortunately, his contract method had limitations, and there was no success rate with beasts of several times the combat power. In other words, with his current strength, even if an immortal beast stood in front of him, he couldn't contract it. Sigh. Still too weak. Wait a minute. System, do you have a way to increase my contract combat power limit so I can contract an immortal beast? Guan Yang suddenly connected to the system. Why didn't he think of asking the system for a solution? Yes. Why didn't you say so before? Guan Yang immediately went crazy. Thinking of all the opportunities he had before to contract high-level beasts, but because of the limitations of his contract method, he had to give up and choose other methods. Just like that Shirmauga, if he had known about this method, he would have dared to try it on Sauron. You never asked. Guan Yang. Damn it, should I say something here or not? What's the method? Guan Yang stopped hesitating and quickly asked. To increase the contract limit and contract an immortal beast, you need the life of a contracted beast of the same level or higher. Guan Yang. Damn it, this is basically saying nothing at all. System, you're messing with me. I already have a contracted beast, which means I already have the power to contract an immortal beast. Do I really need to increase the limit? What kind of crappy method is this? Guan Yang couldn't help but complain to the system. It can be a sealed or unawakened one. Guan Yang was stunned, and then a huge wave surged in his heart. What the system said made sense to him. If what the system said was true, he really had one. That was the supreme treasure. This meant he had to exchange the life of the supreme treasure for an immortal beast. What a ripoff! But it seemed not bad. In fact, he wasn't really opposed to it, he even felt a little excited. His contract with the supreme treasure was actually to pull out the purple cloud sword, thus attracting Purple Xian's attention to grab a big leg and gain some benefits. But Guanin's appearance had completely derailed him from the plot. Moreover, in his current state, the supreme treasure was of no use to him. Only after the death of the supreme treasure, when the tight collar was put on, would he return to his peak state. Wait. Thinking of this, Guan Yang suddenly asked the system. System, when you say life, do you mean the supreme treasure's life or Sun Wukong's? Is there a difference between the two? Guan Yang. Damn. There's a huge difference. Once the supreme treasure dies, Sun Wukong will instantly become enlightened and appear, which doesn't really affect the original plot. It's just about unsealing Sun Wukong ahead of time. But if Sun Wukong dies, the consequences would be much bigger. It would probably trigger a series of reactions, like the loss of the journey to the West's fortune, early robberies, and the West never having a grand rise again. If that's really the case, then the consequences, maybe it's not impossible to use. When I first watched A Chinese Odyssey, I didn't like Ji Zuanbao and the later Sun Wukong. Just a pitiful pawn used by the gods of heaven. Thinking this way, maybe it's not impossible. With that in mind, Guan Yang asked again, System, if Sun Wukong dies, can you help me hide the heavenly secret? This is something he must consider. If he can't hide the heavenly secret, he can only complete the beast contract and run away. Such a big matter, such a big change, Guanin would never let him go. If it can be hidden, then the operability is much greater. Regarding the great way of this world, the heavenly secret can be hidden for 3 days. After 3 days, it can no longer be hidden. Enough. Guan Yang understood, within 3 days, no one can discover the deaths of Ji Zuanbao and Sun Wukong. Good, very good. Have you chosen? At that moment, Guanin's urging voice reached Guan Yang's ears. Great Guanin, I have decided, I choose the beast refeeding technique. Guan Yang was ready now, only children do multiple choice questions. 3 choices, he would take them all.
He's not afraid of taking drugs, anyway, he's not majoring in cultivation. As for the enlightenment, if it hurts his body, he still has a drop of sweet dew essence, as long as he uses it, his body's injury shouldn't be a problem.
As for the unstable power, what does it matter to him? He relies on shared contracts, not real cultivation.
But the target is Guanin, he must plan carefully and avoid mistakes.
Guanin was not surprised to see Guan Yang choose the refeeding technique.
Though all three have limits, they also have pros and cons. The refeeding technique has the smallest side effects.
Chapter 153, The Contracted Beast Refeeding Technique.
With that thought, Guanin pointed her finger at Guan Yang.
A light flashed and immediately entered Guan Yang's body. Then, a piece of information appeared in Guan Yang's mind.
It was the way to form the contract for the beast refeeding technique.
You first digest it, do not go far, I will find an immortal beast. Guanin left a sentence and then disappeared. Guan Yang looked at the disappearing Guanin, secretly full of envy. When will he have the ability to come and go without a trace? After envy came frustration. Guanin didn't even ask his opinion. Does she know what kind of immortal beast he likes?
She didn't even ask, the meaning is clear, being able to do this, Guanin has already been as kind as possible. Whatever immortal beast is found, he must contract it.
This is the so-called weak having no choice. Well, he can become immortal soon, satisfied. Even if they give him a donkey, it's still an immortal donkey, better not waste it.
With that in mind, Guan Yang put aside distractions and began studying the technique Guanin gave him. Soon, Guan Yang understood the information with a serious face and breathed a secret sigh of relief. Fortunately, he didn't plan to use this technique. The flaws are really big.
This is a spell to contract with an immortal beast.
But the contract is a shared life symbiotic contract, if the beast lives, he lives, if the beast dies, he dies, and vice versa.
Of course, Guanin explained this earlier, Guan Yang was mentally prepared. But there are some contract traits that Guanin didn't explain. For example, if the immortal beast is injured, he shares half the damage, and vice versa.
It seems like a benefit, only taking half the injury, but thinking deeper, the trap of this technique becomes clear. If he faces not just one enemy, when he and the beast encounter enemies separately, one gets hurt, it affects the other's state.
This is really a big trap. There are other traps. The cultivation speed is extremely slow.
Every time of cultivation, you have to share the results of the cultivation with the immortal beast. The resource waste is enormous, and after the contract, as long as one party does not break through, the other party will not be able to break through. And the resources needed for the immortal beast to break through are dozens to hundreds of times more than that of a human. There are also a series of symbiotic matters. Adding them up, Guan Yang only understood two words.
Trap. A huge trap. A very big trap.
Of course, Guan Yin's method isn't bad. On the contrary, in some specific situations, this reciprocal method is simply a divine technique. As long as the other party is someone with no way to worship immortals, has little potential, or is about to die, this method can undoubtedly give them hope.
After understanding, Guan Yang sat quietly, waiting for Guanin.
He thought about what kind of immortal beast Guanin would find for him, while also perfecting his own plan. It didn't take long for Guan Yang to wait before Guanin returned, carrying a bamboo basket. Guan Yang's gaze immediately focused on the bamboo basket in Guan Yin's hands.
Could it be that his immortal beast was inside? Then the question is, what exactly is in it?
When Guanin came closer and put down the bamboo basket, Guan Yang immediately leaned forward to take a look. When he saw what was inside the basket, Guan Yang's face stiffened. Inside the bamboo basket was half a basket of water, with a small golden fish swimming in it. Upon seeing Guan Yang staring, it even looked up at him. In its eyes, there was a trace of disdain. Yes, Guan Yang saw disdain in the fish's eyes.
Damn it! He was being looked down upon by a fish. While Guan Yang was ranting madly, Guanin also spoke.
This is a golden fish from my lotus pond. Because it has been listening to me chant scriptures and teach for a long time, it has gained some spirituality. It now has the cultivation of a heavenly immortal, just enough for you to make a contract. Upon hearing this, Guan Yang's face immediately darkened. After countless calculations, he never expected Guanin would give him a fish. Who is he supposed to complain to about this? If he made a contract, he couldn't even show it off. Wait. The golden fish from the lotus pond, holy crap, could it be? Guan Yang's mind suddenly rang with a name. Just then, the golden fish suddenly floated to the surface of the water and spoke, I'm called Lingon, and the Bodhisattva said I should follow you from now on. Guan Yang's mind instantly went blank. Lingon King, it's confirmed. Guan Yang stared blankly at the golden fish in the basket. This big-eyed fish is Lingon King? Holy crap. Holy crap, crap. If it really is that one, Guan Yang wouldn't mind accepting it. Lingon King, appearing in Journey to the West. Don't be fooled by how pathetic it was in Journey to the West. After coming out of the water, Sun Wukong easily injured it in a few rounds.
But that was on land. Once a golden fish gets on land, how much power does it still have left? However, once it's underwater, Lingon's strength is incredibly formidable. In fact, it could rank among the strongest underwater monsters in Journey to the West. That's because it fought for hours against Zhu Beiji and Sha Sang and didn't lose. Don't think Zhu Beiji and Sha Sang are weak. One of them is the Marshal of the Heavenly Water Army with control over 100,000 celestial water troops, the other is the general guarding the Heavenly Palace, always living by the river in his mortal life. Their water skills are no joke. If they fought underwater, Sun Wukong would probably not have been able to defeat Lingon.
This shows the strength of Lingon. With this thought, Guan Yang became excited.
Wait. Something's wrong. The timeline and the opponent's strength don't match.
According to the original Journey to the West timeline, the area here should be ruled by the Bull Demon King, which translates to the Fire Mountain Calamity. The Fire Mountain Calamity begins in Chapter 59 of Journey to the West, while Lingon King appeared in Chapter 47. According to the original timeline, Lingon should have already encountered Sun Wukong by now, and Guanin should have taken it back.
So, how come Lingon's strength is still so weak, only at the heavenly immortal level? Unable to figure it out, Guan Yang decided not to think too much.
No matter whether it's that Lingon or not, they share the same background, and both come from Guan Yin's Lotus Pond.
Surely his ability wouldn't be much worse. Let's talk about the contract first. Once he had the contract, asking a little, he would understand.
Sign the contract with it now, it will not resist. Seeing Guan Yang hesitate, Guanin urged.
Guan Yang nodded at the sight.
With an excited heart, he slowly reached out his hand to the gold, the fish called Inspiration Goldfish. The inspiration in the water also naturally poked its head above the surface, without any resistance.
A cold touch came from Guan Yang's fingers. Guan Yang instantly connected his mind to the system. System, now help me contract with the goldfish before me.
Exchange it for Supreme Treasure's life. Received, detecting the host meets the contract conditions, system-assisted contract begins. Please host use your own contract technique.
Remember to hide the heavenly secret. Received.
Hearing this, Guan Yang took a deep breath. The next second, the contract technique activated, familiar purple light appeared in his hand. Guanin, watching nearby, frowned seeing the purple light appear.
The color is wrong. He remembered the contract technique should be golden. Could it be that different constitution makes it work differently? Chapter 154 Contract and Change. Guanin instinctively wanted to probe with his spirit, but then suppressed the thought.
Breaking during contract is forbidden, otherwise both will be harmed, lightly severely injured, heavily dead.
Guanin thought of the consequences of breaking. He could only stand aside, silently watching, not intervening.
On the other side, after Guan Yang used the contract technique, the system acted. A golden light replaced the purple, exploding instantly. Like a sun, even Guanin beside instinctively closed his eyes. Guan Yang, although also closing his eyes, could sense the contract technique as he released it. At the moment the golden light exploded, he covered all of inspiration. Then, the contract completed, inspiration appeared in his own contract space.
Everything was that simple.
But Guan Yang, not yet excited, eyes rolled, and fell down.
Before fainting, Guan Yang had only one thought. Guanin, you must act.
Because, at this moment, the energy in Guan Yang's body had completely gone wild. It was the first time he saw such a raging energy tide, and the moment it appeared, he passed out. At the same time, his combat power was wildly rising at an unprecedented speed. Guanin, closing his eyes instinctively, had just used his spirit to observe, suddenly realized the golden light had disappeared. He hurriedly opened his eyes, the sight made Guanin's face darken. Because, inspiration had disappeared. Guan Yang was lying on the ground, clearly unconscious. What happened? Inspiration's disappearance confused Guanin. Normally, after a successful contract, the contract beast should stay to help the owner control the returning power, but here, why did inspiration disappear? And, the golden light was correct, so why did a change happen? Where did inspiration go? Even the aura the supreme treasure probably won't come back. Damn it! Guanin didn't have time to complain, quickly reaching into the jade clean bottle and pulling out the willow branch, swiping it towards Guan Yang. A few drops of nectar fell onto Guan Yang's body. Suddenly, a powerful essence of life erupted from Guan Yang's body, and his form began to shrink at a visible speed. Soon, Guan Yang's figure returned to its original state. Guanin let out a secret sigh of relief and put away the willow branch. But the next moment, Guan Yang's body began to expand again. Guanin's face immediately darkened. It was as if all of his efforts had been in vain. While frustrated, Guanin also felt a hint of sorrow in his heart. This nectar was not easy to obtain. Don't underestimate the few drops of nectar, it could only be collected during the 9 seconds of each sunrise, the very moment when yin and yang alternate. Once that second passes, it's just ordinary dew. Also, during collection, no magical powers can interfere, it must be collected personally. After collecting it, it must be placed in the jade clean bottle and nurtured with magical power for many years before it can be truly used.
Nectar is hard to come by. For a moment, Guanin's gaze at Guan Yang turned cold.
At this time, Guan Yang had already regained consciousness when Guanin restored him to human form.
Now, Guan Yang's heart was extraordinarily calm, with no panic at all. He didn't even care about the system's danger alerts. He just let the energy rampage through his body. The reason for his calmness was based on 3 points. First, the moment he regained consciousness, he had the system help block the pain. Second, he had the system protect his last line of defense.
Once he reached the point of death, the system would step in and absorb all the energy. Third, he trusted that Guanin would step in again.
As long as the Supreme Treasure's whereabouts were still unknown, Guanin wouldn't let him die.
And this was indeed the case. Although Guanin was so angry that he wanted to curse, the situation now was clear: no one could let Guan Yang die.
Otherwise, the Western prosperity would be a joke. Faced with the current situation, Guanin could only take a deep breath.
With a flick of his hand, a golden pill appeared in his palm.
With the appearance of the pill, an indescribable medicinal fragrance filled the air.
It was the 9-turn breaking immortal pill. Originally, he had planned to keep it, but unexpectedly, he had to use it so soon.
Seems like this kid got lucky. Looking at the pill in his hand, Guanin flicked his finger, and the pill sliced through the void, reaching Guan Yang's mouth in an instant.
Then, a surge of magical power moved, and the golden pill slowly fell into Guan Yang's mouth.
Seeing the pill enter, Guanin finally let out a sigh of relief.
With this breaking immortal pill, this kid's crisis should be resolved.
From Guanin's perspective, Guan Yang's crisis was just too much energy with nowhere to release or absorb it. The breaking immortal pill was crafted by Lao Jun and could directly turn someone into an Earth Immortal.
When an ordinary person takes it, their body would transform into that of an Earth Immortal, and naturally, they could absorb this energy. However, what Guanin didn't know was that just as the golden pill was about to touch Guan Yang's tongue, a mysterious force suddenly enveloped the pill.
Then, the golden pill disappeared, and it wasn't swallowed by Guan Yang at all.
And the one controlling all of this was the system. The golden pill has been stored in the personal space.
With the system's prompt, Guan Yang couldn't help but laugh wildly in his heart.
The first benefit was already in hand. Though it was a bit dangerous, the result was still good, and everything was as expected. Everything had been planned by Guan Yang, and the goal was to gain benefits.
Of course, he wasn't sure that Guanin would definitely use the breaking immortal pill. But no matter what he used, anything made by Guanin would definitely be worthwhile. Now, he was testing Guanin's intentions with his own body.
Of course, he wouldn't completely entrust his safety to Guanin. After all, he was a man with a system.
If things really went wrong, there was always the system to back him up.
But every time he let the system step in, the cost was a bit high. For example, this time, letting the system store the pill. Such a simple move, yet 1,000th of his internal energy was swallowed by the system.
It was like a bottomless pit.
But thinking about getting the elixir in hand, it wasn't an unacceptable result. The reason he didn't act himself, letting the system act, was to avoid Guanin discovering an I-1.
Consider it buying peace of mind with energy. Chapter 155, Guanin in Pain. While Guan Yang was making his small calculations, on the other side, Guanin's expression kept changing.
First calm, then confused, then serious, after a series of expressions, finally turning into madness.
What's happening? Why does the golden elixir not affect Guan Yang? What exactly is going on? Someone must be up to something. Guanin's divine mind exploded instantly, beginning to scan the surroundings.
But after checking, except for him and Guan Yang, there was no one at all.
Who could it be?
A trace of madness appeared in Guanin's eyes, but in the next second, a sudden answer popped into his mind.
Could it be the one behind Guan Yang? At this thought, Guanin's anger vanished instantly.
Looking at Guan Yang, who had swollen once again, Guanin was full of confusion.
But why would that powerful one do this? Could it be to stop me from saving this boy? But that doesn't make sense. If that one didn't care about this boy, why kidnap Supreme Treasure? And leaving no clue at all, if this boy dies, how to contact that one? It doesn't add up. Then, another thought appeared in Guanin's mind. Could it be that the one didn't want this boy's achievements to be restricted?
Once this thought arose, the more Guanin thought, the more possible it seemed. The Immortal Beast contract had a problem: the golden elixir lost its effect.
Isn't this to stop him from using this method on Guan Yang? And kidnap Supreme Treasure, showing dissatisfaction.
Everything started because he slapped this boy.
And now, stopping him from using such a fast-rising method, all hints at using normal methods, preparing for a big bleeding. The more he thought, the more Guanin felt it was so, imagining all sorts of things. Putting it together, Guanin finally came to a conclusion. This Guan Yang might be the illegitimate child of that powerful one. Thinking this, his gaze toward Guan Yang was full of grievance. Bastard, if I knew, I wouldn't have slapped you. You have such a big background, why didn't you say earlier? If you said, would I dare touch you? For a time, Guanin felt deep regret. After a moment, Guanin sighed helplessly. Ah, fine. The trouble he caused, he could only solve himself. At this moment, Guanin finally understood the words of Tathagata about the one who ties the bell must untie it. So he was waiting here. And to deal with the current situation, he must strengthen his physical body, making it reach the realm of Earth Immortal. Most importantly, judging by that one's intention, there must be no side effects, and it should not affect any potential growth. No side effects, no impact on future potential. Thinking this, Guanin gritted his teeth, slowly forming a red lotus in his hand. The lotus floated in the air, ripples appeared in the sky, strange phenomena rose around, as if a rain of lotuses fell. If Guan Yang opened his eyes to see this scene, he would be shocked. Because this was Guanin's life lotus, also called Guanin Red Lotus. This red lotus was extraordinary, said to be nurtured in the nether blood sea, similar to another, the karma fire red lotus. But the two had different origins and functions. Guanin Red Lotus is one of the 3 Western lotuses, comparable to Tathagata's merit golden lotus. Tathagata Buddha's golden lotus represents status and identity, while the red lotus represents vitality and hope. Guanin looked at his red lotus, carefully reached out, and plucked the smallest petal. For the first time, a painful expression appeared on his face. After hesitating 2 seconds, he gritted his teeth and reluctantly threw it toward Guan Yang. Then he simply turned his body away. He was afraid if he looked a few more times, he would not be able to stop his actions. The petals, the moment they touched Guan Yang, disappeared directly into his body as if they were unreal. Then, a strange phenomenon suddenly appeared. A huge red lotus appeared around Guan Yang, instantly wrapping him inside. And Guan Yang was confused by the strange shape before his eyes. What is happening? What exactly does Guanin want to do to him? Such a big commotion. But the next second, Guan Yang was stunned by the change in his own body. In his perception, his body was suddenly wrapped by a force, and then, under the action of this force, the raging energy inside instantly calmed down. His body also returned to its normal state. And this force began to constantly merge into his flesh. Because Guan Yang had disconnected the pain sense of his body, he did not know whether this strengthening hurt or not, instead he just sensed it like an observer. In his perception, his body, which was full of holes from energy, was repaired to its original state in the blink of an eye. Yes, it was repaired in the blink of an eye. This speed of repair, Guan Yang had never seen before, it was terrifying. After repairing the body, this energy did not disappear, but instantly decomposed and merged into every corner of his body. His flesh then rose with an unimaginable, terrifying speed. Guan Yang no longer knew how to describe this strengthening. He could only understand it this way: every 3 breaths, his physical strength doubled. It was explosive like this. At this moment, Guan Yang had only one thought in his mind: he was making a huge gain. Originally, he thought to let Guanin give him an initiation, forcibly boosting his strength to Earth Immortal. Then swallow the golden core to increase his foundation. As for future improvement, he only needed to keep contracting with spirit beasts, no need to worry. But now, the situation greatly exceeded his expectation. It seemed that Guanin was building his immortal foundation in another way. This way was different from the fast boost from golden core and initiation. But every body improvement was real, with no hint of instability. Why would Guanin do this? What benefit was there for him? Suddenly, conscience awakened? Guan Yang, who could not understand after thinking 100 times, simply stopped thinking. Anyway, he got the benefit now, far beyond what he imagined. Just this alone made this immortal martial journey worth it. Time quickly came to the next day. When the sun rose, the last trace of special energy in Guan Yang's body disappeared. Completed. At the same time, Guan Yang also received an unexpected message. The system upgraded again. But this time, the upgrade was different. Ding. Congratulations to the host, your basic combat power has crossed 4 tiers, successfully advanced to tier 8, the system has performed a major upgrade. Upgrade complete, please check yourself. Promotion rewards are being settled. Settlement complete. Special reward, top-level gift package for the host. Reward 1, one-time active filter for crossing worlds. The host can specify a condition, the system will filter worlds for the host. For example, a certain treasure or a certain divine ability. Reward 2, a scroll for raising contract beast rank by 1.
No side effects, directly raises the contract beast by 1 tier. Each contract beast can use only once in a lifetime. Reward 3, portable space upgraded to 100 cubic meters, with the ability to store living beings. Maximum storage time, 1 day. Reward 4, divination technique upgraded to insight eye. Insight limit, 100 times the host's combat power. Reward 5, 3 random top-level bloodline divine abilities. Random top-level bloodline divine abilities are being drawn. Drawing. Congratulations to the host for obtaining top-level bloodline divine abilities: Red Lotus Body Protection, 100 Illusions, Red Lotus Purifying Heart. Please continue to work hard to improve your basic combat power. Chapter 156, Fooling, and then Fooling Again. Guan Yang subconsciously looked at his already greatly changed attribute list. Name, Guan Yang. Attributes, all types. Bloodline, Red Lotus Earth Immortal Body. Divine Power, Red Lotus Body Protection, 100 Illusions, Invulnerability to all poisons, Red Lotus Cleanses the Heart. Red Lotus Body Protection, when facing life or death moments, the power of the Red Lotus forms a protective shield around the body, preventing any harm. Only the strength of a golden immortal can break it. 100 Illusions, can transform into the appearance of any person. Only a Grand Luo immortal can distinguish it. Invulnerability to all poisons, immune to any mortal poison. Red Lotus Cleanses the Heart, with the Red Lotus protecting the body, immune to negative mental influences below the level of Grand Luo. Realm, Early Earth Immortal. Base Combat Power, 22 million, early stage of the 8th rank. Shared Combat Power, 110,000, 100% combat power of the Contracted Alien Queen. Contracted Creatures, Dragon Zombie Alien Queen, Venomous Corpse King, King of Inspiration. Skills, Detection Art, Contract Art, LV8, Flame Blade, Ghost Step, Water Body Art. Holy crap! Holy crap, crap! From 240,000 directly skyrocketing to 22 million, nearly a 100-fold increase. 8th rank, he directly jumped over 4 major ranks. The higher the rank, the greater the difference between each level. The base combat power of the 8th rank is 10 million. The 9th rank is 50 million. As long as he raises another 3 million, he will step into the mid-stage of the 8th rank. And there's the change in the bloodline powers. Red Lotus Body Protection makes him immune to attacks below the level of Golden Immortal. That's a Golden Immortal. To put it into perspective, the Earth Immortal is only the first step towards immortality. According to the novel, there are still Heavenly Immortal, True Immortal, Mysterious Immortal, Golden Immortal. How powerful is a Golden Immortal? And how powerful would the Guanin in front of him be? As for the rest, the change isn't big, just added a realm attribute. Sighing, Guan Yang continued to check the attributes of the King of Inspiration. Contracted Creature, King of Inspiration. Realm, Mid-stage Heavenly Immortal. Attributes, Water Element. Divine Power, like a fish in water. Like a fish in water, combat power increases by 3 times. Divine Weapon, 9-petal red copper hammer. Combat Power, 70 million, 9th rank. Skills, Dragon Bloodline, like a fish in water, skyflying, earth-shifting, wind-calling, rain summoning, furious ocean waves. Hiss. Guan Yang was at a loss for words, taking a deep breath of cold air in surprise. 70 million combat power, more than 3 times his own. The power of this King of Inspiration is simply terrifying. No wonder it's the golden fish raised by Guanin, it's not ordinary. But judging by the King of Inspiration's realm, Guan Yang guessed that this King of Inspiration might not be the one from the journey to the west. If it were that one, its strength would at least be a mysterious immortal. What a pity! How strong is a mysterious immortal? After a moment, Guan Yang suppressed this thought, shifting his focus to another matter. That is combat power. The King of Inspiration, in the mid-stage of the Heavenly Immortal Realm, has combat power of the 9th rank. Then, according to the Cultivation Realm divisions, the 9th rank of combat power is not the end but the starting point. But the problem is, from what he had learned, the highest rank a contracted creature can reach is the 9th rank. What comes after the 9th rank? Are there any such experts in the real world? Could there be some hidden levels unknown to the masses? While Guan Yang was lost in thought, the cold voice of Guanin entered his ears. Guan Yang, if you don't wake up now, when will you? Guan Yang was startled, quickly suppressing his distractions and opening his eyes. He almost forgot about this big shot. Well, it's better to deal with Guanin first. Thank you, Bodhisattva, for your help. Upon hearing this, Guanin's cheek involuntarily twitched. If it weren't for the big shot behind you, would he use the Red Lotus? But thinking of the grand events of the journey to the west, Guanin had no choice but to suppress the complaints in his heart. Constantly comforting himself. Journey to the west is paramount, journey to the west is paramount. Guan Yang, I have already helped you ascend to the immortal rank.
Your injuries must have recovered by now.
Although Guanin said this, his tone was unusually certain.
He even used the red lotus, how could it not be better?
Thanks to the Bodhisattva, my body has never felt better.
Guanin nodded. Since that's the case, let me ask you, what exactly happened? Where did the golden fish go?
In my perception, you successfully made a contract, received the feedback, but where did that golden fish go?
This was indeed Guanin's confusion.
In the immortal realm, there is no Beastmaster space. Only the 1,000 miles summoning art. It can summon the contracted immortal beast from 1,000 miles away to be by one side.
Just like Yang Jian in Shao Tiandog.
It could happen to Guan Yang, and Guanin was truly stunned. The inspiration had disappeared, yet the power of reciprocation had not diminished, really strange and unusual.
Faced with Guanin's question, Guan Yang secretly chuckled in his heart.
Inspiration was now resting in the contract space. But he definitely could not tell Guanin that, or else he wouldn't even know how he would die.
Facing Guanin's inquiry, Guan Yang hurriedly gave the prepared answer. Great Guanin, it is like this, just at the moment my contract succeeded. Suddenly, an invincible force appeared and in an instant took away the inspiration.
Luckily, I can sense it now, it is still alive, but no matter what I cannot contact it.
If asked where it went, indeed, I do not know.
What Guan Yang said plainly was to let Guanin think of a fabricated backer behind him.
Everything would be carried by that imaginary big shot.
He only needed to play the role of an honest man who knew nothing. Having a background made all the difference.
Hearing this, Guanin's brows slightly furrowed, but after only a few seconds, smoothed them again. Guan Yang's answer was exactly as he expected, it seemed indeed that person had acted. Sigh.
Forget it, forget it. By now, that person should have seen his sincerity, hopefully no more ripples would arise.
Guanin, since so, this matter will not be mentioned for now.
You should quickly contact that person, the supreme treasure matter must be resolved early.
Guan Yang could only nod and agree. Please, Bodhisattva, be patient for a moment.
After saying this, Guan Yang sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, as if adjusting his state.
In fact, Guan Yang was considering how to maximize his benefits. With the system covering, Guanin did not yet know about the death of the supreme treasure.
But the system also said it could only cover for 3 days. After 3 days, the death of the supreme treasure would be revealed to the world. At that time, all the great powers in the immortal world would sense it. Now, from the death of the supreme treasure until now, 1 day had passed, he had 2 days left. That is to say, how could he maximize benefits in 2 days?
There were many areas he could improve now. First, strength. In these 2 days, he would improve wherever possible. Second, divine powers.
This was also a shortcoming, though he had powers, none were suitable for attack. Third, treasures. In the world of immortal heroes, treasures were essential. A strong treasure was very important, even big enough to make up for huge strength gaps. Fourth, cultivation methods.
He now had strength but no cultivation method.
Though unsure if it worked in the real world, he needed at least one. Fifth, rare materials and treasures.
Coming to the immortal world, he couldn't leave without some local specialties.
Unfortunately, it was not the prehistoric world, or treasures would be everywhere. After a moment, Guan Yang felt ready, and immediately shouted loudly again.
Communicate with the gods. The summoning array appeared again.
If doing the act, he had to do the whole set properly. This time Guanin had learned, he stepped back far away.
Could he not provoke him yet still avoid him?
Just sensing one divine thought had cost him so much.
Thinking of his red lotus, Guanin felt a pang of pain.
Chapter 157, 1 Method, 3 Divine Powers. Half a minute later, the summoning array beneath Guan Yang suddenly disappeared. Seeing this, Guanin moved his foot and came before Guan Yang again.
Guan Yang, did that person say anything?
Guan Yang slowly opened his eyes, looking strange, his lips moved but did not speak.
Seeing this, Guanin grew anxious and asked again, what happened? What did that person say?
Guan Yang hesitated another second, then said, that Bodhisattva, about the supreme treasure, that person already knows, the supreme treasure will return within 3 days. But that person also mentioned a requirement.
Guanin asked, what requirement?
To have great Guanin teach me body strengthening methods and some divine powers I can cultivate.
After speaking, Guan Yang looked at Guanin with full expectation.
This was the solution Guan Yang had thought through again and again. Using the name of that one, have Guanin teach him cultivation methods and divine powers.
Of course, he didn't dare to mention it much, afraid Guanin would turn angry.
And the reason he brought it up was because Guan Yang had figured out Guanin's mindset. After all, the matters of the journey to the west are bigger than heaven.
So many have already sacrificed, what's a little cultivation and divine power more or less? Guanin looked at Guan with a strange expression upon hearing this.
Is this really that one's request? Guan Yang immediately patted his chest, sincerely assuring, it's genuine, even if you gave me 10,000 courage, I wouldn't dare to lie to you. If I really lied to you, not only would you not forgive me, that one wouldn't forgive me either. Guanin frowned. It's not that he didn't believe, it's just this matter is ridiculously strange. But what Guan Yang said was also true, if he really lied, not only himself, even that one would pursue it, after all, it concerns face and respect. But if it's true, it also doesn't make sense. Why would that one care so much about Guan Yang? Asking him to help with body shaping, then teaching him body training methods and divine powers. Wait, could it be Guan Yang is that one's illegitimate son? Thinking of this possibility, Guanin's eyes instantly widened several degrees. It seemed Guanin understood that one's plan. His own illegitimate son might have some unavoidable concerns, unable to act. So he used the matter of Zhuanxing Bao as a pretext to force the West to act. What a scheme, what a plan. Only in this way could it explain why that one would act like this. Understanding everything, Guanin looked at Guan Yang, troubled again. Since that one spoke, he must teach, but what to teach is another question. Considering all the previous matters, leaving it incomplete was not allowed, maybe the other side is secretly observing, and if they anger them, the Zhuanxing Bao matter could flare up again. Guanin frowned, staring at Guan Yang. He kept thinking about which cultivation method would be suitable. The Buddha's golden body method? The thought appeared, but Guanin immediately rejected it. That one is not from the Buddhist path, he would never agree to let his illegitimate son join the Buddhist sect. If Buddhist methods cannot be taught, then only Taoist methods remain. For Taoist body training, he only knew the 8-9 profound skills. This method is a top-level body training skill, with some derived divine powers, fully meeting the other party's requirements. But this method requires very high foundation, ordinary people cannot practice it. Meaning even if he gave it to Guan Yang, the other party couldn't practice it. Not acceptable. This is troublesome. After a moment, seeing Guan Yang's expectant look, Guanin spoke, since that one said it, I have a cultivation method called Heavenly Fire Body Refining Technique. Heavenly Fire Body Refining Technique? Guan Yang murmured in confusion. No memory of it. Does this method appear in Journey to the West? Seeing Guan Yang's confusion, Guanin explained, this method is extremely simple to practice, treating the body as a treasure, refining and polishing it in heavenly fire. Like making a treasure, once the body can endure these trials, its resistance matches any treasure. The method's entry requirements are extremely high. Ordinary people cannot practice it. But since you have obtained the Red Lotus body shaping, practicing this method is sufficient. This method was originally prepared for a child, now that that one has spoken, I pass it to you. Upon hearing Guanin, Guan Yang suddenly understood. I see now. If Guanin hadn't said the last sentence, he wouldn't know, now that he said it was prepared for a child, Guan Yang understood. Probably Red Boy. In Journey to the West, Red Boy was subdued by Guanin, becoming a virtuous child under her, so this heavenly fire body refining technique was meant for him. As for divine powers, I have 3 methods for you to choose. 1 method, body immobilization. It can instantly hold 1 or more enemies not exceeding your cultivation level for 1 hour. 2nd method, heavenly thunder seal. With a wave of your hand, you can summon the power of thunder to kill enemies. 3rd method, 5 elements curse technique. Like the 5 elements escape technique, by speaking the incantation aloud, one can perform the art of vanishing. Which one do you choose? Guanin did not hesitate, speaking all the options in one breath, then fell silent, letting Guan Yang choose. Guan Yang only hesitated for a second, then spoke to Guanin, Great Guanin, I like all 3 methods very much, please teach me all 3. Only children make choices, adults want them all. Guanin. This is not what he expected. Don't normal people just pick one? Just as Guanin was about to speak to remind him, Guan Yang's next words put him on the spot. Great Guanin did not say I could only choose one, it must be a test of my comprehension. I choose all 3, surely that is also your intention, Great Guanin. Please teach me all 3 methods. Guanin. Damn it. You said all the words, I have seen shameless people, but never this shameless. But now, he was already being roasted alive by this situation. It was not meant like this, but now it was. Ahem, your comprehension is excellent, fully in line with my intention. I shall teach you the immortal techniques. Guanin raised a hand, a white light entered Guan Yang's forehead. This matter is done, I leave now. Guanin's figure vanished as he spoke. Out of sight, out of mind, he really feared that staying longer would trap him in something else. He realized that as long as he was with this kid, nothing good would happen. As for supreme treasure, since that great figure said 3 days, it would surely be fulfilled. Regarding the dignity of a great figure, he had no worry about betrayal. He just needed to keep an eye on Zisha, avoiding other troubles. 3 days would pass in a blink,
having little effect on the journey to the west. It's about his Honglian. Thinking of Honglian, Guanin felt a sharp pain in his heart. On the other side, watching Guanin disappear, Guan Yang felt unsatisfied. This Guanin, what a good person. He gives whatever he lacks, truly generous Guanin. Why did he leave so soon? Really looking forward to the next meeting. Alas, he probably could not wait that long. He only had 2 days. Once Supreme Treasure's death was exposed, he would also. Wait. Something's not right. He now had the body of an earthy mortal, a person with divine powers. How did he forget this point? He could use his divine powers to transform, change his appearance, couldn't he? Transformation cannot be distinguished below the Luo level. All the gods and Buddhas in the sky could not find his location or origin. Truly foolish. Guan Yang immediately became excited. To stay a few more days in the immortal world, there would be so many things he could do. For example, raising his cultivation, training his divine powers. The immortal energy here lasts forever, surely faster than training in the real world. Chapter 158, Goodbye Zisha. After a moment, Guan Yang suppressed his thoughts, focusing on learning the techniques and the 3 divine powers. 10 minutes later, Guan Yang finally had a detailed understanding of the techniques and divine powers transmitted by Guanin. Now, Guan Yang only had one thought in his mind. Holy crap! This heavenly fire body refining technique is clearly custom made for him. As Guanin said, the technique refines the body with heavenly fire, raising the flesh to a higher level. If cultivated step by step, it would only be an ordinary technique. At most, it improves fire control ability, nothing else special. But that is for step-by-step cultivation. There is another rapid method, but it consumes huge resources. If cultivated well, it could be said to reach the top level of the Tao, not an exaggeration. This rapid method is called fire infusion. Each time one advances, using stronger heavenly fire to refine the body can quickly reach the peak of this realm. That is, if he had countless heavenly fires, Guan Yang could break through to the Luo without any bottleneck, maybe even stronger. If he could find the legendary chaos fire, becoming a saint of flesh would be easy. Of course, though it sounds simple, it is actually extremely difficult. In the immortal world, there are only a few famous types of flames. Collecting them is not hard to say. Many of the flames are of similar strength, and cannot improve quickly at all. As for that elusive chaos fire, survive in chaos first before talking. But Guan Yang is not worried. He can travel through many worlds, and many worlds have special flames. For example, that world full of strange flames. The cultivation method gave Guan Yang a not small surprise. The other 3 divine powers in front of the cultivation method can only be said reasonable. The immobilization technique is the Mu Sun Wukong used to immobilize the 7 fairies. The only drawback is it can only be used on people with lower cultivation than oneself. If the cultivation is higher than oneself, or has extremely powerful magical treasures, it does not have much effect. It can be considered an ordinary type of controlled divine power. And the Heavenly Thunder Seal is an attack method. At most it can summon 5 Heavenly Thunders, each one is twice the power of the previous. That is to say, if the first one's power is counted as 1, the 5th one's power is 16. At Guan Yang's current realm, if the last one hits the enemy, even celestial beings can be severely injured. Of course, this also says, it must hit. The enemy will dodge. If dodged, naturally there is no effect. It can be considered an acceptable flaw. As for the 5-element spell, Guanin said it can hide one just by speaking the spell. Actually, when cultivated to a certain realm, there is no need to speak the spell. If practiced deeply, using it is basically no different from 5 elements escape technique. This divine power is suitable when escaping or hiding one's body. For example, spying. Ahem, here means spying on others' cultivation, don't think wrongly. After a moment, Guan Yang put away his thoughts, and planned to leave. He did not plan to cultivate these divine powers and methods for now, preparing to use these 2 days to get some treasures or heavenly fire. After 2 days, he will find a place to hide, and focus on cultivation. Guan Yang took a step, then froze on the spot. Looking at this ghost place with no village in front and no shop behind, Guan Yang's face immediately darkened. Damn, he does not know the way. 2 hours later, Guan Yang finally felt his way back to the pancake spider cave. Guan Yang could return, still relied on Supreme Treasure. Before he collected Supreme Treasure, he unconsciously sensed the position of Supreme Treasure, so he had a rough location. Otherwise, Guan Yang probably would have wandered for 3 more days and still might not have found the place. Must say, Guanin's sleeve really is cruel. With his current earthy mortal body, he forced himself to walk 2 hours' journey to return. Speaking of this, Guan Yang had to mention Brother Chicken again. Infinite merit. Thinking of this, Guan Yang stepped into the cave. 3 minutes later, Guan Yang stood on the spot with a tight frown. What's the situation? Where is Zisha?
Guan Yang searched around, but did not see Zisha's figure. He came here for Zisha, of course, not for her body, but for her divine powers, immortal arts, and heavenly fire. Yes, heavenly fire. Zisha's true body is the wick of the sun-moon divine lamp. The use of the wick is needless to explain. Having some lamp fire in her hands is not too much. Of course, these are his guesses, the details still need to ask Zisha. According to Zisha's attitude to her beloved, if he speaks, Zisha surely will not refuse. But now, Zisha is not here. Could it be taken by Bull Demon King? But it is not right. Calculating the time, from when he was flung by Guanin to now, at most 2 days have passed. According to the original story, it should not be so fast. Guan Yang stubbornly searched again, then helplessly walked toward the cave entrance. Just at the door, a surprised voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Guan Yang. Guan Yang looked up. A woman in purple clothes stood far away with a face full of surprise. Guan Yang instinctively said, Zisha. The person far away was exactly Zisha. Zisha quickly came to Guan Yang's side, face full of excitement said, Guan Yang, where did you go? Why did you leave without saying goodbye? Do you know? I've been looking for you for 2 days. Guan Yang, I didn't want to either. That night I was staring outside the cave, I saw a shadow appear, then I passed out. When I woke up again, I was in a desolate place. It took me a lot of effort to find my way back. By the way, where did you go? Guan Yang didn't plan to talk about the past 2 days. He simply replied briefly and tried to change the topic. But Zisha obviously didn't think so. She continued asking, a shadow, then did you see what they look like? Guan Yang shook his head, no. Zisha immediately frowned, as if thinking about something. The next second, as if she remembered, Zisha hurriedly said, could it be her? Did you see her? Guan Yang froze and subconsciously asked, who? My sister. It must be her. She took advantage of me being unaware and threw you into a strange place. Guan Yang. This logic is hopeless. I don't know, maybe. Anyway, I didn't see anyone. By the way, where did you go? Guan Yang tried again to change the topic. This time Zisha didn't think too much and said, I came to find you. I looked for you for 2 days, I thought you left without saying goodbye. Guan Yang suddenly realized and immediately said, with such a beautiful and lovely Zisha fairy, how could I leave alone? Zisha's heart immediately bloomed with joy at his words. Seeing Guan Yang return, Zisha's anxiety over the past 2 days finally eased. Looking at Guan Yang's handsome face, Zisha took a deep breath, bit her lip, and said, Guan Yang, I need to tell you something important. Guan Yang raised an eyebrow. Go ahead. Zisha, my beloved is nearby. Guan Yang. Chapter 159, these are my words. Zisha, my beloved is nearby. Guan Yang. These words sound so familiar. Isn't this exactly what Zisha said to Supreme Treasure? Guan Yang wanted to reply, but suddenly a mischievous thought appeared in his mind. He cleared his throat twice. Ahem, did your Ziqing sword warn you? Are you scared, feeling a bit lost? Zisha. Zisha's eyes immediately widened. Only one thought ran through her mind, these are my words. Guan Yang's unexpected answer left Zisha momentarily speechless. Guan Yang secretly laughed, but outwardly kept calm, staring at Zisha. Not to mention, Zisha's shocked look made her seem adorably dazed. After a short pause, Zisha regained her senses. She said loudly, yes, this fate is arranged by heaven. Do you know I'm scared? How should I tell him? Guan Yang held back a laugh and followed her words, are you worried he won't like you? What if he already has a wife? Is that what you mean? Zisha. He stole her words again. But after the first time, she didn't mind doing it again. Zisha nodded carelessly, yes. Guan Yang curled his lips, don't worry, he definitely doesn't have a wife, and he likes you too. Zisha immediately exclaimed with joy, really? Guan Yang nodded, really. Seeing this, Zisha took a deep breath, turned to Guan Yang, and said lovingly, he's here. Guan Yang, it's me, right? He winked at Zisha as he spoke. Zisha's face immediately blossomed with a smile. Yes. You don't know, I didn't know how to tell you just now, you are really clever. Guan Yang looked at Zisha's smile, stunned for a moment. Honestly, Zisha really matched his aesthetic. But characters from other worlds, he couldn't bring out of this one. He and Zisha were destined to be connected yet apart. If Zisha were a villain, at least he could contract her and take her out. Having a close female friend by his side was really nice. Guan Yang immediately focused his mind and connected to the system. System, if Zisha willingly wants to form a contract with me, can I contract with a positive character like her? The host can only contract villains.
Guan Yang was immediately disappointed. This cannot be changed, then there is nothing to be done. Wait. System, if I want to make Zisha a villain, can I contract her? Yes. System, what is the fastest way to become a villain? Kill people. No matter how kind they were before, killing 100 righteous or neutral people will label them as a villain. Good, good. Guan Yang immediately became excited. He had been walking in the wrong direction all this time. Who said that the righteous cannot walk the evil path? Good and evil are not separate. For Zisha, it might be hard for her to kill 100 people. But isn't Xingxia here? With Xingxia's personality, she definitely won't refuse to kill. As long as she is properly guided, it will be fine. The two souls in one body, when Xingxia kills, Zisha will definitely be judged as a villain too. I'm really a genius, Guan Yang thought. By the way, system, can a villain become a hero? Yes, if they perform 100 virtuous deeds, they will be considered a hero. As expected, villains can be redeemed too, it's just more difficult. Makes sense, everyone must take responsibility for their actions. Thinking about contracting Zisha, Guan Yang suddenly realized that he didn't know Zisha's strength yet. At this thought, he immediately cast an insight technique on Zisha. He didn't know if he could see Zisha's true power now. In the next moment, Zisha's data appeared in front of him, and Guan Yang finally understood Zisha's combat power. He was first pleased, then shocked. Name, Zisha. Realm, Early Immortal. Attributes, Fire, Sound. Title, Fairy Zisha. Divine Weapon, Purple Qing Twin Swords, Soul Absorption Bell. Combat Power, 1.3 billion, 11th level. A combat power of 1.3 billion, it completely blinded Guan Yang's eyes. This data made Guan Yang lose his mind. Only the combat power of an early immortal was 1.3 billion, how terrifying would the combat power be in the later realms like Golden Immortal, Tai Immortal, or Great Luo Immortal? And the 11th level also made Guan Yang stunned. This meant that the real world indeed had more than just 9 levels, there were 10, even 11 levels. As for why he had never heard of it, that was unknown. These thoughts flashed through Guan Yang's mind in an instant. Looking at Zisha's terrifying power, he suddenly asked the system uncertainly. By the way, system, with my current strength, what do I need to pay to contract Zisha? Also, does having 2 souls in one body affect the contract? Only now did Guan Yang remember the contract issue. Although his strength had improved, and the contract technique had also greatly enhanced, with the terrifying strength gap between him and Zisha, Guan Yang definitely couldn't contract her, he still had to rely on the system. The contract conditions remain unchanged. To raise the contract limit, you must sacrifice the life of a contracted beast of the same level or above. Similarly, those who are sealed or have not awakened can also be used. The 2 souls in one body have no effect on the contract. Once contracted, both souls will be within the contract range. Faced with the system's response, Guan Yang's mouth involuntarily twitched. This was basically like saying nothing. Where could he find another supreme treasure? To be on the same level as Zisha, in the journey to the west, there were only a few people. None of them were people he could provoke or contract. If he could contract with these people, would Guan Yang still worry about not being able to contract Zisha? This was simply an unsolvable problem. Unless another supreme treasure appeared, or someone like the supreme treasure who was in a sealed state. And also, they must be a villain. How could he find another? Wait, no. There really is someone. Guan Yang suddenly thought of a person. Bodhi Patriarch. Yes, it's the Bodhi Patriarch. In the journey to the west, the Bodhi Patriarch is a god without any power, a god without magic power. He didn't know whether it was because of the plot or some special reason. However, it is undeniable that, even without magic power, the Bodhi Patriarch remains an important figure throughout the entire plot. Even in the later stages, when Supreme Treasure awakens and becomes Sun Wukong, it was still due to the guidance of Bodhi Patriarch. Such an important figure, this Bodhi must absolutely be a person of the Western Buddhist sect. Moreover, this person's status is definitely not low. After all, once the Supreme Treasure awakens, Sun Wukong returns, this person will be Sun Wukong's guide, combined with the original journey to the west and the idea of merit. Guan Yang guessed that this person is very likely a manifestation of a high-level Buddhist master. And in the Buddhist sect, the only one who dares to use Bodhi as a title is probably just that one. This manifestation currently has no power. But isn't that exactly something Guan Yang can contract with? As for the idea of a villain, it's simply a gift delivered to his door. One must know, now the time is 500 years ago, at this time Bodhi ancestor was a bandit. Moreover, he was captured by officials as soon as he appeared. In other words, he himself is a villain. In an instant, a series of plans formed in Guan Yang's mind. Make Bodhi faint, contract him, then sacrifice Bodhi, contract Zisha. The plan is simply perfect. Chapter 160, Guanin, you are ruthless. Guan Yang, what's wrong with you?
At that moment, a small hand waved in front of Guan Yang's eyes.
Guan Yang instantly regained his senses, looked at the confused Zisha, and replied. Nothing, it's just too sudden. Zisha, I know, but I have no choice.
This marriage is arranged by heaven, it is the greatest.
Now you are with me, let's start this relationship immediately. Guan Yang is not supreme treasure, leaving Zisha aside, going after any tight headband.
Looking at Zisha's innocent and sweet expression, Guan Yang really felt curious.
What would it feel like to date Zisha?
Sure. Hearing this, Zisha looked at Guan Yang expectantly, then kiss me first.
When a fairy makes such a request, how could Guan Yang refuse?
He was best at such helpful deeds. Without further words, he reached out and hugged Zisha. Then he lowered his head to kiss her.
Ahem.
At that moment, a light cough rose in Guan Yang's mind. Guan Yang was instantly shocked, hurriedly stepped back 2 steps, looking around. After checking, he saw no one.
Could he have imagined it?
At that moment, the voice sounded again. Young friend, there are some things you still forgot to restrain a little.
Damn. Guanin.
This voice, he was too familiar with, who else could it be but Guanin?
Is it targeting Zisha?
In fact, Guanin also had no choice. Now that Supreme Treasure has not returned, he cannot allow any mistakes on Zisha's side. He could only secretly watch more closely.
Guan Yang, what are you looking for?
Zisha saw Guan Yang glancing around, immediately asked.
Just as Guan Yang was about to speak, the next second, Guanin's words rang again.
Young friend, do not reveal my presence. Guan Yang squinted, facing Zisha's question, replied immediately, I was startled by a cockroach.
Damn it, ruining my good deed. Guanin.
Zisha hurriedly looked around. Cockroach, where is the cockroach?
Guan Yang ran away, hid.
Seeing this, Zisha nodded, then walked in front of Guan Yang, closed her eyes and said, then let's continue.
Guan Yang. Guanin.
Guan Yang spread his hands as if to say, this is not my fault, it's simply irresistible.
Whether Guanin could see it or not, he guessed Guanin would understand.
After this gesture, he lowered his head to kiss Zisha. At that moment, a sudden gust of wind came from somewhere, and a half-meter-high stone fell from the nearby cliff.
The stone landed not far from the two. Boom! The loud noise instantly startled them both.
Guan Yang regained his senses, looked at the broken stone, twitching at the corner of his eyes.
Guanin, you are ruthless.
Ahem, that's Zisha, let's go back to the cave, this place seems not very safe.
Zisha looked unwilling, but seeing the fallen stone, could only nod.
All right. Then the two walked into the Ponzi cave.
Bang!
The Ponzi cave gate closed instantly. 10 minutes later, Zisha sat on a stone stool, looking depressed.
Guan Yang also felt numb inside. This Guanin is really a dog. Kissing once wouldn't have killed anyone.
In these 10 minutes, as long as Zisha wants him to express something, there will always be various situations. Knocks on the door, a little mouse, small stones falling on the head.
Each time, it was interrupted. That's why Zisha felt extremely frustrated.
Guan Yang knew this was caused by Guanin, but he had no solution.
Ahem, I think this is fate arranged by heaven, and the time hasn't arrived yet.
It's heaven's arrangement, so it should have its own timing. We just need to wait patiently.
There's no need to care too much.
Guan Yang could only come up with a lame excuse to indirectly comfort her, so as not to affect their relationship later. He still hoped that Zisha would teach him magic.
Alright. Seems like this is the only explanation.
Zisha still seemed uninterested.
Okay, Zisha, you promised to teach me magic, let's start now. Alright. But I need to check your root bone.
Zisha said as she came up to Guan Yang and began feeling him up. Originally, she had a gloomy look, but as she felt, her expression gradually turned to one of surprise.
Zisha grabbed Guan Yang's wrist, and a trace of magical power extended. The next second, her face showed shock. You've already entered the Earth Immortal realm? How is that possible?
I clearly checked you before, and there was no trace of magic power in your body. When Zisha saved Guan Yang during the battle with Erlangshan, she had already examined his body, and there was no trace of magic power inside.
But now, after this examination, Guan Yang's magic power surged, and he had already entered the Earth Immortal realm. How could this be possible? Guan Yang immediately came up with an excuse.
Ahem, in the 2 days I was away, I encountered a great opportunity. By coincidence, I ate a fire-red fruit, and when I woke up again, I had become like this.
Zisha did not doubt Guan Yang's words.
Because only this situation could explain Guan Yang's change. A fire-red fruit, in the desert, eating it can immediately make one immortal.
Could it be? Zisha murmured, and then, as if thinking of something, she suddenly asked Guan Yang. Guan Yang, was the fruit you ate red on the outside, shaped like a heart, but white on the inside? Guan Yang. It seems so. He replied while secretly complaining in his heart. No way, just by saying that, it matches? Seeing Guan Yang's confirmation, Zisha immediately screamed, I knew it, it's the Yuyan heartfruit, it must be the Yuyan heartfruit. Guan Yang's cheek twitched. Zisha excitedly grabbed Guan Yang's hand and said, Guan Yang, do you know how lucky you are? That's the Yuyan heartfruit. It's a rare fruit that appears once in 10,000 years, capable of improving root bones and making one immortal instantly. You're so lucky. My true destined one is truly extraordinary. Guan Yang rubbed his nose, awkwardly saying, it's heaven's arrangement, heaven's arrangement. Well, Zisha, when do you think we should start learning magic? Zisha thought for a second and said. Since you already have magical power and your root bone has been improved, you now have an excellent physique for cultivation. You can start learning magic anytime. By the way, Guan Yang, what kind of magic do you want to learn? Hearing this, Guan Yang immediately voiced the request he had thought of beforehand. Let's start with voice transmission magic. It's best if no one can intercept it. I have some things I need to say to you privately. The things he needed to say privately were real. Some things had to be discussed with Zisha alone. Who knows if Guanin will eavesdrop? It's safer to use magic. Zisha blushed when she heard this and lightly slapped Guan Yang. We're the only ones here, why would we need voice transmission? Looking at Zisha's shy expression, it was clear that she thought too much. Besides, this place wasn't just the two of them. There was a big third-wheeled Guanin hiding in the shadows. What kind of habits do these Buddhist monks have, always secretly causing trouble? But Guan Yang couldn't say that to Zisha, so he could only reply. Besides the two of us, not even a mouse or a cockroach should hear it. Cockroach, I don't even want it to hear. Hearing this, Zisha felt a wave of joy in her heart, and shyly said, really, is it necessary to be so mushy? If that's the case, I happen to have a method that meets your requirement. I will send it to you now. She had many secret sound transmitting methods at hand, but to reach one that outsiders could not intercept, and that Guan Yang could quickly learn, after thinking, there was only one. Saying this, she raised her finger, and a purple light entered Guan Yang's forehead. In the next second, a secret sound transmitting technique appeared in Guan Yang's mind. Its name was Tongxing. This was a secret method that only two people could practice, and after practicing, the two could transmit information to each other just by thinking about it. During this time, the transmission was instant, appearing directly in the other's heart. There was no need to worry about being intercepted. At the same time, this secret method also had two limits. 1. The transmission distance was only 10 kilometers. It was a short-distance transmission method. 2. It was only suitable for two people. But isn't this exactly what Guan Yang needed? What he wanted was to communicate with Zisha, to see what she really thought. As long as it wasn't intercepted by Guanin. How is it? Is this method okay? Zisha looked at Guan Yang with expectation. This method is fine. Are there any precautions? Seeing Guan Yang agree, Zisha secretly felt happy. Tongxing Shu needed two people to practice together. Then let's start practicing now. This is the way to practice. Saying this, a purple light entered Guan Yang's mind again. It was the detailed practice method of Tongxing Shu. After receiving the information, Guan Yang glanced at Zisha. No wonder Zisha was so happy. It turned out that Tongxing Shu required physical contact between two people to practice. Of course, this physical contact meant holding hands or back to back, nothing too deep. Since it was chosen, Guan Yang began practicing with Zisha. After the body shaping from Balian, Guan Yang's talent and comprehension were unquestionable. In just half a moment, he had learned Tongxing Shu. And he could transmit sound to Zisha skillfully. When he could use it skillfully, Guan Yang's face grew serious as he looked at Zisha. Zisha, what I am about to say is very important. It is related to whether you and I can be together. Seeing Guan Yang's serious expression, Zisha's brows also grew serious, and she nodded. Guan Yang took a deep breath, used Tongxing Shu, and transmitted some filtered information to Zisha. Zisha's expression changed from serious to shocked, finally turning to disbelief. This is the situation. I am not from this world. Are you really willing to be with me? 5 minutes later, Guan Yang stopped transmitting, leaving Zisha to think alone. The choice was now in Zisha's hands. If Zisha could accept, Guan Yang would carry out his plan and take her out of suffering. If not, their fate would end here. But Guan Yang was confident, a love-struck girl like Zisha had a high chance of choosing him. But unexpectedly, Zisha was silent for only 3 seconds before replying. Zisha lifted her head to look at Guan Yang, showing determination in her eyes.
I once said, whoever can draw my sword will be my loved one. No matter if he is human or demon, I will follow him for life. Guan Yang's face brightened, and he nodded, transmitting, good. Since you are willing to give yourself to me, I will no longer hide. There are things you need to know the truth about. Zisha silently watched Guan Yang, not interrupting. I didn't leave these 2 days because your sister captured me, but because of Guanin. When Guan Yang said Guanin's name, Zisha shivered, staring at him in disbelief. Guanin called me out because I was close to you. A few minutes later, Guan Yang carefully told Zisha some less sensitive things. You mean, Guanin is now watching us? Guan Yang nodded. This is also the reason I want to learn the unification technique. Otherwise, I would have kissed you long ago, and there wouldn't have been so many accidents. A big stone falling, hitting the head. Guan Yang complained about this. Guan Yang's words made Zisha blush, and she subconsciously raised her hand and punched Guan Yang. But then she thought about how she was constantly being monitored, and her mood immediately darkened. Although she was fierce, having always followed Buddha Ruyi, she naturally knew the strength of Guanin. Now facing Guanin, she could say that she had no chance of winning. So, what should we do now? Guan Yang spoke without hesitation. I still have 2 days, during which I need to do a few things. The first thing is to solve your problem. We need to find a person called Master Bodhi. I have a general idea of his location, but I still need some time to pinpoint it. Next, I also need to make your sister trust me. She needs to do a few things for me. The second thing depends on the situation. We need to look for some rare treasures or heavenly fire. I got a technique from Guanin, and it requires heavenly fire to cultivate. The third is to find a way to get rid of Guanin, then hide and silently cultivate. When the time comes, I will take you away from this world. Zisha, upon hearing this, leaned closer to Guan Yang, buried her head in his chest, and lightly tapped it twice. I'll follow your arrangement. Guan Yang subconsciously hugged Zisha, a smile appearing on his face. As long as Zisha agreed, his plan was already half successful. Next, it was time to find Master Bodhi. After some more sweet words, Guan Yang learned a cloud riding technique from Zisha, then left her behind and hurriedly left the spider cave. With the ability to fly, Guan Yang's mobility became much stronger. After leaving the spider cave, Guanin, hidden in the dark, watched Guan Yang leave, then glanced at Zisha in the cave, frowned, and stayed silent for 2 seconds, before no longer paying attention to Guan Yang. Although he didn't know the details of Guan Yang and Zisha's conversation, compared to Guan Yang, Zisha was still more important. It was still better to keep an eye on Zisha to avoid further trouble. Guan Yang, that faint spiritual presence is still lingering nearby. It hasn't left. It seems like Guanin has chosen to focus on me. You can act freely now. At this moment, the departed Guan Yang received Zisha's voice transmission from the unification technique. Alright, proceed according to plan. Stay in the spider cave and wait for me. I will be back in at most one day. Okay. Guan Yang smiled and increased his speed, heading toward the distance. Guan Yang's solo departure was to use Zisha to attract Guanin's attention, so that he could go after Master Bodhi. With Zisha's understanding of Buddhism and Guanin, if she really looked closely, she could still get some hints. As for where Master Bodhi was, Guan Yang still had some clues. According to the original plot, Master Bodhi should be located in a valley not far from the Bull Demon King's lair, with a river flowing through it. Using this as a reference, it should be relatively easy to find. Chapter 162, Master Bodhi acquired. With a target in mind, Guan Yang flew high into the sky after leaving the spider cave. The saying stand high, see far is true. If you're high enough, the river should be easy to spot. Flying into the sky, in just a moment, Guan Yang found 3 places resembling river valleys. He marked the general direction and began searching one by one. An hour later, Guan Yang finally found the target. From a distance, he saw a group of people walking slowly by the riverbank. It was 6 black-clad soldiers escorting 3 bandits. Guan Yang didn't rush forward. From a distance, he cast a detection technique. Name, Master Bodhi, Magic Clone. Combat Power, 1000. Name, Soldier 1, Magic Clone. Combat Power, 10000000. Name, Soldier 2, Magic Clone. Combat Power, 10000000. All of the soldiers had the same result when identified. Looking at the results, Guan Yang understood. No wonder in the original plot, when Supreme Treasure fell, a whole group died. It was all for the plot. However, the combat power of this group made Guan Yang feel emotional. No wonder the Bodhi Patriarch set it up so there was no combat power. As long as there are these soldiers, who needs combat power? Except for immortals and demons, no ordinary person could get close, right? As for immortals and demons, they must have been arranged clearly by the Buddhist sect. How would they dare to strike?
Guan Yang glanced again at his own combat power of over 20 million. He immediately stopped wasting time and took action. His figure moved like a ghost, instantly appearing behind the Bodhi Patriarch. Before anyone could react, he waved his hand, and a fierce wind whipped up a storm of sand and dust. In the sandstorm, Guan Yang's hand rose and fell, heavily striking between the Bodhi Patriarch's neck, knocking him unconscious. Then, following the same method, he knocked out the others one by one. Only then did he grab the Bodhi Patriarch and disappear into the distance. On the other side, Guan Yang didn't dare to slack off, quickly finding a hidden spot. He placed the Bodhi Patriarch down and pointed a finger at his forehead. The contracting art was activated. He had to contract quickly, knowing that what he had done would definitely alarm the Buddhist sect, and there wasn't much time left. He had to contract the Bodhi Patriarch before the Buddhist sect could react. Now, the contracting art had been upgraded to an extremely high level, and contracting the Bodhi Patriarch with a combat power of 1000 was a breeze. In just a few seconds, purple light covered the Bodhi Patriarch's entire body. The next second, a hexagram appeared beneath the Bodhi Patriarch, and then, he disappeared. Done, the job was finished. Guan Yang didn't stay for a moment, quickly flying away from the spot, heading toward the silk cave. Next, he just needed to wait for Qingxia to appear. When Guan Yang returned to the silk cave, only a few hours had passed. Then, Guan Yang continued learning some basic spells from Zisha. Knowing more never hurts, learning more can never be bad. He didn't learn profound spells, firstly because there was no time, there simply wasn't enough time to learn profound spells. Secondly, because of his situation, this world had immortal energy, but what about the real world? Without immortal energy, what would be the point of learning? Besides, once he contracted Zisha, profound immortal spells would eventually be his. For now, he was learning some simple spells that were easy to grasp, quickly making up for some of his shortcomings, which would also be helpful for his upcoming actions. At night, looking at Zisha, who seemed to have become a completely different person in an instant, Guan Yang's expression became serious, and he said, "Qingxia?" Qingxia stared at Guan Yang with a cold face and asked, "Did that girl tell you?" To cut a long story short, this is what Zisha left for you. Take a look first. Guan Yang said as he handed a jade pendant to Qingxia. Inside the jade pendant was Zisha's letter. It was to ensure that Qingxia would believe. Guan Yang didn't have much time to convince her. It had to be Zisha herself who convinced her. Of course, it only contained part of the information, and some things were better left for now not to be known by Qingxia. 1 minute later, Qingxia stared at Guan Yang with a shocked expression. Impossible, absolutely impossible, that little bitch actually bowed to me? How could that be? She had fought with Zisha for so long, even the Buddha couldn't separate them. Now, Zisha was actually bowing to her in the letter. How could she believe it? Guan Yang replied indifferently, "There's nothing impossible. She just saw through some things. Also, as for whether this is her message, I believe you know in your heart. And the things mentioned in it, I believe you should be able to sense them." Qingxia stared at Guan Yang and fell silent. Besides Zisha bowing to her, the letter also explained some things, such as Guanin. Zisha could sense Guanin, and naturally, Qingxia could too. The facts were before her, and she had no choice but to believe. After a moment, Qingxia took a deep breath and said solemnly, "How should I cooperate with you?" Guan Yang raised the corner of his mouth. "Done. It's very simple, kill people. Not many, just 100 people." The system said that as long as 100 ordinary people were killed, they would be recognized as a villain. Having Zisha kill people was definitely out of the question. This can only be done by Qingxia. Qingxia. After a brief silence, Qingxia nodded. All right. Zisha and Qingxia are two sides of human nature. Zisha represents a person's romance, affection, emotion, tenderness, sentiment, and kindness. While Qingxia represents rationality, suspicion, sensitivity, stubbornness, irritability, and murderous intent. For killing, Zisha would oppose it, but Qingxia is indifferent. Though she didn't know what Guan Yang and Zisha were plotting, the faint sense of being watched was unmistakable. Moreover, the fact that Zisha lowered her posture and bowed to her already speaks volumes. At the very least, it was a good sign for her body. Sharing a single body between the two of them was a hassle. Qingxia agreed, and Guan Yang stopped hesitating. After quickly discussing with Qingxia, the two of them left the spider cave and flew far away. In the shadows, Guanin watched the two leave, frowning. After a moment, Guanin sighed, and with a thought, followed them. Facing Guan Yang, Guanin truly felt helpless. He couldn't act, and it was incredibly tricky. It was better to stay close, in case of any sudden developments so he could respond in time. 15 minutes later, Guanin followed Guan Yang and the others back to the spider cave. As soon as Guan Yang entered the cave, he suddenly felt a flash in front of him, and when he reappeared, he was in a dim, grayish space. What he saw first was Guanin, sitting cross-legged on a lotus flower, dressed in white. Upon seeing Guanin, Guan Yang wasn't surprised. It was to be expected. With a serious expression, he immediately said, "Bodhisattva, what does your humble servant owe you? I have to ask you, why do you want to kill those mortals?" Guanin had been holding back, silently observing the other party's intentions along the way. But after thinking it through, he still couldn't understand why they were doing this. Such actions could only lead to Qingxia's karma becoming entangled. And if Qingxia's karma became tangled, Zisha, who shared her body, couldn't escape it either. Zisha was already fated to die, so the karma didn't matter to her. But there was no reason, and Guanin still felt uneasy. After thinking for a while, he decided he had to personally ask. Chapter 163, Misleading Guanin. In response to Guanin's question, Guan Yang directly presented the line he had prepared earlier. Bodhisattva, I don't know either. It's all that one's request. As he spoke, he pointed upward. If anything, just point up. No need for him to worry about anything else. Guanin's heart tightened when he saw this. Again, that one? Why does that one want to do this? Guan Yang shook his head, helplessly saying, "To answer the Bodhisattva, I really don't know. I can't guess what that one is thinking." Guanin instinctively furrowed his brows. But after thinking about it, it made sense. How could someone in a higher position explain their intentions to someone below? Even if Guan Yang were that one's illegitimate child, he couldn't know everything. Since that's the case, did that one give you any instructions? Guan Yang's eyes flashed with a gleam of light at these words. Now that the Bodhisattva mentions it, there is actually something. That one asked me to keep an eye on something recently. What is it? It's said to be a grape, but the strangest thing is that this grape even has a name. It's something like Bodhi Patriarch. By the way, Bodhisattva, with your great powers, do you know where this grape is? Guan Yang said, looking expectantly at Guanin. He said this just to divert Guanin's attention. If Guanin didn't leave, how could he contract with Zisha? He certainly couldn't contract in front of Guanin. If he did, even if it succeeded, Guanin would slap him dead. How could he continue to survive and cultivate? By bringing up Bodhi Patriarch, he had already piqued Guanin's curiosity. As long as Guanin was curious, he would instinctively calculate the location of Bodhi Patriarch and soon find that Bodhi Patriarch had disappeared. Such a huge matter, Guan Yang didn't believe that Guanin wouldn't report it back to the Tathagata in Lingshan. In this way, he could take advantage of Guanin's absence to contract with Zisha. Once he contracted Zisha, the following matters would be much easier. His time was running out. The hidden secrets of the world only had a little over a day left, and before tomorrow's sunset. He must take care of this matter. Guanin, of course, did not know Guan Yang's thoughts. But upon hearing the name of the Bodhi ancestor, Guanin's face suddenly changed. Of course, he knew the Bodhi ancestor, and he even knew that the Bodhi ancestor was a clone of that powerful being. But this matter was a secret of the Buddhist sect, so how did that powerful being know about it? What is their plan? But no matter what, the Bodhi ancestor is the key figure in Sun Wukong's return to the fold, and nothing must go wrong. Thinking of this, Guanin instinctively raised his hand to calculate. 2 seconds later, his expression changed. Not good. The Bodhi ancestor couldn't be found. According to reason, the Bodhi should be on the way to be escorted, but in his calculation, he had disappeared. This cannot be tolerated. Thinking this, Guanin no longer cared about Guan Yang and immediately waved his hand, sending him back to the cave. Guanin then turned without looking back, heading off to search. In a moment, Guanin arrived at the place where the Bodhi ancestor had disappeared. At a glance, he saw the fallen officials' avatars scattered on the ground. Guanin's face turned iron blue, and with a wave of his hand, a Buddhist light shot out and entered the bodies of the avatars. The next second, the avatars slowly woke up. This is... No, we seem to have been ambushed. Yes, and there was a gust of wind. Before the avatars could recover, Guanin's face grew darker and darker, unable to stop himself from asking, "Where is the Bodhi ancestor?" The avatars hurriedly got up and answered, "Bodhisattva, we seem to have been attacked, the ancestor's avatar was intercepted." Guanin, who did this? The avatars looked at each other, shaking their heads. That person was too fast, we couldn't see clearly. Guanin's face darkened, unable to hold back his anger as he scolded, "Useless, a bunch of useless monks. A group of arhats couldn't even protect a single avatar of the ancestor, what use do I have for you? Go back to the Great Lain Temple and accept your punishment." After speaking, Guanin turned and headed towards the Great Lain Temple. He must quickly report this matter to Tathagata. Guanin rushed anxiously toward the Great Lain Temple. The avatars exchanged looks, their eyes showing helplessness. "Brothers, it's no use talking more now, let's go back." Good. The next second, the avatars of the officials turned into a puff of white smoke and disappeared from the spot. The moon hid and the sun rose. In the spider cave. Zisha, sense it, is he still there? At this moment, Xingxia had already retreated, and Zisha took control of the body. Zisha closed her eyes upon hearing this and carefully sensed for a moment. Then, she opened her eyes with a look of surprise and said, "He's gone, he's not here." Guan Yang smiled, his lips curling up. He immediately took a deep breath and looked seriously at Zisha. "Zisha, are you really sure?" Zisha nodded without thinking. "Of course, nothing is more important than being with the one I love." "Good. Then I will begin now." Zisha nodded, looking at Guan Yang with deep affection. Seeing how much Zisha trusted him, Guan Yang felt deeply moved in his heart. "System, help me contract Zisha." Used the Bodhi ancestor's life to exchange. Received, detecting that the host meets the contract conditions, system assisting in the contract begins. Host, please use your contract skill. By the way, system, can you help me conceal the heavenly secrets? The Bodhi ancestor is only a clone. When the clone dies and dissipates, the main body will know immediately. This cannot be concealed. What if the clone dissipates and the main body crosses the void to come? Will I be dead? Guan Yang immediately became anxious. Luckily, he asked, otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died. Host, do not worry. The clone dissipates in the contract space. Although the main body will know immediately, it cannot know where the clone dissipated. Therefore, the host need not worry about the other party finding you. I see. Guan Yang immediately breathed a sigh of relief. That's more like it. Now that he understood, he could start. Guan Yang was also eager to know how much his strength would improve after contracting with Zisha. With a thought, the contract technique activated, and the familiar purple light appeared in his hand. Then, under Zisha's curious gaze, he pointed and touched her brow. Do not resist. As the purple light struck Zisha, a burst of golden light suddenly exploded. In an instant, it covered Zisha and then disappeared. The system prompt also sounded in Guan Yang's ears. Auxiliary contract successful. Guan Yang grinned, not giving Subei a chance to react. The next second, a force of backlash surged from within his body. Guan Yang dared not slack off and quickly raised his hand, releasing Zisha. Help me guard. He gave a quick instruction and then began to channel his energy, absorbing it. Zisha, on the other hand, sat beside Guan Yang, staring blankly at him in a daze. At the very moment the contract with Zisha was completed, two figures sat cross-legged with closed eyes in a golden Buddhist light space. One of them suddenly opened his eyes, and his face immediately darkened. He immediately raised his hand and began to calculate. A few seconds later, his face turned ugly. The other person did not open his eyes but spoke as if he knew everything around him. Junior, is there something wrong? Senior, I arranged for the Bodhi avatar to save Sun Wukong, but it just disappeared. What? The other figure immediately opened his eyes. Two beams of golden light shot out, slowly dissipating, and they returned to their previous state. He turned his head and looked at his companion. Junior, can you figure out who did this? I need your help, Senior. It seems someone blocked the heavenly secrets. I can't figure out the cause on my own. Good. Chapter 164, Advancing Again. Then, a burst of golden light erupted from the two of them, slowly merging into one, and they began to calculate together. The next second, the golden light exploded and dissipated. Both of them groaned in unison, their bodies shaking, and their auras became disordered. But the next second, their auras stabilized again. As if nothing had happened. They exchanged a look, and both could see the disbelief in the other's eyes. The two of them, working together, couldn't even calculate the cause, and were even met with a backlash from the heavenly Tao. This situation was truly unexpected for both of them. Senior, do you think it could be the work of the two saints of the East? The senior brother was silent for 2 seconds before shaking his head and replying, it shouldn't be. With our master present, they wouldn't dare take action. Besides, the rise of the Buddhist sect is a major trend. Doing so would serve no purpose other than to annoy us. Then who could it be? Damn, I worked so hard to secretly send out an avatar without the master's knowledge, and now it's gone without a trace. Alright, Junior. As for the journey to the west, send a message to Tathagata. Let him handle it from here. The rise of the Buddhist sect will raise our fortune as well. As you say, Senior. We have no choice but to follow your advice. At the Western Great Thunder Sound Temple. Guanin, my Buddha, this is the situation. All the Arhats, we have failed in our duty, please punish us, my Buddha. Tathagata's face showed no joy or sadness, his expression unreadable. There is no need for such things. The fault is not with you all. I will contact the saints and decide what to do next. At that moment, a golden light flew in from nowhere, and in an instant, it entered Tathagata's body and disappeared. Tathagata's calm face suddenly changed, showing a hint of joy, but in the next second, he returned to normal. Just now, the saints sent a message to me. They already know about this matter. The journey to the west is a grand trend and will not change. You all just need to do your jobs. As for the matter with Bodhi Old Ancestor, I will send an avatar to handle it. You need not worry. Tathagata never expected that the merit of saving Sun Wukong would fall on him. His avatar would disguise itself as Bodhi Old Ancestor to continue the work of saving him, and once completed, he would gain even more merit from the journey to the west. Such a good thing, an enormous good thing. Whoever did this, Tathagata would thank their ancestors for 8 generations. Guanin and the Arhats exchanged glances. Although they were eager to know what was going on, since both of them had spoken, what else could they say? We follow the Buddha's decree. Inside the cave of the spider spirits, Guan Yang had already awakened. He looked at his attributes, which had greatly changed, with an excited expression. Because his own rank increased, the system rewards came again, and it even upgraded. Ding! Congratulations host, your basic combat power has successfully advanced to Tier 10, system upgraded to version 2.0. Upgrade complete, please check your attributes yourself. Promotion rewards are being calculated, calculation complete. Special reward, 1 advanced host gift pack. Reward 1, actively select a major category to travel through the 10,000 worlds once. Reward 2, 1 attributeless cultivation method exclusive for contract beasts. 9 turns of primordial power, as long as intelligence awakens, all living beings can cultivate. The method has 9 turns, reaching primordial. 4 turns reach celestial, 5 turns golden immortal, from then on invincible. 6 turns gain Tai Dao fruit, 7 turns de Luo Dao fruit, then free in heaven and earth. 8 turns quasi-saint, 9 turns primordial. Contract beasts level up, host automatically upgrades. Note, only contract beasts can practice, host cannot practice. Reward 3, personal space upgraded to 300 cubic meters, with active storage ability. Can store living beings, maximum storage time, 3 days. Name, Guan Yang. Realm combat power, early true immortal / early tier 10 / 230 million combat power. Divine powers, red lotus body shield, cannot be broken below Tai realm, 100 illusions, indistinguishable below de Luo, invulnerable to 10,000 poisons, red lotus purity of mind, immune to negative effects below de Luo. Cultivation method, none. Skills, insightful eye, contract technique, LV10, flame blade, ghost step, water body technique, heart unity formula, cloud riding. Contract beings, giant dragon zombie alien queen, mortal realm / early 4th tier / 110,000, toxic corpse king, mortal realm / early 6th tier / 2.4 million, inspiration king, mid celestial / tier 9 / 70 million, purple mist fairy, early profound immortal / tier 11 / 1.3 billion. Attributes did not change much, only combat power and realm merged, still okay. He jumped 2 tiers in a row again. Looking at his combat power over 200 million, Guan Yang really wanted to shout loudly, to vent. Unfortunately, not now. Also, it is not the right time. The system protection period is closing, he still has 4 hours to move around. He must quickly gather heavenly materials and earth treasures, then find a safe place to hide, practice divine powers, refine celestial fire until leaving this world. Guan Yang, what should we do next? Seeing Guan Yang awake, Purple Mist asked. Next, we go together to find some heavenly materials and earth treasures. This was also Guan Yang's initial plan. Guan Yang, with a well-prepared plan, left the spider cave with Purple Mist. They went out to seek treasures. 3 hours later, Purple Mist returned alone with Guanin secretly returning to the spider cave. To attract Guanin's attention, Guan Yang continued searching for his secluded cultivation place. Everything was happening according to Guan Yang's plan. When sunset came, in the last second of the system's concealment ending, Purple Mist suddenly disappeared from Guanin's divine perception. Guanin was first stunned, and before she could investigate further, the entire fortune of the Buddhist sect suddenly vanished. The great trend originally covering the Buddhist sect in the journey to the west was suddenly severed. Not only that, the rise of the Buddhist sect was the will of heaven, involving many aspects. Now the trend was cut, and the Buddhist sect suffered heaven's backlash. Before Guanin could calculate cause and effect, a huge, irresistible force suddenly surged from her heart. Pooh! Guanin spat a mouthful of fresh blood, her aura instantly withering. Her body could no longer hide, collapsing on the lotus. Looking closely, Guanin's realm was actually dropped by 1 tier. At this moment, Guanin's face was pale like paper, staring at the gray sky, incredulous. This is heaven's backlash. Not only Guanin, all Buddhist disciples, from saints to novices, were hit by the backlash. Tathagata sat on the golden lotus, blood at the corner of his mouth, staring blankly at the sky. Impossible, impossible, the journey to the west trend cannot reverse, how could it disappear suddenly?
At this moment, a phantom figure suddenly appeared in front of Tathagata at the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Full of anger, it shouted, "Bastard! What exactly did you do? Why did Sun Wukong die? Still completely destroyed in body and spirit. You are in charge of Journey to the West, and you fail so badly? In the Western great situation, useless, utterly useless. Now quickly find Six-Eared, replace Sun Wukong, continue the West, no. The way of heaven." Before he finished speaking, this figure seemed interrupted by something and instantly vanished. Tathagata. What the hell is going on? But now, there is no other choice. If not for being on the Golden Lotus of Lei Temple, with countless bodhisattvas and arhats watching below, Tathagata would just want to curse, damn Chao Dan. Chapter 165, Return. The culprit of all this, Guan Yang, was now hiding in a mountain cave, beginning his secret cultivation. He had many things to do. First was to practice the cultivation method, first to enter the basics of it. Then, the 3 attack methods given by Guanin also needed to be learned. Next, the flames from the sun and moon divine lamp borrowed from Zisha had to be refined. Once he refined them all, surely his strength would advance another level. The real world. Guan Yang appeared again in the room. Looking at the familiar yet strange environment, Guan Yang took a deep breath, sent out his divine sense, and sensed the immortal energy. Then he frowned, murmuring, as expected. This world is not suitable for cultivating immortality. In his perception, the real world had basically no immortal energy, even the spiritual energy was extremely thin. Many methods usable in the immortal world were useless here. He could not draw power from the world, and relying only on his own reserves, how long could he fight? Here, not to mention cultivating immortality, even keeping one's cultivation without leaking, not being contaminated by chaotic spiritual energy from outside, was already very hard. Luckily, I am practicing the heavenly fire body tempering technique. As long as there is heavenly fire, it doesn't matter if there is spiritual energy or immortal energy. Thinking this, Guan Yang stretched out his hand, and a golden flame appeared in his palm. It was Guan Yang's first heavenly fire, the golden fire. Taken from the sun and moon divine lamp obtained from Zisha. Unfortunately, only after refining it did Guan Yang realize, the sun and moon divine lamp in the stories was not the legendary lamp at all. The lamp in the story was just a green lamp in front of Buddha, listening to sutras long, influenced by Tathagata's power, thus gaining the ability to save living beings and burn souls. Of course, even like this, it was far stronger than ordinary fire. Compared to the legendary Samadhi true fire, it was only stronger. But thinking further, the real sun and moon divine lamp was ranked with the ancient divine lamp and the precious lotus lamp. Even the rat spirit in Journey to the West could drink a little lamp oil and transform into human form, gaining greatly increased power. For Zisha and Xingxia themselves, how could they be just at the level of a Xianqian immortal? The story was probably a weakened world, like the Bodhi patriarch. After a moment, Guan Yang suppressed the thought and began to count his gains. In the story, the last few days Guan Yang did not dare to show himself at all. He hid desperately, anyway the outside could not calculate his location. As long as he stayed hidden and did not go out, no one could find him. He stayed hidden until the return. Of course, Guan Yang did not idle, he practiced the heavenly fire body tempering technique, refined heavenly fire, thus advancing further, reaching mid-true immortal / mid-10th level / combat power 400 million. Refining just one heavenly fire raised his power by more than 100 million, heavenly fire was really strong. With continued cultivation, he could quickly reach 1 billion power, the peak of true immortal, then find another heavenly fire to break through to Xianqian. Guan Yang waved his hand, a purple-robed figure appeared beside him. It was Zisha. Guan Yang, is this the world you live in? No immortal energy, chaotic spiritual energy. Zisha appeared and immediately sensed the situation of the real world, frowning. There was no immortal energy here, making her very uncomfortable, feeling restrained and suppressed. Guan Yang could only nod at Zisha's meaning. The chaotic spiritual energy of the real world was completely unsuitable for cultivation, meaning without immortal energy. Zisha's realm would be locked forever. Every time it was used, her power would decrease by 1 point. Yes, this is the world I live in. Don't worry about the immortal energy problem. I have a solution. Saying this, Guan Yang raised his hand, and a white light entered Zisha's brow. Zisha did not resist, for in her heart, how could her beloved harm her? After Zisha absorbed the message Guan Yang sent, she subconsciously asked, This is the 9-turn chaos primordial technique. As long as you convert your cultivation method, all your immortal energy will turn into a special type of energy. This energy can absorb any energy to cultivate. It's just a matter of speed, so there is no such thing as being unable to cultivate. What Guan Yang gave Zisha was exactly the system upgrade reward, the 9-turn chaos primordial technique. Guan Yang guessed the system would send this technique to prepare for different energy structures across dimensions. Moreover, it could feed back to Guan Yang.
That way, as long as he cultivated the heavenly fire body, forged his flesh, and had his contract beasts practice techniques, it would feed back and strengthen his magic. This was also considered dual cultivation of body and magic. As long as the contract beasts cultivated quickly, Guan Yang could even lie flat and relax. Hearing this, Zisha immediately exclaimed joyfully, "Really, Guan Yang is too good to me." He. Guan Yang nodded. "Well, you first convert your immortal energy inside, I'll go out for a while." "Okay." Zisha nodded, then walked to the side, sat cross-legged, and began to convert the energy in her body. With immortal energy, this world full of chaotic spiritual energy was too uncomfortable for her. She didn't even dare to breathe, fearing the chaotic energy would taint her immortal power. She needed to quickly convert it into the new technique. Seeing Zisha immersed in cultivation, Guan Yang smiled and stepped out of the room. He looked around the house, but did not see his mother. Instead, he saw moldy food in the kitchen. Mom is getting lazier and lazier, she doesn't even wash the bowls. "Look, the food is moldy no." Muttering, Guan Yang suddenly felt something was wrong. Normally, he had only been gone a day. How could the food cooked today already be moldy now? Guan Yang's face darkened as he quickly pulled out his phone to check. The next second, Guan Yang froze in place. 10 days, how could it be 10 days? System, wasn't it supposed to be 10 days in the multiverse but only 1 day in reality? Why has 10 days passed in the real world this time? Mythical world and immortal world dimensions differ. Strong energy systems can affect reality differently. Time may sync with real world time. Why didn't you say this earlier? The host didn't ask. Guan Yang. Damn. You tricky system. After that, Guan Yang ignored the system, his divine sense rushing out to cover the surroundings. He had only told his mother he would be gone 1 or 2 days, but it turned into 10 days. He could imagine his mother's panic when she couldn't find him. With the moldy food, it had been at least 3 days since it was cleaned. And his mother must have gone out urgently. Otherwise, with how clean she usually was, it would never be like this. Could she be in danger? Thinking this, Guan Yang's divine sense covered the entire seaside city. His face darkened. No, his mother was not in the city. Withdrawing his divine sense, he picked up his phone and dialed her number. Beep beep. As the phone rang, Guan Yang's heart grew anxious. On the 6th ring, the call connected. "Hello, son. Where are you?" Chapter 166, The Watcher. "Hello, son. Where are you?" Hearing his mother's familiar voice, Guan Yang's worried heart immediately calmed. If she could answer the phone, she must be fine. It's good that nothing happened. "I'm at home, Mom." "Where are you?" "The food at home is all moldy, I thought something happened to you." After Guan Yang asked, there was a pause on the other side before she said, "I'm fine. I'm at Uncle Huang's house." "Uncle Huang?" Guan Yang frowned. "When will you come back?" Mom still has some things to handle over here, so we need to wait a few more days." "Wait a few more days?" His mom had never been like this before. "By the way, is Dad with you?" He had just searched with his mind, not only couldn't he find Mom, he couldn't find Dad either. Then he must be at Uncle Huang's too. It seemed Dad left a few days before he crossed over, now 10 days had already passed. Dad had never been away from home this long, so he must also be at Uncle Huang's. That's why he asked. As Guan Yang spoke, a faint sound came from the other side of the phone. Your dad is here too, by my side." "Mom, are you hiding something from me?" Guan Yang was not stupid. His mom hesitated in her words, he felt she was hiding something. "Don't overthink, I won't say more. You've been home alone these days, we'll return in a few days." After saying that, Mom hung up the phone. Guan Yang frowned, staring at the phone, lost in thought. Not right. Absolutely not right. At least Mom's state was off. When answering the call, she didn't first ask about him. He hadn't returned home for 10 whole days. When contacted, Mom didn't scold him at all over the phone. This was very unusual. Unless something serious happened, so serious that Dad and Mom couldn't care about themselves. For a moment, Guan Yang sank into deep thought. On the other side, in the Huang family house in Sioux City. In the hall, 3 people were sitting. Guan Yang's mother, Huang Xiaoling's mother, and a middle-aged man with bandages on his head. At this moment, all 3 wore worried expressions. Huang's mother looked at Guan's mother who just hung up, and asked, "Is it that little Guan boy?" Guan's mother nodded with a worried face. "You were right not to tell him about old Guan. Yanger is still young, why tell him? It would only add worries." Saying this, Guan's mother turned to the middle-aged man with bandages, firmly saying, "Old Xia, Yanger is back, my anxious heart is finally at ease. How is your injury?" We will leave now, do you have any problem?
Old Xia shook his head. I have no problem, mostly recovered, only some surface wounds left.
But should you prepare a bit more? After all, the secret realm is no joke. Guan's mother, prepare what?
Old Huang and my husband were trapped in the secret realm. My heart has been uneasy all this time.
If not for Younger and your injuries, we would have left already.
Me too, Old Xia, I can't wait even a moment, Huang's mother also said. Her heart had been uneasy these days too, she hadn't slept well.
Old Xia looked at Huang's mother, hesitating. What about Xiaoling? Don't worry, it's arranged. I'll leave her a note and call later. Okay. Then let's depart in 10 minutes. You should pack your things too. Old Xia sighed and nodded in agreement. Then the three left the hall. After they left, a figure suddenly appeared in the corner of the hall. It was Huang Xiaoling.
These days, Huang's mother and the others were always secretive, sending her out whenever they did something. Curious and unable to resist, she used this method to hide in the hall's corner, afraid of being seen.
Luckily, the three were focused on the secret realm and didn't notice the surroundings, letting Huang Xiaoling succeed. Secret realm, trapped, no wonder Mom looked so worried these days. So that's it.
On the other side, Guan Yang couldn't figure things out, so he planned to go to Sioux City tomorrow. As for today, he still had some things to handle.
Catch a few mice to question them. In his mind, outside Guan's family pharmacy, a person lurked, always watching the store.
The ground was full of cigarette butts, no doubt, this person had been there a long time and was suspicious.
But Guan Yang didn't rush, his mind already memorized the person's aura, they couldn't escape, finding them would take minutes.
Cleaning the house was more important.
Guan Yang first calmly cleaned the house.
With just one step, he appeared behind the person he was watching. Then he grabbed the person's neck, stepped forward again, and returned home.
He threw him onto the ground and quietly sat on the sofa, staring at the stunned man.
The man first froze, then looked around, his heart rising with a storm of fear. He had been watching the shop, when suddenly his neck hurt, his vision blurred, and he was in a different place.
This unpredictable method made him deeply uneasy. Mister, did you need something from me? Guan Yang squinted. Who sent you to watch that potion shop?
The man was first stunned, then forced a misleading smile.
Mister, you are mistaken, I really don't know what you mean.
I just went out for a quick errand and suddenly got caught by you.
Guan Yang squinted his eyes. Not telling the truth. Guan Yang decided not to ask further.
He stretched out his hand, pointing at the man's forehead.
Soul-searching technique.
A simple immortal spell, forcing his divine sense into the soul, quickly searching for the information he wanted.
Only usable on those much weaker in realm.
The cost was the soul of the searched person would weaken for half a year.
After a few seconds, the man's eyes rolled and he fainted. Guan Yang showed a look of surprise.
According to the information, this man was from the Huang family of Haishur.
His purpose was to watch his family and wait for a chance to kidnap Guan Yang or his family. As for the purpose, it was to die with Huang Wan.
According to the man, the Huang family's young master went to Tianhai Forest to find him, met a beast on the way back, and died. Huang Su, head of the Huang family, could not accept it, so he took his anger out on Guan Yang's family.
He planned to kidnap him and his family to bury with Huang Wan.
When this man came, Guan Yang's mother was probably out, so he could only wait outside, looking for an opportunity.
What a Huang family! Guan Yang sneered, anger rising in his heart.
This Huang family wanted to touch his family, they were courting death. His bottom line was family.
Whoever touched his family, he would take their life. With that thought, Guan Yang stepped forward and vanished from the room. Huang Su's study, Huang family in Haishur. Huang Su looked gloomy at the steward by the door. Old Qian, still no news?
Master, according to our investigation, the person left Haishur the day before we sent people, going to Sioux City.
But Sioux City is not our territory, finding them is very difficult. I have stationed people at the station and the house. As soon as they return, I will know immediately. Huang Su waved his hand silently. Leave.
Old Qian understood, nodded, and slowly left the study. Huang Su lowered his head, looking at a golden jar on the table.
Wonder, soon, wait a little longer. After I deal with these people, they will go to the grave with you.
At that moment, a voice suddenly sounded.
Your idea is very dangerous. Chapter 167, Dealing with Huang Su. Your idea is very dangerous. Huang Su stiffened, instinctively looking at the side sofa.
His pupils shrank. On the sofa where no one had been, suddenly a person sat. Feet on the coffee table, leaning lazily on the back of the sofa, silently watching him.
May I ask who you are, and why do you seek me, Huang Su? Huang Su spoke while scanning the person up and down. The person just sat silently.
From the face, not very old, yet felt familiar.
He seemed to have seen him somewhere, but could not recall. Also, this person gave him an unprecedented sense of danger. It felt like the 6th rank expert he met at the Lan family, no, even more dangerous than that 6th rank.
Your information investigation is not thorough enough, Weren't you always looking for me? Looking for you?
Huang Xian frowned at these words, a name suddenly jumping into his mind. Instinctively, he exclaimed, You are Guan Yang.
Correct, but no prize for you. The person was indeed Guan Yang.
As for how he got here, it was simple, shrinking the distance to a step.
Wherever Guan Yang's spiritual sense covered, he could instantly arrive by shrinking space.
Huang Xian looked at Guan Yang, who was calm and indifferent, and a huge wave of shock rose in his heart.
Impossible, you absolutely cannot be him. How could your strength be this great? Huang Xian was certain.
When old Xian was here, there was definitely no one on the sofa, yet now the other had truly appeared there. To evade his perception, the other's strength must be at least comparable to his. But a newly awakened student, with strength comparable to his, battle power over 500,000, how could this be possible?
Believe it or not, I am this strong. Enough, I'm not here to chat with you. Just to let you know who killed you. You can go join your son in peace.
With that, Guan Yang withdrew his feet, stood up, and walked toward Huang Xian.
Guan Yang no longer wanted to talk with Huang Xian, this twisted-minded person.
For someone who plotted against his family, Guan Yang had already sentenced him to death in his heart. The reason he still spoke a few words was literal.
People must know who killed them, after all. Huang Xian suddenly stood, his aura bursting, shouting angrily, Bastard, do you really think I am made of mud?
When I became famous, you were still sucking milk. Then, Huang Xian made the first move. He lifted his hand, releasing all his power, a punch crashing toward Guan Yang. Facing this fierce punch, a trace of disdain flashed in Guan Yang's eyes. He slowly stretched out his left hand to intercept it.
Smack!
The full palm clashed. Huang Xian's seemingly ferocious punch was firmly caught by Guan Yang, not a single wobble in his palm. Huang Xian's face changed instantly, his eyes filled with disbelief and fear.
Impossible, your strength cannot be. I gave you a chance, and you were useless. As he spoke, Guan Yang raised his right hand, extended his index finger, slowly pointing at Huang Xian. A white light gleamed on the fingertip.
Facing this single finger, Huang Xian felt a terrifying crisis descend upon him. He tried to dodge, but his body wouldn't obey.
No, The moment Guan Yang's finger touched Huang Xian, his expression froze, then his eyes went blank, losing all spirit.
His body fell to the ground.
Huang Xian, head of the Huang family, was dead.
Killing Huang Xian stirred no emotion in Guan Yang. He lifted his foot, and his figure disappeared again.
At the exact moment Guan Yang vanished, the door was knocked. Master, I sensed your aura spreading out, do you need anything? The speaker was butler old Xian.
Standing outside, he suddenly felt a power of a 5th rank strong appearing inside the room. But soon, the aura dissipated. After careful thought, old Xian knocked on Huang Xian's study door. As the butler, he had to care about the master's condition. But after several seconds, no reply came from Huang Xian.
He frowned instinctively. Knocked a few more times on the door. Master, do you need anything? Still, no response. Old Xian frowned tightly, sensing something wrong, and knocked again. Master, I am coming in.
Full of doubt, old Xian pushed the door and entered. A few seconds later, a loud shout came from the study.
Master has passed away.
Back home, Guan Yang went nowhere, staying in the house waiting for Zisha to modify his cultivation method, while also checking how to use the items the system had gifted. Items given by system upgrade, 2 time travel chances, 1 could select a specific item, 1 could select a large world.
A contract beast bloodline upgrade scroll, obtained after ascending to 4th rank. A contract beast level upgrade scroll, obtained after ascending to 8th rank.
These 2 contract scrolls were different, one upgraded bloodline, the other upgraded rank. Guan Yang had already made up his mind. Once Zisha finished her cultivation transformation, he would use the bloodline ascension scroll on her.
The ascension of her bloodline was expected to push Zisha's strength to another level.
And with the system cultivation technique, Zisha could also funnel her cultivation back to him, helping him improve as well. It was a win-win situation. As for the rank ascension scroll, Guan Yang didn't plan on using it just yet. This item was a trump card if used correctly.
Just think, if used at the peak of semi-saint, what would the result be? Zisha would likely break straight into the saint realm.
And Guan Yang would also benefit, automatically stepping into the saint realm himself.
Becoming a saint. Just imagining it made him excited.
Such a powerful resource should definitely be saved for the end. Of course, it could also be kept as a hidden card. In case of danger when crossing worlds, it could temporarily boost strength and turn the tables. Guan Yang planned to save the rank ascension scroll for later. As for the items and techniques obtained from the previous world, they were not usable in the real world. And the 3 heavenly materials he had later found, Guan Yang didn't dare take them out now. Once contaminated by this world's mixed spiritual energy, their effectiveness would probably decrease significantly. It was better to wait until the next world to learn alchemy, and then refine some pills to get the best results. After thinking it through, the only usable item was the 9-turn broken immortal pill. But this item had strong side effects, so it would have to stay in the system space gathering dust for now. 2 days later, Zisha came out of seclusion, her cultivation method transformation complete. The moment Zisha finished her transformation, Guan Yang broke through to the 11th level, his combat strength matching hers. Guan Yang then used the Bloodline Ascension scroll on Zisha. 1 day later, Zisha's Bloodline Ascension was fully completed, and unexpectedly, the Bloodline Ascension fused Zisha and Qingsha's 2 personalities into one, creating a complete soul. Her strength greatly increased, breaking into the Golden Immortal Realm. Guan Yang also benefited, stepping into the Golden Immortal Realm as well. The speed of advancement left Guan Yang amazed. The feeling of lying down as a salted fish was too damn pleasant. Furthermore, Guan Yang's improvement also earned him system rewards. Having crossed into 2 major worlds, his personal space had been upgraded to 1,000 cubic feet, and he received 2 rank ascension scrolls. Unfortunately, these ascension scrolls could only be used once by contract beasts. Otherwise, Guan Yang would have thrown them all onto Zisha, making her an instant powerhouse. Chapter 168, Are You Chow Chows? Elsewhere, deep within a purple bamboo forest, a large tree stood tall in the ground. Strangely, beneath the tree, there was a tree hole, and at the entrance of the hole, a distorted light screen existed, looking eerily unusual, as if the space itself was twisted. At that moment, a figure charged fiercely toward the light screen. But for some unknown reason, the faster it went, the slower it became as it approached the screen. Just a foot away from the light screen, the figure seemed to get stuck in quicksand, strangely stopping in place. It was Huang Xiaoling. At this moment, Huang Xiaoling was sweating profusely, her face flushed. She tried to exert more strength, but in the next moment, an unpredictable force erupted from the light screen, blasting her away. She crashed into several bamboo stalks before finally stopping. Puff! A mouthful of fresh blood spurted from her mouth. Still no good? Damn level restriction. But I figured out the pattern now. One more time, I'll succeed next time. Huang Xiaoling stuffed a pill into her mouth, recovering while anxiously staring at the light screen in front of the tree hole. It had been 3 days, and her mother and the others still hadn't come out. This was completely different from the information she had overheard when she arrived. According to the information she obtained from her mother and the others, this was a rescue mission, which should take at most 1 or 2 days. But now, 3 days had passed, and there was no sign of anyone coming out. This made Huang Xiaoling extremely anxious. She had no idea how many times she had tried to break through the secret realm's entrance, but now she was so close to succeeding. A moment later, as Huang Xiaoling was recovering, a sudden realization struck her mind. What if she goes in just as her mother and the others come out on the other side? Who will tell her? And what if she goes in and doesn't come out, who will save her? Facing this question, Huang Xiaoling immediately frowned. Or should I call for help? After thinking for a moment, Huang Xiaoling took out her phone and dialed a number. On the other side, Guan Yang was accompanying Zisha, who had just finished her retreat, exploring around. After all, this world was far more fun than the world of Dawawa. Zisha had just arrived, so naturally, she was curious about everything. At this moment, a phone call came in. Seeing the caller, Guan Yang raised an eyebrow. It was Huang Xiaoling. Guan Yang instinctively answered the call. Is this Guan Yang? Come to the South Sea Purple Bamboo Forest immediately. As soon as the call connected, an impatient voice came through. Guan Yang frowned. I say, Huang Xiaoling, what exactly are you doing? This Huang Xiaoling actually sounded commanding, which made Guan Yang really annoyed. You just say go and go, does he Guan Yang not need face? With whom is she dealing here? I don't have time to waste words with you. I'll give you half a day. Otherwise, I'll go in myself to save my parents and uncle and aunt. Go if you want. Wait, you said your parents and uncle and aunt. Who are uncle and aunt? Just about to retort, Guan Yang suddenly focused and asked sharply. Huang Xiaoling, your parents. Guan Yang's face darkened, coldly saying, what do you mean? What happened to them? Why do they need saving? You'll know when you arrive. Then, Huang Xiaoling hung up the phone. Guan Yang's brow furrowed deeply. With a thought, his mind spread out, instantly leaving Tianhai, heading towards Sioux City. Guan Yang was now truly at the golden immortal level. His divine sense was naturally incomparable to before. If he wished, he could instantly cover several nearby provinces. After scanning, Guan Yang's face darkened. Sioux City showed no trace of his parents or Huang Xiaoling's parents. Turning his thought, Guan Yang's mind spread toward the South Sea purple bamboo forest. The next second, he saw Huang Xiaoling sitting cross-legged, blood still at the corner of her mouth. Injured? Come with me, he said to Zisha beside him. Immediately grabbing Zisha's arm, stepping once, he disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already behind Huang Xiaoling. A divine ability that spans near and far. Huang Xiaoling had hung up the phone. Hey! I'll wait at most half a day. I hope you hurry. Time waits for no one. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind Huang Xiaoling. No need for half a day, I'm already here. Who? Huang Xiaoling instantly went wild. Terrified, she realized someone had reached her back without her sensing it. If they attacked her, she would be dead for sure. Yet, she was also puzzled. She had placed her contract beast nearby for warning, so why didn't it alert her? Before Huang Xiaoling could think further, she rolled to the side, then turned to look. Damn, you belong to Cao Cao, and you came as soon as you said? Huang Xiaoling instinctively glanced at the phone in her hand, then at Guan Yang ahead. It had been only 3 to 5 seconds since she hung up the phone. Already here? For a moment, Huang Xiaoling didn't react. Guan Yang, however, had no time to play with her, and said solemnly, Tell me what's going on? Why is it a rescue? Huang Xiaoling finally came back to her senses. Although puzzled why Guan Yang arrived so fast, at least he was here. Now was not the time to dwell on it. With that in mind, Huang Xiaoling organized her words and quickly explained the situation to Guan Yang briefly. After speaking, Huang Xiaoling took out a red jade and handed it to Guan Yang. This is the situation. I've already found the rule of the entrance. I'll go in first. You aren't strong enough, so stay outside. This is a twin heart jade. If my parents come out, the first drop of blood on it will let me sense it. If the blood inside this jade disappears, it means I'm dead. With that, Huang Xiaoling threw the jade to Guan Yang. Resolutely turning, she charged toward the light curtain. But in the next moment, Huang Xiaoling was horrified to find that she was held in place by an overwhelming force. No matter how much she struggled or how her internal energy surged, she couldn't break free from the binding. What's going on? What is happening? I will save my parents and uncle and aunt, you just wait for me outside. With Guan Yang's words, the energy binding Huang Xiaoling instantly dissipated. Huang Xiaoling stared in shock at Guan Yang, who had somehow appeared right in front of her. Zisha, take care of Huang Xiaoling. I'm going into the secret realm. If anything happens, I'll contact you with the heart link technique. Guan Yang said as he gave Zisha a brief instruction. Zisha nodded, okay, be careful. Although she knew Guan Yang's strength, she still couldn't help but feel concerned. Don't worry, in this world, I am invincible. After saying that, Guan Yang stepped forward and appeared in front of the light curtain. He took another step, and disappeared inside the light curtain. Huang Xiaoling's eyes instantly widened. The light curtain, which she had struggled with all her might and couldn't enter, was breached with just 2 steps. She instinctively looked at Zisha. He is Guan Yang? Zisha nodded, yes. So strong, did he take drugs? Zisha. Chapter 169, Son, did you take drugs? On the other side, Guan Yang only felt a blur before him, and he arrived at a place full of the sounds of birds and fragrant flowers. The spiritual energy here was clearly several times higher than in the outside world. But in Guan Yang's eyes, it was still disordered and chaotic. Guan Yang had no time to carefully sense this space, and his spiritual consciousness spread wildly in all directions. In the next moment, Guan Yang's eyes turned red. Seeking death. A terrifying golden immortal pressure suddenly spread from Guan Yang's body in all directions. Countless spiritual energies were immediately pushed back, and the originally white clouds in the sky were instantly scattered by the pressure. The space around Guan Yang distorted for a moment, and the entire secret realm began to shake violently. Because Guan Yang's pressure was too strong, the secret realm seemed like it couldn't hold on any longer. Seeing this, Guan Yang quickly withdrew his aura and stepped forward, disappearing from the spot. Inside the Tianxian secret realm. In a valley, countless exotic beasts filled the area. At the deepest part of the valley was a cave. Countless exotic beasts frantically collided with the entrance of the cave, but a yellow light curtain firmly protected the entrance. Inside the cave, there was a space about 6 or 7 meters deep. 3 people sat cross-legged at the center. One of them held a golden array disc, and energy was surging into the disc, fiercely maintaining the light curtain at the entrance of the cave. The other 2 behind them placed their hands on the first person's back, transferring their remaining energy. These 3 were Guan Yang's mother and the 2 others who came to rescue them. At the back of the cave, at the very end, were 2 lifeless corpses. Upon closer inspection, they were Guan Yang's father and Huang's father. At this moment, the two of them were in a rather miserable state, covered in wounds. But fortunately, their bodies were still intact. At this moment, old Xia's array disc suddenly made a soft sound. In the next second, cracks appeared on the array disc at a visible speed. Then it suddenly exploded. The three people who were transferring energy trembled all over, and a backlash struck them, causing them to spurt out blood. The three of them instantly fell to the ground. Old Xia looked at the shield, which was now on the verge of collapse without his energy support, and shouted angrily, "The heavens want to destroy me!" After venting, his spirit instantly withered, and he turned around with a bitter expression to look at Guan Yang's and Huang's mothers. I'm sorry to both of you. I never expected that not only could I not save Guan and Huang, but I even dragged you down. At this time, Guan Yang's mother's face was pale, devoid of any color. Old Xia, don't say that. This is not your fault. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have seen my old Guan for the last time. Now, dying together with him, I'm content. It's just that my younger has become an orphan. After speaking, she looked at her old husband lying behind her. Old Xia, I feel the same. To die with my old Huang, I'm content. With Guan Yang's mother expressing her thoughts, Huang's mother also expressed hers. She too turned and looked at the corpse at the end of the cave. Old Xia's lips trembled. Wanting to speak, yet ultimately not knowing how to start. For a moment, the air inside the cave was strangely eerie. At that moment, the entire cave suddenly shook. No, not just the cave, the whole ground trembled. A terrifying and indescribable aura rose from afar. The three of them suddenly opened their eyes wide. In their perception, this aura was endlessly terrifying, even filled with killing intent. Before this aura, they felt their souls frozen, unable to move. Not only them three, even the attacking beasts in the valley instantly fell prostrate to the ground. For a moment, yellow and white things flowed everywhere. It actually scared them so much they wet themselves. But this momentum only appeared for 2 seconds, then disappeared again. Impossible, this is only level 7, how could there be such a powerful existence? Impossible, no ugh. As the aura vanished, Lao Xia shouted immediately. But the next second, it was as if someone choked him, his eyes instantly widened, staring at the cave entrance in disbelief. Guanmu also regained her senses because of Lao Xia's shout, but lying on the ground, she had no intention of raising her head. She had been too tired these 3 days, and being suppressed by this aura, she immediately felt exhausted. At this moment, she didn't even want to move. Seeing Lao Xia shouting, she helplessly said, "Lao Xia, what does this have to do with the three of us about to die? With this energy, it would be better to..." "Mom!" At that moment, a familiar voice reached Guanmu's ears. Guanmu was first stunned, then murmured, "Lao Xia, just now I vaguely heard Yanger's voice. Do you think this is a last flash of life?" Then, Guanmu turned her head and just saw a familiar figure at the cave entrance. Guanmu immediately opened her eyes wide. "Lao Xia, do you believe in light? I actually see my son, I see my son." I don't know if it's a last flash of life, but your son really came." Someone next to Guanmu couldn't watch any longer and reminded her. Guanmu, what? The next second, Guanmu regained her senses, hurriedly got up, and realized, this is no last flash of life, this is her son. Holy crap! Yanger, why are you here? Guan Yang. Looking at this unreliable mom, Guan Yang really had no words to retort. But seeing the pale faces of his mom and others, his heart ached, then anger surged. Guan Yang immediately waved his hand, and 3 green lights fell on the 3 of them. Under the green light, their bodies surprisingly recovered at an incredible speed. In just 3 seconds, they recovered to their peak state. Not only their bodies recovered, their energy also returned to its peak. But that was not all. The next second, their auras suddenly surged, all breaking through. Feeling the enormous energy inside their bodies, the 3 of them looked at Guan Yang with strange eyes. "Son, what are you?" Guanmu hadn't finished speaking. Bang! With a crisp sound, the light screen outside the cave shattered and vanished. The next second, countless beasts rushed into the cave. Lao Xia's face changed immediately. Not good, the barrier is broken. I'll hold them off. At that moment, a furious shout sounded, seeking death. Guan Yang suddenly waved his sleeve toward the outside of the cave. In an instant, all the beasts froze in place. A breeze swept through, and all the beasts instantly turned to flying ashes, scattered by the wind into the air. The 3 inside the cave dumbly stared at the empty valley, then looked at Guan Yang. For a moment, their minds went blank. Holy crap, son, are you on drugs, so fierce? The first to regain her senses, Guanmu, spoke, and it was a bombshell. Guan Yang. No wonder it's mom, such a careless personality. Kind of. Really on drugs, so fierce. Son, what level are you now? Don't know, anyway very strong. Guan Yang wanted to say he was at the golden immortal realm, which should convert to level 11. But thinking he would have to explain, he gave up on saying it. Then, Guan Yang was surrounded by 3 people, who began asking him questions from every direction. Guan Yang could only come up with a random reason. He had met an old man, who sought his extraordinary talent and declared that he was the child of destiny, chosen by the heavens and earth. From that moment on, the fate of saving the world fell upon his shoulders. Then came the melodramatic passing of knowledge and teachings. No matter what, Guan Yang kept stacking buffs onto himself. Listening to all of this, Guan Yang's mother began to doubt her life. Is my son really this amazing? But if it weren't like this, it would be hard to explain everything before her eyes. For a moment, Guan Yang's mother also fell into deep self-doubt. Son, if you're this powerful, does it mean I, as your mother, also have some kind of luck or special bloodline? Maybe I should go out and find my own adventure? Guan Yang. Guan Yang's cheek twitched. You definitely misunderstood what an adventure is. He immediately cleared his throat and changed the topic. Ahem, Mom, where's Dad? I can't sense his presence. Do you know where he is? He had scanned the entire secret realm earlier and hadn't detected his father's presence. This left him puzzled. As soon as Guan Yang finished speaking, his mother suddenly jumped up. Oh, how could I forget about your dad, she exclaimed, rushing deep into the cave. Old Xia. Huan's mother. Guan Yan's mouth twitched, but he still quickly followed his mother to the depths of the cave. The next moment, his pupils constricted. He saw his father's figure. His physical body was dead. And now he understood why he hadn't sensed his father earlier, the energy had already dissipated. However, even though Guan Yan's expression changed, he wasn't nervous. It was just a physical death, as long as the soul wasn't shattered, resurrection was a simple task for him, a golden immortal. In fact, if his father wanted to reincarnate, he could help with that too. Of course, that depended on his father's wishes. You ungrateful one. You just abandoned us. Now, when Yanger is doing well, you fall. Before you left, you didn't even leave us a word. I know you have a little secret stash, at least leave us the password to it. A loud cry snapped Guan Yang back to reality. Looking at his mother, crying on top of his father's body, Guan Yang didn't know what to say. It seemed like a very serious matter, but Guan Yang just couldn't feel sad at that moment. What should he do? Waiting online, quite urgent. Finally, unable to stand it any longer, he couldn't help but interrupt. Ahem, Mom, how about I wake Dad up and ask him for the password? The password? The password isn't important. Guan Yang's mother, still lost in her own world, immediately snapped back to attention and stared at him with tearful eyes. Well. Guan Yang wanted to laugh at the sight of his mother, but could only force a nod. His mother blinked and then wiped her tears away, suddenly looking fierce. You should have said this earlier. Saying it now, are you making fun of me? You little brat, don't think you're not afraid of me just because you've gotten stronger. Wait, I'm going to deal with you later. What are you still standing there for? Wake up this old man. You made me cry, now you're going to tell me the password to the secret stash today. Guan Yang looked at his mother, who was fuming with anger, and instinctively swallowed. He hurriedly nodded and bowed. I'm coming. Under the pressure of bloodline suppression, let alone a golden immortal, even a great Luo would have to kneel. Guan Yang stepped forward and cast an immortal spell, which then split into 2 parts. One entered his father's body, the other into Uncle Huang's body. After all, they were both being saved, so why not do it together? In the next second, both of their bodies began to recover at a visible speed. Then, Guan Yang's spiritual consciousness entered both of their bodies, using their bodies to sense the location of the underworld in this world. When a person dies, their soul enters the underworld and becomes confused. Only after the 7th day do they briefly awaken. At this moment, the soul faces 2 choices. Either go to the gate of hell to be reincarnated. Or drift in the underworld, aimless and confused, eventually either dissipating or encountering a miracle that grants you spiritual wisdom, starting the arduous path of a ghost cultivation. According to Guan Yang's observation, his father's time of death wouldn't exceed 3 days. His father was still drifting in the underworld. As long as he found someone, retrieving them was easy. In a moment, a flash of light gleamed in Guan Yang's eyes. Found it! With a thought, 2 spatial rifts appeared above the body. The next second, a wave of deathly energy spread out from the rift, and 2 unconscious souls followed. It was Guan Yang's father and Huang's father. Once the souls appeared, Guan Yang quickly closed the underworld gate again. Then a spell was cast into both souls. It nourished their souls, removing the residual effects of the underworld. The 2 had been out of their bodies for 3 days, and their souls had been tainted by the underworld's energy. Only after it was cleansed could they re-enter their bodies. The souls have returned, but they haven't entered their bodies yet. As Guan Yang spoke, the 2 souls seemed to understand his words, consciously entering their respective bodies.
A moment later, with the final breath of celestial energy entering their bodies, both Guan Yang's father and Huang's father instantly opened their eyes. They stared blankly at their surroundings.
This is... I remember dying. Is this the underworld?
Before they could process further, a slap struck Guan Yang's father's face.
Slap. Ah.
Guan Yang's father cried out in pain, looking at the person who slapped him. Why did you hit me?
Underworld? Ghosts have feelings?
It's Younger who saved you.
After tormenting me, you just want to abandon me? Dream on. Watch me bite you to death.
Guan Yang's mother shouted angrily, then lunged at him.
Guan Yang's lips twitched.
He had already noticed that his mother's state was unstable. It was probably due to the long period of mental strain, combined with intense joy and sorrow.
Now she desperately needed to vent.
Otherwise, it would greatly affect her mind and body.
He couldn't walk into the line of fire. Well, if my dead dad doesn't protect his son, you, as the father, should bear all of this for your child. Don't worry, even if by accident my mom kills you, I'll revive you. Let mom vent everything out.
Thinking this, Guan Yang silently stepped back, observing with his nose and heart in the corner of the cave, pretending he wasn't there.
A moment later, to Guan Yang's astonishment, Guan Yang's father ended his mother's unstable state with a suffocating long kiss. Sure enough, there is nothing between an old couple that can't be solved with a kiss. If there is, then 2 kisses.
Or a kiss to suffocate. Guan Yang secretly gave his dad a thumbs up.
Guan Yang's father, in return, gave Guan Yang a look that said, "Wait for it, son." Guan Yang moved his feet and disappeared from the spot.
There's great danger here.
It's best not to linger. The 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best strategy. Chapter 171, Let go of that girl, and let me handle it. Sister Zisha, who is stronger, you or Guan Yang? Of course it's him. Then when will he come out? He should be coming out soon. Using the heart unification technique, Guan Yang said he will be out shortly. That's good. But Sister Zisha, your skin is so good.
It feels soft, tender, and fresh. Guan Yang had just brought everyone out when he heard Huang Xiaoling's words.
He then saw Huang Xiaoling touching Zisha. The next second, Guan Yang's pupils contracted. Let go of that girl, and let me handle it.
Guan Yang shouted, and in a flash, he appeared in front of Huang Xiaoling and Zisha. He pulled Zisha behind him. He stood there, eyeing Huang Xiaoling warily.
He knew the other person's preferences.
If Huang Xiaoling made Zisha turn, he'd cry before he even had a chance to. Huang Xiaoling was first stunned, but then, seeing that the Zisha she had her hands on flew away, she immediately became upset.
What are you doing? Why are you so fierce? Guan Yang immediately glared back at her. What do you think? Don't you know your own preferences? Huang Xiaoling. Huang Xiaoling had already learned the situation inside through Zisha.
When she knew Guan Yang had rescued them, she finally felt at ease. Then, looking at Zisha, his thoughts began to stir. He didn't expect to have it handed to him so easily now.
Between people, do we really not have even this basic trust? Who are we protecting from?
Guan Yang, I can trust others, but not you.
Huang Xiaoling, enraged, immediately lunged at Guan Yang. Watch me bite you to death. You can't fight back, and if you do, I'll cry for you. Guan Yang. Damn it. This is how it's going to be? Isn't this just being a thug?
Alright, Xiaoling, stop playing around.
Where's the behavior of a lady?
At this moment, a middle-aged man's voice sounded.
It was none other than Huang's father, resurrected by Guan Yang.
Upon hearing his father's voice, Huang Xiaoling immediately stopped, turned around, and pounced towards him.
Dad, Xiaoling missed you so much. It's alright now. Huang's father, having experienced resurrection, had also seen through many things.
He lovingly patted Huang Xiaoling's head. Only after losing would one truly understand the value of cherishing things. After a bit of small talk, they agreed to meet again and then went their separate ways. Time passed like water, and in the blink of an eye, 1,000 years had gone by.
At this time, Guan Yang was lying on a mountaintop villa, soaking in the sunlight.
In these 1,000 years, Guan Yang had experienced countless immortal worlds. Journey to the west, the investiture of the gods, the primordial chaos. Though each time he could only stay for 10 days, the vastness of the countless worlds had so many treasures to offer. Guan Yang's power had reached the level of the primordial realm. Moreover, he was walking the path of laws and attaining enlightenment. This path was called the way of domination. There are countless laws, and each can lead to enlightenment. Now, he had sealed his own energy, only unlocking it when entering a space. If he were to release his current power, even a slight leak of energy would be enough to destroy this world countless times over. This world couldn't contain his strength. But that's fine.
He lives in seclusion on this mountain, without worries. As for Guan's father and mother, they had long since cultivated immortality and traveled everywhere. According to their words, they finally didn't have to take care of their burdensome child anymore, so now they could enjoy life as they pleased. Guan Yang didn't bother with them either. Anyway, with their strength close to golden immortal level, the whole world was open to them. Just then, a purple figure appeared next to Guan Yang. Then, she grabbed Guan Yang and dragged him into the house. Are you trying to test my patience? You still have time to sunbathe. Guan Yang struggled, terrified, and said, No, I can't. I need rest. Bang! The door to the house slammed shut. Inside, Zisha's roar echoed, Rest my ass. Mom just sent me a message. This time, she gave me a death order. I must be pregnant within a year, or she'll abandon you and have a younger brother who can have kids. Still want to rest? You've only got 364 days. You better move every day for me. Guan Yang, Mom, return my gentle Zisha. Slap. What are you yelling for? Hurry up. This year, you can rest for 1 hour a day. I can't live anymore. Fine, once you're pregnant, you can die however you like, I won't stop you. As they say, outside the house, the mountains and flowing water belong to one person, inside the house, the birds and flowers are beyond words. The end. P.S. If you've made it this far, you must be an old fan of Shirtu, or at the very least, someone with great perseverance, someone who just had bad luck to encounter Shirtu's unfinished book. Here, Shirtu apologizes. Mainly because Shirtu really couldn't continue writing this book and had to leave it unfinished. The data for this book is so bad, and Shirtu no longer has the heart to write it. Mainly due to personal reasons these past few months, I stopped writing for several months, and the book ended up like this. Originally, Shirtu wanted to just drop it, but for some reason, it kept updating bit by bit. Today, I finally decided to end it and gave it a conclusion. Please forgive me, everyone. As for the book I wrote under my secondary account, it also flopped terribly. It flopped so hard that it couldn't be salvaged. Shirtu thought long and hard these past few days and decided to abandon that secondary account. From now on, I'll stick to this account, and I'll keep pushing it until it's dead. At the end of the month open new book, mainly city funny type, upload before the end of the month, big bosses who like stone please give a follow. Big bosses who do not like it can also spray 2 sentences, anyway I also will not read comments. Is it very angry? But what can you do, you hit me ah.